As a dignified reborn person, I should have taken advantage of my foresight to make a big impact, but I panicked in this familiar small bungalow. Waking up from the dream, looking at my younger self, then glancing at that Panasonic 29-inch TV, I was sure I had returned to 1995. In my previous life, I did fairly well but was always single. Life seemed carefree but was actually empty. At this moment, my dad was frowning over my poor academic performance, and I was also fully aware of his secret brewing and selling of alcohol. I deeply understand that the Young family will decline due to blind expansion in the future, so I want to persuade my dad to seize the opportunity of state-owned enterprise reform. But my dad's reaction made me realize that the path to changing fate is full of thorns. Chapter 0001 Rebirth. My head hurt so much. Yang Fan woke up abruptly from his sleep. Everything before his eyes gave Yang Fan an incredible feeling, as if he were dreaming. What is going on? Yang Fan looked at his palm. He was over 40 years old, but now, Yang Fan found that he had become young again. Everything before him gave Yang Fan a feeling that was both familiar and strange. Isn't this the small bungalow at home that hasn't been demolished? 4 rooms and 1 living room, renovated by the family, with the second floor redesigned. Stepping off the bed, his feet touching the ground, Yang Fan felt an extremely unreal sensation. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, could this really be a dream? Thinking this, he stomped his foot hard. My legs are a bit numb, this feeling is real. Am I really reborn? Thinking this, Yang Fan directly walked out of the bedroom and glanced at the calendar. May 1st, 1995. Labor Day. Then, at the other end, Yang Fan saw his own television. This TV was a 29-inch Panasonic, top of the line for the time. In the future, this kind of thing would only be seen in antique shops. This year, he was only 15 years old. He looked a bit immature. Unexpectedly, he had been reborn at the age of 15. This year, he had just started high school. Because he enrolled early, Yang Fan took the high school entrance exam last summer. Unexpectedly, I can be reborn. Thinking this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yang Fan's face. To be honest, his previous life was not bad. He even started his own company and had his own career. However, in his past life, Yang Fan was always single. He had been with many women but never got married. Old Yang, bring 2 bottles of wine. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Yang Fan's thoughts, and then Yang Fan saw a man walk into his small courtyard. It was a middle-aged man. All right. Then, Yang Fan saw his father, Yang Hong, come out, holding 2 bottles of white liquor. Here. Yang Hong casually handed 2 bottles of wine to the middle-aged man, $10. $10. Yang Hong took the money with one hand, while handing over the wine with the other. The wine had no label, no markings at all. The white bottles were carelessly filled with 2 bottles of wine. Dad. Yang Fan greeted him. To be honest, seeing his young dad made Yang Fan feel a surge of mixed emotions. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, Yang Hong couldn't help but frown deeply, his mind full of worries. It was fine in middle school, but after entering high school, Yang Fan's academic performance plummeted for some unknown reason. Their family life was becoming more and more prosperous, but from that day on, Yang Fan stopped studying seriously. In middle school, he was still among the top students, but by high school, he was at the very bottom of the class. Yang Hong served in the military for a few years. When he was discharged, he had no money and no connections. The state arranged a job for him at a city distillery, where he earned only a few dozen yuan a month, living a very tight life. Later, with the country's reform and opening up, this distillery was barely surviving. Because of the state-owned enterprise model, workers' enthusiasm couldn't be motivated, and basically, they wasted time every day. This distillery had once been glorious, supplying the entire province, but now it was heavily in debt. Basically, all the workers were too lazy to go to work. After all, even if they didn't work, they still got paid, so why bother going to work? This is a secure job. Even if I quit, my son can continue to inherit it. Yang Hong actually discovered quite a few business opportunities from this. For example, leaving these raw materials here is just a waste, and these machines sitting idle are just rusting away. It would be better to quietly put them to use himself. So, Yang Hong started brewing alcohol secretly and began discreetly selling the liquor. A few years ago, this would probably have landed Yang Hong with a charge of profiteering, but now, hardly anyone cares about such things. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. This is exactly the kind of person Yang Hong is. Relying on brewing, Yang Hong quickly earned his first pot of gold. Afterwards, he gathered a group of workers and wholesaled the wine to them for resale. When Yang Fan was in middle school, Yang Hong had already been quietly involved in this kind of business. Even now, Yang Fan isn't really sure how much money Yang Hong actually has. How much money does the family have now? Yang Fan wasn't very clear about it, but later, in 1998, they encountered the state-owned enterprise reform. Yang Hong didn't even frown. He directly swallowed up all the state-owned enterprises in the city. However, the Yang family's glory didn't last more than 2 years because the old man at home didn't know how to establish his own brand. He spent money recklessly, and although he bought a large number of factories, the number of workers under his control suddenly surged, coupled with the old man's blind expansion. By 2002, the Young family suffered a massive financial collapse. As a result, the Young family embarked on a path of decline. Ultimately, the old man of the family didn't know how to manage. It was no problem for him to run a small factory, but to operate a large enterprise all at once, he simply didn't have the capability. Moreover, the old man lacked the courage to make tough decisions. Some factories were clearly already losing money, yet he still hoped for the market to recover. In the end, this stubbornness dragged the Young family down. At a time like this, don't you even look at the time? Young Hong said with a stern face. Dad, isn't at vacation. Yang Fan said with a big smile, what is wrong with me sleeping in? Young Hong snorted, momentarily at a loss for what to say. Having been through hardships, Young Hong was very worried about Yang Fan's future. The family's conditions were getting better and better, but Young Fan's grades were getting worse and worse. Every day he was either skipping school to watch videos and play games, or fighting and causing trouble. Yang Fan often had to clean up the mess. Sometimes Young Hong wanted to give him a good scolding, but when the moment came, he couldn't bring himself to do it and would just give a few hurried words of reprimand. Young Hong invited the teacher to dinner and hired a tutor for extra lessons. For a while, Yang's mother followed Young Fan to and from school every day, causing a lot of trouble, but there was no noticeable improvement in his grades. The child just doesn't want to study seriously. What can you do with him? If it came to actually taking action, Young Hong really felt a bit reluctant. However, what Young Hong didn't know at the time was that by the time Young Fan reached his senior year of high school, he suddenly started studying seriously and managed to get into university with fairly good grades. When the Young family declined, Young Fan took the opportunity to seize the era of the internet and began a new takeoff. To be honest, for Young Fan, not being reborn was also quite good. He kept a few girls, spent some money, and let them compete jealously, which was quite fun. They were all in their 20s. Some were even born after 2000. Chapter 0002, Enlightening Dad. Yang Fan suddenly cursed and awkwardly crossed his legs. Damn it, it actually reacted. Moreover, it seems even more intense than in the previous life. Young Hong looked at Young Fan somewhat strangely. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? It's nothing. Yang Fan smiled and tried hard to think about other things, which finally calmed his younger brother's restlessness. Speaking of which, why did Young Fan suddenly start studying hard in his senior year of high school? No one else knew, only Young Fan himself was clear about it. Because in his senior year, Young Fan fell for the school's beauty, Han Xiaoxiao. When he learned that Han Xiaoxiao wanted to go to Peking University, Young Fan began to study diligently. He already had a strong learning ability, and although his review was rote memorization, in the end, he still got into a good university. Unfortunately, Han Xiaoxiao ended up going to Peking University. Yang Fan never saw Han Xiaoxiao again. Later, he inquired and found out that Han Xiaoxiao went abroad, and after that, he no longer thought about keeping in touch. Women are often the stepping stones for men's progress. Of course, Yang Fan liked having many women cheer him on together. Damn, it seems like there's a damn reaction again. As a reborn person, Young Fan knew what his greatest advantage was: foresight, especially since in his previous life he had read a lot about the history of Chinese enterprises and witnessed many major failures. Naturally, he understood how his own path should proceed. Now, it was time to reverse his father's first step. Dad, these 2 bottles of wine at our home only cost 10 yuan. Yang Fan asked casually. Of course. Young Hong nodded and sat down on the sofa. He was a retired soldier, sitting upright. He glanced at Young Fan again and said, You kid, you just don't know, this wine originally didn't cost much. Our family basically runs a business without capital. Every year, the factory has to stock a lot of goods, but the annual quota for brewing wine is not much, and the rest is wasted. I know. Yang Fan slowly said, But, Dad, I heard that Uncle Chin and the others are selling it outside for 20 yuan a bottle. What can we do? Yang Hong slowly said, It was your old man who sent people out to brew the wine. The more they buy, the more we earn. 5 yuan, this is a no-cost business. Zhang Fan licked his lips, then slowly said, Dad, that's not what I meant. At this point, Zhang Fan paused slightly, then continued, What I mean is, have you ever considered turning the distillery into our families? As soon as Yang Fan's voice fell, Yang Hong suddenly stood up, glaring at Yang Fan and said, What did you say? I mean, Dad, have you ever thought about making this distillery our families? Yang Fan repeated, then continued, What do you think? Yang Hong frowned, What kind of joke are you making? What Yang Hong is doing now is called speculation and profiteering. If he thinks of turning a state-owned enterprise into his own property, that would be embezzlement of state assets. Yang Fan then slowly said, Dad, can you tell me how much money our family has right now? Yang Hong hesitated slightly, then slowly said, There's not much to tell, we still have about 3 million. What's up? Yang Fan couldn't help but let out a sound, then glanced at Yang Hong again and blurted out, Dad, is our family really this rich? You, how much state property have you actually embezzled? Yang Hong glared at Yang Fan, What embezzlement? I don't use it, it's just wasted, what a pity. Also, I'm telling you, don't go around saying this, or people will get jealous. The muscles at the corner of Yang Fan's mouth twitched. He knew his dad pretty well. His old man had this one advantage: he liked to keep things under wraps, not show off or swagger around. He knew what it meant to keep wealth low-key. If people found out that their old man had accumulated millions in just a few short years, they'd be green with envy. Yang Hong felt a bit regretful after saying it, sensing that Yang Fan was acting strangely today. How did he end up blurting it out so carelessly? What if Yang Fan didn't keep it to himself and just blurted it out directly? You remember this, don't tell anyone, no one is allowed to say a word, do you hear me? Yang Hong's voice grew stern. This is not a joke. Yang Fan naturally understood that his father's actions were illegal. However, Yang Fan also knew that his old man was not someone to be taken lightly. Previously, the factory director said he wanted to investigate the old man, suspecting he had made a lot of money over the years. After the old man found out about this, he had his men sharpen knives at the factory director's doorstep. The whole night. Then, the next day, the old man walked into the factory director's home carrying 10,000 yuan. From then on, all the noise completely disappeared. Don't be fooled by Yang Hong's current appearance as a kind father. He is ruthless underneath. Without some real skills, he wouldn't be able to keep this group under control at all. Yang Hong served in the military, is capable in combat, and his methods are quite ruthless. Besides that, Yang Hong's old comrade Zhang Qiubai is now the mayor of Hongshan City, which can be considered a protective umbrella. The two were not very close in the military, but after leaving the army, meeting in Hongshan City is like encountering an old friend in a strange land. Zhang Qiubai has powerful backing and later directly rose to a position in the provincial government. Helping dad is just a small favor. Naturally, no one dared to go against Yang Hong. However, Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, Dad, I still say the same thing. Have you ever thought about turning the distillery into our own family business? Yang Hong couldn't help but take a breath, looking at Yang Fan as he slowly spoke. What do you want to say? Yang Fan then slowly said, Dad, have you been watching the news lately? Watching the news? What news? Yang Hong looked at Yang Fan in confusion. Yang Fan let out a soft sigh, then slowly said, last month, on the 2nd, they went to Jiangding City, Qilu Province for an inspection. Yang Hong was still somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Jiangding City in Qilu Province is undergoing privatization reform of state-owned enterprises. Number 2 personally went there. Don't you know what this means? The country is about to carry out enterprise reform. Yang Fan said all at once. Yang Hong's pupils involuntarily contracted for a moment, and he said, You mean the national policy is going to change? Change is definitely going to happen. This matter has already been on the news broadcast. Yang Fan said slowly, so, this is also a huge opportunity for us. Chapter 0003 Dad, from now on you have to listen to me. In fact, it was 3 years later. That person carried out state-owned enterprise reform, initiating a vigorous wave of reform. The country wanted to shed burdens and move forward lightly, while also laying off a large number of workers, releasing a vast labor force. China's economy also began a decade of rapid growth from this point. It was also 3 years later that the old man completely became the director of the distillery. The distillery sales were good, but unfortunately, after only a few years of prosperity, the distillery declined. Opportunities are fleeting within just these 3 years. Some people can become extremely wealthy, but likewise, some people will forever lose their chance to get rich. It was also this year, 1995, on November 8th. Xinchi liquor industry spent 66,666,600 yuan to bid on CCTV. For the entire next year, Xinchi liquor industry will be the #1 liquor company in China. Throughout 1996, Xinchi liquor industry achieved corporate sales of 9.6 billion yuan and profits and taxes of 2.2 billion yuan, which was considered sensational nationwide. By the time of the 1996 bidding, Xinchi liquor industry directly threw out 321.2118 billion yuan. However, unfortunately, Xinchi liquor industry, which rocketed straight to the sky, was abruptly cut down, and from then on Xinchi plummeted, never again showing a trend of soaring. The old man was neither without courage nor without vision. However, he was not bold enough, and his vision was not far-sighted enough. However, it is really too difficult for the old man to deduce the country's policies from the slightest clues. To dare to go all in, betting everything on a gamble, let alone the old man, even if it were himself without the memories of a reborn person, he wouldn't dare. Therefore, wealthy people in this world are often a small minority. Timing, luck, vision, courage, and long-term development strategy. Only in this way can development take place. He does not have such a habit. However, as soon as Yang Fan said this, Yang Hong immediately sensed a huge business opportunity. An opportunity big enough to make the entire Yang family take off. As long as I can turn the distillery into my own, then I won't have to live in constant fear. But is it possible? Yang Hong couldn't help but frown and say, I'm afraid this won't be easy. Yang Fan then slowly spoke. So, for this matter, you have to go ask Uncle Zhang.
Dad, I can only give you a direction.
After all, Uncle Zhang is someone from the official circles, he should know some of the crooked ways inside.
Yang Hong immediately stood up. Then I'll go find your Uncle Zhang right now.
Yang Fan patted his forehead. Dad, do you think it's appropriate? Back then, when you went to the brewery director's house, you knew you'd be there at night and quietly took money with you.
Why are you in such a hurry now?
Yang Hong nodded. Yes, you're right. He was also anxious and didn't think of these places at once. Then, Yang Hong felt something was wrong and looked at Yang Fan, saying, how do you know I went to the factory manager's house in the middle of the night? Yang Fan was stunned for a moment. He only learned about this matter many years later when Yang Hong told it as a story.
You told me, Yang Fan said. Why don't I remember?
Yang Hong looked at Yang Fan with a face full of suspicion, always feeling that his son seemed especially different today. Why does he feel like a little fox? Yang Fan then slowly said, Dad, you don't need to worry about this. Wait until Mom comes back, and then we can discuss this matter again.
The current structure of the Yang family is simple. Yang Hong is in charge of production, and Yang Fan's mother, Jo Yun, is responsible for accounting.
On one hand, Jo Yun was responsible for collecting money from the distributors under her father's command. On the other hand, she also had to set aside a portion to offer as discounts.
The family's financial power was basically in the hands of her mother. I think it's feasible.
Jo Yun thought for a moment and said directly, regardless of whether the son is right or not, at least one thing is certain: trying is always better than doing nothing.
Our family isn't short of money now. Either we don't do it, or we do it well.
Jo Yun quickly said, it would also save us all the anxiety later. If this winery could become ours. At this point, Jo Yun couldn't help but feel her heart race. After all, this is a huge profit.
Dad, Mom, let me do the math for you.
Yang Fan slowly said, Dad, you've been secretly selling wine for 5 years now, and the sales area is just within our city, right?
Yang Hong nodded. That's right.
Yang Fan then slowly said, Dad, don't forget, our city's distillery used to supply the entire province. At this point, Yang Fan paused slightly, then continued, Dad, if the distillery becomes ours, there are two main expenses for our family. One is the workers, and the other is the raw materials. The workers are easy to handle. Mom is already secretly paying them.
As for the raw materials, can you calculate roughly how much it costs per gin of liquor?
Yang Hong tilted his head and thought for a moment, then replied, the cost per gin should be around 1 yuan. Yang Fan continued, change the packaging, do some advertising, and the price can be sold for around 20 yuan. Besides that, once our family's liquor is selling like crazy across the entire province, the profit will definitely be more than just this. Earning 1 million, or even 2 million a month, is not impossible. Yang Hong felt a bit dizzy. In fact, his current monthly income was already quite substantial. A full 100,000 yuan. For most people, a monthly salary is only about 600 yuan, or at best 1,000 yuan, which is already considered a high salary.
Xinchi liquor industry can now sell 16 million in just 1 month. After advertising on CCTV, it will directly double, reaching 80 million in sales per month. A yearly sales volume of 9.6 billion, this is no joke. Yang Fan slowly said, Dad, to be honest, if the distillery gets this, you have to listen to me. Listen to you? Yang Hong was slightly stunned. Listen to you? What do you mean?
Exactly, the sales part of this winery, as well as advertising how much money to spend, how to spend it, how to advertise. You have to listen to me.
Your responsibility is to control the production process well.
Yang Fan said slowly, how to do it, listen to me.
Dad, you are too conservative. There are some things you don't know how to handle. This matter has to be dealt with by me.
According to Yang Hong's personality, he was too conservative and really thought about developing the winery slowly.
However, Yang Fan understood that opportunities are fleeting.
If you can't seize the chance to soar, sooner or later you will be crushed bit by some giant, then fall into chronic death. It's like in later generations, why instant noodles are struggling more and more, because food delivery has outcompeted them. When the vast majority of people start ordering food delivery via their phones, instant noodles no longer seem so convenient.
The weaker you are, the more easily you get completely squeezed out.
So, you can't follow your dad's way of thinking, you have to follow your own. The greatest benefit for a reborn person is foresight. What Yang Fan needs is to seize this opportunity.
Chapter 0004 Catering to their preferences. All listen to you?
Yang Hong slightly frowned, then slowly said, Son, what do you mean by this?
Dad, your vision isn't far-sighted enough, and your courage isn't big enough.
Yang Fan spoke directly, some things you handle too conservatively. If our family wants to rise and take off, you have to be bolder, and your vision must be more far-sighted.
At this point, Yang Fan paused slightly, then continued, if you can't do it, I can. Me?
Being lectured by his own son for not having a far-sighted vision, not being bold enough, and even for lacking a broad perspective. For some reason, Yang Hong really wanted to pin his precious son to the ground and give him a good beating.
Jo Yun couldn't help but laugh, looking at Yang Fan and saying, Son, tell me, what should our family do? Don't rush to do anything yet.
Yang Fan smiled calmly, then slowly said, first, turn the distillery into our families. Mom, for now, don't rush to handle the salary matters. Tell them to settle payments monthly from now on. Meanwhile, you should visit Uncle Zhang's house more often. At this point, Yang Fan paused slightly, then continued, also, you should make a trip to Modu to buy some cosmetics and small jewelry to give to Aunt Lu, just as a way for you women to connect. And Dad, you should buy 2 watches, women's style, around 20 to 30,000 yuan each, and also 2 big mobile phones. For cigarettes, get some soft Zhong brand to give to Uncle Zhang. Doesn't he like smoking? Aunt Lu is in on it, and so is her daughter. Yang Fan said calmly, at this moment, don't be stingy with money. As long as we can take over the winery, any amount of money is worth it. The muscles on Yang Hong's face twitched uncontrollably a few times. Yang Fan really isn't just talking when he says he is bold. 20 or 30,000, put together, that is 70 or 80,000. However, my son is right. As long as we can acquire the distillery, it will be worth spending any amount of money. Yang Fan continued, by the way, Dad, does Uncle Zhang have any hobbies? Hobbies? Yang Hong was momentarily stunned, then hesitantly said, it seems he likes history. He told me he is quite fond of the history of the Ming dynasty? Likes the history of the Ming dynasty? Yang Fan tilted his head and thought for a moment, then slowly said, do you understand it? I don't get it at all. Yang Hong shrugged his shoulders, Romance of the Three Kingdoms is more like it. Last year, Romance of the Three Kingdoms was broadcast nationwide, which made Yang Hong very interested in the Three Kingdoms. As for other dynasties, Yang Hong was completely clueless, roughly limited to just knowing the name of the dynasty. Alright then, I'll give you a quick lesson. Yang Fan slightly furrowed his brows, but suddenly felt as if something exploded in his mind. Having read those things of the Ming dynasty in a past life, he now felt as if every single word was vividly floating before his eyes. He now feels that he might have even memorized the position of a punctuation mark. After thinking for a moment, Yang Fan quickly said, Dad, get me a computer. Yang Hong really feels that his son has become arrogant and truly doesn't know what it means to be humble. What do you need a computer for? Yang Hong couldn't help but ask. Typing. Yang Fan slowly said, I have to give you some extra lessons. This blatant reason actually made Yang Hong feel an undeniable sense of helplessness. His son was going to give him extra lessons? This was truly the biggest joke under heaven. I've been writing some things for you these past 2 days. Dad, what you need to do now is just one thing, memorize these things thoroughly. Yang Fan thought for a moment, but a thought suddenly popped into his mind. The book Those Things of the Ming Dynasty is available, but it seems that 1587, a year of no significance, still hasn't been published. However, on second thought, never mind. 1587, a year of no significance, was published in 1970, but it only started being published in 1997. Anyway, based on Zhang Qiubai's personality, Yang Fan is 100% sure that he likes history purely for casual reading and would never actually study it seriously. Do you still want to be an official? After assigning tasks to his parents, Yang Hong went to prepare a computer for Yang Fan, while Zhou planned to go to the Magic City to buy some cosmetics, and Yang Fan mentioned a watch and a phone. Afterwards, Yang Fan brought 2 laptops. Yang Hong returned very quickly. As soon as he came back, he shouted, I'll take care of the computer stuff, it costs more than 20,000 yuan, Yang Fan. Dad, you're back. Yang Fan casually handed his notebook to Yang Hong and said, Dad, take a look, how is it? What is this thing? Yang Hong took the notebook and was slightly stunned. The content on it actually left Yang Hong somewhat shocked. Zhu Yuanzhang chapter. We begin with a file. Name, Zhu Yuanzhang aliases nicknames, Zhu Chongba, Zhu Guirui. Gender, male. Ethnicity, Han. Blood type? Education, no diploma, not a Shoutsai, Jiren, or Jinshi, later self-taught. Occupation, emperor. Family background, at least 3 generations poor peasants. Birth and death, 1328-1398. Favorite color, yellow. Seems like there was no choice. Social relations. Father, Zhu Wuxi, farmer. Mother, Chen, farmer. Sorry, it seems her name is not recorded in the historical records. Motto, what is yours is mine, and I am still myself. Main experiences. 1328-1344 herding cattle. 1344-1347 being a monk, mainly going out for alms. This one. 1347-1352 being a monk, mainly ringing the bell. 1352-1368 rebellion. This one is fierce. From 1368 to 1398, the main job was being the emperor. Quite interesting. This is exactly how Yang Hong feels. Soon, Yang Hong finished reading. As soon as he put down the book, he couldn't wait to ask, what about the rest? I didn't have time to write it. Yang Fan shrugged and said helplessly, old man, don't you see how many words I can write in a day? During this period, the things I write, old man, you need to read carefully and seriously. Yang Fan said quickly, however, my handwriting speed might be a bit slow. Once your computer is ready, my writing speed should improve by a level. Handwriting still can't compare to typing on a keyboard. The main thing is, once you have ideas in your head, the speed of typing naturally becomes faster. Yang Fan was a coder in his previous life, so his typing speed was naturally incredibly fast. Occasionally, he also wrote articles for self-media, and his typing speed was honed through that experience. As long as he had ideas in his mind, writing 30,000 words a day was no big deal. If his speed were a bit faster, he could probably finish writing in about 2 months. However, this money was just pocket change. First, he needed to familiarize his father with Ming Dynasty history to cater to his interests. The old man had a good relationship with Zhang Qiubai, but it was only just good the two needed topics to talk about. Wasn't the spark of love between Secretary Gao and Gao Xiaofeng ignited precisely by this friction? Chapter 0005 The Limitations of the Era. With Yang Fan's encouragement, Yang Hong's progress was rapid. Of course, the main reason was that Those Things of the Ming Dynasty was easy to understand, combined with a humorous writing style that truly made people want to keep reading. Yang Fan was also thinking about when to publish Those Things of the Ming Dynasty. However, there was no rush for now. The urgent task was still to have his father take over the distillery first. Zhang Qiubai noticed that in the past few days, Yang Hong had been noticeably more diligent in seeking him out. On Labor Day, he came to visit in person. He also said something about old comrades catching up, which sounded like no big deal, but Zhang Qiubai was still a bit wary. Yang Hong suddenly becoming so attentive definitely had a reason. However, to Zhang Qiubai's surprise, ever since Yang Hong intentionally or unintentionally brought up the topic of the Ming Dynasty, Zhang Qiubai suddenly realized, this guy actually knows quite a bit about the history of the Ming Dynasty. For a moment, Zhang Qiubai felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. Just as Yang Fan had judged. In fact, Zhang Qiubai only had a superficial understanding of the Ming Dynasty's history, limited to basic knowledge. However, during their detailed conversation, he found himself resonating quite a bit with Yang Hong. In reality, their old master also had his own set of principles when dealing with people. Originally, Yang Hong would visit from time to strengthen their relationship. Otherwise, 2 years later, during the state-owned enterprise reform, Yang Hong would not have been able to pull off a takeover. Although his judgment was mistaken and he failed rather quickly, for Yang Hong, his way of dealing with people was absolutely without fault. He wouldn't make others feel excessively embarrassed. On the contrary, he would leave them with a rather good impression. Of course, this was in regard to Zhang Qiubai. Yang Hong treats people differently depending on who they are, choosing dishes based on the company. With some people, the more you treat them well, the more they take advantage of you. So, when dealing with such people, Yang Hong would not hesitate to show his ruthless side. I don't have those skills, it's all thanks to my son. As Yang Hong chatted, he ended up talking about Yang Fan. This kid has recently become obsessed with history and even said he wants to write a book. It's by reading his writing that I've learned so much. Oh? Zhang Qiubai became interested, then later, let me take a look at Yang Fan's book. Sure. Yang Hong nodded. Yang Fan really felt like he was about to explode. The operating system used by the current computer was still Microsoft's latest Windows 95. This damn system almost made Yang Fan explode on the spot and spiral into the sky. It crashes at the slightest provocation. It's really a plague. Moreover, the pinyin input method was also the most primitive intelligent ABC. Yang Fan felt that he had to thank this era, and also intelligent ABC, for being available to him. Without intelligent ABC, would he still have to design an input software himself? Thinking about it, in his previous life he studied computer languages. It's not that it's impossible, but just not now. Because of frequent crashes, Yang Fan had no choice but to write a bit and save a bit, write a bit and save a bit. This greatly slowed down his typing speed. Under normal circumstances, I could write 30,000 words a day. Now, writing 20,000 words a day takes me an entire day. Writing during the day means I have to have a good chat with my dad and mom at night. After mom changed the salary to be settled monthly, the workers didn't really react much. As long as there's money, it doesn't matter. Of course, there were also troublemakers, but when Yang Hong appeared with his underling Wang Sihai, there was no extra noise. Opposing Yang Hong was simply asking for trouble. The last day of the May Day holiday, Yang Hong told Yang Fan to go to Uncle Zhang's house together in the evening. Zhang Qiubai's house was a benefit provided by his workplace. Zhang Qiubai's wife is called Lu Feng, and they have a daughter named Zhang Yu. Listen. This is the difference between being cultured and uncultured. My own father is named Yang Hong, and he named me Yang Fan, meaning set sail. Now look at others, Qiubai. EU. Just hearing it makes you feel the name is extraordinary. Xiao Fan is here. As soon as Zhang Qiubai saw Yang Fan, he couldn't help but smile. I heard from your dad that you've been writing books by yourself at home? Just bored, so I write occasionally. Yang Fan smiled slightly, then slowly said, Uncle Zhang, do you also like the history of the Ming Dynasty? I do, the history of the Ming Dynasty is quite good. Zhang Qiubai nodded. After a brief chat, Zhang Qiubai suddenly realized that Yang Fan seemed to be better at chatting casually. Getting interested, Zhang Qiubai started looking at Yang Fan's handwritten notes. Of course, there was also a printed version later on.
These days, printing is extremely expensive.
Fortunately, the Yang family is wealthy, otherwise, printing would cost several hundred yuan, which ordinary people really can't afford. After all, their monthly salary might only be around 600 yuan.
It looks like it really does feel quite nice. Zhang Xiaobai couldn't help but become immersed all of a sudden. Hey, little brother, you're here. Just as Zhang Xiaobai was reading, Zhang Yiyu came out of the room, and as soon as she appeared, she couldn't help but pat Yang Fan's head. You came, and you didn't even tell your sister.
Zhang Yiyu is a year older than Yang Fan. The two have a fairly good relationship, with Zhang Yiyu always considering herself the older sister. Yang Fan couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yiyu's two beautiful legs before rebirth. How had she never realized that her sister actually had such attractive legs? If this were... Zhang Yiyu had no idea about the evil thoughts in Yang Fan's heart. Sis Yu, I prepared a gift for you. Yang Fan said with a smile, casually taking a gift box out of his pocket and handing it to Zhang Yiyu. Take a look. Zhang Yiyu was slightly stunned, then she smiled. Oh, not bad, thoughtful of you. What kind of gift? Yang Fan smiled and said, go check your room. Alright. Zhang Yiyu nodded and led Yang Fan into her room. The girl's room carried a unique feminine scent. Yang Fan couldn't help but wrinkle his nose and teased, Sister Yu, your room smells so nice. Did you use some perfume? I didn't use any perfume. Zhang Yiyu suddenly thought of something, and her cheeks blushed slightly. Why does it smell so good? Yang Fan asked, feigning confusion. I heard that girls with a natural fragrance are very rare. Not bad. Zhang Yiyu replied instinctively, then her face suddenly flushed. Yang Fan, you're really getting bolder, you even dare to tease your sister. She then pretended to hit Yang Fan. Not at all. Yang Fan laughed heartily, watching Zhang Yiyu's expression and feeling even more that this girl was really interesting. Don't you want to see what's inside here? Chapter 0006 is basically allowed. Damn. Zhang Yiyu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Yang Fan then introduced, this is a Cartier watch my dad bought, quartz movement. 18K rose gold case and crown, set with 37 round brilliant cut diamonds. How is it? Nice, right? This is way too expensive, right? Zhang Yiyu couldn't help but gasp sharply. She didn't know what brand Cartier was, but she clearly heard the word diamond. This thing, could it possibly be cheap? Thinking this, Zhang Yiyu pushed it away with both hands. No, I can't accept it. It's okay. Yang Fan laughed heartily, grabbed Zhang Yiyu's wrist, and forcibly put it on Zhang Yiyu's wrist. It was a gift for you anyway, as long as you like it. Yang Fan smiled, take a look, does it look good? Zhang Yiyu hesitated slightly, then nodded, it looks good. As long as you like it. Yang Fan smiled slightly, I was just afraid you wouldn't like it. Looking at the watch on her wrist, Zhang Yiyu felt an indescribable fondness. However, she also understood the saying when you eat from someone's hand, you can't speak freely. Although Yang Fan had a good relationship with her, there was no doubt that the Yang family definitely had demands on them. I need to ask my dad. Zhang Yiyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Some things, I can't decide on my own. I know. Yang Fan smiled, he naturally understood this principle as well. Everything depends on Zhang Xiaobai. For those in official circles, what counts as having a good relationship? Just one thing, whether they dare to take your money. Time to eat. Lu Feng's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Xiaobai finally put down the paper in his hand and said somewhat awkwardly, I got completely absorbed all of a sudden. Let's go eat. 6 people sat around the dining table. The meal was quite abundant. Zhang Xiaobai, being a public official, had housing provided by his unit along with various benefits. Both the food and accommodation were quite good. Dad, look, this is the watch Yang Fan gave me. Do you think it's pretty? Before eating, Zhang Yiyu suddenly flashed the Cartier on her wrist in front of her dad. Yeah, it's beautiful. Zhang Xiaobai nodded, smiling at the corner of his lips. Old Yang, how's the business at the distillery lately? Zhang Xiaobai casually asked, but it hit the mark immediately. How could he not see that Yang Hong was about to reveal the truth today? Now, the official factory manager of the distillery is one person, but the actual manager is the old man. It's not bad, selling quite a lot. Yang Hong nodded, then spoke. Glancing at Yang Hong, Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Zhang Xiaobai had already said so much, yet his own father was still joking around. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan said, Uncle Zhang, it's like this, there's something our family wants to ask you for help with. Zhang Xiaobai put down his chopsticks and looked at Yang Fan, saying, go ahead and tell me. Yang Fan was not polite at all and spoke directly. A few days ago, I saw on the news that the country plans to promote the reform of state-owned enterprises, right? What about this distillery? Can you sell it to us privately? Privatization of a state-owned enterprise? Zhang Xiaobai's gaze suddenly became sharp. Yang Fan continued calmly, Uncle Zhang, a few days ago I saw on the news that a high-ranking leader went to Qilu province and even praised them, saying their state-owned enterprise reform was very good, liberating labor and developing labor. So, your family is interested in buying the distillery? Zhang Xiaobai looked at Yang Fan and said. He now realized that Yang Hong basically had no say, and Yang Fan was the one who really called the shots. Uncle Zhang, state-owned enterprises need to undergo reform, shed burdens, and move forward lightly. Yang Fan spoke calmly. This is the current situation of the distillery. There are more leaders than workers. The distillery produces very little wine each year, yet the wages are paid in full, right? Zhang Qiubai nodded slightly. Every year the bank has to give the distillery a large loan. Raw material procurement, equipment maintenance, and workers' wages, but the wine just can't be sold. As a state-owned enterprise, it must receive government subsidies, which is a huge financial burden. In fact, it's not just a winery, other factories are in the same situation. These state-owned enterprises cannot generate profits. Instead, they require continuous financial subsidies, which is also a significant expense.
Reforming state-owned enterprises is imperative.
The top leadership went to inspect Qilu province, where privatization reforms have already begun to be gradually promoted, maintaining workers' employment while also increasing local fiscal revenue.
Being featured on the news broadcast is a full recognition of this.
Zhang Qiubai had actually already keenly sensed the changes in the situation. In fact, starting from this year, reforms have been carried out successively across the country, reaching a peak in 1998 when large-scale layoffs of workers began.
And now,
Yang Fan proposed this idea, which actually involved quite a bit of risk. Zhang Qiubai also hesitated for a moment. In fact, he knew that the financial revenue of Hongshan City was not looking good at the moment.
After a brief pause, Zhang Qiubai slowly said, "In principle, this matter is allowed." Allowed in principle. That will do. Zhang Qiubai continued, "However, do you know how much debt the distillery has?" Yang Fan nodded. "It's about 10 million, right, Uncle Zhang? This money shouldn't be something our family has to bear, right?
This requires internal discussion.
Even so, how much can your family contribute?" Zhang Qiubai asked.
Yang Hong was about to speak, but Yang Fan spoke up distressed. "Uncle Zhang, our family actually hasn't made much money. My dad is an honest man and feels embarrassed to ask for money. A bottle of wine only sells for 5 yuan.
Our family really can't afford to put up much money. Moreover, even if our family takes over this winery, we would have to pay for the raw materials ourselves. We simply don't have that much money at the moment." Zhang Qiubai thought for a moment, then said, "Do you have 1 million? Yes. Yes. Yes." Before Yang Fan could speak, Yang Hong eagerly interrupted.
Zhang Qiubai gave Yang Fan a deep look, feeling that there must be a hidden agenda behind him. He then said, "I need to report this matter to the leadership and have an internal discussion. You don't need to rush, I should be able to give you an answer in a few days."
Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Yang Fan immediately chuckled. Chapter 0007, Swallowing the Distillery.
"Dad, the watch Yang Fan gave me seems quite valuable, and he also gave me a phone."
After Yang Fan and his family of 3 left, Zhang Yiyu immediately spoke. "See, you should send them back."
"Me too, I recognize this watch, it's Cartier, quite expensive, at least 20 to 30,000.
Lu Fang beside her said, "The Yang family really spent a lot this time."
Zhang Qiubai slightly narrowed his eyes, then slowly said, "You should send your phone and watch back, it wouldn't be good if someone saw them." At this point, Zhang Qiubai's gaze fell on Zhang Yiyu. "You can't have your phone either.
Kids don't need phones for now. You can keep the watch, but you can't bring it to school.
You can wear it during holidays, and once you go to college, it's up to you."
"Thank you, Dad." Zhang Yiyu immediately spoke with some excitement.
She really liked this watch.
Zhang Qiubai slightly shook his head.
After his wife and daughter quieted down, he picked up the phone and dialed a number.
After May Day ended,
Yang Fan was originally supposed to go to school, but considering that his family was currently at a critical moment, he asked his dad to take a leave for him. No matter what, they had to secure the winery first. As long as the winery's name wasn't under his dad's, it was like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, causing constant unease.
Take it down and make it your own. Only then can you be truly at ease.
Yang Hong was worried every moment and did not dare to let loose.
However, if it becomes your own, that is a big difference.
In fact, when Yang Fan proposed this idea, it was like a sleeper hitting a pillow for the entire Hongshan city.
The top leader went to Qilu. This is actually a major event for the whole country.
For ordinary people, it might not mean much, but for these government officials, it requires careful study and more study. Zhang Qiubai communicated with the leadership, and the leader simply told Zhang Qiubai,
"In principle, it is allowed.
Anything not prohibited by law is permitted." Having received a clear answer, Zhang Qiubai was ready to start taking charge.
After 1998, Zhang Qiubai also took the lead in driving the economic reform of Hongshan City.
This directly caused Hongshan City's economy to take off on the spot, and eventually, Zhang Qiubai was promoted directly to a provincial position.
Bold. This is how many people later described Zhang Qiubai.
Subsequently, Hongshan City directly established a special negotiation team, with Mayor Zhang Qiubai serving as the team leader, along with a deputy leader. The specific matters were handled by Zhang Qiubai. It can be said that it was basically set in stone.
"Dad, I told you, you were just too impatient.
When they asked if you had 1 million, you agreed immediately. If you had held back a little, we could have negotiated more conditions. Yang Fan looked at his dad with a somewhat disappointed tone and said, now it's done, they demand 1 million, what do you say we do? But I think we made a profit. Yang Hong said, have you even thought about how much the equipment in the factory is worth? I roughly calculated it, at least 5 million. Do you know what 5 million means? And that doesn't even include the 80 acres of land, 3 workshop buildings, and an office building. This isn't buying, it's more like robbing. Cut the crap. Yang Fan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, you just don't know that the city government is also eager to sell. Every year, they spend at least 1 million on this distillery. With this price, we can definitely push it down. At this point, Yang Fan looked at his father, paused, and continued, from now on, for all negotiations, you have to bring me along. I'll help you push the price down. Can you still lower the price? Yang Hong couldn't help but gasp, looking at Yang Fan and saying, you're not joking, are you? Is that really necessary? Yang Fan rolled his eyes and slowly said, you did the right thing bringing me along. In the following days, Yang Hong watched helplessly as his son negotiated the price, directly expressing grievances, calculating the costs every day, saying how much he had lost, how hard it was, and so on. This price was repeatedly pushed down by Yang Fan. In the end, Yang Hong acquired it for 600,000, which, to be honest, was a real bargain. Besides these, Yang Fan also proposed 3 years of tax exemption. Along with that, Yang Fan suggested that the winery might need to continue expanding and requested that the surrounding land be given to the Yang family as well. Overall, Yang Fan's demands were a typical case of asking for the moon. By the end of the negotiation, the tax exemption was reduced from 3 years to 1 year, the land was indeed given, but the winery still ended up in Yang Hong's hands. Logically, there should have been a group of people opposing it, or some leaders questioning whether there were any under-the-table deals in this acquisition. However, there really weren't any. Zhang Qiubai's action was extremely bold, and Yang Hong was like a snake swallowing an elephant. Zhang Qiubai's superiors stabilized the situation, stating that this was a trial run for state-owned enterprise reform. The only one unhappy was the original director of the distillery. Everything was fine before Yang Hong used to give him 20,000 yuan every year. Now that the distillery belongs to Yang Hong, that 20,000 yuan a year is gone, so naturally, he was unhappy. Then, he threatened to report Yang Hong. The day after he made the threat, his son mysteriously disappeared for a whole day. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the factory director sought his beloved son again. From then on, he never dared to speak again. Yang Fan knew that his old man looked kind but had a dark heart. He seemed very amiable, but in reality, his methods were ruthless. As for the original workers at the distillery, they didn't really care. After all, they were getting paid wherever they worked, and working for the country or for Yang Hong was pretty much the same. However, they were wrong. Soon, they would find out what the consequences of slacking off really were. The city government was also happy to shake off the burden. The Yang family obtained the distillery and became the true owners of the distillery. There were no major conflicts among the 3 parties. It was exactly like the saying, you're good, I'm good, everyone is good. After the joy, Yang Hong couldn't help but speak, there are still quite a few raw materials in the factory, and we can produce a lot. Let us step on the gas and work hard this year. By the end of the year, we'll make a few million. Yang Fan glanced at Yang Hong, Dad, I told you your vision isn't good, your mindset isn't right, and you're still not good? Hearing this, Yang Hong was somewhat dumbfounded. This son seemed to really like hitting where it hurts. Then, Yang Fan slowly began to speak, this year, we need to make tens of millions, and next year, our winery sales volume must exceed 1 billion. Yang Hong was stunned. He felt that Yang Fan was dreaming. Chapter 0008 The Yang Family Generals. Nourishing in kidneys. Yang Fan spoke calmly. First of all, regarding the winery's packaging, since we have taken over the winery, we can't sell it as a product without any branding. We have to operate it as a brand. In this regard, we need to learn from Qilu's Kung Fu family liquor. Kung Fu family wine? Yang Hong couldn't help but speak. Xiaofan, are you planning to turn our family winery into a brand like Kung Fu family wine? That's right. Yang Fan nodded, then slowly said, this is not difficult. Not difficult? Yang Hong felt as if he was listening to a book written in a foreign language. Yang Fan then slowly began to speak. Kung Fu family liquor is actually just so-so, but its packaging is very good, and it is skilled at managing its own brand operations. Starting in 1993, the film Beijingers in New York, directed by Feng Depeo, became popular all over the country. Kung Fu family liquor seized the opportunity and subsequently invited Wang Ji, who had a background of living in the US, to be the brand ambassador. Later, they made a rather impressive advertisement. In a love-filled dusk, an Airbus gracefully arrives, and the returning Wang Ji embraces her family with genuine emotion. In a luxurious living room full of ancient charm, a white-bearded elder sets down a large character for home with great satisfaction. Kung Fu family liquor appears just in time, accompanied by a voiceover, Kung Fu family liquor, which adds to the atmosphere and pushes the mood to a climax.
Later, Ji Changkong learned from the experience and made Qin Chi Winery an instant hit. So, what do you think we should do? Yang Hong asked. First, our wine's name has to be powerful and catchy.
Yang Fan said slowly, as for the name, I've already thought of it. It will be called Yang Family Generals.
Yang Family Generals?
Hearing this name, Yang Hong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he said, this name is actually quite good.
Yang Fan continued, of course it's good. The Yang family is already very famous. Dad, your next task is to find someone to design the logo and register the trademark.
There's also one more issue, the wine bottle needs to be changed.
We can't use unbranded packaging at the very least. The packaging should look high-end, grand, and classy.
At this point, Yang Fan paused slightly and continued, Dad, have you ever thought about how much this bottle of wine should cost?
This? Yang Hong whispered, 10 yuan?
Just for this packaging alone, 50 yuan is no problem at all. Yang Fan slowly said, we can divide it into 3 grades, large, medium, and small. The small bottle is 30 yuan each, the medium bottle is 45 yuan, and the large bottle is 60 yuan. At this point, Yang Fan slowly said, of course, this is the retail price. In fact, our factory price and wholesale price are a bit cheaper. How about this, we still need to give these retailers some profit.
If they make money, we make money too.
Our wholesale price is controlled within 3 times the cost.
Yang Hong felt his brain was running out of capacity. He couldn't help but say, son, are you overthinking this? Right now, where do we even have a market? That's exactly it.
Yang Fan looked at his father, then slowly said, this is your limitation. Our liquor isn't afraid of being too much, it's afraid of being too little. Let me ask you, what are the characteristics of our family's liquor? What other characteristics can wine have? Yang Hong couldn't help but frown. What characteristics could there be? If there are no characteristics, why would others buy our wine? Yang Fan spread his hands and then slowly said, when I drink other people's wine, it's wine, but when I drink our own wine, is it not wine? What's the difference? Why should people drink our wine? Yang Hong couldn't help but frown. It really made sense. Yang Fan continued, therefore, our wine must have enough characteristics to be memorable. At this point, Yang Fan paused slightly and continued, as for the characteristics of our family's liquor, I've already thought it through. First, the taste strong, domineering, like a blazing fire and heroic spirit. Our liquor is called Yang Family General, so it must have a unique flavor. Also, I don't know much about this, Dad, but could you ask someone if it's possible to add things like goji berries or American ginseng to the liquor to give it a nourishing effect? Yang Hong nodded and continued, you make some sense, I'll ask around these days. Yang Fan continued, additionally, there is another characteristic. Yang Hong was momentarily stunned, what other characteristics are there? Yang Fan spoke lightly, aphrodisiac, long-term use, nourishes and kidneys, 7 times a night. Yang Hong almost popped his eyes out, and even his mother, Zhou Yun, who was beside him, couldn't help but look at her son in surprise, thinking to herself that her son really had grown up. Our wine doesn't have this effect. Yang Hong couldn't help but say. Our wine doesn't have this effect, as long as the common people believe it does, that's enough. Yang Fan smiled and continued, of course, this effect can only be promoted secretly, it must not be made public, and the more mysterious, the better. It can't be put out in the open, and the reason is quite simple. In the future, the country will crack down hard on false advertising. Many companies have been fined by the government because they promoted false efficacy. Actually, being fined by the government is the easier part. The key is, once domestic media catches even a slight weakness, they can torment you mercilessly. When you are powerful, domestic media are your lapdogs, blindly praising you. As soon as you show the slightest sign of defeat, the domestic media will trample on you mercilessly. The more they praised you before, the harder they will kick you when you're down. Qin Shi, Sun God, Sanju, including the giants, were all destroyed by the domestic media in this way. Yang Fan now also has to take precautions before anything happens. These shameless bastards are born sycophants, born hungry wolves. Whether now or in the future, it all depends on the level. Son, tell me, if we keep up this pace, how much can we earn in a year? To be specific, I'm not very sure either. We are still in the industry's boom period. Yang Fan said slowly, everything still depends on the market. At this point, Yang Fan paused slightly, looked at his mother Zhou Yun, and said, Mom, you must firmly control the family's finances. I'm planning to hire some university students, partly to run sales and partly for accounting. Our family's accounts can't be messy no matter what, they must be clear and transparent. No problem. Zhou Yun nodded, while Yang Fan slowly said, alright, let's keep it like this for now. I'll draft a staff code of conduct in the next few days. Kindness doesn't command soldiers, righteousness doesn't conduct business. We can't be too polite with these people in our family. Chapter 0009, without harsh methods, you can't suppress petty criminals. Regarding his own father, Yang Fan was well aware that he didn't have the insight of a reborn person, so naturally, he didn't know exactly what should be done. He was able to rely on his cleverness to achieve the impossible, which was already quite impressive. Expecting Yang Hong to grow the business big is an impossible thing.
However, Yang Fan also knew what his strengths were.
He was not as good as his father Yang Hong could keep the distillery under control, but he himself lacked that authority. Even if he took charge, the employees would only pay lip service. Only the old man, who looked kind but was ruthless at heart, could keep this group of workers in check. Yang Fan was not polite at all and directly wrote the employee code of conduct. Previously, when it was still a state-owned enterprise, retirement was not allowed, but Yang Fan was not polite at all and directly implemented an elimination mechanism, firing anyone who slacked off. The rules Yang Fan established were very strict: what time to start work, what time to finish, and only work uniforms could be worn during working hours. This needed to be supervised by the security department. For example, if work started at 8 o'clock, the security department would close the factory gate at 8. Those who were late had to register at the gatehouse, and anyone leaving the factory before the end of the workday also had to register. This was tallied once a month. Anyone late or leaving early more than 3 times would have their monthly salary deducted. Those with perfect attendance would receive a perfect attendance bonus, and anyone who was caught shirking 10 times would be directly fired. The workers were all used to being lazy. This was not an isolated phenomenon but a nationwide issue. Back then, when Haier was still a small company, the first thing Zhang Ruming did when he took charge was to ban employees from urinating and defecating anywhere they pleased. Yang Fan was naturally no more lenient with them. He fired them outright, showing no mercy to those who were just loafing around. So, this first cut was directly aimed at the heads of all the leaders, big and small, within the factory. Hongshan Distillery was very strange. The number of leaders was even more than the workers. So, it was no wonder the distillery lacked vitality. These leaders would go to work every day, read the newspaper, discuss national policies, then drink some tea, comfortably go home to sleep, and the next day, repeat the cycle. Yang Fan was the first to deal with this group of people. Among them, quite a few leaders had initially turned a blind eye to let their fathers secretly brew liquor. Of course, their fathers also had to pay these old-timers. And now, the first to be kicked out was this very group of people. At first, you relied on sneaking around to suck others' blood. Now, you're sucking my blood. Can that be the same? All of you, get lost. Dad was also quite respected in the factory, and he had a small group under his control. Now, this small group is directly used to serve as the management team. These leaders naturally don't want that, and some even tried to force their way into the factory director's office to have a proper talk with Yang Hong.
Then, this unlucky guy was dragged into the bathroom by Wang Sihai.
Then, the sound of screams.
TSK. In the factory director's office, Yang Fan heard the screams, but couldn't help making a sound. Brother Sihai, is it okay to hit him like this? It's nothing, that old guy is just relying on his seniority, but back then he took plenty of money from us. Wang Sihai sneered coldly. Now he wants to come back and keep asking for money. Isn't he just looking for death? Beating him up would be the mildest punishment. The factory director's office is also the top lieutenant of Yang Fan and the old man, Wang Sihai. Wang Sihai is also a tough and fierce character. Back then, he was a troublemaker in the factory, but then the old man pinned him down and beat him up badly, and since then he has been following the old man. Now, Wang Sihai's wife is a distributor for the distillery, and over the years they have made quite a bit of money together. So, Wang Sihai's respect for Yang Hong was heartfelt. When the factory reformed, Wang Sihai was appointed as the head of the securities section. In the end, Wang Sihai had no other skills except fighting. He was aggressive and fierce, with a notorious reputation. Being in charge of the securities section was essentially to intimidate the workers. If you slack off, you get fired. If you dare to cause trouble, Wang Sihai would teach you a lesson with his fists. Yang Fan squinted slightly and continued, the only fear is that this old bastard will keep causing trouble. Trouble? Wang Sihai suddenly grinned. The last time, the old factory director thought the same way. That old bastard has taken so much money from us before causing trouble. Won't tea bring him any good? Tonight, I'm arranging for someone to go to their house for a serious talk. At this point, Wang Sihai's smile turned somewhat sinister. Yang Fan nodded, don't make it too big, and don't cause any casualties. I know, brother Yang has always told me this. Wang Sihai chuckled, rubbing his bald chin. Yang Fan sighed. If he could, he didn't like to solve problems with such extreme violence, but in this era, without ruthless methods, there was simply no place to stand, let alone grow and expand. Dad Yang Hong was not around. He had already gone to Jingdezhen. During this period, Yang Fan didn't attend school, but he was very busy. Given his dad's taste, Yang Fan had to personally design the shape of a wine bottle. Then, on Zhang Qiubai's recommendation, he went to the Calligraphy and Painting Association. I drew an image of a mighty general and, along with it, wrote the 3 big characters Yang family generals. Well, at least it looks impressive. Dad immediately rushed to Jingdezhen, just waiting for the first batch of liquor to come out. During this period, Yang Fan was in the factory, strictly enforcing the employee code on one hand, and recruiting talent on the other. It's not that Yang Fan didn't want to use his own relatives during the factory's startup phase. Family members were actually quite reliable. However, they really didn't have much ability. Yang Fan could only observe for a while. After a long time, the troublemaking old leader was dragged out. Many employees witnessed this scene with their own eyes and couldn't help but gasp in shock. The power of deterrence is truly terrifying.
For the workers, as long as there is production and wages to be earned, everything is negotiable. As for the entire Hongshan city, many people are keeping an eye on the Hongshan distillery.
The current Hongshan distillery has also been renamed Young Family General Distillery.
Yang Fan was still pondering whether to find a way to create a family genealogy, forcibly linking his own family to the Young Family Generals.
Yang Family Winery began recruiting workers. This was the first recruitment since being acquired.
The job offered was still the relatively easy sales department, but the Yang Fan offered was also very good. Yang Fan was very clear that previously, at Hongshan Winery, sales were insignificant because it was government procurement. Now that it was their own business, sales became very important, and so did the sales channels. Many people who didn't know what sales work entailed came to inquire because Yang Fan's recruitment notice was very simple, with low requirements and high. Many felt they had a chance, and some even started using connections to find out who was in charge of recruitment to see if they could have a word.
Chapter 0010 Recruitment and Elimination System. The distillery is indeed bustling with activity now.
However, whether it was dad or mom, Yang Fan still wasn't very reassured.
Their way of thinking was still too outdated. Some things still require personally getting involved to be done right. On one hand, Yang Fan was not very familiar with winemaking.
However, Yang Fan was quite familiar with how to manage people who could be employed, who had experience, who was serious about their work. In just a few days, Yang Fan had almost figured it all out. Then, Yang Fan began to reassign positions. Those who were capable were promoted, those who were not were fired. At this stage, the distillery has not yet fully organized the maintenance of machines or the cleaning of the workshop. Li Si, on the other hand, led his security team to clean the factory area and look for safety hazards. Besides that, Yang Fan specially picked a guy named Zhang Wu, who has a straightforward personality and good relations with farmers in the surrounding villages. He has already taken the procurement team to the countryside to investigate the prices of sorghum, corn, and other brewing materials.
The entire factory area is bustling, and anyone unaware might think construction is underway. Registering the trademark was originally very troublesome.
This task was handled by Mom, Jo Yun. This showed the benefits of the gifts given a few days ago. Wherever she went, people gave her the green light, and everything went smoothly to get the job done. Yang Fan, however, had no time to rest at all. Working around the clock, besides managing the entire factory, he also had to be responsible for recruitment. Previously, not many people cared about sales, but now, Yang Fan had to pay attention to sales.
Yang Family Winery issued a recruitment notice. Due to business needs, the factory is hiring salespeople.
Requirements: over 18 years old, able to drink alcohol, sales experience preferred, no gender or education restrictions.
Salary ranges from 800 to 2,000 yuan.
Interested parties please contact the sales department.
Phone number.
Soon, people began to contact Yang Fan. Now, the Yang family has directly taken over the entire distillery, which is a big deal for the whole Hongshan city. Many people are buzzing with discussions about just how wealthy the Yang family really is.
In the following days, they continued interviewing applicants.
This time, Yang Fan planned to hire 4 salespeople, but after multiple rounds of selection, they ended up hiring 4 men and 4 women. These people were all quite young, around 24 or 25 years old, with low educational backgrounds. The highest level was only high school graduation, and their family situations were not very good.
Yang Fan couldn't help but frown.
He actually wanted to find a few college students.
Regardless of whether they had enough social experience, one thing was certain: with higher education, their perspectives and insights would be different. However, it's not necessary right now.
Yang Fan actually needs some seasoned veterans who can chat casually.
This group going to the countryside can definitely quickly capture the market.
As for how to judge whether this group is useful,
after hiring them, Yang Fan took them out for a drink.
He specifically remembered those who could chat easily and boast impressively. What Yang Fan remembered most was a girl named Zhang Li. This woman had gone through a lot in society, could brag impressively, and could also tell some dirty jokes. She was also the only high school graduate, the only one with a high school diploma. According to her, she had been admitted to university back then, but her brother was admitted the same year. Their parents couldn't afford so much tuition, so they made their daughter drop out, earn money, and work so that her brother could attend university.
Voldemort?
Over the years, Zhang Li has been working various jobs.
For a while, she even served as the village accountant.
You could say her life was neither good nor bad, but she never had a formal job. Several times, her parents pressured her to go on blind dates, but after visiting her brother's university once, her aspirations rose. She often regretted her past choices and always wanted to leave the countryside. However, the complexity of society made her afraid to go too far, so she worked in Hongshan. This year Zhang Li is already 23 years old, since going to his brother's school, also began to self-study college courses, belongs to the kind of woman who likes to get ahead. Yang Fan likes this kind of person, can afford to joke, but also have a sense of motivation.
She can go out of her way for anything.
After a meal and a drink, this group of people's old base young fan basically all have been magic head. A few others are also young people. The main thing is that these people's work attitude is better, the mental state is very good, the state is positive. They did not do sales before, will not do sales, young fan are not very concerned, these are all can be trained. From the official production of the winery, probably need more than a month time, training these people completely to come and.
After a drink, young fan pulled the 8 people together for a meeting.
Now you all belong to the probationary period. The probationary period of wages is 800 a month, for 3 months. 3 months after the unqualified will be eliminated, you a total of 8 people, I only keep good results of 4. I'll only keep the 4 with good grades. And Yang Fan is not slow to speak. Now, we are not state-owned enterprises, but private enterprises, so we take as the final elimination system. Elimination of the important basis is your performance. This before I will first carry out a half-month training for you, half a month after each of you to select their own market range, come up with your sales plan. Zhang Li couldn't help but open his mouth. How about the bonus, boss? You said before there is a bonus.
Bonus is definitely there. This is with your sales of how much wine to be linked. Every month I will give you a certain amount. This is the basic sales degree. More than this amount, every extra bottle of wine, give you 10 cents commission. Yang Fan lightly opened. Finally, in 3 months, the 4 people left behind the factory will be re-signed with your official contract. The basic salary will be 1,500 yuan, and other bonuses, performance commission, and a series of generous treatment. Who can get on the next 3 months depends on the performance of you. 8 people, you look at me, I look at you, just because the same batch into the factory, some of the group's mind, fleeting. I didn't expect each other to become rivals, and the competition is fierce, elimination is cruel competition. Half of the elimination rate, Yang Fan is to improve their competition with each other. And Yang Fan fatally opened his mouth. I know what your thoughts are. In my place, you are not allowed to make a mess in private. If investigated, you wantonly smear your competitors, directly get out, and I will appeal to the court on the charge of you smearing the image of the enterprise. Suju, you lose your family's money or no problem. Several people swallowed their saliva. They also had to admit that when they heard Yang Fan say bonuses, wages, performance commission, these people's eyes were red. This is real money. Who has the ability to get it? To know that the basic salary in Hongshan City is now only 600, so that Yang Fan gave out the treatment so that many people's eyes are not red but have a murderous mind, but the desire to trample others down, but it becomes incomparably strong. These treatments set out will let others envy death. The people around not only become rivals, is to become a mortal enemy. The atmosphere of intimacy that was there just now, if anything, was gone. Chapter 0011. Everything is ready for the east wind. Remember, the first point of publicity, taste, these are secondary, the focus is publicity, can aphrodisiac. Yang Fan knocked on the blackboard, seriously opened his mouth. However, this advertising slogan cannot be explicitly set out. When you go to sell, remember to communicate well with the village people, publicize this effect. In addition, there are a number of kiosks, nothing to give them a call, ask them why there is no young family will be, is to let these kiosks know that some people want to buy, but you do not have here to sell. There is also, learn to make up stories. For example, an old man in his 70s, after drinking the young family will, suddenly a big show, a month after the old partner pregnant, directly gave birth to a child. And also learn to make up some dirty jokes. For example, why the young family will be so fierce, is because they drink this kind of wine, after drinking, can fight 7 or 8 a night. When he said this, several sales were unable to hold back their laughter. This is too much bull. However, the vast majority of people still believed this. Yang Family General, Yang Family Wine, men's heroism. The slogan should be simple and catchy. During this month, Yang Fan didn't even go to school, but instead spent a lot of effort in giving these people training. Although Yang Fan was only 15 years old and his body was still developing, however, after he put on a suit and tie, his face was almost completely childish. This was coupled with the matured aura of a 2-time world traveler. No one looked at Yang Fan as a child either. Sales are important, however, publicity is also very important. Now the Yang family will at most influence in Hongshan City, however, if the distillery horsepower is enough to supply the entire province. However, this is not enough, far from it. Either you don't do it, or you have to become a nationally recognized brand. Yang Fan is very ambitious. Since it is Reborn, then why don't you want to be the world's first? However, right now it was still only possible to do it from a very small place. The Yang family doesn't have that much money to advertise yet, so they can only use some stupid methods and use the strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside. A few days ago, Yang Fan made a phone call to Yang Hong, and learned that Yang Hong had now signed the contract, the samples had been produced, and as long as there was no problem with the quality, he would soon be back. At the end of the month, Yang Hong still came back. At the same time, he also brought back the wine bottle samples. How can I say it? At a glance, it felt like admiring a work of art. The look of the wine bottle is not very complicated. The bottom is round, the color of the gourd skin. Above, there is a mighty general holding a big gun. At the same time, there is also the 3 words Young Family General. This is the special wine bottle of the home brewery. Just punch the image of the bottle, the brewery is half successful. Zhou Yan still couldn't help but open her mouth. This is really our winery's wine bottle? It's so beautiful. Is it a pity to load wine? I think it can be used as a vase. Yang Fan smiled. Good, this is also one of our publicity point. Cannot be a wine bottle, cannot come to be a vase? Said here, Yang Fan slightly paused, looking at the old man opened. Dad. Now almost, the factory would have saved a lot of raw materials. These 2 days workers have repaired the machine, now can be large-scale brewing. Estimated, the first batch of wine, 3 days later to come down. Jingda Jun sighed, I have also contacted the next few days, their bottles of wine will also come over. Speaking here, Yang Hong rubbed his hands with some excitement. Now that the sword of Dakamos hanging over his head has been removed, Yang Hong also has an urge to do something big. Over the years, although he had saved a lot of money. But, who would dislike the amount of money he had earned? Making money, making money. This was Yang Hong's deepest, truest thoughts. However, before things were done, Yang Fan's school came calling. The reason was also very simple, Yang Fan hadn't been to school for a month. During this time, Yang Fan was really too busy, working back to back, almost without any rest time. Yang Hong went to Jingda Jun, the winery big and small things need Yang Fan to deal with. If it wasn't for the school calling Yang Hong had forgotten that his son was a student. School, still need to go to school. Yang Hong felt that his own culture is not enough, suffered a lot of losses, but cannot let his son eat this loss. And, Yang Fan was also feeling that he should continue to go to school. Learning is really useful. Right now, he could still rely on his experience as a traveler to know how he should run his family's fortune, but what about the future? Technology had to move forward after all. One couldn't spend the rest of one's life selling bars? At the very least, one had to know something about technology. In this life, Tsinghua University, Peking University, are all things to consider. Most of all, Yang Fan found that as a reborn person himself actually has benefits. For example, his physical fitness is very strong, strength is very strong, and secondly, it seems that his memory ability is also strengthened, almost unforgettable skills, learning ability has been greatly strengthened. During this period of time, if he was free at night, Yang Fan would also look at his high school textbooks. It was found that he not only could not forget, but basically could learn by example. And what surprised Yang Fan the most was that his ding-ding seemed to have gotten a lot bigger. And, not right, remove the seam. In this way, anyway, there is nothing in the brewery, you will go back to school tomorrow. Yang Hong waved his hand and said. Also okay. Yang Fan thought for a moment, then continued to open his mouth. However, there are some things that I still can't rest assured. I need to take a leave of absence often. Pops, you also have to tell the school before you can do so. Yang Hong thought carefully for a moment, and it was really true. If there is no son's guidance, they simply cannot take the winery. If there is no son to manage the winery, now the winery is not possible to do now, so everything. Yang Hong went to the factory today to skate around. He found that all the workers are working feverishly, and before the deadlock is completely 2 states. Yang Hong felt that it was impossible for him to do this in a short period of time. Just to make the distillery go from chaos to order, it would take a month or 2 of work. Yang Fan, on the other hand, had only used half a month's time. On the one hand, mobilize the enthusiasm of the workers, on the other hand, is also a pain in the ass, grinding work, muddle through, sneakily damage the interests of their own, Yang Fan all drive away. There is also a disturbance to be dealt with honestly. Now Yang Hong realized that he left his son really cannot. I'm going to tell the school about it. Yang Hong thought for a moment and opened his mouth. However, learning, you cannot give me left behind. Don't worry about it. Yang Fan smiled, I have been reviewing, cannot pull. Chapter 0012, The Sales Strategy of Surrounding Cities in Rural Areas. As soon as Yang Fan returned to school, he was faced with the midterm exam. There is no beautiful big-breasted teacher, nor is there a beautiful female desk. In his previous life, there weren't many regrets in high school. The only pity was Han Xiaoxiao, whose breasts were really big, but the two were not in the same class either. When the class teacher Zhang Dizhu saw Yang Fan clearly felt that this old man had held back a bellyful of words, but in the end it was suppressed in the bottom of his heart and did not roar out. Then, the time of the exam. Yang Fan felt as if he was hanging on, just a simple sweep. He probably knew the solution to the problem, and, the most powerful thing is that it is not a kind of solution to the problem. At the end of an exam, Yang Fan realized that only 1/3 of the time had passed. Then, Yang Fan simply wrote again with another kind of solution idea. One had to admit that the life of a schoolmaster was so dull, boring, and monotonous. Just as Yang Fan was taking his exams, the Yang family generals were also officially released. Subsequently, Yang Fan carefully cultivated this group of sales, immediately began to walk the streets and lanes, penetrating into the villages, began to sell the Yang family well. Overall, the price of the Yang family general was on the expensive side. One should know that most people's salary nowadays was $600 a month, and the price of Yang family generals was around $50 to $60. At that price, it's one of those things that you would buy if you bit the bullet. But why should I buy your wine? In the beginning, no one would care about this. However, when these sales began to walk the streets, a mysterious rumor emerged. Yang Jiejun, it's an aphrodisiac.
It was like dropping a stone on a calm lake, immediately creating countless ripples. Legend has it that during the Song dynasty, there were 8 sons of the Yang family. They were invincible on the battlefield, and they created a unique wine, the Yang family generals.
Didn't you see their concubines, Shinkun? It's because they drank this kind of wine.
The common people, they tend to like this kind of easy to understand things. Soon, the sales of Yang family general quickly began to increase. Men, all want to be good, and, hopefully, very good. Commonplace story, coupled with the sales of the kind of deceiving people's mouth.
Soon, the Yang family will begin to appear hot sales. Evening.
When Yang Fan finished his examination, Yang Hong opened his mouth with a flutter of color and said, "This year, Yang Dezhuang came to our family to order wine, a whole 50 cases. 50 cases a case of 20 bottles, more than 100 bottles. The last time he ordered wine was barely 3 days ago, that is, he asked for 5 cases, and now it has doubled 10 times. This quantity is still less." Yang Fan slightly shook his head, and then changed to open the mouth. Far from enough, the village's spending power is still there. The population of Yang Gaozhuang at least 4,000 people, according to 1/10 of the calculation, a month to drink a bottle, but also need to be 400 bottles, not to mention, there are some people more than just drink so little. Speaking of this, Yang Fan continued, "Watch, the future production will have to be greater. Dad, I'll give you another trick. You find a few can talk, go to the countryside market, specializing in selling wine." Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. "Let them go out to sell, large-scale sales, really cannot. You arrange a group of people to be a trustee, then, naturally, there are marketplace people to our family to buy wine. Now, the entire city of Hongshan, and even the entire province of Jiangnan drink wine is not what brand of bulk wine our family needs to do is, as long as the mention of wine, think of our Yang family will be. The first thing we need to do is to think of our Yang family generals whenever we mention wine." Yang Hong gently nodded his head, feeling that this was a good strategy. "Another is, go to the major villages inside, just do one thing, recruiting people, brush slogans. Slogans are also simple. Yang family will, can aphrodisiac." Yang Fan quickly opened his mouth. "This slogan, can brush how many brush how much, give money is fine, one person $100, anyway, there is no how much money."
This trick is what Sanju Oral Liquid is doing right now. Internally, this move is called rural surrounded by cities.
Rural areas in the eyes of many entrepreneurs, which belongs to a wide range of people, the most with the market potential, but also the least consumer capacity of a group. 3 Stems Oral Liquid is the rapid establishment of their own offices in the countryside, sticking slogans everywhere, playing publicity.
Hard to kill a road.
However, this move later became one of the huge system of 3 plants, tail big go not off, the structure is bloated, hard dragged to death 3 plants oral fluid. Also from this, 3 Plants Oral Fluid has its own unique sales network, and, this year, 3 Plants Oral Fluid sales have reached 2 billion, to next year is 8 billion. However, later on, Sanju still avoided the bad business bloat, the rapid decline of the end. However, according to Yang Fan's idea, he does not intend to establish their own offices, but to use the model of the franchise, pick an agent to decorate, according to their own needs to buy goods. And this, in turn, is the means of sales channels in their own hands. Once, the economy does not work, but also can be directly strong. Anyway, you open a storefront store, not only sell our things, you can also sell other people's things. The first period does not charge you a franchise fee, wait until the business is bigger, then start charging you a franchise fee. Yang will not want pure white wine, later also can still consider the sparkling wine, cocktails. Next door is the Magic City, which is a more huge consumer market. Of course, Yang Fan also does not intend to purely sell wine. Hongshan City, there is also a pharmaceutical factory. Yang Fan is also intended to attack healthcare products. At least in about 2000 years the healthcare products market is very large. Even if it is to 2016, the Brain Platinum is still able to sell $1 billion a year.
For Yang Fan, try to learn as much as you can, and let yourself develop quickly if you can develop quickly.
Yang Hong slapped his thigh. "Okay, I know, this is simple.
Isn't it just brushing slogans on the wall?"
Not only slogans, but also franchises, but also someone responsible for statistics.
Yang Fan flew to open his mouth. "The enterprise to manage, we have to know where the place where the wine sells well, why sell well, where the wine, buy bad, why sell bad, the reason, to analyze, summarize, this is the enterprise management." Dad, you cannot imagine too simple. Not Yang Fan pour cold water, really, in his previous life, Yang Fan saw too many enterprises or how to collapse. Xin Shi, Idwa, Sanju, Sun God, and even Giant. There are many different reasons for failures to occur, however, there is one that is very common. 4 words. Poor management. Chapter 0013 A Monthly Million.
On the second day, Yang Fan continued his exams. Yang Hong, on the other hand, began to follow Yang Fan's sales strategy and started to make plans. The franchise model has the benefits of the franchise model, which can directly break the wrist of the strong man, the gecko breaks the tail, and maximize the maintenance of the vitality of the enterprise. However, vertical management also has the benefits of vertical management, directly into the first line. The central control of the following is very strong. However, the problem is here, it will lead to institutional bloat, collapse of the time. The former sharp edge is now on their own sharp edge.
Yang Fan's preferred choice is still the franchise model. Enterprises have to expand, but not blindly. Yang Fan is now laying his own sales network. As long as there is a sales network, what products can be laid themselves before the development of online stores? This is the most stable mode. As for waiting until the online store developed, now the horse boss is still a brother among brothers. Wait until he started to engage in Taobao, they can directly insert a foot. Now, it is the rapid accumulation of raw capital. In addition to selling in the countryside, Yang Hong once again went to visit Zhang Xubai and convinced Zhang Xubai that the government procurement of alcohol, the first to consider the Yang family general. After all, this is a local brand. If local doesn't support it, who will? Before, when it was still Hongshan Distillery, the government just had more support, and now, it was just turning Hongshan Distillery into Yang family general. Yang Fan is also sighing, now the country has not yet accepted regulations banning alcohol. This is if it comes to 2012, it will start a full-scale crackdown. National civil servants are prohibited from drinking alcohol during working hours and weekday lunchtime. The purchase or gift of any alcohol at public expense is prohibited. Now, in 1995, it would have made at least 20 years. As long as the Yang family doesn't fall, it will still have a big market. In this way, it's another large sum of money coming in. The midterm exams were over, and Yang Fan didn't come to school again. This time, but Yang Fan's homeroom teacher Zhang Diji was angry enough to directly inform the principal of this matter, Kong Dijin. Afterwards, Kong Dijin called Yang Hong and Yang Fan to the principal's office with a single phone call. To be honest, Yang Hong was very busy. He was now busy eating and drinking around, hobnobbing with some leaders. Taking down the distillery pleased the city government a huge burden. At the same time, the government side also need to purchase this back and forth again a lot of cats and dogs. In addition, the distillery also needs to be managed internally. Here, Yang Hong has some cannot take care of. Can only let Yang Fan top. Yang Fan's thinking is naturally the thinking of a large enterprise, all are strictly in accordance with the rules and regulations. He does not believe in people, only believe in the system, even if it is a relative of the family. Yang Fan also do not believe. People have greed. How can you curb greed? The only thing to rely on is the system. Yang Fan remembered when he watched The Biggest Loser in his previous life, a lot of large enterprises, when they appeared to be weak and in trouble, it was often the insiders who were corrupt. Even if it is as strong as Boss Ma, there is still the Ali Jushu embezzlement incident. Powerful enterprises have a benign internal system. Once any problem occurs, immediately pull it out, so that the enterprise to maintain benign development. Therefore, Yang Fan set up an internal integrity department in the distillery. Temporarily promoted Wang Sihai. In addition to Wang Sihai, there is a guy called Li Rulong. This guy also served as a soldier, or a scout. Wang Sihai's wife became the agent of a region of the Yang family general. During this period of time, along with the Yang family will be the sales of the fire. Wang Sihai his wife also followed the earning a lot. However, Wang Sihai's education is low, let him do things he can meticulously complete. Good courage, this is also no problem. However, to see who he is greedy for the winery's money, he cannot see. So, at present, Yang Fan just let Wang Sihai with the security section to see if there is no theft of wine behavior, followed by accounting here. At present here is the mother is responsible for, but, the enterprise to be bigger, the departments of the spending is certainly to get bigger and bigger, by then the mother is certainly too much to cope with. Yang Fan plans to go to the Magic City speed recruitment of some talent over, there are some in the government departments of this group of people. Before he was born again, Yang Fan knew very clearly that people who have worked in government departments can easily grasp the government's ideas and the next policy to be implemented. Take Goose Factory as an example, a high salary employment of a director of the Anti-Monopoly Bureau. This tawdry operation is Yang Fan did not expect, and later, this person went to Ali. These people, all the time, have been the key targets for companies to keep an eye on. Principal's office. Zhang Diji was very responsible and told Yang Fan's performance in school, smoking, drinking, fighting, sleeping in class, reading martial arts novels, listening to music. These were all things that Yang Fan did before the midterm exams. The principal Kong Dijin next to listen to almost did not laugh over, this is also a prick, this is not Yang Hong some relations, such a student himself as high and low do not want. Yang Hong heard also straight froze, he knew that Yang Fan in the school performance will not be good, but this is too exaggerated. Originally Yang Fan in his previous life when he went to school is like this, if not born again, but also 2 years of degradation, and then senior high school when a shock. Now. Then, Zhang Diji's words turn, Yang Fan's academic performance is still very good, this midterm exam, Yang Fan took a school first, this child if a little effort, the future achievements are unlimited. What? Yang Hong listened to Zhang Diji's words, and in his heart, he was already calculating how he should apologize to the teacher. Upon hearing this, both Yang Hong and Principal Kong Dijin froze. The exam results were so high? Yang Hong looked at Yang Fan with some surprise, number 1 in the whole grade? Son, you're not kidding, are you? No. Yang Fan shook his head.
Zhang Deji couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Also still have to say with a stern face, as a parent, you need to consider is how to let their children study well. Now young fan is the bottom of the good, this if you can't keep up, how to do?
Do you parents want to feed your children for life?
Yang Hong thought for a while and thought it would be good to disclose some of Yang Fan's situation, lest the teacher look down on him so much. Teacher Zhang, in fact, we all know about Yang Fan's failure to come to class during this period of time. I'll be straight with you, last month was the key moment of my acquisition of Hongshan Winery. Yang Fan helped out a lot of attention, a lot of the details of the contract were drawn up by Yang Fan. This month, you see, there is also a small half a month. Xiao Fan still have to help me sell wine. Every day to promote Young Family will be. No, this is only half a month. Young Family will be sales has reached 600,000. Honestly, without him cannot Zhang Diji and Kong Dijin both froze for a moment, saying that this is not a joke.
They knew about Hongshan Winery, and they also knew about Yang Jiagong.
Some time ago, the school staff also gave away a batch, which was a free gift from Yang Jiagong, saying that it was a taste of the hometown wine. Zhang Diji just loved the flavor, and was also ready to buy for a long time.
This is only 15 weeks old, and started to help the family make money? Half a month earned $500,000. Doesn't that mean that the Yang family is now earning $1 million a month? Chapter 0014 Crazy Expansion. Making $1 million a month, what kind of concept is that?
You have to know that the per capita salary right now is $450. Zhang Diji's hard work is only $300 a month.
In other words, the income of the Yang family is now 3,000 times his Zhang Diji's monthly salary?
Zhang Diji felt as if his 3 views had suffered an unprecedented shock. However, Zhang Diji had overestimated a little bit, and now this $500,000 was just sales. The actual profit was probably around 300,000. However, now, the Yang family will still be in a period of rapid development. At the end of the month, it is estimated that the sales are about 1.5 million, so it is not bad to say, a month can earn $1 million.
In fact, not to mention Zhang Deji, even Yang Hong is now feeling dreamy.
1 million, this is their previous year's sales, or bitter to sell out, save a few years to save 3 million, now a month to earn out, and this is only the city of Hongshan, which if the expansion to the province, that is really unimaginable.
A month to earn $10 million? Cough. Cough. Zhang Deji couldn't help but start coughing. On the other hand, Yang Hong on the other side opened his mouth and said, Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry, this son of mine. Teacher, the principal is here anyway. Yang Fan spoke directly, the exam questions are actually very simple.
I just casually did the questions, feel very simple. In fact, I myself have long finished the content of high school. At present, I am ready to self-study university courses. Speaking here, Yang Fan paused and continued, so, I don't intend to continue to go to school, and there are more things to do at home, so it's better this way. Every time when it comes to one of the exams or final exams, I'll come back to take the exam again. Zhang Deji and Kong Dijin both froze for a moment, saying this is not a joke. Yang Hong but opened his mouth, I think it's okay, the family is really a little away from Xiaofan, and besides, scores and so on, we do not care, just when the parents do not want to let their son miss the process. Now, Xiaofan deal with the things of the winery, is the general manager of the winery, the sales of the winery, the management of the factory is all his responsibility. Mr. Zhang, I know you are a teacher in charge, but Yang Fan's situation is different, very different, in the future please be more generous. Zhang Deji already doesn't know how to express his inner clarity. A school bully, who still doesn't care much about his studies, taking a vacation at every turn? This. After Yang Fan and Yang Hong left and walked for a long time, only then did Kong Dijin and Zhang Deji come back to their senses, and the two of them realized that the feelings of this Yang family's father and son were not oil lamps. Especially, Yang Fan actually taught himself high school courses and was also responsible for the management of the family's distillery. This is simply genius, not an ordinary genius, belonging to the super genius. He had been a teacher for almost 20 years, and this was the first time he had encountered a strange person like Yang Fan. Zhang Deji is considered to understand, his own this complaint is in vain, people should be how to do or how, what impact is not. In the future, it will be the midterm and final exams to show a face. After this, the school's attitude towards Yang Fan is to let go of freedom, no matter, but not ask, do not pursue, as if there is no such a person in the class, can let the other students envy repentance, this school is really cattle. Car. Yang Fan suddenly spoke, Dad, our family should change the car. Change the car? Yang Hong said, no need. I think Santana is quite comfortable, what car should we change? Dad, things are different now. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth and said, your status and position are different from before, you have to put yourself out there. Yang Hong couldn't help but frown and said, putting yourself out there? That's right, that's right. Yang Fan opened his mouth and said, you have to use a luxury car. First of all, you have to let the government feel that you have money, so that they will be happy to transfer some of the loss-making and profitable enterprises to us, and if there is anything, the first person they think of is you. Yang Hong froze, and immediately felt that Yang Fan had a point. This time the acquisition of the brewery, Young Hong is considered to taste the sweetness. He actually realized very early, not the masses do not have the ability to consume, but the management of the state-owned enterprises within the problem, raising a large group of useless idlers. It is this group of people hard to drag down the enterprise.
Another reason is that there are internal assholes.
Before, Young Hong even is a moth, but the bigger moth is the factory director of that group of people, took the country's money, secretly hidden into their own pockets. Those big and small leaders, which one is not assholes?
Okay, what do you think is better to buy a car? Young Hong inquired. Car I do not know very well, however, you think about it, the Big Ben, the main thing is to seem to have an aura, domineering, to give a person a kind of preemptive feeling. Yang Fan thought for a moment, and then opened his mouth. I estimate, it is only $1 million or so.
$1 million or so? Young Hong viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. In addition to this, there is also the fact that we need to find another batch of workers, as well as, the raw materials should also be prepared more adequately. Yang Fan thought for a moment, slowly opened his mouth. Before Hongshan Winery is like this, that year can sell well in the province, and then find a group of people, 3 shifts. In addition, I also intend to let and then find a few sales, training. This time, our goal is the province. Said here, Yang Fan paused, continued, Dad, how much money is still on our family's books? Yang Hong tilted his head and thought for a moment. If you don't buy a car, at the end of the month, there is about 4 million or so. I want 2 million, really cannot, but also go to the bank to borrow some money. Yang Fan gently bit his lips, and then slowly opened his mouth. I am going to do 2 things. The first thing is to go to Shangjiang to find someone to advertise. The second thing, go to the TV station, let them package the advertisement of our family. Yang Hong couldn't help but be slightly dumbfounded. Advertising? What's this for? What a waste of money. Don't be afraid of wasting money. Yang Fan smiled, slowly spoke, as long as you can advertise, everything is okay. Now the problem is our family wine, there is no popularity, the provincial TV station, the local TV station, and the magic city of the TV station, we can go to advertise. We can advertise on provincial TV, local TV, and magic city TV. Yang Hong frowned, you are not planning to use $2 million? Yang Fan opened his mouth and said, one advantage of borrowing money from the bank is that we need to expand the winery to avoid the problem of oversupply, and secondly, if the bank lends us money, guess who is most afraid of the downfall of our family? Yang Hong was dumbfounded, and subconsciously said, bank? Yes, it is the bank. Yang Fan said, the more money we borrow, the more the bank is afraid of our family's downfall, so, be bold, might as well be a little bigger. Yang Hong was silent, he felt his son, a little crazy. Chapter 0015 Reward Dividend, to charge for the boss. It's not that Yang Fan is in a hurry, but if he can't go to CCTV this year to take the title of Bid King. This year's Bid King is only $66,666,000. Then, next year, at least 300 million or more must be prepared. It is now June, the bidding is on the 118th, the harmonic needs to be sent. If you can't get the 66,666 before the 118th, then waiting until next year will only be more difficult. Time is not waiting for me. Yang Fan naturally couldn't wait. Making $1 million a month, this is far from enough. For the next few months, at least each month's income should be more than $10 million. And, also from the bank inside the hard loan. At least loan 100 million. Now, Yang Fan is to use all the tricks he can use. The sales of liquor, even if it is engaged in, it is estimated that it can earn 2 to 3 million, but this is not enough to run for the king of the bidding. Then, make the momentum. The bigger the better, so that others do not know the bottom of the Yang family. The end of June. Yang Fan began the first month's summary, 8 sales, do all very good, the countryside really has a huge market. Let Yang Fan did not surprise Zhang Li really is the first performance. This woman, but really have a few points of boldness to go out. You are all doing very well. Yang Fan slowly and methodically opened his mouth, then I imagine to be a little more powerful, although it is the first month, but I still want to congratulate you, you can stay. Instantly, a group of people all started to exclaim. Okay, now start handing out the bonuses. Yang Fan glanced at Zhang Li and spoke faintly, Zhang Li. Zhang Li immediately excitedly stood in front of Yang Fan, and Yang Fan also directly took out a pile of $100 bills, directly pushed to the front of Zhang Li. This is your commission plus bonus, a total of 10,600, you count it. Zhang Li immediately got excited, she had long calculated her bonus. At this moment, looking at more than $10,000 in front of their own, Zhang Li really have a kind of dream-like unreal feeling. This, really is $10,000? Zhang Li felt excited to death, she even couldn't help but come up with a thought, with this amount of money, can I repeat college? However, if you can earn so much in a month, you might as well consider staying and working for a while longer, and when it's almost time, you can go back to school. The rest of them couldn't help but swallow their mouths hard. Subsequently, Yang Fan had no qualms and directly gave the others their dividends one by one. The lowest also had 7,000 name dollars. And then Yang Fan fatally opened his mouth. There is one more thing I want to announce. Now, you can stay, and I intend to continue to recruit. The sales department still needs to expand. For the time being, I'm still the manager of the sales department. Next, the market we have to face is not a Hongshan city.
The next market we have to face is not a Hongshan city, but the entire Jiangnan province. We have to build our own sales network in Jiangnan province.
Yang Fan opened his mouth without slowing down. I need you to lead the team. In the future, I will arrange for you to serve as regional sales managers in the province, or even in the country.
Said here, Yang Fan slightly beat. By then, is the need for you to create an iron team. Your team sold out more liquor, your commission will be more. The team, I also count you a share, no? A group of people's eyes lit up, but the heart is calculating. This if the more you buy more and more, can you earn 100,000 a month, or even a million a month? However, I also have performance requirements for you. If the performance requirements cannot be reached, the company will investigate the specific reasons within the company. Do not try to fool me. Your level of professionalism should be improved. Your ability to improve, do not be surpassed by the people underneath. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. I will recruit a group of people at that time. You are the master. You need to bring the team.
Said here, Yang Fan slightly paused, continued, well, today give you a day off, I'll go back to rest, tomorrow come over to report.
A group of people were immediately excited. Zhangli, you stay a moment.
Yang Fan suddenly called out to Zhangli.
Manager.
Although Yang Fan's age is small, but Zhangli but dare not underestimate Yang Fan, although young, but is also a decisive master.
Yang Fan smiled, slowly opened his mouth. I heard that you were once the top student in our province?
Zhangli slightly stunned, but did not think that Yang Fan would actually mention this question. Yes. Zhangli carefully opened her mouth. However, my brother went to university and I dropped out. Your income is not low now. Are you prepared to save some money to continue to study for a year to go directly to school?
Yang Fan suddenly opened his mouth.
This all of a sudden by Yang Fan to poke the heart. Zhangli suddenly some nervous up, afraid that Yang Fan will not let himself dry down. Regional manager, sounds, the name is not small. If you want to go to college, then I give you a suggestion, you or go to night school, or correspondence course is better, to your ability now. Indeed is the need to further education, learning aspects, can also be the management, but the main is still to combine with the actual.
Yang Fan talked about it.
Zhangli could not help but be slightly stunned. Boss you. I am going to let you go to Magic City. Magic City, this market is not good to fight in. I need a person who can fight, can charge. I am more optimistic about you.
Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. So, I am going to let you go to Mordor. In addition, here you can also pick a night school to read. As for the cost of your study, let the company to you out of pocket, but I do not want you to be a waste of my money and your time.
Manager, Zhangli, was instantly moved.
I am going to do business. I also want my subordinates to be capable. Yang Fan smiled and opened his mouth. So, I am very optimistic about you. You are willing to learn and motivated, so I put the most difficult piece of bone to you.
Boss, just rest assured, I will definitely complete the task. Zhangli opened her mouth loudly. For the first time, she felt the feeling of being reused. This tactic of manipulating people's hearts was also tried and true in Yang Fan's previous life.
Boss Maz used to say that employees usually leave for two reasons. The heart is aggrieved. The money is not given enough.
Yang Fan knows that Zhangli is a dry general, so giving her money, and giving a little encouragement, will be enough to make her give her life. As for the future, in case Zhangli couldn't make it, Yang Fan would only lose a little money. If this came to fruition, the profit brought to himself would be thousands, if not tens of thousands of times the return.
Chapter 0016 Hongshan City's Richest Man. Early July.
Yang Fan recruited a new sales horse, and then, adopted the model of an old man leading a newcomer. The newcomer's sales experience was also taught by the old man single-handedly. A certain percentage of the liquor sold by the newcomers is also given to the old man, plus these 8 sales all know that they are going to be the regional manager in the future, and there is nothing to hide. Furthermore, they don't have enough experience, and they also have to suffer constantly. Yang Fan slightly stimulate, this group of people immediately began to wail to charge. This half of the month or continue in Hongshan, the second half of July, will directly spread the spread in the province. Unconsciously, Yang Fan's sales department already has more than 80 people, and the factory's number of people is also from the beginning of 120 people, directly into the current more than 360 people. On top of that, Yang Hong had also bought a Big Ben. A tiger head Ben, which drove up to be dominating, and before, when acquiring the winery, he also took a large amount of land, after which, Yang Hong started to buy machines on a large scale to continue brewing. In this way, the entire city of Hongshan began to talk.
Just how rich was the Yang family?
Soon, there were people who felt that the Yang family might just be the richest in Hongshan City.
The family was simply too rich.
Take a look, they bought Tiger Head Ben, they are still recruiting new workers, and most importantly, they are actually building a big project to expand the distillery. Of course, to outsiders, the Yang family naturally looks bright and colorful. But in fact only Yang Hong only know he is now the richest man in Hongshan City is good. However, this rich word is negative. This wave, directly looking for a bank loan of $10 million. Approved is 6 million. When eating, Yang Hong shrugged his shoulders, rather helplessly opened his mouth and said, "This is still looking at our family's water flow, think our family is still on the approved. It is good to be able to approve these." Yang Fan smiled, "Now the bank is also to be cautious, this if you cannot pay, the future can be miserable. This 6 million, early return, I guarantee, by then, the bank begged our family loan." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Now the bank has money, but, do not know, the money in what place, our family can bring benefits, can repay the interest, in their eyes, our family is a chicken laying golden eggs, then have to beg us to hurry up the loan." Mom Jo-yun cannot help but speak, "If our family has no money, or a loss of money, the bank is not going to take away our family winery? If our family has no money, loss of capital." Yang Fan tilted his head and thought for a while, and then slowly spoke, "Then what's the point of keeping the winery? If you make money, you can keep it, if you don't make money, you can throw it aside." Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, "So, Mom, cannot be too much to the enterprise as a matter of fact, this is a tool, make money when to stay, do not make money when, to be thrown to the side." Yang Fan's words are very straightforward, however, Mom Jo-yun is not sure what to say. In fact, this reasoning everyone understands, just, said to do to get people, and how many? The 4 words are easy to say. Can do people, Yang Fan only know 2, one is Chu Shi Jian, the other is Shi Yu stationed. Yang Fan is very open-minded. "Mom, you don't think so much, I'm going to go to a trip to Hong Kong in a few days, recruiting people to shoot out our TV commercials," said here. Yang Fan smiled and said, "The next few months, we are going to spread out in the province, a month, earn him 10 million, by then, our family is the veritable richest man in Hongshan City." Yan Hong is also feeling extraordinarily exciting. This feeling, how to say it, as if it is walking a tightrope in general. If you are not careful, the bottom is the abyss. However, if you walk through, in front of you is a gold mountain, brilliantly glowing. What if this is successful? Yan Hong has never felt that life is so exciting. This is compared to their own time as a soldier, compared to their own secret brewing is much more interesting. Yan Hong kind of like this feeling. Really, the money comes too fast, and it's even better than taking drugs. Listen to your son, that's right. Yan Hong gritted his teeth, "Whether our family can rise or not depends on this dynasty." In response, Yang Fan just smiled. After finishing the pass, Yang Fan is ready to go directly to Shangjiang. This year, Hong Kong and Taiwan stars, there are a lot of well-known, there are also a lot of influential in the country. After Yang Fan arrived, although he said that he was in 2 minds, however, he was still able to find a relationship very quickly. When he heard the offer, Yang Fan was silent. Brother Chen Long's offer was 4 million, and Li Lianjie was actually about the same, 3.5 million. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Fan just rejected it. He couldn't even help but think of a curse that was widely spread in his previous life. Chen Long endorsement curse. Chen Long endorsed Xiao Bao Wang learning machine, the result was defeated by BBK and announced closure. The company owner went to jail for endorsing Edo VCD. Endorsed Fan Huang Cola, who knows what. Endorsed Xienian dumplings, the result was found to exceed the standard. As an anti-drug ambassador, the result is that his own son was arrested for drug use in. Whether it is a curse or not, whether it is money or anything else, Yang Fan can't afford to use it. In the end, Yang Fan chose Zhao Wenjue. This guy was an important role from the very beginning, plus this guy also acted in Wong Fei Hung twice, and then acted in the Green Snake inside the Dawei Tianlong Fei Hai. He also has quite a good popularity in the mainland. The 2 sides met and talked about the price. Zhao Wenjue is much cheaper, 1,200,000 by Yang Fan to negotiate down. In addition, Yang Fan also took out the remaining 800,000 to find Shaw's rented space to shoot a commercial. Shaw's actors are relatively cheap. Shooting time is not long, a total of 7 or 8 days of time. Now, the Hong Kong movie is still in the final peak period, the shooting speed is fast, the editing speed is also fast. 3 days of shooting, 2 days of editing. Totally okay. Frankly speaking, if it is possible, Yang Fan would like to meet the Hong Kong and Taiwan actresses of this era, only, unfortunately, his current economic conditions and time do not allow, otherwise, Yang Fan is really eager to have a good time. After the shooting was over, Yang Fan returned to Hongshan at a rapid pace. Right now, every minute, every second was money. The next step is to make Yang family will become a famous brand in the province. Before November, there should be at least $100 million in hand, and next year, Yang family is a famous brand in the country. Chapter 0017 Entering the Province. Just when Yang Fan went home, Yang Hong has also been with the province's television stations, newspapers, have been negotiated. The price of the provincial newspaper is relatively cheap, which is $20,000 a month. The TV station is a bit more expensive, which is about $100,000 a month. As soon as he heard this price, Yang Fan secretly pondered, really can't, the provincial television station and the next 20 years of advertising all to the package, which if the 20 years of business know this price, I'm afraid to laugh on the spot crazy. As for the Magic City to be more expensive, $300,000 a month. Although it sounds very expensive, but, in Yang Fan's view is still very cheap. However, now can not care so much, Yang family to rise, then must seize the opportunity. July 12. The viewers of Jiangnan province, after watching the TV program of their province, suddenly noticed that there was an extra Grand War scene, and then, they saw Zhao Wenjue in armor, leading a large group of people to charge into battle. Many of them were considered familiar faces. This was the story of the 8 generals of the Yang family, a script written by Yang Fan himself. As for the content of the script, it was also simple, that is, the 8 generals of the Yang family were surrounded by the enemy, and the wives at home waited hungrily for their husband's return. Then, drinking a kind of wine, suddenly, divine and invincible, killing the 4 directions, the story of home. At the end, Yang Fan also left a little rhyme. The wife saw the return of her husband and was obviously a little impatient. The advertisement is a bit long, about 5 minutes, which if you can play a 5-minute advertisement in the TV pie in the future, I am afraid that you can laugh like crazy on the spot. Seriously, this advertisement was shot by Yang Fan, 5 minutes, almost equivalent to a small movie. When the viewers realized that Yang family will be this as a kind of wine, many people began to heart. Across the screen seemed to be smelling the flavor of the wine. Entering the province, it was much easier than Yang Fan had imagined. The advertisement was just too successful. Moreover, not only the TV advertisement, but the provincial newspaper, too, used a considerable amount of space to publicize Yang family general. First, wrote the story of Yang Jiagong, then, quoted the examination, this wine in the end exists or not. Finally, it was concluded that it existed. Later, a descendant of the Yang family inherited it until now, and used this recipe to brew wine. Look at how the Hongshan winery was not working before, but when the Yang family was replaced, why was the sales so high all of a sudden? This is because, with this recipe. What? You said, Yang Hong is not a descendant of the Yang family. If you have money, you can change your genealogy and your ancestors. What evidence do you have to say that Yang Hong is not a descendant of the Yang family generals? For this point, Yang Fan is really not polite at all. As for who his real ancestor is, it does not matter. Yang Fan does not know him. The most important thing is, can you make money? The most important thing is, can you make money for yourself? If you can't, then get out of here and don't get in the way of changing your own ancestor. The thing of modesty, Yang Fan threw it aside in his last life. In addition to Jiangnan province, the entire Magic City also broadcast this advertisement. In addition to this, the newspaper is also the same. Spend a lot of space to describe this matter. In addition to these, there was another voice in the shadows. That is, Yang family general can really be an aphrodisiac. Undoubtedly, this was where the sales team under Yang Fan began to strike, infiltrating into the countryside and then starting to expand wildly. Yang Hong felt like he was about to go crazy. The problem now was that the liquor was selling well every day, and it had just been brewed and ordered out. From July 15th onwards, the sales of the liquor instantly doubled. At first it was 3 times the original, then, gradually, it became 4, 5, 6 times the original. By the 20th of July, the Yang family's sales were at least about 7 times the original. In other words, the Yang family's income, which had gone from the original 1 million, had turned into an income of potentially 6 million. Manager, Magic City side, I contacted some bars, they said they also want to buy some. Now some bars in Magic City, the guests are naming the Yang family will be in the Yang family in the triumphant song. Zhang Li came to add a fire. Good, however, you let their responsible person over to purchase. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. The time will be booked on the 23rd. Well, I want to take the test. Zhang Li. Only at this moment did Zhang Li come back to her senses. Her own boss was still a student. Think about a student actually stirring up the wind and rain, out of thin air created a brand, this. Hanging up the phone, Yang Fan also could not help but touch his chin, but in his heart he was calculating, his family cannot just sell white wine faced by the group is still monolithic some. If you can produce Rio, produce cocktails. The degree is not too high, the feeling of microbrew. Of course, Yang Fan does not know much about liquor, but it is fine if someone understands it, and with money, the advertising can be slightly smaller, otherwise it is not a good thing for the Yang family to focus on the lights of the media. It is the technology is a little bad to get. Yang Fan vaguely remember, this thing needs to use freshly squeezed frozen technology to purify the juice, but also still have to take lessons with foreign countries. Types of liquor. Yang family will not be able to sell only white wine, colorful, this is the king, single, in fact, means there is no competitiveness. Zhou Yun felt like she was going crazy. The money came too quickly, giving her a feeling of being caught off guard. Yang Hong looked at the data, the whole person also fell into silence. According to this speed, their family was going to become millionaires by the end of the year. And, Yang Fan glanced at the form in his hand, his middle finger gently flicked the paper, and faintly opened his mouth. Not bad, a little interesting. This is not bad. Yang Hong couldn't help but open his mouth. Son, in your eyes, what is considered awesome? Drinks, in fact, there is no technology. Yang Fan shook his head and said, we just rely on the advertising effect, that is, the people's recognition of our brand. Yang Hong. At this instant, Yang Hong actually did not know what he should say to be good. In the end, what is it that can get into the eyes of his son? When the Yang family general appeared on the provincial TV station, the entire city of Hongshan shook, and soon, news came that Mordor also realized the Yang family general's advertisement.
the city of Hongshan shook even more. At this moment, everyone was wondering how much money the young family had now.
It could afford to hire Hong Kong and Taiwan stars, and still make such interesting advertisements.
Still able to advertise on TV stations in Magic City, the Yang family. Just how rich. The entire Yang family was cloaked in a veil of mystery, the old bottom of the Yang family, they couldn't see through it. Chapter 0018 The real richest man in Hongshan City. The Magic City is many times more open than Hongshan. The bars here are not a small number.
Zhang is relying on her own vigor, one by one to talk down 8 sales team. Zhang this team is the most desperate.
The less, the more.
In the beginning, they also had concerns about how the sales of the Yang family will be, however, to the bar's surprise, the sales were actually not bad. In fact, Yang Fan was shocked. It was the first time he had heard that white wine was sold inside a bar, and there were actually people drinking white wine inside a bar? Moreover, it was not a cocktail mixed with white wine and other liquors, it was purely drinking white wine. However, think about it can also understand, now the Magic City although is considered one of the country's big cities, but, in fact, with 20 years later compared to the turkey in the fighter. Drinking white wine inside the bar, in this period of time, is not a rare thing. Moreover, inside the bar, there are people who have studied a drinking method, that is, lighting, liquor, and then a mouthful of it. Whoever can drink it, is a brave person. This kind of person, Yang Fan respect him as a man. During this time, one after another over the people are also a lot, find Yang Fan to order wine. Yang Fan naturally is not to refuse, you come how many people, I will sell you how much wine. The wine has not yet been sold, Yang Fan has already taken more than 4 million advance payment.
The winery is naturally producing with all its might. At the same time, Yang Fan was extremely demanding in terms of quality, producing as much as he could and selling as much as he could. In another parallel world, Qin Shi Liquor was making a huge mistake. Shipped bulk wine from Tianfu, watered it down, disguised it as produced by Qin Shi Liquor Factory, sold it directly, and in the end, it was directly exposed by the media. It can be described as a miserable death. These are the predecessors of the mine, one cannot step on it again.
Well, for now, supplying the province, or even supplying the Magic City is not a big problem.
However, in this way, the transportation effort is not enough.
Yang Fan simply let his dad buy 20 trucks, specializing in transportation. If possible, Yang Fan is intended to establish a belonging to the family's transport team, specialized in the province to do large-scale cargo transportation. Even can run all over the country, car-to-car delivery, one-stop service. This move, it makes people even more suspicious.
Yang family in the end how rich?
Hongshan City, the richest, although, Yang Hong think this rich is still negative, but really cannot frame others to guess.
Ha ha. Home.
Yang Hong also cannot help but drink a few cups of wine, looking at Yang Fan excitedly opened, son, you do not know, the Agricultural Bank of China's President Wang know I want to pay back the money, how shocked, lending us just less than a month, which will pay back the money.
Yang Fan smiled and said lightly, that's for sure, how about it, Dad, I'm right. Next, she will be able to beg us for a loan.
Yang Hong, on the other hand, nodded fiercely, and then continued, now we plant expansion, the potential of the domestic liquor market is still very large, and now it is only the Jiangnan province and the Magic City, which of the whole country. Yang Fan also nodded, and, now the main brand, hit our brand, I do not exaggerate to say a word, our country has at least 500 million wine people, an average of 30 billion kilograms of white wine to drink every year. The average person is responsible for consuming 23 kilograms of wine per year, which is equal to 46 bottles of a kilogram of wine.
How do you know that? Yang Hong couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire. I looked it up.
Yang Fan just laughed and continued, now is the time to make the brand's fame, and then stand, we brew, brewing is emotion.
Speaking here, Yang Fan gave a slight beat, then continued, right. Dad. My final exams are over. It's over?
Yang Hong once again forgot that his son is still a student, however, as soon as he heard the examination results still could not help but open his mouth to ask.
How was the exam?
If the problem is not too big, this time the first in the whole grade is your son me again.
Yang Fan smiled and continued, do you want to go to consider the parent-teacher conference? Go, why don't I go?
Yang Hong rubbed his hands together excitedly. His own son gave himself a long face, why not go? Yang Fan but shrugged his shoulders, some lack of interest, maybe the last life is single, there is no child. Yang Fan is difficult to understand the father in the end what is the feeling. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, he said, but I don't think it's a good idea for the company to be able to do that.
Yang Fan thought for a while, continued, in addition, there is the issue of technology, not only white wine, we also need to step into other areas.
Row.
Yang Hong still recognized his son's suggestion.
In just 3 months, his assets seem to have doubled several times, and he became the richest man in Hongshan City in the outside world.
If this continued to develop, God knows how much money he could have? Assets over 100 million, this was not a dream, or even a billion, or even billions. Thinking about it, I feel a little excited.
Dad, don't talk about this first. The TV station side need to continue to make good relations. Now the TV station has no money to earn. We are considered a big player, but also need you to go to talk about the ads can be wrapped up for a few years as a few years. Yang Fan thought for a moment, continued.
Yang Hong nodded. He now kind of saw the benefits of advertising.
Yang Fan, on the other hand, tilted his head to think about it. If it can be packaged for 20 years, the role of television advertising is actually not very big. The brand effect is out, followed by the development of the internet. Who still advertise on the TV station? Television station scenery, that is, in about 2000 years scenery a few years.
By the time computers are popularized, TV stations will have nothing to do. There is more.
Yang Fan feels like a mom. Continue to open to the dad. A few days the provincial newspaper may come to interview you. After all, you have created a brand out. Dad, you remember, what can be said, what cannot be said, how to get to the winery, absolutely cannot say, said from the bank loan at great risk to take down. Secondly, to establish a Pin family brand, the excellent qualities of the Yang family generals, but also the quality of our Yang family generals' wine, aphrodisiacs, and so on, must not be said. Yang Hong nodded one by one.
In these aspects, he was indeed lacking.
Our family is the richest in Hongshan City, but you also have to say, not afraid to make yourself big, because, to pay taxes to the country, I am the richest, I am honorable, because I pay more taxes to the country. Yang Fan thought about it and added.
Chapter 0019 The Realization of the Richest Man. Nationalistic Enterprises.
It was still very popular in this era, and the vast majority of enterprises wanted to be a global top 500 company. Even more, the central government has a plan to support these enterprises to become a global top 500. The first one is Haier is going to propose to become a world top 500 enterprise in 2006. Baosteel, Jiangnan Shipbuilding, North China Pharmaceutical, Beifong Founder, and Changhong followed suit. In 1996, the State Economic and Trade Commission (SETC) announced that in the next few years, it would focus on supporting 6 companies, namely, Baosteel, Haier, Jiangnan Shipbuilding, North China Pharmaceuticals, Beifong Founder and Changhong.
In other words, these 6 companies will be the national seed team for China to hit the world's top 500 companies.
Of the 6 companies, only Baosteel has entered the Fortune 500 by 2010. So far, of the remaining 5 companies, only Haier has also entered the world's top 500, and it entered in 2018, ranking 499th. However, Haier's peak was in 2010, the industry leader of white goods, but, in the following years, it was soon rubbed on the ground by greed.
It is estimated that the top 500 will not stay long. National enterprises, these 4 words, in fact, is the sentiment of every Chinese.
Yang Fan is also very clear about how he should utilize this prestige. However, Yang Fan also does not think that liquor has any development potential. The future is definitely still the world of the internet. Now he needs the winery to accumulate raw capital for himself. Now the technology of the internet is not very mature, it will be better to wait until 97. Yang Fan's next purpose is not this, but to prepare to enter the VCD industry. In fact, in the current market, VCD is considered a technology that will soon be eliminated.
In fact, in the current market, VCD is considered to be an obsolete technology.
Both the windmill country Philip or the island country Sony also once considered the implementation of VCD in the country. However, they are largely that VCD is an obsolete technology, and that there is no market in China. Strictly speaking, their research is not any error. Strictly speaking, there is nothing wrong with their research. However, they have overlooked the most crucial point. China's piracy, because too many pirated CD-ROMs. In turn, VCD was born a monstrous boom market, so much so that Bill Gates could not help but marvel at the prosperity of the VCD market in China, and then, quickly made a Microsoft version of the VCD set-top box and AIS program. In China's internal VCD is also set again to see a horrible price war. However, in fact, the core of these technologies are not in the hands of these manufacturers, they are just a combination of machines. The real technology is actually mastered in the foreign big companies. Chip is the windmill country Philip and the rice country Cube, movement is the island country Sony and the rice country ESS. Therefore, the better the Chinese VCD sells, the actual money is still these large international companies. Mastered the core technology, can really make money. Yang Fan naturally also has the idea. Now no one realizes that in China's domestic VCD, that horrible market, if they can buy all these copyrights, and then, they control these core technologies. Then, in the future, in the domestic VCD market, they have to dominate the world. Time is still a little tight. The end of this year, need to take out more than 60 million soft money to compete for the king of the tender. As for the core technology of VCD, I may not be able to take down. Yang Fan gritted his teeth, but in his heart is pondering other ideas. Really cannot. I will recruit people to get the technology quietly, their own production. Now VCD in foreign countries belongs to the elimination of products, if you can get 1 or 2 production lines. The next VCD is also a huge market. Can make money. Yang Fan does not want to give up. However, the problem now is that he does not have channels. English is still considered to be able to speak, but Japanese and the language of the windmill country he does not know. It seems that he will have to find someone to help him. While Yang Fan was mulling over his plans, outside Yang Hong was still being interviewed. Of course, my idea is actually very simple, that is, the factory is not working, the employees are not getting paid, I am looking at it and anxious. Yang Hong got Yang Fan's instruction, naturally he knows how to talk to people and ghosts. In the face of media interviews, he is even more aware of how to fool these guys who play with pencils. In fact, I've always felt that this wine is not unsold, maybe in the management of some problems, so I bit the bullet and directly bought the winery. In fact, to be honest, I am now also afraid. Yang Hong flew to speak, but I think it is still possible to try. I did not expect. The winery is really turned around by me. I am now more sure that it is not our family's wine does not work, it is really the management system out of the question. Interview with Yang Hong is a beautiful big-breasted reporter called Sun Lingling.
Sun Lingling opened her mouth and said, "So, Mr. Yang, can you introduce us to the current winery?"
Of course, I can. This distillery I specially added our Yang family's ancestral recipe, which can improve the taste of Yang family general. At the same time, the taste is more pure. Yang Hong talked about it, then said, "This is the pride of our Hongshan city, likewise, it is also the pride of our Jiangnan province. We want to make this business, want to do a national enterprise, to the world, the national is the world."
"Only the nation's is the world's?" Sun Lingling muttered. "I have to say, this advertisement slogan is still quite powerful in this day and age. So, Mr. Yang, you want to be a world brand?" Sun Lingling smiled and opened her mouth to inquire.
"That's for sure." Yang Hong nodded. "Of course I want to be a world brand, so that more foreigners can also taste our liquor, so that they can also experience the bravery of the Yang family generals." Sun Lingling nodded slightly and continued, "Well, the government side is also giving you a lot of support and help. Yes, I am very grateful to the government, thanks to Shi Longzheng Xubai's support, thanks to the leadership of the municipal government for my support, without them there is no me today." Yang Hong smiled. But to compete to be the largest taxpayer in Hongshan City, and even to be the largest taxpayer in the entire province of Jiangnan, in order to contribute to the economy of Hongshan City, in order to contribute to the economy of the province of Jiangnan. This is where Yang Hong thief mentioned Zheng Xubai, is not to mention the municipal party secretary. Because the municipal party secretary and Zheng Xubai two people do not deal with. Zheng Xubai wants to bring down a hand, their own replacement is not a day or two. Benefits, of course, cannot be given to the municipal party secretary.
"Okay, thank you Mr. Yang."
Sun Lingling smiled and opened her mouth. "From your body, I see the bearing of the richest man."
Chapter 0020 Han Xiaoxiao. Soon, Yang Hong appeared in the provincial newspaper.
The Yang family will show that the man should have the responsibility, as Yang Hong is the richest man in Hongshan City also has a man's responsibility, it is the same.
Of course, the reporters do not know, the Yang family, this first year is completely tax-free.
Wait until next year, 1996, when the outbreak, the Yang family cannot need to pay taxes, earn more or less all of their own. However, the Hongshan government also intends to continue to support the Yang family will be. In the future, this is a big taxpayer, naturally, should be solemnly protected. Of course, the premise is that their own enterprises must also compete, otherwise, directly collapse, the gods cannot save you. Although he intends to compete for the king of the label, however, Yang Fan still maintains great restraint, expanding the winery, at the same time, updating equipment, and most importantly, the introduction of new varieties.
Speaking of the CCTV Big King, it was also the same as the Jackie Chan curse.
It is also a huge curse. Since the appearance of the Big King, the rate of accidents is as high as 80%. Qingqi Wine, Idwat and Panda Cell Phone are involved in the management of the law and fell Confucius Banquet Wine and BBK is due to high debt and failure. Mingyo burst melamine and almost no top.
If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear the weight.
This is the curse of the king of the label, if the bottom is not hard, simply cannot afford to carry this crown. Yang Fan is actually very clear, the bottom of the family, in fact, is not so heavy, however, he still chose to take risks, as far as possible to avoid all the risks. The opportunity to soar to the heavens was in front of him, then he absolutely could not give it up. However, now Yang Fan thinking more about what to do next, mainly VCD, however, let Yang Fan some headache is that he really do not know some of the rice guys and islanders.
Some things as long as you want to do, the way is always more than the idea.
Soon, Yang Fan locked a person Han Xiaoxiao. It was also considered the first goddess that he had a crush on. Speaking of which, the experience of his previous life made Yang Fan understand the truth that the so-called noble goddesses are actually charming women in their bones, and they are also eager to be protected, to be paid attention to, and then, to be conquered.
The remaining 1% is Wendy Deng. The remaining 1% is the exception of Wendy Deng.
The home of Han Xiaoxiao, Yang Fan really know. In his previous life, he quietly inquired about it. After all, it is also the goddess of his crush.
Should I just take her down now?
After being reborn, Yang Fan naturally did not have any idea of a crush, but intended to directly conquer.
In his previous life, he was still too young and naive. And now, Yang Fan is a veteran. The third day after the final exams, the school came out with the exam results.
Han Xiaoxiao took the second place in the whole grade, and as for the first place in the whole grade, it's Yang Fan.
Yang Fan.
Han Xiaoxiao remembered this name, in which the examination, Yang Fan is the first grade. Han Xiaoxiao belongs to the kind of serious reading good girl.
But after learning about Yang Fan's deeds, she didn't know what to say.
Because Yang Fan is really too famous. Usually he didn't take school seriously and only showed up for the midterm and final exams. And still managed to take first place in the whole grade.
Han Xiaoxiao felt like she had been dealt an unprecedented blow. This feeling
was that she was studying desperately hard, while Yang Fan seemed to have taken first place in the whole grade without studying seriously at all. After school, Han Xiaoxiao arrived at the entrance of the Baoshan neighborhood. She couldn't help but take one more look at a Grand Ben parked under her house. In this day and age, there were still very few people who could afford to drive a Mercedes-Benz. The floor building here wasn't too high, it was the height of the 5th floor, and there was no elevator.
Doo-doo.
Just at this time, the Mercedes was ringing.
Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then she saw the car door open, and then Yang Fan walked out. His eyes swept up and down, landing on Han Xiaoxiao's body. Han Xiaoxiao.
You are Han Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Fan with some hesitation.
Yang Fan. Yang Fan directly opened the door and said his identity.
Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out an ah. Just now she was still pondering about this guy Yang Fan, never thought that Yang Fan would actually appear directly in front of her. Then, she heard Yang Fan take the initiative to extend his right hand. Hello, let's get acquainted.
Hello.
Han Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and held Yang Fan's palm.
What, aren't you going to invite me up to have a seat?
Yang Fan looked at Han Xiaoxiao with a smile. Although it was the first time they met, however, Yang Fan naturally would not be polite.
Please.
Han Xiaoxiao reacted and hurriedly nodded her head, but then, Han Xiaoxiao felt that she was a bit ridiculous. How could she casually invite a man into her home? However, the words had already left her mouth, and even if Han Xiaoxiao wanted to object, it was too late.
Han Xiaoxiao's family conditions are relatively good.
However, Han Xiaoxiao's parents are divorced, her father went to the United States to work as an engineer, and her mother also went to the Magic City, both of whom are busy people.
Han Xiaoxiao can only live with her grandmother.
It can be said that Han Xiaoxiao's material life is still very good. In the 90s, the family had a color TV, air conditioner, refrigerator, washing machine, almost the same as before he crossed over, and every year, Han Xiaoxiao's family still has no problem earning a few million.
Grandma, this is my classmate, Yang Fan. Entering the door, Han Xiaoxiao introduced Yang Fan with some hesitation. Classmate?
Han Xiaoxiao's grandmother couldn't help but take a look at Yang Fan, feeling that Yang Fan's soared eyebrows and starry eyes had a kind of masculine beauty, and stood together with Han Xiaoxiao was a bit of a match.
But I don't think it's early love, is it?
These days, early love is still a very taboo thing. Han Xiaoxiao naturally can't explain that Yang Fan came to the door by himself, looked at Yang Fan and said, You sit down first, I'll go and get you a glass of water. Yang Fan, however, could not help but smile, this dream goddess that he had a crush on in his previous life. How can I say it, it really looks like a bit of natural dullness attribute.
It's a bit interesting.
Although he had a crush on Han Xiaoxiao in his previous life, he really didn't understand Han Xiaoxiao at all. Looked more carefully, the body is very well proportioned, waist thin, legs long, skin white, beautiful. Unfortunately, the chest is a little small.
Here. Han Xiaoxiao handed Yang Fan a cup of water, and somewhat nervously sat down on the sofa beside Yang Fan. Yang Fan student, what is it that you came to find me? Chapter 0021, First Date?
There is no wonder that Han Xiaoxiao is nervous. Yang Fan is not a stranger to the world, and when he suddenly came to the door, Han Xiaoxiao naturally had to be a little nervous.
Yang Fan smiled and said, It's okay, I'm not here to find you, I'm here to find your father. My father?
Han Xiaoxiao was a bit puzzled, then spoke, Fellow student Yang, that's really sorry, my father isn't at home right now, and he's not in the country, he's in the country of meters.
I know, that's why, I came to find you.
Yang Fan spread his hands, smiled and opened his mouth, I will not play around with you. Some time ago, our family bought the city's winery, however, next year, I'm ready to expand the new business. For the time being, I need two kinds of technology, mainly VCDs, one is the chip of the cube in the United States, and the other is the movement technology of the ESS in the United States. These technologies, in foreign countries belong to the backward age of the product, I hope can get the patent authorization, at least 20 years of patent authorization, the best, or can introduce 1 or 2 production lines.
Yang Fan spoke directly, I do not have any friends in the United States, nor do I know anyone. I heard that your father in the United States is an engineer, so I intend to find you to ask.
I heard that your dad is an engineer in the United States, so I'm going to ask you about it. Han Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned for a moment. It felt like she was listening to the clouds, as if listening to a heavenly book.
These things were completely beyond the realm of textbooks. I can ask.
Han Xiaoxiao carefully opened her mouth, but, can you write it down? I don't know much about this, not very well.
Good, it's okay.
Yang Fan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and continued, When the time comes, I may also need uncle to help me in many places.
Soon, Yang Fan brought a pen and paper and quickly wrote down what he needed. The authorization time should not be too long, 20 years would be enough.
In fact, it is almost 10 years' time VCD will be out of the stage of history. The computer is going to become the mainstream. However, their own company is to have the ability to research and development.
R&D costs money.
A large number of talents, and the probability of failure. These are the need to spend their own money, perhaps with the use of flowers. The word is not appropriate, burn is the most appropriate.
Well, it is these things. Yang Fan smiled faintly. I still need to trouble you to call and have a good chat with your father. Of course, I won't let your father work for nothing. No matter whether it's successful or not, I'll give him 100 as a reward. If the negotiation comes to fruition, I'll give him 3 million. Han Xiao.
At this instant, she was considered to have truly seen what it meant to be angry and wealthy.
This guy, Yang Fan, seems to spend money without any pain.
While talking, Yang Fan picked up his water cup and slowly started to drink. Hanmore hesitated slightly and continued to speak. Then, a little later, I'll give my dad a call.
Right now, the meter is still in the early hours of the morning. Also good.
Yang Fan smiled slightly. Then why don't we take advantage of this time? I'll treat you to a meal.
A meal?
Han Xiaoxiao was slightly dumbfounded for a moment, while Yang Fan stood up. Yes, it's in this neighborhood. I'll send you back then.
This.
Han Xiaoxiao was still hesitant. And Yang Fan had already begun to shout, Grandma, I'll take Han Xiaoxiao out for a meal and come over later.
Han Xiaoxiao's grandmother then spoke up. Where to? When will you be back? It's just around here, it won't take long to come back.
Yang Fan responded, then, directly pulled up Han Xiaoxiao's palm to go out. Han Xiaoxiao's grandmother frowned slightly, but in her heart, she was muttering, this granddaughter of hers wouldn't be falling in love early, right?
However, image-wise, Yang Fan did indeed easily give off a favorable impression.
Moreover, Han Xiaoxiao's grandmother had been eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, and when she realized that Yang Fan's family was the Hongshan City Winery, and knew that Yang Fan was here to find Han Xiaoxiao's father, she didn't say much.
Come back early. Han Xiaoxiao's grandmother left behind a sentence.
Han Xiaoxiao has been taken downstairs by Yang Fan. At this time, Han Xiaoxiao feels dizzy inside his head, long so big, this is the first time to be grabbed by the wrist. A different kind of excitement ripples in Han Xiaoxiao's heart.
Waiting until he sat in the car, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly realized a problem. You will drive?
Yang Fan's age seems to be about the same as his own.
Nonsense, of course I know how to drive. Yang Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes and opened his mouth. Otherwise, how did I get here?
But, do you have a driver's license now?
Han Xiaoxia couldn't help but open her mouth once and asked. Driver's license is definitely not there.
Yang Fan said, while starting the car, slowly opened his mouth. However, now there is no one to investigate me. Now the entire city of Hongshan City has a total of 2 Big Ben, one of which is my father's, the other is this car, is my father gave me. Han Xiaoxiao momentarily actually do not know what to say. A long time, this only opened his mouth. Your father gave you?
The other one is this car that my father gave me.
Yang Fan smiled and continued, I am now also the general manager of the Young Family General Winery. How can I go out without a bit of splendor?
Fasten your seatbelt.
The car started. Han Xiaoxiao only had the heart to measure the construction of the car. This car is a Mercedes-Benz W140, bought at a price of $1,200,000. The last time Yang Hong went to Magic City to buy a car, he was slightly encouraged by Yang Fan and directly bought 2 cars down. Leather seats, front and rear seat memory multiple adjustment, leather steering wheel, front and rear and parking radar, center leather wrapped in high-grade mahogany interior, automatic air conditioning, electric sunroof, front and rear window privacy sunshade, headlamp cleaning, power equipped with a 32L V6 engine and a 4-speed manual transmission, power, fuel consumption is not too high,
the suspension is soft and hard moderately. Mercedes W140 is also called Tiger Ben. It is quite domineering to drive.
It is also a must-have for flirting with girls. Han Xiaoxiao really can't help but start to guess how rich Yang Fan's family is. Han Xiaoxiao's family is not bad money, but it is far from being able to afford to drive the degree of the Tiger Head Ben.
And now, the Yang family father and son have begun to drive Big Ben?
On this journey, Yang Fan drove very steadily, and soon, the two stopped at the Lido Villa, which is considered the only 4-star hotel in the entire city of Hongshan. Eating here is also considered a bit of class. And, I don't know if this is considered his first date with Han Xiaoxiao, so Yang Fan still needs to behave properly.
Chapter 0022, A Car Accident.
Han Xiaoxiao was a bit at a loss for words. It was her first time coming to such a high-class hotel.
To be honest, it would be a lie not to be nervous.
Her parents weren't around, and she hadn't had the opportunity to eat here. Yang Fan inquired about Han Xiaoxiao, knowing that Han Xiaoxiao had lighter tastes, and then ordered a few dishes. To be honest, his previous life self really didn't know what Han Xiaoxiao's tastes were.
Sure enough, a crush is the furthest distance between two people.
After being reborn, Yang Fan is a veteran for how to get a girl. He is almost already handy, really want to take Han Xiaoxiao. It is estimated that it is only a matter of time. However, he is now only 15 years old, really take down, only afraid to be audited. Therefore, Yang Fan didn't use much of his mind. He was still more interested in how to make money now. After ordering the food, the waiter was still very considerate and asked Yang Fan if he wanted a bottle of Yang Family General. And, not bad, it seems that after going back, it is worth praising the sales. However, Yang Fan still refused. Although his family is selling wine, however, Yang Fan is not drinking white wine. Strictly speaking, he is very sick of the wine table culture.
Dating a girl is still about relaxing.
Yang Fan, your family's wine, it seems to be selling very well. Seemingly unable to find a topic, Han Xiaoxiao took the initiative to talk about Yang Jiagong.
In fact, it's okay, Yang will not have any unique formula, it's just that now the domestic liquor market is not perfect enough. Yang Fan smiled and said, it is relying on advertising, some publicity, to attract the public eyeballs.
Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, a brand wants to be long-lasting circulation, the need is a long-term reputation, now the Yang family will seem to be cooking fire, in fact, it is also easy to fall apart overnight, so, at any time, cannot be taken lightly. Han Xiaoxiao didn't understand all of this, however, when Yang Fan said it, it gave her an eye-opening feeling. It seemed like she had seen a new world.
Then what is this VCD technology you're talking about? Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but open her mouth.
It is a kind of video and audio CD, a standard for storing video information on a CD. VCD can be played in personal computers or VCD players as well as most DVD players. Yang Fan laughed a little bit, and then changed to open the mouth. This VCD standard by Sony, Philips, JVC, Panasonic and other electrical appliances manufacturers jointly formulated in 1993, belongs to the digital optical disc of the white paper standard.
Han Xiaoxiao, some curiosity, this thing is very popular in foreign countries? Not popular.
Yang Fan shook his head, and then slowly opened his mouth. Because of the foreign requirements of copyright, this CD-ROM cannot be burned casually, you need to spend money to buy, and the price is very expensive, so, it is not very popular in foreign countries. The people who can afford to use it are all very rich, but, rich people, why not get a private theater themselves?
Then, what do you need this technology for?
Han Xiaoxiao was a bit dumbfounded.
Yang Fan laughed and continued, the situation in China is different. The main problem in China is the popularity of piracy. A CD-ROM in foreign countries probably costs dozens of dollars, but in China, it may only cost $3, $5 soft dollars. Of course it's not the same, so, in China, this thing, it's very popular.
Han Xiaoxiao was a bit dumbfounded. Is, like this? Yang Fan but laughed, good, that's it. However, this thing is also doomed to not be able to long-term popularity. Sooner or later, one day, it will be replaced by the computer. Later even video CD-ROMs are not watched by anyone, everyone is on top of the internet. There is a video site on it, we can directly watch movies and TV series on it. This. Han Xiaoxiao felt that what Yang Fan said seems to be a bit of a dream. So, now do VCD, in fact, is also fishing for quick money. I actually hope to form a company of their own, specializing in a research and development department, do research and development. Now the core technology are in the hands of foreigners, we want to do the world's top 500 Chinese enterprises, then we need to have their own research and development departments, technical personnel, belong to their own core technology. Yang Fan smiled, then continued, the times are progressing, if you can't grasp the pulse of the times, you are doomed to be eliminated.
Han Xiaoxiao felt as if she was not the same age as Yang Fan.
Why is it that what this guy says doesn't seem to be the same as the world he himself knows? The two of them were chatting and eating at the same time. Without realizing it, they ate more. Yang Fan's appetite was enormous, probably because of the Reborn, although he had energy and physical ability that surpassed normal people, but the amount of meals was getting bigger and bigger.
It's almost time, let's go.
Yang Fan stood up and looked at Han Xiaoxiao and opened his mouth with a smile.
Oh, good.
Han Xiaoxiao felt that her three views had changed a little. Following Yang Fan's chat, she felt that her insights had increased a lot, although she had also chatted with her dad before.
However, is never like now, have a more intuitive feeling. Core technology, research and development team, brand, 100 years of enterprise.
Han Xiaoxiao, however, cannot help but start to think, if he goes to college, then what is better to study a major? Yang Fan was still driving, however, just when waiting for the red light. Yang Fan suddenly felt that his car's but was hit hard by someone. Boom! The violent impact almost didn't make Yang Fan hit his head directly on top of the steering wheel.
The car accident?
Yang Fan only felt his head buzzing, and then looked at Han Xiaoxiao, fortunately tied the seatbelt, which did not hit the glass above, behind the car did not even slow down the idea. And then, Yang Fan opened the door, but the eyebrows cannot help but wrinkle up. Bumped into their own is also a big Ben, however, not as valuable as their own car. And then, the other side of the car door was also open, came face to face as a man, the smell of alcohol. This guy looks but people tall, body is non-stout, 30 years old or so.
Drinking and driving?
Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, while the man is staring at Yang Fan, spit a mouthful of alcohol, and then pushed Yang Fan's shoulder. The code, you will not drive? This guy is not a good driver, but he's a good driver. This guy. Yang Fan recognized this guy, his name was Yu Haodong.
His name is Yu Haodong.
He is from Yu's village.
Yang Fan did not move, and then slowly opened his mouth.
Buddy, it's you who drink and drive, right? Yu Haodong gently raised his eyebrows. Suddenly swung round the palm towards Yang Fan's face.
Chapter 0023 Either you die or I live. Phew.
Yang Fan instantly took a backward step. He had once found a boxing coach in his previous life to teach himself boxing.
Or a beautiful boxing coach.
Later, Yang Fan Hai pulled her on the bed to practice his fighting skills.
Seeing that the other party was going to come to beat himself up, Yang Fan could endure it?
Instantaneous step back, wait until Yu Haodong attack is not yet finished. Yang Fan is again instantly a progress. A fist heavily landed on top of this guy's belly.
Bang!
Instantly, Yu Haodong screamed miserably. The whole person was hunched like a bent prawn.
And then, Yang Fan instantly raised his knee. Bang!
Yu Haodong instantly felt a buzzing sound in his head, and his entire person was knocked to the ground by Yang Fan. Now Yang Fan's physical ability was many times stronger than in his previous life, and his fighting ability was also perversely powerful.
Bang!
At this time, Yu Haodong's car but one after another drilled out a few people. 3 or 4 people at once surrounded Yang Fan. What made Yang Fan slightly frown was that these guys actually carried a machete.
Preemptive strike.
Yang Fan suddenly rushed up. The guy with the knife is a vicious punch to the bridge of the nose. This guy, immediately feel a black eye, simply cannot make any extra reaction by Yang Fan to the ground.
1-4.
Without a weapon, Yang Fan was naturally reckless and arrogant. In one breath, he directly knocked down the remaining 2 people to the ground. However, Yang Fan ended up hanging. It was Yu Haodong who suddenly got up from the ground and slashed at Yang Fan. Yang Fan used his arm to block it, cut a deep blood scar. Then, the whole person was kicked in the knee by Yang Fan. Click, we heard Yu Haodong holding his leg and let out a miserable howl. And one of Yang Fan's arms was also dripping with blood.
Yang Fan, are you alright?
Han Xiaoxiao was still in a stupor from the car accident. In a blink of an eye, Yang Fan actually fought with someone, and, actually, he was wounded. The first time I saw him, he was in the middle of a car accident, and he was in the middle of a car accident. Yang Fan shook his teeth, took out his big brother and quickly made a phone call to his father. As soon as Yang Hong heard that Yang Fan was injured and was still at the table, he jumped up on the spot. The first time to arrange for people to take Yang Fan into the hospital. To the city hospital, Yang Fan carried out a simple bandage. It looks like the injury is very serious. After the bandage found that there is not too much injury. In fact, Yang Fan is some accident. He also remembered that one of his arms can see the bones, just. It seems that his body is born with a strong healing ability, so short time, the wound actually healed 7 or 8. Looking at this situation, in the late to a moment, the wound will be healed. From the infirmary out, Han Xiaoxia has not gone. A see Yang Fan arm bandaged into this way, cannot help but a burst of anxiety. Yang Fan, how are you?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yang Fan smiled, a little injury, trauma. This is?
Yang Hong naturally saw Han Xiaoxiao, but his face showed an odd smile. This is my classmate called Han Xiaoxiao.
Yang Fan opened his mouth and said, we both had dinner together tonight, Dad. The one who did it was Yu Haodong. Yu Haodong?
Yang Hong's face was a little unsightly. He naturally knew this guy. The Yu family, before the rise of the Yang family, the Yu family had always been the pride of Hongshan City. How can I say this? The Yu family is considered to have grasped the vein of reopening very early. The Yu family is not a company, but a big enterprise of the whole Yu family. After the reorganization, the first thing the Yu family did was to grasp the iron and steel factory in Yujiazhuang. In 1990, the entire village of 4,400 people, but there are 16 Mercedes-Benz cars, and more than 100 imported good paste car. In 1990, the average per capita income of $3,400 is the national people's per capita income of 10 times. By 1992, the industrial output value of Yujiazhuang reached 4 billion yuan. Yujiazhuang was once a symbol of the rapid growth of China's private economy. Not only Hongshan City, the entire Jiangnan province, and even the whole country will arrange to come to learn. In this era, the planning of Yujiazhuang has been somewhat similar to the future construction of new rural areas. The entire village is a row of red brick and gray tile bungalow structure. The center of the village there are 16 chic villas. The contemporary head of the Yu family village is Yu Haodong's father, Yu Zuomin. Especially in 92 years, seized the opportunity to speak to the south of the year and the public, saw the opportunity of economic recovery, in the steel above a hard-earned a fortune. It can be said that the entire Yu family is considered the first village in the entire Jiangnan province. However, after the Yu family developed, it is also quite luxurious. Yu Zuomin boasted that he had been to the capital and met some big leaders, and when he came back, he felt that Hongshan was nothing more than that, and boasted that he was the representative of Chinese farmers. Many government officials also used to come to Yujiazhuang to learn. But Yu Zuomin completely do not care about this group of people, and even said, I am the one who can talk to number 2, you people are what things?
Haughty and arrogant to the extreme.
Not long ago, Zhang Xubai accompanied his top boss to Yujiazhuang, and Yu Zuomin didn't show his head at all, and was still chatting with familiar reporters. When Zhang Xubai's group was about to leave, the reporter asked Yu Zuomin if he wanted to say hello and goodbye.
Yu Zuomin waved his hand and said, don't pay attention to them.
It can be said that the boldness to the extreme. All the twists and turns is also from a car accident, something happened or Yu Haodong, this guy, drunken driving hit and killed a few people. But by Yu Zuomin to suppress, and then, the province made instructions to investigate Yu Zuomin's Yu Zhezhuan Wanha company, suspected of tax evasion, as well as embezzlement behavior. Indeed cannot, Yu Zuomin arranged the people of Yu Zhezhuan will be illegally detained investigators, and then organized people will be violently beaten to death. This time, but is pissed off the province. Arranged again 6 staff to investigate the evidence, once again by the Yu family was illegally detained. Finally, the province's more than 400 armed police, however, tens of thousands of this village and outside the village personnel actually guarded the various intersections, threatening to resist to the end. When the armed police entered the village, they had to fight with all their might. It can be said that the death penalty to the extreme. Then, the Yu family was properly arranged, and after arranging the Yu family, piggybacking on the Yu family village was also arranged, and since then, the Yu family village has never been glorious again.
It was actually the Yu family.
Yang Hong narrowed his eyes, and then slowly opened his mouth. He wants to mess with me, we are not good to mess with.
I do have an idea.
Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth and said, Yu Jiazhuang's iron and steel factory, as well as the brick factory, they also have their own engineering team, but also to engage in real estate construction, I think. This is an opportunity to take out the Yu family, to snatch all of their industries.
Chapter 0024, Sharpening the Knife Toward the Yu Family. Yang Hong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Is this possible?
The Yu family has been on the rise for almost 10 years now. Naturally, it is stronger than the Yang family, although Yang Hong said he was not afraid. In fact, he also knows that the Yu family is deeply rooted and is not so good to deal with.
Yang Fan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and continued, how is it impossible?
The Yu family is a bunch of stupid pigs, especially Yu Zuomin, completely disregard the government. You watch. In ho ho ho, you still dare to ho 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 in front of the government. Want you to die, you have to die. Said here, Yang Fan slightly Emil, continued, Dad, later in the evening, let's go to find Uncle Zhang. And then, Yang Fan has looked at Han Xiao Xiao, smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, sorry, tonight let you worry, Dad, you find someone to send her home. Yang Hong nodded, while Yang Fan smiled, right, Xiao Xiao, I asked you to do something, you must not forget.
Han Xiao Xiao nodded. Yang Fan, on the other hand, took a hard breath. However, Han Xiao Xiao left on the front foot, and on the back foot, Yang Fan's place was surrounded.
10 or so people from the Yu family village directly blocked Yang Fan's hospital room, and this time, Yang Fan also played big, directly breaking one of Yu Haodong's legs. Yu Zhezhuang's people bullied the door. Yang Hong also showed his ruthless side. Without saying a word, a phone call directly called all the employees of the winery. 10 or so Yu Zhezhuang's youngsters were directly dumbfounded. This night's scene can be said to be very grand. In the end, Yang Fan suppressed his dad and didn't cause a large-scale bloodshed.
Otherwise, not to mention the Yu family village, even his own family will be hitched.
Now is also considered to be under the hand to see the real chapter. One is the richest man in Hongshan City, the other is the Hongshan Shi long-time signboard, can be considered the old and the new fight. Afterwards, both sides are to maintain a relative restraint. After all, Yang Fan belongs to the minor driving, piggybacking on a broken leg, while the other side is a drunk driver. Yu Haodong has killed 4 people, and then an ass directly into the Yang Fan car. In terms of things, Yu Haodong is much more serious than Yang Fan. 4 lives. Now Yu Haodong is still in the hospital, however, the police have taken control of Yu Haodong, because he met Yang Fan, directly into the hospital. The police directly control Yu Haodong. Yu Zuomin was also too late to save his family's child. The situation faced by the Yu family is very serious. The main thing is, whether it is the province or the city, looking at Yu Zuomin has been quite unpleasant, although, your old Yu family still got out of the industry, although, you have always been the signboard of Hongshan City. But, after all, you are too reckless. Completely do not put the leadership in the eyes. However, the Yu family is not without backing. The city's first hand is the old Yu family out. Overall, the policy is still inclined. Zhang Xubai's house. Yang Fan, are you alright? Zhang Koixu carefully looked at Yang Fan's arm. I've heard about it, you've been cut directly, how is it? The wound is no problem, right?
Don't worry, nothing is wrong.
Yang Fan shook his arm, his wound had completely healed, no scar could be seen at all. The speed of the wound healing was extremely fast. That's good. Zhang Koixu let out a sigh of relief. You didn't even know, you scared me to death.
He, thank you for your concern, Sister Yu.
Yang Fan opened his mouth with a smile. They are not my match yet. Zhang Koixu also smiled. At this time, Zhang Xubai was pushing the door in. Zhang Xubai is the one who pushed in the door at this time.
Zhang Xubai's eyes gently swept over Yang Fan's body, and then spoke. How is it? Is the wound alright? I've been here for a long time, but I've been here for a long time now.
Yang Fan faintly smiled, and then looked at Zhang Xubai and said, Uncle Zhang, I came, is to find you a little thing want to discuss. Zhang Xubai a slight beat, but the eyes fell on the body of Zhang Koixu. You finished your homework?
No, I haven't.
Zhang Koixu pouted and said. Zhang Xubai's voice was stern. Zhang Xubai's voice was stern.
I know.
Although Zhang Koixiu was a bit unhappy in her heart, however, she also knew that her dad had something serious to talk to Yang Fan about, so she went straight back to her bedroom.
Xiao Fan, you are here for the old Yu family's matter, right?
Zhang Xubai is also not ambiguous, directly opened his mouth and asked. The first time I saw you, I was so happy to see you, I was so happy to see you, I was so happy. Yang Fan smiled and nodded, then opened his mouth and said, Uncle Zhang, I want to ask how the city plans to deal with the matter of the old Yu family.
The Yu family, not too good to deal with.
Zhang Xubai slowly opened his mouth. The province, there are provincial considerations, and, now the Yu family estate is also considered a big taxpayer. Yu Haodong is probably going to be sentenced to a few years. These days, drunk driving has not yet been criminalized, and the cost of drunk driving is still very small. The main thing is that now is still mainly economic construction. Yu Jiazhuang is a big taxpayer, but this sentence is enough to see the provincial cut. Historically, the Yu family is also 2 years later was terminated. That time, the Yu family tax evasion was exposed, coupled with the previous embezzlement of provincial allocations were also exposed separately. Plus that time the strength of the other enterprises are also have risen. Yu family also seems insignificant. Yang Fan, on the other hand, smiled and opened his mouth. But, Uncle Zhang, if the Yu family falls, our family can take over?
Zhang Xubai was slightly stunned, but then he laughed. Are you sure? Yu family's main industry is actually simple, a steel, a brick factory. In addition, they also opened a lot of bars in the city, and some KTV. These we can take over. Their steel, brick factory, mainly for building houses.
Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. There is no technical content, moreover, most of their projects are also government projects. These, for our family, not difficult. In fact, there is nothing remarkable about Yu Jiazhuang. Yang Fan opened his mouth without any concern. As long as most people can have enough to eat, no one will follow Yu Zuomin to make trouble.
Zhang Xubai's heart was calculating, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, what are you going to do?
The accounts of the Yu family is certainly a problem. Let people go to check the accounts, mainly the provincial allocations. Yang Fan directly opened the mouth. These money went where, used in what place, to them all to give up. Said here, Yang Fan slightly paused, continued, the rest, they will not fight to confess. Zhang Xubai looked deeply at Yang Fan, and then slowly opened his mouth. You kid, thanks to not being an official. Chapter 0025, to make them die, you must make them crazy. Yu family villa. Here a big villa. Yu Zuomin sat on the bed. He is the north, however, is now settled in Hongshan. In addition to all surnamed Yu, at the beginning is also a flexible brain, with the whole village to get rich, and finally, or become one of the signboards of the entire Jiangnan province. In view of his special status, Yu Zuomin, the entire Yu Jiazhuang is still dominated by him. Yu Zuomin smoking a dry cigarette, ashes are falling on the bedsheet. This is, Yu Zuomin is not the slightest feeling. He only knows that his son was broken a leg, and now he is still in the hospital to be watched, and then to be sentenced.
It is not just to run over a few people? Spend some money is not finished?
Yu Zuomin's mind was spinning with countless thoughts, and then thought, Yang Fan, directly intended his son a leg. Bastard, killing a man to pay for his life, debt repayment. If his son's leg is broken, he will become a cripple in the future.
How can he need people in the future?
This Yang Fan should be chopped into pieces. He should pay for what he did and pay for what he owed. As for the 4 people killed by his own son, a cheap life, dead is dead, just pay some money, they deserve to be compared with his own son? Not too long ago, the old Yu family in Yanghong also frontal action. The result was that nothing happened to Yang Fan.
Yang Fan's reasoning was sound.
He hit me with his car and cut me with a knife, so I was acting in self-defense. At most, I am a minor driving, and there is no life, the fine is good. Moreover, the fine is not much, only $500 in total.
Not even a detention.
It is very simple, this era does not have this legal provisions. But, Yu Zuomin heard almost gas explosion.
Justifiable defense can break his son's leg?
Moreover, this Yang Fan, still alive and kicking, nothing happened.
There is no justice, there is no law? However, what makes Yu Zuomin feel the most angry is that his son actually has to be sentenced. Damn Yang Fan.
Yu Zuomin hard knocked the cigarette bag and then looked at the home of a few descendants said, when Haodong recovered almost, go to snatch the people back, honestly in the home, that what Yang Fan, looking for an opportunity, to break one of his legs. A few juniors nodded their heads. And then, Yu Zuomin slowly opened his mouth, Yang family, the richest man in Hongshan City, humph, really think they are some kind of dog, I'm so rich, I said I am the richest man in Hongshan City? Just when Yu Zuomin was angry, suddenly one of Yu's students ran over in a panic. The man in the Yu family ran over in a panic. This Yu family's youngest son panicked and opened his mouth. There is a person outside, saying that he is from the Taxation Bureau, and he wants to take a look at the accounts of our Yu family village Wanquan company.
What? Yu Zuomin jumped up from the bed with a loud bang. What did he say? Also did not say anything, that is to say to check the accounts.
This Yu family descendant carefully opened his mouth, said to see how the provincial allocation, and we have no tax evasion situation here. In an instant, a trace of cold sweat broke out on Yu Zuomin's forehead. Others do not know, he is very clear, the provincial funds, there is a large sum of money was misappropriated by him, and did not use for production, but into the stock market. However, the Chinese stock market, that really is a story. Money did not earn, on the contrary, all the losses. Fortunately, you family farm has other income can slowly top up. In addition, you family farm every year to pay taxes, not to mention, that is almost to the extent that they say how much is how much.
Basically, to say the past on the line.
The economic model of Yu Zhuang can be described by the word rough. Unlike Yang Fan, when it really comes to the necessary step, Yang Fan will look for a lawyer to find a reasonable means of avoiding taxes.
This is a legitimate game.
Yu Zhuang, that is, do not want to pay taxes, not only do not want to pay taxes, but also want to take the country's money. Not check, okay, a check that is to die.
Yu Zhuang gritted his teeth. Where is he now?
In the Wanquan company, the grandfather, if this is found out. This Yu family descendant is also anxious. In fact, tax evasion is still a small thing. The main thing is still the province of that a grant. There are more than $10 million.
All of this money is lost.
Yu Zhuang also panicked, and then, his eyes surfaced a few fierce light. This thing cannot let people know. Immediately detain the person, cannot let him go.
What?
This Yu family descendant was slightly dumbfounded for a moment, and then opened his mouth. This, isn't it a bit? Don't worry about it first, listen to me, these people check our accounts, just don't put us in our eyes, absolutely, can't let them check.
Yu Zhuang coldly opened his mouth.
Want to check us, huh, this is simply a dream.
Yu Zhuang coldly opened his mouth. A small tax bureau stuff, what kind of stuff, with the big leaders have met.
I know. This Yu family scion also nodded his head and also put down his heart.
This matter can be considered to be a big deal? The small tax bureau dared to investigate their Yu family village? Isn't this looking for death?
1 week later.
Unbridled, simply too unbridled. Zhang Xubai angrily slammed the table, angrily said, this is what kind of stuff, mixed society? Or what farmer's representative, illegal detention of tax officials, even so, actually beat people to death, who gave him the guts, who gave him the power? The entire conference room are echoing Zhang Xubai angry voice. For a moment, no one even opened their mouths to speak. Just like in history, Yu Zhuang seized the tax officer, illegally detained him, and in the end, still beat the man to death. Our police comrades also went over. For a long time, Police Commissioner Su Jindong spoke up, also detained by them. The villagers did not listen to our explanations, and directly detained all of our people. Not long ago I spoke to them on the phone. For the time being, their personal safety is still guaranteed. Zhang Xubai's face was also very unsightly. He originally thought that Yu Zhuang would resist, but never thought that this guy actually resisted so fiercely. Completely treat himself as an independent kingdom, he is the master of this kingdom. The slightest disobedience, immediately kill you.
In order to ensure the safety of our police comrades, I propose that we can notify the province. Su Jindong slowly spoke, notifying the armed police force.
Zhang Xubai slightly nodded, and, it seems, it can only be like this.
Chapter 0026, 2 years ahead of schedule, the Yu family collapses. The old Yu family is still really bossy. At this moment, Yang Fan was drinking coffee with Zhang Koixu at the cafe. Listening to Zhang Koixu's colorful description, Yang Fan could not help but shake his head.
This Yu Shihai, does he really think he can fight against the government?
Zhang Koixu smiled disdainfully and continued, before my father went to Yu Zhuang school, Yu Shihai did not show up at all and did not accompany him. Humph, really gave him face. Yang Fan laughed a little bit, and then changed to open the mouth. This cannot be helped, is to let people make a contribution to the local economy. Zhang Koixu cut and said, Yang Fan, you just don't know how domineering Yu Shihai is.
Yang Fan took a sip of coffee, then spoke, how overbearing.
A few days ago, my dad sent someone, quietly to investigate and met a little girl. Zhang Koixu opened her mouth and said, that little girl was holding a chicken and crying.
Crying? Yang Fan was slightly stunned, crying for what?
The chickens raised by the little girl's family were killed by the dogs of Yu Shihai's family. Zhang Koixu said, their family is not as rich as the Yu family, it's not easy to raise a chicken. Later, my father's men let her go to ask for compensation. Guess what she said? I don't know what to say, but I don't dare to go. After I go, my whole family will be in trouble. Yang Fan rolled his eyes, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, our family's dog, biting one of your family's chickens, it's your family's chicken's honor.
Put.
Zhang Koixu, however, couldn't help but snort a laugh, and then opened her mouth and said, this person, your speech is really interesting. Yang Fan, on the other hand, slowly opened his mouth and said, the old Yu family, this is treating the Yu family village as their own private kingdom, it won't last long. Hey, my father has mobilized the armed police, do not know how the back, this old Yu family, too arrogant. Zhang Koixu shrugged, I really did not expect, my father is now also angry. There is no way, who let him preside over let Yu Zhuang economic takeoff. Yang Fan smiled faintly and spoke slowly, he naturally feels that he is meritorious, I have a lot of credit, what's wrong with me protecting a person? Yu Haodong, holding a knife toward me to cut over, but did not think I was a human life.
Reorganization is a process in which the state retreats and the people advance.
During this period, because of the bloated state-owned enterprises, resulting in the inefficiency of the state-owned enterprises as opposed to the rapid development of private enterprises. At this time, private enterprises naturally began to expand, thinking that they are above the state. In fact, at this stage, private enterprises do not have enough power to stand up.
China's famous enterprises still need to settle down, and even more need to have a good relationship with the government.
It's like Huawei, which was a nobody for many years and suddenly became the light of the nation.
Technology is the core.
Everything will retreat, but only companies that insist on developing their own technology can grow up in the midst of fierce competition. It is like the South, the market cannot have young family will, the replacement of a whole lot of liquor. Yang Fan is also very clear, the self of the young family will sell well, not because the young family will be really irreplaceable, that is because of the advertising and branding effect. Really want to be bigger and stronger, you must take the route of technology. But the chip that cannot be without. Zhang Koixu smiled cheekily, your family is not the same, now it is the richest man in Hongshan City. Our family is not the same. Yang Fan smiled and continued, my father, this person, the biggest characteristic is that he knows what is the proportion. Of course, if he does not know, I will let him know.
If I don't know anymore, isn't there still Sister Yu?
Yang Fan smiled and opened his mouth, in the future, you are in charge of me.
You, who wants to be in charge of you?
Zhang Koixu rolled her eyes, I haven't had enough fun myself. Yang Fan laughed, but in his heart, he was calculating, the current accumulation of the family is seriously insufficient. At present, the first need is still to take down the old Yu's family, and then build the young family will be nationally renowned brand. Then, it is to detach from the Self family, set up their own company. The old man is also the old man, and he is himself. Let the old man in a city, or a province to develop slowly just do something without technical content, and oneself will concentrate on their own things. The storm in Hongshan City is still not over. Yu Shihai's confrontation surprised everyone. In the face of the intervention of the armed police, Yu Shihai called for a direct confrontation between the young people of his village and those of other villages. Things, all of a sudden, got big. For a moment, the entire city of Hongshan was in an uproar. Yu Shihai is sticking his heart out to protect a few descendants of the Yu family. In the end, the armed police withdrew. For a moment, the entire city of Hongshan fell into a strange atmosphere.
The old Yu family is not to be missed. This time, the old Yu family was a big shot that the city couldn't even hold. And, this time, the Hongshan municipal government also seemed to have backed down and did not continue to fight against the old Yu family. The Yu family seems to be slowly returning to its original tranquility. Yu Shihai, it seemed, was victorious. However, soon, the picture changed. 9 days later, the city invited Yu Shihai to come to a meeting, and after arriving at the city, he was arrested in flames. The speed was jaw-dropping. Subsequently, with no backbone, the Yu family arrested some of the people involved in the case in a fiery manner. In the end, the old Yu family was swiftly defeated. There was no power to fight back. The thunderous force was so strong that it was too late for people to react. When Yu Shihai came out for the meeting, he was still wearing a suit, thinking that this matter had already passed, and that he had protected the descendants of the old Yu family, and that he had fully demonstrated his authority. However, Yu Shihai still ignored the city's determination. The beheading was carried out without causing a large-scale conflict. Subsequently, the Yu family tax evasion, more or less with misappropriation of public funds, all the things are also a pile one by one completely exposed. Instantly, the whole city is fried. Before are the old Yu family as a typical, countless people to learn, who knows, actually is hiding dirt. And Yu Haodong is also exposed a number of fights and brawls, causing people to be disabled, and even causing death in vicious cases. This is not only the problem of drunk driving, but also suspected of social mixing. Yang Fan, who learned of all this, was also slightly stunned. He probably knew that Yu Haodong was rampant, but did not think that this goods actually really dare to kill. In his previous life, he really didn't particularly care. After all, the original timeline, 2 years later, he was struggling to prepare for the college entrance exam. Some things were only approximately known. Now that he thought about it, this bastard dared to directly stab himself with a knife. 9 times out of 10, this bastard had really killed someone. However, the Yu family fell 2 whole years ahead of schedule. Chapter 0027 Yu family falls, young family is full. Yu Shihai was arrested? Instantly, the entire Yu family was blindsided. When, once again, the police came to the Yu family village to arrest people, they no longer encountered any decent resistance. Yu Shihai was the king of Yu Jiazhuang. Now, the emperor is gone, the people underneath naturally can't make any big waves. Yu Haodong was arrested. Basically what he had done, all was honestly explained. Basically, the death penalty cannot escape. And Yu Shihai, if the problem is not too big, life imprisonment is inevitable. Similarly, the entire city of Hongshan officialdom is also a lot of changes. Originally, Hongshan Han, because of the existence of such illegal transactions with Yu Shihai, has been stopped. Double regulation. Zhang Xubai obediently on the throne. Although, the name is still preceded by the word generation. However, the vast majority of people know that Zhang Xubai, the Hongshan city's first hand, is already in place. Another problem Zhang Xubai is facing is: the first time I saw the movie, it was a very good one, but it was a very good one. These years, the economic development of the Yu family village is extremely rapid. Knock down the Yu family village, how to aftermath, this is a big problem. Can't let this group of people in Yu Zhuang have nothing to do. When you come to power yourself, economic development is still a must. If you get Yu Haiyan, economic development if this collapsed, his old face to what place to put? For this situation, Zhang Xubai naturally had to find the Yang family. After all, before Yang Fan also gave Zhang Xubai a promise to swallow the Yu family. Yang Fan was naturally nonchalant. Yu Zhuang still has a lot of good things: engineering team, cement factory, and brick factory. In addition to the Yu family has a steel factory. These years, both the city and the magic, all kinds of projects are numerous. Yu Hai was caught in, these things cannot be empty. Especially, as long as the use of good, there is still a huge space for development. Yang family took out $5 million, contracted all the industries in the Yu family estate. These belong to the cheap sale. Naturally, there are people in the Yu family village who want to rebel. However, Yang Fan is not in a hurry, but rather, he thought of a dirty trick, that is, to expand recruitment. Rapid expansion. Originally, Yu Zhuang factories were all their original Yu Zhuang people, and people from outside villages were rarely qualified to work in Yu Zhuang villages. Rapidly cut down the proportion of Yu Zhuang workers. Then, Yang Fan directly put the staff manual of the distillery in the brick factory to use. While Yu Hai relied on his personal prestige and the factory's dividend pay to make the people of Yu Zhuang bow down to his orders, Yang Fan was much simpler, directly following the company's rules and regulations. As for dividends, that is thinking about farts to eat. The money you earn is not enough to spend, you still want to share the dividends? There was a group of people in Yu Zhuang who had a share of the dividend. However, this group of people were either arrested, or the rest were dismissed by Yang Fan. Want to make trouble? You really want to fight? Yu Zhuang can't beat Wang Sihai, the number one fighter under Yang's command. After absorbing the labor force of several villages, and with Yang Fan's factory management methods, Yu Zhuang was quickly stabilized. There is money to be made, who would be idle to cause trouble? For Yang Fan, the more people, the better. Because, Yang Fan has already made a deal with Zhang Xubai. Many government projects have been handed over to the Yang family to deal with, and these are actually just for the Yang family to practice. Yang Fan specially went to Mordor University to recruit some college students, specializing in engineering design, steel, completely self-produced and self-marketed. At the same time, Yang Fan already had an idea in mind, that is, the development of buildings. As long as it is not a little cute. All know, in the future for a long time, real estate is the fastest money-making industry. In the future, it is still no problem to train his old man to become Wang Yida. Find the right direction, determine the development mode. Real estate, liquor industry, entertainment industry. This is Yang Fan's clear development route for his old man. These things do not need their own old man how to worry about, just need to make good relations on the line, directly go Wang Yida's way, so that Wang Yida cannot go. At the same time, also let yourself experience the happy life of a good national husband. The government is still very painful to the Yang family. To help the government to take over Yu Zhuang, naturally, most of the works are given to you to do, stability, which is the primary requirement. Yang Fan is very sure that after 10 or so years, the prices of Hongshan City will be raised to an extremely horrifying figure. The reason is also very simple: Hongshan City is too close to the Magic City, when the prices of the Magic City are prohibitive. A large number of people will flock into Hongshan City, and Hongshan City's housing prices will rise to a new height. However, right now, no one had noticed the changes in Hongshan City. More people, the concern was still immediate. What made Yang Fan a little surprised was that Yu Haodong actually opened quite a few bars, as well as a variety of entertainment clubs in Hongshan City. These, Yang Fan is also unceremoniously directly received. There is again a place to sell their own liquor. By August. As soon as the project moved, a large advance from the government was directly paid into the Yang family's account, and Yang Fan also directly set up a new real estate company. The old man was even drier, directly establishing the Yang Group. Under the banner are real estate, bars, distilleries, and these industries. Han family. Han Xiaoxiao poured another glass of water for Yang Fan student. I called my dad. My dad said, he found it. He's found it? Yang Fan's eyes lit up, but he didn't think that Han Xiaoxiao's speed was actually so fast. Yang Fan's eyes lit up, but he didn't expect that Han Xiaoxiao would be so fast. Han Xiaoxiao nodded, and then continued, my dad was originally an engineer, and knows some people. However, my dad also asked me to ask you, how much are you going to pay? The price of their patents, it's not a low look. How much money? Yang Fan slightly squinted his eyes. Admittedly, for the current cube, the ESS VCD is a backward technology, but this does not prevent them from asking for a lot of money. At present no one has noticed that the Chinese VCD that the horror of the market. As long as the price is not very much more than their own bottom line, then, for Yang Fan can buy. So what is their intended price? Yang Fan once again opened his mouth to inquire. I don't know, my dad just went and asked.
Han Xiaoxiao slowly opened his mouth to say, my father does not dare to ask more, if they know that it is our domestic people to buy, certainly to raise the price. Yang Fan sniffed but narrowed his eyes slightly. This is true. In the 90s, there was indeed a group of people in the country who made money and went abroad to acquire a large number of assets. As a result, the foreigners took advantage of the opportunity to raise the price. The most excessive thing was that the machines that were bought were all backward or even simply broken. The hearts of these foreigners are not generally black. If Yang Fan wants to buy the patent, he has to consider whether the hearts of these foreigners are black or not. The patents of the two families cannot exceed $3 million. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, but in his heart, he was calculating how he should go about it. The arrogance of the foreign devils, that is written on the face. Chapter 0028 became the first negative of Hongshan City once again. Of course, Yang Fan also knew very well that, in fact, he still had other ways. For example, specifically looking for some foreigners, through them to buy these patents and production lines, all that is needed is to pay an intermediary fee themselves. The arrogance of the foreign devils will have to be maintained for a long time. Still, one cannot care too much about this at the moment. Throughout the month of August, the sales volume of the Yang family had reached 8 million. This number was enough to shake the entire city of Hongshan. It was really too shocking. Zhang Xubai couldn't help but regret a bit that maybe he shouldn't have given the Yang family a year's tax exemption. It was good that the two families had a good relationship, but the tax revenue of the local government, it was also related to one's own performance. $8 million in sales was even more terrifying than at the peak of Yu Family Village Point. It is worth mentioning that the high-class cars of Yu Jiazhuang, as well as Mercedes-Benz, were all judicially auctioned and were also taken down by the Yang family, and Yang Fan was given as a reward to the sales managers under his own command. The management of the Yang Group basically shared a car. As for the Mercedes-Benz, it was given to the managers of the sales department. They, on the other hand, represented the sales of the winery. Nowadays, the sales department of the winery could be considered the most popular department in the entire Yang Group. All knew that Yang Fan was giving dividends. Moreover, this dividend is a lot. It was also all known that the sales department made a lot of money, and many citizens of Hongshan City wanted to join Yang's group, especially into the sales department. To earn $10,000 in 95 years, what kind of concept was this? For a while, countless people broke their heads wanting to drill in. However, Yang Fan was not polite at all, and directly raised the threshold of education. College students were prioritized, and the minimum was a high school education. Although a mere 3 months had passed. However, now the Yang family will not be 3 months ago. Now, at least in a province as a well-known brand, Yang Fan needs a group of people with education. At the same time, Yang's group also set up a research and development department. Mainly, developing cocktails, glutinous rice wine, and other alcoholic beverages. It can be said that Yang Fan, as a reborn person, saves for a rainy day to the extreme. The family's industry has to develop rapidly, but all the aftermaths must also be completely solved. In September, school started. Yang Fan didn't have any desire to go to school at all. He was fine reading at home by himself. He is now more energy is still used in the exchange with the rice side of the above. The island country, the windmill country, Yang Fan also has something to consider. Now there are still more choices. For these enterprises, VCD is a product that has been eliminated, and it is not a problem to take out the patent. Zhang Xubai's home. Loan? Zhang Xubai, slightly stunned, looked at Yang Fan. Opened. Now the distillery is not sold, still good? How do you want a loan again? Listening to Zhang Xubai's words, Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and slowly opened his mouth. Because, I don't want to be a well-known brand in the province, I want to be a well-known brand in the country. Nowadays, coming to Zhang Xubai to talk about things is basically Yang Fan's appearance. Yang Hong's thinking was still more or less unable to keep up with Yang Fan. Zhang Xubai couldn't help but frown, and then slowly opened his mouth. Isn't your progress a bit too fast? It's only been 3 months, shouldn't you be steady and take it one step at a time? Uncle Zhang, I know what you said. Yang Fan smiled, and then slowly opened his mouth. However, the shopping mall is like a battlefield. The opportunity is often fleeting. If you cannot seize the opportunity, then, Miss, now the liquor industry is still a group of male hegemony, but sooner or later there will be someone who will dominate the world. The longer the time, the more our competitiveness will be low. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, Uncle Zhang, you also hope that our city of Hongshan City can have a nationally renowned brand, right? This last sentence really moved Zhang Xubai. Other than that, this is his own political achievements. Moreover, Yang Fan really never let himself down. The winery was taken down when he said it was taken down, and Yu Jiazhuang is now also gradually erased by Yang Fan to erase the stigma of Yu Jiazhuang, which in turn has resulted in more employment. The mind slightly contemplated, Zhang Xubai opened his mouth. How much money do you need? Yang Fan put up 3 fingers, and then slowly spoke, 300 million. 300 million?
Zhang Xubai couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, but couldn't help but sigh, young fan, this guy is really big money. This 300 million, how are you going to use? Zhang Xubai opened his mouth and asked. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Listening to the tone of Zhang Xubai, seems, probably, really can loan out? Yang Fan is also want a bargain, ask for the price of the sky, the ground to return the money. However, Yang Fan is ignoring the brand value of the Yang family will, now a month of 8 million sales, this is real, the profit is also in more than 5 million. With the winery as collateral, 300 million, in Zhang Xubai's opinion, it is not impossible to say hello to yourself. One of the 100 million, I want to take out to CCTV competition bidding. Yang Fan quickly opened his mouth, this is the first step to quickly make a name for himself in the country, the rest, I have been staring at the patents and production lines in the United States in recent times, I want to produce VCDs to further continue to increase our employability. VCD? Zhang Xubai slightly froze, what the heck is this? Yang Fan could not help but roll his eyes, and had to admit that in this thought, the number of people who knew about VCD was still a small number, however, in the second half of next year, it would start to catch fire. Edo also wanted to run for the bid, however, in the end, it was Qin Shi who took the bid. Want to take the patent rights must be before it's too late, otherwise wait until the foreign devils reacted, surely it is not for sale. Yang Fan had to explain, and then slowly opened his mouth, this thing can be sold at a high price in the early stage, however, the further back, the price will be further squeezed down, patent copyright in hand, we can use the lowest price, to seize the market. Even the brand we cannot want, direct production of movements and chips. As long as the stuff is in our hands, we are able to continue to increase employment, increase the tax revenue of Hongshan City, at least for the next 2 to 5 years, it is profitable. Zhang Xubai thought for a moment, and then slowly opened his mouth, this matter, I need to discuss it. No problem. Yang Fan smiled faintly, then spoke, Uncle Zhang, these matters, still need to trouble you. Zhang Xubai smiled slightly, nothing, your family can do well, I also very much hope to see. Chapter 0029 $300 million loan. It is like the previous hand of the city especially hope that the Yu family develops as fast as possible. Zhang Xubai also hoped that the Yang family could rise quickly, piggybacking on the improvement of Hongshan City's economy since again the ear public put forward the idea of even economic construction as the center. Economy, this becomes the most important thing that every leader focuses on. This is related to their own performance, is also related to their ability to quickly rise. Zhang Xubai's heart is also very clear. 300 million. This is not a small amount, but if it can really create a nationally recognized brand, if it can really make a big profit? In just a few short months, Yang Hong's assets had gone from millions to the 10 million level. If it can become a nationally recognized brand, next year, the Yang family is a big taxpayer, and for himself, it is definitely a huge political achievement. There is also this VCD. Although Zhang Xubai is not very knowledgeable, but Yang Fan did this, it is absolutely certain. Do not look at Yang Fan is only 15 years old, but at such a young age, it is able to step forward, it is worth investing in yourself. Increase employment. In addition to these, I also intend to build a square, mainly in the direction of local production. Now the inflow of population in the Magic City is more and more. Yang Fan also introduced on the side, I think in the near future, the population of the Magic City will be more and more, the price of the Magic City will be high, the area around the Magic City is their first choice. Yang Fan did not slow to open the mouth, Hongshan City prices will also become their preferred target. Hongshan City, the city's infrastructure should be considered, and, close to the Magic City's daily necessities, these Hongshan City is also can provide. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, and then continued, I personally believe that although Hongshan City belongs to Jiangnan province, however, or to better serve the Magic City, after all, the Magic City to give money but never ambiguous. Magic City to give money is not ambiguous? So, our family's plan is also the entire city of Hongshan City factories, for example, some stationery factories, food processing factories, cement factories, we slightly change can be changed into a toy processing plant, sold to foreigners, if the conditions allow our family can take. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, not only is the domestic the same, we can also give overseas OEM, give them the production of toys, peripheral, these profits are very large. Zhang Xubai heart but could not help but move a little. In fact, all of these factories can be considered a big burden for the entire city of Hongshan, with a huge financial outlay every year. The number of workers in these factories was at least 5 or 6,000. Get rid of the baggage and move forward with a lighter load. This was Zhang Xubai's current mindset. Originally, he was still hesitant, but after the Hongshan distillery was sold, there was no encouragement or opposition from above, which gave Zhang Xubai a heart. For the city government, this is a huge burden. If this is given to Yang Fan, then is it possible to turn a loss into a profit, make a big profit, and increase the government's tax revenue? However, in Yang Fan's opinion, these things will be eliminated sooner or later. The production capacity is backward and the structure is very unreasonable.
In another world, although his old man is the same takedown, but really did not have the scenery for a long time, on the one hand, is his old man step big to pull the egg, there is another important reason is that these are all belong to the backward production capacity. Was eliminated. These factories to make money is also 3 or 5 years. In the case of the old Yu family iron and steel factory, even if the capacity in the awesome can still then Tangshan, Hebei awesome? At most 2,000 years, Yang Fan intends to shut down. Not profitable, stay in the hand is a scourge. Instead, Yang Fan intends to establish a foundry to produce what is not production. How to make money is not money. Foxconn can do things he is the same can do. However, meals are eaten one bite at a time. Cannot be too anxious. As soon as he heard this, Zhang Subai but could not help but smile a little and then nodded. Good, I will consider all. A loan of $300 million. It had to be said that this was really a crazy request. Even Zhang Subai was also a little difficult. The agricultural bank here also can't help but start to worry. To support or not to support. Last time, the loan of $6 million to the Young family was originally intended to be 3 years, but unexpectedly, the Young family did not need 2 months to pay it off, and now, it was $300 million. The Agricultural Bank of China has seen the Young family's ability to absorb money. If this gives the Young family another $300 million, can they finish paying it back? This thing, really need to pay attention to. The main problem is that the Agricultural Bank of Hongshan City really can't get $300 million. After all, this was not 20 years later. However, then again, 20 years later, borrowing $300 million unless it was a large enterprise, otherwise, it would not be able to take it out. For the bank, Zhang Subai naturally cannot be overly oppressive. The national financial system is now the country's second in command. Lending are to have strict control. This matter finally stabbed to Jiangnan province here. Zhang Subai and Jiangnan province's Han Qin Jiannan sat together and chatted for a long time. In the end, Qin Jiannan, Zhang Subai, Yang Fan, Yang Hong, and the Provincial Agricultural Bank President Sun Changlin got together to talk for a long time. Yang Hong showed, one after another, the sales of the Yang family generals during this period of time, as well as the income from real estate construction. In the end, the $300 million loan was taken down. Yang Fan also knew that Qin Jiannan, Zhang Subai, and Sun Changlin, the president of the Agricultural Bank, were also gambling. The gamble won, the national famous brand. The annual tax revenue, in addition to the bank's earnings. And so on. This is their political achievements, future promotion, and wealth is not a matter of course. Gamble to lose, although they can maintain their current position, but, in the future, can continue to rise to the top and become rich, this is another matter. 300 million. Yang Hong felt like his entire body was shaking. During this period of time, he just felt an unprecedented excitement. From saving for several years to have a deposit of 3 million, to netting 5 or 6 million a month, to now, directly lending 300 million, Yang Hong felt like he had never been crazier. Before that, he felt that he could earn $1 million a month even if it is quite remarkable. Now, Yang Hong feels that earning $1 million a month is nothing. Without hundreds of millions, he will not take it seriously at all. The scale of the winery needs to continue to expand. At the same time, Yang Fan is also campaigning for this year's bid king. This year to take the king of the bid, next year, is the Yang family completely take off the year. Chapter 0030, 10 million monthly income. Nowadays, Yang Hong is also a lot more atmospheric. Loans, naturally, do not bring frowns. Before, his own pattern was still a little small, but now, Yang Hong's entire vision had changed drastically. Especially, with Yang Fan's teaching, Yang Hong's thinking has also undergone a sea change. From the thinking of a small workshop owner directly into the thinking of an entrepreneur now. Using money to generate money. Yang Hong's pattern was enough. However, at this time, Yang Fan is out of the country. 2 companies in the United States of America agreed to sell the patents, and at the same time, they were also willing to provide Yang Fan with 2 production lines. After all, in their opinion, this is already a very backward industry, and is not worth their attention. Yang Fan did not personally go out to buy, but found an agency here in the United States. Han Xiaoxiao's father, Han Ligua, helped find the agency. The patent copyrights were acquired through the agent company. At the same time, there were several production lines. These 2 technologies in the eyes of the rice people belong to the elimination. Outdated technology, coupled with the Chinese domestic VCD market, has not ushered in the outbreak. Naturally, they do not attach importance to this technology. After circling around, Yang Fan took out $5 million, respectively, to take the core technology of VCD chip and movement. Afterwards, Yang Fan returned to Hongshan City at a rapid pace. Circle the land, open the factory. With this chip and movement technology, VCDs can naturally be produced on a large scale, and moreover, one can suppress the price with impunity. This is also regarded as the first step towards the development of science and technology by himself. For this, Yang Fan specially reopened a new company called Hongmeng Technology. Yang's group, mainly real estate, entertainment, liquor. Hongmeng Technology, Yang Fan's idea is mainly technology, computers, smartphones, software, cars and so on. Yang's group may be outdated, but Hongmeng technology must be ahead of the times.
Time quickly, it had come to October.
Throughout the month of September, the sales volume of Yang family will be even more steadily increased. Naturally, Zhang Li led the team. Development is the most rapid, quickly went to the conquest of the Magic City.
In addition, also ready to expand like other provinces.
Zhang Li is the first talent to earn $100,000 a month. For a moment, the entire Yang Group's sales department, as if it was playing chicken blood in general. After Yang Fan came back, he directly promoted Zhang Li to be the manager of the sales department, with an annual salary of 300,000 plus commission. In an instant, a group of people began to redden.
For a moment, the eyes of many divisional sales managers were red.
Who would have thought that Yang Fan would directly allow Zhang Li to be the general manager of the sales department? Nowadays, Zhang Li is also suited and booted, looks completely as a successful workplace woman, ear short hair, smart and capable, but no longer see that countryside big girl's appearance.
Nowadays, the entire Zhang family, Zhang Li's weight of speech is extremely important.
Or because of their own travels to see more, just a few months of time, Zhang Li the whole person is also a sea change. Voldemort's attributes on his body disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of being the master of the house. Still in college, brother Zhang Weidong, Zhang Li is also utilized. Letting Zhang Weidong use his time after school to help Yang Fan recruit talent, Zhang Li is also aware of the importance of talent, although there is a significant portion of college students belong to the type of low I, but both Yang Fan and Zhang Li are not worried.
They have countless trial and error costs.
Especially, this era of college students, also still considered some real talent. Yang Fan is also happy to give them a chance. This time, Yang Fan was also angry and wealthy, directly facing the Magic City University to start recruiting college students. The high income in an instant attracted a large number of college students. Who doesn't want to earn 100,000 per month? Zhang Li is a high school graduate who can earn 300,000 per year, not counting the commission. Why can't they do it? Zhang Li now the whole person seems to be a lot of calm. There is a kind of shrewd and capable flavor. Let her manage the sales department. Yang Fan is still very assured. Zhang Li, this person is willing to advance, plus she is willing to analyze and summarize, is a rare talent. Such a person, Yang Fan naturally want to reuse. For recruited college students, Yang Fan is intended to let them start from the grassroots. First of all, prove that you have enough ability, I will then come to reuse you. However, Yang Fan is not completely looking for them to do sales. Yang Fan still recruited a considerable part of the people to participate in their own company. There is a part of people, Yang Fan is to leave them to carry out research.
VCD movements in chips, these are also worthy of Yang Fan's further research.
In addition, there are also 2G technology, smartphones. These are all need to smash their own money, or more accurately said is to burn money. What Yang Fan can offer is actually not much, it is his own thinking.
Although he has researched the chip, but Yang Fan cannot be photolithography, do scientific research. This is to burn money. Moreover, the money burned is not a small amount of money.
It requires a large number of excellent talents focused together to conduct research, and in the middle of this, it is also possible to go through countless failures. Even so, the money burned, you do not know in what place. Whether it can be profitable or not, this is all an unknown. However, an enterprise to really develop, it is necessary to take this route, cannot afford to spend money, but also want to make a lot of money. Either the lifeblood is clutched in the hands of others, is a dog in the hands of others, such as Lenovo, or it is to overcome the difficulties, the world is invincible, such as Huawei. Now Yang Fan, but also just initially have the qualification to burn money.
Thick and thin.
Throughout the month of September, the Yang family general had also swept across the entire Jiangnan province. Originally, the Yang family will not have any competitors, and now the other large and small miscellaneous brands in the entire Jiangnan province are not rivals at all, and Yang Fan has also taken the opportunity to let his old man acquire a few other wineries,
further expanding production.
In September, the Yang family's sales reached more than $14.5 million, and the net profit even reached $10 million. Moreover, less than 10 days into October, sales had already reached 9 million, and it was foreseeable that October's sales were likely to reach more than 20 million.
For Yang Hon, this number was just a little too terrifying. Monthly income of 10 million, or even 20 million, this was just like a dream. However, Yang Fan was not able to care so much. He was not very concerned about the whole month of October. The next step was to travel to the capital and compete for the bid. Chapter 003 The Future Enemy. Capital City, Cardia Center. This is a comprehensive business hotel invested by CCTV. Before 1994, only a few people from the media industry occasionally traveled to the capital and landed here. However, since 1994, it has become a venue where the passions of Chinese entrepreneurs burn. In that year, the person in charge of CCTV's advertising and information department was a strong woman named Tan Shizong. It was during her tenure that CCTV's annual advertising revenue jumped from less than 1 billion a year to more than 4 billion a year, and established CCTV's status as a giant in the Chinese television media industry.
As for Tan Shison's means is also very simple, is the CCTV prime time out for national bidding, and, to the highest bidding amount of enterprises to prepare a vain and golden laurel bidder.
Sitting on top of the airplane, young Fan had to sigh. This woman has really changed the pattern of the CCTV.
King of the label, these two words also do not know how many people pitched.
November 8th. Harmony to be sent.
Yang Hong's heart but cannot help but have some tension, to say the least. He is still the first time he came to the capital. When he came to the capital, there was still a large amount of wind and sand here. Yang Hong's waist straight, on the body is wearing a well-tailored suit, looks quite a bit of successful people's flavor, while Yang Fan looks a lot more casual. The clothes on his body are largely bought down in the rice country, and there is still no concept of trend in the country now.
Excuse me, do you know how to get to the Cartier Center?
Just at this time, a voice suddenly echoed in Yang Fan's ears. Yang Fan turned his head but saw a man in a shabby suit. He was slightly stunned. This guy, Yang Fan still recognized.
Qinchi Liquor Ji Chang Kong.
This year, Qinchi Liquor Industry's sales volume in the eastern provinces is extremely high. The sales volume of a year is already exceeded 100 million. It can be said that now the Yang family will still have not encountered Qinchi Liquor. However, once involved in the country, the two sides face another fierce fight. If there is no accident, Ji Chang Kong is the king of this year's bid. Don't look at the current Ji Chang Kong wearing a shabby suit. In the next 2 years, he will create a nationally recognized brand.
But with me around, you don't stand a chance.
Yang Fan muttered in his heart. However, a smile still appeared on his face as well. You're going to the Cartier Center as well?
What a coincidence. You guys are also going? Ji Chang Kong was slightly stunned, and then opened his mouth without any caution. You guys are going? Bidding. Yang Hong spoke from the side. You too? Ji Chang Kong nodded slightly, and then directly opened the door and said, we are Qinchi Liquor. You are? Qinchi Liquor?
Yang Hong slightly stunned, and then laughed. Jiangnan Province, Yang Family General.
So it is you guys.
The depths of Ji Chang Kong's eyes surfaced a few moments of vigilance, and then smiled and opened his mouth. I know you guys. This year, the Yang family generals are making a big splash. As a big man who dominated the 3 eastern provinces, Ji Chang Kong had investigated his rivals. He also had to admit that the speed of the Yang family generals' rise was just too fast.
You guys are also coming to run for the bid? Ji Chang Kong inquired intentionally. We don't have that much of an idea.
Yang Hong laughed and said, how much money does it cost to run for the Tag King? We just come to join in the fun. I have not been to the capital since I grew up, and my son has never been here. Yang Hong is now also considered to be tempered by Yang Fan, almost can be very good and perfect to hide his innermost thoughts.
Definitely won't let himself be exposed in any way.
Before he came, Yang Fan had constantly urged that he must hide all his thoughts in his heart. Speaking of this, Yang Hong patted Yang Fan's head. This time over, is considered to be public expense. I also brought my son to see a long time. Your Qinchi wine industry is powerful. The entire eastern province are drinking your wine. Ji Chang Kong is ashamed of a smile, slowly opened his mouth. Where, I'm also lucky, the eastern province does not have any spending power, not compared to your Jiangnan province. You a Jiangnan province, the sales volume is almost as much as our 3 provinces. I'm all luck, all luck. Speaking here, Ji Chang Kong glanced at Yang Hong with ulterior motives. Came to the capital but did not think about how to compete for the tender, just came to stroll around. Instantly, Ji Chang Kong heart to Yang Hong is a low opinion of 3 points. If you cannot think of seizing the national market, just think of keeping their own acres of land. That is really ridiculous. Ji Chang Kong's underestimation, Yang Fan see in the eyes. However, he also just smiled, really did not say anything more. Ji Chang Kong does not know is that, in fact, Yang Fan has long arranged for the sales staff to go to the eastern provinces. Basically, Ji Chang Kong's pants are about to be stripped down by Yang Fan. The drinking habits of the 3 eastern provinces, Qinchi's sales model. These Yang Hong has long known, not only know, but also still in-depth research and investigation, to see if the Yang family will be able to popularize the 3 eastern provinces. These, Yang Hong is considered to have memorized. After all, this was considered one of the Yang family general's biggest enemies in the future. The consumption potential of Jiangnan province is indeed much greater than that of the 3 eastern provinces. However, it is actually a case-by-case basis. Ji Chang Kong had one of the biggest problems, which was the lack of a good sales channel. Imagine, the king of the Chinese standard. The popularity is enough to resound throughout the country, but, in reality, Qinchi's annual sales have only increased by about 10 times of the original. This figure seemed high, but the liquor was only sold 10 times more. It didn't continue to consolidate its base and didn't have enough sales. After the big fire, it didn't take advantage of the opportunity to attack the city. Instead, it reveled in the profits brought by the king of labels. The king of labels is just to get the name recognition out. Whether you can stabilize the sales channel, it needs to look at your sales team, as well as how much output you can have. Qinchi liquor industry is ruined in all of a sudden focus on the limelight, and then, there began to counterfeit was directly exposed, and from then on fell into the doldrums. Uncle, let's go over together, it's my first time in the capital, let's take a look together. Yang Fan's acting skills are also amazing, presenting himself as if he were an uninitiated little child. Ji Chang Kong nodded his head. He was also a businessman and also wanted to see if he could pull something out of Yang Hong's mouth or not.
Chapter 0032 Bidding for the Bidder. However, very soon,
Ji Chang Kong was disappointed. It was really that Yang Hong did not act like an entrepreneur or a businessman, but rather an actual thug. The tendency of a thug could be clearly seen on his body.
In addition to showing off, it was all about showing off.
Having risen in less than half a year, a month's sales degree, although good, was not his own rival.
Ji Chang Kong's mind made a judgment. It was a worthless opponent.
Although Ji Chang Kong was wearing a smile on his face, the deep contempt in the bottom of his eyes could not be concealed by any means. Yang Fan naturally saw the expression on Ji Chang Kong's face, and his heart only smiled faintly.
Laugh now, sooner or later there will be a time when you cry out. Kadia Center. Here, for the entrepreneurs of the country are among the top hospitality. The bidding, the CCTV advertisement, is a must in the hands of any entrepreneur.
Kung Fu Family Wine is relying on the title of King of Bidders, directly from a local small business to a nationally renowned trademark. If, without any surprises, this year's King of Bidders is Chinchi Wine.
Unfortunately, there's no chance for you.
Came here, and there was a dinner party. Yang Fan was stunned, but he met quite a few corporate-level bigwigs. There was the popular Kung Fu Banquet Wine and Kung Fu Family Wine, both sides competing against each other, as well as Lepais, and at the same time, the popular Flying Dragon Group, which was famous for its carpet advertising for a while, Sanju Oral Liquid, as well as the Sun God.
As well as newcomer Waha.
20 years later, the vast majority of these brands are no longer heard of.
Only Waha is still alive.
However, after 20 years of Waha, the only thing that Yang Fan could pay a little attention to was only Zhong Fuli terminating the contract with Wang Lihong. After another 20 years, whether Waha can still exist or not is still a huge question. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh, but he couldn't help but think of Boss Ma's biggest wish is to create 100 years of enterprise. 100 years, how difficult. Nowadays, it was quite a feat for a Chinese enterprise to exist for 5 years. Yang Hong and Yang Fan, father and son, with a group of entrepreneurs together to eat a meal. Most people Yang Fan is not recognized, the only one who knows is Zhong Qingho. However, this time Waha came over, is to show a face, and does not really intend to bid. Watching a group of entrepreneurs get together to talk about the world, blowing up the awesome really is not ambiguous at all. In the end, they began to chat about the girls from all over the place.
Well, Yang Fan is not very fond of criticizing, but how many of the thugs can guarantee that they will be faithful to their marriage? Not to mention them, even in his previous life, Yang Fan belonged to the fighter inside the stallion. That is, after being reborn, Yang Fan had a sense of urgency, plus his age was too young. Yang Fan did not have much heart to pick up girls. Waiting for their own old man mixed into the richest man in the country, they still do not want how to play. The only thing that makes Yang Fan unexpected in turn is Zhong Qingho. He is a person alone fell to the idea of participating in the conversation, looks like an honest farmer. However, in Yang Fan's opinion, the strongest among this group of people is Zhong Qingho. Zhong Qingho belongs to the kind of person who is steady to the limit. Any risky thing, he has to think about it.
Secondly is to use people. He likes to use familiar people, do not like to use people, like to use specialists and do not like to use generalists, replacement with paper stars and do not like to use the type of talent. He cultivated talents are often combat-oriented talent system.
So far, Wahaha's many senior cadres are Zhong Qingho entrepreneurial period recruited. Change turnover round edge not as frequent as other enterprises.
Moreover, a considerable part of them are women, marketing department, public relations department, finance department, supply department, as well as the office and other important positions are all hardworking and loyal female cadres.
Of course, Waha does not want to recruit other talents.
In 1992, Waha was also determined to recruit talents for the whole country. At that time, there were 2,000 people went to apply for the job. Among them, there are many doctors, director assistant and other talents. Waha also once employed dozens of people. However, after 1 or 2 years, these people all left Waha. The reason is that they found, in Waha, they seem to be not much opportunity for promotion.
Zhong Qingho is very prudent and arbitrary in hiring.
In 1996, Waha to $45 million, the price of 51% of the shares to the Gallic Chicken Danone Group, however, occupies a large share of Danone in the shares of a few years, but no one can participate in Wahaha's specific business decision-making, in the Chinese joint venture in the special case.
Yang Fan's idea of employing people is similar to Zhong Qingho.
He also likes executive talents. However, Yang Fan also likes to use young people, give them certain opportunities. They want to show themselves, then Yang Fan will give them the opportunity to show themselves. As long as they show their ability enough, Yang Fan naturally want to give them the opportunity to show their skills. Yang Fan also likes to cultivate talents from actual battles. Zhong Qingho's tactics may make his men loyal, but it's hard to catch the wave of the times, and once he can't keep up with the times, then he'll be behind the times as well. This year's bidding competition can be said to be lively.
However, in Yang Fan's opinion, most of them are thugs.
Still more subtle, and with Yang Fan's instructions, Yang Hong is also not the price of his bid. Anyway, he is here to have fun. Since you are a thug, Yang Hong that is even more thug. On the contrary, Yang Fan chatted quite well with the film and television company designated by CCTV to cooperate. How the advertisement is going to be done, Yang Fan has his own ideas. The Yang family will be the golden father who will pay for it, and naturally, the advertising company is also going to give Yang Fan 3 points. In the end, they also had to admit, Yang Fan was indeed an all-rounder. 3 days later, it was time to start campaigning for the bid king. Although these entrepreneurs showed that they didn't care, they had actually hidden their hands. Ji Changkong originally prepared 30 million, however, after talking with the advertising company, he realized that 30 million is no chance at all, and this year's bidding should at least start at 60 million. In the original parallel space, Ji Changkong made a phone call to the local government overnight. $30 million into 66,666 million, and became the king of the bidding in one fell swoop. Qin Shi Liquor was also a step forward, becoming a nationally recognized trademark. Chapter 0033 King of the Bid. The previous bid king. In more people's opinion, it would have been between Kung Fu Family Wine, which had the highest advertisement exposure, and Sun God. However, when the final news was exposed, it was a shock to everyone. The winner was Kung Fu Banquet Wine. Both Kung Fu Banquet Liquor and Kung Fu Family Liquor were in Qilu Province, and Kung Fu Banquet Liquor came up with $30.79 million to win the title in one fell swoop, which was an astronomical figure, almost 1/3 of Kung Fu Banquet Liquor's annual interest rate. However, under the hype of CCTV, Kung Fu Banquet Wine became famous all over the world overnight. At that time, almost all the media in China reported on the sub with great gusto, and the news effect was so great that it was beyond everyone's expectation. It was also because of this that all entrepreneurs saw the added value behind the tender. It's like a grinding roller that turns a stone into gold and can make miracles appear overnight. Therefore, in this year's bidding, the eyes of the whole audience is the audience on top of the 2 holes. Last year, crippled Kung Fu Family Wine this time to make a comeback. The bidding process is all closed. No one knows what the final price is. Kung Fu Family Wine, Kung Fu Banquet Wine, Qinchi Wine, and Yang Family General. The 4 major liquor industries began to compete with each other. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was unhurried and wrote a number on top of the bidding book. $66,680,000. The price of this year's bidder is Qin Shi Liquor Industry. The price is $66,666,000. Yang Fan is also dry, directly 20,000 higher than you. Ji Changkong is naturally very confident in his heart. He believed that no one would have a better price than his own bidding site. Yang Fan did not move like a mountain, but silently looked at the beautiful hostess in front of him. Kung Fu Family Wine, bidding price of $62,988,000. When the host announced this price, everyone present couldn't help but to down a breath of cool air. This was twice the price of last year's bid. The big leader of CCTV also couldn't help but clench his fists, only feeling his heart thumping wildly. This was starting to double. This year, I'm afraid that we're going to make even more money than last year. The representative of Kung Fu Family Wine, on the other hand, glanced at Kung Fu Banquet Wine as if it was provocative. Last year, he had suffered a big loss, and this year, no matter what, he had to show that he was strong enough. On the other hand, the representative of Kung Fu Banquet Liquor glanced at Kung Fu Family Liquor, but a mocking and contemptuous smile appeared on his face. The host then burst out the price. Kung Fu Banquet Wine, $63,988,000. In an instant, the expression on Kung Fu Family Wine's face turned stunned, and he couldn't help but look at Kung Fu Banquet Wine one more time. Just an extra $1 million? This. How did he know about his offer? Just 1 million more than himself. If there wasn't a mole, that was something he wouldn't believe even if he was beaten to death. Ji Changkong secretly clenched his fists, staring at the beautiful hostess. He knew that this time he was sure to win. Just as the representatives of Kung Fu Family Wine and Kung Fu Banquet Wine were looking at each other, this beautiful hostess once again opened her mouth and said, Qin Shi Wine, $66,666,000. Hiss. In an instant, a group of people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as you looked at me and I looked at you. What was Qin Shi Liquor Industry? And what was Lin Dirt County? Countless people's gazes all landed on Ji Changkong's body, while Ji Changkong was unmoving like a mountain, sitting in his seat as he felt the gazes from all directions. And then, a smile appeared on Ji Changkong's face. The victory was assured. Killing a Chang bite Jin halfway, this was something that neither the Confucius Banquet Wine nor the Confucius Family Wine had expected. However, the smile on Ji Changkong's face did not last much longer. Soon, the hostess spoke the next bid. Yang Family General, $66,668,000. The smile on Ji Changkong's face froze, a feeling that was 1,000,000 times worse than the feeling that the Kong Family Wine had been sniped. How could the Yang Family General come up with $66,668,000? It was only $20,000 higher than Qin Shi Liquor. $20,000.
Qinchi Liquor could surpass it by taking out a little bit of money. But it was just $20,000 that the bidder lost out. Ji Changkong couldn't help but clench his fists, while Yang Fan, who was sitting next to Yang Hong, smiled, his eyes gently sweeping over the Kungfu family wine Kungfu banquet wine as well as Ji Changkong's body. In his heart, however, a sentence emerged: next year, it is going to dominate the world and squeeze all of your production space. This. In an instant, all the limelights all fell on Yang Hong's body, countless lights, countless lines of sight. Damn it, was tricked by this guy. Ji Changkong subconsciously clenched his fists. From the first moment he knew Yang Hong, he felt that Yang Hong was a profiteer. A thug who thought he was great after making a little bit of money. But now, Ji Changkong rubbed before reacting. This guy was completely an expert at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It looks like a tycoon, behavior is also a tycoon. To know, the Yang family will rise less than half a year. Yang Hong hands absolutely impossible to have 60 million. However, right now, Yang Hong was taking out a whole $66,668,000,000. This was an astronomical figure. The beautiful hostess still continued to sing the bid. However, up to this point, there was no longer any price that could exceed $66,668,000,000. Even if it breaks through to $60 million. Waha still feel that this price is too high. The offer is only 40 million. Originally, Zhong Qingho's idea is very simple: focus on participation. However, it really did not expect that the price could be raised by more than 2 times. As for the other competitors, it was not that Yang Fan looked down on them, they really didn't have any possibility of competing now. The sun god had begun to gradually fall. The 3 plants, the flying dragon for the time being, also did not expect the price to be raised so quickly. This session's bidder, no one expected the price to be raised this much. The double boost, the figure of $66,680,000 came out, and it was simply a sensation in the room. By the time the beautiful hostess started to announce that the Yang family would take the bid king, the whole room boiled over. Everyone was in an uproar. Although before this, the majority of people knew that the king of the bidding was only going to fall to the Yang family general. However, the moment the king of the bidding was actually announced, the whole place still boiled over. Yang Hong, on the other hand, stood up, recklessly enjoying the limelight. To be honest, he has now gradually liked this feeling. This feeling of standing at the top of manhwa, great. The King of Markers. Chapter 0034, the King of Labeling is powerful, and his monthly income breaks through $100 million. Mark King, this was the title of the absolute king in this era. With this title, it would be shrouded through and through, and at the same time, it would undergo unimaginable torture and persecution. Countless people's gazes would be fixed on you, and as long as you revealed any cracks, there would be a group of people swarming up to completely tear you apart. Afterwards, Yang Hong was about to start receiving interviews from reporters. Nowadays, Yang Hong's interviews with the reporters could be described with the word familiar. He was talking in a calm and relaxed manner. From his body cannot see any thug's breath, but a mature entrepreneur, talking about responsibility and commitment. With the previous performance of the thug's image is completely 2 people. Ji Changkong stood on the other side, he felt as if he was completely ignored. It was tightly just a difference of $20,000. It was as if he was completely ignored. In this era, everyone would only remember the first and not the second. Clenching his fists, Ji Changkong took a deep breath. Fight again in the coming year. Yang Fan, on the other hand, glanced at Ji Changkong, but a few cold smiles surfaced at the corners of his lips. This Ji Changkong was really too naive. He was still thinking of fighting again next year, but unfortunately, he would not give Ji Changkong any chance at all. There could only be one absolute king in the liquor industry. That was the Yang family general. Yang Hong left behind the image of a graceful entrepreneur. Especially, the experience of Yang Hong returning from the army was something that countless journalists wrote about. On top of that, Yang Fan made his dad memorize a poem. The Song of the 6 States, by the Yang family general. Pavilion Flint and Miasma, the border fortress rises to kill. The Yang family banner, a lone army, rises up, fights out the battle, and falls into the siege of the flags. I washed Jinsha's land in blood, and your sword was not answered. I hated the traitors and sycophants, and I died of hunger, and my indignation was hard to be pacified. After Yanzhao, he rode on the cloud for 10,000 miles, with his reed leaf gun. He was in formation under the Sheep Mountain and blew the horn to destroy the Liao soldiers. He was reincarnated as the star of the 6th heavenly king. Looking at the town of Sangwon, Ijin Road, Sakudu, Weibiaging. After the rain breaks, the paths are quiet, and the cowherd boys. The sound of willow flute. The river and mountains are still there, and the world listens to the drums and strings. What are the feelings of the people who are often left with hatred after the vicissitudes of life? 3 generations have fought for the protection of the country. Outside Yanmen Gate, the old road is full of sadness. All of them were loyal, and the people remembered them. What's left of it? Needless to say, this poem still let the reporter shocked, and then, the reporter made up a lot for Yang Hong. When the soldiers to protect the country, when the entrepreneur for the country tax. Create a nationally recognized trademark.
Have to admit, CCTV is still very generous. Take the money to do things, not only in the prime time every night to broadcast advertising, but also all aspects of the Young family will create momentum. Young family will be unique formula in fact, is the wolfberry and American ginseng, a little bit of nourishing things, nourishing health. As well as, the patriotic sentiment of Young family general, but also belongs to the country needs positive energy. Drink the Young family general, battlefield killing, invincible. For men, most people like hot blood. November 8th. The bidding ended, and by the time December 8th rolled around, the advertisements were all over the place.
Young Family General's unique formula. Young Family General's distillery was in full bloom in the entire Jiangnan province.
This time, what Young Family General was facing was not the Jiangnan province, but the whole country. Zheng Xubai was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a battle, and the nationwide publicity, especially the CCTV, was simply relentless. Men, blazing fire, hot blood, nourishing. And then there is aphrodisiac. It wasn't particularly obvious in the first week, but by the time the second week rolled around, the sales of liquor suddenly began to skyrocket. In just 1 week, the sales volume had actually reached a terrifying level of $20 million. However, very soon, Yang Hong was also being approached by countless people to sell himself. In the capital, is a wisdom explosion center. In the huge capital, wandering around from all over the country planning masters, their purse and head with endless fresh ideas, their resume has countless dazzling but cannot withstand the scrutiny and verification of the success of the case. They are great is able to use a minute or two to see an entrepreneur's disease, and come up with 1 or 2 let a person beat the idea to save you from the deep heat. They rely on 3 inches of bad language around the speech, held a summit, seniority, and then, take those who worship them as God's business to do their own planning experiments. Ever since Yang Hong became the king of the bidding, this group of people appeared. To be honest, Yang Hong was really a bit bluffed, feeling that the Yang family will be disbanded and closed down in place tomorrow.
What brand image enhancement? What hit the national popularity?
Frankly speaking, Yang Hong has been a little confused. However, Yang Hong is still in a bit of a daze, but Yang Fan is to maintain absolute calm. First of all, let Wang say hi to the group of people all beat up, directly out of the Rainbow Mountain. This group of cleverness, is just mouth to fool around, really capable of, is not at all. Then, Yang Fan directly came to his dad's office. Nowadays, Yang Hong's office is also not the previous shabby office, but an office building, which was just bought not long ago. Yang Hong also had the idea of remodeling this office building, and this expenditure alone would cost tens of millions of dollars.
Dad, don't be fooled by this group. If they really have the ability, will come to you.
Have long started their own business, to put it bluntly, is fooling people, claiming what master. Yang Fan contemptuous smile, pointing to the river and mountain. They play as the mouth, take as your money, the collapse is our family business. Being said by Yang Fan, Yang Hong calmed down quite a bit. He couldn't help but open his mouth. How much did our family earn last month? The sales volume should have broken 100 million, however, our profit is not very high, it should be around 46 million. Yang Fan opened his mouth without slowing down. Now that the CCTV is giving us momentum, we must seize the time to expand the market. Said here, Yang Fan slightly paused, the brand image enhancement, which is very necessary, but the premise is to have personality, at least with commercial marketing function, not casually advertise. Our style is hot blood, passion, men's heroes. Next, we have to continue to tap into this feature.
Secondly, Yang Fan raised another finger and spoke faintly. What is the factor that we can rise? Is it the CCTV giving us advertisements? No.
Speaking here, Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth and said it is our strong sales channel that makes our bottom staff. Now is the best time for us to expand. The past 2 days to accompany his girlfriend, was tossed. Today will increase the update, please rest assured that is. Chapter 0035 Storming the previous bidder. The best period of expansion? Yang Hong couldn't help but swallow hard, and then, his eyes fell on Yang Fan. So, what to do? First of all, declare to the public that our Yang family will be the unique formula. Yang Fan quickly opened his mouth, establish branch distilleries all over the country. At the same time, the sales team under us, quickly sent to all parts of the country. We want to make the rest of the liquor industry in Huaxia, at least, is in our class of liquor, no power to fight back. Beating Mao Tai, Yang Fan that is not dare to think. That was what the founding father used to entertain the President of the United States. This is Yang Fan, no matter by what means, there is no way to replace. However, Yang Fan was also very calm. After all, Mao Tai is really too expensive, ordinary people really cannot afford to drink.
With Yang Fan's enlightenment, Yang Hong naturally flew to calm down.
Come to think of it, that group of planning masters is simply bull. Do not know the market, do not know how to sell, completely rely on a mouth. At this moment, Yang Hong suddenly realized that Yang Fan had long ago created a super sales team for the Yang family general. Today, the sales team of the Yang family will be completely, can use the word powerful to describe. After Yang Fan's careful cultivation, in matching the unique reward mechanism, they are a group of people who have been beaten with chicken blood. Zhang Li as the face of the sales team is also repeatedly taken out by Yang Fan to publicize.
Want to earn over $10,000 a month? Want to earn $100,000 a month?
Then work hard to sell the bar. In addition to these, the sales team will also give young fan to provide first-hand information. For example, Southwest is generally ordinary white wine. 4050 degrees southeast of these areas are like to drink local yellow wine alcohol medium. The south is the best is the local wine, alcohol should not be too high. The right medicine, the young family will not be able to buy only one kind of wine, need to sell a variety of alcoholic beverages.
The CCTV publicity is also very well placed.
At the same time, Yang Hong has been frequently mentioned by the media.
Chilu Province.
Whether it was Kung Fu Banquet wine or Kung Fu family wine, at this moment, both of them were feeling an unprecedented pressure.
Because, it was unknown since when the Yang family will appear. It directly killed from Jiangnan Province to Chilu Province.
There was no campaign to become the king of the bidding, and there was no huge popularity in an instant.
Now the entire Chilu Province is still discussing more about the Yang family general. Men who are men drink strong wine. If you are a man, drink Yang family general.
Yang fan had made up quite a few slogans, each of which did not require to be lofty, but required to be catchy. When the Yang family general appeared in Chilu Province, both Kung Fu Banquet liquor and Kung Fu family liquor didn't take Yang Jiagong seriously, especially Kung Fu Banquet liquor was, after all, the previous year's bidder. Even if this time did not continue to take the title of king of the bid, but, after all, the Kung Fu Banquet wine is a big family. However, soon Kung Fu Banquet liquor found problems. First of all, the orders were drastically reduced. The orders that were originally meant to be ordered for Kung Fu Banquet liquor were all replaced with Yang Jiajun, and Kung Fu Banquet liquor seemed to have completely lost its voice in an instant. That horrifying sales volume, almost in an instant, plummeted to 1/10 of its original value.
Moreover, this rate was still declining.
Zhou Lisan, the executive director and general manager of Kung Fu Banquet Wine, couldn't help but frown at once, but his heart was overwhelmed with apprehension. Last year, Kung Fu Banquet Wine is also considered to have achieved great success. However, Zhou Lisan never thought that the power of the CCTV king of the bidding is so horrible.
In less than a month's work, the Yang family will have replaced the Kung Fu Banquet Wine.
Not only that, their own original inherent market has also been rapidly eaten up.
This group of sales under Yang fan was just too crazy.
After arriving in Chilu province, they immediately began to look around for opportunities. This group of people, they are willing to show their faces, they are also willing to penetrate into the countryside, even the most remote villages they are willing to trek through the mountains. They would even hire local people to help them sell wine.
They began to frantically eat into the market that originally belonged to Kung Fu family wine and Kung Fu Banquet wine. This is a zero-sum game, either you die or I die. Yang fan was trying to make Kung Fu Banquet wine and Kung Fu family wine have no influence in Chilu province, and the CCTV bidder had created a huge buzz for himself. In this way, for the common people, they are just very happy to accept it. Old uncle, this is our Yang family general. Do you know about Yang family general?
A Yang family general's sales quickly opened his mouth. Our family's Yang family general can be an aphrodisiac if you drink it.
Aphrodisiac? The old man immediately showed a strange expression on his face, and then, he couldn't help but say, really? How can this be fake?
This sales quickly opened his mouth. Look at our family Yang family generals, when the battlefield fighting, attack the enemy, to the home that is also a battlefield, you see, Yang family female generals, which one is not beautiful, which one is not horny, not a bit of skill, can carry it? These words really attracted a lot of people. For the vast countryside, they just like to hear some of these delightful things. This is Yang fan specially designed words, as a sales, that is to have the ability to see people to say people, see ghosts to say ghosts, how to get people to buy wine, how you say.
In 1996, the whole month of January was a month belonging to Yang fan.
To everyone's surprise, the first to be attacked is the province of Chilu. Whether it is the Kung Fu Banquet wine or the Kung Fu family wine in front of the Yang family general actually did not have the slightest power to fight back. Not only no, and still be hung up and whacked this kind of. Kung Fu Feast wine and Kung Fu family wine rely on their own fame, their influence is in the entire Chilu province. Kung Fu Banquet wine is slightly more famous, but, in front of the Yang family will not be enough, they do not have a strong enough sales team, while Yang fan's sales team is deep into the countryside. Even so, an agent would be selected from each village. All the Yangs that are sold give you a certain share of the profits. Yang fan could get hold of first-hand information, however, Kung Fu Banquet wine and Kung Fu family wine could not. Their sales model is still to wait for others to call in and sell the wine. This is the effect brought by the CCTV king, but once they are not the king they immediately lose this advantage. Lu Jitao, the executive director and general manager of Confucius Family Wine, also cursed hard. Not long ago, he was still gloating at the Kung Fu Banquet liquor being hung by the Yang family, but soon, he could not laugh anymore, because the sales of his own liquor were also affected. The base of Kung Fu Family Wine was much stronger than Kung Fu Banquet Wine, which meant that the brand's popularity was a bit broader. Before becoming the king of the label, Kung Fu Banquet Wine was still mistakenly thought to be an offshoot of Kung Fu Family Wine. More people still recognize Kung Fu Jiaju. However, in the face of the raging Yang family, Kung Fu Jiajiu found its sales plummeting to 1/6 of its original value.
Chapter 0036 Kong Lao Air cried. Confused.
This was how Kung Fu family wine felt. Previously, even if the Kung Fu banquet wine took the king of the bidding, Kung Fu family wine still has the ability to compete. After all, in the Qilu province more people still identify with the Kung Fu family wine. In Lu Jitao's view, there is no problem with his own basic disc. Yang family will be this is impossible to affect their own sales. However, Lu Jitao now knew that he was wrong, and still very wrong. Yang fan is to kettle, the sales team came there. Yang fan will open the branch to where, not only to open over, but also to absorb your local people in training, with a high salary to seduce a little, and then let them go down to the countryside to promote. Yang fan also had to admit that the trick of surrounding the city with rural areas is indeed very good. I just used the number of people to pile up hard to accumulate your living space. Kung Fu banquet wine and Kung Fu family wine panicked at the same time. Facing the crushing of Yang's generals, they were almost powerless to fight back, and even then, they didn't know how they were going to fight against Yang fan.
But they didn't have a strong sales team.
What they promoted was still waiting for someone to come to their door to buy wine, relying on the strength of their brand to wait for others to come to their door. Therefore, the only thing they could do was actually only one thing: reduce the price.
Hongshan City.
Yang fan almost didn't laugh out loud on the spot when he heard Zhang Li's report.
What the hell? Price reduction? They actually chose to reduce the price?
Yang fan looked at Zhang Li with wide eyes. This is not a joke, right?
Zhang Li nodded. This is their current strategy. Now whether it is the Confucius banquet wine or the Confucius family wine, the price is reduced to 1/5 of the original. Their sales have increased quite a bit, however, the specific increase in how much, our people have not yet counted. Yang fan, on the other hand, shrugged helplessly and opened his mouth. What about their sales?
Their sales can only go up to the county level at most, and it is only limited to their weekday dealers. Said here, Zhang Li cannot help but look at Yang fan some more, continued, basically, they just go around, and a lot of their sales are our people, whether it is the Kung Fu banquet wine or the Kung Fu family wine dealers are also willing to sell our Yang family. Zhang Li also had to admire Yang fan to sales to improve treatment, give them commission. This trick is simply excellent. So far, there are really few people to give sales commission. Whether it's Kung Fu banquet wine or Kung Fu family wine, their sales, almost equivalent to with contacts and resources to join the Yang family, sold out a batch of immediately get a dividend. It can be said that a considerable portion of the sales of Kung Fu family wine and Kung Fu banquet wine, although nominally belonging to these two major restaurants, but, in fact, sold by the Yang family general. It was also because of this that Yang fan was able to erode their space by acquiring in such a short period of time.
Eat the inside and the outside. Everyone is for profit.
However, Yang fan still got enough company employee manuals to bind the employees with the system.
Bind employees with benefits.
These are Yang fan's experiences after more than 20 years. Both Kung Fu banquet wine and Kung Fu family wine were almost powerless to fight back, and the only thing they could do was to lower the price, and lower the price. However, even with this, their sales have only slightly increased.
Kung Fu banquet wine, doing the world's articles.
Yang fan shook his head and slowly spoke. Kong Lao Air just likes to be high and mighty, however, it seems that they are now powerless to fight back.
Speaking here, Yang fan slightly paused, stood up and casually opened the refrigerator. Took out a few more bottles of wine and sent them to Zhang Li, laughing, look at it. Zhang Li, slightly stunned, couldn't help but open her mouth. This is?
The few bottles of wine that Yang fan took out just looked very delicate from the packaging, and more than that, the colors inside were also colorful. This is our company's newest product. The number of alcohol is only 3%, is a fruit wine, currently blended out a total of 5 flavors, white peach, grapefruit, lemon, pineapple, kiwi.
Yang fan smiled faintly. I am preparing to push it to the young people. The white wine products are too single. Our goal this year is to open up the sales channels and form our own sales network. Next, I plan to sell this kind of wine. The alcohol level is not high, but the taste is good. I believe that its sales volume will exceed that of the Yang family generals.
Zhang Li slightly mused for a moment and then tasted a mouthful or two.
Instead, her mouth couldn't help but let out a voice of admiration. This wine is very good.
As a sales in the liquor industry, Zhang Li naturally drank a lot of liquor. However, she didn't like to drink liquor. This cocktail rather gave Zhang Li a feeling of brightness.
At present, we produce some.
Yang fan opened his mouth without slowing down. Sales, or have to leave it to you to deal with. Zhang Li slightly pondered for a while, and then slowly opened her mouth. Boss. Yang fan was slightly smiling, not slow to speak. Microbrew, the group we are facing is the group of college students, so the advertising words cannot be too rough. Can aphrodisiacs do not say? To give them to talk about the quality of life. Yang fan smiled and continued, microbrew is just the right amount of alcohol to open the mood instantly and bring a relaxed and stress-free drinking experience. Suitable for a variety of informal social situations. Whether it is a solo drink, friends gathering, large party, whether in the senior restaurant with meals or roadside stalls, Crayfish Jerk Rio microbrew series can quickly help you to enhance the mood, open the heart, so that the feeling of relaxation everywhere. Yang Fan tried to recall the previous Rio advertisement and then continued, "You ponder over it, recruit people to design a good advertisement. We have an advertising department within the company to let them design it properly."
I understand. Zhang Li nodded and then couldn't help but open his mouth and said, "Boss, in the future, we will mainly be the Young Family Generals and Microbrew series? There are also white wine, red wine, these markets we have to slowly try." Yang Fan smiled. Simple white wine is not competitive. In the end, there is not much technical content. The liquor industry is so. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, and then continued, "Next, I am ready to do mainly in science and technology, computers, cell phones, these are the industries I want to get involved in. Later, I use you will follow me well." Zhang Li has some excitement. He is only a high school graduate, but now, how many college students have to call themselves a manager? All of this is what Yang Fan gave himself. Immediately is the new year. Yang Fan smiled and said, "The speed of Chilu province should be accelerated, and then there are the three eastern provinces, mainly the three eastern provinces, the big drinking province." Our opponent is Qin Shi now. Chapter 0037 Pulling in Zhao Ben San and dominating the three eastern provinces. Killing into the three eastern provinces. And the main rival of the three eastern provinces is Qin Shi.
If history hadn't shown that Yang Fan had intervened across the board, then it would have been Qin Shi who had risen to prominence this year. However, it is a pity that this year by Yang Fan to intervene, Qin Shi did not take the king of the tender. Now the king of the tender is the Young Family General. As a born-again, Yang Fan knows in his heart that Qin Shi has actually been in the limelight for less than 2 years. In 1997, it would be haunted by negative news, and then, collapsed with an unbelievably fast speed. However, Yang Fan would not underestimate Ji Changkong. This guy, Ji Changkong, could be considered a master of discernment. The entire Chilu province, the Kongfu family wine and Kongfu banquet wine fight when the time, it is Ji Changkong earliest eyes fell in the eastern provinces.
And the entire eastern province is also a large province of liquor consumption.
You should know that Qin Shi is in Chilu province, Linsu county. Can start from the Chilu province, and then hard to kill to the eastern province, enough to see, Ji Changkong unique vision. The eastern province is the consumption of liquor province, however, but there is no brand. Qin Shi is to take advantage of the situation.
Ji Changkong is also very focused on brand maintenance.
Killed into the eastern provinces, Ji Changkong is also set up a sales team of their own. He also realized the strength of the king of the standard, as well as the huge commercial value. It was able to make Qin Shi a nationally recognized brand. It can be said that the three eastern provinces will not be like Chilu province so easy to deal with. Ji Changkong will not choose to directly reduce the price, but will definitely have a means of resistance. However, Yang Fan is not in a hurry. His sales team has a huge feature, that is to take the route of rural surrounded by cities. With the help of the title of CCTV bidder.
The first thing Yang Fan wants to build is his own sales network. As long as this sales network was there, then his own products could appear in the most remote mountain villages through this sales network in an endless stream. And as a matter of fact, Ji Changkong was also keeping an eye on Yang Jiagong at all times. When Ji Changkong realized that the Young Family General had completely held the Kongfu family wine and Kongfu banquet wine down, he sensed that something was wrong. Even if it was, no matter how strong the Young Family General was, he wasn't so strong. Moreover, Ji Changkong soon discovered that the Young Family General was secretly buying sales under the two brands of Kongfu family wine and Kongfu banquet wine, and taking down a sale was like taking down a huge market. Ji Changkong made the decision on the spot, directly improved the treatment of sales, and modeled to sales commission. The eastern province is its own basic disc, no matter what, cannot be invaded by Yang Fan's basic disc. Soon, Yang Fan was also informed of Ji Changkong's move. He couldn't help but smile. Ji Changkong was still a little late in trying to learn himself now, and Ji Changkong did not learn away his most elite move, which was the strategic tactic of encircling the city from the countryside. Yang Fan is not positive with Ji Changkong line, but bypassing the Ji Changkong sales channels, directly into the countryside, and then, in turn, towards the city to reverse the shot. With the CCTV advertisement, now almost no one knows about Yang's family. Ji Changkong suddenly found himself as if he had become difficult. Once upon a time dealers are very painful to place orders, but now, it is the beginning of the CCTV advertising, the strategic goal of the countryside to surround the city. However, Ji Changkong soon realized that he was almost powerless. The sound of the Yang family is too strong. In just 10 days, Qin Shi's sales immediately dropped by a fifth. This number, compared to Air Kong, did not know how many times more excellent. However, Ji Changkong was still very anxious and hurriedly came to the three eastern provinces in an attempt to stabilize the military. However, while Ji Changkong was acting, Yang Fan was also acting, and the place Yang Fan came to was not the three eastern provinces, but the capital, and he wanted to meet one person in particular. Zhao Ben San. In addition to Zhao Ben San, Yang Fan is also communicating with the Spring Festival Gala crew. This year, Zhao Benson's skit is Uncle Neo raises the bar. Yang Fan directly put forward his request. The wine inside the skit is replaced with Yang Jiagong, piggybacking on it, and reading the lines. Going to the 3 eastern provinces to look for anyone is better than looking for Zhao Bensan.
Although, the current Zhao Bensan is still far from reaching the later so huge influence, but, undoubtedly, it is also considered a symbol of the northeastern people.
Selling wine? Zhao Bensan, slightly dumbfounded, looking at this young man in front of him, couldn't help but open his mouth. How much advertising money?
Yang Fan raised his hand, 5 fingers.
Zhao Bensan froze for a moment and couldn't help but open his mouth. 50,000? 5 million. Yang Fan simply uttered a figure.
Zhao Bensan was shaken, only feeling that he was shivering all over. Nowadays, a performance of Zhao Bensan is actually only $100,000. Moreover, Zhao Bensan also understands that he can't just walk around, which is a kind of consumption of his reputation.
Never thought that Yang Fan would want to give $5 million for one advertisement by himself. 5 million, this year 1 year, I need Uncle Benchon you to advertise for me. Yang Fan slightly narrowed his eyes, and then slowly opened his mouth. In addition, I want to open a branch distillery in the 3 eastern provinces. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth and said, I can give you 20% of the shares of the branch distillery in the 3 eastern provinces, that is to say, 20% of the sales profits are all yours. How much money is this?
Zhao Bensan felt his head was dizzy. Yang Fan smiled, how much wine can be sold depends on how much you can help me sell. I have my own sales team. You are a celebrity in the eastern province, representative person. How much can be sold in the eastern province? All is up to you.
How? Yang Fan looked at Zhao Bensan with a smile.
Zhao Bensan peeked up. To wait until 1999's Yesterday Today Tomorrow really want to be invincible, or to wait until after the Cell Abduction trilogy. Even if, later on, he didn't go to the Spring Festival Gala anymore, and even such and such things happened, but, old Zhao's influence in the 3 eastern provinces was still unrivaled. To cooperate with Zhao Bensan, basically, the 3 eastern provinces are even stabilized.
Then I'm willing, I'm definitely willing.
Zhao Bensan immediately nodded, and then looked at Yang Fan vigilantly. However, I need to look at the contract, I have to ask the lawyer.
I know.
Yang Fan smiled and slowly opened his mouth. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation.
Happy cooperation.
Zhao Bensan hurriedly grabbed Yang Fan's palm. Yang Fan smiled, but felt that his palm was all sweaty. Uncle Benchon is also now not much money, although famous, eyesight is also there, but, still, the first time to see 5 million huge money. You have to know, even if it was Yang Fan's campaign for the bid, it was only $66,688,000.
This is almost equivalent to 1/11. Couldn't he be excited? Chapter 0038 Spring Festival, wildly earning $500 million.
It was very difficult for ordinary actors to reach this height of Zhao Bensan.
Basically, the entire eastern province was his backyard. Relationships, channels are all first class.
Taking out 20% of the profit, in the long run this is definitely blood money. Now Zhao Bensan is famous without money. Yang Fan also does not mind waiting a little bit for Zhao Bensan's rise.
The 1996 Spring Festival Gala. Yang Fan was invited to watch it live. CCTV is now also considered to give Yang Fan face. When the CCTV broadcast was live, Yang Fan also appeared among the thousands of families. Frankly speaking, the feeling of the scene is really different from the feeling in front of the TV. However, for Yang Fan, it is still a bit lackluster. The Spring Festival Gala, Yang Fan is also smashed a lot of money to advertise. In addition to the Yang family will have a microbrew series. In addition to white wine, there are fruit wines, focusing on young people's fashion. Fruit wine appeared, but also led a lot of viewers. TSK, Yang Jiago's microbrew series ads are also very fashionable, but attracted a lot of young people's attention. Ji Changkong also took a rare break. However, when Ji Changkong saw the Yang family general that appeared in Uncle Neo Tijian, his face couldn't help but change. Especially, when Zhao Bensan said very clearly that Yang family general could be an aphrodisiac.
This line was added at Yang Fan's request.
It belonged to the effect of the skits lines, not his own advertisement lines.
That ominous premonition in Ji Changkong's heart grew stronger and stronger, and he suddenly realized a would-be problem that he had always overlooked. That is, what kind of person can have a huge and incomparable influence in the 3 eastern provinces? Zhao Bensan personally gave the Yang family general a stand. Then, it also means that this huge market in the eastern province has been completely eaten by Yang Fan. There was no doubt that Yang Fan had chosen the right person. Ji Changkong only felt defeated, and for a moment, he did not have any power to fight back. He knew he had lost. It was at this time, I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the CCTV camera happened to land on Yang Fan, who was applauding. Ji Changkong couldn't help but clench his fists. Yang Fan. Chinese New Year, this is the most powerful period of liquor consumption. Once upon a time, the hegemony was Kungfu family liquor and Kungfu banquet liquor, and in the 3 eastern provinces, it was Qinqi, but now, everything had changed, and it had directly turned into Yangjiagong. Ji Changkong clearly felt the decline of Qinqi liquor. This spring festival, Qinqi's orders actually still grew, but the growth was too small, only 10%. And this year's spring festival sales volume was actually only 1/3 of last year's. This figure was simply pathetic. Ji Changkong also felt a burst of unprecedented powerlessness, thinking that when he saw Yang Fan 3 months ago, he was still a young man whose childishness had not yet faded, and he thought that Yang Hong was just a thug.
It wasn't until now that Ji Changkong truly realized. The Yang family father and son were simply pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. From this, it could be seen Zhao Bensan's influence is in the end how huge. Not only this, the Yang family will be one of the biggest characteristics is to penetrate into the countryside. Among the villages, as well as inside the county, Yang Fan specially opened a franchise. Open these franchises, Yang Fan also has a special idea, that is for their next VCD publicity. Yang Fan knew it very well. In this era there is a kind of video hall, mainly charging money can watch some Shangjiang movies, as well as some pornographic videos. Later on, Shin Pei-si even performed a separate skit for this. Brother-in-law and brother-in-law. The next thing you want to do is to make your own VCD project, and if necessary, you can also let the franchise open up a separate room to see the pirated movies of Shangjiang is also very good, as a promotional route for your own VCD. Before the internet reigns supreme. Sales channels, sales network, these are the main route of business development. Waiting for the rise of Ali, waiting for the time when the internet can be bought and sold freely, this set of things will not work, it is completely a descending blow. March 6, 1996 Solar Calendar. End of the Lantern Festival. Yang Hong's entire body was paralyzed on top of the sofa, he felt that his entire body was about to be emptied. Crunch! At this time, the front door of the house was opened, then, Yang Fan was seen walking in, and in passing, he also gave Yang Hong a greeting. Son, do you know how much money we earned in the Spring Festival? As soon as he saw Yang Fan enter the house, Yang Hong immediately came to the spirit, directly sat up and asked. I probably looked at, our Yang family will sales is probably in the 700 million or so, and our microbrew series, probably in the 200 million or so. Yang Fan opened his mouth as if he was counting his family's treasures. It's not bad, it's average. Average? Yang Hong widened his eyes and said, how can it be average? I tell you, we just this month, at least earned more than 500 million. 500 million. Yang Hong excitedly raised 5 fingers. Do you know what this means? Actually, it's okay. Yang Fan smiled and said, 500 million, this is nothing. Dad, your vision is still not long-term. Long-term? Yang Hong couldn't help but frown, he felt that his current pattern has changed, and now he's already selling wine all over the country. Could it be that his vision is still not long-term enough? Dad. Yang Fan rolled his eyes, and then slowly opened his mouth. Let me ask you a question, what do you plan to do next? What else can be done, surely is to put down all the other liquor industry. Yang Hong opened his mouth as a matter of course, we have more selling points. Dad, do you think it's difficult to make wine? Yang Fan asked. This? Yang Hong couldn't help but frown. There is no difficulty, our competitors will definitely appear, we cannot let the whole country's wine industry do not brew wine, just we sell wine. Yang Fan lightly opened his mouth, there is one more thing that I must tell you, the next thing that will happen is that there will definitely be a large number of distilleries in the country to learn from us, leading to the consequence that the price of grain will skyrocket, and the price of the raw materials will continue to rise. Our profits will be backlogged. In addition to this, the grain is related to the national plan. When necessary, it is definitely necessary to introduce relevant documents. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth, so, do not think of monopolizing the world, one has no technology, competitors will continue to appear. 2. The food issue is related to the country's big plans, we have to consider the influence of the government side. Yang Hong was silent, and then swallowed and looked at Yang Fan said, then son, what is your opinion? Yang Fan smiled, liquor, we still have to do, but, must maintain a certain amount of profit. There is also the microbrew series, white wine will be suppressed, but, the microbrew series, will definitely be popular. Secondly, there is real estate. Chapter 0039 Going Wanda's Way, so that Wanda has no way out. Yang Hong was silent, and then slowly opened his mouth. Son, tell me. First. Yang Fan raised a finger and slowly opened his mouth. Before we absorbed the Olju family's engineering team, mainly to take some government jobs. Now, I have this idea, what if we shell out money to create a shopping center? Yang Fan smiled and opened his mouth. Build a mall? Yang Hong couldn't help but open his mouth. What is this for? Comprehensive mall. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth, shopping, watching movies, supermarkets, clothing brands as one of them all, to attract the citizens of Hongshan City to the shopping place. Yang Hong couldn't help but frown and said, it's a commercial building? Almost. Yang Fan smiled, however, there is still eating, we want a complex, with a certain entertainment, there can also be an arcade, of course, this is not the main thing, the main thing is that we want to build communities around, neighborhoods, to attract the public to come to buy homes. Will this work? Yang Hong once again frowned. As the saying goes, a walk in the park is like a mountain, letting Yang Hong sell wine he is a dilettante, letting him go into real estate, he is even more a bit clueless. Of course, no. Yang Fan smiled faintly, and then slowly opened his mouth, the chips are still not enough, hey dad, you can go to the city government to talk properly, for example, you are willing to come up with a sum of money to support the city's education industry, and, to engage in a school in this area. Yang Hong instantly understood. Housing prices would grow. Yang Hong instantly opened his mouth with some excitement.
Children's education has always been the topic that parents cared about the most, and this was something that could be used to operate completely. Speculate on the surrounding land and then sell it at a high price. Yang Fan smiled, and then slowly opened his mouth. You can now try first in Hongshan City, and then continue to try in Jiangnan Province. This is something that can be sustained in the long term to be done. Dad, you can think about it. Real estate, liquor, entertainment, these are all things that we should rely on. Yang Hong is slightly frowned, and then slowly opened his mouth. This really can make money? Don't worry, believe me, absolutely can make money, at least, can make about 20 years. Yang Fan laughed and opened his mouth unhurriedly. It's a ghost if it doesn't make money. This set was played to the extreme by Wanda. To a local government, negotiate with them to build Wanda Plaza, first from the bank to loan out the money, and then buy all the surrounding land, and then announce the construction of Wanda Plaza, followed by going to talk to the major brands. After the chat, a sum of money is collected first. Then, the land prices around it skyrocketed. This Wanda Plaza has not yet been built. Wang Yide is already making a lot of money. Waiting for the completion of the square, the surrounding land prices rise, in order to estimate whether the citizens of this city have the purchasing power. If they have the purchasing power, then they will increase the price to buy a house. If not, the surrounding houses are all mortgaged to the bank, from the bank directly cash. Of course, the actual operation may be more complicated, inside and outside are required to cooperate, but the general idea is this. Lao Wang finally played off, want to learn Li Jiacheng. When necessary, it is still necessary to remind Dad. In addition to these, not long ago, Yang Fanli established a microbrewery processing plant mainly in Hujian Fuzhou, piggybacking on the fact that he also met with the local hand, and the two sides left a friendly photo. However, this trick, Yang Fan is not going to give Wang Yide the opportunity to show out. Starting from Jiangnan Province, the future, the country's richest is bound to be their own family. However, for Yang Fan, a national richest man does not make Yang Hong satisfied. Either don't do it, or do it, be the richest man in the world. In addition, Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. This is something you have to do, Dad. I have my own things to do. Yang Hong was frozen and looked at Yang Fan. Your thing? I have my own things to do. Yang Fan, on the other hand, opened his mouth unhurriedly and said, technology. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, and then continued, the future is the world of technology. I'm ready to do it myself. Cell phones, computers, software, and a variety of cameras, etc., with the technology texture of things. Yang Hong can't help but open his mouth. How are you going to do it? Do it alone? I previously got the VCD production line from the United States, next ready to recruit workers first. Yang Fan erected a finger, slowly opened. I need to recruit from all over the country to recruit workers, to build our brand. Real estate or liquor are not two technical things, as long as it is not going off the beaten track. The brain pumped out of the problem. There will not be any big problems, not much technical content, can be the richest man in the country, but I want to be the richest man in the world. Yang Hong. Well, frankly speaking, Yang Hong feel Yang Fan in a dream, as if at first, Yang Fan told Yang Hong we want to build a nationally recognized brand a year at least to earn a few hundred million. Feeling is exactly the same. But Yang Fan realized it. And now, Yang Hong, after experiencing the initial feeling of absurdity, actually felt that Yang Fan may not be unable to do. In less than a year's time, he had gone from being worth $3 million to being worth at least $1 billion now. He is the richest man in the country, and his son is going to be the richest man in the world? Why does this feel like a dream? At the same time, I have to recruit talents. Yang Fan smiled and said, technology, when we can produce advanced enough technology, we can walk in front of the times. Yang Fan didn't want to say anything more. With his own dad's ability to understand, even if he said the words through, the old man might not be able to understand. Son, what do you need? Yang Hong opened his mouth and inquired. Actually do not need anything. Yang Fan smiled, slowly opened his mouth. Give me 300 million, this money. On the one hand, I want to set up a laboratory of my own. At the same time, also need to recruit some excellent talents. These money to give less cannot be, of course, I am responsible for my own profit and loss. Yang Hong took a deep breath, and then looked at Yang Fan and slowly opened his mouth. Good. 300 million. This is also considered an astronomical figure. However, Yang Hong is to give Yang Fan 100% support. Not because of anything else. If not for Yang Fan, how much money can he have in his hand now? 3 million? Or 5 million? Without his son, he is nothing. At this point, Yang Hong is still able to look away. Chapter 0040 Wealthy. Uncle Zhang. Seeing Yang Fan come over once again, Zhang Xubai's attitude towards Yang Fan had also changed drastically. Before, he had only treated Yang Fan as a small child, as his junior. However, now Zhang Xubai would not treat Yang Fan as a child. Yang Fan is the key to the rise of the Yang family. Zhang Xubai's attitude towards Yang Fan has naturally changed dramatically. He can't treat Yang Fan as a child, but as the real leader of the Yang family. The first thing I want to do is to get the best out of him, and then I'm going to go back to the house.
Zhang Xubai invited Yang Fan to sit down, and then slowly opened his mouth to say, "Your family last year this wine is sold well. The first thing I want to say is that I'm not going to be able to do anything about it, but I'm going to be able to do something about it, and I'm going to be able to do something about it." Yang Fan smilingly opened his mouth. Zhang Xubai also smiled. He was a small shirt chief. Even if there was someone behind him, it was impossible to create a nationally renowned trademark. All of this was inseparable from Yang Fan's means. The only thing that made Zhang Xubai feel less comfortable was that Yang would be tax-free for 1 year, which was the same as, from May last year until May this year, Yang would be tax-free. Thinking about when Yang Fan asked for 3 years of tax exemption, Zhang Xubai felt that Yang Fan, this guy is afraid that he has long been well thought out. These 3 years is certainly a big profit. The tax, this is also related to their own performance. Zhang Xubai is ambitious in politics. However, it's okay, it's just for 1 year, it's harmless. Xiaofan, what did you come to me for this time? Zhang Xubai directly opened the door to speak. Is it again want me to help you? What favor? Yang Fan smiled, and then opened his mouth. I want a piece of land, ready to make a science and technology park. I want a piece of land to make a science and technology park. Zhang Xubai couldn't help but be slightly stunned. You want to do a technology park? Right. Yang Fan nodded, and then slowly opened his mouth. This technology park, mainly to do some scientific and technological research and development. To be honest, the liquor industry, the real estate industry, these industries do not have any technical content. It is easy to be competed. I want to do some of the technical content of things, to create our own national brand? And Zhang Xubai's feeling is, this is not something that Yang Fan should say. Rather, it seems like something that only he can say. So, I need an industrial park. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. I asked my father for 300 million, ready to set up their own company. In the future, my father's counted as my father's, my counted as mine. I want to recruit some talent, mainly to build the internet, computers, cell phones and these. Give you $300 million directly? Zhang Xubai felt his head buzzing. How old is Yang Fan this year? He's only 16. 16 years old and you're thinking about this? How much land do you probably need? Zhang Xubai quickly calmed down. He knew that Yang Fan was not an ordinary person, and what he needed was definitely not a small amount. Yang Fan thought for a while, slowly opened his mouth and said, "This depends on your courage, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Xubai in turn froze, a puzzled look at Yang Fan. What my vigor? Uncle Zhang, what do you want to make Hongshan City? Yang Fan thought for a moment and smiled and opened his mouth. A high-tech, enterprise-clustered city, or rely on the magic city to mix the price of housing to increase a little of this kind of city? Of course it is a high-tech, all kinds of enterprises gathered city. Zhang Xubai spoke directly. Well, Xiaofan, you do not give me a roundabout, say it. What are your requirements? Yang Fan wasn't polite and spoke directly. First of all, I want 40 kilometers of land, in addition to my company itself. In addition, I want to have my own scientific and technological research and development departments, mainly laboratories. Yang Fan opened his mouth without any delay. What I want to do is not a simple enterprise, but integrated circuits, semiconductor biomedicine, software and cultural creativity and new energy and new materials. Zhang Xubai is silent, and then slowly spoke. 40 kilometers? In addition, I also want policy concessions. Yang Fan thought for a moment, and then slowly opened his mouth. Uncle Zhang, this thing, I have to talk to you. Some industries in a short period of time is not to see the profit. I need a policy to give some support. For example, we produce out of computers, Hongshan City, and even the province of Jiangnan by the government to purchase. Zhang Xubai, on the other hand, was silent for a moment, and then slowly opened his mouth. This, I also have to report to the higher leadership departments. Said here, Zhang Xubai slight pause, continued, by the way, according to your meaning, you this year, there is a new product. Last year, I heard, you went abroad to buy a few production lines, factories have begun to open up? Yes, I bought 2 production lines in the United States some time ago, and now I've begun to study how to imitate. On the one hand, the workers for training, I am now promoting out of the first product is VCD. Said here, Yang Fan slightly paused, continued, Uncle Zhang, do you want to see? Zhang Xubai was slightly dumbfounded for a moment. Only then did he notice that Yang Fan really didn't come empty-handed. Yang Fan gave Zhang Xubai the Jingwu men to watch, mainly because he didn't dare to give anything else that was too erotic. Zhang Xubai, these guys were still relatively old-fashioned in their thinking. This thing, once it was put on top of the market, was definitely going to cause an uproar. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. Since last year, Lingnanware has begun to appear VCD, many brands are competing. This year, VCD sales will be a fire. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, I can say so. At present the country, the only one can from the chip, the movement shell, every part can produce people, only I this one. In addition to this, I also went abroad this time to dig a lot of people over. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. My father gave me 300 million, I am ready to take out 2500 million, used for research and development, the remaining 50 million is used to produce VCD, as well as, build the portal. Portal website? Zhang Xubai felt that his head was a bit inadequate. What is this? Internet. Yang Fan smiled slightly. This is the mainstream of the future. Zhang Xubai already do not know what he should say, suddenly feel he may really have been old. He took a deep breath and then slowly opened his mouth. The thing of the land, I will discuss with the municipal party committee team. You first go back to do a good job. The next few days, I'll give you an answer. Chapter 0041. The only person in the entire mainland who can take $20 million to advertise is Yang Fan. As a matter of fact, the progress of Yang Fan's involvement in VCD is a little bit slower now. However, for Yang Fan, this was something that could not be helped. Last year, Yang Fan's main focus was still on his family's liquor industry, and without accumulating the first bucket of gold, he had no chance to get involved in other industries. From last year when Yang Fan started to build the Yang family, VCDs had already appeared here in Lingnan, and it was the later famous Edo. After learning that VCDs could be used to watch pirated CDs, Hu Shibiao, the boss of Edo, immediately recruited a large number of talents from Hong Kong and Mordor and started to take action from last year. Hu Shibiao is definitely a man of action. The prototype was successfully developed in June, and on July 20th, the new company was founded. In October, Edo had already begun to advertise like crazy. True to its name, Edo VCD had already begun to appear in local advertisements. And by November, Hu Shibiao had already aimed his firepower at Yangcheng, and in the inch-by-inch Yangcheng Evening News, he wrapped up one half of the newspaper's columns on 4 consecutive sides. The first day, waiting for 2 words, love more. Day 2, day 3, still those 2 words. On the 4th day, the mystery was revealed. Edo VCD. It is said that this is the first suspense advertisement in the country, that is, this month, when Yang Fan went to run for the bidding king, Hu Shibiao put his hard-earned loan of several $1 million in addition to leaving part of the purchase of raw materials, the rest of the brain into the CCTV. He bought the 5-second labeling board before the sports news, which is also the first VCD advertisement of CCTV. Idwood in front of the many king of the bidding, it does not seem so eye-catching, but this one advertisement still let the national audience remember, Idwood is also a hit from this. Yang Fan does not want to advertise, he is not bad money, but at this time the Yang family's main focus is still in the liquor industry, and Yang Fan has not yet fully developed their own independent prototype, and cannot be put into production, so the overall Yang Fan is half a step worse than the Love More VCD. Now, the fame of Edo has actually been played out. In this era, VCD is belonged to the profiteering. As for the profit can reach how much? Now the price of a VCD is in the $2,000 or so, while the profit can reach as $700 or $800, as long as the sale out is profiteering. Moreover, this profiteering, or for other VCDs, Change Yang Fan, mastered the core technology of the chip-in movement, the price of $2,000, his profit can even reach $1,500. Island traders and Empire traders sold to the domestic movement in chip, that is treacherous to the extreme, a few dollars, can be sold for $700 or $800. At most 1 year, if Yang Fan went to the Empire a few months at night to buy these patent rights and production lines, that is really cannot be bought. It can be said that Yang Fan is making more profit than other VCDs. However, even if the foreigners are very pitiful, Edo in 1997 also directly sold $1.6 billion in sales. Profit is also as high as $500–600 million. Profitable industry, Yang Fan naturally want to insert a foot. In addition to these, Yang Fan is still preparing to develop the PS series of game consoles, 94 years. Nintendo has launched the PS1, Yang Fan's idea is to do PS2. As soon as possible to develop their own games. VCD and game consoles certain principles are sort of common, even if they are not common, Yang Fan also intends to crazy dig people. The game industry, especially single-player games, will not be outdated after another 30 years. Now, still rely on VCD to make money. As soon as the Lantern Festival passed, Yang Fan's factory opened again. This time, Yang Fan still hangs the title of Yang Family General. In the liquor industry this is already a unique world, VCD naturally also to use the Yang Family General. Subsequently, Yang Fan started to recruit laborers on a large scale. In the entire city of Hongshan, the Yang Family General Group has been the topic of discussion. The wine sells better and better, every day in and out of the car has become a landscape. Especially, after Yang Fan took the bid, the winery had become the object of countless people's attention. Anyone who wanted to be able to join the Yang Group. The reason was also very simple. The Yang family gave more money. Now, who is a worker of Yang's group that is even more the object of envy? Not long ago, Yang Hong also made a move and took down the food processing plant in Hongshan, and now is also preparing to produce snacks. Now, the Yang family's sales channels have spread throughout the country. Yang Fan gave the old man a note. The main focus on inexpensive products, snacks are controlled within 50 cents. Yang Hong naturally follows the good advice, with enough sales channels, and also get timely positive feedback, which is very important to Yang Hong. Yang Family has been made a brand. We all know that this means that this food processing plant have become Yang Hong private, not that there is no jealousy, who let people have money, most people still think about whether they can also work in Yang's company.
Now know that the Young family's high wages, good treatment, the environment is nothing to say, but the Young family recruiting is too strict, not enough education, the Young family will not even consider, even if it is a relationship, cannot get in, there is no one wants to make a little stumbling, but the Young family relationship is too much, a lot of the first hand of the various institutions, or the real power leadership. This is also Young fans' proposal, although we do not recruit, but these relationships should be good, these heads have got a lot of benefits, the Young family will be, there are some small gifts are also sent out by the Young family.
Today, the Young family's employees are placed in the country at least 2,000 people.
And the people who stayed in Hongshan City to work are also full of more than 1,000 people. Employees of the winery, food processing plant, in addition to that, real estate construction, and finally, is Young Fan's Young Family General VCD factory. The first day of recruiting, there are more than 300 people came to apply for the job. Not what technical work, Young Fan is lazy, find people, and let Wang Sihai stare, sneaky directly roll. As for the management, Yang Fan brought some talents from the sales department and recruited some college students responsible for management and production. By April, the first batch of Young Family General VCDs had been freshly baked. And Young Fan was not idle, once again went to think well. This time, Yang Fan directly took out $20 million, mainly invited Li Lianjie, Zhao Wenjue, Universe Dan 3 guys to shoot part of the advertisement, mainly Li Lianjie expensive. Yang Fan is also rich and generous, and recruited Guan Jilin, Zheng Min, Zhou Shuzhen these a few together to match. Shot a short movie. Yang Family General VCD, Real Kung Fu. The slogan is catchy. 3 martial arts stars, 3 popular actresses. Currently, the only person in the entire mainland who can come up with $20 million to advertise is Young Fan.
Chapter 0042, The Young Family General VCD fires. Lingnan, Yangcheng.
In front of Hu Jibiao, the old general manager of Edo VCD, a map of China was hanging at this moment. On top of the map, Hu Jibiao took out a small air then printed it in Lingnan.
This signified that Edo had occupied the entire Lingnan. He believed that sooner or later, he would definitely fly the flag all over the country. Boss.
Just when Hu Jibiao was still in YY, a voice suddenly interrupted Hu Jibiao's thinking.
Hu Jibiao immediately frowned. What is it?
The person who came in was called Yang Jiqing, and he inhaled sharply. Magic City is not going well, someone has already started to take over the market.
What?
Hu Jibiao frowned at once.
It's the Young Family General. Yang Jiqing spoke quickly. Yang Family General? Hu Jibiao was slightly stunned, and then opened his mouth in surprise. Isn't Young Family General a wine seller? When did he start selling VCDs? It is the Young Family General.
Yang Jiqing took a hard breath, and then continued to speak. Young Family General is now starting to make VCDs. We have just entered the Magic City. We found that Young Family General has begun to promote and sell on a large scale. The price is around $2,100. In addition to these, Young Family General will also come with CD-ROMs. Yang Fan went to Shangjiang, in addition to shooting advertisements, piggybacking, also talked to Shaw's and also Golden Harvest Movie Company, with a very low price to buy a large number of copyrights. The idea was that not many people really cared about copyrights. In addition, Yang Fan also found a college student who knows Japanese, directly went to the island, purchased a large number of love action movies back to pirate. Of course, Yang Fan didn't put this under his own company, but just made a random company. Although, this year may not be able to keep a particularly firm eye on it, but still, Yang Fan didn't want to be stained with a crime of making, copying, publishing, trafficking, and spreading obscene materials for profit. In fact, it was also good to do. Just register the company in Shangjiang and find an agent to handle it. Yang Fan was also just going to make a start, and behind that, there must be a group of people playing with pirated copies. When you buy a VCD, naturally, someone will be very obscene and show it to you. Of course. All of this has nothing to do with Yang Fan, this is a private behavior.
Yang Family General. Hu Jibiao couldn't help but fall silent as he watched the commercial on the TV. It was seen that inside the camera, Li Lianjie, Cosmic Dan, Zhao Wenjue, 3 people were drinking wine, then, respectively, showing their kung fu for fighting, and beautiful women as pictures, then, instantly, the screen display appeared in the middle of the TV set. Yang Family will VCD, Love Beauty, Real Kung Fu. Frankly speaking, letting these 3 come together to shoot a commercial, Yang Fan was really accomplished. To know, these 3 are kung fu superstars. Li Lianjie fought with these 2 respectively, but the 3 in the same frame of the movie is not, now, but appeared in their own advertisement. Even for this fight, Yang Fan also looked for Yuan Zuweiping to be the martial arts director. The advertisement is only 5 minutes, but it gives people a feeling of soundness. The most excessive is that Yang Fan is an advertisement for liquor and VCD respectively. Both are Young Family Generals. Hu Jibiao took a hard breath and immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. For Hu Jibiao, this group of sales under him can be described as strange. There are salted fish sales, ice cream sales, prosthetic sales, cement sales, and just sold out of the 3 plants oral fluid, just not selling home appliances. Hu Jibiao only can do is, to every place you talk about feelings, talk about ideals, talk about tomorrow, talk about love more VCD broad prospects. He is asking for cash on hand, money to shipment.
In the market, this is considered quite overbearing. However, relying on the strength of the love more, Hu Jibiao's mouth, a circle down, surprisingly took $20 million of goods. Can only say, this is a mouth-strong king. There is also a Chilu's largest dealer was Hu Jibiao. Smallpox publicity said moved heart, money to book. A year later, he ran to the factory to love more than a look. Rescue Hu Jibiao collar vicious yells, you're such a small factory, but also dare to talk to me about the cash on hand? However, at this time, Edo has let him earn a lot of money. Yang Fan is naturally aware of the strength of Edo. However, Yang Fan is not in a hurry. Edo, no matter where the power, Yang Fan will let Edo quickly understand the advantages of the Yang family will be in the end how powerful. But now when Edo was just starting out, he encountered an absolutely unexpected opponent, Yang family general Yang Hong. Hu Jibiao still remembered that just last year, in the midst of the bidding competition, Yang Hong had won the top spot in a single shot, and was in the limelight. $66,680,000. If it were this year, he would have been able to run for the title. Hu Jibiao took a deep breath, but the heart is more or less some indignation, but also some jealousy. Never thought Yang will actually cross the industry with their own competition. And let Hu Jibiao most worried about one point, is Yang Fan under the sails or after a year of training out of the regular army? This group of people experienced. In just one place, Magic City, the first month's sales have reached 60,000 units, and the entire Jiangnan province? The sales volume was only going to be higher. And this number, it took Hu Jibiao 3 months to achieve. Magic City, Beijing, Jiangnan, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Lingnan, these places are capable of consuming VCDs. Took a deep breath, Hu Jibiao slowly opened his mouth. Next, we need to do two things. The first is to find the most famous to us to advertise. The second, to find the most powerful media to broadcast this advertisement. Mordor cannot give up. Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Jiangnan, and the capital, we cannot give up. We must compete with them to the end. Hu Jibiao had already felt panic. He seemed to be sensing that the next target of the Yang family will inevitably still be the CCTV bidder. The Yang family general has found Li Lianjie, Zhao Wenjue, and Cosmic Dan, so we'll go after Jackie Chan. Hu Jibiao gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. His influence is going to be greater. But Jackie Chan's offer is definitely not low. Yang Jiqing on one side spoke, our budget. Go and ask first. Hu Jibiao took a deep breath, then slowly opened his mouth. Now, first go to the capital immediately, don't care about Magic City, first get through to the capital. Good. Yang Jiqing nodded his head fiercely. Hu Jibiao, on the other hand, fiercely gritted his teeth. CCTV, this year's king of the bid, it seems that the competition cannot be. Chapter 0043 Taking down Zhao Ben-san is equal to taking down the 3 eastern provinces. Close to the water is the first to get the moon. This is the benefit of being close to the Magic City. Yang Fan, relying on his strong influence, had affected the entire Magic City almost instantly. In May, the Yang family sold 60,000 units in Magic City. But by June, Yang family general's sales in Magic City had reached 120,000 units. Currently, the only people who could afford VCDs nationwide were Mordor, Beijing, Yangcheng, and parts of Jiangnan and Jiangsu and Zhejiang. This was recognized. However, Yang Fan just smiled. Soon, he would let more people know that the vast countryside and some backward areas also possessed the ability to consume, and moreover, the ability to consume was very strong. 3 eastern provinces. Yang Fan personally came over, and Zhao Ben-san was also very cordial once he saw Yang Fan. The cooperation between the two in the Spring Festival Gala was quite good, and nowadays, the Yang family will almost become the designated drinking alcohol in the entire 3 eastern provinces, and Qin Shi's living space was almost completely crushed by Yang Fan. In the end, it is the son of the Black Land. Although Zhao Bensen's influence in the eastern province is not as high as it was 20 years later, the leaders at all levels, as well as the literary and artistic circles, are all looking up to him now. The entire officialdom of the 3 eastern provinces have to procure the Yang family generals. And Zhao Ben-san also made a lot of money during this period of time. Just 1 month's dividend from the Spring Festival was up to more than $3 million. And now, his regular monthly dividends were close to $5 million. After the Spring Festival passed, Yang's sales started a downward trend all over the country. Only in the 3 eastern provinces, it increased instead of decreasing. For the entire Black Land, Zhao Ben-san was a flag. The better the liquor sold, the more profit Zhao Ben-san gained, and he naturally worked very hard. Yang Fan came over this time to sell VCDs. VCD, this thingy will not be too expensive. Zhao Ben-san sat on his knees on the bed, but could not help but begin to frown. More than $2,000 a unit, the entire eastern province, how many people can afford to buy? I have to say, Zhao Ben-san is still very sensitive to price. While Yang Fan is a slight smile, slowly opened his mouth. I know, that's why I want to sell it in the eastern province even more. Speaking here, Yang Fan slightly paused and continued, how many TV programs can be watched now? This Zhao Ben-san froze for a moment and then shook his head and said, this really isn't much. Then, let me ask you a question. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth and said, if someone uses this VCD to open a video hall, come in and watch a movie for $2, you say, how many people will watch? Zhao Ben-san could not help but freeze. And then, Young Fan slowly opened his mouth. $2 is not very expensive. Play it once, show it to 10 people, or 20 people, just like watching a movie, you say. How many people will want to watch it? This. Zhao Ben-san's eyes lit up, but he felt a huge business opportunity. And then, heard Young Fan continue to say, now Shangjiang where the movie can be quite a lot, I do not say more, a few thousand movies are always there, slowly put, 24 hours without interruption, there will always be people to watch, in the countryside, in some small counties, open a video hall, get some equipment can be engaged. This is a good way. Zhao Ben-san slightly frowned, but, how many people can buy this way? It doesn't seem to be many. You only considered buying one. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. Let me ask you a question. If, every day, the number of people who come to your place to watch videos is particularly high, would you consider buying another one?
Zhao Ben-san couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and after careful consideration, this was true. There is another question. Young Fan continued to open his mouth. If I see that you open a video hall to make money, then, if it is me, will I be red-eyed, and then, I also open a video hall to make money? This. Zhao Ben-san was dumbfounded, and immediately felt hit a vast market. Can't do one person to buy one, then let them buy a few more. This one was still true. Zhao Ben-san took a deep breath and looked at Young Fan and couldn't help but open his mouth. Mr. Yang, this kind of trick is really something that only a genius like you can come up with. Yang Fan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, these are all small tricks. Besides these, there are also some snacks. When you watch the video, do you want to drink some sodas? Do you want to buy some snacks? I came over this time, in addition to the VCD, there are a variety of snacks, and snacks. While talking and looking, Young Fan opened a box. Inside were some of the snacks that Young Fan had asked Young Hong to pound out during this period of time. Spicy fries, potato chips and so on. Zhao Ben-san was dumbfounded, but he didn't think that Young Fan had actually considered it to this extent. Just like these kiosks in the countryside, it was completely possible for them to open a video hall. Yang Fan opened his mouth without slowing down. After opening a video hall, sell this stuff. Zhao Ben-san fell into thought. The cost of a VCD is not high for me here, probably around $400, deducting the tax, the profit is probably around $1,500. Yang Fan looked at Zhao Ben-san and slowly opened his mouth. The old rules, I will still give you 20% of the net profit. 20%? Zhao Ben-san swallowed hard. He felt the huge money view. Yang Fan, on the other hand, smiled, looking for Zhao Ben-san other things do not dare to say, at least in the 3 eastern provinces, their own products are absolutely a huge sale. After all, Zhao Ben-san's influence was just too big. It was big now, and it would be big in the future. Zhao Ben-san hesitated slightly, then opened his mouth. So what, Boss Yang, I still want to shoot a TV series, can you give me some sponsorship? You want to make a TV series? Yang Fan was slightly stunned, and then spoke. What TV series? I haven't thought about it yet. Zhao Ben-san thought for a moment, then spoke. It's the story of farmers starting their own business. For the time being, first consider getting a mountain village. Lu Lao Zhen? Yang Fan was slightly stunned and muttered in his heart. In 2002, Zhao Ben-san's filming of Lu Laogan also caused a ratings frenzy. How much money do you roughly need? Yang Fan opened his mouth and inquired. There is still a shortfall of about $3 million. Zhao Ben-san opened his mouth and said, Boss Yang. Yes, however, I also have a request, that is to give us an advertisement, the advertisement of the Young Family Generals, implanted into your TV series, how about it? Yang Fan smiled and spoke without any concern. It's fine, we will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Chapter 0044, Indescribable Little Movie. Zhao Ben-san was a person with ideas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Northeast King of the literary world. If we make a good relationship with him now, we can easily open up the market in the eastern provinces in the future. Mutual benefit. Zhao Ben-san was now considered to have great fame, however, this fame didn't bring him enough income. Yang Fan was instead the first person to cooperate with Zhao Ben-san, exchanging his fame for money. After the group had a meal, Yang Fan got up to say goodbye. In addition to the 3 eastern provinces, there were other regions that Young Fan was going to run around more. Sometimes, the news reported by the salesman underneath is not necessarily accurate. Young Fan also needs to personally determine, in addition to the 3 eastern provinces, there are also Tianfu, 2 rivers, 2 Guangzhou, Xilu. Yang Fan all ran once. Then, the development of consumption strategy. Edo has already begun to make its presence felt in the capital, with Jackie Chan's advertisements. The number of customers who bought Edo VCDs in the capital was extremely high. This has made Hu Zhibiao's emotions, which had been slightly dampened, turn high once again. 3 eastern provinces, Dadong County. This was a small 3rd-tier city. For the people of the entire 3rd eastern province, their favorite thing was the summer, not so hot and at the same time, not so cold. A video theater? When Qin Weidong came to buy wine, he suddenly realized that this kiosk actually had an additional signboard of a video museum. He opened his mouth somewhat strangely. Video museum, a place to watch videos? That's not. The boss of the kiosk in Qin Weidong is also considered an old acquaintance. Old Qin, want to see, $2 a movie. $2 a movie? Chin Weidong immediately became interested and could not help but open his mouth. What kind of movies are there? There are a lot of movies, you can pick any one you want. The owner of the kiosk quickly opened his mouth and said, there are Jackie Chan's, and Jet Li's, and Xiao Shuzhen's, and yes, there are also her third-grade movies. I want to see the third-grade movie. Chin Weidong was instantly excited. $2, although a little expensive in this day and age, Chin Weidong couldn't help but walk in. He had never seen a third-grade movie with a sexy goddess before. Melon seeds to eat? And I have spicy strips here, soda. The boss of the kiosk came up with a smile. Do you want to taste it? The kiosk was connected to the video theater. Soon, the owner of the kiosk found out, to see the people is too much, a small room, at most, can actually accommodate more than 20 people to watch the video. Accommodate more than 20 people, because this room can only accommodate 20 people, cannot be more, a group of people crowded together, watching the TV sexy goddess. And one day's income actually reached more than $600. 4 days of income will be able to buy another VCD. The owner of the kiosk put it all together. Sold another VCD. The first VCD is a free gift from Young Fan. You will open a video store, VCD I give you a free one, but also give you a pile of films for free. The owner of the kiosk actually tried. However, now unexpectedly made money, really shocked him. However, the number of people is still full. In this era, there is really too much lack of entertainment, and there are enough movies in Shangjiang, and also, there are many kinds. There were martial arts, police and crime, and third-grade movies. In addition to these, the kiosk also had an indescribable room, in which island pornography was shown, and the price was a little more expensive, $10 a movie. Soon, the kiosk owner realized that it still didn't work. Even if he had bought 6 VCDs, once there were more people, it still wouldn't be enough. So, the kiosk owner gritted his teeth, directly bought 20 VCDs, piggybacking, but also rented a larger front room, outside the kiosk, inside the video hall. However, there are still a large number of guests coming from Dadong County, and many of them come here by name. Knowing that you can watch movies here, there are many third-grade movies, even island pornography. This tactic could be considered illegal. However, in this day and age, there really weren't many people who cared about this. Soon, the previous Chin Weidong discovered this secret. He did some calculations in his heart. Right now, the kiosk owner had a total of 30 rooms. One room could accommodate more than 20 people. A room that could accommodate at least 300 people a day. That's $600 a day. $600 for 30 rooms. $18,000 a day? This is not counting the special room, $10 an hour, and kiosk melon seeds, snacks, miscellaneous calculations, a day at least $20,000. When Chin Weidong calculated, the kiosk owner's annual income is estimated to be tens of thousands of dollars. He was instantly shocked. Is it so lucrative? Subsequently, Chin Weidong began to calculate from where to get VCD, he certainly cannot afford to buy. But where to get it yourself? Soon, Chin Weidong sneaked around and found the VCD manufacturer, Yang Jiagong, who sells wine. Then, when Chin Weidong learned that the first one is completely free, the whole person almost did not jump up from the ground with joy, and then, he was excited to get a VCD home, and there are special after-sales personnel door-to-door service. Then, Chin Weidong got $2 an hour in his own home. Chin Weidong soon broke out a lot of fame. Originally went to the kiosk owner's home to watch the video. People are also have come to Chin Weidong's home. Soon, Chin Weidong was also rich and generous. A breath of buying a few VCDs, the large bungalow where they live into 5 rooms. A month later, Chin Weidong is also a model when the Yang family will be a franchise. VCD video. More than 30 VCDs, a variety of snack kiosks, originally those who need to go back and forth, but do not have to go to the kiosk, in Chin Weidong's home to see. Chin Weidong feels like a dream. One day to earn $20,000, this speed is also too fast. A month is $600,000. Chin Weidong couldn't help but take a hard breath, but in his heart, he was calculating whether he should continue to expand. In fact, just when Chin Weidong hesitated, the whole Dadong County has already had many people discover this secret. Soon, there are more people contacting the Yang family will. They also want to open the video hall. However, at this time, Yang Fan directly raised the bar. Buy it for free, it's impossible, you have to pay for it. Anyone who knows this stuff to make money, Yang Fan will not be able to give you continue to free, so that more people in Dadong County are taking the money of relatives to buy VCDs to go back to open the video hall. This model, although primitive, but the effect is very good. Yang Fan developed a strategy is also simple, cheaper than the price of love, more than $100, while giving you supporting facilities and services, snacks, alcohol, drinks, all are ready for you enough. Ensure that your video hall open down, there are enough video discs to see. The video store will not be able to continue to operate, and there are still enough video discs to watch. Waiting for the video hall cannot open, what next? In fact, also simple, that is to engage in game consoles. It is estimated that by then can afford to buy PlayStation is also a small number. Game consoles cannot play, then in the change to the internet cafe. Chapter 0045 Terrifying Sales. It wasn't just in Dadong County. In addition to Dadong County, there were other cities throughout the three eastern provinces. In this era of lack of entertainment, Xiangjian movies were also extraordinarily popular on the mainland. People in this era were really bored with idleness, and apart from love activities, they were looking for some spiritual entertainment. To everyone's surprise, in the three eastern provinces, in Edo, these places that fought backward areas did not increase sales. The young family would blossom everywhere. The most one person, directly into the hundreds of units, is simply a small movie theater. Moreover, the cost is very low, the procedures are not so complicated. The main thing is that when it is opened, it can make money. At the beginning, or some private individuals, to the end, some social people with backgrounds also began to buy in large quantities. They more or less have some relations. Seeing the money, naturally they want to get a piece of the pie. In this way, the sales of Young Family General VCDs became even more horrifying. In addition to these, Yang Family General's white wine, microbrews series, and Yang Family General's various snacks were also consumed rapidly. The market was a hit. This was madness. However, the most peculiar thing was that the most famous in the market right now wasn't Young Family General. Rather, it was BBK and Edo. These two were going all out to go crazy against each other. BBK then found Li Lianjie as the image spokesman. The two sides are sort of stabbing each other in the face. However, BBK also has a huge advantage. At the beginning of the formation is to absorb the Bay famous computer company Acer 19 shares. Therefore, BBK is much better than Edo, which started out recklessly and relied on purchasing chipsets. However, the momentum of Edo is too great, and with the overwhelming advertisements, Hu Zhibiao is very clear that he must rely on a strong advantage to crush the enemy. Duan Yongping is also gritting his teeth to follow up, and now is the time for the bayonet. Yang Chang. Hu Zhibiao looked at the data in his hands, but he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Not long ago, close to 30,000 units of Edo VCDs were sold in the capital, a figure that was more than that of BBK, a point that made Hu Zhibiao very satisfied. With 30,000 units, each one had a profit of around $700. That's 21 million, and that's just 3 months of sales. And Yangcheng this time has broken through to 80,000 units. They have already made 7 million in 3 months. Moreover, this growth rate is fast. According to Hu Zhibiao's estimate, before the competition for this year's Bid King, they can earn at least tens of millions of dollars, if, in the loan to borrow some money. King of the bid, they may not be unable to compete. The next step is the Yang family will be. Hu Zhibiao estimated how much money he still has, whether he can snatch the title of the Bid King from the hands of the Young Family General. Magic City, it might not be impossible to take it down. Although Hu Zhibiao felt that the Young Family General was his formidable enemy, the smooth sailing during this period of time made Hu Zhibiao feel that the Young Family General didn't seem to be that strong. Reaction is too slow. The capital to date still did not see the shadow of the Young family will. If we don't kill the market now, in the future, how can we kill the market? Hu Zhibiao couldn't help but think that the Young Family General is getting bigger and bigger, but is also getting less and less courageous. Boss. Just when Hu Zhibiao was thinking, suddenly the door was pushed open. And then, Yang Jiqing was seen walking in with quick steps. Not long ago, the Young Family General announced their sales volume. What? Hu Zhibiao couldn't help but frown, and then slowly opened his mouth. How many? 1 million. Yang Jiqing spoke in a small voice. What? Hu Zhibiao jumped up from his chair on the spot. His eyes almost didn't stare out with him. Are you kidding? 1 million units? Does that mean that Young Fan has now earned close to 700 million? In fact, this is only Hu Zhibiao's wishful thinking. In fact, Young Fan's income during this period of time is definitely not 700 million, but 1.5 billion. Young Fan's movement and chips can be self-produced and self-sold. How did he do it? Hu Zhibiao swallowed hard. Magic City, Beijing, Hangzhou? No. Yang Jiqing slowly opened his mouth. It is the three eastern provinces, Tianfu, Qilu, and the place with the strongest purchasing power is the small county. This is a joke, right? Hu Zhibiao felt ridiculous. Small counties, rural areas, can have purchasing power? The Yang family's strategy is not quite the same as ours. Yang Jiqing took a deep breath and spoke somewhat helplessly. Their main place is not our big cities, but small counties and villages. The Yang family will only need a very small advertising fee to broadcast their advertisements on local TV stations. Yang Jiqing slowly opened his mouth. The main purchasers are also not individuals, but video halls. Some video halls can buy 30 or 40 units in one breath. Many people feel that opening a video hall can make money, that even relatives to get together, but also to buy one, open a video hall. Yang Jiqing very helpless opening, a small county, the possible sales of 3 or 4,000 units, and some rural areas, there are also a large number of people to open video halls. Too lucrative. Yang Jiqing slowly opened his mouth. The three eastern provinces, Qilu, Tianfu, as well as our 2 provinces, 2 rivers, all the small counties, all the rural areas, the Young family will be sold, before, when they sell wine, to create a complete sales channel, so now their goods can be quickly promoted to every city through these sales channels. This was the terror of the Young Family General's sales channels. Any new product could be quickly promoted. This was true for big cities and small cities as well.
Hu Biao suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. He suddenly felt as if he was shaking a giant. Yang Fan was even more brilliant than himself in that he not only knew the importance of advertising, but also the importance of channels. What's more, he knew how to make others buy his products.
How did he not think that the opening of the video museum can become the main consumer of the crowd? How did he not think that other people would open video halls if they followed his example?
Never thought that the Young family would actually target rural areas and small counties, and, moreover, could come up with this means of promotion.
Avoiding the head-on competition of BBK and Edo, he took a different route.
Rural encircling the city, Young Fan's strategy is, squeeze the last penny from their hands. You want to line up well, wait until I channel spread, then give you a blow. Before there is no internet, this is the most prioritized channel mode.
And in fact, it is true.
No matter how good you love more or step-by-step advertising, how ferocious the promotion, the Young family will be able to make the most unlikely to pay out the money of a group of people, obediently pay out money.
Chapter 0046 Waha also feels a headache. This is Young Fan's sales strategy.
It's not that Hu Biao doesn't want to compete, but he realizes that he has no way to compete with Yang Fan.
Edo was just starting out.
Where there is so much capital with the Young family will be like this. Moreover, Young Fan's price is even cheaper than compared to Idwa, under the mature sales team, which is simply not Idwa. This reckless hero can be compared.
The capital behind the Young family will be too strong.
Yang Fan under the sales staff is incomparable crazy. In fact, not only Hu Biao perceived a crisis, even Waha is also the same perceived crisis. Because, the Young family will start producing cheap snack goods. Waha has 8 treasure porridge, the Young family will also have 8 treasure porridge. Eat it, you want to be as brave as the general. Waha has AD calcium milk, Young family general also AD calcium milk, eat it like the general's body learning invincible.
Waha has canned food, Young family will also have canned food. In short, what you Waha have, Yang will have what?
Prices can be about the same as you, but the advantage of the Young family will lie in the video museum, kiosk, alcohol, snacks, drinks. These are integrated.
Come to see the video is bound to consume. As long as consumption, the first thing to buy is the Young family will.
The local authorities in fact also turn a blind eye. There are some people are in the local also have relations. Crackdown is not so intense.
Finding a place to watch a movie was better than finding a place to fight and brawl. Later, the video museum cannot, not because of the crackdown, but because families can afford to buy VCDs.
Relying on mature sales channels, the Young family will be completely able to go head to head with Waha.
Even so, let Waha have a strong sense of crisis.
In this regard, Zhong Qingho is also feeling a million headaches. Wahaha's strategy has always been to focus on inexpensive products, can make more consumers to use Wahaha's products. There is a reason why Wahaha has flourished. However, apparently, now the Young family will also be used the same strategy, is to focus on inexpensive, for a broader market, with franchises around the model, video halls, kiosks, liquor, snacks all together, in turn, to Waha a certain impact. The first half of this year, Waha was all the way up, but soon Zhong Qingho found that in the second half of the year, Wahaha's rate of increase is suddenly not so fast, but began to stagnate. Market department a survey, then will only realize that the Young family will be squeezing their own living space. Not only that, Zhong Qingho soon found that the Young family will not only want to compete with their own in these areas, but also intends to pure water in this industry with their own arm wrestling. This year, Waha just wanted to do pure water, never thought, Yang fan has already started to follow. Not long ago, Yang will just buy a lot of cash equipment, with its international leading production equipment, advanced secondary reverse osmosis technology and ozone sterilization process, creating excellent quality. Now, the main rival of Young family general is not Edo or BBK, but Waha instead. At present, Young Hong is also under the cruelty, ready to create a beverage. It is Nutrition Express. In history, this is a brand that belongs to Waha. In 2009, Waha Nutrition Express sold 12 billion yuan, catching up with the first can of Wangleji and Huaxia, and becoming one of the largest selling beverage single product. In the Chinese beverage empire Waha more than 40 billion in sales, Nutrition Fast line occupies as much as 14.
In addition to these, there are want snow cakes.
Xianbei. All these things, in the future, are the big head of sales. This thing, Yang fan naturally wants to get out and advance Waha. Zhong Qingho is not thought of, he is good, actually will be pulled down by the Young family general. This year, the Young family will not be engaged in VCD? Why, he was also implicated in it. Now, the Young family will begin to start in the country began to acquire food processing plants, preparing the country to 300 kilometers of radiation circle as the standard of the construction of 150 branch factories, reducing the cost of transportation, enhance the profits of the entire sales chain members. Yang fan knows that the consumption capacity of the Chinese market is very horrible. Food processing plant. This is a steady profit, and these state-owned enterprises are also very happy to sell the food processing plant to the Yang family. After all, now these state-owned enterprises are in the midst of losses, someone to take over this is no better, and, this year, the big leaders are also evaluating the change of state-owned enterprises. Many factories are considering the direction of change. Sell to the Yang family, increase the employment of local people, at the same time, promote local tax revenue. This seems to be a good choice. In the face of the Yang family general step-by-step, Zhong Qingho was a bit hesitant.
Steady, one step and three calculations, this is the style of manhwa.
Relying on steady footing, manhwa can develop step-by-step, slowly develop and lay the market. For example, manhwa produces a food product. Once the market found that the market does not agree to not accept, immediately stop production, and definitely not head iron to try.
This is manhwa has always been the strategy.
However, now steady, which in turn hindered Zhong Qingho's footsteps. In the face of Yang step-by-step, but Zhong Qingho did not rush out. He vaguely felt Yang fan in the strategy of his own pressure. What Yang fan has come up with is a franchise model that integrates entertainment and sales. All Zhong Qingho can do is to contact some distributors, and some of them have started to switch to Yang's products because Yang's snacks are selling better. Zhong Qingho was also in deep thought about how to fight against Yang Jiagong.
Unconsciously, the time had come to June 26, 1996.
For the Hongshan city government, they were finally going to start collecting taxes from the Yang family, and the tax revenue for just 1 month reached more than $10 million. This was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the Hongshan municipal government.
Zhang Xubai wants political achievements, the province also needs political achievements. Now the Yang family will be atypical.
This small half a year, the city of Hongshan especially granted a piece of land to Yang Hong. Yang Hong is ready to build a comprehensive mall. Shopping, entertainment, movies, food and drink is one of the mall. The name will be Yangfan Square.
The name will be Yangfan Plaza, which means sailing.
At the same time, Yang Hong is also the acquisition of the surrounding land, just waiting for the Yangfan Plaza a well-built, sit on the ground. Now the city of Hongshan's population inflow is also very high. On the one hand, the food processing plant, on the other hand is Yangfan's VCD factory, resulting in a large number of population influx.
The house prices in Hongshan city have actually vaguely begun to grow. Chapter 0047, The Richest Man in Jiangnan Province. The massive inflow of population was naturally something that Hongshan city was happy to see. A larger population meant a stronger spending power. Whether they come to work or to do business, it is beneficial to the development of the city. Zhang Xubai specially granted a piece of land to Yang Fan, specifically for Yang Fan to recruit. Yang Fan's next step is to be ruthless, to compete with Sony. Today's Sony is still in the PS1 era. Yang Fan's requirements are not high, is to imitate.
Now the domestic copyright of these issues are quite chaotic. Their own imitation out, you can sell out, first from the imitation of the beginning, and then step by step to study the technology, get out of their own brand. Cell phones, game consoles, computers. These are all what Yang Fan needs. Don't look at Yang Fan is now very profitable. In fact, Yang Fan is now burning money is also very serious. Doing research, it's not something that happens overnight. The salary of the personnel, the materials needed, the laboratory, the possibility of failure, etc., all of these are burning money. At present, Yang Fan is mainly going in two directions. One is 2G network, the other is chip, cell phone. VCD or not, Yang family will also be. It seems to be very profitable. In fact, it is still poor. Next, in order to compete in the market, IDWA must be a big price cut. From the VCD we'll have to say goodbye to the era of profiteering, which in the middle of at most 1 or 2 years of time. Yang Fan's idea is to let his own Hongmeng group into the ranks of technology companies.
The traditional industry let his father to do.
The traditional industry let his dad to do. Technology of these industries let his own pro in the knife.
So, after making money, Yang Fan is recruiting all over the place. Now, Yang Fan is in the imitation of the PS1. The domestic consumption model does not work. Then change the time, so that the video hall changed into a game hall, an hour $2, or an hour $1. Consumption capacity to keep up with the start of single selling. Anyway, now also has not joined the WTO. I just plagiarized plagiarism, unless the technology is not in place, otherwise, I must get you until you can produce it. Yang Fan is willing to spend money, smash money, and buy people. In addition, Yang Fan is also crazy digging people, the island, the rice country, there is the Bei. Have to admit, now the domestic talent is still not cultivated. Now Yang Fan also has the idea of building their own chips, has begun to quietly dig TSMC talent. Chip industry at present is still not so much attention, get some foundation back, their own slow research is not impossible. Chip this thing, the country in the 80s had not inferior to the European and American technology, just, along with the reopening, had to give up some of the projects, and even at one time the popularity of building is not as good as buying. Build atomic bombs as well as selling tea eggs. Various factors also led to the backwardness of the country. However, there is a say, or to thank the blockade of Europe and the United States. They came up with the strategy of N2. N stands for the current most advanced technology. Too urgent is to be below the most advanced technology 2 levels sold to China. Core technology has always been to control in the hands of Europe and the United States. However, Yang Fan does not care about these. I now secretly get, slowly their own research is not okay? First of all, the technical difficulty is not so high. Research out again. The first half of 1996 for the Young family is the first half of the harvest. The Young family will be the liquor sales of 15.6 billion. In addition to the sales of liquor, is snacks, there are a variety of various drinks, together also have more than 400 million sales. Secondly, the Young family will be VCD, the first half of the sales is also close to 300 million. Snacks, miscellaneous drinks, these are still good to say. VCD, Young Fan can estimate, the second half of the year there is a huge outbreak. Yang Hong is now happy every day. His task now is to run all over the country, acquiring some food processing factories. At the same time, it is also to convince the local government to make industrial parks. At the same time, the Young family will be recruiting a large number of workers for the processing industry. It is not impossible to completely replace Foxconn, cell phone processing, television processing, and so on. Not long ago, according to Young Fan's thinking, let Young Hong became the city's National People's Congress. However, as long as continue to go on, the next country is also just around the corner. Young family turned into a synonym for miracle. All major media are discussing the Young family. In addition to white wine, but also as the Young family will be VCD, these are turned into the focus of discussion. At the same time, on Yang Hong's head, the title of the richest man in Hongshan City was slowly taken off. In its place was the richest man in Hongshan City. Now the Young family in the end, how much money, really no one knows. The same, also no one calculated. After all, the Forbes list does not include China. Similarly, the Haruan 100 richest people list will not appear until 1999. The richest man in the country dare not say, but the title of the richest man in Jiangnan province can still be mentioned. At the same time, Yang Fan's VCD processing factory is also expanding again, recruiting more workers to work, while VCD sales in the Magic City are also increasing. Idwa, BBK, and Jiangnan Xinka, a state-owned enterprise affiliated with Jiangnan province, the Young family will be. Now these are the 4 strongest in the market, of which the strongest market share is still Young family will be, although in the big cities, it seems, Young family will be the lowest market share, but in the vast countryside, 3 or 4 lines of small counties, Young family will be the highest market share of VCDs. At the same time, the biggest profit is also made by the Young family. Among the 4, the weakest one is Xinka. However, not long ago, Young Fan paid a personal visit to Zinco, and since then, the Young family will have a new task, to help Zinco to produce movements and chips. These 2 things foreigners to sell to the new technology at least more than $500, but Young Fan is able to reduce the price to $300. Out of nowhere is an extra $200 difference. In fact, the cost of these 2 things is actually a few dozen dollars. How? Young Fan are making money. VCD, this thing, sooner or later is to be eliminated, and be eliminated speed will be very fast, that is, a fast money. Before this, Young Fan is how much can earn is how much. The big cities are killing each other, and the Young family will VCD to July is even more a ride. More small bosses began to buy VCD, want to engage in video halls. At the same time, in the countryside also began to think about the law. A village inside the 700 or 800 people are afraid to look at a time of 50 cents, seems to be able to return to the appearance of the capital. However, at this time, Yang Fan's mind is not here. At this time Yang Fan has come to the capital. He wants to see a person, and I Nanguang. Chapter 0048, Huaxia Core, Huaxia Maid. Now that Yang Fan was rich and powerful, he naturally wanted to recruit talent. The first person he was looking for was Ni Nanguang, who had just been relieved of his duties as chief engineer and director of Lenovo last year. Frankly speaking, before the rebirth, Lenovo just got the title of the People's Conscience Enterprise of the Rice Country. Yang Fan is also slightly aware of the Lu and I dispute. Since 1984, Ni Nanguang joined the Institute of Computing of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, decided to found the national ownership of the Institute of Computing Technology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences New Technology Development Company, referred to as the Institute of Computing Company, that is, the predecessor of Lenovo Group. Ni Nanguang was invited to serve as the company's chief engineer in December. The Lenovo-style Hankook all of the technology to bring the company. Ni Nanguang's joining completely changed Lenovo's course. Lenovo finally had its own technical business card. Out of respect in the company's image, Lu Chuanji then launched a campaign to create God. In order to maintain the prestige of God, Lu Chuanji even at the expense of damage to their own authority. Lenovo's president and chief engineer, this pair of intimate Gemini constellation then became a role model for many companies. However, just in '94, in the international market, Microsoft, the future hegemon of the IT field, initiated a disruptive change, which made the sales of Lenovo's Hanka suffer greatly. From this beginning, trade industry technology and technology industry technology became a point of conflict between the 2 sides.
Around 94, Ni Nanguang traveled to Mordor in Shangjiang to recruit talents and set up the Microelectronics Design Center of Lianhai, and he was very enthusiastic about this project, which was called the Huaxia Core. However, the company's executive vice president Li Qin let a passionate Ni Nanguang hit a nail. Ni Nanguang is used to hearing yes, naturally not willing to stop, so he went directly to Lu Chuanji. Let him how did not expect is that this time, Lu Chuanji's answer although euphemistic, but surprisingly is not. After this incident, the relationship between the two quickly deteriorated. Lenovo's every working meeting has become a quarrel between the two. Lu Chuanji that Ni Nanguang is in the nonsense, while Ni Nanguang said, I will never be finished with you. He began to accuse Lu Chuanji to his superiors of his overbearing style, and then accused him of having serious financial problems. The quarrel lasted until 1995. During this period, Ni Nanguang with a technical expert's unique persistence and obstinacy sent one letter of complaint after another. Lu Chuanji, as a business operator, took advantage of this time to gain the support of almost all the top executives within Lenovo with a beautiful sickbed diplomacy. In the end, Lu Chuanji won the victory. In 1994, Lu Chuanji let go of his position and appointed Yang Yuancheng as general manager of Lenovo Computer Corporation. Under his leadership, Lenovo's own brand computer sales ranked among the top 3 in the Chinese market that year. Yang Yuancheng is also known as a sales wizard and technology star. As the loser of Lenovo's route battle, Ni Nanguang seems to have no regrets, and he still insists on his idea of technology first, even if he lacks supporters. Lenovo was not yet fully mature. Lenovo ultimately chose the development of trade manufacturing technology priorities. Along this line of development, Lenovo gradually grew and expanded, and in 2005 a merger and acquisition of IBM's personal computer business. Yang Fan to visit Ni Nanguang, before is no bottom, now, Yang Fan is considered some bottom. At least, can burn money. As for the actual level of Ni Guangnan Hao, Yang Fan is not very clear. However, Yang Fan is more important to Ni Nanguang behind the relationship and network. His relationships and channels will be their own need of talent. Ni Nanguang couldn't help but frown when he heard about Yang Fan's visit, and when his men told Ni Nanguang that Yang Fan was a wine seller, Ni Nanguang frowned even more. What does it mean for a wine seller to come to himself? However, Yang Fan did show a lot of sincerity, and Ni Nanguang still chose to meet. Ni Nanguang was born in 1939 and is now in his 50s. However, the whole person still looks hale and hearty. Your name is Yang Fan? Ni Nanguang sized up Yang Fan, but he could not help but be secretly surprised for a moment, obviously not expecting that Yang Fan was so young. Yang Fan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and slowly opened his mouth. Professor Ni, hello. What are you doing here looking for me? Ni Nanguang looked at Yang Fan up and down. His tone of voice faintly carried a few points of impatience. Professor Ni, I came to find you, just for one thing. I hope you can be my Hongmeng Technology's chief engineer. In addition, Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. I want to make technology. I hope to reach the Huaxia Core. Ni Guangnan's pupils slightly contracted for a moment and then looked at Yang Fan with a smile. Young man, do you know how many people have come to me from last year to now? I don't know. I only know that technology is very important. The technology of the core of China cannot be restricted forever. Yang Fan smiled slightly and then slowly spoke. That's why I came to you. Ni Nanguang smiled and couldn't help but open his mouth. Do you know how much money is spent on technology development every year? My Hongmeng Technology currently developed the Young Family General VCD. The first half of this year's sales degree is in the 200 million or so. The profit is probably in the 1.5 billion or so. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, the second half of this year, this profit will be more. Last year, especially from the United States to buy from the United States that they believe that there is no market out of the movement and ship. Speaking here, Yang Fan gave a slight pause, smiled, and continued, then, I found a very interesting law, Moore's law. When the price is constant, the number of components that can be accommodated on an integrated circuit will double every 18-24 months, and the performance will be doubled accordingly. In other words, according to Moore's law, the performance of an electronic product at the same price will double in 18-24 months. Millions and millions of transistors on a chip the size of a fingernail. Moore's law marks the rate of progress in information technology and has been considered reliable for at least 50 years. But there are limits to human craftsmanship, and Moore's law can't go on forever. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, this time, I realized that the core technology in the end how important, the cost is dozens of dollars of things, no, maybe in the cost price of plowing in the rice country, they can be a few $100s to buy us. I know the importance of the core technology, that if it is a computer? Or even, what about the future cell phone? You join my company, I can guarantee that each year to take out 10% of the total profits dedicated to your research chip. In addition, I talked to the local government, they are also willing to provide us with venues. To me, I give you the opportunity to make a big difference. How? Yang Fan looked at Ni Nanguang and smiled. Ni Nanguang was silent. He looked at Yang Fan, could not help but open his mouth. Can you guarantee? Of course I can guarantee it. Yang Fan smiled faintly. I'm short of people now, otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you, Professor Ni Nanguang slightly pondered, and then slowly opened his mouth. I can consider it.
Chapter 0049 Acquisition of Kingsoft, Rebus. Yang Fan certainly would not let Henai Nangguan hold too much power in his company. It is good to do research honestly, think of a way, rapid yielding, this is Yang Fan's purpose. If you are engaged in technology, you should honestly engage in technology and not think about anything. Henai Nangguan did not hesitate for long, then directly agreed to Yang Fan, then Henai Nangguan officially announced his withdrawal from Lenovo. This move also marks that Lenovo has completely entered the trade, industry, and technology route. Yang Fan is to Henai Nangguan this big Buddha to invite to the Hongshan, the early stage. Yang Fan directly smashed 200 million, this handwriting is to let Henai Nangguan some surprise. Knowing that Yang Fan is willing to smash money, but did not expect, Yang Fan so dry. He has not yet started any action, Yang Fan has already given money? What do you need to buy? However, Yang Fan will not be stupid to Henai Nangguan 100% trust, anything is required to report. Following Henai Nangguan were some of Henai Nangguan's friends, students. His relationships have all been given to Yang Fan as a graft. Yang Fan didn't care about this and was completely willing to spend money. In addition to Henai Nangguan, Yang Fan is also doing another thing in Beijing. Acquisition of Kingsoft. This year amount Kingsoft can be said to be a very difficult year. In 1994, WPS users more than 10 million, occupying the Chinese word processing market of 90. The same year, Microsoft Windows system in China quietly landed. Kingsoft and Microsoft reached an agreement through the setup of both sides can read each other's files, which is the paper agreement, became a turning point of WPS from prosperity to decline. In 1996, with the popularization of Windows operating system, Word 60 and Word 97 spread through various channels succeeded in transitioning most of the WPS for their own users, the development of WPS into the lowest point in history. In the first half of the year, Kingsoft was still able to maintain, however, in the second half of the year, Kingsoft was a little bit unable to maintain. Yang Fan is also set on this time, directly found Kingsoft. Invested $50 million, 80% of the shares. Yang Fan is indeed overbearing to the extreme. The white gentleman, Lei Busi, and Kingsoft's top management are all dumbfounded. Beijing, Zhongguancun. Mr. Yang. When they saw Yang Fan, Bai Junqiu, and Lei Busi couldn't help but be slightly stunned, they didn't expect Yang Fan to be so young. Yang Fan. Yang Fan shook hands with Bai Jun and Lei Bosi. In fact, frankly speaking, now Yang Fan is not very familiar with Bai Jun, however, he is very familiar with Lei Bosi. Not to mention, that Are You OK song, Yang Fan has listened to it many times. The big man in his previous life is now very polite in front of himself. Today's Kingsoft can be considered the most difficult time. Begging Bai Jun have to sell the house to maintain the normal operation of the company, Yang Fan's behavior can be completely said to be a gift of charcoal in the snow. Please sit down. In the conference room, Yang Fan beckoned, let the people have sat down, and then slowly opened his mouth. All of you, about my things must have been very understanding. I know, cannot understand? Last year's champion, this year, Yang Fan even expanded more business. In the whole of China, the Yang family is very famous. No one did not think, at this time, Yang Fan will consider the computer industry, but also did not think, Yang Fan will actually choose to come out of the snow to send charcoal. To know, whether it is three plants, the sun god, or Wa, I have not considered these. Mainly cross-industry is really too difficult. In particular, the computer industry, the country was originally behind foreign countries. Many people are not optimistic. Computer, from now on, is also the vast majority of people cannot afford to consume the product. Yang Fan to invest, is really let them surprise. This we know. Seek Bai Jun slowly opened his mouth. Mr. Yang also sent someone to talk to us before. Hongmeng Capital contributed 30 million, occupying 80% of the shares of Kingsoft, the rest of the shares, by our internal to negotiate. In fact, at the beginning, Kingsoft did not ask for the shares of Bai Jun and Rebus. Kingsoft was derived from the Shangjiang Kingsoft Company. In 1973, the company was founded by Zhang Geiking, mainly engaged in the assembly and sale of IBM PC compatibles, and after 1980, it was managed by Zhang Xinlong, the son of Zhang Geiking. However, this time Yang Fan is very dry, directly bought. WPS is a key, the other key is Rebus. Frankly speaking, Yang Fan is very hopeful that Millet can be early out of the line. In his previous life, at least he has used a few Millet, but also have feelings. However, later still change Huawei. At this time, Lei Bosi is still very young, begging for White June is the only one to take the lead. Yang Fan is calm and relaxed, slowly and methodically chatting with the begging Bai Jun and Lei Bosi. They were naturally aware of the fame of the Yang family, and they were also aware of the capital that Yang Fan possessed in his hands. Today's Yang family hands are in possession of extremely strong capital. Learned that Yang Fan to come to buy, the entire Kingsoft board of directors are sensational. This is simply a super big gold master. Jinshan Software back from the dead, this is absolutely not a problem. Yang Fan nodded. Jinshan Software as I have always been more optimistic about the company, this belongs to our national enterprise, also as our independent development of software.
Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, I think you are also very clear. At present, we Hongmeng investment hands have about close to 8 billion or so capital. I myself is also very like computer, in research and development this aspect, you can rest assured that I will not be less of your money. In this aspect of research and development, Yang Fan is willing to put down the capital. Huawei can later come to the forefront. The most important reason is that they are willing to put down the capital to engage in R&D. 10% of the annual profits are used to do the work of the company. 10% of annual profits are used to do research and development. Change the general company, really do not have this idea, this 10% to do something else investment is not good? However, Yang Fan also understands in his heart, he needs to have a main direction of attack, otherwise, he has so much money to smash down, it is a hammer in the east and a stick in the west, can't do anything at all. At present, Yang Fan mainly consider two directions, one is communication, the other is chip.
Yang Fan is willing to spend money.
Besides these, Yang Fan also still has his own plans. Next year is 1997, in addition to the return of Xianzhong, there will also be a huge capital feast, the Asian financial crisis.
As long as one operates properly.
Next year, he can earn tens of billions of dollars, that is, to be the richest Chinese, it is not impossible.
Chapter 0050 War on Microsoft.
Having received Yang Fan's guarantee, Seeking Baijun and Rebus looked at each other at the same time.
And then, Seeking Baijun slowly opened his mouth and said, then, Mr. Yang, should we also relocate our company to Hongshan City?
No need, you guys just stay in the capital, Hongshan is still a little too small. Yang Fan shook his head, at this time, cutie. Only then would he let Jinshan relocate a company to Hongshan. Only in the capital will there be relationships and channels. Without these, everything is all talk. Yang Fan lightly opened his mouth, Hongmeng technology is Hongmeng technology, Kingsoft is Kingsoft, in a place of little significance, I let you come over this time, mainly some things to talk to you, is about WPS.
Mentioned WPS, Beg Baijun also cannot help but frown. This is also considered to be the pain in the heart of Seeking White June.
This is Beg Baijun from May 1988 to September 1989, hard to write out. Back then, Beg Baijun shut himself in Zhang Xinlong for him in the Deep City package in a room, as long as it is awake, will not stop writing. Whenever he was sleepy, he took a nap, and when he was hungry, he ate instant noodles.
In such a year and 4 months, Beg Baijun had 3 times sick, the first hepatitis, the second recurrence of hepatitis, the third recurrence, each hospitalized for 1 month to 2 months.
The second hepatitis relapse is the most critical juncture of software development. Beg Baijun moved the computer to the hospital room to continue to write.
The pain of development is not the disease, not emaciation, but loneliness.
Subsequently, WPS began to earn money, more than 30,000 sets per year, the wholesale price of more than 2,200 yuan per set. The annual income of about $6,600,000. As for how much earned, and later Beg Baijun himself said, this is the company to make money, for me, did not make any money, I'm just a part-time job. At the beginning of the development, neither talked to the company about commission, nor talked to the company about shares, nothing. It was the boss who was nice enough to give me a little bonus. If I had thought about how to make money from the beginning, I wouldn't be here today.
Career has nothing to do with money.
When you devote yourself to development, you have to do it even if you are not paid.
When you're developing, you don't even think about compensation.
Only when you've made a career first can you talk about compensation. All the way to sing a song of triumph. WPS, in 1993, met the challenge of Word. Seek White Monarch took the initiative to meet the challenge and made a product similar to the Office suite called Pango Component, which contained WPS, spreadsheets, and dictionaries.
Microsoft Windows quietly landed in China.
Kingsoft and Microsoft reached an agreement that both parties could read each other's files through the settings, and it was this agreement that became the turning point of WPS from boom to bust. In 1996, with the popularization of Windows operating system, through a variety of channels spread Word 60 and Word 97 successfully most of the WPS transition for their own users, the development of WPS into the lowest point in history. However, it was also this year that Yang Fan came directly with $30 million. Seeking Baijun slowly opened his mouth and said, boss, this I know, however, some trouble, Windows has a lot of new things, we have not yet familiarized with it, and Microsoft upgraded it again.
A lot of technical information, it's also hard to find.
Microsoft masters Windows, and we have to do everything by ourselves from scratch. It is really too difficult for us to keep up with Microsoft.
This is a problem that Yang Fan naturally knows all about.
This is Microsoft's biggest trump card, and the main thing is that people who use computers will automatically carry FICE as long as they use Windows, so Microsoft can naturally occupy the market easily.
You can't not use Windows, can you?
This trick, Microsoft later is also directly used in the MSN above, however, in the domestic MSN is completely lost to the Goose Factory, but in foreign countries, the hottest instant chat tool or MSN.
Boot automatically installed, this is the kill move. I have my opinion.
Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. If, next, we want to compete with Microsoft, our WPS must consider a problem, how to retain our users. Seeking Baijun slowly opened his mouth. This I have considered. First of all, we need to adapt to the version of Windows. Now they upgrade too fast. We always have to have a process of adaptation.
Yang Fan, however, smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Well, have you not considered the shortcomings of Windows? Disadvantages?
Seek Baijun slightly stunned. Yang Fan is slowly spoke. Windows 95 this operating system, there is a big problem is, blue screen, dead, right? Seeking Baijun nodded, and then frowned and said, this problem has always existed, however, so far, Windows is still the most advanced operating system, we can't possibly bypass Windows 95 to get a new operating system out.
Then, Yang Fan laughed, and then slowly opened his mouth.
If I were you, I am typing, suddenly the computer black screen, the information that you were so hard to organize all gone.
Speaking here, Yang Fan looked up at Beg Baijun, how do you feel?
Seek Baijun slightly stunned, similar experience he is not without, when knocking the code, suddenly a power failure, he knocked down the code all gone.
Seeking Baijun on the spot can give you the computer to smash. There are things more maddening than this? This is a huge weakness of Office, cannot automatically save.
Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. What we need to do is to develop this auto-save function. Said here, Yang Fan thought carefully for a while, then continued to speak. In addition, we also need a new function, is to combine with the internet, we may be able to consider an account, as long as it is logged into this account, then we can be in a different computer, to extract the information that we are in another computer.
Seeking Baijun couldn't help but frown, and slowly opened his mouth. This is theoretically feasible, however, this requires a server.
This requires a server. Yang Fan took over the conversation, continued, this is no problem, this server I am prepared to place in Hongshan City, at the same time, I have already let Hongmeng Technology to develop, supporting the WPS will also be our extraordinary network, in addition to these, I will also set up a data center in Hongshan, don't worry, I'm not short of money.
Not bad for money.
Seeking Baijun and Lei Bosi looked at each other, both of them felt the strength of that strong wealth in Yang Fan.
The server said to Bai also want to engage in what portal, this Yang Fan, what in the end he wants to do. Is he really going to do the internet?
Now the hottest internet is Terra Nova. Terra Nova is the first and only face on the ordinary family open network, using the profit model of paid internet access. Terra Nova is the first company to put forward the concept of the people's network, so that at that time only professionals use the internet into the common people's homes, and therefore in the early high-speed development and get Xinhua Group's investment.
Is Yang Fan planning to challenge Terra Nova? However, they cannot care so much now. Yang Fan is still talking, he continued. In addition, our speed must be fast, and the Microsoft did not react before, give them a heavy blow, at least in the country, will be our WPS world. Chapter 0051 The future is the world of portals. Soon, Seeking Baijun and Rebus saw another Yang Fan.
They were surprised to find that with regards to computers, Yang Fan was not ignorant, but a truly pure connoisseur. In his previous life, Yang Fan had learned computer languages and had been a programmer for a while. If it wasn't for the feeling that it was a waste of his youth, he could have really done it for the rest of his life.
In addition to these, you have to design an input method.
Yang Fan thought very clearly and opened his mouth. The design of the input method is like this. This input method is different, as long as people know Pinyin will use it, and has a very intelligent association and memory function. This is a very humanized function, especially for some people who do not have a standard byte. This is definitely the most suitable input method for them. For example, if you eat meat, many people who do not pronounce it correctly will pronounce it as you, but the input method we designed is able to determine which word it is according to the meaning of the sentence before and after the word is pronounced in a confusing way. Yang Fan's thinking was very calm. He believed that this input method would completely replace any other Pinyin input method on the market as soon as it was launched. However, after all, he was learning talent is very strong, in his previous life is very strong, this life is even more powerful. In his previous life, Yang Fan still knows quite a lot about computer programming, and, having learned C, however, the program is something that is all changing day by day, and the replacement is extremely fast. Yang Fan did not want to let himself mix his whole life and end up mixing as a programmer. However, even at that time, what Yang Fan had learned, in this era can already be described by the word quite advanced. This was a true connoisseur. Seeking Baijun had a new view of Yang Fan. The further they talked, the more they realized that Yang Fan, this guy, was simply not thinking too clearly.
In addition to the office system, there is also intelligent Pinyin. In addition, we have to consider a problem.
Yang Fan opened his mouth quickly. In addition to that, we can still consider using encryption technology.
Encryption technology? Seeking Baijun was slightly dumbfounded for a moment. How to encrypt?
Yang Fan didn't hide anything at all and spoke directly. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. Simply put, this set of software can only be used for 30 days after installation without registration, and after 30 days it can't be used normally if it is not registered.
This is a good idea. Seeking Baijun frowned and suddenly opened his mouth. But if you reinstall the input method after 30 days, then wouldn't it be possible to use it for another 30 days?
This problem I have long considered. Once the software expires, it will write some information in the main boot area of the hard disk. No matter how you reinstall, as long as the software is running, it will automatically recognize the information in the main boot area, unless the entire hard disk is formatted. Speaking here, Young Fan smiled faintly, slowly and methodically opened his mouth. I think, in this world, there are really not many people who will format the entire hard disk.
This move is really poisonous. Seeking White June couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Yang Fan just smiled. This technology in the 2000s, after this technology blossomed, to 2010 can be said to be the peak. What RSA irreversible algorithms and so on are applied to it. After the encryption, Linley added a shell to the main program of the Office software. This level of technology until after 2000, no one should be able to crack. As for the future, there is no need for Yang Fan to personally take action, raise a group of coders and let them work well for themselves. The more carefully chatting down, begging by June is more and more found his own this boss of the deep hidden. He is also forced to admit that this boss of his knows too much. I'll go back and study it properly, in 3 months, no, within a month I can get it done.
Seeking by June opened his mouth with some exuberance.
Yang Fan also just smiled and slowly opened his mouth. Good, I'll wait for you for a month.
Seeking by June, on the other hand, could not help but open his mouth and said, by the way, Mr. Yang, are you planning to design a website?
Right. Yang Fan nodded his head and spoke slowly. At present, this piece of our country is still relatively vacant. In fact, I have already designed almost, it should be put into use immediately. Seeking by June slowly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Yang, there are some things that I have to advise you.
Yang Fan glanced at Seeking by June and smiled. Good, just say it.
Seeking by June took a deep breath, which opened his mouth. This year Yinghewei is also doing this internet, however, this line cannot see the money. Said here, Beg by June continued, Terra Nova is this way, although the logo is trying to mass information services, open network for ordinary families. Into the Terra Nova space and time, you can read the electronic newspaper, to the network coffee house with the missing friends to talk to the network forum long supa language, but also at any time to the international internet. But, Seek by June slowly defeat Ko Island, the use of the internet is not many people, and Terra Nova is also currently the charging mode, which is considered to be a replica of the Rice Online. Mr. Yang, you want to intervene in it now, it's a little late.
Is it?
Yang Fan smiled slightly, and then slowly opened his mouth. I don't think so. I think the internet is very potential, and, Yinghewei this model is certainly not stick to it.
Listening to Yang Fan's confident words, Bai Jun could not help but say, Mr. Yang, are you really so confident?
Of course. Yang Fan smiled, and then lightly said, you just watch, in the next few years, will certainly be the world of the portal. Yinghewei model is too far away. Yang Fan said so. Beg by June is also do not know what he should say to be good, can only helplessly open the mouth and said, in that case, then Mr. Yang, I will not persuade you.
Mr. Yang, what is the name of this website of yours?
On the side of the Labo C but suddenly opened his mouth and inquired. We are called Hongmang Group, of course, our website is called Hongmang.
Yang Fan smiled, continued, HM.
Directly is the abbreviation of Hongmang, download is still in the stage of debugging is over, it can be opened. Yang Fan just laughed, portal site, in the future for a long time will become mainstream. Later began to gradually decline.
Then is QQ, WeChat, the rise of the headline system.
As long as he is there, NetEase, Sina, Soho, these do not want to rise. Chapter 0052, the second half of the first month earned $1 billion. Yang Fan has no other skills, but he is willing to spend money, but it is the first class. Especially in this aspect of science and technology. The first half of the year, Yang Fan just VCD sold 1 million units, his profits directly up to 1.5 billion, before the data has a mistake, said 10 million units sold, really sell 10 million that is 15 billion, so, here to modify, the front will not change. In the second half of the year, as soon as June started, VCD sales got off to a good start. Orders, almost all ready, were lined up for next year. Originally, the VCD industry shouldn't be so prosperous, even at the peak of Edo, it only sold 1.6 billion in sales a year, and Yang Fan, the net profit was 1.5 billion. However, the problem now is that, by Yang Fan so horizontal, Video Museum is a kind of monstrous prosperity. Now who doesn't know that they can make money by buying VCDs at home? The more the countryside, the more backward the place, the more they have to buy, the head of the village to open a, the end of the village to open a, as long as there are people to see the movie, there will be a constant stream of people to buy VCD. This market is still very big. Although the population of big cities is large, the vast majority of people in China live in small cities. Yang Fan's strategy of encircling the city from the countryside was very successful. However, Yang Fan also knew that this monstrous prosperity would only last for 1 or 2 years at most. On the one hand, the state has to deal with these video halls, on the other hand, other brands are obviously going to reduce their prices, and after next year, Edo is going to fight a price war with itself, and press the VCD's exorbitant profits right down. However, this year, Edo is absolutely not there. Now, Edo has not earned enough money is not dare to fight with their own price war, even if it is a price war, their own is not false Edo's core technology movement and chip still need to import, while Yang Fan is completely can do their own production.
Moreover, in Yang Fan's opinion, Hu Jibiao will collapse sooner or later. AIDO's account management is very chaotic, in Hu Jibiao's eyes, the balance on the account is the profit. This was the inevitability of Edo's defeat. Now Hongmeng was designed, however, it still lacked an opportunity to become a hit. Especially, there weren't many people playing with the internet right now. Even if it was developed, there might not be anyone who would choose to log on.
Yang Fan stroked his chin, but in his heart, he was calculating whether he should give Hongmeng an advertisement when he ran for the Bid King this year. However, very quickly, Yang Fan dismissed this idea. The development of the internet now was still far inferior to 20 years later. The internet can be in full swing now, but taking out $200 to $300 million to campaign for the king of bidding to advertise Hongmeng, this is not much use. After all, it is impossible for every household to have a computer now. China's economic development is still not fast enough. If fast enough, it is possible to grab the Bid King to try. This year's Bid King, Yang Fan is intended to advertise VCD. VCD potential market is still very large. Second half of the year, the first month of June. Yang's VCD sales have once again risen a notch. Nowadays, on weekends, or after work, set $2 and get together to watch a movie. This has become a fashionable trend. Drinking, getting high, eating snacks. A group of people get together to chat, this atmosphere is also very good. Of course, in reality, the main thing is that entertainment facilities are really too scarce in this era, and there are very few domestic TV programs, TV dramas, and very few movies. Video halls, in a way, filled the gap in everyone's spirit. $2 didn't cost much to watch a movie and go back to the man making sport at night. Although there are 3 or 5 more video halls in a city, but in fact, it is still a full house after the video hall is active. At the same time, it is also a representative of more people know that more people choose to come to see a movie in the evening. The owners of these kiosks and video halls also do not do anything, simply open a few more, let their wives or relatives to help watch the scene. Anyway, this thing is not what technical content.
At the end of May, the sales volume of Yang's VCDs had reached 300,000 units. And in June, the sales volume of Young Family General had already reached 400,000 units. This speed is really horrible, and it still continues to have great room for growth. With regards to this situation, AI Duo was also looking at this situation and was anxious in his heart. Although, their sales in June were also very good, but Hu Jibiao realized that the sales of Young Family will be really too horrible, they almost do not have any ability to intervene in the second and third tier cities. Yang Family General snacks, liquor, microbrews, and this damn VCD, the combined lethality was just too strong. Even if Hu Jibiao wanted to learn, there was almost no way. He doesn't have Yang Fan sales channels. Boss, this month, we sold 40,000 units. Yang Jiqing stood beside Hu Jibiao and opened his mouth. BBK, it's a bit hard to carry. Hu Jibiao was silent, but his eyes suddenly fell on Yang Jiqing. You say, will Yang continue to run for the bid this year? This. Yang Jiqing hesitated for a moment, and then slowly opened his mouth. If I were the Yang family will certainly continue to run for the king of the bidding. Last year, the Kung Fu banquet wine is not the king of the bidding. This year, there is almost no liquor sold. And Yang Jiqing slightly hesitated, continued, if the Yang family will be soft, how do others all look at the Yang family general? Hu Jibiao, on the other hand, took a deep breath. You're right, the Yang family general will not back down at all. This guy Young Hong, he's much more powerful than I thought. Hu Jibiao had a feeling of powerlessness. The Yang family general is just plainly relying on the volume pressure to crush himself. Now both sides are nothing but not in the first line of the city frontal bayonet, a little frontal open bayonet, then he is not the opponent of the Yang family general? Moreover, in addition to the Young family will be, step by step, the new branch of the Edo market is also eyeing. They also want to fight for Yang's market, but, in the face of this huge from the sales network, they are somewhat unable to help. Now in the outside world seems, everything is Young Hong manipulation, but no one knows, all this manipulation is actually Young Fan. However, now, Young Fan really did not put the VCD in the eyes, he is now focusing on the internet, Hongmeng Network, he wants Hongmeng Network a hit. Chapter 0053 Internet Sales Strategy. These days, want to make a thing popular. The best way is still to advertise. This is true for the Young family, and also true for the internet. In today's era, people who have the internet at home are definitely a symbol of wealth, so Terra Nova can charge for accessing the internet. Those who have computers at home are actually not that bad. How to make the internet into the thousands of households, this is a relatively difficult selection. Hongmeng Network has been designed by Young Fan, at the same time there is also the capital city Terra Nova Technology Company. They designed the Terra Nova Spacetime Network hanging in the Chinese Academy of Sciences below, at present, is the only domestic for the ordinary family open network. In May, when Yang Fan was waving his banknotes around, Terra Nova was also formally established. At present, Terra Nova's momentum is still good.
However, in this era, the internet is too few people, so Terra Nova just after the establishment of the first thing to do is to open the first private science and education museum in China in the capital Weigong village, where all people can try the Terra Nova network free of charge to learn about the internet.
If not, most people would not know how to log on to the internet.
It is also difficult for Zhang Xuxin, need to constantly in the major news media to tell the people of the country. The information industry is an important opportunity for the rise of the Chinese nation in the world.
Undoubtedly, this is the early stage of the start of internet services. In this era, more knowledge of the internet is Terra Nova spread out.
However, Terra Nova's defeat was also the same, obsessed with the internet access fee model. To log in, Terra Nova actually need to use the software they designed. So much so that when portals rose to prominence, Terra Nova was powerless. When portals are generally free, Terra Nova actually still charge, a full year before the payment model is cancelled. Yang Fan had now established his own portal website.
Internet? Office software? You're not kidding, right? How did you start messing with this? Aren't your VCDs selling well? Yang Fan had arrived at Zheng Xubai's office. Hearing Yang's plan, Zheng Xubai was stunned. VCD is not something too technical, the future is still the world of computer internet.
Yang Fan directly opened the mouth. Now our computer user growth rate is very fast, the internet is imperative, I do VCD, this is because the VCD to make money, in fact, it is 1 or 2 years of time, the speed of renewal is still very fast. Zheng Xubai on Yang Fan's words are not very skeptical, he is also aware of this period of time Yang Fan engaged in a big battle. He is also aware of the big battle that Yang Fan has organized during this period of time. He has brought together Ni Nanguan and a large group of high school students, all of whom have come to Hongshan. He also knew that Yang Fan had already smashed $200 million into it in the early stage.
He opened his mouth with interest. What are you going to do then?
Lao Ni's side brought a lot of people over, I have a certain amount of R&D ability here, but, said here, Yang Fan slightly paused said, the early stage, I still intend to engage in assembly machine, Hongmeng machine is considered the first generation, slowly research our own chip technology, and slowly with foreign countries to compete with the long and short. Zhang Xubai slightly stunned, did not think Yang Fan actually have such ideas, he could not help but open his mouth, that would cost a lot of money, the difficulty of scientific research is not generally high.
I know.
Yang Fan smiled and spoke, so, I do have a way to make money. Speaking here, Yang Fan gave a slight beat, and then opened his mouth, by the way, Uncle Zhang, do you have a computer here?
There is.
Zhang Xubai nodded his head. Nowadays, although computers are not very popular, however, as a hand of Hongshan City, Zhang Xubai is still equipped with a computer. He saw Yang Fan casually take out a CD-ROM.
This is?
Zhang Xubai looked at Yang Fan with some surprise. This is our Hongmeng technology below the Jinshan software to get out of the office software. There is a set of pinyin input method.
Yang Fan skillfully operated and installed it.
Zhang Xubai slightly frowned, and then heard Yang Fan open his mouth. Uncle Zhang, you look at this pinyin input method. While speaking, Yang Fan demonstrated it in front of Zhang Xubai. The biggest advantage of this set of input method is that it can be adjusted according to your typing habits. For example, Sky, if, Uncle Zhang, you habitually use fill in the blanks, then the first thing that will come out will be the 2 words fill in the blanks, and then, for example, if you type in TK, the 2 words Sky and fill in the blanks will come out directly, so you can use them as you like.
Yang Fan briefly introduced it.
Zhang Xubai heard this but was slightly stunned, and then operated it, but it felt that it was really much easier. Before the use of intelligent ABC, feel a little lagging, now it is feeling, knocking on the keyboard is very smooth. This set of input method, if put on the market, is certainly a big hit. Yang Fan smiled slightly, and then slowly opened his mouth. As for the way of using it, there are 2.
Yang Fan did not speak slowly, one is to buy a CD-ROM, the other way is to download it. Yang Fan casually opened the Hongmeng network on top of the computer.
As soon as he saw this Hongmeng, Zhang Xubai was slightly stunned and couldn't help but open his mouth. This website, it's a bit interesting. Hongmeng Net basically adopted the SoHuNet these website settings. Internal search engine, Yang Fan is also carefully designed, there are news, forums, and chat rooms. Login Hongmeng Net is very simple, directly in the URL above the input Hongmeng Net website can be. Yang Fan pointed to a download place and opened his mouth. I got a server, it is completely possible to directly download software through this server of mine. For example, the previous input method, such as this office software.
Yang Fan smiled and continued, if they want to use it, they have to use my secret key. As for buying the secret key, it's also very simple. Before I sold VCD Young Family Generals, and some snacks, now I can sell a card or point card, they only need to enter the secret key then to use the office software. Zhang Xubai couldn't help but frown, this thing, can it really make money?
Of course. Yang Fan smiled, and then continued, however, now the internet speed is not enough, the download speed is still a bit slow. Said here, Yang Fan slight pause, continued, this is only the first step, behind, I can also do online games, selling point cards a card.
Chapter 0054 Hongmeng 1 card.
Zhang Xubai was really interested. He randomly clicked on a webpage, but it was domestic news. What meetings had been held in the country, what news from all over the provinces had been summarized one by one, and all of them were posted online. The forum was a bit simpler. It was still in the testing stage, but there were still quite a few exchange posts. And Yang Fan has slowly opened his mouth. In addition to these, there are novels. At present, I am ready to do a network novel planning in the platform, mainly to let others to write novels, design Hongmeng coins, read novels, a chapter of about 10 cents. At the same time, Hongmeng coins can also be used to download software. However, the recharge of Hongmeng coins is more troublesome. You need to go to the store to buy a card. The face value is divided into $5, $10, $50, $100, and there is a $2,000 amount. Yang Fan displayed in front of Zheng Xiubai. At this stage, what I need most is to keep the users on top of the internet, and let them consume on top of the internet.
Will they consume? Zheng Xiubai couldn't help but open his mouth. I see, you write novels on the internet, are they willing to pay money? As long as the quality of the novel is good, they will definitely be willing to read it. Yang Fan smiled.
In fact, this is the Grand 1 card mode, then starting point early to make money. Also rely on the Grand 1 card recharge starting point coins. In the absence of the internet to pay, this is the best model.
Yang Fan glanced at Zheng Xiubai,
and then continued, I went to a trip to Hong Kong some time ago, talked to Jin Yong, purchased the electronic rights to his novels, as well as other martial arts writers, and I Kwang, put their books on it to charge.
This can be done? Zheng Xiubai had a feeling of absurdity. This is nothing. In another 20 years or so, probably you will be able to see Wu Cheng'an signed with me in the Ming dynasty.
Yang Fan muttered in his heart.
Zheng Xiubai didn't understand. Yang Fan naturally wouldn't say anything more. The future is the world of the internet.
In this era, it would never have occurred to me that just 8 years later, there would be a guy in Huaxia who would become the richest man by virtue of his games, Chen Tianxiao. In addition to these, there are also videos. However, now the network speed is not enough, cannot browse the video on top of the internet, need to wait for a few years. As long as the technology is in place, it can be split into more things.
Yang Fan opened his mouth while introducing.
He has long been prepared for this day. Basically, the current red hot TV series, Yang Fan all bought the copyright. As for Hong Kong movies, that is packaged and bought.
Anyway, in this day and age, it's cheap as hell. Zheng Xiubai couldn't help but open his mouth. Will you plan to let people buy things on the internet in the future? There is this idea.
Zheng Xiubai was jokingly inquiring, while Yang Fan was answering in a serious manner, which made Zheng Xiubai slightly dumbfounded for a moment.
You kid, your ideas are really wild. Zheng Xiubai couldn't help but laugh, and then asked, so what is your idea of finding me?
Mainly this set of office software. I hope that the government can adopt the input method in office software that I designed. Yang Fan smiled slightly, and then continued, at the same time, I also hope that the local TV stations can promote it, and if possible, I hope that it can be logged into the CCTV news broadcast.
Are you kidding? Zheng Xiubai couldn't help but roll his eyes. How is this possible? How is it impossible, Uncle Zheng? Look at how old I am. 16 years old.
Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. 16 years old and designed a pinyin input method. 16 years old and came up with a set of office software. How big of a gimmick is this? Zheng Xiubai was frozen for a moment, and when he thought about it carefully, Yang Fan was really young and a bit too young. This is only 16 years old. If it wasn't for Yang Fan himself saying it, he really couldn't feel it at all.
Then, Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. So, I think this can be publicized. Now, the whole country is not publicizing the prodigy? Is this really what you designed? Zheng Xiubai couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. It is my acquisition of Kingsoft. Under my leadership, they designed it. Now, the most important thing is, the product needs to be sold. Yang Fan spoke quickly, so, the gimmick has to be on me.
Zheng Xiubai froze for a long time. For a moment, he actually did not know what he should say.
This guy, Yang Fan, really knows how to do business. How about it, Uncle Zheng?
Yang Fan smiled and continued, I think you can ask your higher-ups, in case they think I can?
I'll think about it. Zheng Xiubai nodded his head.
This is also something that cannot be helped. Yang Fan, this proposal is really full of too much uncertainty, although his leadership can talk to the central government, but, after all, this matter is worth it or not is something to be discussed, right? Government procurement of this set of input method and office software.
This imagination, really some ridiculous.
However, Zheng Xiubai did not know, in the history of the government is really used WPS 2000, but also evaluated as WPS 2000 by the Huaxia Software Industry Association, recommended as an excellent software product 2007. Kingsoft won the People's Government of the Capital, the State Ministry of Science and Technology, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, jointly issued by the Zhongwangkan Science and Technology Park Innovative Pilot Enterprise title. Domestic acquisitions, coupled with the development of the website, the initial income is stable. Yang Fan stroked his chin, and in his heart, he was really pondering something else.
Jinshan software is now in their own hands, then, Jinshan antivirus is also their own. There is also antivirus software, can directly get into the free. Absolutely will not give 360 any chance to rise. QQ belongs to the plagiarism big brother, then 360 belongs to the rogue and the fighter.
3Q war or can be described as a sensation. Later, 360 began to launch the search function, first launched 360 search, but the internal direct use of Baidu search results. If Baidu let go, then the original Baidu users will be 360 sets away. After 360 and then launched their own kernel of the search engine, you can completely replace Baidu. However, Baidu is also known on the internet rogue, will not easily give in in advance to do the intervention, and ultimately 360 lost the battle, barely relying on the market share of the 360 browser to become the second largest search engine.
This is also something that cannot be helped. The development of the Chinese internet is still in a very primitive stage. Will always be some big rogues to take the lead.
As for himself, Yang Fan is very confident that whoever dares to be a rogue to himself, he will be able to make the other party live in pain.
Chapter 0055 Young Family's Strength, Provincial Hands Shock.
Zhang Xubai naturally took Yang Fan's request seriously. In the past 2 years, the country had also been setting up models.
All kinds of prodigies were coming out.
From this, it was also clear that right now, Hua Xiao wasn't that confident. Qigong fever, child prodigies, geniuses, star entrepreneurs, and so on, are all a kind of lack of self-confidence that the country has developed in the face of Europe and the United States.
After the reopening, China suddenly realized the huge gap between itself and the world.
Certainly to catch up, but, at this moment, but also inevitably some self-confidence. If this is changed 20 years later, unless he can solve the trouble of Huawei, otherwise, I'm afraid that he is not qualified to be on the news, and now, Yang Fan feels that he can really try.
Provincial Han Qin Jiannan is naturally no stranger to the Yang family. Last year was the time to help borrow $300 million.
And Yang Hong is also very up to date, naturally know how to make good relations with Qin Jiannan.
Open factories in the province to increase employment and boost the province's GDP.
At present, Yang Hong is doing quite well. For Qin Jiannan, within the scope of his permission, also do not mind giving Yang Hong the green light. As soon as Qin Jiannan heard that Yang Fan had started a website and made his own office software, he couldn't help but frown. Although it felt a bit of a stretch, it seemed like a gimmick that could be publicized.
However, Qin Jiannan was still a bit uneasy, and then found an opportunity to inspect Hongshan City. It's not that he's not at ease, it's really that there are quite a few people these days who are full of it, cheating the government, cheating the local government, and waiting for the local government to throw money at it, then turning their heads and running away. Some entrepreneurs, said to be entrepreneurs, is actually a liar. As a big leader, he naturally wants to take a look at the current economic lifelines of Hongshan City. One is the winery, and the other is the Yang Family General Industrial Park. Both the distillery and the Yang Family General are considered big taxpayers. So far, the distillery had been exempt from taxes for a year, and since June, the distillery had already paid $10 million in taxes. In addition, the distillery pays taxes. There is also Yang Family General VCD, which pays even higher taxes, $3.2 billion. The company one is the internal management, one is the external image. These 2 points, the Yang family will be done. Qin Jiannan was a little surprised to find that all the workers of Yang Family General, in addition to brewing, have a pamphlet, which is the fire escape code, and the employee code. When Yang Hong was asked, he also answered the questions. How the company was managed, how to deal with corruption within the company, as well as Yang Family General's current sales, new brews, and so on. The image of a mature entrepreneur made the journalists who followed this over to take pictures. Then, there is the Yang Family General Industrial Park. The Yang Family General VCD belongs to Hongmeng Group, however, the assembly and production of the VCD is given to the Yang Group, to the Yang Family General Industry and Park. Here, in addition to assembling VCDs, not only the Yang Family General VCDs, we will also be willing to take over the production needs of other VCD manufacturers. In addition, in the future, computers, cell phones, televisions, all these businesses we will be contracted. Yang Hong talked in style and continued, strive for us to always keep up with the times. Qin Jiannan was a bit surprised. Among these factories, there are at least 5,000 or 6,000 employees of the Yang family. All of them are working here, especially when the assembly line production comes out. It really gives people a shocking feeling. In addition, we have a staff dormitory here, free to provide them with accommodation. In addition to these, food and drink, our prices are relatively cheaper. Yang Hong, the workers believe in us to work here, we cannot treat them poorly. In addition to these, I also specially built a basketball court, you can play basketball here, exercise. The current Yang Hong has also reached the realm of talking to people and talking to ghosts. Qin Jiannan, on the other hand, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This factory is already a large factory of several thousand people. He couldn't help but inquire, this factory of yours, is there any interest in expanding it in the province? Frankly speaking, there is difficulty. Yang Hong opened his mouth and said, our factory is still not enough orders, just enough to allow us to produce VCDs, some time ago, but received some orders to produce computers. We are still slowly expanding our business, want to expand out in the province, there are difficulties. Qin Jiannan slightly frowned, but also knew that Yang Hong said this is the truth. However, what Yang Hong has done is indeed very satisfactory to Qin Jiannan. This richest man in his province has really done a lot.
increase employment, but also not blindly expand.
Finally, Qin Jiannan came to inspect Yang Fan's Hongmeng group. Qin Jiannan still had to meet with Ai Nanguan. Although the Lu and I dispute was over, Ai Nanguan's identity and status was still here. This was the benefit of Yang Fan pulling Ai Nanguan over. The status level was different. Qin Jiannan was a little shaken. He did not think that Yang Fan's ambition was actually so.
China's chip completely belonged to China's own computer.
Cell phones, internet, computers, high-tech industries.
These, listen to the feeling, is a very high product. The future world is the world of computers. Yang Fan is not tired of the introduction, internet surfing, accept foreign information, better, faster understanding of the country's policies, pulling the distance between the two sides. In addition to these, we are also able to leave their own information on top of the internet. For example, this forum, we can leave a message on it, and other online games see it, but also have to leave a message. There is also the software. This is our own creation of the input method. For the moment, it can intelligently determine what you want to input to go. And secondly, this one input method we are also continuing to research and development. The next step intends to make Hongmeng input method through the search engine technology. The internet has become a huge living thesaurus. At that time, internet users are not only the users of the thesaurus, but also the producers of the thesaurus, as well as our office software. After finishing his speech, Yang Fan was feeling a little thirsty, and he didn't know if Qin Jiannan had understood him. To a nearly 50-year-old person to understand the internet is really a very difficult problem.
Qin Jiannan's feeling is also 4 words. Unknown.
Although, not knowing what Yang Fan was talking about, but when Yang Fan used the projector and used his own software PPT, Qin Jiannan still felt that this thing was awesome.
Not a fraud. Chapter 0056 is on the news.
That Hongmeng went to run for the bid, there was really no benefit for Yang Fan.
These days, advertisers may not even advertise on top of the internet.
Today's era, the internet wants to make money, it is too difficult. The early portals are also advertising, although there is a phenomenal flow, but specifically how to let others spend money on the internet above, this is really a very difficult process. The earliest or QQ launched the membership and QQ show, which began to profit. To use the internet to campaign for the king of the bidding, it is completely a behavior that does not cover the expenses. Therefore, Yang Fan made the best choice to go to the news network. Besides that, Yang Fan is also preparing to show his face in computer world, which is mainly focused on enterprise users, especially those who are in charge of computers or networks. The readership covers not only IT industry practitioners, but also practitioners and enthusiasts who are engaged in IT-related work in other industries. The readers are involved in the following industries: finance, telecommunication, IT industry, education and culture, scientific research and comprehensive technical services, government, real estate, transportation and logistics, manufacturing, social services, commercial distribution, the military and so on. Back then, one of the hottest articles in computer world was Dog Day Tencent, which infuriated Xiao Ma and mumbled how they could curse. In the industry, at least in this era, and even after the next 10 years, computer world has a great influence on the internet industry.
This shows the influence of computer world.
As soon as Hongmeng appeared, Yang Fan began to prepare for it, intending to let Hongmeng make a good appearance on top of the news broadcast. Computer World introduced Hongmeng in detail, and at the same time, it summarized WPS and Hongmeng input method.
At present, Hongmeng has got a lot of traffic.
Yang Fan spent a lot of money to get a lot of servers, and now in the whole of China, computer users are also at the peak of growth, although it may not be possible to do 20 years later manually, but this year's computer users at least 6 million, and in 97 years this number is still to continue to improve.
Qin Jiannan still notified the central government.
Soon, CCTV people began to come to interview Yang Fan, interviewing Yang Fan, which is secondary, first of all, or to publicize the policies of Jiangnan province. One is Yang's liquor, one is Yang's VCD, and the third is Yang's industrial park.
The last one is Hongmeng Group.
After a day and a night of interviews, in the end, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes for the news broadcast to air out.
Yang Fan also showed his face. To the national audience, the Yang family general, they were no strangers.
Last year's king of the bidding, this year, the Yang family general VCD is also selling extremely hot in the 3rd and 4th tier cities.
Once the news broadcast was on, Yang family general once again ushered in a new round of sales boom. CCTV naturally gave the Yang family great publicity.
Idwa, Zinko, BBK suddenly realized that among the first-tier cities, the shadow of Yang family general VCD also appeared.
For a while, Edo, Shinko, and BBK were like enemies.
They were afraid that the Yang family would encroach on their market share again. However, Yang Fan's goal is not really these: let more people pay attention to Hongmeng. This is Yang Fan's idea.
Capital City.
Zhang Shuxin watched the news broadcast, but his heart felt a burst of irritation without any reason.
Hongmeng was really too similar to Terra Nova Time and Space.
Even in this aspect of functionality, Hongmeng was even more perfect than Terra Nova. This made Zhang Shuxin feel as if he was facing a strong competitor.
Yang Fan attached great importance to the internet. The internet will be the most dominant economic model of the future economy.
The current internet economy is still very weak, but, in the future, it will definitely be a heavenly tree. These words, originally are Zhang Shuxin take out to say to others, now it is from Yang Fan's mouth out, and, this is a glance at Hongmeng Network, Zhang Shuxin feel. Yang Fan, this Hongmeng Network seems to be more complete than their own function. Do not look at the internet, simply look at Yang's liquor sales and Yang's VCD sales, can feel that this is a powerful opponent. However, when Zhang Shuxin saw Hongmeng Network publicity free of charge, eyes are slightly light.
And then directly turned off the TV, boring.
This Hongmeng is a bit similar to our Terra Nova Time and Space, both of which have internet access.
Zhang Shuxin's husband, Zhang Zuoxian, couldn't help but open his mouth. Moreover, the functions seem to be more complete than ours. It's useless.
Zhang Shuxin shook his head, slowly opened his mouth. You do not look at this Hongmeng Network similar to our Ing Highway Spacetime, but it is free of charge, just the server will cost how much money every year? When the time comes, Hongmeng can't afford to burn money at all, if it can't make money from its users.
Zhang Shuxin shook his head and slowly opened his mouth. What is the significance of opening this website?
These words were recognized by Zhang Zuoxian.
How long do you think they will last? Zhang Zuoxian couldn't help but open his mouth and asked. I don't know, look at that, their family should be a thug.
Zhang Shuxin grunted, last year, ran for the king of the bidding, think they are now powerful, great, so began to burn money, as long as they cannot hold out, cannot meet the expenses, is certainly to collapse.
Zhang Zuoxian also couldn't help but nod his head, and then, not without worry, opened his mouth. What if they can afford to burn money?
This Zhang Shuxin shook his head, and then slowly opened his mouth. It is unlikely. Said here, Zhang Shuxin slowly opened his mouth. Now we are still talking to ZTE here, estimates, that is, these months, will officially participate in Terra Nova, then will give us 80 million investment, our first thing to do is to make a profit. Zhang Zuoxian nodded. In the family, his wife has always been stronger than himself, so for Zhang Shuxin's advice, he generally choose to listen. Terra Nova Time was 3 months earlier than Hongmeng, and now it had already accumulated a lot of users. Zhang Shuxin was also very confident in finding his own foothold in the middle of the Chinese internet desert. However, at this moment, Yang Fan does not care about these, watching the news broadcast quite a lot. Now there are already many people know Hongmeng Network. Then, Hongmeng Network's first wave of traffic is also attracted over.
Now, it is to keep this wave of traffic. Chapter 0057 The Great Shock of the Internet. Hongmeng.
Lu Shuang is considered a middle-class family with a good family income. People live in Magic City, and in this era is also one of the few families equipped with computers.
He has to watch the news broadcast every day and night. When he saw the introduction of Hongmeng, Lu Shuang couldn't help but open his computer.
After typing in Hongmeng, Lu Shuang rubbed his hands slightly.
There are actually so many things?
News, finance, technology, sports, entertainment, automobile, real estate, fashion, education, novels, software. These things are all listed in front of oneself. On top of the page, there was also the latest domestic news.
This is somewhat interesting.
Lu Shuang carefully looked down, casually clicked on the latest news, and realized that there were already quite a few people leaving messages below. However, to leave a message first to register an account. After Lu Shuang registered his account, he fell to chatting with quite a few people on the internet. These days, people who can access the internet, their families are usually richer, and at the same time, the quality is also quite good. Lu Shuang has met a lot of good friends. This website, there is actually a friend function, later on the line or can continue to chat. The main thing is, landing on this website is completely free, not like landing on Ing Highway Spacetime, is to charge, and still needs special software to land.
Landing on this website is a breeze.
Lu Shuang was like a curious child, constantly exploring the new features of this website. Soon, Lu Shuang discovered that the software
need to download WPS, Hongmeng Pinyin. Casually clicking on Hongmeng Pinyin, he found that there were actually quite a few Pinyin comments below.
I swear, this is one of the most comfortable Pinyin software I've ever used. It can actually judge what words I want to use intelligently, and it's really comfortable to use. I feel the same. Before I was tired of typing, now I feel like typing is a breeze. Lu Shuang hesitated slightly, then directly clicked on the download. Downloading things is also very simple, is a long time, thank goodness, although the time spent is longer, but finally, the software did not appear Windows crash phenomenon.
This Pinyin.
Before Lu Shuang used it, his eyes couldn't help but sweep it. Hongmeng Pinyin prompts you to try it for free for 3 days. After 3 days, please buy the secret key.
Purchase the secret key? Lu Shuang couldn't help but frown. I don't care for now.
Then, Lu Shuang used this Pinyin software for a while, but he couldn't help but show a surprised expression on his face. This Pinyin software was much better than what he had imagined. The vocabulary that he was good at using only needed to be typed 2 or 3 times before it would be automatically topped. Moreover, it felt like his typing speed seemed to be quite a bit faster, and it was not sure how many times more powerful than the intelligent ABC.
This thing is a bit interesting.
Lu Shuang couldn't help but get excited, as if he was a small child and started to frantically use this input method. Free to use for 3 days, after 3 days it will be charged.
Purchase a secret key. How to buy a key.
Thinking this way, Lu Shuang directly browsed the webpage, and then Lu Shuang realized that there is a place for Hongmeng Yikatong. After purchasing the Hongmeng 1 card, you can recharge your account by entering the number of the 1 card.
After recharging, one could purchase the secret key.
It seemed a bit troublesome, however, how to buy a Hongmeng 1 card was simple, and the kiosk not far away from oneself was selling them. After recharging, one could use it to use the software, and at the same time, it could also be used to subscribe to novels.
Novels, right, can also read novels.
Lu Shuang casually clicked on the section of novels, but he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The novels listed above are really quite a lot. Jin Yong, Bone Dragon, Huang Yi. In addition to the works of these authors, Lu Shuang also saw the main Pusha work.
99 Yang Jin Yong's new novel. Jin De began to write a new novel?
Lu Shuang's face revealed a stunned expression, then, very quickly, Lu Shuang clicked on the novel. This book takes place 10 years after the end of Jin Yong's novel Leaning on Heaven to Slaughter the Dragon as the time of the story, and tells the legendary story of Duan Ziyu, a descendant of the Dali Duan clan. The main character of the text, Duan Ziyu, learns the 9 Ying True Sutra, the 9 Yang True Sutra, Toadstool Kung Fu, the 9 Swords of Solitude, and the 6 Chakras Divine Sword successively under the coincidence of chance.
Lu Shuang couldn't help but let out a cry.
How do you feel? How do you feel? The style has changed a lot of flowers. The character of this protagonist he likes, the character of the wildly unrestrained Ran killing too heavy, the sense of moral righteousness is slightly thin, and the old Jin Ministry's novels and the protagonist's consistent image does not match.
However, it is very exciting to watch.
The protagonist is supposed to be so decisive, is supposed to go to pick up girls.
Can't be the same as Zhang Wuji, this goon.
However, when Lu Shuang wanted to continue reading, he realized that he needed to pay money.
To read a novel, you still need to pay?
Lu Shuang immediately felt a bit upset. However, Lu Shuang also felt that at the bottom of his heart, as if there were 25 rats scratching his heart, he just wanted to know, what is the plot behind? He just wanted to know, this Duan Ziyu in the end there is no double cultivation with the girl, do something love to do. As a result, it is stuck at this critical time, dead or alive cannot see. It needs to be recharged, and only after it is recharged will there be Hongmeng coins. Lu Shuang gritted his teeth and felt out $20 from the drawer, ready to purchase the Hongmeng 1 card.
Recharge and make sure to see the back. $5, that's 50 Hongmeng coins. After the news broadcast, many people chose to log on to Hongmeng to take a look. Those who didn't understand it really didn't understand it, and those who did understand it naturally wanted to go up and take a look. Soon, this group of people realized that it probably seemed, as a pastime every night, Hongmeng was a good choice. Browsing the news, chatting in the forums. The administrators maintained order. Most importantly, there were some novels to read. For example, this one called Jin Yongxin, who wrote 9 Yin and 9 Yang in '94, sold millions of copies. However, in addition to the 9 Yin and 9 Yang, there is another book that has also surprised many people a little. The Dueling Vault of Heaven. It seems that this book is going to be a bit more powerful. The writing is trashy as hell, but it looks so cool. This book is Yang Fan directly extracted from the outline, let the editor to write out. While writing, Yang Fan let him while revising, sloppy, in this era is also considered quite good works. In addition to these, Yang Fan also directly from Jin Yong here to buy the novel Homo adaptation rights, is to let others write Homo. A few sets of moves down, Yang Fan is very confident that he can directly make Hongmeng's traffic break through the sky. Chapter 0058 Dry Burst Huaxia Information Industry Pioneer. Capital City. Terra Nova Time and Space Headquarters. This was the pioneer of the entire Chinese internet. Perhaps not many people would know about Terra Nova after 20 years, but there was no doubt that Terra Nova was the pioneer of the entire Chinese internet. Since the birth of Terra Nova Time and Space, Terra Nova has been bombarded by news and the uninterrupted hotspots created by itself, thus in just a few years, from an unknown local network company to become widely known as the pioneer of the information industry in China. The Terra Nova Time and Space museums all over the country were the first to tell the concept of the internet over and over again in the most popular language, and almost all the concepts about this industry originated from the story of this company and this industry. Terra Nova's name was also the first to be implanted in the hearts of Chinese people. With the expansion of Terra Nova's business, Terra Nova has not stopped spending a lot of money on its corporate image and branding. The story of online Huaxia is a typical one. Zhang Xuxin started and operated Beijing Tianshu Planning Company in 1991. Last year, Zhang Xuxin founded the Beijing Yinghewei Technology Company. Limited was founded when the shareholders only two Xi and Jiang Zuoxian, registered capital of 7 million yuan. At the beginning of 1995, when Yinghewei was built, Zhang Xuxin's famous advertisement slogan, Chinese people from the information superhighway and how far? Forward 1,500 meters. Set off a vigorous internet boom in China.
She was the first to introduce the concept of venture capital, with the help of capital operations within a year to achieve the expansion of the company's scale and asset value added 10 times, so that Terra Nova has become one of the largest network information service providers. Terra Nova Spacetime comprehensive slogan of the stars can start a prairie fire,
but also become the development of China's internet industry slogan.
Zhang Xuxin led and personally trained the first generation of Chinese internet team has now become the backbone of the internet business companies in China. Terra Nova is also known as the Wangpua Military School of the Internet in China. In 1996, Terra Nova expanded its shareholding, totaling 80 million shares. The major shareholders Xinhua Group and the Capital Trust and Investment Company accounted for 66%, and Huaxia Telecommunications Construction Company 6 million shares. The share price increased steeply at that time, and the total value of the shares rose to 21.2 million yuan. At the same time, Terra Nova Information and Communication Company, Limited was established, with a registered capital of 80 million yuan, and successively established 8 branches across the country. By 1998, after 3 years of hard work, Terra Nova had developed into a nationally recognized ISP company with 37,000 customers and the largest telecommunication network company in China except for the post and telecommunications system.
Terra Nova established the first company network in e-commerce in China.
Terra Nova educated the nation on almost all the basic concepts of the internet. Zhang Xuxin was regarded as the first generation of network weaver in China, and the name of Terra Nova also penetrated into the hearts of Chinese people and became the big brother of ISP industry in China. Everything looked very good. However, now Zhang Xuxin has a strong sense of crisis. This sense of crisis is from Yang Fan on the news broadcast, although Zhang Xuxin thinks that Yang Fan's free mode is impossible to last. However, what she is most afraid of is that Yang Fan's free mode will affect her, and before Yang Fan falls down, she will follow and fall down first.
How to solve Yang Fan?
This is Zhang Xuxin's biggest consideration. She will never allow Yang Fan to beat Ying Heiwei. Just when Zhang Xuxin was thinking, suddenly the phone rang. "Sister Zhang, it's bad, something has happened." On the other end of the phone, came the voice of Zhang Xuxin's right-hand man.
"What's going on?"
Zhang Xuxin immediately frowned. This uneasy feeling was really getting stronger.
"Our website's traffic has dropped." This guy opened his mouth quickly. Originally, our user PV at this time should be around 8 million, and IP users should be floating up and down around 20,000 or so. The news broadcast just finished. Our PV dropped to 6 million, IP users directly less than 4,000 people. That's a lot?
Zhang Xuxin's face was a little unsightly. Compared to yesterday's simultaneous period, it was so much less.
It can be completely described as hurtful.
PV volume, page views in a certain statistical cycle. Users open or refresh a page on the record one time, many times to open or refresh the same page is the cumulative number of views. UV is the amount of independent visitors, statistics within one day to visit a site of the number of users to cookie-based access to the site of a computer client for a visitor.
Can be understood as the number of computers visiting a site.
Website to determine the identity of the visiting computer is realized through the cookies of the visiting computer. The number of independent IPs refers to the number of independent IPs browsing the page in one day, that is, the number of users browsing different IPs.
Regardless of how many pages the same IP visited, the number of independent IPs is 1. If different IPs browse the page, the count will be increased by 1. These 3 data are all important indicators of the website. And now, these 3 websites started to decline at the same time, which is not a good thing for Terra Nova time. It's like this. This competent general spoke quickly. They all seem to have logged on to Hongmeng, and, in our website's forum, there are people who have started to publicize Hongmeng because Hongmeng doesn't charge for its services, and, moreover, they can also read novels, fashion, and automobiles. Zhang Xuxin's face did not look good and dropped a sentence, "I know."
Subsequently, Zhang Xuxin hurriedly opened Hongmeng, while Zhang Xuxin's husband, Zhang Zuoxian, sat up. "What's wrong?"
"Something went wrong."
Zhang Xuxin gritted his teeth, and then slowly opened his mouth. "I didn't expect that the killing power of the Red Hongmeng network would actually be this strong. The traffic of our Ying Heiwei time and space has started to plummet."
"Plummeted?" Zhang Zuoxian immediately frowned.
Terra Nova time and space could be considered as his other child with Zhang Xuxin. Now, looking at his own child seemed to be a bit stunted. How could he not mind? Really clicking on the Hongmeng network, Zhang Xuxin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This interface, compared to the Ying Heiwei spacetime, is much stronger. Terra Nova spacetime seemed to have no way to compare to Hongmeng, and from the page, Hongmeng had much more information.
For a moment, Zhang Xuxin couldn't help but swallow his saliva.
Portal. Zhang Xuxin clenched his teeth and then slowly opened his mouth. This Hongmeng group is really capable of messing up. After briefly testing the functions of Hongmeng, Zhang Xuxin felt the pressure of Hongmeng on Terra Nova time and space, and she clenched her teeth. To be fair, if she were to make herself an ordinary computer user, then she would definitely choose Hongmeng.
Hongmeng ah.
Zhang Xuxin clenched her teeth. Ever since she had established the Ying Heiwei time and space, it could be said that she had been unfavorable, but now Zhang Xuxin realized that she had encountered a powerful enemy.
And this enemy, so powerful that she was somewhat suffocated. There had to be a means of counterattack. Zhang Shuxin gritted her teeth, but in her heart, she was calculating how she was going to counterattack. Chapter 0059, The Smoke of the First Internet War in Huaxia. Boss, the data is out. At this moment, the city of Hongshan, around Yangfan is also a group of people. There is a considerable part of the people are Yangfan from the Magic Capital University recruited senior students. This group of people are involved in the construction of the Hongmeng network. At this moment, see their own internet site appeared in the top of the news broadcast. They are naturally also excited beyond measure. The name of the person who shouted was Zhou Shua. For the time being, Yang Fan was appointed as the general manager of Hongmeng. Our Hongmeng, real-time 1-hour PV volume of 1 million people, IP visits also has more than 10,000 people. Zhou Shua was incredibly excited and looked at Yang Fan. 1 hour, it's only 1 hour. Not bad. Yang Fan does not have any special feeling about this data. It can only be considered sloppy, and can only be said that the number of people using the internet in this era is still a small number. In the early days of the internet, there were naturally a large number of users experiencing the internet. Before it was Terra Nova, and now it is Hongmeng. Terra Nova knows very well how to create momentum, how to make themselves quickly have visibility, but how powerful Terra Nova is, it has also not hit the idea of CCTV, and did not consider on the news broadcast. On the other hand, Yang Fan is not polite at all, directly on the news broadcast, to bring the first wave of traffic. Now, what Yang Fan needs to do is to keep this first wave of traffic in his Hongmeng network. And, he is willing to let these users stay in Hongmeng for a long time. Boss, this time we are considered to have fired the first shot. Zhou Shua spoke excitedly. Moreover, I just looked at the downloads of our Pinyin method, which reached 3,000 people, and the number is still growing. Aside from that, our recharge amount is also 150,000. The other guy also spoke excitedly. It's only been a little over an hour. Yang Fan smiled faintly and continued, it seems that there are already quite a few people who have purchased our Hongmeng 1 card, mainly novels, and it seems that there are already quite a few people who are willing to read novels. Now, but there is no novel website. Want to keep the users, one of the best means is novels. Yang Fan is not polite at all, directly by Jin Yang's book, and in the contract to get a homoerotic adaptation rights. Then, Yang Fan quickly let the editors under his command, wrote a few books of Jin Yang's homage. I want all the martial arts, and I want to collect all the girls. In short, is cool to your life cannot take care of themselves. As a result, naturally, there is a large group of people willing to pay for the novel. An hour of 150,000 recharge amount, indeed let Yang Fan some unexpected. Terra Nova's model is the model of charging for internet access, so later the rise of the 3 major portals directly held Terra Nova down to death. In this life, although Terra Nova has not yet encountered the 3 major portals, but has encountered a stronger than the 3 major portals Yang Fan. For a moment, Ing Hai Wei did not know how he was going to face this powerful opponent. Yang Fan had summarized all of his experiences to come up with the Hongmeng network. Once he did it, he was really going to toss Terra Nova to death. Free is the most expensive. This reasoning, Yang Fan is very clear. Boss, do you think that Terra Nova time and space here will fight back? Zhou Shua on one side couldn't help but open his mouth. Before us, they were the leader. Dragon Head, the Dragon Head of the district for a year? Yang Fan smiled disdainfully, and then slowly opened his mouth to say before Terra Nova could do it, it was only because they were the pioneers of the internet, but if they couldn't serve the users well, then it was impossible for Terra Nova to beat us. In the past life, Terra Nova was famous for its iron head, and it was the kind of iron that could not be more iron. At present, if you want Terra Nova to access the internet, you must use a proprietary program. And this, naturally, is a great inconvenience to the user. On your network also have to give up our habits and use a new kind of software, business instead of increasing the user's trouble. This kind of protest has been clamoring from the users to the company's internal, but it was not until October 1997 that Terra Nova announced the cancellation of this rule. And in these 2 long years, Terra Nova's senior executives insisted on not changing the provisions. Of the reason is that the company spent a lot of financial resources and manpower to develop a special software cannot be casually discarded. Since Terra Nova opened in September 1995, there has always been a technical problem that has not been solved, that is, dropped lines. Customer complaints are very many, corrected over and not difficult, but dragged for 2 years is no one to do. The company is concerned about the larger projects, such as the exchange center, such as online payment system. The latter was very forward-looking. A postdoctoral fellow stayed in the US closed in the house for 8 months, made on the internet but do not see the market value. In July 1997, when Terra Nova was in a more difficult situation, the leadership of the company had a meeting in Phoenix Hill, which was supposed to discuss some microscopic business issues, but Zhang Shuxin suddenly proposed to discuss the establishment of a national internet exchange center. This proposal took the participants by surprise. Huaxia has 4 major backbone networks, do a switching center, all users to me here, the domestic network is not connected? Of course the idea is good, but can it be done?
A technical staff said, "This is a national behavior, a private enterprise environment which has the strength to take on this important task, especially with Terra Nova's situation at the time." After a few days of discussion, the matter was finally settled. It is said that this is Terra Nova's typical way of decision making. When Terra Nova was rubbed on the ground by the three major portals, it really did not have the power to fight back. "Don't worry, Zhang Xuxin doesn't have the ability to improve himself, it's not worth mentioning."
Yang Fan was very confident.
Of course, if this had been Ding Sanshi, Wang Jidong, Zhang Chaoyan, and these three people, Yang Fan might still pay attention to it, but just with Terra Nova, Yang Fan felt that there was no need for him to pay attention at all. Just as Yang Fan was chatting, Terra Nova's power has further declined, and many forum posts are introducing Hongmeng, especially one that cares about the message, free of charge. No matter what time it was, the White Whoring Party always occupied the majority.
The feeling brought by Hongmeng was just too new.
By the time Terra Nova reacted and started deleting the posts, everything was already too late. A large number of users had already moved to Hongmeng. In this way, Terra Nova time and space directly fell into the wind. Zhang Xuxin no longer cared about sleeping, directly came to Yingheiwei spacetime. She felt a strong sense of crisis.
"Boss, do we still have to continue charging?" An employee looked at Zhang Xuxin in disbelief. "Right now, we don't have a lot of views on Yingheiwei spacetime anymore."
Zhang Xuxin took a deep breath and then gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. "Hongmeng, this is going to mess with the internet industry.
Contact the news media."
Zhang Xuxin slowly spoke. "Since Hongmeng wants to play with us, then I will play with it to the end."
Chapter 0060. Hongmeng, please give Chinese internet companies a way out.
As soon as Hongmeng appeared, it immediately made Yingheiwei feel an unprecedented pressure. Zhang Xuxin even felt his head buzzing, despite the fact that not long ago, they had already contacted Zhongxingfa, and soon after, Zhongxingfa would inject $80 million. However, the sudden appearance of Hongmeng was a slap that directly smacked Terra Nova time to the ground.
This kind of blow is a descending blow. You charge, I'm free. You need to use special software to access the internet, and I don't.
The most horrible thing is that Terra Nova's forum design, page design, are not as good as Hongmeng. Therefore, when Hongmeng was known all of a sudden, it immediately exploded with vitality and directly sucked away a large amount of traffic from Yingheiwei. And Zhang Xuxin's means of counterattacking was actually to look for news media.
"Boss."
Zheng Li took a newspaper and came to Yang Fan's front, and quickly opened her mouth. "This is the sales situation of our Hongmeng Yikatong. At present, we have laid 5 million Hongmeng Yikatongs out there, and the current amount of recharges is still considered to be quite good. Are we going to issue another wave down?"
"Issued to go down."
Yang Fan nodded his head, and then slowly opened his mouth. "Don't worry about it, in the future, the recharge will only be more and more people. At present, the profits that our novels can bring are still relatively large, it is just hard work for these editors.
We also need to cultivate some network writers. Currently there is still no network writers this industry.
Fortunately, there are not many internet users these days, and there is still not that much demand for network novels, but cultivating network writers is also something that needs to be put in the first place.
Notify Joshua to organize an activity on top of the internet."
Yang Fan thought for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. "Get a martial arts novel homoerotic activity, let the readers vote for the election. The first place can get a prize of $10,000, the second place is $5,000, the third place is $3,000.
Zhang Li nodded.
Speaking here, Yang Fan slightly paused and continued. "In addition, all novels can be shelved for them, and in the future, the Hongmeng coins used for readers' subscriptions will give them half of the dividends."
"Boss, is this really possible?" Zhang Li couldn't help but open her mouth. "Are we going to lose money?"
"Not lose money, the potential of this market is still very large." Yang Fan smiled confidently. "You will know when the time comes." Now Zhang Li is regarded as the secretary beside Yang Fan. Big and small things have to be reported to Yang Fan. Yang Fan's orders are also passed out through Zhang Li. However, before Zhang Li went to find Joshua came to Yang Fan's office in a panic. "It's not good, boss, something happened. The first time I saw him, he was in a state of shock, and he was in a state of shock."
Yang Fan frowned slightly. "What happened?"
Joshua took a deep breath, and then quickly opened his mouth. "Computer World published an article, and there is also a post on our website."
Yang Fan frowned slightly. "What the hell?"
Joshua then pushed Computer World in front of Yang Fan. "Boss, take a look yourself." Yang Fan frowned slightly and opened the publication to read on. The title was also very eye-catching.
"Hongmeng, please give Chinese internet enterprises a way out. Hongmeng's free system would destroy the entire internet." Seeing the first sentence, Yang Fan couldn't help but praise it. "Not bad, a bit interesting, quite eye-catching."
Zhang Xuxin, the general manager of Terra Nova Time, could not hide his depression in his tone.
Not long ago, Hongmeng Online, which makes Zhang Xuxin like hearing thunder, but also like sitting on pins and needles.
From 1995, Zhang Xuxin created Terra Nova Spacetime to now, always in the forefront, publicized the internet, so that Chinese internet users learn to use the internet, so that more internet users to contact the internet, so that China's economy can take off on the internet. Created just 1 year, Terra Nova Spacetime has been able to break even. just at this time, has been silent Hongmeng network killed in, which let Terra Nova Spacetime completely caught off guard, but also in the grassroots period of hundreds of websites sucked a breath of cold air. No one knows, this time, this Hongmeng network will be a spoiler, predator, or the end. Hongmeng used free means as promotion, and would snipe the whole internet business. When the whole internet business cannot make money, then how will Hongmeng survive? Their situation will only get tougher and tougher, and then, they will close down in the midst of the toughness. In today's internet booming start, Hongmeng's approach is undoubtedly to destroy its foundation. When Terra Nova Time and Space Science and Education museums all over the country almost earliest over and over again to tell everyone the concept of the internet in the most common language, Hongmeng is a stealer, lightly stealing Terra Nova's efforts.
Yang Fan couldn't help but spit out a sigh.
He had never expected that Zhang Shuxin would actually counterattack himself through traditional media. Since its birth, Terra Nova had been bombarded by news in a non-stop self-created hotspot. Originally, Terra Nova was just a nameless local network company in the capital city, but it was hard to be hyped up to become a widely known pioneer in the information industry of the Celestial Kingdom. Zhang Shuxin is also regarded as a master of this road. To put it bluntly, the free internet access that Yang Fan has created, then for other internet companies is to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 1,000.
Internet companies can't exist if they can't make a profit, and Yang Fan's move will destroy the entire internet.
At the same time, Zhang Shuxin is also labeling that Hongmeng Group is a wine seller and VCD seller. Such a person is rich and powerful and has no bottom line at all.
Boss. Joshua couldn't help but open his mouth. A lot of posts have appeared in our forums now, and they all think we're destroying ourselves. White Whore is still not happy about it. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. These netizens still like to follow the trouble. Joshua slowly opened his mouth. The fishing wheel side is very unfavorable to us right now, and today, our traffic has dropped quite a bit. Falling is a very normal thing. Yang Fan laughed, unconcernedly opened his mouth. However, I was not expecting Terra Nova to counterattack so much. Could it be that they are not even willing to do a little bit of normal website maintenance, website operation? Joshua then closed his mouth. Yang Fan has faintly opened his mouth. Good, I happen to be still worried about what news, since he sent to the door, then don't blame me for not being polite. Now, Yang Fan was kinda polite. Always feel that Ing Highway is a senior, more or less give some face, let him slowly fall. However, since Ing Highway does not want face, then, Yang Fan also do not mind directly letting Highway know his own means. Subsequently, Yang Fan personally wrote a post. The Great Defeat of Ing Highway. Chapter 0061 Counterattack, Zhang Shuxin is hospitalized. Yang Fan quickly came to understand the truth of what it meant to fall into a well. What is meant by taking advantage of his illness? Terra Nova was really anxious. In just one day's time, Ing Highway has already begun to launch a raging onslaught, so it can be seen how anxious Ing Highway really is. In reality, there was no way for Ing Highway not to be anxious. Yang Fan came out of nowhere, and in just one night's time, he had snatched away all the users of Terra Nova's time and space. If it was an ordinary portal website, it wouldn't be so fast. But, nay, Terra Nova actually charges, and, moreover, it requires special software to log in. This is deliberately creating trouble for users. Yang Fan's appearance was crushing level. Hongmeng, please give internet companies a way out. Zhang Shuxin was personally down, really struck by Hongmeng. And Yang Fan's speed of hitting the keyboard was extremely fast. Soon, the great defeat of Terra Nova had been topped. Yang Fan's net name was sailing. Soon, the majority of netizens noticed this post. Lu Xuan was a little curious. Before, he was the one who logged on to the Terra Nova time and space, while now he was used to the Hongmeng internet experience. The initial stage of founding Terra Nova set the network as a people's network, but with the development of value-added services and market refinement, Terra Nova did not transform in due course. Terra Nova insisted on the charging model. But it did not give internet users a good experience. Internet users who want to access the internet through Terra Nova must use a proprietary program. This of course brings great inconvenience to the user. For the users, on your network also have to give up their own casualties of the habit of using a new software. As a business, Terra Nova does not allow users to better experience the feeling of surfing on the internet, but rather increase the user's trouble. This is undoubtedly very stupid. This protest from the user to the company's internal has been non-stop shouting, but until now, Terra Nova has not cancelled this rule. And in this long time, Terra Nova's senior executives insist on not changing the rules. The reason is that the company spent a lot of financial resources and manpower to develop a special software cannot be casually discarded. Since Terra Nova opened in September 1995, there has always been a technical problem that has not been solved, that is, dropped lines. Customers complained very much. It is not difficult to correct it, but after 2 years of delay is no one to do. The company was concerned about bigger projects, such as the exchange center, such as the online bill payment system. Terra Nova has never cared about the user experience, but also cannot let the user feel at ease on the internet, but is committed to a false name. It claims to be the people's network, but is never put the people in the eyes of the people. Internet access charges, as a way to earn user fees, the beginning of the venture. The profit model is naturally to consider.
When Hongmeng Network came out of nowhere, Terra Nova was anxious. The internet is open, the user pays a fee for internet access, but also to pay Terra Nova's fee, which is undoubtedly a double charge.
Hongmeng Network has never considered paying fees on the internet.
However, Hongmeng is a chance for many software companies to make money, just like Hongmeng Pinyin, which is involved in the Jinshan Software Company. WPS Office software is given a month of free use after downloading, which can avoid users from going to buy Office software, and at the same time, Hongmeng adopts the mode of a card, which allows users to voluntarily pay the fee, whether they buy it or not. As well as Hongmeng Net Novel Platform, there are also a large number of martial arts works, network novel works. As a reader, if you think the novel looks good, voluntarily pay to subscribe to the latest chapters, which is also inexcusable. Terra Nova did not consider new profit points, not to reflect on their own faults, but to blame Hongmeng. This is undoubtedly stupid to the extreme.
It is Terra Nova's implementation of online service charges, so that the site has become an island with expensive landing tickets.
Facing the open and free information sea, can only look at the ocean. Terra Nova also uses a set of different communication protocols with the Internet TCP/IP. Internet users are familiar with and easy to find the standard browser Netcape and IE. In the so-called vertical and horizontal, Terra Nova cannot be used. This is tantamount to challenging the whole world network standard in isolation, bringing inconvenience to the majority of users.
Terra Nova entering the wrong zone is doomed to host as stubbornness lost the opportunity to transform.
Zhang Xuxin is leading in the fog. She does not fail to timely systematic study, do not understand that enterprises must do everything possible to meet the market, and cannot be self-righteous there to bluff to create or mislead the market. The most stupid thing that Zhang Xuxin did was that she should not criticize Hongmeng in computer world, but should start a head-on war with Hongmeng on the internet, and take out her own service attitude towards users to compete for internet users.
Terra Nova will definitely lose. After reading the post, Lu Shuang was having a feeling of unrestrained joy. This Terra Nova does not go out of business, it is simply God's justice. Then more people gathered their eyes in the Hongmeng network. Beijing, Terra Nova headquarters.
Zhang Xuxin was still a little apprehensive in her heart. She wasn't sure if her means were useful or not. Whether or not Terra Nova Spacetime would be able to defeat the Hongmeng network.
Everything was an unknown.
However, what made Zhang Xuxin slightly relieved was that after her own post was sent out, Terra Nova's traffic increased quite a bit. However, what made Zhang Xuxin feel dissatisfied was that the increase in traffic of this Terra Nova time was really too slow.
It seemed that not many people came back.
This is inevitable. Zhang Xuxin used traditional media to deal with Yang Fan. In Yang Fan's view, this is simply too stupid to be stupid.
The internet is competing to see who has a good user experience.
The key time, everyone will vote with the feet. You traditional media, even if it is Yang Fan to spray to the grandmother's home, but the internet users in the charge and free of charge between, obviously still will choose free of charge. Sister Zhang, the traffic of our highway time and space has once again dropped. A man opened his mouth somewhat feebly. Moreover, my original traffic is also declining rapidly, and there is someone who left a post on us.
Zhang Xuxin took a deep breath and clicked on the post. The great defeat of Terra Nova.
The entire Terra Nova's office was very quiet. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. For a long time, it was seen that Zhang Xuxin staggered to stand up, and then, with both eyes rolled over, he actually fainted.
Sister Zhang, Sister Zhang. In an instant, Terra Nova way internal panic, a group of people hands and feet up. Chapter 0062 Ing Highway goes bankrupt.
Zhang Xuxin fainted and was sent to the hospital. And then, the news appeared on the front page of Hongmeng. A group of internet users couldn't help but be shocked. It could only be said that hitting the snake 7 inches, Yang Fan was staring at Terra Nova's biggest weakness to attack. Originally, Yang Fan did not intend to do this, who let Ing Highway make the first move. The early days of the Chinese internet is a desert. Ing Highway is a pioneer. Yang Fan still give her 3 points of face. However, they want to take action against themselves, then do not blame Yang Fan nonchalant. In fact, Yang Fan on the Yinghewei is also a long time ago. Yinghewei is a pioneer. Their hands of the staff is not a small number, especially a considerable part of the technician. The level is still there. Yang Fan has long been thinking of this group of people all dug to their own here. Secretly, Yang Fan is also in contact with a lot of people. It is understood that in the Terra Nova's creation of more than a year, the company did not have insurance for any of the employees. Terra Nova Yangcheng branch of an employee had also received by the company unilaterally issued a contract sheet, in the absence of discussion with the employee, unauthorized downward adjustment of the employee's salary. A departing employee said, the company lacks an atmosphere to speak freely. Zhang Xuxin hospitalized immediately by Yang Fan before the undercover agents bribed to get the photos and news, quickly sent to the Hongmeng network. Instantly, a number of similar posts appeared in Yinghewei Spacetime. The administrators of the Terra Nova Time and Space did not even have the intention of deleting the post, but kept it so that more internet users could see it. The number of views on Hongmeng immediately reached its highest.
The users of Terra Nova Time and Space were completely absorbed by Hongmeng almost at once.
In an instant, Terra Nova Time and Space had confirmed its position as a well-deserved hegemon, and it had only been 3 days since then.
This speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that it was overwhelming.
According to Reason, even if the collapse should also be a slow collapse, but Hongmeng Network rise is really too fast. Terra Nova has not yet come to their own peak was Hongmeng Network to directly dry down. Now Yinghewei is also far from reaching its peak. Originally to September, will have Zhongqing sent to Yinghewei injection of 80 million, but now not to September, the money has not yet arrived. Hongmeng Network came out of nowhere.
Zhongxingfa was also directly dumbfounded.
Frankly speaking, they are still very optimistic about Yinghewei, but as soon as Hongmeng came out, they were immediately stupefied.
What is this all about? Why was the seemingly powerful Yinghewei defeated so easily?
Soon, the top management of Zhongxingfa began to discuss whether or not to continue investing in Yinghewei according to the original plan.
Zhang Xuxin, on the other hand, was really anxious.
She came out of the hospital room and went to the senior management of Zhongxingfa at the first time, although she emphasized that Yinghewei still had a broad prospect and the model of Yinghewei was feasible. Mr. Zhang, we have already understood Hongmeng. At present, we think that Hongmeng's model is the model that best meets the current situation. A leader of Zhongxingfa slowly opened his mouth. At present, the traffic of Yinghewei is less than 1/10 of the original. Does it really have the possibility to compete with Hongmeng?
Zhang Xuxin hurriedly said, yes, how can it not?
Hongmeng's earning power is very, very low. Their free model won't last long. As long as there's enough time, I'll be able to beat Hongmeng, so I'll need an investment, a very big investment.
In fact, I'm afraid that's not the case.
This leader slowly opened his mouth. Some time ago, Hongmeng Network only grassroots at the beginning of the major software companies talked to through Hongmeng Network to download software, using their Hongmeng One card for the charging mode. They are from the Hongmeng One card among the commission.
This.
Zhang Xuxin was stagnant. For a moment he didn't know what to say. That is to say, all the software companies can upload their own software to the Hongmeng Network, games, office software, input method, and then, Hongmeng Network to support the download through the Hongmeng card to charge. All they need is a commission. At present, Kingsoft's two software sells very well. One is the Hongmeng Pinyin, the other is WPS. This leader slowly opened his mouth. According to the news released by Hongmeng, their recharge volume in these 3 days has reached 5 million.
5 million?
Zhang Xuxin couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what he should say. A mere 5 million was indeed nothing compared to the Young family's VCDs and drinks, but this was only for 3 days, and furthermore, Young fan was also telling the others about a model
of how the internet can be profitable.
Then I stopped the internet charges. I am also the same as Hongmeng.
Zhang Xuxin's momentum has weakened.
We need to see your performance, whether Yinghewei time and space can bring in enough traffic like Hongmeng. This leader slowly opened his mouth. The current Yinghewei, in our opinion, is just too risky. Zhang Xuxin took a deep breath, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what he should say to make things better.
Internet really want to change the sky?
Soon, Zhang Xuxin realized that he simply did not have the opportunity to bring Terra Nova up again, and in just a few days, the employees under his own staff have made the request to resign. After seeing Yinghewei's time and space traffic plummet, and facing the olive branch thrown out by Hongmeng, they did not hesitate to vote with their feet. There is no security here in Terra Nova, but in Hongmeng, Yang Fan has paid all the 5 insurance and 1 gold. Zhang Xuxin soon realized that the people around her couldn't even maintain Yinghewei, even if she wanted to continue to dig people over. However, there was not much money left.
Hongmeng, on the other hand, held its first martial arts novel, Homo Sapiens competition. 10,000 prizes, 5,000 prizes, 3,000 prizes, very gimmicky.
Especially for all the netizens have a sense of participation. It depends on who has a higher recommendation vote, who is high, who is the first place. Directly serialized on the internet, warrior Feng Qingyang, however, he apparently did not write enough cool. There is a called Rebirth Zhan Wuji, directly began the martial arts I want all, the girl I want all, the world I also want cool mode, can be said to be a ride. This site is lively, but Terra Nova time and space is no sound.
Nothing.
Zhang Xuxin feels drained. There was already not much traffic in September, and in October, the National Day ended.
Terra Nova declared bankruptcy. Chapter 0063 Shining the Sword on Microsoft. 2 years in advance, Terra Nova declared bankruptcy.
This speed is so fast that people feel a little unbelievable.
Computer world was also dumbfounded.
Not long ago, Terra Nova was still aggressively trying to crush Hongmeng, but in the blink of an eye, it had been directly crushed by Hongmeng.
The internet's wind and clouds change is not ordinary fast.
Yang Fan also did not expect that Yinghewei was so unbeatable. It seems that the free-to-pay really is a downward strike. The white whoring party still accounts for the vast majority. In addition to this, Yang Fan immediately let Zhang Li arrange people, one by one, software companies to talk about their production of software on top of Hongmeng.
Hongmeng Network provide download function, use Hongmeng One card for payment.
For a moment, the emergence of Hongmeng seemed to have changed the entire ecological industry chain. Before they designed the software, as long as it was placed on a CD-ROM, and then, the user purchased it, now, it can be directly placed on top of Hongmeng to download. All that was needed was to purchase the Hongmeng One card. For a moment, the entire Hongmeng network actually produced 20 to 30 pieces of software at once, and a considerable portion of them were games.
Yang Fan, on the other hand, did not care about these, and after reviewing them, they could be uploaded. When downloading, all extract 30%.
The games of this era are also a bit of a 1-2 punch. However, Yang Fan is not in a hurry, but put forward the idea of Legend and let his staff design the Legend. Back then, Shanda was able to rely on Legend to directly become the richest man in the country. Then, Yang Fan may not be unable to do the same. Unfortunately, the Cold Country company that produces this game now does not exist. Even if Yang Fan wants to act as an agent, this is also an impossible thing. Come up with enough money to give you 2 or 3 years of research and development. At most, it is 3 years' time. The network speed is going to increase several times faster. At that time, how do you want to play how to play?
Suddenly, feel some expectation.
However, at this stage, Yang Fan also has a very important thing, that is, to drive Microsoft Office out of the country. WPS has one of the biggest killers, that is, autosave. Yang Fan is also staring at Microsoft's loopholes. Windows 95, one of the biggest problems is like a blue screen, the plague are dead. Yang Fan need to do is, staring at you this loophole to attack. In fact, by 1994, WPS users more than 10 million, occupying the Chinese word processing market of 90. The same year, Microsoft Windows system in China quietly landed. Kingsoft and Microsoft reached an agreement. Through the settings of both sides can read each other's files, which is the paper agreement, became the WPS from prosperity to decline of the turning point. In 1996, with the popularization of Windows operating system, through a variety of channels spread Word 60 and Word 97 successfully most of the WPS transitioned to their own users, the development of WPS into the lowest point in history. The new idea proposed by Yang Fan is also regarded by Kingsoft as the biggest weapon to drive Microsoft's Office out of the Chinese market. First of all, in a post appeared in Hongmeng Network. Mainly spit Word 60 problem. Not long ago, he participated in the Hongmeng Network of martial arts novel creation. But after using Word himself, he soon had problems. Because the plague are dead is not stable, so, one's hard work to write 3,000 words, instantly crashed, nothing was saved. Immediately, countless followers appeared below this piece of post. One after another, they spat out that they had worked so hard to create something, and just because of a single jerk from Windows, there was nothing left. Then, someone spoke up, "Why, don't you guys use WPS?" When they saw this post, a bunch of people froze.
Isn't WPS the same as Office?
WPS is equipped with autosave function, as long as the use of every minute will be autosave, and do not have to worry about their hard work of the results of the code word because of a drawback and all the waste.
This is true? For a moment, a group of people couldn't help but start discussing it. For them, the most headache is that Microsoft suddenly jerked dead, and this is still often seen things, all the way to Windows 98 is also so. It was not until the XP system that the problem began to be solved. Is it true that you try to know? Anyway, download it also have a month of free trial period. You can directly download, you just knock a few words, and then directly shut down and restart, see if it will automatically save on the good. A word immediately attracted the attention of many people. Anyway, it was free, although the download speed was a little bit slower, but what if? For the registered accounts of Hongmeng, they were not poor in money. First of all, they had computers at home. Their homes were not poor in money. Secondly, they had access to the internet. Then their homes were even more poor in money. So, they would all download the Hongmeng input method, and then, buy a Hongmeng One card. $2 is used to buy pinyin, and the rest of the money is often used to read novels. Can WPS really save automatically?
In addition to these, Yang Fan himself is also planning to develop a browser, and it is better to develop the ability to continue saving at breakpoints. These days, downloading things on top of the internet is really a thing that can make people explode in place. Soon, this group of internet users realized that this autosave function really existed.
It started to auto-save in a minute.
This discovery immediately let the users excited. Then, they found, just from the function above, this WPS's function is actually more complete than the function of Office. Subsequently, under the authorization of Yang Fan, the comparison between WPS and Microsoft was also quickly placed in a post.
All-round comparison.
Microsoft how to say it, Office design is really bad, now is not Office 2003, for Chinese users, the experience is extremely poor.
This WPS can actually use Hongmeng Network account login. After logging in, this WPS can still upgrade automatically? It can still do that? That's really interesting.
For a moment, in the internet above the discussion of the voice is endless, automatic Microsoft's operating system into China since WPS is increasingly vulnerable, but now, WPS is caused by a wide range of discussions.
Beijing.
Seek Baijuan's eyes showed an excited light. Boss, this month, our downloads reached 40,000. Hongmeng Network above the discussion is quite a lot.
It's just a small autosave feature.
Yang Fan smiled. We still need to do a good job of following up the updates. For now, more people using our software are still individuals, enterprises, especially the national piece is the big head.
Seeking Baijun slightly froze. So boss, you are planning?
I came here to have a good talk with the capital government, hoping that they can use our office software in Pinyin input method. Yang Fan smiled. Now our functions are a bit more complete than Microsoft, more in line with our country's needs, and there is also the fact that the end of this year is approaching. I'm here to run for this year's Huaxia Bid King.
Chapter 00643 months, really drive office out of China?
For the average user in Huaxia. In fact, piracy is not piracy or indifferent, word processing system, mainly for enterprises, as well as the government.
China has a certain support for domestic software. For example, the government purchases Lenovo's computers and will also purchase WPS after the WPS climate becomes established.
Yang Fan came to the capital, in fact, also intends to talk to the leaders at all levels. The best is the government departments can purchase WPS, estimate, talk about it, just to run for the king of the bid. For Yang Fan, he really did not think that he got an operating system can replace Microsoft. After all, the Windows operating system has also been insisted on until 2020, and the one that can fight with the Windows operating system head on is Apple. However, cannot replace your operating system against your office software. Yang Fan is staring at the fight.
At least drive your office out of China.
In fact, with Hongmeng Network, when more people know of the WPS, they began to inevitably is to start comparing. Many people have been leaving comments, as well as put forward a variety of opinions. Sikh white gentleman is also every day staring at the comments to see, pondering their own what place can be improved. After all, Microsoft can make Office must be installed, but the WPS will not be able to. This also needs to be downloaded. If the service is not in place, it is certainly not. Yang Fan also stayed in the team is chatting with the government in detail, trying to persuade the government to purchase their own office software.
The negotiation process was not very smooth.
After all, now, the computer is not a government office necessity. However, the government is also need to consider whether to use Office. If the domestic can have a substitute, that is no better. In addition to these, the sales team under Yang Fan is also pervasive drilling into other companies to promote WPS.
Imperial Capital, Zhongguancun, CBD Building. Red Cloud Accounting Firm.
As a professional finance company, they had to deal with many corporate clients every day, and they were responsible for doing the accounts for these small companies, and then, sending various reports to their mailboxes.
Died again.
Cheng Yun couldn't help but curse. She was no longer a stranger to Microsoft's latest operating system. However, she was still very depressed about this feature of Microsoft that crashed at every turn, as long as she was a little bit careless and inattentive. The computer crashed. Then, they have been working for a long time, write out the statement is directly void, can only start writing again, although you can click to save, but, once she started working wholeheartedly, it is very difficult to do a time save. Looking at the blue screen, Cheng Yun wanted to smash the computer screen completely. It was too unbearable. Cheng Yun stretched her lazy waist and couldn't help but curse, this Microsoft operating system, it just dies at every turn, it's killing me. Cheng Yun, why don't you use WPS? At this time, a colleague beside Cheng Yun quickly opened his mouth. Now further up, but it is very popular. This WPS is completely autosave, basically, every minute autosave. WPS, before the Microsoft operating system is not there? Cheng Yun for WPS is not unfamiliar. In the use of Windows system before, she has always been the use of WPS word processing software. Only, since the computer upgraded to the Windows system, Cheng Yun has been using the Windows Office software. Microsoft's operating system was indeed good to use, plus before WPS had never released the Windows operating software, Cheng Yun had never used it.
That is different. Look at Hongmeng, now this WPS Office software is very popular. This colleague flew to introduce. It's very popular? Cheng Yun couldn't help but open his mouth. How do I not know? You download it first, and you will know.
This co-worker spoke quickly. Cheng Yun slightly nodded after downloading, but found that the WPS word processing software than before to be much more concise. Not only so, the page also looks to be more dry.
Free trial for 3 days? Cheng Yun was a little curious and opened his mouth. Is the effect really good?
Of course. This colleague quickly said, look, I'll give you a try. While saying that, this colleague randomly knocked some characters up, and then, directly choose to shut down and restart, and wait until the time to open again. Cheng Yun found that, although it was not saved, but all the characters are on it. I'll go. Cheng Yun took a deep breath, and then opened his mouth. If I had found this function earlier, I wouldn't have to work in vain this morning.
Who says otherwise? This colleague smiled and continued to speak. I'm using WPS right now.
What's the price? Cheng Yun noticed that to use WPS also need to buy a secret room. The price was okay, it was $360. This colleague opened his mouth. Recharge is also convenient. We have a newsstand here. You can buy Hongmeng One card. Directly you can buy all the office software above Hongmeng Network. Cheng Yun fell frozen for a moment. This site, but really can. I have not noticed this site before.
It came out a long time ago, almost half a month.
This colleague smiled and continued. There are other software. Look at this Hongmeng input method. The name you are used to knocking on 2 or 3 times. Directly enter the pinyin abbreviation can come out. WPS word processing software. Yang Fan spent a month of time, but also with the government slowly grinding the government for whether to large-scale procurement is also to maintain a hesitant attitude.
The main concern is whether they can use it. However, soon, the government still made its own decision. Use. Support domestic software. The government also took out its own financial stance. Express willingness to buy, support domestic. The deposit is a small amount of money, directly out of the 200 million out. Of course, this 200 million in Yang Fan now seems, really is not what money, just VCD a month's profit is now more than this number, but, Yang Fan see more or the future. In a few years, the Chinese computer is going to break through the unit of billion. At that time, the price must be an astronomical figure, and VCD hardware still have to have the cost, while the cost of software is very, very low. Soon, Microsoft Office from the original almost 100% market share began to rapidly reduce. And WPS from the former occupied a percent of the Chinese market is the software, the return of the king. Vice out of China, this is when Yang Fan to seek White June said a sentence. The time to say this sentence is 3 months ago, and now, Yang Fan did it again. Just by relying on a small autosave function. Chapter 0065 Bill Gates shock. Rice, California, San Francisco, Silicon Valley. Microsoft headquarters. Sir, I think we might be in trouble. Bill Gates was browsing the web with his coffee in his hand. Just at this time, someone pushed the door in. Bill Gates smoothed his glasses, put his coffee on the corner of the table, and looked at the person who came in, saying, "Lawson, what happened?" The guy called Lawson took a deep breath, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Our office has encountered some trouble in China." Bill Gates slightly raised his eyes. The depths of the eyes has revealed a few points of interest. What trouble? Our market share is rapidly declining. Lawson quickly opened. Since the beginning of 2 months of money, China suddenly launched a WPS word processing software. This one software, in a short period of time backlog of our office software. At present, our branch in China back to the information, a part of the enterprise is using WPS. At the same time, the government is also actively promoting WPS. And? Bill Gates slightly froze. What's the problem? How can WPS be so fast? Lawson slowly opened his mouth. The problem is this, their word processing software then compared to our word processing software to be more simple to operate, and, more functionality. The most important point, is that, the word processing software is able to automatically save the file. Bill Gates raised his head violently, but his eyes showed a few points of interest in the expression, their word processing software. Is it possible to automatically save the file? Yes. Lawson spoke while taking out a CD-ROM. This is the word processing software that we copied down. Bill Gates nodded, and then installed this software on top of his computer. There is actually an English installation? When Bill Gates saw the installation, his heart could not help but be slightly stunned for a moment. He also knew about WPS. Only, along with the emergence of Windows 95, it brought a more powerful, more stable, and more practical desktop graphical user interface, and at the same time ended the competition between desktop operating systems. Within a year or two of its release, it became one of the most successful operating systems of all time. WPS did not immediately develop Office software to match the Windows 95 operating system, which also led to the WPS in front of Office is almost powerless. This year is the Office in China's soaring year. The number of computers in China is not much, piracy is not so popular, micro-earning in China is also making a lot of money. However, Bill Gates could not have imagined that WPS could actually make a comeback. This anti-piracy thing is somewhat interesting. Bill Gates suddenly couldn't help but open his mouth to say a word. He is also considered a software connoisseur. Naturally, a glance to see Yang Fan in the CD-ROM among the shell to do. Yang Fan used the technology after 2000 years, in this modern era can be said to be very advanced technology. Bill Gates cannot help but ponder for a while, slowly opened his mouth. This Office software is very interesting, directly add a shell, while using the autosave function. Once Windows 95 blue screen or after the crash, you can ensure that the file will not be a large-scale loss. Moreover, this software can be downloaded from the internet. Lawson quickly opened his mouth. Behind this Kingsoft company is a big company called Hongmeng Capital Investment. This company is also the establishment of a website called Hongmeng. Bill Gates, on the other hand, was silent for a while, and then slowly opened his mouth. Autosave this function is quite good, we can completely add this function inside Microsoft Office 97. Is the main milestone of the Microsoft Office suite of software products, added many new editing features and made substantial improvements to increase the position at the top of the window command column, including functional menus and many tasks with columns, and added grammar and spelling error checking function. However, what Bill Gates did not expect is that there is a small autosave function. China's WPS and Microsoft Office 97 features but also some more, but also, to use to be more convenient, which is Bill Gates did not expect. He is also absolutely so and so thought, WPS can rely on this small function as almost the Microsoft occupied market to dominate down again. Sir, if we want to add this function, Microsoft Office 97 will have to continue to delay for a period of time. Lawson couldn't help but open his mouth. We can first put it on sale, and then come back to add patches to add this feature. Bill Gates, however, shook his head and then slowly opened his mouth. Lawson, have you ever thought if China continues to push this software to the rice country? If, among the rice country, WPS has auto-save function, and we do not have this function, then, whether it will have an impact on our Office software? Microsoft Office 97, though 97, was actually launched on November 19, 1996, which can be regarded as an epoch-making Office software. However, this epoch-making Office software was still shortchanged by Young Fan. Lawson, however, could not help but frown. Bill Gates, on the other hand, slowly opened his mouth and said, "We need to add this function. The Chinese WPS is not enough for us to pay attention to, but we need to consolidate the market in the United States." The problem of Windows 95, Bill Gates is also very clear. A document because there is no save function, and foregone, all this, Bill Gates is also well aware of. Huaxia market WPS can push back Office. This is not accidental, but inevitable. On the one hand, WPS once occupied 90% of the Chinese market, on the other hand, is the autosave feature is too good to use, and finally is the Hongmeng network's vigorous publicity. Lin total together can make WPS counter Office. For Bill Gates, first of all, he wants to stabilize the market in the United States. Speaking of here, Bill Gates slowly opened his mouth. Office is essential for the installation. China here does not need to worry about. As long as the rice market does not receive the impact of early, we can rely on the system to bring their own occupation of this market. Good, Mr. Lawson nodded his head. Lawson nodded. Bill Gates really did not put the Chinese market in the eyes. The main thing is, the Chinese market is too small, willing to spend a small number of people. In fact, most of the Windows system is a pirated copy. However, as long as your computer is using my system, then, for Bill Gates is a victory. The design of WPS, on the contrary, Bill Gates has a lot of inspiration. To his character, nature is to add to their own Office software, added not count, but also continue to promote, large and small, which is also a sum of money. Even if he is the richest man in the world, he will never mind that he has less money. Chapter 0066 National Attention. On the 8th day of the month. Capital Kadia Center. Yang Hong appeared at the bidding site once again after a long journey. As soon as Yang Hong appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Nowadays, the Yang family could be said to have suffered the attention of the nation's entrepreneurs. For the whole of last year, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Family General. Yang Family General's sales compared to Kung Fu Banquet Wine, that was not a two-fold increase, but a whole 20-fold increase. Especially in the 3 eastern provinces. Yang Family General could be said to be unrivaled in the world. It was absolutely impossible for the many competitors looking on to say that they weren't jealous. Ever since crossing into this Cardia Center, Yang Hong was the object of others' attention. Compared to Yang Hong, Yang Fan wasn't that famous, although the actual business maneuvers were all done by Yang Fan. However, for the vast majority of people, they still knew more of Yang Hong. Coming here, Yang Fan was slightly stunned. There were quite a few acquaintances here. Wahaha Zong Qingho, Edosu Jibiao, BBK's Duan Yongping, and one more was Qinchi's Ji Changkong. What makes Yang Fan a little surprised is that Ji Changkong's Qinchi liquor industry actually has not closed down, actually still struggling to hold on. These people in Yang Fan are considered rivals. Among them, the biggest influence is not Idwa and BBK. Yang Fan did not in the first-tier cities in Idwa and BBK 1-1, but in the third and fourth-tier cities, Yang Family will be snacks, 8 treasure kanji these small snacks, but it is the waha to the tossing of the light. Mr. Yang, last year you campaigned to become the king of the standard in China. May I ask this year, are you also going to run for the king of the standard? A reporter with a microphone couldn't wait to ask. Yang Hong, on the other hand, smiled slightly, and then slowly opened his mouth. That's of course, last year, our Yang family will have good sales of liquor. This year, we naturally want to build on our efforts, running for the king of the bid, and strive to contribute to the tax revenue of Huaxia, efforts, and in the efforts. The reporter then opened his mouth and said, so, can you specifically disclose the number of your bid? Yang Hong laughed, this, I'm going to keep secret. A year's time, it's still fast enough. Yang Fan slightly moved his entire body and muttered to himself. Ji Changkong, on the other hand, looked deeply at Yang Hong, and then clenched his fists. Last year, he was only $20,000 short of the bid. This year, what he said, he could not give up. Yang Jiagong's liquor sales were fully 20 times of the original. Moreover, the Yang Family General's microbrew series was establishing a reputation among young people. This almost didn't let Ji Changkong regret all his intestines. If he spent more money last year, this year, all these honors will be their own. Ji Changkong understand, all this is the king of the standard to bring. This year, he must take the king of the label. Qinchi liquor industry is considered to be lingering this year. However, the Kung Fu family wine and Kung Fu banquet wine is completely disappeared, no longer the slightest movement. Basically, they are lying flat. This time last year, they were still considered to be one of the best, but, a month ago, the Yang family had already put forward a takeover plan, ready to acquire the Kung Fu family wine and Kung Fu banquet wine. Last year, the two holes, not to mention making money, has been a lot of losses. Hu Jibiao, Duan Yongping was also looking at the Yang family with a wary gaze.
Last year, Young Hong was advertising liquor. This year, in all likelihood, he is going to advertise VCDs, so that the Young family will have to fight them head on in the first and second tier cities. This, undoubtedly, is going to give the whole Hu Jibiao and Duan Yongping a big headache.
Would they be a match for the Young family?
In terms of quality, the Young family will not be inferior to Edo and BBK in the slightest. If, in terms of popularity beyond Edo and BBK, then they can be really tough. At this moment, Young Hong can be regarded as spirited and the center of attention.
Yang Fan was also following Yang Hong's side, still with a harmless expression. However, not many people present would really underestimate Yang Fan.
After all, the current Yang Fan was also a man who had been on the news broadcast. And for example, Hu Jibiao is also aware that the Young family's decision-making is basically under Yang Fan. From the beginning, Young Fan has avoided to fight with Idwa BBK head-on, but by relying on their own powerful sales channels to kill into the vast rural market. Don't look at Young Fan this year as only 16 years old, but, Young Fan, this guy is absolutely not to be underestimated.
Tender King Conference. Young Hong was 10 times arranged in Luke's writings, and next to him was the smiling Tan Shisong, the director of the CCTV Advertising Center. Obviously, Tan Shisong is the real winner of CCTV. The first year of CCTV advertising 93 companies, the second year is 134, the third year came 198, and the price of the bid king is also in just 3 years increased 9 times. During the meeting, in Tan Shisong's speech full of sensationalism, the Young family will also be cited as a typical case again and again. The more Tan Shisong went on, the more jealous the other companies became. How much money did the Young family make last year?
And Young Hong is also know what is called to return the favor. He slowly opened his mouth. 1995, we want a CCTV every day into a Santana, out of a luxury Audi. This year, we want to drive into a luxury Mercedes-Benz every day, strive for a lengthened Lincoln. Wow! An instant full of clamor. I have to say, Young Hong is forced to pretend a little big, as if the yeast general fermentation in the media center, so that the presence of every participating entrepreneurs are repaired to a trace of excitement of the blood.
Bidding, to start. Guangdong Edo VCD, $82 million.
When the host who sang the bid read out the figure, in an instant, everyone was shocked. It was a full 10 million more than last year's Young family would have screwed up. This enterprise, which was less than 2 weeks old, made its first appearance at the Meidian Center, directly surpassing the put benchmark set up by 1,000 people, making it clear that it was going to treat itself as the heir to the king of bids. Subsequently, the production of air conditioning Jiangnan Province Chunlan directly burst out of the 16,888 billion yuan bag family. Instantly, the whole audience cheered. However, just a few minutes later, the Yangcheng Lebao began to later on a 199,978 billion yuan price killed out. In an instant, countless people's gazes all fell on Yang Hong's body.
This price is already beyond their thought. Then, Yang family will offer how much?
Countless people were concerned, countless people were watching. And Yang Hong always maintained a calm and relaxed attitude. These prices in front of him were like floating clouds in his eyes. It had to be said that this moment's Young family general was really the attention of the whole country. Chapter 0067. The whole scene is a sensation, once again breaking the record of China's bid king. Yan Hong, however, did not move like a mountain, still sitting steadily. And the singing of the bids still hadn't ended. Just when many people thought that this year's bid king belonged to Lingnan Little Tiger, suddenly, Qilu Province began to make a sound. After Lu buys, closed a liquor called Qilu Province Liquor Jingui Distillery just as a year ago, the Young family general abandoned The Apprentice a hit, singing bids directly to 200.99 billion yuan.
Instantly, the whole room sensation. Huaxiao's advertising this is the first time to exceed 200 million yuan.
It was really because last year's Young family general wine industry had completely stimulated them, and this year, they also wanted to run for the king of the bid, to experience the joy of that kind of tenfold increase in sales.
Subsequently, another unheard of Qilu Kaminchi winery went even higher. A heavenly offer of 200 million yuan was made. A sensation. Everyone was already dumbfounded, while at this time, the host's gaze was a gentle sweep over Ji Changkong's body as he continued, Qinchi liquor industry, $2.6 billion. Many people are looking at Ji Changkong with a shocked gaze. After the failure of last year's campaign for the king of the bidding, Ji Changkong obviously took out all of his old base. This year is to make their liquor industry to the next level. 2.6 billion. Ji Changkong bar provocatively glanced at Yang Hong. Last year, the Young family will just compare to their own screwed up 20,000, and now, he does not believe that the Young family will be able to continue to be higher than this point. And then, the eyes of all the people in the gaze all landed on Yang Hong's body. Yang Hong just smiled and didn't say anything. After that, the host slowly opened his mouth, Jiangnan Young family general.
Accompanied by the Young family general of these 3 words out, at once, the entire scene became quiet, and into the boiling water like frenzy of the whole field at this moment but became silent. The Young family will still out. Block just do not know, the Young family will come up with a what kind of price? Expectation, jealousy, hatred, desire. Then, accompanied by the host's hoarse voice, broke out, "Young family will game machine, Y1 series, offer, 300 million.
300 million. Buzz. The record of the Chinese bidder was once again broken, and Tan Shisong couldn't help but clench his fists.
It's almost 5 times the entire amount of last year.
The young family general had once again come up with an astronomical figure.
Ji Changkong, on the other hand, looked at Young Hong in a stupefied manner, his clenched fists, once again, unclenched powerlessly. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of frustration.
Perhaps, in the eyes of the young family general, Qin Chi Liquor was really an insignificant opponent.
It was directly $40 million more. However, more people soon began to calm down.
A game machine?
A group of entrepreneurs were all dumbfounded, never expecting that Young Hong actually didn't give the Young Family's liquor series to continue advertising, but instead gave a big advertisement to the game console. Hu Jibiao, Duan Yongping also looked at each other.
Previously, they all thought that this year, the Young family will either advertise VCDs or liquor, but they never thought that the Young family will actually advertise game consoles. The Young family will begin to involve in the game machine industry also?
Duan Yongbing and Hu Jibiao both came out as game consoles. Duan Yongbing previously made a small Bully King learning machine, while Hu Jibiao plagiarized the small Bully King learning machine. For this reason, Duan Yongping also personally door-to-door to fight counterfeiting.
In their opinion, the game console, which was a product that was already outdated, and now, the young family general actually wanted to advertise the game console? What was all this about?
In a flash, the bidder's camera locked. Compared to last year, this year's Young Hong looked more frank and calm.
The bidding is over.
Undoubtedly, Young Hong has become the center of attention again. However, this year has changed a lot from last year. After the bidding is over, there is still an advertisement to be played.
Let more people come and enjoy the advertisement.
This was a special request from Young Hong.
Game console Y1 series.
Soon, it was seen that above the big screen, 2 men appeared. One was Zhao Wenjue, the other was Cosmic Dan. The two each held a jar of wine, which was also labeled with the 3 words Yang Jiagong. Many people saw this, but could not help but secretly spit. Don't look at the Young family will be this year is for the game machine advertisement, but this advertisement, there is still a liquor advertisement. The Young family is really chicken thief. All the other products are replaced by the Young family will series.
Invisibly, it advertised other brands.
Then, Zhao Wenjue and Cosmic Dan started to move their hands, making all sorts of impossible moves. In the end, the screen suddenly shrunk and appeared inside a television set, along with 2 gamepads.
Yang Family General's game console.
Along with the end of the commercial, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This game console didn't seem to be plugged into a card, but instead used a CD-ROM. This was the game console that Young Fan Hongmeng Technology had researched last year. The whole is Young Fan imitation PlayStation 1 pounded out, east and west, trying to do everything to get the core technology, and then last September began to get out the prototype. In November this year, it was officially put into production. Next year, Yang Fan is going to sell the game machine. Although Huaxia has been dealing with the game industry for a certain period of time, it doesn't stop Young Fan from selling game consoles. If I can't play the original game, I can't play the pirated game.
This game is not all for children to play. Young Fan's target is also the adult market.
Duan Yongping and Hu Jibiao looked at each other. I don't know why, but they were relieved.
Yang Fan does not compete with them in the VCD industry, which is a good thing. And then Hu Jibiao thought for a moment, taking advantage of the time to take the initiative to come to the front of the Zong Qingho. Zong boss, let's find a place to sit for a while.
Zong Qingho slightly hesitated. He and Hu Jibiao did not have any dealings. However, since Hu Jibiao personally invited, then, Zong Qingho also did not choose to refuse. Zong Qingho took a deep breath and followed Hu Jibiao to a tea house. Zong Qingho liked to drink tea, while Hu Jibiao was equally fond of tea.
Boss Zong.
Hu Jibiao slowly opened his mouth. I am a rough man, I am not hiding anything. I know that Hua has its own distributors in many 3rd and 4th tier cities, right? Zong Qingho nodded slightly before continuing. Not bad. I want to join forces with you. Hu Jibiao slowly opened his mouth and said, kill into the 3rd and 4th tier cities, open video halls, I want to go head to head with the Young family.
You want to enter the 3rd and 4th tier cities? Zong Qingho was slightly stunned. Using my channels? That's right. Hu Jibiao nodded. Sooner or later, the Young family will have to kill the 1st and 2nd tier cities. I can't just sit back and wait for death, so I have to kill the 3rd and 4th tier cities, and even the rural market. The Young family will continue to grow. There is no room for us to survive. Chapter 0068 The Pretender, Young Fan. Zong Qingho fell into silence.
Taking out his own channels for Hu Jibiao to use, this was a channel that he had managed to get through with great difficulty. If this was given to Hu Jibiao, God knows what Hu Jibiao would do in the future?
Directly get rid of himself?
Boss Zong, now the Young family will not only have a big impact on us, I am afraid that the impact on you is also very big. Hu Jibiao is obviously well prepared. The first half of this year, your snacks, 8 treasure kanji, these sales cut at least 1/5. The second half of this year, I'm afraid it is another 1/3 lower, right? Hu Jibiao paragraph, now on Zong Qingho is now also a very good understanding of the situation. Zhong Qingho, on the other hand, took a deep breath. He had to admit, Hu Zhibiao said very right. Yang Fan, this model is really too unintelligible. Yang will be directly high imitation of Wah. Wah has what? Yang will promote what? A variety of snacks, and puffed food. In the occupation of the public amateur life at the same time, give them enough snacks, unified sales Yang will. Without realizing it, the brand of Yang family will be sold out. In this way, Zhong Qingho immediately realized that there seemed to be no way for him to continue competing with Yang Family General by simply selling food. Zhong Qingho had never dreamed that a wine seller would actually be his greatest enemy. Hu Zhibiao, on the other hand, slowly opened his mouth and said, "We join forces and kill the 3rd and 4th tier cities. I need Wahaha's distribution channels to open video halls, and I can sell the VCDs in my hands. Boss Zhong, we are not competitors, we can cooperate with each other." "I am thinking about it." Zhong Qingho was a little moved. Hu Zhibiao was right, he was selling VCDs and he himself was selling snacks. There was no competition between the two sides. As long as he waited to block the Yang family's onslaught, this would be a good thing for himself. Hu Zhibiao couldn't help but smile. He knew that Zhong Qingho would definitely agree. Last year, AI made at least $100 million more. However, for Hu Zhibiao, it was still far from enough. He was also aware that this year, the Yang family general was bound to compete with himself. Since this is the case, then, Hu Zhibiao is also do not mind to make the first move. King Bill, let you taste the flavor of backdoor fire. While Hu Zhibiao and Zhong Qingho were secretly joining forces, at this moment, the two fathers and sons, Yang Fan and Yang Hong, are also being interviewed by reporters. "Mr. Yang, the Yang family will always be in the liquor business. Why, this year will suddenly want to do the game machine?" A reporter issued a question. This reporter friend. Yang Hong slightly smiled, and then changed to open his mouth. "I think, your news is already outdated. Our Yang family will start from last year. In addition to the liquor business, we are also doing the VCD business. This year, we just started to do the game machine business." This reporter obviously does not know the Yang family will VCD. After all, in big cities VCD market share is not so high. Already started doing VCD business? This reporter couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "For our Yang family we have always been committed to diversified products." Yang Hong talked about it. For example, liquor, we have microbrew series in addition to white wine. In addition to that, we are also in the internet, VCD and other industries are also put a lot of effort, and the hope is that we can make our products to get more common people's favorite. "Mr. Yang, about your Yang family game machine, do you have anything to tell us about it?" Another reporter opened his mouth and asked. "Actually, this is my dream." Before Yang Hong could speak, Yang Fan was the first to speak. "When I was a child, I also liked to play games. However, I found that these games were all island games. So far, I have not played a domestic game. So this time, the Yang family will be game machine, so that our Hongmeng Group production out." Hongmeng Group? The reporter couldn't help but stay for a moment. Is that the company of Hongmeng? Yes, the Yang family VCD, Yang family game machine Y1 series, are all designed by Hongmeng Group. Yang Fan smiled slightly, then slowly spoke. "Yang Family General Group is one company, Hongmeng Group is another. Or two companies?" A reporter couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. "This is of course, the Yang family will be my, Hongmeng Group is my son's. At first, my son said he wanted to start a business. I gave him 300 million, let him look at the drum, did not expect, he actually came out in a short period of time on the Yang family will be the VCD. This is not, last month, my son has come out of the Yang family will be the VCD. Speaking of which, Yang Hong could not help but open his mouth. Speaking of which, I am really a bit inferior to my son." This words, Yang Hong said that is sincere. Yang Hong is absolutely unexpected. Just 2 years of time, he from a small workshop secretly brewing, a leap to become a nationally recognized entrepreneur. VCDs and game consoles, as well as Hongmeng were all owned by Hongmeng Group? The reporter couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and then looked at Yang Fan and couldn't help but say, "But, how old is he?" "Now, Hongmeng Group is nominally my mother's. In fact, the company's internal things big and small are all personally operated by me." Yang Fan smiled and said, "But, don't you have to go to school?" Once again, this reporter couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire. "For me, everything is a hobby, and so is studying." Yang Fan smiled and continued, "I let the company do Hongmeng because I like the internet, I researched the Hongmeng input method because I think Pinyin can be furthered, and finally VCDs and game consoles as well. As for learning, in fact, I now have in self-study, every midterm, final exams, I have to go to school exams." Yang Fan smiled, continued, "I am now in self-study university courses, this year's final exam, I again took the first in the whole year, this achievement, if the reporters do not believe, you can go to my school to check." The reporters already didn't know what they should say. Yang Fan, this guy, is really too able to pretend. For a long time, another reporter opened his mouth to inquire, "That, Yang Fan you because you like the game, only to do the game?" "You can say so, because from childhood to the big play is the island game, so, I hope to make it belong to the Chinese people's game." Speaking here, Yang Fan slightly paused. "The first game I made is Jingwoman. Jingwoman you know, right? It's the one starring Bruce Lee." The main perspective of this game is to put on Shenzhen. To describe that era, I think the game and learning can be combined together, in the process of playing the game, to understand that era, and learning, to stimulate patriotic feelings.
Young fan opened his mouth unhurriedly. Chapter 0069 National Sensation, sales skyrocketed in November. Through the game, let more people understand history.
Yang Fan smiled and opened his mouth. This may be a little bit of my original intention. What I hope is that the Chinese people can play the games developed by their own people. If they are willing to play, if they find it quite fun, then I feel that my efforts may have a little bit of fulfillment. Saying this with his mouth, Yang Fan's heart was very clear. In fact, it's not that easy. In a few more years the country will still have to crack down on the game industry. However, the game industry in China will definitely have a new climax in the future.
20 years from now, the income of esports players will be astronomical.
Many reporters were taking pictures of Yang Fan. This was really a rare subject. At the age of 16, he became the president of a company. At the age of 16, self-taught college courses and was #1 in the whole year. At the age of 16, he presided over the development of Hongmeng Input Method, Yang Family General VCD, and Yang Family General Game Console.
Is there any news more explosive than this?
Then, the major newspapers started to publicize the Yang Family General.
CCTV, that's what's so good about it, money in place. It can then give you massive publicity nationwide. And it can blow you to the sky.
Soon, an article called Yang Family General is more than just fine wine was immediately freshly published. Last year, Yang Family General wine won the bid and gained unprecedented brilliant results in the market, and this year's bid was also a must for Yang Family General.
If it couldn't win the bid for the second time, then its sales would obviously have plummeted.
Kung Fu Banquet wine is so. The popularity of the year increased greatly. Last year by the Yang family will be cut off, and now has been reduced to the end of the acquisition.
However, we have to admit that the Yang family will not be the same. Yang Hong resolutely chose the Yang family will enter other industries. Yang family will be VCD, Yang family will be game console.
What we can see is that the Yang family will be gradually embarked on a road of science and technology, and is gradually developing domestic private label. We can see not only the Yang family will be light simply buy and sell liquor, but toward a broader space to develop.
What is the goal of Yang Family General?
Yang Hong's son, Yang Fan, said something that has stuck with me.
Our goal is the Starry Sea.
The Sea of Stars is what we are pursuing.
Go Huaxia, go Yang Family General.
As soon as this piece of report came out, in an instant, it caused a huge stir throughout the country. Nowadays, the enterprises in Huaxia are not a small number. Such as Haier, Medea, Vang, these can be regarded as old-fashioned enterprises, but the Yang family can be regarded as out of nowhere. Suddenly rise, and the rise of the degree or some ridiculous. Purely because of advertising and rise. In the eyes of these veteran entrepreneurs, they are disdainful of the Yang family will not have any technical content, purely by advertising.
However, the profits in it made them envious.
Countless people were speculating how much Yang Jiagong had earned this year.
This time, the advertising was taken to the extreme. Although Yang Fan was advertising the Yang Family General game machine, in reality, it was advertising the entire Yang Family General series. Countless media were frantically publicizing it.
For a while, it was actually the Yang Family Generals that were made to reach a new height. The Yang Family Generals game console hadn't been officially released yet, but there were already a lot of people waiting with fists and palms.
The two-time champion.
Countless flowers and honors, and Yang Fan's heart with a mirror. These media are just habitually touting themselves.
The media is used to touting themselves.
As long as they are strong enough, they can blow themselves to death. However, once the Yang family will reveal any weaknesses and breaks, this group of people will swarm and tear open your wounds. In November, the Yang family will be white wine, microbrew series once again on a level. In addition to these, Yang Family General's 8 Treasure Kanji, Yang Family General's Snowcake, Yang Family General's Melon Seeds, Yang Family General's AD Calcium Milk, and Yang Family General's Nutritional Express were also online, and, again, achieved notable sales. Wahaha's sales are also plummeting. Zhong Qingho this year steadily chose not to compete. He does not compete. Yang Fan is going to let Zhong Qingho experience the killing power of the Yang Family General. In just 1 month, Yang Family General achieved the best results of the year. Originally, during the Spring Festival period, Yang Family General's liquor sales were as high as 800 million with a net profit of 500 million, but now, the sales have exceeded 1.2 billion, and the net profit is only 800 million because of the tax. But even so, the income has risen greatly. At the same time, in the first-tier cities, the Yang Family VCD is also officially killed in it, positively began to compete with the Idwa, BBK, and Shimka. Edo, New Tech, BBK, suddenly felt a big headache. Originally in the 3rd and 4th tier cities, this is already the world of the Yang family, and now, in the 1st and 2nd tier cities, they are also beginning to step into a losing situation. One is the king of the bidding plus, while the other 3 are just the support of the local TV station.
It's no match at all. And the Yang family will obviously be far more profitable than the white wine.
Originally, the sales of Yang Family General in the second half of this year had reached 4 million units, and as soon as this advertisement came out, in November, Yang Family General sold 2 million units of VCDs.
This time, it was sold in big cities. The sales of Yang Family General could not be described as crazy.
Hu Xibiao immediately felt that his pressure had become great. The Yang family will actually cheaper than their own $100. In the first-tier cities of the competition, they have actually begun to gradually lag behind. The Yang family will slowly accumulate their own market, even if there is no video hall, individuals buy, they are also beginning to gradually lag behind. Not only that, but also the snacks of the Yang family, among the third and fourth tier cities, the Yang family will also be crazy expansion.
The most powerful thing is that one person opened more than 100 video halls. More people's leisure time was completely occupied by video halls.
However, what made Hu Xibiao relieved was that Zhong Qingho finally agreed to Hu Xibiao's request, and the two sides were ready to start working together to kill Yang Fan's big backyard. Only, Yang Fan was obviously not going to give Hu Xibiao this opportunity.
Chapter 0070 1996 Revenue, $10 billion.
In fact, for the Yang family generals, they also had another fine account that could not be told to the public. In these 2 years, along with the Kung Fu banquet wine and the Yang family will win the bid, the domestic large and small liquor enterprises have erected on the market. A variety of liquor ads are filled with the media, can be said to be the country to receive the mouth, alcohol, caused the public resentment. What's more, some experts wrote that in 1995, China's liquor production reached a record 7.9 million tons, consuming 2,100 tons of grain, has been presented as a monstrous expansion of the trend. 1996 summer, the Yang family actually got the news, the state authorities will soon be following the limitations of liquor production growth. And restrictions were placed on the advertising of liquor companies in important media. Therefore, the production of liquor needed to be cut down slowly. Yang family will be good in the transformation of the speed is extremely fast, in the white wine sales began to transform, and now has begun to get involved in other industries, the white wine industry just need to maintain as stable.
In December, Yang's sales still showed no signs of decline.
This year, in addition to white wine, the more the microbrews series has gained popularity. The alcohol content is not so high, just suitable for young people to drink, the main one reason, or to be the Spring Festival. This year's Spring Festival, the Yang family will be the sales of liquor is only to be raised again to a new height. The end of the year. Earned. Today's Yang Hong is also living in a spacious villa, the Yang family of 3 all live in. At the end of the year when the total accounts, Yang Hong felt his heart thumping wildly.
Dad, how much money did the liquor make this year? Yang Fan casually inquired. After deducting the tax deduction, and some costs, it was probably around 3 billion.
Yang Hong swallowed hard. Our family snacks, snow cakes, 8 treasure kanji. These sales are also good, this year's profit is at about 1 billion.
In other words, we made at least $4 billion this year? Yang Fan's mother, Zhou Yun, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Not that much.
Yang Hong shook his head. This year, our expenditure is also quite a lot. On the one hand, the engineering team we are building is square, and secondly, it is the wages of the workers, as well as we bought a lot of distilleries this year, Lin total, or in about 3 billion.
Investment is very necessary.
Yang Fan smiled at Yang Hong and said, 3 billion is already very good. This figure is at least about 3 times as much as Qin Chi Liquor's campaign for the bidding title in another parallel time and space. In this, Yang Fan single-handedly cultivated the sales team and ideas played a decisive role. In addition to the sales of Yang's liquor, there are also Yang's various snacks.
$3 billion, already quite a lot.
Zhou Yun already didn't know what she should say. In fact, she was the one who really managed the finances in the company. Only, faced with such a figure, Zhou Yun still felt herself a bit shocked.
This was just drinks and snacks, there were others. Yang Fan took a breath and slowly opened his mouth. Our VCD, this year is the real big head. Said here, Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. The price of a VCD is 2001, our movement and chips are completely self-produced, the cost is in the $30 or so, a VCD's profit is roughly after deducting the raw materials and taxes, probably in the $1,500 or so. In the first half of this year, 1 million units were sold, with a profit of up to $1.5 billion. In addition to this, the second half of this year is the explosive period, a total of 6 million units sold. This year, we sold a total of 7 million units. Said here, Yang Fan slightly paused, continued, this year our VCD profit is about 10.5 billion. Yang Hong felt his head explode a little and couldn't help but speak. You mean to say that our family made at least 13.5 billion this year? There is also the income from the internet. Yang Fan laughed and continued, the income in this area is not high, the current software sold out is also quite a lot, it is estimated to be more than 500 million. This year at least earned 14 billion? Yang Hong swallowed hard again. Calculating the expenditure, in calculating some other income, estimated sloppy, is also earned this number. Yang Fan smiled and slowly opened his mouth, actually also okay. This is called also okay. Yang Hong already do not know what he should say to be good.
This year, the Young family will be VCD sales than the other three, manhwa, BBK, and Shinka 3 combined. This year's profit is 1.6 billion yuan. His profit is less than the Young family will be. The profit of a unit is about $700, that is, sold about 2 million units. The others together are just barely equal to the Yang's. VCD is a profitable industry, and Young Fan used his own unique method to make VCD sell quite well. Zhou Yun, on the other hand, couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Looking at it this way, I'm afraid that next year our family will only earn more. It's hard. Yang Fan slightly shook his head, continued, you look at, this year is basically for world. Next year the price of VCD is certainly to plummet. You look at the home appliance industry, color TV prices were very high at the beginning, and now it is also cheap. I estimate that next year, in order to capture the market, it is certainly to fight the price war. At that time, our profits are certainly to plummet. Zhou Yun, on the other hand, couldn't help but frown. Such high profits, but also a price war? In order to unify the market, and secondly, is that $2,000 for this class is actually almost enough. Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly, then a downward adjustment is inevitable, so that more people can afford to buy it. Thin profits. Zhou Yun already didn't know what she should say. Yang Fan, on the other hand, smiled and opened his mouth. Well, let's not talk about this, Dad. Next I have a proposal. Yang Hong then smiled while speaking. You said, once the VCD started selling big, then the video hall model definitely couldn't be maintained. Yang Fan smiled. So, I have an intention, is the dealers across the country, we all called to Hongshan to open an annual meeting. One, is to show our family's strong financial strength. The second. Yang Fan crossed his fingers and slowly opened his mouth to say, marketing our home game machine, VCD this field they can compete with us, but game machine we are not many people to compete, the video hall into a game machine hall, game machine at a time up to 2 people to play. Speaking here, Yang Fan smiled, so, they need to buy more game machines, the pricing of a game machine is at $2,200, and the profit is also around $1,000. Yang Hong took a deep breath and seemed to be seeing a huge money trail. Chapter 0071 Grand Annual Meeting, the national media is abuzz. Dadong County. What, annual meeting? Qin Weidong's face showed a stunned expression. Why the annual meeting let me go? Holding the phone, Qin Weidong had some unprepared hands. Today's Dandong County, Qin Weidong is also a video hall with 15 hands nearly hundreds of VCD Big Brother, daily income can reach up to 40,000, and now, is basically stabilized in a day about 10,000 yuan. The video hall opened more, on the contrary, is not as much as before. The main thing is, open the video hall more people, Qin Weidong is considered large, there are small, opening 5 or 6 VCDs. Today, the entire Dandong County was invited to more than 40 people, these people have a certain strength, at least Qin Weidong this level. In addition to the VCDs of the Young family, there were also various snacks of the Young family, and white wine. In the entire Dadong County, Qin Weidong is also considered one of the most important existences. However, when Qin Weidong learned that the Young family general had sent an invitation to himself, he still froze. Round trip, inclusive of food and lodging. In the words of the Young family general, you are now our franchise, as the owner of the franchise, of course we are going to invite. Qin Weidong was excited at that time, feelings, I am still the right-hand man of the Young family general? Naturally, Qin Weidong agreed without hesitation. Those who followed along, there were more than 40 people. These people are all considered their own competitors, however, each person's face is written slowly excited. After all, this is still the first time to take an airplane, or directly to Hongshan City, which is considered an affluent city. And Yang Fan, too, had made the atmosphere enough. At the same time, the national media is also focused on the entire city of Hongshan. This time, Yang Fan invited over the people, actually more than 4,000 people. Yang Hong directly contracted the largest hotel in the city. The expenses for the annual meeting alone were at least tens of millions. It had to be said that this time, the momentum that the Young family would create could be completely described by the word shocking. Shocking. When more than 4,000 people appeared in Hongshan City, it almost made the hotel in Hongshan City a bit overwhelmed. And the media reporters invited over by Young Fan were also shocked. More than 4,000 people, all of them were dealers of the Young family general. Was there any other distributor in the country that was more powerful than Yang Jiagong? The Hongshan City government was also shocked. How many people must this be? A lot of people. Although Qin Weidong knew that the Yang family general was powerful, he had never imagined that it would be so powerful to this extent. Looking around, there were at least 4,000 people who, like himself, earned over 10,000 a day. Lunch, on the other hand, was placed by Yang Fan in the Young family general industrial park, and at the same time, it was also a way to let these more than 4,000 people come to visit. Hello, I am a reporter from Jiangnan TV station. Just when Qin Weidong was visiting this industrial park, suddenly, a reporter pulled Qin Weidong and asked, there are a few questions I want to interview you. Hello? Qin Weidong touched his head, but in his heart, he could not help but feel some nervousness. This was the first time a TV reporter had come to interview him. May I ask, how did you become a distributor of Young family general? This reporter inquired.
I don't know, I just bought some VCDs of the Young Family, opened a video hall, and then, I became a dealer of the Young Family, the Young Family's white wine, microbrews, and their snacks, we have to sell. Chin weighed on paragraph, seriously, Yang Jejun stuff is really good, sell really good. At first, I wanted to open the video museum at home. I bought the Young Family will be VCD, the beginning of my money is not enough, the Young Family will be free to give me a VCD, I'm a little bit in the sale of snacks melon seeds, and then, I found that really very profitable. Chin Weidong embarrassed to touch the beard, later, I bought more and more, I do not know why, I became a dealer. The reporter is full of questions. The reporter was full of questions. For a long time, the reporter could not help but ask a question, that, you open the video museum, is it legal? That's not true, at that time, or Yang's staff, hand in hand to teach me how to apply for it. Chin Weidong said with a laugh, to say the least, I really have to thank the Young Family General, let me live a rich life. The reporter began to ask again, so, what do you feel when you attend the annual meeting of the Young Family General this year? No feelings, just feel honored, I guess. Chin Weidong replied. More than 4,000 people. Yang Hong was also shocked by such a scene for a while, he couldn't help but calculate that the people who were now working for the Young Family again one after another were at least breaking 10,000. In just 2 years, the Young Family has become a big tree. This annual meeting, Yang Fan invited a lot of people. On the one hand, he invited some popular stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan, on the other hand, Yang Fan also invited Zhao Bensan, the spokesperson of the 3 eastern provinces, as well as leaders at all levels in Jiangnan province. Finally, there was Tan Shizong, and some people from CCTV who had a good relationship with Yang Hong came. Yang Fan was all about building momentum. All the reporters and media were all dumbfounded, is this the power of Young Family General Group today? And at this moment, Yang Hong's employees also suddenly realized, so we are so powerful? The purpose of the annual meeting of the Young Family will still achieved, is to show the power of the Yang Group today. On the one hand, this was to show to outsiders, while on the other hand, it was also to show to their own people, so that they could know how powerful their company really was. In this way, there was no doubt that the centripetal force within the company could be increased. For a moment, the reporters had gone crazy. Jiangnan Province TV station, Magic City TV station, TV stations in the 3 eastern provinces, and CCTV were all reporting on this grand annual meeting. However, this time, Yang Fan didn't call them over purely to show off his muscles and strength. Rather, he wanted to sell his game console. With more than 4,000 people, Yang Fan arranged for more than 200 employees, basically staying with more than 20 people at a time, to show off the performance of the game console in front of them. These more than 4,000 people, that even one person to buy one, the round-trip traveling expenses, plus this meal money is considered to be barely back to the capital. This game is Jingwoman. Yang Fan did not use the appearance of Bruce Lee, but signed an agreement with the RTHK fighting star, using the image of Li Lianjie, Cosmic Dan, and Zhao Wenjue and other female fighting stars. You can choose the character and start the game. This game, Yang Fan is also personally manipulated, the entire plot is Yang Fan mulled out, with countless memories of the later life, he naturally knows what he should do. This game machine, much more fun than imagined. Chin Weidong, however, couldn't help but start frowning and thinking. Chapter 0072 Reporter, are these people crazy? That kind of Little King learning machine, in fact, there are not many people who have played it. This is still their first time to experience this kind of game machine, the whole time is a game, but, the picture effect, the fighting scene is the kind of Little King learning machine can't be compared to this kind of shooting horse. This is our Yang Family will be the latest launch of the game machine. Just heard this beautiful waitress in front of the lady introduced, can be completely adapted to different ways of playing, there are a variety of decryption, explore the scene of the Magic City at that time. At the same time, we still have fighting mode. Miss Waitress smiled and opened the mouth, is 2 people against the war, I do not know, we have not played, arcade, like the legend of the Hungry Wolf this. While speaking, the waitress lady introduced. As for the wholesale price of our game machine is $2,300, the retail price is $2,998. The waitress lady's face is still hanging a sweet smile. Hiss. Chin Weidong couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, this price is not a question of expensive, but very expensive, and VCD is almost the same. Wait a minute. Chin Weidong's heart but suddenly came up with an idea. What if I buy this game machine back specifically for others to play? An hour $5 or $8? Chin Weidong pondered, and immediately felt that this is not a business opportunity. The problem he was facing now was that his peers were very competitive. The more than 40 people who followed him this time can be said to be his own competitors, without them, he could rely on 2 video halls and comfortably earn 40,000 a day, but now, he opened up to 15, and his profit for the day has fallen to 10,000. If it's a game machine, you can put 5 in a room, and I have 8 rooms in a video hall, so I need about 40 in a room. I have a total of 15 video halls, so if I change it, I'll need about 600 units. It will cost about $1,300,000. So think, Chin Weidong steeply shook his head, but in his heart, he felt that his idea is a bit ridiculous, he was sloppy last year, and the net profit that came to hand was about $1.5 million.
But Qin Weidong is also feeling that he is now under a lot of competitive pressure, very big. Now come to the video museum to watch video, although many people, but obviously feel, people are getting less and less. Qin Weidong is also must think about their future to the end to how to make money. Change the video museum into a game machine, it is not impossible. The price of a game machine is almost the same as a VCD, the vast majority of people cannot afford to spend, and a game machine is at most 2 people to play. Thinking about it like this, Qin Weidong felt as if this was his future prospect. Just a bite to buy 600 units, Qin Weidong is also not dare to take such a big risk, he must think about it. As a matter of fact, the number of people who have the same idea as Qin Weidong is really not a small number. Each person is calculating, they want to change the video hall into a game machine hall. This one game machine is indeed very energetic look. The little calculations in their hearts, Yang Fan knew exactly. Some people want to wait and see, but some people intend to follow up slowly. However, Yang Fan will not be polite, they do not want to buy, Yang Fan will also force them to buy. I have come all the way to give you all the airplane tickets, accommodation fees all out of pocket, not to let you come to eat and drink and blow awesome, but to let you pay. Waiting in the factory's staff hall, Yang Fan and this group of people to meet, Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. From the beginning of this year, the Yang family VCD will begin to reduce the price, the amount of price reduction will be less than $2,000. Upon hearing this, the first thought of everyone present was ecstasy. Price reduction, this is a good thing, so it seems that you can buy a few more VCDs. However, very quickly, they felt something was wrong. If the price was lowered, then wouldn't the people who originally came to the video store to watch VCDs be able to afford to buy VCDs as well? If this is the case, who will still come to see the VCDs? Their hundreds of VCDs are not all going to be smashed in their hands. However, Yang Fan is not polite, directly pushed the black pot to the body of Edo. First of all, this is Edo began to big price cuts. Immediately, we have to face the most brutal competition. In the face of this brutal competition, the Yang family will be a big deal, can be reduced prices, but you can be miserable. When everyone can afford to buy VCDs, who will go to the video store to watch videos? Isn't this bull? For a moment, this group of people just felt their heads buzzing. Last year earned a year's money, now but not enough, even if the profit is not as big as before, but it is still not a small amount. $10,000 a day is still there, $300,000 a month. There is hardly any technical content, which if. However, Yang Fan was also quick to come up with a new idea of his own. Perhaps, you can change your thoughts. For example, this game machine, $5 an hour, $8 an hour, these are the rules you set. Is this game fun? Yang Fan hinted a little bit. I have to say, Yang Fan, this guy, talking really has a certain compulsion. A group of dealers are also you look at me, I look at you, they made a lot of money last year as a video store. Now, to change the video museum into a game hall, this seems to be a good choice. VCD Yang will have competitors, but Game Machine does not have. At present, the only person in the country to do the Game Machine is only Yang will be a family. Anyway, the principle is to love to buy. Anyway, I will not force you. However, if you cannot make money next year, then do not blame the Yang family can only blame you. It is your own stupidity, the opportunity in front of you, it is your own useless. A group of dealers, however, began to resist the temptation to move. Next year it is clear that the business of video is not good, and now, they cannot start to change the line of business to do game hall? Qin Weidong also cannot help but frown, before or feel that their competitiveness becomes bigger, but, if the Yang family VCD really with love more price war, constantly pull down the price, then it is not the size of the competitiveness of the problem, but directly to let their own children and grandchildren. It is better to take advantage of the opportunity to directly start changing professions. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Weidong moved his mind. This kind of thing cannot be left behind, they must seize the opportunity. As for the home of the VCD, can be sold at a discount, how, cannot lose money. With Qin Weidong an idea of people is not a small number. Subsequently, under the dumbfounded gaze of the reporters, it was found that this group of dealers were like crazy, frantically buying game consoles. Was this group of people crazy? Chapter 0073 Pre-sales of over $1 billion, a miracle in the history of private business transactions in Huaxia. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the reporters, he watched as one dealer bought hundreds of game consoles in one breath. Even before the console was produced from the factory, it had already been purchased. It had already been purchased. And that was just the pre-order. This was a kind of madness that could not be described in words. The smallest person had directly pre-ordered 50 units. The price of a game console was $2,350 50 units, that was close to $106,000. If the 4,000 people present, everyone purchased 50 units, that would be $424 million. What kind of concept is this? In the district of an annual meeting, Yang Fan probably spent a fraction of $24 million, and then, directly let this group of people take out $400 million in real money. Moreover, the most horrible, 50 units, is considered the least. More people directly hundreds of units, 200 units of reservation. That's a big deal. The reporters felt crazy.
Afterwards, another reporter came to interview Yang Fan. Mr. Yang, the game console is selling so well, what do you think? Actually, I don't have any feelings. Yang Fan smiled faintly, and then slowly opened his mouth. I can only say that the CCTV king of the bidding is horrible as it is. Everyone is feeling that this game machine can be sold in a big way if you take it back. In my opinion, this is actually a good thing. I am also regarded as a certain contribution for the game industry of Huaxia. Looking at the calm and relaxed Yang Fan, the reporters always feel that there is something odd here, but there is unable to say. What they actually didn't know was that Yang Fan was really a master at creating trepidation. The people who could come to his annual meeting, Yang Fan had gone through strict calculations, and their incomes for the last year were at least $1.5 million or more. This group of people definitely had money in their hands. Moreover, what they are most afraid of once they become rich is nothing more than being knocked back to their original form. Letting them know in advance that the price of VCDs was going to plummet, and in letting them know that if they wanted to maintain their current lives, they would have to adopt a new model, that of a game console. Keep brainwashing them and creating panic. Yang Fan is 100% confident that they will pay for the game console. They made a lot of money last year, and are always willing to take out some of their money to test the water. What's more, the bold ones directly purchased hundreds of units. They have already tasted enough sweetness from Yang Fan and are willing to continue to try. Even if it is not produced, even if it is pre-ordered, let them put out of pocket. He or she is also willing. How many people have changed their fate because of opening a video library? They wouldn't be willing to continue to go back to making money the hard way. Yang Fan, I really can't imagine that this game machine of yours actually has such an effect. Tan Shisom looked at the dealers who bought in front of him, but he could not help but marvel. This year, this money of your king of the label, but it is not spent in vain. Yang Fan is a slight smile, slowly opened his mouth. Tan teacher joking, if the title of the extinction of the king of the bid, we will not sell so much out. However, the follow-up were to see, after all, the market is not necessarily recognized. Tan Shisom, on the other hand, smiled easily. Then I wish you, this year to continue to work hard, next year, and then the king of the bid. That's for sure. Yang Fan just smiled. Just at this time, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and Yang Hong was seen running in a flurry of wind and fire. Son, I just looked at the bill. The game console has been bought for $1 billion. What? Tan Shisom on the other side but could not help but be shocked, a face of unbelievable look at Yang Hong. 1 billion? Yang Hong then saw Tan Shisom, polite smile. Mr. Tan, you are also in? Tan Shisom could not care less about this, but fell his eyes on Yang Hong's body. Mr. Yang, what did you just say? The pre-sale is already 1 billion. Yang Hong coughed. Originally these business secrets is not good to say out, just, at this moment, do not pick up the words is not good, can only vaguely open the mouth, almost is 1 billion. Mainly pre-tax, the cost has not been deducted, this 1 billion, the cost is actually still a big head, and, we have to be responsible for transportation over. Yang Fan on the side of the interface, however, I hope that by the time this game machine can be sold well some. The game machine sells well not sell well. Tan Shisong is not very clear, however, she feels that it will not sell very well. The price of $29.98 is the price of the game machine. Pricing $29.98 this price is too expensive. These dealers are afraid to lose money. However, these words Tan Shisong will not say out, save people unhappy. However, Tan Shisong's heart is some new ideas, go back and must give this thing to the big book. After all, this also symbolizes the face of the CCTV. The better the Yang family will sell, the more face CCTV will have. See, this is the king of bidders. Qin Weidong ordered 100 units in one breath, intending to take them back to test the waters. However, only 10 units were available to him now. Now even if the factory has increased its horsepower to produce, one person only has 10 units, everyone can only take 10 units back to try the water, but the money, or according to the money of 100 units to give. It can be said that Yang Fan's request is very unreasonable, however, there are not many people have complaints. This is Zhou Yu beat Huanggai, a willingness to beat a willingness to suffer. In just a moment's time, more than $200,000 were already gone. Qin Weidong felt like he was dreaming, but, after thinking about it, if the price of VCDs really plummeted, then he didn't have much money to earn, so he might as well put up a fight and give it a try. People who can come to the annual meeting are basically people with some guts. No guts dare not put together money to buy VCDs, no guts cannot be in just 1 year to quickly accumulate so much wealth. Small wealth is not there, at the very least, a year of stable income of more than 1 million. Qin Weidong also talked to a few friends in Dadong County, each with a different idea. After going back, the family VCD seems to be able to sell at a low price. Or simply 15% off to sell out. Those small video hall now is suffering from no money on hand, or not enough money on hand, simply 15% off directly sell off. In the eyes of most people, they buy is less than a year, the color is still new. There are always people who want to do the business of video library. Taking advantage of the new year, they gradually eliminated the old products, and then gave the service of the game machine. The press had gone crazy, and the Young family had an annual meeting. The annual meeting was so grand that it could be said that all the reporters had never seen it a few times, which would have been worth writing about.
Then, when Tan Shisong revealed that the game console had been pre-sold for $1 billion, this group of reporters were even more shocked.
This was simply the biggest handout in the Chinese trading market. Chapter 0074, The Sensation of the Nation.
The CCTV big king is once again powerful. The Yang family will have an annual meeting and sell $1 billion.
What kind of magic does the CCTV king have?
The Yang family will be but in just one annual meeting, no more than 3 days, selling the Yang family will game machine $1 billion. The strongest entrepreneur in China, selling $1 billion before the game console was produced.
1 billion.
An incomparably huge number, stimulating the media's eyeballs every now and then, as well as the hearts of every Chinese person. It's only been a few days since he took the bid, but it's only been 2 months, and he actually sold the game console for $1 billion.
It's crazy.
The media used an almost fawning tone to describe the Yang family general. It was like an invincible general on the battlefield, #1 in the world, unrivaled. The result of the bombardment of major media news was that the Yang family general's VCDs, as well as Yang family general's snacks and drinks, were further recognized.
Soon, it will be the new year again.
Last year was the purchase of the Yang family general's liquor, and this year, naturally, is also to prepare on. In January of 1997, the streets were selling Yang family liquor. The streets and alleys are selling Yang family general. And the heat of VCD was also high. Even if the price was expensive, there were still people who bought it. Yang Fan looked at the news on Hongmeng, but the corner of his lips couldn't help but bring up a slight arc. Honestly, $1 billion was just too eye-catching. Now, there were also too many people staring at the Yang family general. In fact, even Yang Fan himself did not think that he could create such a high miracle in such a short period of time. The entire 1996 annual income was as high as $10 billion. If it wasn't for the real money in front of him, Yang Fan himself couldn't believe it. However, Yang Fan himself still tried to calm himself down. In fact, Yang Fan also knows that now there are a lot of reporters. Speed is also digging the Yang family will black material. Some media like to hold the Yang family will stink feet. Naturally, there are also people like to dig dung.
Falling down a well is never the media's favorite thing to do.
Shi took to bidding directly by the media to find black material to dry down to Yang Fan's character that is absolutely will not give the media any opportunity to drill a hole. By the way, Shi finally chose to go bankrupt.
Ji Chongkong left Shi. Shi liquor ultimately did not make a wave in this era.
Therefore, Yang Fan has always been guarding against the media hand and first stabilized his own kingdom before that, and before that, absolutely not to let his kingdom topple over. In addition to game consoles, Yang Fan was also developing some new games. Mainly a series of Hong Kong movie games. For example, Sinister Spirit, such as Jingwoman, and Huang Fei Hong series. As for the zombie uncle, this kind of, obviously the harmony of this level will not pass. There are game consoles. This is only the beginning, more or a variety of games, the more types of games, electronic opium in order to maximize the retention of customers. Game consoles will only be revolutionized once in a few years, but the game, every year will push the new. On the one hand, the island game, Yang Fan is with the island game company negotiation. On the other hand, Yang Fan himself is also developing. China is a huge market. What Yang Fan needs is for Hongmeng Group to have its own R&D capability. Whether it's games or other technology projects. Nowadays, Hongmeng Group is divided into Hongmeng Game, Hongmeng Chip, Hongmeng Computer, Hongmeng Internet, and these departments. Not long ago, Yang Fan held a meeting within the company. According to the previous promise, Yang Fan directly took out 1/10 of this year's profit and threw it to the R&D department. This almost did not put Ni Nangwang to the happy. Yang Fan is also really atmospheric, relying on the VCD profiteering. Yang Fan this year's profits at least in the tens of billions of dollars or more, up to 10 billion thrown to the R&D department. Ni Nangwang swear, Lu Chuanji is absolutely no such courage to do this kind of thing. However, Yang Fan still made the distribution. It is not possible to throw all to Ni Nangwang. In addition to this, Yang Fan also made the integrity department internally, from top to bottom, including Yang Fan to be watched. The company's assets cannot be moved by anyone. Yang Fan is a person who belongs to the supremacy of the system. Nepotism that does not exist, the system is the strongest. Throughout the month of January, the Yang Family General Industrial Park was as if it was crazy. Yang Fan had a premonition that the price of VCDs would plummet this year, and even if the price of VCDs didn't plummet, Yang Fan was going to let him fall. Now that the high-end market has been saturated, it has become inevitable to depress prices and invade other markets. Doesn't he still have game consoles? Yan Hong directly offered triple wages, letting all the employees stay and continue to work. The entire city of Hongshan was like a machine with full horsepower.
In this regard, the Hongshan municipal government is naturally overjoyed, as is the entire Jiangnan provincial government. A Hongshan city is almost revitalizing the economy of the entire Jiangnan province.
The Yang family will be the upstream, the downstream is naturally countless supporting companies. There is a large demand for parts.
Game consoles, VCDs.
As well as, not long ago, Young Hong is more commitment in Jiangnan province to come a few more industrial parks. The future is not only to produce VCDs, game consoles, but also a variety of companies need parts. Jiangnan provincial government is also very dry, grant a lot of land out. As long as you Young Hong let go of the courage to do, we absolutely support you.
Not long ago, Young Hong has become a provincial representative.
Sort of official gave him a formal identity recognition. If the problem is not too big, next year to do the national representative is no problem.
The local government naturally hoped that Young Hong could stay in Jiangnan.
In this way, it would naturally be able to create greater tax revenue for the place. Nowadays, Hongshan City has already had a large influx of people, all of whom came here to work. On New Year's Day, Young Hong was even more dry and offered to triple his wages and stay for overtime work. The workers didn't have any refusal, instead they were thankful and couldn't wait to work overtime desperately so as to satisfy their boss. After all, it was triple wages.
The sales of Edo VCDs dropped once again.
Although, he still spent money to beat BBK, but the Yang family will be like a big mountain in front of him. Before the Spring Festival, Hu Jibiao personally came to Hangzhou, and he wanted to have a good talk with Song Qingho. I have carefully investigated. Now if you compete with Yang Fan, it is definitely not possible to engage in the video museum.
Hu Jibiao looks a little tired, but his eyes are very bright, so I want to give the Yang family general a heavy blow. Said here, Hu Jibiao slowly opened his mouth. I am ready to launch 3 VCD, a 1,997 yuan, a 1,687 yuan, the cheapest one 1,120 yuan, not in the video hall, and Young family will compete, but directly launched it cheaper, so that more users can buy. Hit Young Fan a surprise. Chapter 0075, Good and Tough Young Family General, Spitting Blood Hu Jibiao.
Waha has a vast market in the 3rd and 4th tier cities, and even in the countryside. The cooperation between Edo and Waha is also reasonable. During this time, Hu Jibiao dedicated a month to go to the 3rd and 4th tier cities to investigate Young Fan's model. Soon, Hu Jibiao realized that he was studying Yang Fan, which was simply impossible. Nowadays, the 3rd and 4th tier cities are already saturated with video halls. Hu Jibiao understand, now even if they are inserted into, it is also impossible. The only way is to use Waha 3 or 4 lines of channels.
A VCD, Waha can take away 10% of the profit. Hu Jibiao looked at Song Qingho, slowly opened his mouth. How? Compared to Hu Jibiao's aggressiveness, Song Qingho looks much calmer.
During this period of time, the Yang family will also be a great blow to Waha.
Yang Fan is fully learning the essence of Xiaoma.
What you have, I will copy what you have, and then, in relying on my strong channel operation ability to kill you. At this moment, Song Qingho is also forced to admit. Hu Jibiao has a point. If he is really indifferent, he will only be slowly crushed to death by the Young family general. It had to be done with the Young family general.
Hu Jibiao also counted. Now Edo VCD, even if the price is lowered to this extent, he still has money to earn. There is still a profit of $300 a day. As long as the impact of the 3rd and 4th tier cities, so that more people to buy VCDs, video stores are bound to collapse. As long as the video store collapses, Young Fan's foundation will be destroyed by himself.
As long as Young Fan is dragged into the price war, Hu Jibiao is confident that Edo will become the #1 in the country. Hu Jibiao even chose the time to launch his own attack, that is, at the time of the Spring Festival, taking advantage of the Young family will not pay attention to the time to launch a price offensive. This action was also called the Spring Festival Offensive by Hu Jibiao.
However, what Hu Jibiao didn't know was that after Yang Fan's annual meeting, these video halls would immediately be transformed into game halls.
In this way, the original video hall of these VCDs naturally have to be disposed of. Just before the Spring Festival, just as Hu Jibiao was preparing for the Spring Festival Offensive, these video halls suddenly began to sell VCDs on a large scale.
These are less than a year old, and 80% new VCDs. Moreover, the price was generally around $1,500. This price, although it is expensive, but is all of a sudden let a lot of public interest. Before $2,200, more or less still feel the price is a little expensive. However, now $1,500 seems to be able to buy. Moreover, after buying back, they seem to be able to open the video hall. Now almost an individual knows, open the video hall can earn money. Naturally, a large number of citizens appeared to start buying. There are also some small video halls that fantasize about expanding their video halls. For a while, there was a boom in the sale and purchase of VCDs in 3rd and 4th tier cities, large and small. Yangchang.
At this moment, Hu Jibiao was full of hesitation. His mind was already clear about his idea. In the Spring Festival, he was going to rely on price PR to destroy the foundation of the Young family generals in one fell swoop. It so happens that the price of this one is set at 1997. This year is also the year that Xiangzhong came back. The price was directly reduced by $300.
There must be more people buying it. Mr. Hu. Just at this time, Yang Jiqing was panicked and came to the front of Hu Jibiao. He came up for air and opened his mouth. Bad, something happened. Hu Jibiao did not come to feel his eyelids jumped. His eyes fell on Yang Jiqing's body, said, "What's wrong?"
The Yang family will suddenly begin to reduce the price of selling their VCDs. Yang Jicheng quickly opened his mouth, and they have begun to put the price down.
Reduce the price? Hu Jibiao immediately felt a burst of bad luck. How much have they lowered it? 1,005.
Yang Jicheng quickly opened his mouth. A VCD is 15,000, however, at present, the Yang family will sell all the second-hand VCDs, and I don't know what's going on, but it seems that the video halls in the whole country are now selling VCDs, and a lot of people have already begun to buy them. Hu Jibiao immediately felt his head buzzing, his body shook for a moment, and then slowly opened his mouth. It's okay.
It's just some second-hand goods. What are they doing selling VCDs?
Yang Jicheng, on the other hand, took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. These video halls are starting to change their business. They are going to change their video halls into game arcade halls, and now it is possible to go to their stores to play games for $5 an hour. The muscles at the corners of Hu Jibiao's mouth couldn't help but tremble. A very bad feeling welled up in his heart. Suddenly the video hall was replaced with a game arcade. In an instant, Hu Jibiao thought of the news of the past few days, the pre-sale of $1 billion of game consoles on the same day, selling them before they were produced. Where Yang Jia General, this guy was preparing to sell game consoles, or rather, Yang Fan was originally planning to sell these game consoles to the group of guys who opened the video hall before. Before they can buy VCD open video hall, now they can buy game machine changed into game machine hall.
As usual, it attracts people to go in and play games.
Moreover, in the game machine industry, Yang Fan can be said to have no competitors. This game machine Hu Jibiao has seen, he was relying on the imitation of the little king of the start, but Hu Jibiao but understand, he simply cannot copy.
In the field of game consoles, Yang was almost without any rivals. Damn.
Hu Jibiao immediately reacted, the Yang family will this is intended to sell the VCD price reduction. The high-priced market had begun to become saturated, and Yang Fan was planning to sell it at a low price. The thoughts and ideas are exactly the same as Edo.
How much did the Yang family reduce the price of VCDs? Hu Jibiao couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire.
This, we don't know yet, however, the Yang family will release the latest price of VCDs as well as activities on top of Hongmeng.
Yang Jicheng carefully opened his mouth. Hu Jibiao immediately opened Hongmeng.
A line of red characters attracted Hu Jibiao's attention.
Yang Family General VCD New Year's Gift, 3 VCDs with the highest price of 1,488 yuan, 1,188 yuan, and 888 yuan.
In an instant, Hu Jibiao only felt his head buzzing, and his entire body seemed to have lost all of its strength. His own pricing was 1,997 yuan, 1,687 yuan, and the cheapest 1,120 yuan. However, Yang Fan, almost every model is cheaper than himself between $300 and $500.
Is there any profit in this?
Hu Jibiao only feel his chest a burst of tightness. Suddenly, a mouthful of old blood is sprayed out of the mouth.
Good ruthless Yang Family General. Chapter 0076 The Boss and the Boss's Exciting Battle, Spring Festival Explosion of Earnings. Spring Festival Offensive.
Not only did Hu Jibiao want to do this, but Yang Fan had also been holding back for a long time already.
In addition to these, Yang Fan also gave special discounts on top of Hongmeng.
However, all the registered users of Hongmeng can receive a discount code, and the purchase can be directly cheaper by $100. On the one hand, publicize Hongmeng, on the other hand, it is also publicizing the Yang Family General's VCD. Let Hu Jibiao most entangled, the most painful is.
Yang Family General VCD is really too cheap. He had lowered the price to this extent, and overall, there was still a lot of profit. But, Yang Fan at this price, where did he get so much profit? Too cheap. Hu Jibiao never thought that Yang Fan would actually be able to keep the price down to less than $1,000. There is still what profit can be said. Now, the Yang family will be VCD has been the market share of the first, at least 40% of the sales degree, but, in this way, the Yang family will be the other three, Shinka, BBK, Edo, Wanlida to the death, completely do not give them any room for survival. Hu Jibiao felt a pain in his chest, an indescribable pain. Yang Fan does not care whether Hu Jibiao's heart hurts or not. For Yang Fan, even if the price is lowered to this extent, his profit per VCD is still as high as $400. Fighting the price war, he never falls.
From 2 years ago, he bought the patent copyright and got the production line for this day.
In addition to Zinco, which reached an agreement with Yang's VCD, for the other three, this is undoubtedly a very painful process. The Yang Family General is just too capable of fighting. He can lower the price to this extent, the others are also can do? Once followed, then, that means the VCD industry, completely out of the profiteering industry. In the face of this situation, Hu Jibiao, a bite choose to follow up. Even if the profit is not enough, but, at least, cannot let the Yang family will reign supreme. On the eve of the Spring Festival, Edo then also announced a big price cut. BBK also followed suit. Shinka, Wanlida also directly lowered their prices down. The Spring Festival is a rare day of rest for thousands of families, but for the country's major merchants, it is the most intense moment of killing. The market share of Yang Family General VCD reached 50%. At the same time, Hongmeng's registered members are also showing an explosive growth.
In this era, people who have computers at home are basically rich, and their relatives' family conditions are not bad either.
Registering a member is cheaper by $100. Is there such a good thing?
In addition to these, in the Hongmeng network above actually appeared the strategy how to apply for free to register members, get the purchase code, and then later in $100 to sell 10 purchase code. For this kind of situation, Yang Fan is naturally happy to see it. Even if I give you another $100 cheaper, I still make money. Idwa, on the other hand, is merely biting at the back of Yang's family, and its market share has already reached 30%.
The rest are BBK, Shinko, and Wanlida. The reaction speed of BBK and AIDO is the fastest, while the reaction speed of Zinco and Wanlida is a little bit slower. They all belong to the state-owned enterprises. In the Spring Festival, this stall is really a little bit unable to keep up with the reaction. Idwa in the market is to choose to give gifts. Buy a Idwa, gift Waha drinks, snacks, and other small gifts. Soon, Hu Jibiao found that, in fact, they do not lose money. On the contrary, there is still a profit, although away from the era of profiteering, but the sales volume is to get a horrible boost. This price reduction, all of a sudden reclaimed a larger desert. The citizens who had originally looked away from the price also joined the buying frenzy. Hu Jibiao clenched his teeth and then decided to take out $10 million, allowing Zhang Yimou and Jackie Chan to shoot an image advertisement for Edo. In the pouring rain, Jackie Chan ran forward with a group of people. In the crowd, a child soft fall, everyone stopped for it. Jackie Chan will be covered in your mother's child to help up, as always, running in the rain. At the same time, the echo of the true hero. This song, directly used by Hu Jibiao as his brand song. Sure enough, Edo's sales skyrocketed again. As for the Yangs, it was even crazier. Yang Fan relied on his strong sales channels. In the price war above, that is to take advantage of the time and place, he directly let the sales staff to every city's neighborhood most activities. Walking the streets and alleys. New Year's Day reunion, watch the Yang Family General VCD together. Yang Fan is very clear, and you cannot get on CCTV with this advertisement. There is no influence on yourself at all anymore, and your advertisement will at most increase sales in first and second tier cities. BBK's Duan Yongping also followed suit, and he didn't seek to cooperate with Yang Family General or Zhong Qingho. However, taking advantage of the new year, the concept of promotion was also created. For a while, the sales also increased a lot. However, for Duan Yongping, facing Yang Jiagong and Edo at the same time is really a very painful thing. The oldest and the oldest fight the oldest directly to sell out. Duan Yongping knew this, so, no matter what, he had to occupy a place in the Spring Festival. Throughout January, from the 15th onwards, the price war broke out viciously. Whether it was Yang Fan, or Hu Jibiao, or Duan Yongping all made money. This era is still far from the later, the internet war. I would rather burn money to the traffic in the hands of the crazy. For any entrepreneur to make money is the first task. A Spring Festival, sold VCDs is actually more than last year's entire year. It's crazy. Almost everyone is talking about VCDs, and almost everyone is talking about selling a VCD to go home and watch kung fu movies with the whole family this year. At this moment, all three can be considered to be flying high. On the contrary, Shinko and Wanlida are a bit dwarfed. However, Hu Jibiao is not happy, even if he is now the second of 10,000 years, but standing in front of the Yang family will be like a big mountain pressed on his heart, so that he cannot breathe. What Hu Jibiao is feeling, Yang Fan is not going to pay attention to. He only knows that he is in this Spring Festival, earn crazy. Chapter 0077 Great Earnings. A year's plan lies in spring, a day's plan lies in the morning. A Spring Festival was definitely a good start for the Yang Family General. In just one Spring Festival, Yang Family General had sold close to 5 million units. This was unrelated to the crazy sales staff on the front line. After all, Yang Fan had given them a commission, twice the commission in the Spring Festival, and as long as the profit was enough, they could kill the door of the neighborhood and use every means to make you buy. Deducted the cost of employees, commission, of now Yang will not have a $1,500 profit. The profit of one unit has been reduced to $600. However, even so, the Yang family will still reach a profit of nearly $3 billion. The price war had depressed the price. As for Edo, although it had likewise sold out a lot, the profit of one VCD was a pitiful $150 or so. This is still Edo relying on Zhong Qingho's channels to bite the Yang family. Can be developed in this era, none of them are the trendsetter of the times. Or because of the existence of Yang Fan, Hu Jibiao did not suffer from the fiasco that he suffered in the other parallel world, but on the contrary, staring at Yang Jiagong with dead eyes, constantly learning from Yang Fan. Not only the first-tier cities, the third and fourth-tier cities also have a vast market, depending on how you want to knock open this market. Yang Hong has been red-faced all this time. Last year, the Yang family's liquor sold particularly well, and this year it's the VCDs, although the price has been lowered, but the money is still making crazy money. Yang family. Nowadays, the Yang family has changed to a big villa, and Yang Fan is playing the game console at this moment. To be honest, the color TV of this era is still a bit uncomfortable to play.
Maybe we should consider spending money on researching liquid crystal display. Young Fan was playing the game while pondering whether it would be better for him to directly build something from scratch, or to directly acquire it.
Son.
Young Hong came to Young Fan's side, excitedly opened his mouth. This move of yours to lower the price can be really powerful. Guess how much money our family earned this spring festival? The price cuts are really great.
Guess how much money our family has made this spring festival?
Yang Fan pressed the pause button on the game console, and his eyes fell on Young Hong's body. Young Hong coughed, excitedly opened his mouth. You're almost right, our family's drinks, snacks, and VCDs almost earned more than 5 billion.
That's not bad. Yang Fan slowly and methodically opened his mouth. Spring festival, this price war is still reasonable.
Young Hong is sitting next to Young Fan, directly opened the door. You see, our family is not to continue to lower the price a little bit, directly to the love more, step-by-step market to completely backlog out?
Yang Fan slightly stunned, and then shook his head and said, unlikely. Yang Hong could not help but stagnate for a moment. Unlikely?
VCD, this is a phased-out and backward products, in Europe and the United States has not been popular. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth and said, China's home appliance industry has always been shrouded in the price war inside. In addition to VCD, there are color TV, air conditioning, microwave ovens and other industries. These industries a few stops are also here and there. Said here, Yang Fan a slight beat. However, the final winner often have three major characteristics. The first is the strength of the enterprise capital has a clear advantage. With a strong anti-consumption ability, this capital we have at home, not afraid of consumption. Second, is the scientific research and development capabilities ahead of the price cut products. Often we are about to phase out, and peer rivals to make a living by punishing the type of product, at the same time as the price cut by the new generation of products immediately follow up the introduction of the enterprise's market profits can still be guaranteed. Yang Fan and raised a finger, and then slowly opened his mouth. This point, our family is also similar. With game consoles, VCD began to big price cuts, both of which are profitable. Third, Yang Fan raised another finger and spoke faintly. The Zhang family needs to seize the moment and have a clear purposeful attack in supporting market consolidation measures. What is the purpose of our price reduction? Develop new users, so that people who could not afford to buy before can now afford to buy. Currently at about $1,000 this market is still far from saturated. We can still earn $600 of VCD, in the lower, not very cost effective. Said here, Young Fan continued, at present, the whole country can independently produce VCD core and chip people only our family, so our family can still maintain a high profit. Not long ago, our chip is also upgraded a little bit, can make the life cycle of the VCD products.
Yang Hong followed and nodded, realizing that his son's head was not generally flexible. In fact, to say the least.
Yang Fan shook his head, but his heart was full of emotions. In another parallel world, China's VCD industry has never been a product of China. Our imported products, the chip is the windmill country Philips and the cube of the United States, the movement is the island country Sony and the United States ESS. Chinese VCD heroes, in fact, are assembling heroes, the real drought and flood, make a lot of money or multinational giants who have mastered the core technology. That is, 2 years ago, Yang Fan lay out in advance, bought, otherwise, now also have a big headache. Shook his head. Yang Fan is also feeling helpless. Technology cannot keep up with others, even if they are, but also the product of people's patent rights to buy over.
China's manufacturing to rise, or a long way to go.
Next, we not only want to produce their own movement, but also to love more. Xinka, Panda, on the high point, Hualu, BBK, Xianka, these provide movement.
Yang Fan smiled. We have to make our own money, and we have to make their money, too. Yang Hong couldn't help but frown. But since then, isn't our competitive pressure even greater?
Dad, you have to think of it this way, we sell a profit of about $600, they sell a we equal to have a commission of about $300, foreign devils are very bad, their movements and chips to sell $500 to $600, but we, $300 is enough. Said here, Yang Fan smiled, anyway, VCD is a technology that will soon be phased out, we are now, that is, how much can be sold is how much, we Yangwell Industrial Park can also take their VCD assembly business, anyway, how to make money is not to earn?
Whose money is not earned? Anyway, we are not bad money. Yang Hong suddenly realized that what Young Fan said seems to be very reasonable. Son, then have you ever thought, if the foreigners also reduce the price to compete with us? Wouldn't this $300 not be earned? Yang Hong opened his mouth without worry. Dad, you are very good, there is progress. Yang Fan smiled, and then spoke faintly, however, have you considered the labor costs of the foreign devils? There is a reason why they sell it so high, the labor cost is too high, $300, this is the price that the foreign devils are absolutely incapable of competing with us. Chapter 0078 Profiteering, a storm of horrible sales of game consoles. This price was thought through by Young Fan and analyzed by the market. Now China has not joined the WTO, however, Young Fan is spending a lot of money in the international as far as possible to get themselves the latest technology, even if it is behind the current technology of 2 times does not matter, at least to get back to their own good to have a reference. To the RD department of heavy money to smash down, Young Fan also just do not believe it, get out of a new thing. Ding dong.
Just at this time, a doorbell sound. Yang Hong went out to see, but could not help but freeze. Old Zhang, why are you here? I should go to see you, right? The visitor is no one else but Zhang Xiubai. Ah, that cannot. You are now the richest man in Jiangnan province. If you go to my house, was seen bad, so I came over.
Zhang Xiubai laughed. He walked in with his wife and daughter. Uncle Zhang.
Yang Fan also greeted, and the nanny hurried over to serve tea and water. Today's Yang Hong is very different from 2 years ago. Before, he still had to rely on the city government to help him to take down the liquor factory. Now, Yang Hong is a nationally recognized entrepreneur. At the same time, he is also a big taxpayer in the whole Jiangnan province. In particular, the opening of industrial parks throughout the province, revitalizing the upstream and downstream economy. It belongs to the province's key care objects. Zhang Xiubai's attitude towards Yang Hong was naturally much more polite. However, Yang Hong, under the authorization of Yang Fan, still maintains a fairly polite, no matter which level of leadership, are polite where their own business is a private enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise. That is, it is necessary to make more good relations.
Yang Fan. Zhang Koixiu saw Yang Fan, immediately came up with a smile. What are you doing? What are you doing? Test our company developed a new game called White Snake is still in the testing phase. I'll take it back to try, said the story of the White Snake Su Xian. There are physical practitioners, the Buddha's golden body, the Dharma Si Dawei Tianlong, as well as the snake tribe, the fairy tribe and so on. While talking, Yang Fan handed the gamepad in his hand to Zhang Koixiu. Sister you, come and play together. Zhang Koixiu was really interested. These two kids are really interesting. Zhang Xiubai's eyes seemingly swept over Yang Fan and Zhang Koixiu's bodies.
The son of the richest man in Jiangnan province also seemed to be worthy of his own daughter. In particular, Zhang Xiubai understood that the Yang family was mostly dependent on Yang Fan to get where they were today. Ah, it's good that the child likes it. Yang Hong poured a cup of tea for Zhang Xiubai. Although he was a wine seller, however, was not much of a drinker. Instead, he preferred to drink tea. Zhang Xiubai tasted a mouthful of tea, and then slowly opened his mouth. By the way, I entered the provincial standing committee. Yang Hong slightly stunned, and then smiled and opened his mouth. This is a good thing, ah. Zhang Xiubai then nodded and said, the burden on the body has increased quite a lot. If it is not old Yang Yu, I myself do not know when I can enter the provincial standing committee yet. Yang Fan listened for a while with his ears perked up. He did know that in about 2,000 years, Zhang Xiubai still became a feudal official. However, according to the national conditions of China, Zhang Xiubai is unlikely to become a Jiangnan province, a hand. However, now history has changed drastically. This year the Yang family let the entire Jiangnan province's economic law body turned upside down changes. Do not know this life Zhang Xiubai can mix to what extent. The eyes again cannot help but sweep a glance at Zhang Koixiu's chest. And the development was still not as good as Han Xiaoxiao's. However, these two legs are really getting better looking. Yay, I killed you. Zhang Koixiu excitedly patted Yang Fan's shoulder. Little old brother, I can't. I can't? I really want to let you know what it means to subdue a snake demon with an iron rod. Yang Fan grunted. Dadong County. Since the price war started, Qin Weidong is watching the business of the video hall getting worse and worse. People who used to come to watch VCDs have stopped coming. When the price of VCDs plummeted, who would choose to pay to watch them? Qin Weidong breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, he still sold the VCDs. There was no loss, but on the contrary, there was a small profit. However, Qin Weidong's video hall business did not stop, on the contrary, more and more prosperous, because, the winter holiday, the students are on vacation. Boss, I want to play Jingwoman, 2 hours. Just at this time, and interrupt Qin Weidong's thinking. Good Lu. Qin Weidong quickly opened the former anti-VCD disc bag. Now, inside is a colorful change on the game disc. Jingwoman, Sinister Soul, and some island games. Now, Qin Weidong realized that he was earning more than before. Before it was up to 40,000 a day. Now, currently with 100 game consoles, he was actually able to earn 50,000 to 60,000 a day. How much money could one earn in a day if one were to fill up the video hall from before? Various snacks. Qin Weidong sort of found out, this group of small children spend money that is really not hardtake. Adult entertainment, spend $2, see a movie, this is even luxury, but the children spend money, $5 an hour, $8 2 hours, they do not care. Not only that, they eat snacks are not at all ambiguous. And, still because of the Spring Festival, they all have a lot of New Year's money in their pockets, go in and come out, and their daily spending is not a small amount. Seems like, it is more profitable than before. Qin Weidong, that is not polite, directly ordered more than 600 units, directly to the money all over. At the same time, Qin Weidong is also pondering whether he wants to expand his business, before the video hall pattern is still a little bit small, which if you expand a little. In addition to Qin Weidong, other large and small dealers also quickly discovered the secret. It seems that it is easier to make money than before. These kids, spending money is just too generous. Another parallel space, someone once came to such a conclusion. Woman, children, dog, man. Those with the highest spending power were women, followed by children, and finally men.
But that's just winter vacation. If school starts, that's a different concept.
Adults who played video games were still a small number after all. However, even if that was the case, Shin Weidong still ordered the remaining 500 game consoles. Nowadays, in addition to buying game consoles here on his own, he also sells VCDs at the same time. Their own is the price of purchase, the price of sale is also able to make a profit. The Spring Festival has just ended, immediately orders are like snowflakes floating into the Hongmeng group, all the hotter feeling, change the video hall into a game hall, this thing is profiteering. However, Yang Fan is not going to stop himself. Edo, Hu Jibiao received an invitation letter from the Yang family general.
Chapter 0079 showing off the Yang family general's muscles, a big earthquake in the VCD industry. Yang family general, inviting me? Hu Jibiao's face slightly surfaced a stunned expression. He really didn't have much contact with the Yang family general, although the Yang family general was a big mountain in Hu Jibiao's eyes, a big mountain that he had to surpass no matter what. However, Hu Jibiao really didn't have any contact with the Yang family's father and son.
Standing beside Hu Jibiao was Yang Jiqing, who tentatively inquired, "Mr. Hu, look, should we go over and take a look?" Hu Shibei took a deep breath before slowly speaking, "Go." Since the Yang family general had given an invitation, then there was no reason for him not to go and take a look. Gritting his teeth, Hu Jibiao made the decision to go and take a look no matter what. To see what medicine was buried in the Yang family general's gourd. When he boarded the airplane, Hu Jibiao was slightly stunned, but he saw a familiar person.
Duan Yongping.
Two people meet, but cannot help but have some embarrassment. Back in the day, Hu Jibiao plagiarized Zhe Wang, secretly create game machine, was Duan Yongping door fight. Both sides are also considered to have some faults.
Later, Hu Jibiao continued to create Edo. Duan Yongping, on the other hand, left Zhe Wang to create BBK.
Two people and in the VCD market fight equal. Last year, the two sides fight the most intense time. Duan Yongping is not hesitate to follow the love of more production VCD, even the ads are learned to be very similar. However, Duan Yongping is belongs to the character of perseverance, but also, like to after the master of the absolute generation. Before realizing the Yang family general, Hu Jibiao had always regarded Duan Yongping as a competitor. Until the Yang family will start from the countryside to encircle the city, a crush. At this time, the two sides met, but it was inevitable that there was some awkwardness. Hu Jibiao instantly thought of something and couldn't help but open his mouth. "Mr. Duan, is it true that the Yang family general invited you?" Duan Yongping also instantly thought of this possibility. It was too much of a coincidence to have both parties appear on top of an airplane at the same time. Duan Yongping nodded his head, and then slowly spoke, "Yes, it was the Yang family general who invited me." Hu Jibiao took a deep breath and couldn't help but speak, "What did the Yang family general invite us for?" Although the two of them had their differences, however, now facing the even more powerful Yang family general, they still temporarily put aside the preconceptions in each other's hearts. "I don't know, the Yang family will now have a market share of up to 50%, I presume. The Yang family will invite us, is intended, let us unify the price of the VCD, don't continue to fight the price war." Duan Yongping also took a deep breath and glanced at Hu Jibiao, suddenly realized that this young man who was fought by himself back then was already giving birth to a lot of gray hair. It seems that the pressure given out by the Yang family general is still too much. The problem faced by Idwa, BBK is also facing the same. If the price is lowered, then there is not much profit. Talk about it, talk about it. Hu Jibiao lips are also some shivering, although the storm of price cuts is their own thinking out, but Edo is not able to play with the Yang family general, so the volume of the Yang family will be too big. What you do not know is when the Yang family will come back to reduce prices. It's like a poor guy gambling with a tycoon. Every hand the tycoon has to pokies, the poor guy shivers and tries to leave, but the tycoon grabs him. "Don't go, let's keep playing." Edo is still profitable now, although sales have skyrocketed, but if the Yang family will continue to lower prices, there is no way for both Edo and BBK to resist. Let the market price completely stabilize, that's what Edo and BBK are thinking. Don't depress the price, in depressing the price, then you really can't carry it. The airplane landed in Mordor, and then, naturally, there were employees from the Yang family to pick up and send people directly to Hongshan City. Soon, Hu Jibiao and Duan Yongping arrived at Hongshan City. Here, they saw still more people. Zinko, Panda, Upper High Point, Walu, BBK, Xianka. The whole VCD industry, can name the enterprise all come together, many people are competitors. At this time, you look at me, I look at you, are very embarrassed. If it wasn't for Yang's invitation, they would never have come to Hongshan City. The one who received this group of people was Yang Fan. When they saw Yang Fan, many of them didn't look at him lightly, they more or less knew that although the Yang family general was Yang Hong's boss, the actual manipulator was still Yang Fan. Yang Fan warmly entertained them and said that he would show them around the Yang family general industrial park the next day. After dinner, Hu Jibiao has been unable to sleep. He has been to all parts of the country to investigate the Yang family general, but has never come to Hongshan. Visit the Yang family general's industrial park. This is our Yang family general's industrial park, and this is the assembly area.
Yang Fan introduced while walking. Our Yang family general's VCD is assembled here. In addition to that,
Yang Fan pointed to another area. There is our Yang family general chip and movement production area.
what?
The moment these words came out, both Hu Jibiao and Duan Yongping's faces changed at the same time. The crowd was also surprised. This moment, they also reacted. No wonder, Yang family will be able to breath so much price reduction. Feelings this chip and movement are produced by themselves. Do not need to buy from abroad.
Yang Fan, on the other hand, smiled and opened his mouth. All the old bosses, please come with me. Go over and take a look together.
Until this time, a group of old bosses is really reacted, hurriedly followed behind Yang Fan. Hu Shibiao even had a deep sense of frustration. No wonder, Yang Fan can reduce the price so much. If you fight a price war with Yang Fan, it seems this guy is making money no matter what. Yang's movements and chips are self-produced and self-sold, while they, on the other hand, have to buy goods from the rice and island countries. This back and forth, the Yang family will be able to afford low prices, but they cannot afford. Witnessing the production process, a VCD chip and movement produced, and then, being quickly assembled, and even played in public, made everyone present silent.
Every single person's mind was echoing with such a thought.
To fight a price war with the Yang family general, that was truly a sure loss. Hu Jibiao couldn't help but open his mouth and said, Mr. Yang, such a core technology, where did you get it from?
Developed it yourself?
2 years ago, I bought it from the hands of the people in the meter country. Yang Fan slowly and methodically opened his mouth. These 2 years, I have my own D team, upgraded, can movement and chip more long-lasting use, completely keep up with the latest products in this era now.
Chapter 0080 Let the foreign devils cannot earn a penny. Hu Jibiao did not know what he should say.
2 years ago.
2 years ago the VCD industry can sell how much a year? Can sell 100,000 units a year?
Yang Fan, this guy, actually from 2 years ago began to think, this guy, then any of them are ruthless, but also then any of them have a long-term vision, actually, first to buy down the patent copyright. Buy down also even if, actually can do chip and movement upgrade. Now self-produced and self-sold, there is no doubt that the Yang family will be the profit which is the largest.
All the old bosses, how about we go to the conference room and sit down?
Yang Fan smiled and opened his mouth. I can have a good talk with you guys. A group of people all came to Yang Fan's conference room with heavy hearts. Yang Fan didn't speak, and the group of people didn't speak either.
After a long time, Panda's boss was the first to speak. Mr. Yang, I'm afraid you didn't ask us to come to Hongshan City simply to show us your industrial park, did you?
That's right. Yang Fan smiled faintly and spoke slowly. I founded this industrial park and invited all of you to come here. In fact, there is no other idea, mainly because I hope that I can reach a cooperative tendency with you. I hope we can reach a cooperative tendency with you.
Hu Jibiao thought for a moment and then looked at Yang Fan said, Why, Mr. Yang, do you intend to buy the VCD movement and chip to us?
Yang Fan nodded his head and then looked at Yang Fan and said, I don't know. Yang Fan nodded his head and then slowly opened his mouth. I believe that my chip and movement, not worse than any of the use of movement and chip here, I want to sell to you. I believe that you should not refuse it. Hu Jibiao, however, couldn't help but fall silent.
Duan Yongping, on the other hand, spoke up. Mr. Yang, what kind of price do you intend to sell to us?
Mr. Hu, I'll use Edo as an example. Do you have no problem with that? Yang Fan's gaze gently swept over Hu Jibiao's body before he smiled and opened his mouth. Please. Hu Jibiao took a deep breath. As far as I know, the cost of Edo VCD is about $800. The main cost one is the assembly fee, need all kinds of raw materials, these to assemble, followed by the movement and chips, only need to be imported from rice and windmill countries, right? Yang Fan smilingly looked at Hu Jibiao. As for the price, their price is probably between $500 to $600. Basically, the difference will not be too big. Hu Jibiao, on the other hand, gave Yang Fan a wary look. He really felt, not only is he investigating Yang Jiagong, only afraid, Yang Jiagong is also investigating them, only afraid of everyone present, the production costs and prices Yang Fan also all already know.
I'm going to open the window of the sky to say the truth.
Yang Fan directly opened his mouth. $300, movement and chip, each VCD, I want you $300. Directly save $300. Hu Jibiao quickly calculated in his heart, so that he still has the space to reduce the price, and he had made an extra $300 profit for nothing. Think about their previous visit to the windmill country, begging grandpa and grandma, hoping that they can lower the price. This group of foreign devils only dryly lowered $10 or so. To Yang Fan here, actually directly lowered $300. This. Seeing the excitement in each person's eyes, Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth and said, So, we Yang family will be very willing to give you the movement and chip at a low price. Our purpose is, the more you sell VCDs, the better, the more profitable the better. Duan Yongping, however, couldn't help but open his mouth. Mr. Yang, I have one more question. Please say. Yang Fan opened his mouth with a smile. Duan Yongping is straightforward to open his mouth. Mr. Yang, if you sell yourself and directly lower the price, you are completely able to occupy the market. According to your model, it seems that the Yang family will become more competitive VCD. You are not afraid of us to take away your market share? Yang Fan is a slight smile, and then slowly and methodically opened the mouth. Reasonable, however, this account I'm not so calculating. I buy the movement and chip to you, I also have a profit. Said, I also have a profit. A group of people exchanged glances with each other, but at the same time made clear the fact that this profit is definitely not low. Selling them for $300, Yang Fan would make at least $100 or more.
In fact, they still underestimated, Yang Fan at least earns more than $250.
Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. The more you buy, the greater the profit of my movement and chip. Whether the Yang family will completely occupy the market is not important, but the Yang family will be the chip and movement is completely occupy the market, is not it? It seems, really, is this truth? A group of people for a moment did not know what to say. This guy, Yang Fan, really put the facts in front of them and said, there was one more thing that I forgot to tell you all. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth, putting aside the movement and the chip, the assembly fee of the Yang family general, as well as some other materials. The price is probably around $120. Edo probably needs around $200, and it needs several factories to assist at the same time, right? Hu Biao couldn't help but clench his fists. Speaking here, Yang Fan looked around at each of the old bosses present and then slowly opened his mouth. I wonder, are you all old bosses interested in letting Yang family general give you OEM processing? In addition, our Yang family will also have their own logistics. You can also pay a logistics fee. We can directly transport. The Yang family will be transported to the city you want to transport. We can also do a good job of supporting services. Yang Fan looked at everyone present with a smile on his face. I believe that with our Yang family will be industrial park, all the bosses must be able to enjoy the best service. Hu Biao admitted that he was moved. Chip and movement prices instantly waist cut general. More than that, the cost of the Yang family general industrial park cost is also greatly reduced. So calculated, the profit seems to be just greater. Before or think Yang will be the crowd to pull to stabilize the price, now they kind of know, Yang will be the intention to earn their money. Panda's bosses slowly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Yang, this proposal of yours is really very let me heart. However, I am also very curious. The Yang family will be industrial park, can produce so many movements and chips, and VCD? Yang Fan is smiling and spoke, rest assured that, this year, our Yang family will industrial park will be in Jiangnan province in the opening of a few, in the future, not only VCD, and our Yang family will be the game machine, as well as, computers, we have to get involved in. Our slogan is, do not let the foreign devils to earn a penny. Chapter 00818 Billion Orders, give me a break. Hearing this, a group of people couldn't help but laugh. They also all know that the hotter their VCDs are sold, in fact, the last to make money is still the foreign devils who have mastered the core technology. No matter how far their price war went. The money that the foreign devils should earn, that is not a penny less earn. At least from them here to earn $300, no, maybe even more. In fact, Yang Fan also counted a sum of money. Both the windmill country Philips or the rice people are actually not so profitable. A chip is also about $300. On the one hand, their labor costs are relatively high. Another aspect is transportation. Back and forth transportation, customs and so on, the cost is also extremely high. The best way is to start a factory in China. However, the problem is here, until they start up the factory, at least 1 or 2 years, this 1 or 2 years, technology updates, not to mention, VCD has long been out of fashion. This account, they will also be calculated clearly. Yang Fan, this is to start early. Now VCD still have at least a few years of popularity, as long as we have to wait until 2 years ago before gradually began to weaken. However, at that time, Yang Fan will not just do VCD business. Computer, cell phone, he can OEM production. This back and forth, just Edo, at least $380 more profit. Before it was already a thin profit, now the profit has fallen back to $480, there is still a large profit margin. The atmosphere of the conference room began to become warm. Originally still worried about VCD into the era of micro-profit, now it seems, or greatly profitable. Then in the future we love more VCD production, will be placed in the Yangjiang Industrial Park. Hu Biao directly opened the mouth, specific figures, I need to go back to the statistics. Can, however, we require is 60% of the advance payment. Yang Fan looked at Hu Biao and opened his mouth with a smile. Okay, no problem, as long as you can bring down the price, 100% to you are no problem. Hu Biao waved his hand and opened his mouth with great bravado. This, I also need to go back to discuss. Duan Yongping was also moved. Now, it was clear that the Yang family would be able to minimize their own costs, so what reason did they have not to agree and consent? There was almost no one who didn't have a heartbeat. However, the mind of every person present was also different. Duan Yongping at this moment was truly experiencing the terror of mastering core technology. Only by truly mastering the core technology can you begin to make a lot of money. History, BBK, not only did not disappear on the stage of history, but later on, it began to develop cell phones. BBK repeater, BBK point reader, BBK music phone, which is the most famous in turn is Vivo. To be able to live to 20 years later, this is inseparable from Duan Yongping's steady thinking. By the time this group of entrepreneurs left, the Young family would have received an order of almost $8 billion.
Yang Hong was almost mad with joy.
However, right after this group of people left, Edo's old general manager Hu Jibiao actually circled back.
Mr. Yang.
Hu Jibiao sat in Yang Fan's office and slowly spoke. I want to ask, can you help me produce a new item? Yang Fan looked at Hu Jibiao with some doubt. What project?
Idwa game machine.
Hu Jibiao spoke directly and bluntly. I want to produce game consoles just like the Young family generals. This prospect is going to be a bit bigger.
At present you have no technology and no brand. You want to insert the game machine industry? Yang Fan smiled and said, are you planning to let us Young family will produce it and then put on your Edo brand?
Hu Jibiao nodded.
Yang Fan.
Never thought that this guy actually shamelessly admitted it. Mr. Yang, I have done game consoles before. I know how big this market is. Hu Jibiao slowly opened his mouth. In this regard, I do have sales channels, and the brand of Edo also has a certain influence. For the Young family general, what you want is nothing more than to make money. Hu Jibiao slow fly fast opening, and I can let the game machine to sell more. This for the Young family general is not a very favorable thing. Yang Fan had a high opinion of Hu Jibiao. In another parallel time and space, after Hu Jibiao took the bid, he immediately began to inflate, using a price-cutting war in order to completely dominate the market. However, his strategy ultimately led to his own great collapse. This world, because of Yang Fan's appearance, in turn, Hu Jibiao also step by step to learn, although it is also a price reduction rate, but it is still held down by Yang Fan, never gave Hu Jibiao the opportunity to inflate. The most important thing is that Hu Jibiao in this process is to follow Yang Fan learned a lot of things. Coupled with the cooperation with Zhong Qingho, in turn, Hu Jibiao opened up the market of the 3rd and 4th tier cities. And now, actually once again stared at the game machine. He judged that the game machine will be after the VCD. There is an explosion point. It is worth to try yourself. I can give you production, however, the first order cannot be less than 1 billion. Yang Fan directly opened the mouth. As for you to improve, casually, love how to improve, this is your thing, but the first order cannot be less than 1 billion. As for how to sell, this is your thing, I do not care. Good, 1 billion of the order of. Hu Jibiao also took a deep breath. He aimed at the game machine, also judged that the next profitable growth point is definitely the game machine. For Yang Fan, the more game consoles that is the better. The more game consoles, the more people will buy games. A game Yang Fan sold for about $100. Not afraid of the nation's 1.2 billion people, everyone a game console, as long as you buy Hongmeng game a game, that is blood money.
Yang family will game console, this is a gimmick. Hongmeng game is the main event.
Yang Fan is not afraid of others to compete with him on the game machine. His main event is the game of Hongmeng. Now that the national regulation is not so strict, and at the same time, piracy is not so rampant, Yang Fan naturally wants to take advantage of this time to make a fortune. When it's 2,000 years later, it's piracy that's rampant, but that doesn't matter. When piracy doesn't work, I'll just play free for you and make you stronger with kryptonite. Goose Factory has kind of explained this path clearly. The more people selling consoles that is, the better. In the Yang family will be produced in the industrial park. For him Yang Fan, this is also earned. Chapter 0082 Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is.
Mr. Yang, I have a question.
After negotiating the business, Hu Jibiao's entire body was relaxed, and his gaze fell on Yang Fan. Please speak. Yang Fan brewed a pot of tea for Hu Jibiao, and the two of them slowly sipped the tea while slowly opening their mouths. Hu Jibiao slowly opened his mouth. You can now produce and process for us as an agent, so, aren't you worried that we'll go back to windmill country or rice country to buy their patent copyrights and production lines? I believe that the chips and movements that you buy for us must have a considerable profit. Yang Fan then took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. I know, but I am not afraid. Hu Jibiao is slightly stunned, heard Yang Fan faintly opened his mouth. At present, I produce out of the movement and chip are the most advanced. I train this group of research and development personnel, is to spend a lot of money. We have been able to independently and autonomously production, and update. In addition to this,
Yang Fan opened his mouth indifferently. What makes you think that foreigners will sell to you?
Hu Jibiao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What? You probably don't know, foreigners have a technology blockade against us, simply put in 2. And stands for the current most advanced technology 2, which represents 2 levels below this most advanced technology. Said here, Yang Fan smiled and said, I buy, VCD technology is recognized by foreigners as backward technology, even so, I also spent a lot of effort to buy. Now you buy, at present, our VCD's national sales of 10 million, or even more, and, this year, according to our first quarter of the forecast, this year's annual sales are likely to exceed 50 million. This one technology will be considered by them as high-end technology. They are certainly not willing to sell this technology. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. Perhaps you will say, we do not buy, this technology will rot in their hands, has been waiting for a long time until no one asked for, at least the first half of the year or a year, before endeavors are consumed, whether it is Philips or Sony, or Cube, VCD movement and chips or belong to the parochial. They will wait and see, they will wait until a year or 2 later. Will their technology still be up to date?
Even if at that time, you guys think you can buy it, but the truth is, even if they sell it, they will sell it to us at an astronomical price, and the technology is already starting to fall behind. Hu Biao was slightly dumbfounded for a moment before speaking, but, Mr. Yang, this is just your speculation, you don't really have a grasp on it. It is not my speculation, in fact, I registered the purse company, specifically to find them talked about. I also told them that there is a Yang family in Huaxia, can also be independent of the production of movements and chips. Yang Fan shrugged, but, even so, they still refused to sell, even, not willing to lower the price. Hu Biao. Damn, always feel, Yang Fan, this guy is really do not fight the battle without certainty, everything is counted to death by this guy. From Yang Fan here to leave, in fact, is also each harboring their own little plans. As soon as Duan Yongping returned to Yangchang, the first thing he had to do was to convene a board of directors to discuss how he was going to get the core technology he needed from the windmill country, the rice country, and the island country. Duan Yongping wants to know is. Exactly, Yang Fans, this movement and chip can earn how much money from themselves. If they can really get this core technology in their hands, then, in the future price war they can occupy an absolute advantage. Even if you can't dry out the Yangs, then being second in the industry, it's not impossible. Duan Yongping does not want his lifeline to be pinched by Yang Fan. In case one day Yang Fan wants to increase the price, then for themselves, is not to cry, the core technology must be grasped in their own hands. Uniquely, there are really a lot of people who think this way. Since Yang Fan can buy, then why can't they buy? With the patent copyright in hand, they can freely produce it themselves. 1 month later. Bang! Duan Yongping right hand slammed hard on the table, his face is unusually ugly. Not surprisingly, Philips, Sony, and 2 companies in the United States simply rejected BBK directly. To put it bluntly, is not to buy. In the eyes of these companies, the VCD movement and chip is the hen that has been laying golden eggs. Killing the chicken to get the eggs, this kind of thing, they absolutely can't do. They actually know what it means to kill the chicken to get the eggs. Duan Yongping was naturally furious, even though these companies knew that the Yang family would already be able to produce their own movements and chips. They also still refused to sell patent copyrights and technology. Just don't sell it to you. Duan Yongping retreated to the next best thing. Since this is the case, then whether it is possible to slightly lower the price, at least also good to compete with the domestic competition. However, this was also rejected. The labor cost of their own production, as well as the transportation cost, is too expensive. Of course, they can also go to China to open their own factories, but to go to China is to open a separate factory, seems to be a little inappropriate. $600, the minimum reduced to $550. Duan Yongping, angry, body shivering, really hate to gnash teeth. Their own hard work for so long, all to these companies, to reduce the price a little, but also a minimum of $550. Damn, before the lowest price is still $540. Moreover, their reason is also quite ridiculous, because the price of raw materials has increased. I can go to your grandfather it. It is not only Duan Yongping who has hit the wall, but also Panda's old boss. In the end, even Hu Biao tried undaunted, but got a unified answer, resolutely not for sale, and, because too many companies came, they in turn thought that Huaxia very much need their technology. After the refusal, the price was not willing to lower. In this way, they naturally had no choice but to buy Yang's movements and chips. Other than that, the service of Yang Family General was still quite in place. VCD's market seems to be gradually saturated. No matter how to look at it, left and right, horizontal and vertical, up and down, the Yang family will be making money. A whole month, Shinka, Panda, on the high point, Hualu, BBK, Xianka, Love More. Collectively out of stock. Is not from you here to buy goods, since you want to consume, then to consume to see to the end, who cannot carry. And all of this? Also all by Yang Fan to see in the eyes, he is naturally about to go crazy with joy. What is that saying? Weakness and ignorance is not an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. Chapter 0083, more than 100 million sales, foreign devils spit blood. In fact, it really is not Philips, Sony, ESS, Cube arrogance. Rather, for them, all belong to the rising period of the company. Even if they do not do VCD business, they also have a large number of their own business. Currently in China, from the consumer market, it is obvious that they do not have a strong purchasing power. Their main targets are still Europe and rice. China is still defined as the factory of the world. For them, it was absolutely not their wish for Huaxia to master the most advanced technology. Regardless of how domestic entrepreneurs go to them, the attitude they ultimately show is still not willing to sell. Even if you do not come to buy, their annual loss is actually not big. This is a number that is completely consumable. In this way, Shu's Yang Fan is the best choice. A VCD is still at least $400 of profit, and, inspired by Yang Fan, today's VCD market is more than another parallel space. These manufacturers have lowered their prices, but also penetrated into the 3rd and 4th tier cities. For an ordinary family, as long as they bite the bullet and tighten their belts, they can still buy a VCD, and once the price drops to $1,500, most families can still afford it. In addition, in the rural market, there are still VCDs.
The video halls in the third and fourth tier towns began to move to the countryside, and the price of watching a movie was much cheaper, 50 cents for a movie, $1 for a movie.
Remote areas were developed.
Pale as Young Fan's first business is the need to be responsible for the production of 20 million VCDs. The opening year of the VCD sales of The Fire instantly let these brands realize that this year, VCDs will only become more and more. Really cannot, in the middle of the year, directly to a big promotion, price reduction sales. China's population is so large, can't do one person to buy one, but let 1 out of 10 people to buy one, this is still possible. That's more than 100 million sales. Moreover, having received Young Fan's inspiration, many manufacturers of VCDs have gone to the bosses of construction sites, specifically to get a room to watch a movie. Every night after the next homework, you can play the movie in the dormitory, so that this group of workers to spend money to watch a movie. In order to sell the VCD, this group of sales can be said to be nothing. The Young family will VCD can be said to be heartless, and now BBK Edo Panda is also considered to learn savvy. How your Young family will do, how we do. In addition to we cannot produce movement and chip, you have what operation mode, we have what operation mode.
Coincidentally, everyone's price is maintained at about the same level as the Young family general.
Now, no one dares to fight a price war. Because no matter how low your price war is, it can't be lower than Yang Jiagong.
Some small VCD manufacturers also found Young family general, hoping that Young family general could be the agent for production. 2 months later. Soon, the 4 major companies realized that the orders about China suddenly disappeared into thin air.
Sony was the fastest to find out. Originally Sony is in the island country. In the past, the company in China every month is a large number of orders.
But now all gone.
Subsequently, Sony immediately sent people to China to investigate.
And get the answer is to let Sony surprised. China's VCD production actually has reached a very horrible level.
According to Sony's news, just to May, VCD sales have exceeded 15 million units, and this number is still rolling over. 15 million, if in the past, that is close to 4.5 billion soft currency profits. According to the current exchange of US dollars and soft currency, that is equivalent to $600 million. This figure, no wonder Sony did not attach importance to it. But, obviously, this sum of money have all been in the hands of the Young family, when Sony's senior management to see this number of times, at this moment, but also had to be under their own noble head guest ready to talk to the domestic VCD manufacturers.
The first to find or BBK.
To be honest, at the beginning of the time Duan Yongping is still very happy. It seems, he is also in the eyes of the island country is still considered a pretty good business.
Now Duan Yongping is not in the mindset of begging grandpa and grandma, but waiting for you to come to beg me. As long as you are willing to lower the price, I can still accept you. However, the answer received is that the minimum selling price is $400. Moreover, it is necessary to purchase 100 million goods in one breath so that you will be given $400. This figure was also calculated by Sony. In fact, their profit was already very, very low when calculated this way. Then, Duan Yongping directly refused. No $200 is exempt from negotiation. Sony is naturally reluctant, and then found Edo Shinko.
When he heard $400, Hu Zhibiao directly let the other party go.
Shinka's reaction was similar. Even if your quality is a little better than the Young family, will so what?
In the middle of this, a back and forth is the profit of $100. I'm selling so much right now, $100 spread out is a pretty decent profit. No one agreed, and the head of Sony could only return with no success.
This situation has been maintained until June.
Subsequently, Philips, 2 companies from the United States of America also came to China, hoping to purchase, but their prices were a bit more expensive than Sony.
Once again, they suffered a rejection. It was at this time that BBK Duan Yongping proposed to buy Sony's patents.
Initially, Sony was refused, but soon, Sony thought that now the VCD market only in China has the potential, this technology is still useless technology. So, Sony according to the rules of the Chinese VCD market, and then, against the BBK proposed selling price of $1 billion. Hearing this figure, Duan Yongping directly angry cursing, you this thing, sell me $1 billion, almost 8 billion soft sister money, I have to buy 20 million VCDs to make money out of it, and, this is not the net profit, is it you stupid or I am stupid? Then, BBK directly refused. At the same time, Duan Yongping is also considered to see the VCD market will soon be saturated, at most, this is a few years, in order to this area of a few years of profit, out of $1 billion, it is impossible.
It seems to need to transform, cannot always do VCD.
Duan Yongping is now considered to feel, VCD is the market is these years.
These years to make good money. Next, we have to consider the development direction of BBK.
Thinking so, Duan Yongping suddenly agreed with Yang Fan. His path is the right one, grasping the core technology in their own hands, and then, slowly develop their own technology brand. The reaction of the other brands was similar. In the end, the 4 major companies did not continue to get orders from Huaxia. Similarly, the patented copyrighted technology in their hands was also stranded because the price was too high. Now for them, selling low is not willing, selling high can only be smashed in their hands.
This depressing feeling made the four major companies almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 0084, Running the Young Family's Prestige.
Yang Hong felt as if he was dreaming during this period of time. In just 6 months, the Yang family seemed to have earned out last year's entire year's income. Game consoles, VCDs, and foundries. This isn't the speed too fast. Yang Fan also knew in his heart that, in fact, in this era, which was a complete chaos of rules, this era was also an era of the best money sucking.
Today's Yang family can almost be considered the guest of honor of the entire Jiangnan province.
Even when it comes to the province's first hand, the first hand also has to be polite to Yang Hong.
Yang family villa.
Nowadays, although the 3 members of the Yang family were all living together, however, the time to see each other was conversely much less.
Everyone had their own things to be busy with.
However, every week, the family of 3 would still get together for a meal. At the same time, they also took care of some of the current situation.
Expansion of the industrial park, not only Hongshan City, other cities we have to consider, the entire Jiangnan province, there are still some heavy industry. Yang Fan talked about it in a manner, especially this aspect of iron and steel. In the future, the demand of our family are relatively large. Yang Hong nodded, and then changed to open the door. Right, Xiao Fan, some time ago, Jinling tried to find me. They want to let our family take over Jinling Automobile. You see, our family is not to take over Jinling Automobile?
Yang Fan slightly frowned. In the memory really does not have this car. He could not help but open his mouth. Where'd it come from, the car? Yang Hong couldn't help but cough a bit, slowly opened his mouth. This is an old car factory in Jiangnan province. In fact, is more than 50 car maintenance department in some parts put together in the car factory. 87 years when reorganization, now still half dead. Look, Jinling side asked me, do not want to stay. Yang Fan glanced at Yang Hong, and then slowly opened his mouth. Dad, what do you mean? Yang Hong took a deep breath, before he opened his mouth. I want to get down. Yang Fan knows that his old man actually still likes cars. Now there is an opportunity for his old man to take over the auto parts. He is indeed moved. However, this Jinling Automobile, Yang Fan has really never heard of. In his previous life, it is estimated that this is the time to go directly bankrupt.
Carefully thought about it. This is indeed an opportunity to enter the automobile field. Now China's automobile has not yet reached explosive growth. There is still a lot of value-added space. Moreover, this starting point of his own was a little higher than Li Shufu. In fact, strictly speaking, Pop's Hand really does not have what all products. White wine is their own production, blow awesome blow out. As for other snacks, these are in the imitation of Hua. In the end there is still no technical content. The last is real estate is now obviously not the best opportunity to enter the real estate.
The only product, one is their own VCD, the other is the game console. However, these two belong to Hongmeng Group.
Dad, if you really want to engage.
Yang Fan tilted his head and thought for a while, then slowly opened his mouth, then take it down. However, I also have a request. Yang Hong immediately rubbed his hands with some excitement. You say?
Equity distribution must be clear. This is a state-owned enterprise.
Yang Fan smiled, and then slowly opened his mouth. We can take down the full amount, and we can also create our own brand, but there cannot be any aftermath.
Yang Hong nodded. I will pay attention to this.
Dad, if you want to make cars, my son will definitely support you. Yang Fan smiled, continued, however, you will only be able to focus exclusively on the car to do in the future, non-automotive things, do not touch it. China's automobile market is with a lot of space. First of all, to figure out is this Jinling automobile have what power, for example, whether there is a qualification for the production of sedans, have the qualification to produce what cars, all of these have to figure out. Yang Hong again nodded, I will ask clearly.
There is one more point. Yang Fan slightly pondered for a while, and continued, I plan to go to Shangjiang next month. During this time, you need to do one thing. What else needs to be done? Yang Hong could not help but get curious.
Yang Fan has slowly opened his mouth and said, in fact, there is nothing, our family needs to quickly expand a little. I mean this, now in the Jiangnan province, the old man you a city to talk to them, to land, to be approved by them to give us industrial parks. Now, the empty industrial park here in Hongshan is too small, you tell them to expand, to ask for land, and then, according to the size of the city of Hongshan to build.
Expand? Yang Hong's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly.
Yes, is to expand. In the future car production parts, or car assembly can be placed in the industrial park, but, our family cannot take too much money out, to borrow with the bank. Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth, borrow money, the more the better. This reasoning, Yang Hong naturally understands. But there is a principle. Yang Fan added, the amount of borrowing, can only have half of our family assets. This is a line absolutely cannot break through, lest at that time we cannot pay back. Yang Hong slightly pondered for a while, and then nodded, good.
Afterwards, Yang Hong looked at Yang Fan with some hesitation. However, can the province promise us?
Dad, you can rest assured, not to mention, on the basis of our family's this golden brand, they must be begging us to establish industrial parks. Yang Fan smiled slightly, and then continued, first take down the land, as for what to do, do not consider for the time being. Yang Fan is indeed very confident. Now the Yang family is a gold standard. The Yang family wants to expand, others are eager to Yang family hurry over to invest.
Local governments, too, need political achievements.
Yang Hong nodded. That's fine, I'll do as you say, but what are you going to do in Shangjiang? Yang Fan smiled, not slow to open the mouth. In fact, there is nothing, this is not the 1st of July is coming. I want to go to Hong Kong to see, explore the wind, in the future, if our company is going to be listed, or go to sea. Yang Hong sniffing is slightly nodded. To see is also good. The city of Hongshan is too small. Jiangnan is also a little small. Shangjiang is not bad. Yang Fan just laughed. In this era, many people are feeling how high Shangjiang. In fact, in Yang Fan's eyes, Shangjiang is just the same thing.
This time, to go to Shangjiang, Yang Fan is another purpose.
The 1997 Asian financial crisis is coming soon. This time, Yang Fan wanted to experience the taste of the richest Chinese. Chapter 0085 Jiangnan province leaders at all levels of all excited bad.
Yang Hong soon realized that the Yang family's golden signboard that was really good.
When Yang Hong proposed to the city of Jiangnan province that he wanted to build an industrial park, he actually did not encounter any obstruction. As soon as I heard that Yang Hong wanted to invest, it was natural to come over. Selection of site, a variety of preferential policies. Hundreds of acres of land were directly granted. Everything that the Yang family will create in Hongshan, they are naturally in the eyes. Looking at Yang Hong came to their city, they are naturally attentive to hospitality, hoping that the Yang family will be able to revitalize their own economy. Even when Yang Hong was still negotiating in this city, the leaders of another city had already come to the hotel where Yang Hong was staying.
The 90s in China was a two-eyed process.
The boss is gone, and do not know how their future direction. Everything was moving forward amidst groping. Every official was longing for good entrepreneurs who could make their city's economy prosper and could make them soar.
It was an age of blindness.
In this era, it was a time when a single concept could be sold at a sky-high price.
This is the case with the Delong system, the Zhongke system, the Sanjiu system, and the Topper system.
Relying on conceptual speculation, playing with finance, pledging equity, exchanging the left hand for the right hand, repeatedly pledging, and finally even made a huge financial dynasty. However, these four in addition to the 3-9 system back from the dead, the other three have fallen apart and no longer exist. The most frightening thing is, the collapse, but also just in a split second of time. Yang Fan is not unaware that speculation concepts and then equity pledges can be very easy to get the money out, but Yang Fan also knows that doing so will easily create a horrible financial monster. This financial monster will swallow everything that can be swallowed, and then finally swallowed itself. It is possible to run a horse, but it is also necessary to act according to one's ability. Moreover, it is also necessary to consider how to play steadily and steadily. The enterprise that really survives never expands blindly. Even if he is a reborn person, Yang Fan also guarantees that he has absolutely no way to harness this financial monster. How much ability, how much food? This was the line that Yang Fan had set for his old man. Yang Hong obviously obeyed Yang Fan's words. He originally belonged to the kind of relatively conservative people. In the face of the strategy that Yang Fan had set for himself, he felt that he only needed to follow the steps of the implementation will be fine.
For a moment, the entire Jiangnan began to follow the boiling up.
From the provincial level, they began to issue documents, giving first-class attention to Yang's investment. Yang Hong is intended to get 7 industrial parks, mainly for the addition of Hongshan City, although all levels of government cannot wait for the bigger the better, but Yang Hong still maintains a relative restraint. The government of course wants you to get bigger and better, but Yang Hong is extremely restrained. Money to earn, but the step cannot be too big, otherwise, easy to click, pulling the egg.
The 1997 Asian financial turmoil.
Yang Fan is like a thunderclap. Now, he re-experienced this era, naturally, cannot let go of this opportunity. This can be said to be the best opportunity to let himself soar. However, Yang Fan to prepare for their own funds is not much, only 1 billion soft currency, converted into US dollars is 100 million. Yang Fan would like to get a little more money, however, the country in the foreign exchange this piece of management is extremely strict. Although the money is earned, but, in case of suspicion that he is absconding with the money, then the fun will be big. The country's control of foreign exchange is very strict. That's why the Yang family still has tens of billions of soft dollars left at home, otherwise, Yang Fan took away so much foreign exchange, really will be suspected of absconding with the money.
As a matter of fact, the current Shangjiang is still immersed in an atmosphere of slight trepidation.
Despite the fact that the central government of Huaxia has put forward the policy of governing the country,
it has also pacified these tycoons in Shangjiang.
However, many of the citizens of Hong Kong with a little bit of hostility towards China, some of them are still young people, do not know what is called foot motherland. A considerable part of the people, in the future will become waste. Shangjiang, compared to the domestic, is still much more developed. Stepping on the land of Shangjiang, Yang Fan could not help but secretly sigh a little. The current mainland is still in a barbaric pioneering period. Even a big city like Mordor is inferior to Hong Kong.
For the current mainland, this place is like a paradise.
Xinjiang in the late 90s was already considered highly prosperous, and a significant portion of the rich people in the mainland would choose to immigrate to Xinjiang. Everyone who mentions this place is rich, an internationalized metropolis, one of the richest and highest standard of living areas in the world. Of course, Yang Fan is not once or twice over. Before let a lot of Hong Kong and Taiwan stars to shoot their own commercials, however, the first few times, Yang Fan is in a hurry and did not have time to have a good time. After skirting around, Yang Fan felt that Hong Kong is actually nothing more than that, if you wait until 20 years later. That would be completely different. At that time China is already the world's second largest economy, not to mention the Magic City. Even the second-tier cities are far better than Xinjiang.
Xinjiang's economy actually needs to rely on mainland tourists. When the mainland tourists do not come, Xinjiang, there is only this.
Of course, Hong Kong is still the financial center, coupled with the return of the imminent. Naturally, there are many tourists want to witness this historic moment. Yang Fan, on the other hand, is not much excitement. His purpose is to make a fortune in. Nowadays, the degree of openness of Hong Kong relative to the mainland is quite high. In the securities company in Hong Kong, you can even open a separate futures account and then free to trade all kinds of international futures, such as the Hang Seng Index, German Index, no gold, US crude oil, copper, Thai baht, etc.
Yang Fan's goal is the Thai baht. Yang Fan's target is the Thai baht.
This is also the purpose of his coming to Hong Kong. Trading here is highly free. Before the rise of the Magic City, the world's major multinational corporations, banking giants and investment firms have spread in Xinjiang, where you can see all the country's banks.
Even the world's most highly rated Swiss bank has opened a branch here.
The Asian financial turmoil in 1997 started with the Thai baht. In order to short the Thai baht, Yang Fan prepared $100 million. As long as Soros makes a move, he will follow to short the Thai baht. This financial turmoil will sweep through the whole Asia, and eventually, the Asian financial turmoil will also end in Xinjiang.
The four dragons of Asia, except for Xinjiang, were all beaten into snakes.
However, a number of years later, Xinjiang would not have thought that it had still turned into a snake.
Chapter 0086 The Richest Chinese.
$100 million in hand.
Yang Fan took a deep breath.
He knew that this current behavior of his was a huge gamble, and if he won the gamble, the $100 million would directly turn into tens of billions of dollars. He could directly surpass Li Ka-shing to become the richest Chinese.
Soros, Quantum Fund.
Yang Fan is very clear. Soros, this capital predator in the whole of Asia, caused what a huge disaster. The four little dragons directly beat the three dragons into three snakes. Such a powerful capital, Yang Fan naturally will not confront them head-on. All he needs is to put his capital into the market, first of all, from shorting the Thai baht.
Cheung Kong Securities.
The full name is Cheung Kong Industrial Securities, is the securities organization under the Cheung Kong Industrial. At present, it is also the largest securities company in Hong Kong. However, the charges of Cheung Kong Securities, obviously, are also the most expensive, but also the most reliable. Yang Fan naturally wants to choose a reliable company to trade. Oldly, this guy, although on the run, however, as a businessman, his own integrity is still there, is a little harsh on the bottom of the staff. Exploitation is too hard. 20 years have not increased the wages of a penny, but also down 15.
One of the most black-hearted capitalists.
Currently in charge of this piece of the Cheung Kong Securities Company is Li Ka-shing's eldest son Li Zhe-ju, graduated from Stanford University. However, the mainland is most familiar with his place was kidnapped and then extorted the old Li billion incident. Century tough guy Zhang Shihao directly kidnapped Li Zigui, extorting the old Li 103.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. The old Li is also eager to save his son, did not report to the police, pay in full. Later, Zhang Shihao is also considered to keep his promise, never again to Li Jiacheng. Before Zhang Shihao left, he walked up and shook hands with Lao Li to say goodbye. He said, "I'm screwing up like this, will your Li family hate me? Lao Li, don't worry, I often teach my children to have the strength of a lion and the heart of a bodhisattva. Fight with the strength of a lion and treat people well with the heart of a bodhisattva." Zhang Shihao, Mr. Li, I remember the Li family's words in faith. You also remember my words in faith. I promise, I in this organization from now on will not harass the Li family. At this time, old Li still did not forget to give Zhang Shihao some investment advice. He called out to Zhang Shihao, who was about to leave, and asked him, "Mr. Zhang, please stay. I don't know if I should say something. I don't know how you will use this money. I suggest you use this money to buy our company's stock. I guarantee that your family won't be able to eat it all even for 3 generations. Or, take this money to a third country to invest, or just keep it in the bank. It can guarantee you a worry-free life." Zhang Shihao did not stop in these words at all, but dove headlong into the casino, and in the end, the guy lost all his money in the casino, and asked old Li for advice on how to do business. This later story is a lot. There are said to be Zhang again to call Li for money. Li is very angry, also said to be infighting, betrayed by the gang. Of course, the most widely circulated is that he was by the sophisticated Li Ka-shing that what wants him to rush to the other side of the river, and then arrested, sentenced to death, if arrested in Hong Kong, likely to be released again, and Hong Kong at that time the application of the law of the Eagle State, there is no death penalty. This, we all understand, I will not tell. Zhang Shihao was arrested in Jiangmen offshore bridge after being sentenced to death. Zhang Shihao, this guy, how to fight over the old Li, almost 98 years, Zhang Shihao was disposed of. However, this kidnapping has also let Li Zigui, whole person has undergone a radical change, began to seriously deal with things at home, ready to take over the old Li's class. Currently, Li Zigui serves as the general manager of Chungkong Industries, and the market value of the Chungkong Group has reached as high as 800 billion Hong Kong dollars. Miscellaneous add up, in the eyes of the outside world, Lao Li has at least $10 billion, that Lao Li is the richest Chinese. Lao Li had always been a regular on the Forbes list, and not too long ago, Lao Li was honored to be on the list of richest people. However, with the investment in Orange Telecom under Lao Li's personal fortune had skyrocketed by at least $20 billion. In addition, the domestic attitude towards the old Li, everyone is generally believed that the old Li's assets in the future certainly still want to continue to grow.
However, none of this has much to do with Yang Fan. Yangtze River Securities.
When Yang Fan walked in, one salesman was still busy and on the phone, rather like a Hong Kong movie. It was very busy here. Yang Fan had a feeling that he had come to the big-time scene. Soon, Yang Fan found and hit the window he needed, international futures trading. Hello sir, how can I help you?
Sitting above the counter was a man in a suit, speaking Cantonese.
Yang Fan slightly sidetracked his ears. He wasn't very familiar with Cantonese, however, he could still barely understand it.
Hello, I'm here to midnight an international futures trading account. I'm from the mainland, and my trading volume is relatively large, so can you find a separate space for me to chat?
Yang Fan smiled slightly, although Cantonese was spoken half-baked, however, the man still understood. Okay, this gentleman, please follow me, we have a special person in charge of reception. This man in suit immediately changed to a mainland accent. I am also from the mainland, I will take you there.
Oh? Yang Fan looked at the man in the suit with some interest. What's your name? My name is Zhang Ruikai.
The man smiled and opened his mouth. A few years ago, I was just immigrating from Deep City. Yang Fan took a look at Zhang Ruikai, but his face showed an expression that seemed to be a smile. Just immigrated from the Deep City, you are really a pity.
What's the matter with you?
Zhang Ruikai looked at Yang Fan with some doubt.
Yes, it's a pity. Yang Fan laughed, but did not say much. Now I'm afraid not many people will think Xiangjiang will have drastic changes with the Deep City.
Deep City, this later really pressured Xiangjiang to death.
Zhang Ruikai carefully opened his mouth and asked, Mr. How to call?
My surname is Yang, my name is Yang Fan. Yang Fan glanced at Zhang Ruikai and smiled as he opened his mouth and said, lead the way.
Zhang Ruikai nodded, Mr. Yang, please follow me. While walking, Zhang Ruikai couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yang, how much money are you going to trade in futures? Mr. Zhang Ruikai, Mr. Yang, how much money are you going to trade in futures?
Yang Fan smiled and spoke without a care in the world.
$100 million?
Zhang Ruikai only felt his head buzzing, almost didn't bite his tongue, for a moment looked at Yang Fan's gaze, but a lot of changes occurred. This guy looks ordinary, but did not think, this guy actually so rich. Please come with me.
Zhang Ruikai's voice became more and more polite. Chapter 0087 Li Zaiju's Extreme Shock.
Xiangjiang, Chungkong Industries, General Manager's Office. Li Zigui was sitting on top of his boss chair, browsing through the emails in his computer. As a matter of fact, for the current Li Zigui, or rather, for the whole of Xiangjiang, the number one event there was the return of Xiangjiang. Although, on the mainland side, they have repeatedly made assurances. However, it is really hard to say what will happen in the future. Especially, the Li family is a big family, the most afraid of being communist. Closing the computer, Li Zigui moved his wrist. Less than 7 days before the return of Hong Kong, Li Zigui looked at the time again, and then prepared to leave work. As the eldest son of the Li family, Li Zigui grew up just as Li Jiaqin wanted him to. He commutes to work on time and is a fish out of water in the business world. To the outside world, Li Zigui was an excellent heir. In the family, he is a good husband and a good son. So far, Li Zigui still lives with Li Kaxing.
Ding bell. Just at this time, the phone in Li Zigui's office rang.
Li Zigui casually picked up the phone, and on the other end of the phone was Li Zigui's assistant. Mr. Li, there's a big client here at Chungkong Securities.
What? Li Zigui's expression did not change much. Slowly, what big customer, how much money? $100 million. How much? Li Zigui frowned again. $100 million US dollars, central side of the head of the business office just gave me a return. What status?
Li Zigui pushed his glasses, suddenly feeling that this matter is not that simple. His name is Yang Fan, he is the heir of the Yang family general in the mainland. At the same time, there is a company called Hongmeng Group under him from the mainland, moreover, very young, seems to be less than 18 years old. The assistant reported truthfully.
Mainland, Yang Fan?
Li Zaiju cocked his head and thought for a long time. He really didn't know what the identity of the Yang family general was. The Yang family had risen in less than 2 years, and in the mainland are considered to have a considerable fame. However, in the eyes of these tycoons in Xiangjiang, the Yang family did not have that much of an existence.
The Yang family will, Hongmeng Group, immediately investigate. Li Ziguo took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. I need to know in the shortest possible time what kind of company this is, to know exactly what they do. In addition, today, this 100 million has entered the market? At present, it has already entered the market. He wants to short the bot and is still doing leverage. This stopper spoke quickly. Mr. Li, this kid seems to be a bit of a bad guy. Shorting the bot. Li Ziguo slightly narrowed his eyes, but his mind is flashing countless thoughts. This guy, in the end, to do what? Now the whole of Asia's economic development situation is extremely good. The Thai baht as a currency is also still considered strong. Could it be that this guy does not look favorably on the Thai baht? This is interesting. As the future heir of the Li family, Li Zeju has always trusted his own judgment. A top graduate from a prestigious university, coupled with the fact that he had recently taken over the family business, he had not yet achieved any significant accomplishments, but he had always been thriving in his role. A young man from the mainland coming to Hong Kong and immediately attempting to short the Thai baht, how does that not come across as arrogant? Does he have the capability to compete? Investigate immediately. Li Zeju hung up the phone. Normally punctual, Li Zeju was still at the office at this unusual hour. An hour later, Li Zeju's assistant called again. Mr. Li, we've investigated. His name is Yang Fan, from the mainland. Currently, the Yang family has two companies, Yang Jiajiang Group and Hongmeng Group. Yang Jiajiang was once an obscure distillery, which was later acquired by Yang Fan's father, Yang Hong. The assistant quickly added, Yang Hong then invested 66.68 million yuan to bid for the CCTV advertising spot. This included a loan of 300 million yuan that Yang Jiajiang had previously secured from the local government. In 1996, Yang Jiajiang's baijiu began to sell exceptionally well. In the same year, Hongmeng Group was established. Hongmeng Group then launched Yang Jiajiang VCDs, which also sold exceptionally well. Last year, it was reported that nearly 10 million VCDs were sold. Yang Fan frequently traveled to Hong Kong to recruit Hong Kong and Taiwanese celebrities for advertisements. Last year, there were many factories in China selling VCDs, with major brands including manhwa and BBK. However, the sales volume of these VCDs paled in comparison to Yang Jiajiang VCDs. In the same year, Yang Fan's Hongmeng online platform went live and competed head-to-head with rival Yinghewei, defeating them. By year-end, the Yang family once again bid for the CCTV advertising spot, promoting their game consoles. Currently, game console sales remain dominant. The Yang family has established an industrial park in mainland China, primarily producing VCDs and related components. According to the information we have obtained, the sales strategies and strategic of the Yang family and Hongmeng Group were all devised by Yang Fan. Li Zeju's expression changed from disdain to surprise, then to shock, and finally to extreme shock. This is particularly amusing. At first, Li Zeju looked down on the Yang family. He knew how this game was played. Using the CCTV Bid King title to run extensive advertisements was indeed an effective way to accumulate initial capital in the underdeveloped mainland market. However, the Yang family's development last year was completely unexpected for Li Zeju. Selling over 1 million units of outdated VCDs, could Yang Fan be just an ordinary person? To defeat competitors like Yinghewei and even suppress the same brand rivals manhwa and BBK, the Yang family isn't just ordinary, they've got some serious moves. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zeju spoke slowly. You mentioned earlier that Yang Fan is only 17 years old? Yes. His assistant replied. Li Zeju took a deep breath and continued, notify Yang Fan to give him the lowest commission rate in the market, 0.1%. This is the absolute minimum price. Got it. The assistant nodded. I'm off work. If there's anything else, we'll discuss it tomorrow. Li Zeju hung up the phone, then took a deep breath. He couldn't help but ask himself, if I were in this wild and untamed era in the mainland, could I have achieved this level of success? It seemed a bit out of reach. How old was Yang Fan 2 years ago? 15. Li Zeju felt utterly ridiculous. At 15, he hadn't even started accumulating wealth, he wasn't even sure he could excel in his studies. What kind of person was this? Li Zeju clenched his teeth, then picked up the office phone again and called his father, Li Jiacheng. Chapter 0088, Return, the beginning of the capital feast. Though he wasn't very willing to admit it. But Li Zeju could feel it at 15, he definitely didn't have the guts to do something like this. Despite the outside world hailing him as a business genius and touting his success in making money, Li Zeju knew full well that it was all because of his father, Li Ka-shing. Without Li Ka-shing, he would be nothing. People in Hong Kong were willing to do business with him solely because Li Ka-shing was backing him. Yang Fan was different, he had built his empire from scratch. Li Zeju didn't have an exact figure for how much the Yang family was worth. After all, Forbes hadn't yet included mainland China in its rankings. However, since the Yang family can put up $100 million, it is safe to conclude that the Yang family isn't just rich, they're super rich. It seems another rising star is emerging in mainland China. A commission of 0.1%?
Yang Fan looked at the general manager in charge of receiving him, but a smile appeared on his face. All right. You have to admit, Old Lee knows how to do business.
0.1%. The commission wasn't too high, it could even be considered very low.
For the Lee family, there might be opportunities to collaborate with Yang Fan in the future.
Who knows? Perhaps one day, the income from such a collaboration could be astronomical. After leaving Changjiang Securities, Yang Fan stretched his limbs to relax. He directly found a hotel to stay in. Having previously come to Hong Kong to have Hong Kong and Taiwanese celebrities shoot commercials for him, Yang Fan was no stranger to Hong Kong, and in fact, his Cantonese was still quite decent. Hong Kong is just like that. Yang Fan casually strolled around Hong Kong.
To be honest, the atmosphere in Hong Kong was still quite pleasant, though the security situation left something to be desired.
At that time, Hong Kong was still in the midst of the most rampant triad activities.
After the incident with the Iron Lady, the British hoped that the mainland would not get a prosperous Hong Kong, but a chaotic one.
Therefore, a significant portion of Hong Kong's textbooks are problematic.
Similarly, Hong Kong's wealthy elite also hope to wield immense power in Hong Kong, enabling them to control the city and, to some extent, cooperate with the actions of the Eagle Nation.
Hong Kong's triads are extremely rampant. However, after Hong Kong's return, the triads in Hong Kong were no longer a threat. If they dared to misbehave, the mainland would teach them a lesson.
Yang Fan recalls that before his time travel, the mainland seemed to be preparing to take action against Hong Kong.
Hong Kong should simply find its proper place and behave accordingly.
Hong Kong should simply find its proper place.
June 28, 1997.
The Thai baht remained highly stable, and Lee Zeju couldn't help but grow curious about what exactly Yang Fan was basing his belief that the Thai baht would inevitably plummet. If Yang Fan loses his bet, it would be an astronomical figure. However, Lee Zeju also keenly sensed that a large influx of capital was flowing into Asia. Behind all this, it seemed someone was stirring up trouble.
The Quantum Fund had already begun preparing to act.
In fact, the funds deployed by the Quantum Fund were not particularly large, at least not when compared to the scale of a nation. When the Quantum Fund sought to plunder Hong Kong, it was backed by the mainland as its power base.
This is why Hong Kong did not panic, and its real estate market and Hang Seng Index remained stable. Otherwise, Hong Kong would have been doomed.
Sometimes, having money is not enough, it depends on how powerful the entity behind you is.
The mainland's support, though not necessarily in the form of actual funds, can still have a calming effect on public sentiment.
The onset of a financial crisis is not something a single Soros can orchestrate, there must be significant underlying causes at play.
Currently, the impact of hot money in the international financial markets. Globally, there are approximately $7 trillion in floating international capital.
Once international speculators identify a profitable opportunity in a country or region, they immediately launch speculative attacks on that country or region's currency to reap short-term profits.
Some Asian countries have adopted inappropriate foreign exchange policies.
In an effort to attract foreign investment, they have maintained fixed exchange rates while expanding financial liberalization, thereby providing opportunities for international speculators. For example, Thailand lifted capital market controls in 1992 before its financial system was properly established, allowing short-term capital to flow freely and creating conditions for foreign speculators to manipulate the Thai baht. To maintain the fixed exchange rate system, these countries have long relied on foreign exchange reserves to cover deficits, leading to an increase in external debt. Additionally, these countries had an unreasonable external debt structure. With a high proportion of medium and short-term debt, once capital outflows exceeded inflows and foreign exchange reserves were insufficient to cover the shortfall, currency depreciation became inevitable.
Hong Kong was also in a similar predicament.
Had it not been for the mainland's support after its return, Hong Kong would have suffered significant losses during this wave.
Lee Zeju had noticed this flow of international capital but did not pay much attention to it.
This large amount of international capital had been flowing in and out for years, either to the United States or Europe, and would eventually come to Asia. At least, from Lee Zeju's perspective at the time, this capital was merely moving around as usual.
On July 1, Hong Kong returned to China. The entire nation celebrated.
Yang Fan went to the scene to observe the proceedings. Although he was far away, his heart couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In his previous life, he had only seen such scenes on television. This time, he witnessed it in real life.
Then, on July 2, 1997, Siam announced the abandonment of its fixed exchange rate system and the adoption of a floating exchange rate system.
The news spread instantly, and international capital began to move swiftly. A large amount of international capital rushed to Siam at the fastest possible speed. Soros was so eager that he practically jumped into action, rushing straight into Siam. Lee Zeju was also awakened by the ringing of the phone. As soon as he picked it up, he heard his assistant's panicked voice, "Mr. Lee, it's bad news. We've just received word that Siam has announced the abandonment of its fixed exchange rate system and the adoption of a floating exchange rate system."
What? Lee Zeju suddenly snapped out of his daze, sitting up abruptly on the bed. What did you say? Siam has announced the abandonment of its fixed exchange rate system and the adoption of a floating exchange rate system.
The news spread instantly, and international capital began to move swiftly. A large amount of international capital rushed to Siam at the fastest possible speed.
Soros was so eager that he practically jumped into action, rushing straight into Siam. Lee Zeju was also awakened by the ringing of the phone. As soon as he picked it up, he heard his assistant's panicked voice, "Mr. Lee, it's bad news. We've just received word that Siam has announced the abandonment of its fixed exchange rate system and the adoption of a floating exchange rate system." What? Lee Zeju suddenly snapped out of his daze, sitting up abruptly on the bed. "What did you say?" "Siam has announced the abandonment of its fixed exchange rate system and the adoption of a floating exchange rate system?"
"Yes," the assistant replied quickly.
Huff. Lee Zeju took a deep breath, but the name Yang Fan suddenly popped into his mind.
This guy has been laying the groundwork for a long time, shorting the Thai baht.
Did he discover something beforehand? How much will Yang Fan make this time? An indescribable feeling suddenly engulfed Lee Zeju's heart. Has this guy already known all along? Chapter 0089, Asset Surge 1 billion becomes 56 billion, in US dollars.
Soros, this capital tycoon, was like a shark that had smelled blood, appearing almost instantly. Originally, Soros didn't have much capital to mobilize in Asia.
But upon hearing this news, Soros rushed in without hesitation.
On the same day, the exchange rate of the Thai baht against the US dollar dropped by 17%, and the foreign exchange and other financial markets were in complete chaos. This was an extremely alarming figure.
All of this happened in just one day.
Yang Fan's short-selling strategy involved significant leverage, meaning that the $1 billion he invested could be used to secure even larger capital gains.
The Thai baht's value plummeted.
In fact, this was merely the first round of Soros's offensive.
If Siam had reacted quickly enough, it could have withstood Soros' attack.
However, unfortunately, the price plunge still occurred within the range Siam believed it could control.
Soon, Siam realized it had made a mistake.
This was merely the first wave of the quantum fund's assault. The second wave followed closely behind, while simultaneously, $7 trillion of global liquidity flooded into Asia. This was undoubtedly a terrifying figure. The Thai baht began to plummet sharply.
Yang Fan could only watch the Thai baht index and couldn't help but sigh. Ma Laoju was right. Capital, when it comes to this world, drips blood and filth from every pore.
These capital forces care nothing for the lives of the people. They are like a gigantic financial monster, ruthlessly plundering every last shred of wealth within their reach. The Thai baht's plunge immediately attracted a large number of international speculators. Once they identified a country or region with profit potential, they would immediately launch speculative attacks on its currency to reap short-term profits. This was just the beginning. Under the influence of the Thai baht's fluctuations, the Philippine peso, and the Malaysian ringgit soon became the targets of international speculators. Yang Fan was no exception. Taking advantage of the plummeting currencies of these countries, he swiftly joined the ranks of these international speculators. Lee Zeju felt that Yang Fan had lost his mind. This was nearly $7 trillion. A single misstep could mean total ruin. Even the Lee family wouldn't dare play such a game, yet Yang Fan dared to? His nerve was truly astonishing. However, for Yang Fan, none of this was a big deal. In his previous life, he had also dabbled in finance and had read extensively on the subject. When discussing financial crises, people always mention the 1997 Asian financial crisis. The books provided detailed accounts of the entire process of the financial crisis. He knows exactly how George Soros' quantum fund operated, how these international speculators plundered wealth during the crisis, and the specific dates and details. All of it is crystal clear to him. As a reincarnated individual, Yang Fan had already set his sights on the 1997 Asian financial crisis. However, Yang Fan also knew that the capital he held was insufficient to allow him to rise rapidly and earn tens of billions overnight. However, earning a few billion was no problem at all. Lee Zeju watched helplessly as Yang Fan's assets skyrocketed. From $1 billion, it jumped to $4 billion, and then from $4 billion to $12 billion. Yang Fan's judgments were almost flawless, always closely following the international capital, never failing to achieve success. Yang Fan's capital was like a blood-sucking parasite clinging to the back of a colossal beast. Like smaller bloodsuckers clinging to a larger one, he fed on the scraps, but even so, Yang Fan began to grow rapidly. In the stock exchange, Yang Fan looked at the sea of red on the stock market and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Over half a month had passed, and the quantum fund, along with countless international speculators, had directly stormed into Malaysia. Malaysia was still struggling, but Yang Fan knew it couldn't hold out much longer. "Hey, Dad." Yang Fan picked up his phone and was talking to Yang Hong. Currently, Yang Hong knew nothing about what Yang Fan was doing, but he still vividly described the results of his recent efforts to expand his territory. "Additionally, I've already secured the Jinling automobile factory. I took a look, and it can still produce some small cars." Yang Hong spoke slowly. "However, there are still some technical issues.
Technical issues aren't a big deal.
We can collaborate with international manufacturers and have them invest. Yang Fan spoke calmly. I also have some contacts in Hong Kong. I can negotiate with them when the time comes.
Yang Hong nodded upon hearing this, then continued, by the way, when are you coming back? Return?
Yang Fan tilted his head and thought for a moment before continuing. In the short term, I'm afraid I can't come back. There's a big opportunity to make money in Hong Kong, so I need to stay here for a while longer. The two chatted for a while longer before Yang Fan hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan now had over $30 billion in his hands.
In August 1997, Malaysia finally abandoned its efforts to defend the ringgit. The ringgit plummeted, plunging to levels that made people question the meaning of life.
This wave of international capital once again made a fortune, and soon, led by George Soros' Quantum Fund, international speculators began swiftly moving on to the next target country. Yang Fan glanced at the map in front of him, marked a cross over Malaysia, and then drew a circle around Singapore.
Singapore.
The previously resilient Singapore dollar was also hit hard. Although India was the last country to be affected, it suffered the most severe impact. This time, the international speculators made a fortune, but Yang Fan also made a tidy profit.
$56 billion.
2 months ago, Yang Fan had only $1 billion in his hands.
However, in less than 2 months, his US dollar holdings skyrocketed from $1 billion to $56 billion.
When Li Zheja saw this number, he was completely speechless. How much time did Yang Fan take to turn his funds from $1 billion to $56 billion?
This is simply terrifying. However, this wasn't over yet.
Yang Fan was well aware that this financial crisis could at most be called the Southeast Asian financial crisis, not the Asian financial crisis. The real showdown was in the island nation, the cold country, the Bay Area, and Hong Kong. The four little dragons were directly hit by this financial crisis, turning 3 of them into snakes.
Chapter 0090, Shorting the Hang Seng Index. Li Ka-shing is shocked.
Yang Fan seemed to have a golden touch, turning everything he touched into gold. He easily predicted the stock market's fluctuations and could even anticipate the next moves of these international speculators.
$56 billion. Li Zheju couldn't help but admit that Yang Fan had completely surpassed his expectations. This man could keenly discern the changes in international speculators, a game the Li family wasn't even qualified to play. On the surface, all one could see was George Soros' Quantum Fund, but behind the scenes, how many Wall Street financial titans were lurking? $56 billion. When Li Jiaqing heard this figure, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief, staring at Li Zheju. He already has $56 billion?
Yes, father. Li Zheju took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Recently, he shorted the Malaysian currency. Not only that, but he has already begun shorting the Taiwanese currency, and there's still some money left.
Some of the money? Li Ka-shing glanced at Li Zheju. What's going on? He plans to short sell the Hong Kong stock market.
Clearly, he doesn't seem very optimistic about the Hong Kong stock market. Li Zheju couldn't help but blurt out, his assessment is that the Hong Kong stock market may not withstand the impact of the Quantum Fund. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, then cautiously asked, he doesn't have confidence in the Hong Kong stock market? All $56 billion has been invested?
All of it? Li Zheju nodded seriously.
Madman, he's truly a madman.
Li Jiaqing couldn't help but grind his teeth.
In his youth, he had indeed made bold, all-in bets, staking his entire fortune. But now, Li Ka-shing truly dared not. Now that the Li family was so powerful and wealthy, they simply didn't have the courage or daring to do such a thing. Thinking of this, Li Jiaqing sighed and spoke slowly. Young people really do have the guts.
Li Zheju nodded in agreement, then spoke slowly. Father, what is your opinion?
Li Jiaqing paused for a moment before speaking. Since Yang Fan is going to do it, we should follow suit.
Follow suit? Li Zheju paused for a moment before speaking. Father, are you also planning to short the Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong?
We don't need to play so big. Let's start with $10 billion to test the waters. Li Jiaqing took a deep breath, paused for a moment, then continued, let's wait and see. If Yang Fan's judgment is correct, we can make a fortune. If we make a mistake, the loss is still within our.
For Li Jiaqing, his top priority now was stability.
Stability is the most important thing. Seeking victory through stability, the Li family is no longer in the era of competing with the British for assets. In all of Hong Kong, only 9 wealthy families remain. Everything else is secondary. Losses are just losses. Making money doesn't require overnight success. This is Li Ka-shing's strategy.
All right. Li Zheju nodded and then spoke. Father, do you think we should make contact with Yang Fan?
Let's see how his short-selling strategy turns out this time. Li Ka-shing thought for a moment before speaking slowly. If he loses the bet, he'll have to pay back $5.6 billion, and he'll also be saddled with massive debts.
Young people can't rely on luck forever. Li Zheju nodded. The Li family indeed had no need to gamble. We can take our time. The Li family just needs to make money. Hotel.
Yang Fan stretched his limbs and glanced at the calendar.
Time had unnoticed slipped into late September.
And it had been 2 months since he arrived in Hong Kong. Yang Fan had to admit that finance was a fast way to make money, and it was easy to get hooked. In just 2 months, 1 billion had turned into 56 billion.
What did that even mean? No one had ever accumulated such wealth so quickly before. Soros Quantum Fund doesn't count they're an organization.
Yang Fan is an individual who earned that much money in just 2 months. At this moment, Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel that reading more books truly pays off, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make so much money in one go.
The next target is Taiwan, but for international speculators, Taiwan is clearly not the main focus.
The real focus is Hong Kong.
The wealth accumulated there is simply too vast, and as an international financial hub, these international speculators have been salivating over it for years.
However, while Hong Kong is currently feeling the crisis, the international speculators have not yet entered the market. Meanwhile, in Taiwan, the new Taiwan dollar is still struggling to hold on, but it is clear to anyone with eyes that it won't last much longer.
Once Taiwan falls, the pressure on Hong Kong will be unprecedented.
Hong Kong appears to be thriving on the surface, but beneath the surface, it is already in turmoil. With the Lee family's involvement, they have begun short-selling the Hong Kong stock market, and instantly, local Hong Kong tycoons have also started taking action. As the saying goes, capitalists have no nationality.
Capital, from the moment it enters this world, is drenched in blood and filth from head to toe. All they care about is making money. For Li Ka-shing, this is even more true. What can the Hong Kong government do to him even if he short sells the Hang Seng Index? The entire Hong Kong region could be considered Li Ka-shing's backyard.
When these Hong Kong tycoons make their moves, international speculators haven't even started their official short selling of the Hong Kong currency, yet the entire city is already in a state of panic, and the Hang Seng Index has begun to show signs of decline. In late October 1997, international speculators shifted their focus to Hong Kong, the international financial hub. These international speculators targeted Hong Kong's linked exchange rate system. At the same time, good news came from Taiwan, where the Taiwanese authorities suddenly abandoned the new Taiwan dollar's exchange rate, devaluing it by 346 in a single day, increasing pressure on the Hong Kong dollar and the Hong Kong stock market. Compared to another parallel timeline, the pressure Hong Kong faced this time was even greater. Capitalists led by Li Ka-shing took the lead in short selling the Hong Kong stock market. Local tycoons turned against Hong Kong, with Li Ka-shing being the most prominent figure. As the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, every move he makes is closely watched by countless people. With Li Ka-shing leading the way, others naturally followed suit. Stock investors also began to lose confidence in the Hong Kong stock market and started short selling en masse. The pressure on Hong Kong has intensified. Chapter 0091, the Hang Seng Index plummets, and the theoretical new Chinese billionaire is about to take the throne. Yang Fan never expected that at this critical moment, Old Li could give him such a crucial assist. For Hong Kong today, what Old Li represents is entirely different. Even if Old Li were to put up 10 billion to short the Hang Seng Index, or even just $1, the implications would be entirely different. External enemies are formidable, and there are internal traitors as well. Hong Kong can be said to be at a critical juncture of survival. Currently, Hong Kong holds $82 billion in foreign exchange reserves. In theory, it should be able to withstand this financial crisis. However, the greatest fear is that investors lose confidence. Once confidence is lost, the chain reaction it triggers will be catastrophic. On October 23, 1997, the Quantum Fund entered Hong Kong. Under the anxious gaze of investors, the Hang Seng Index plummeted by 181,147 points. They used financial futures instruments, purchasing Hong Kong dollar futures contracts with 3 or 6 month maturities, then quickly sold them short, causing the Hong Kong dollar interest rate to surge and the Hang Seng Index to plummet, reaping enormous profits. Compared to the past, the decline was over 500 points more, primarily due to Li Ka-shing's statement, which caused significant issues with the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index. The situation was even more severe than in history. However, the Hong Kong government did not yield to pressure but instead injected a large amount of foreign exchange reserves to prop up the Hang Seng Index. This was the first wave of the Quantum Fund's attack. Although the Hong Kong government managed to lift the Hang Seng Index significantly, Hong Kong remains isolated and without support. Local tycoons are not backing the government, so how can it possibly counteract the situation? The most critical issue is that investors have lost confidence. Confidence is beginning to collapse. The Hong Kong government gritted its teeth and continued to prop up the stock market, hoping to restore investors' confidence. However, all of this seems to be in vain. The Quantum Fund leads the charge, with a large number of international speculators also launching attacks. On the 28th, the index plummeted by 262,180 points, breaking through the 8,000-point threshold. Instantly, all Hong Kong stock investors completely lost confidence. The speed of this plunge was truly terrifying. Yang Fan's $5.6 billion in the stock market took a nosedive, plummeting to $36.2 billion. Li Ka-shing was stunned. Although the Li family had invested $1 billion, they had not used leverage for safety reasons. However, Yang Fan had leveraged his investments several times over. In just a few days, Yang Fan's theoretical wealth had already surpassed that of Li Ka-shing.
362 billion. Li Ka-shing couldn't help but gasp in shock.
With the onset of the financial crisis, property prices in Hong Kong suddenly began to collapse, with once exorbitant prices plummeting.
However, by this point, Hong Kong residents had little confidence in the property market. Property prices will crash.
Yang Fan observed all this and swiftly established his own real estate company in Hong Kong. He then withdrew over 50 billion from the stock market to acquire properties.
The Hong Kong real estate market will not collapse. Little cutie.
Everyone knows that the prices of properties in Hong Kong in the future will be astronomical. The hotel phone rang suddenly.
Mr. Yang, hello, this is Li Zeju.
On the other end of the line, Li Zeju introduced himself, but he still used respectful language when addressing Yang Fan.
Although Yang Fan was much younger than him, Yang Fan's achievements were far beyond what Li Zeju could match.
His father's greatest achievement was being the wealthiest Chinese person. However, Yang Fan had now theoretically surpassed Li Ka-shing to become the new Chinese billionaire. Upon receiving Li Zeju's call, Yang Fan was not surprised.
He paused for a moment, then smiled and spoke slowly. Hello, Mr. Li.
Li Zeju spoke slowly. My father holds Mr. Yang in the highest regard.
Would you be interested in coming to our home for a meal?
Li Ka-shing rarely invited many people to his home for dinner, so Yang Fan's invitation clearly demonstrated Li Ka-shing's high regard for him.
Sure, Yang Fan smiled. When? When is Mr. Yang available? Li Zeju asked. How about tomorrow at noon? Yang Fan smiled. He still had a major move to make next.
The Hang Seng Index, after facing a sharp decline, was about to experience a new surge.
Switch from shorting to going long.
Major domestic actions are imminent, and the Hong Kong government will certainly need to stabilize the situation. Yang Fan was racing against the clock. To be honest, even as a reincarnated individual, opportunities this thrilling are few and far between. This is one such opportunity. There was one in 2008, and after several circuit breakers in 2020, another one arose.
Life is all about taking risks. What if a bicycle turns into a motorcycle and takes off into the sky, unstoppable?
Yang Fan suddenly thought that there might be another opportunity in China in 2015, but he wasn't daring enough to try it there.
If he got into trouble, the consequences would be severe.
In fact, shorting the Hong Kong stock market was already problematic in the eyes of the state.
Hong Kong's return to China requires a prosperous Hong Kong.
At this critical moment, leading the charge to short sell the Hong Kong stock market, what does that signify?
However, Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry. He would cooperate actively moving forward.
As long as he could bring in a large amount of foreign exchange for the country, there wouldn't be any major issues. What the state seeks is its own development.
On the 29th,
at the stock exchange, Yang Fan remained calm and composed, converting all his funds in the stock market into bullish positions. For a time, the entire stock market experienced a massive fluctuation. Yang Fan's $30 billion was not used for short selling but for going long, which naturally caused a huge stir. However, shortly after, Soros' quantum fund directly sold off, forcefully suppressing the fluctuation.
Yang Fan watched this unfold and couldn't help but be impressed.
The quantum fund was indeed formidable, especially when combined with Soros's network of international speculators. As he watched himself being overwhelmed, Yang Fan merely smiled, knowing that these international speculators would soon learn the meaning of losing everything. By midday, Yang Fan emerged from the exchange. Although the Hang Seng Index had surged earlier due to his actions, it was quickly suppressed. However, Yang Fan wasn't worried. By noon, there would be major positive news. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Zeju's luxury car was already waiting. Mr. Yang, hello. I'm Li Zeju. A young man approached Yang Fan and extended his hand. Li Zeju gave off an air of refinement and elegance, truly the image of a gentleman. Hello. Yang Fan shook hands with Li Zeju. Please. Li Zeju made an inviting gesture, and Yang Fan got into Li Zeju's luxury car. Chapter 0092, Li Jiaqing, the future belongs to you young people. The Rolls-Royce Silver Angel raced down the street. Li Zeju really wanted to have a proper chat with Yang Fan. He was genuinely curious about how Yang Fan had achieved such success. In just 4 months, he had transformed his assets from 1 billion to over 100 billion. That number was simply too enormous. It was so huge that even his father's entire lifetime of business ventures couldn't match the wealth Yang Fan had accumulated in such a short time. However, compared to Li Zeju's restless desire, Yang Fan remained composed. Sitting inside the Rolls-Royce Silver Angel, Yang Fan couldn't help but think to himself. He must buy one too. The feeling of showing off is truly exhilarating. Mr. Yang. Li Zeju finally spoke up. HM? Yang Fan's gaze fell on Li Zeju, and a faint smile appeared on his face. What? Li Zheju thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Personally, I'm quite curious, Mr. Yang.
How did you determine that this time, a Southeast Asian financial crisis would erupt?
Of course,
This is just my personal question. If it involves Mr. Yang's business secrets, you don't have to answer.
at this point, the financial crisis had not yet escalated into the Asian financial crisis.
However, even so, the amount of wealth involved was astronomical.
In response to Li Zheju's question, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly before speaking slowly. Actually, there's nothing to it.
The reason is simple: Hong Kong is about to return. Ha! Li Zheju was taken aback, never expecting Yang Fan to give such an answer. He couldn't help but ask, what does this have to do with Hong Kong's return?
I was taught that imperialist ambitions to destroy us never die. Yang Fan shrugged and spoke slowly. In my view, they will definitely take action against Hong Kong because they want to provoke China.
Li Zheju.
This reason seemed utterly absurd to Li Zheju, and he absolutely refused to believe it.
After a moment's hesitation, Li Zheju spoke again. Then why did you choose to short the Thai baht first?
Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. I have a good understanding of the monetary and economic policies of various countries. In fact, in my view, the economies of Southeast Asia as a whole are in serious trouble. Countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, and South Korea are all export-oriented economies heavily reliant on the global market. Any instability in the Asian economy is bound to have a ripple effect.
Take Siam as an example. The Thai baht is not controlled by the government in international markets, and Thailand itself does not have sufficient foreign exchange reserves. Faced with financial speculation, its economy is vulnerable.
And since the economy determines politics, the political situation in Siam is also unstable.
Li Zheju couldn't help but speak up. So, you're certain that a financial crisis will occur, and it will happen this year? More or less?
Yang Fan shrugged and continued. These Southeast Asian countries have been growing at high speeds through excessive borrowing and have been plagued by the expansion of bad assets. To maintain their economic growth rates, they have turned to foreign debt to sustain their economies. However, due to economic difficulties, some countries have lost the ability to repay their debts.
In Southeast Asia, the real estate bubble has only resulted in bad loans and non-performing loans for banks.
Additionally, there is the case of South Korea, where large corporations have had easy access to bank funding, leading to a situation where, once a company's condition deteriorates, non-performing assets expand rapidly. The presence of a large amount of non-performing assets, in turn, erodes investor confidence.
Secondly, the market system is underdeveloped.
First, the government intervenes excessively in resource allocation, particularly in directing loans and projects within the financial system.
Second, the financial system, especially the regulatory framework, is inadequate.
Third, the flaws of the export substitution model. The export substitution model has been a key factor in the economic success of many Asian countries. However, this model also has three shortcomings. First, as the economy develops to a certain stage, production costs rise, exports are suppressed, and this leads to imbalances in the balance of payments of these countries. Second, when this export-oriented strategy becomes the development strategy of many countries, it will lead to mutual squeezing among them. Third, the step-by-step advancement of products is a prerequisite for continuing export substitution, and it is impossible to maintain competitiveness solely by relying on the advantage of cheap resources. When the financial crisis broke out, these countries had achieved rapid growth but had not solved these problems. At this point, Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders. Given these factors, if the financial crisis hadn't erupted, that would truly have been a miracle. Among all these countries, Siam has the worst control over its currency, so I judge that the likelihood of Siam facing problems is the highest at 1.
Li Zheju couldn't help but frown, then sighed and spoke slowly.
I didn't expect Mr. Lin to have investigated so thoroughly.
Yang Fan deserves to get rich.
Besides investigation, it takes courage. Your Li family naturally doesn't need to take risks, but for me, this risk is worth taking.
Yang Fan smiled. Are you so certain it will erupt in July? Li Zheju remained curious. It's a matter of luck.
Yang Fan smiled slightly. I predicted it would happen in the second half of this year. Whether it's July or not isn't important.
It will definitely happen in the second half of this year.
I didn't expect it to be this intense either. The only thing I need you to do is follow these international speculators and pick up the scraps.
Pick up the scraps and become the richest Chinese person? Li Zheju muttered to himself, then suddenly asked, Mr. Yang, do you think Hong Kong can hold on?
Yang Fan paused for a moment, then looked at Li Zheju with a playful expression and spoke slowly. Your Li family is involved as well, aren't you?
Li Zheju nodded. That's correct. We've invested 10 billion.
Mr. Yang should be aware of that. The wordplay was aptly chosen. For the Li family, $10 billion was hardly a significant sum. Yang Fan smiled and continued, actually, I still believe the Hong Kong government can hold on.
It's not because the Hong Kong government is strong, but because of the mainland behind it. Just as they were talking, the Rolls-Royce Silver Angel came to a stop.
Li Zheju and Yang Fan got out of the car.
Yang Fan then spotted old Li and smiled. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you.
In his previous life, he had often seen old Li on TV and computers, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. Li Ka-shing smiled slightly and spoke slowly, not at all.
I'm old now. The future belongs to you young people.
Chapter 0093, The backing of Hong Kong is the motherland, the Hang Seng Index soars. In theory, young Fan was now wealthier than old Li. All he needed to do was withdraw his money from the stock market. Li Jiaqing also wanted to see this young man at 17 years old. He had already amassed a fortune that surpassed his own in just a few months.
This isn't just being rich, it's being extremely wealthy.
Old Li shares young Fan's view. In the short term, the Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong will plummet, but in the long run, it will still rise. The 1973 stock market crash, the 1987 stock market crash. Old Li had experienced both, but he hadn't gotten deeply involved in the stock market. It simply wasn't worth the risk.
This time is no different.
He's just taking advantage of the stock market crash to make a quick profit, and once he's made enough money, it's time to stabilize the Hang Seng Index.
The Li family's luncheon was, of course, extremely lavish.
In addition to Li Ka-shing, there were also Li Zeju and his wife, as well as Ma Shuming, the CEO of Hutchison Whampoa.
Old Li introduced everyone one by one.
The dishes on the table were quite simple, all Cantonese cuisine, and everything looked rather casual. The conversation was mostly about everyday matters and some interesting stories from the mainland in Hong Kong. However, Yang Fan's behavior still caught Old Li off guard. No matter how one looked at him, Yang Fan did not seem like a young man but rather a seasoned and mature businessman. Old Li had weathered countless storms and encountered many prominent figures and rising stars, but he had never met someone as humble as Yang Fan before. He didn't look like a 17-year-old teenager, but rather like a seasoned businessman who had weathered many storms. There was no trace of a junior, only a carefree and unrestrained demeanor. Whether it was the stock market in Hong Kong, domestic policies, the economy, or the differences between regions, Yang Fan could analyze them all with great clarity. It was as if he knew everything. Real estate, steel, industry, telecommunications, computers, he knows everything. Old Li even specifically asked Yang Fan for his opinion on the mainland real estate market, especially Shenzhen and Shanghai, which were the cities he planned to invest in.
In fact, Old Li had also leveraged the rapid development of the mainland economy.
The market value of Chung Kong Holdings had directly surpassed 1 trillion.
He made at least 300 billion yuan in asset gains from the mainland. However, Old Li eventually fled. He made the money and ran. The shameless nature of capitalists was fully exposed by Old Li. To the extent that domestic newspapers published a front-page article titled "Don't Let Li Ka-shing Escape," which remained highly popular. It's hard to say about the mainland, everything depends on policy.
Old Li, you know that as of now, the company is still allocating housing, so I don't think there's much chance of a sudden surge in housing prices. If the policy changes, it could result in total loss. Yang Fan definitely wouldn't tell Old Li to hurry up and invest. Real estate in mainland China is an absolute moneymaker in the future.
He's just misleading Old Li. Sure enough, Li Jiaqing fell into deep thought. If it doesn't make money, should he continue investing? In fact, since the reform and opening up, Old Li hasn't invested much at all. The main reason is that the mainland is also feeling its way forward.
Whether it can make money and how much it can make are all unknowns. Given Old Li's cautious nature, he naturally wouldn't rush into investing in the mainland. When Yang Fan mentioned that the mainland was still allocating housing through government units, Old Li felt there was no need to rush into the mainland. However, Old Li wouldn't be completely swayed by Yang Fan. The key word is policy. How can you know what the future policies will be? Even now, Old Li realized he hadn't heard any useful information or data from Yang Fan.
But strangely, Yang Fan's analysis was still well-reasoned.
That's what Old Li found impressive about Yang Fan.
Interesting.
Li Jiaqing spoke slowly. Mr. Yang, I see you're currently shorting the Hang Seng Index.
Don't you have much confidence in the future of Hong Kong? Hong Kong.
Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. I still have great confidence in its future. The main reason these international speculators are targeting the Hang Seng Index is because investors lack confidence. However, I believe the Hong Kong government will certainly take various measures to boost investor confidence.
Secondly,
Yang Fan spoke calmly. I am even more convinced that the mainland will eventually step in to rescue Hong Kong.
Li Ka-shing was slightly taken aback. If that's the case, why are you shorting the Hang Seng Index? This was just my strategy from yesterday.
Yang Fan shrugged. The quantum fund and these international speculators are making their first move, so the Hong Kong stock market is bound to experience some volatility.
A sharp decline in the Hang Seng Index is inevitable, but...
At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing, but this is only the quantum fund and international speculators taking action.
The Hong Kong government hasn't started yet.
This morning, I've already switched from shorting to going long. Li Ka-shing suddenly stood up. For some reason, Li Ka-shing always had a bad feeling. Just then, one of Li Zeju's assistants rushed over to the group. Mr. Li, your phone. Li Zeju stood up, and Li Jiaqing nodded imperceptibly at Li Zeju. Li Zeju then stood up and left the luncheon. Just a short while ago. China officially made a statement, first emphasizing that the yuan would not be devalued. Due to China's cautious financial policies and the series of measures taken in previous years to prevent financial risks, the country had not been directly impacted by the crisis, and its financial and economic sectors continued to remain stable. To alleviate the Asian financial crisis, the Chinese government implemented a series of proactive policies, actively participating in the International Monetary Fund's assistance to Asian countries. Following the outbreak of the 1997 financial crisis, the Chinese government provided over $4 billion in assistance to countries like Thailand within the framework arranged by the International Monetary Fund and through bilateral channels. It also provided import-export credits and emergency-free medical supplies to countries like India. At the same time, the government placed high importance on defending the Hong Kong dollar and issued a statement. The Hong Kong government's foreign exchange reserves were $82 billion, but in reality, they now exceed $900 billion, with $10 billion belonging to Yang Fan. There are also $128 billion domestically. Upon the announcement, the situation was immediately stabilized. In response, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority deployed foreign exchange reserves, injecting massive funds into the stock and futures markets to prepare for a decisive showdown. In the face of intense attacks from international financial speculators, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government reiterated that it would not alter the current exchange rate system. The Hang Seng Index rose, and the Hang Seng Index began to surge sharply. The capitalists who had followed Li Ka-shing in short selling all turned pale, none of them expecting such a turn of events. Li Ka-shing's expression was also far from pleasant. He had not received any prior notification. Chapter 0094, The Quantum Funds Retreat $34.8 billion. Li Ka-shing felt a sense of panic. Why didn't the Hong Kong government inform him in advance about their plans to target Soros' quantum fund? As a result, Li Ka-shing was completely unprepared. At that moment, Li Ka-shing was completely dumbfounded. Soon, Li Ka-shing realized why, because he had previously shorted the market, creating a rift between him and the Hong Kong government. As the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, you didn't even lead the effort to defend the Hang Seng Index, and instead you led the short-selling campaign. Not only that, but both the Hong Kong government and the Chinese government are highly dissatisfied with old Li. This is tantamount to undermining the stability of the motherland and Hong Kong. You're leading the charge in disgracing the Chinese government. The Chinese government wants a prosperous Hong Kong, yet you, old Li, are leading the charge to destroy it. What does that mean? Of course, Yang Fan has also been targeted. However, Yang Fan switched sides at the last moment, turning against his former allies to stabilize the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index. In fact, old Li also had this idea. At a critical moment, he helped the Hong Kong government directly confront the quantum fund and international speculators, leveraging his reputation as the wealthiest Chinese businessman to protect the assets of Hong Kong residents seeking asylum. What immense prestige that would have been. Unfortunately, old Li was greedy. He believed the Hang Seng Index would still take a hit. After all, he wasn't reborn, he couldn't predict the exact timing. Switching from shorting to going long, Yang Fan's reaction speed was something old Li couldn't match. The next meal was a bitter pill for old Li to swallow. He never expected this young upstart to react so swiftly. This time, it was a major mistake. In the afternoon, the Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong suddenly stabilized. The Hang Seng Index, which had been at 8,000 points, surged all the way to 9,000 points in just half a day. This was an extremely rapid surge. The hearts of Hong Kong stock investors were immediately stabilized. With mainland China backing them, what else could they possibly worry about? Investors were filled with confidence. Meanwhile, the quantum fund remained unsatisfied and continued to increase its capital injections, determined to disrupt the exchange rate between the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar. A storm was brewing. The Hang Seng Index rose slightly before immediately showing signs of a sharp decline. However, the Hong Kong government was equally determined. Whatever you spit out, we will swallow. Let's see who can hold on longer. The struggle in the stock market was nothing short of thrilling. However, Yang Fan, who knew the true outcome, remained calm. The Hang Seng Index will not only break the 10,000 mark but will continue to soar to new heights. Yang Fan is not only unconcerned but even has some leisure time to read the news and occasionally check out the selection of Hong Kong Miss contestants. There are quite a few contestants this year. This year's third place is Xin Shimian, second place is Li Mingwei, and first place is Wang Jiawei. It must be acknowledged that the beauty standards of the Miss Hong Kong contestants are still quite high. It's not like later years, where each year is worse than the last. If I were to spend some money now, could I get a few of these girls into bed for some fun? As he watched the TV screen, a thought suddenly crossed Yang Fan's mind. Yang Fan is now the wealthiest Chinese businessman, with capital far surpassing that of Li Ka-shing. If he wanted to play around with a few female celebrities, it wouldn't be a problem. However, Yang Fan suppressed this thought for now. He needed to keep an eye on the Hang Seng Index. The Hang Seng Index had begun to surge sharply, and Yang Fan's investments were about to yield returns. This was a critical moment. Li Ka-shing quickly withdrew and injected a large sum of money directly into the Hong Kong stock market, publicly declaring his determination to defend the Hang Seng Index at all costs. A group of capitalists followed suit, making similar statements alongside Li Ka-shing. Instantly, investors followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, the Hang Seng Index was propelled to an even higher level.
What a thrilling turn of events!
Yang Fan has been closely monitoring the fluctuations of the Hang Seng Index, even more so than in his previous life.
It seems that Old Li is now also leading the way in declaring his loyalty. The quantum fund led by George Soros was now facing the strongest resistance since the outbreak of the financial crisis. Having swept through Southeast Asia and with Taiwan directly surrendering, Hong Kong was now surprisingly resilient. Facing the Hong Kong government's resistance, Soros realized that continuing this way would not bring him any benefits. He then decided to withdraw from Hong Kong. The Hang Seng Index reached 13,000 points, the highest in history.
Soros has retreated, and the quantum fund has withdrawn. The Hong Kong stock market successfully stabilized.
For a time, stockholders celebrated.
However, Soros and the quantum fund had only suffered their first setback in Hong Kong. Soon, Soros turned his attention to the cold country and the island nation. Preparations were made to target the currencies of the two countries.
Currently, the Chinese yuan is extremely stable, with its appreciation or depreciation largely determined by the Chinese government, so Soros dares not act. However, the situation was different for the island nation and the cold country. Looking at the soaring Hang Seng Index, Yang Fan merely smiled. He silently calculated his earnings from this round. After deducting taxes and paying a portion of the commission to the Li family, his own income would be at least $348 billion. There was no doubt about it, this was an astronomical figure. Long before Soros was on the defensive, Yang Fan had already started withdrawing his funds from the stock market. Now, this money was quietly sitting in the account Yang Fan had opened at a Swiss bank. To be honest, Yang Fan still feels his heart racing wildly. Bill Gates probably doesn't have much more than him, maybe just an extra 10 billion. This doesn't even include Bill Gates' assets.
However, in terms of cash flow, he has completely surpassed any individual in the world. Additionally, Yang Fan has purchased a large number of properties in Hong Kong. During the sharp decline in the Hang Seng Index, property prices in Hong Kong also fluctuated significantly, and Yang Fan specifically spent 50 billion to acquire them on a large scale. Even Old Li wouldn't dare to put up that much money for such a purchase, but Yang Fan dared to do it. He was confident that Hong Kong's real estate prices would rise significantly in the future.
If he couldn't buy the properties, he'd buy the land.
Yang Fan wasn't worried about prices not rising in the future. Today, in Hong Kong, Yang Fan can already be considered a super rich landowner. If Yang Fan chooses to do so, he can easily become a Hong Kong resident and directly enter Hong Kong's upper crust. He would instantly become the wealthiest person of Chinese descent. Currently, Li Ka-shing's personal fortune stands at over 7 billion, making him the wealthiest Chinese individual. However, Yang Fan's wealth is at least 5 times that amount. Chapter 0095, The Richest Chinese, the New King Ascends the Throne. Of course, if Yang Fan wants to keep playing, this game can continue. For example, Yang Fan could follow Soros' quantum fund and continue shorting the South Korean won and Japanese yen. However, this idea was ultimately suppressed by Yang Fan. Investing such a large sum would effectively make him a major player in the financial world. Besides, who would believe that someone like him, harmless as he is, could pull it off? Who knows, Soros might even go against him. If he bets on a decline, Soros might bet on an increase. What he couldn't control, he absolutely wouldn't touch. Although the allure of making money in the financial markets is more powerful than drugs, Yang Fan managed to suppress this desire. Though he was a reincarnated individual, he was not all-knowing or all-powerful. Some things are beyond his control, so he resolutely avoids them. It's over. Li Jiaqing sighed in relief, feeling as though he had just fought a grueling battle. This time, the storm unleashed by the financial crisis had far exceeded Li Jiaqing's expectations. At first, he had only intended to follow Yang Fan and make a quick profit, but he nearly lost everything in the process. What he never anticipated was that Yang Fan would betray him at this critical moment, turning against him to prop up the Hong Kong stock market. Now, the mission was accomplished, and it was time to retire. Old Li couldn't find the words to describe Yang Fan. When Yang Fan arrived in Hong Kong in July, he had only 1 billion in his hands. However, 3 months later, his capital had grown to over 300 billion. Old Li can't help but envy him openly. In just 3 months, Yang Fan went from an insignificant figure to the wealthiest person of Chinese descent. It must be said that the wealth in the stock market is truly immense. Soaring to the heavens is entirely possible. However, this news is still under strict control at the moment. Most people know that someone has made a fortune in the Hong Kong stock market, but the Li family, being a reputable family, has not revealed the identity of the person. However, Hong Meng Group's branch office in Hong Kong has already been established. Meanwhile, some individuals took advantage of the sharp decline in Hong Kong's real estate market to snap up properties at rock-bottom prices. This individual is a major buyer, and for a time, the entire city was abuzz with speculation about who this person might be.
Li Ka-shing is impossible.
Although his personal assets are estimated to be around $7 billion, he simply cannot come up with that much cash.
Shallow Water Bay Villa. This is Yang Fan's latest asset. Shallow Water Bay is located south of Taiping-shan, nestled between mountains and the sea. The bay forms a crescent shape and is renowned as the world's first bay, also known as the Eastern Hawaii.
It is the most iconic bay in Hong Kong. Similarly, this area is also home to Hong Kong's wealthiest tycoons. Yang Fan purchased Lu Wanxiong's Shallow Water Bay No. 16, a 260 square meter villa in the Platinum Palace, offering a spacious 1,200 square meters of living space, with a total actual area of 6,920 square meters, and includes a beautifully landscaped garden as a gift. The design includes 4 spacious master bedrooms. Each unit features a front yard, a central courtyard, a backyard, and a rooftop terrace. Some units also have sunken courtyards, with the sunken design bringing natural light and ventilation into the basement. The living room has a soaring ceiling height of 63 meters, large floor-to-ceiling windows, and unobstructed views of the golf course. The property features dual air conditioning systems and 24-hour hot water supply.
The Chinese and Western dining areas are separated.
The master suite occupies the top floor, complete with a study and walk-in closet. Through the master bedroom's large floor-to-ceiling windows, residents can enjoy a 180-degree view of the golf course. As soon as Yang Fan saw this, he fell in love with it. While other areas in Hong Kong are not particularly impressive, the views from Shallow Bay are unparalleled, and the price is also reasonable. During the financial crisis, Yang Fan purchased the property for approximately 8 million Hong Kong dollars.
Sitting across from Yang Fan was Li Zeju.
Today, Li Zeju admires Yang Fan deeply. Earning 5 times the wealth his family had accumulated over a lifetime in just 3 months, what kind of miracle was that? Now, the quantum fund has reached the cold country.
Li Zeju spoke slowly. Mr. Yang, what do you think the cold country will do? The quantum fund is already on the decline. Yang Fan spoke slowly. Its destructive power shouldn't be as strong from now on.
Hong Kong has held the line, which gives Asian investors a huge boost in confidence. However, Japan, Hongkong, and Taiwan will still suffer massive losses.
Li Zeju paused slightly before speaking slowly. Mr. Yang, some media outlets in Hong Kong want to interview you. Interview me? Yang Fan was taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, what? Have they already found out how much money I've made?
Li Zeju took a deep breath and spoke slowly. No, we have maintained confidentiality regarding Mr. Yang's current information.
However, Mr. Yang, you will eventually have to come out.
If possible, it would be better to accept the interview from Hong Kong media. Yang Fan smiled and continued, if the Hong Kong media wants to interview me, I have no objections.
However, I personally think that the Hong Kong media shouldn't be the only ones. If possible, I'd like the mainland media to participate as well.
Yes, it would be best if the mainland news broadcast, like CCTV, comes to interview me. Li Zeju couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before nodding and saying, alright, I'll notify the Hong Kong media.
Then I'll handle contacting the mainland side. Yang Fan smiled.
He had a decent relationship with CCTV, after all, having been the bid king for 2 consecutive terms. However, Yang Fan had no plans to run for the 3rd term. It was already November, and the 118th anniversary was approaching. He was still wrapping up matters in Hong Kong and definitely wouldn't have time to go to Beijing. Moreover, his status as the richest man in Hong Kong had just been exposed.
CCTV would definitely want to cultivate him further. After all, the bid king could be compared to the richest man in the country?
After that, Yang Fan finally took out his phone and called his father, Yang Hong.
Hello, Dad. Yang Fan spoke slowly. I'm in Hong Kong. There's been an issue here. You need to come over immediately. Yang Hong hesitated slightly upon hearing Yang Fan's words and asked with confusion, what's going on? Come back immediately.
We still need to bid for the Bid King title this year. Yang Fan spoke slowly. I've made some money from stock trading in Hong Kong recently. I might need to organize a press conference soon, so I'll need you to contact the CCTV reporters for me.
You made money? How much?
Yang Hong asked curiously, as he had no idea about Yang Fan's recent activities.
Not much, 348 billion. Yang Fan said casually, then paused before adding, US dollars. How much? Chapter 0096, The Coronation Ceremony of the Newly Crowned Chinese Billionaire.
Yang Hong felt as though he were dreaming. He still highly regarded his son's ability to make money. However, when Yang Hong heard that Yang Fan had made 348 billion in such a short time, his first reaction was, not bad, that's impressive. He actually managed to make that much. Then, when he heard it was in US dollars,
Yang Hong exploded. What? Yang Hong's voice suddenly rose by several octaves. What did you say? US dollars? Zhou Yun, lying beside Yang Hong, couldn't help but pause in surprise. What's wrong?
Yang Fan seemed to have anticipated his father's reaction and nodded immediately. That's right, 348 billion US dollars. I made it from stock trading recently. Yang Hong felt his breathing grow rapid. He was well aware that a massive financial crisis was unfolding. But he never imagined that his own son would be involved. Being involved was one thing, but actually making 348 billion in US dollars was another matter entirely.
What on earth had he done to make so much money? Yang Fan spoke slowly. It's not that bad. Dad, don't ask about the details. Just hurry up and get a Hong Kong-Macau travel permit.
Also, contact CCTV and tell them I want to hold a press conference in Hong Kong. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. Just tell them whatever you want.
Anyway, I'm sure they've already noticed me. Someone will definitely contact me. Just tell them they want to interview me. Yang Hong swallowed hard and blurted out, Son, are you the richest person in the world now? No, I'm not sure either. The Forbes list hasn't included me yet.
Bill Gates is definitely richer than me, and Warren Buffett is probably richer too.
Yang Fan thought for a moment before speaking slowly.
So, the richest Chinese person must be your son, me.
Yang Hong. It's still a bit exciting to think about it. Alright, I understand. Yang Hong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The news Yang Fan had brought him today was simply too shocking.
After hanging up the phone, Yang Hong immediately dialed Tan Shison's number. Just as Yang Fan had anticipated, the authorities back home had already been keeping a close eye on him. The main reason was that Yang Fan had become a highly controversial figure. While others might not be able to uncover the truth, the authorities certainly could. Yang Fan had been closely associated with George Soros's Quantum Fund, causing quite a stir.
It was also known that Yang Fan currently held 34.8 billion US dollars, and the actual figure might even be higher. Countless eyes were watching Yang Fan from all directions.
Especially within the country, there was a strong desire for Yang Fan to bring this money back to invest domestically. Currently, the country's total foreign exchange reserves amount to just over 120 billion US dollars. Even if Yang Fan were to bring back 30 billion, that would still be an astronomical figure. The wealthiest Chinese individual. Yang Fan also knew that he would eventually have to step into the spotlight. Hiding the truth would serve no purpose, so it was better to acknowledge it openly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hong felt his heart racing wildly. He felt that this time, he had really gone too far. A CCTV interview. This would make the news broadcast. Last time it was the child prodigy. This time, it was the wealthiest individual of Chinese descent. The wealthiest individual of Chinese descent. How long has it been? How did Yang Fan become the wealthiest individual of Chinese descent? Yang Fan is now calm and composed, but in reality, the entire Hong Kong financial is well aware that someone is causing turmoil in the stock market, and no one knows how much money was made in this latest wave. However, everyone is speculating, and when asked about Li Ka-shing, they are all brushed off with the excuse of commercial secrets. However, they all know that this mysterious tycoon is about to make an appearance. A week later, Yang Hong rushed to Hong Kong. His Hong Kong-Macau travel permit was processed urgently, and two of the most experienced journalists from CCTV accompanied him. At the same time, not being naive, they had also arranged for quite a few people to accompany them to Hong Kong. What if Yang Fan flees with the money? Although, in theory, Yang Fan had earned the money himself. Dad, you're here. At Villa number 16 in Shallow Water Bay, Yang Fan greeted his father and several CCTV journalists with a smile. When Yang Hong saw the Shallow Water Bay villa, he was genuinely shocked. Then, he slapped Yang Fan on the shoulder. Son, how did you manage to do this? Predicting the trend in advance, shorting the market, and then switching to a bullish position as soon as I saw the opportunity. That's all it took. Yang Fan spoke calmly. It's that simple. These words left Yang Hong and the journalists speechless. There was no way to respond to that. Fellow journalists? Yang Fan's gaze fell on the few CCTV journalists. These were all seasoned reporters from CCTV, here to interview Yang Fan. Mr. Yang Fan, hello, my name is Kai Yinchi. Kai Yinchi extended his hand toward Yang Fan. Hello, hello. Yang Fan shook hands with Kai Yinchi and then smiled and said, Thank you for coming all the way from Beijing to Hong Kong. Not at all. Kai Yinchi was polite, then handed Yang Fan a copy of the interview questions and continued, Mr. Yang Fan, we've prepared these questions for this interview. Would you like to take a look? Sure. Yang Fan took the interview script and smiled, saying, After such a long journey, why don't you all stay here with me? Kai Yinchi nodded and said, Mr. Yang Fan, regarding the interview, we would like to conduct a separate interview. Would you prefer to do it after the press conference or now? After the press conference. Yang Fan smiled and said, My father is coming today, and I want to have a good chat with him. All right. Kai Yinchi nodded, and then Yang Fan glanced at the Filipino maid beside him and said, Mary, please arrange for these journalists to rest. All right. Mary nodded and went to arrange for the journalists to rest. Yang Hong had a lot on his mind and wanted to ask Yang Fan, but Yang Fan hadn't planned to have a proper chat with his father either.
Tonight, there was a banquet where Yang Fan was going to meet with the wealthy tycoons of Hong Kong.
Yang Hong still felt like he was dreaming, but when he actually saw Li Ka-shing, the king of chartered ships, standing before him and addressing him as Mr. Yang, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of pride. The banquet ended shortly afterward, as there was a press conference scheduled for the next day. Media from Hong Kong, the United Kingdom, mainland China, and the United States would all be covering the event.
Tomorrow is the coronation ceremony for the new Chinese-American billionaire. Chapter 0097, The world bears witness the 17-year-old Chinese-American billionaire. China is short on money, short on foreign exchange.
After all, this wasn't 20 years later, when China's foreign exchange reserves had reached $3 trillion. This year, China's foreign exchange reserves are a meager $120 billion. The US dollars in Yang Fan's possession are a significant portion of China's foreign exchange reserves, equivalent to 1/4 of China's total reserves.
How could China not take this seriously? What is Yang Fan's true intention?
Domestically, people are speculating that Yang Fan is bringing money back to invest in China, which is the most likely scenario. However, they weren't entirely certain, after all.
Yang Fan held powerful capital.
Even if he immigrated to the United States, he would still lead a life of luxury as a capitalist.
Clink. Clink. Hong Kong Bank of China Tower. Here, Yang Fan held a press conference. At that moment, the world's attention was focused here. As the journalists were buzzing with discussion, Yang Fan appeared before them in a suit. Seeing such a young Yang Fan, many journalists were momentarily taken aback, never expecting Yang Fan to be so young. The 17-year-old Chinese billionaire. After Yang Fan took his seat, he slowly began to speak. Dear journalists, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I will answer them one by one. After Yang Fan sat down, the entire venue fell into a momentary silence. Then, a journalist spoke up first. Mr. Yang Fan, I'm a reporter from Mingpao. I would like to ask, how much wealth does Mr. Yang Fan currently possess? Yang Fan smiled and replied slowly, not much, a total of $348 billion. Of course, this is only a portion of my current funds. Additionally, I still have significant assets in China, and I have also purchased a large amount of real estate in Hong Kong. As for the exact amount I currently possess, there is no estimate at this time. Whoa! Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although they knew Yang Fan might be wealthy. However, they never imagined he could be this wealthy. A journalist then asked, May I ask, Mr. Yang Fan, how did you earn so much money? During this period of turmoil in the stock market, I made money through stock trading.
Yang Fan replied calmly. Stock trading. Most people present knew that Yang Fan made his money through stock trading, but no one had expected him to admit it so openly. A reporter from the Dongxiang Daily asked, Mr. Yang Fan, don't you feel ashamed? The Shandong Daily has always been at odds with the government, and its reporting is quite blunt. So, I don't understand why I should feel guilty. Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and spoke calmly. Please explain yourself more clearly, Mr. Journalist. If I don't understand, I have the right to refuse to answer. You've been stirring up trouble in the stock market, disrupting the market, and profiting from the wealth of Hong Kong stock investors. Your actions are clearly plundering the wealth of Hong Kong stock investors. Don't you feel any guilt about that? The reporter from the Shandong Daily posed a very sharp question. The CCTV side couldn't help but furrow their brows. In fact, major media interviews always prepare the questions in advance before asking them. The Shandong Daily is clearly not following the usual script. So I don't understand. So many people are making money in the stock market. Some make money, some lose money. Why do you insist on saying that I'm making money off Hong Kong investors? If that's the case, why not just say it outright? Yang Fan spread his hands and spoke calmly. The Hong Kong government should just close the stock market. Everyone should stop trading. Why is it okay for others to make money, but not me? Yang Fan smiled at the reporter from the Dongfang Daily. Mr. Reporter, I think you should give your brain a good wash. The reporter, taken aback by Yang Fan's retort, turned red in the face. I just don't understand. Li Ka-shing, the king of chartered ships, they're all making a fortune in the stock market. Why can they make money, but I can't? Hong Kong is supposed to be a free market, isn't it? Is this how a free market slaps itself in the face? Yang Fan didn't give the reporter a chance to speak, firing off questions like a machine gun. The reporter had no idea what to say. Mr. Yang, you currently hold $34.8 billion. How do you plan to handle this money? The CCTV reporter quickly asked, Are you planning to continue investing, or keep it in the stock market? I personally don't like stock trading. Yang Fan spoke slowly. However, I advise everyone that the stock market is unpredictable, and gambling is too risky. If you don't have my level of expertise, don't touch stocks or futures. Not even Li Ka-shing can afford to lose. Li Ka-shing, upon hearing this, did indeed look a bit displeased. This time, he had indeed lost a significant amount. As for my money, Yang Fan smiled slightly before speaking slowly. A small portion will remain in Hong Kong for continued investment. The rest will be invested domestically. I believe China's future is limitless, and I will definitely invest in projects I believe in. I plan to establish the Hongmeng Fund next and engage in venture capital investments in China, focusing on projects that interest me. Yang Fan said with a smile. Yang Fan saying this openly in public actually relieved many of the CCTV staff. Although they had analyzed the situation and believed that Yang Fan was highly likely to invest in China, they still felt uneasy without hearing him say it outright. Of course, the weight on their minds had only been lifted by half. They would only truly relax once all the funds were invested in Huaxia.
Another journalist asked, Mr. Yang Fan, what areas are you most interested in moving forward? Computers, the internet, and intelligent technology.
Yang Fan smiled and continued, these are all areas I am quite interested in. The subsequent questions were relatively routine.
However, Yang Fan's name still caught the attention of countless people, both domestically and internationally, including those in Hong Kong.
The return of Hong Kong, the Asian financial crisis.
The birth of a new Chinese billionaire. A 17-year-old Chinese billionaire. This was simply too captivating to ignore. The world's attention was completely captivated by Yang Fan. Chapter 0098, Building the Motherland, It's My Duty. Countless media outlets have focused their attention on Yang Fan.
At this moment, Yang Fan seems to have achieved a certain level of success. However, from the perspective of the global media, in a way, Yang Fan might even feel more comfortable than Bill Gates. While Bill Gates is indeed the richest man in the world, his wealth primarily comes from his investments, stocks he holds, and company assets, a significant portion of which are real estate. However, Yang Fan was different. The $348 billion was all cash. Taking advantage of Soros' retreat, Yang Fan had already converted these stocks into US dollars. In terms of cash flow, it is safe to say that no one can match Yang Fan. Of course, while Soros may seem to have suffered a setback in Hong Kong, they still made a profit. Taking advantage of currency devaluation, they had already plundered some of the high-quality assets of these Southeast Asian countries, and now the Asian financial crisis had not yet subsided.
Just as Yang Fan was holding a press conference,
Soros Quantum Fund, leading a large group of international speculators, had already begun shorting the South Korean won and the Japanese yen. The situation remains extremely dire. Soros quickly identified Yang Fan and followed closely behind, emerging as the biggest winner.
A 17-year-old Chinese billionaire?
Soros looked at the information in the email and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had made $34.8 billion.
For a moment, even Soros was taken aback.
He never expected that a Chinese person could make so much money from the Asian financial crisis he had created. After all, when the Quantum Fund acted, the funds it had raised were only a few hundred billion. It was simply that the financial systems of Southeast Asian countries were too weak, collapsing instantly like a mountain, followed by a flood of international speculators, leading to the massive scale of the crisis. What surprised Soros the most was that Yang Fan managed to walk away unscathed. More importantly, he had almost perfectly timed every critical juncture, always able to predict the next move of these capital flows. Moreover, at a critical moment, he turned the tables, defended Hong Kong, and forcibly seized a lucrative portion from the Quantum Fund and these international speculators. When everyone else had lost faith in Hong Kong, Yang Fan remained optimistic. He even managed to make the Quantum Fund suffer a significant loss. It's important to note that even Soros himself might not have made as much money. The profits of the Quantum Fund belong to the fund itself, and there are significant capital interests behind it. The profits of the Quantum Fund do not represent Soros' personal earnings, only a portion of those profits belong to Soros. The future is long, Yang Fan.
I'll remember you. Soros closed his email and began planning his next move. Shallow Bay Villa.
After the press conference, Yang Hong still felt good. Shortly after, Cai Yunqi called Yang Fan, saying he wanted to conduct an exclusive interview with him. However, accompanying Cai Yunqi was another prominent figure. The deputy bank president of Soft Girl Bank, Zhou Yi. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Yang Fan proactively shook hands with Zhou Yi. At this point, the interview was no longer important. What mattered most was when Yang Fan would transfer the money back to the country. Yang Fan's situation had become too big, even catching the attention of several elders. Zhou Yi shook hands with Yang Fan and laughed heartily. Truly a hero emerges in youth.
Yang Fan, I never expected you to be so wealthy already.
Yang Fan smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Mr. Zhou is joking.
I just happened to stumble upon an opportunity to make money. The currencies of Southeast Asian countries are unstable and easily affected by shocks. I'm just a small-time investor following in the footsteps of George Soros, trying to get a piece of the pie. You call yourself a small investor? You're already a financial tycoon. Zhou Yi laughed heartily and then said, Yang Fan, I won't beat around the bush. I mainly want to ask when you plan to transfer this deal to China? Zhou Yi was quite concerned about this. No amount of empty promises will do. You need to take concrete action. Whenever you need it, I can do it today. Yang Fan wasn't one to beat around the bush either. He spoke directly. This money was always intended to be transferred back to the country.
I'll leave about 4.8 billion US dollars as a remainder, temporarily kept in Hong Kong.
There are some high-quality assets I still need to handle there. Joey nodded and smiled, saying, Yang Fan, your actions will be remembered by the nation. Yang Fan merely smiled and spoke slowly. I've said it before, building the motherland is my unavoidable responsibility. Both parties understood each other implicitly. Yang Fan's return to the country would undoubtedly be met with generous preferential treatment. Following that, Yang Fan accompanied Joey to the Swiss bank. The 300 billion US dollars were all brought back to the country by Yang Fan. With the current exchange rate of 827 yuan per US dollar, this amounted to 248.1 billion yuan. The wealthiest Chinese individual, without a doubt. He set aside 4.8 billion, knowing that part of it was needed to acquire premium assets in Hong Kong, and there was another crucial reason: Soros would make a comeback. By next year, the Quantum Fund would return with renewed vigor. This defeat in Hong Kong did not cause Soros to back down. Instead, he was planning a counterattack to demonstrate his power. However, the Quantum Fund's ultimate fate was still failure. 3 of the 4 Asian tigers had been brought down, leaving 1 dragon and 3 snakes. Yang Fan is waiting for the Quantum Fund to return, so he can tear a piece of flesh from its body. Who knows, perhaps by then, he could even become the world's richest man. Seeing his task completed, Joey visibly relaxed and then looked at Yang Fan, speaking slowly. Yang Fan, what business do you plan to invest in next? Real estate, automobiles, computers, the internet, and smartphones. Yang Fan thought for a moment before speaking. We might also venture into biotechnology and pharmaceuticals. Joey was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Fan to have so many ideas. Actually, computers, the internet, and smartphones are all fine. Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. They're all high-tech industries. The future is an information-driven society. As for cars, it's mainly because my father likes them. Whatever he wants to do, as his son, I have to support him. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. As he spoke, Joey handed Yang Fan a phone number. We'll do our best to help you with any issues. All right. Yang Fan took a deep breath, but a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. I understand. Chapter 0099, National Sensation, Global Focus. November 8, 1997. Now, I announce the winner of this year's bid, King, Yangcheng, Idwa, Hu Zhibiao. As the host's voice echoed, countless media cameras and lights suddenly focused on Hu Zhibiao. Hu Zhibiao was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Finally, he had become the bid king. Up until now, Hu Zhibiao could still feel the pressure from the Yang family, but this year, the Yang family didn't even show up. Without a doubt, this became the subject of speculation for countless people. Why didn't the Yang family come this year? However, many others also breathed a sigh of relief. It was better that the Yang family hadn't come, otherwise, they would have had no chance at all. This time, Hu Zhibiao spent 2.8 billion yuan. Hu Zhibiao felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life, but soon, Hu Zhibiao realized he was wrong. Today's peak of life wasn't Hu Zhibiao, but Yang Fan, the Yang Fan far away in Hong Kong. This year's main character is still the Yang family. A new Chinese billionaire had emerged. When Hu Zhibiao saw the news, he was having dinner. He was eager to make a big move this year, but he accidentally saw the news on the evening broadcast. The man being interviewed was none other than Yang Fan. The news broadcast dedicated a full 5 minutes to the interview with Yang Fan, clearly demonstrating how much the state values him. During the Asian financial crisis, Yang Fan went to Hong Kong to trade stocks and became the wealthiest individual in China? This left everyone speechless. Can things really be this way? Yang Fan remained calm and composed during the interview. I have always believed that our country is a country with a bright future. I am confident that within 20 years, we can become the world's second largest economy, and even surpassing the United States is not impossible. Regarding this investment, I personally favor the automotive industry, the computer industry, and the internet, as well as intelligent technology. These are the main directions for the future. Money, of course, I will bring back to my homeland for investment. I believe that the Chinese people are no inferior to any other ethnic group in the world. We have the best system, the most talented people, and the largest market in the world. As long as we are willing to work hard, the future will undoubtedly belong to the Chinese people. Yang Fan's remarks were filled with confidence and pride. In this era, Yang Fan's remarks were no small feat after all. This is not the time when China's economy has risen to become the world's second largest economy. In this era, public intellectuals are no small number. Yang Fan dared to speak so boldly, which means he was prepared to face criticism. However, Yang Fan truly didn't care. You can criticize me however you like, I'm still the wealthiest person in China, and I'll continue to follow the government's lead. Hu Zhibiao watched this unfold, momentarily at a loss for words. In an instant, he felt that his status as the bidding king had lost its luster. How can he compare? Yang Fan is already the wealthiest person in the Chinese diaspora, while I'm still competing for a minor title. Can China really rise to greatness? Hu Zhibiao took a deep breath, recalling that just a short time ago, China couldn't even produce its own VCD components or chips. He realized his vision was still too narrow. Throughout the entire month of November, the world's attention was focused on Yang Fan. In terms of cash flow, Yang Fan had the most money, a fact even Bill Gates couldn't match. Even Bill Gates couldn't help but read a few more news reports. He remembered clearly that it was around this time last year when Yang Fan drove office out of China. Will China rise? Bill Gates couldn't help but furrow his brows. To be honest, he didn't have much faith in China either. The current dominant power is the United States. China is clearly still at the bronze level. Besides Bill Gates, Warren Buffett also took a closer look at Yang Fan's news. Finally, when faced with a journalist's interview, Buffett said, Yang Fan's investment vision is absolutely top-notch. His ability to assess the situation and flexibly allocate funds in a short period of time is something even I can't match. With the Oracle of Omaha speaking so highly of him, Yang Fan's fame skyrocketed once again. Even though Yang Fan was still in Hong Kong, countless journalists had already come to interview him. The stocks Yang Fan had recommended were surging one after another. Hong Kong. How goo. In a dilapidated courtyard, a group of people had gathered together. The man at the front had a sinister expression on his face, giving off a very treacherous vibe. This man was none other than Zhang Shihao, the so-called century's greatest thief. Last year, he kidnapped Li Zheju. While Yang Fan was causing chaos in the stock market over the past 3 months, Zhang Shihao struck again, kidnapping Hong Kong's second richest man, Hua Bingxiang, and demanding a ransom of 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Shihao pocketed 300 million Hong Kong dollars. However, unfortunately, despite earning so much money, Zhang Shihao lost almost everything in a single trip to the gambling city. Zhang Shihao is a compulsive gambler. He frequently gambled away large sums of money at the casino and even engaged in reckless behavior. Recently, Zhang Shihao was extremely lucky to win a large sum of money at the casino, but in his arrogance, he refused to give the casino henchmen their customary tips. The casino's enforcer was Bang Yajiu, the then boss of the casino's underworld. Feeling insulted by Zhang Shihao, Bang Yajiu couldn't contain his anger and immediately sent his men to Zhang Shihao's hotel to rob him of everything. Subsequently, the two were involved in a series of unpleasant incidents. Zhang Shihao threatened to kidnap Bang Yajun's family, while Bang Yajun sent men to plant bombs in Zhang Shihao's vehicle. Ultimately, realizing he was outmatched, Zhang Shihao, through the mediation of an intermediary, personally went to Bang Yajun's residence to apologize, thereby defusing the crisis. Zhang Shihao had his own reasons for halting the operation. He wanted to kidnap the gambling kingpin, He Hongsheng. Currently, Zhang Shihao is completely broke. He earns money quickly but spends it even faster. After gambling, all the money he had stolen was sent back to the casino. Brother Hao, kidnapping Mr. He seems a bit risky. At that moment, Zhang Shihao's top lieutenant, Yang Jiguang, suddenly spoke up, I think we should kidnap this guy instead. As he spoke, Yang Jiguang pushed the newspaper toward Zhang Shihao and said, this guy has been causing trouble in the Hong Kong stock market lately, becoming the richest Chinese man. It's said he has over 30 billion US dollars. He doesn't have many connections in Hong Kong. Kidnapping him wouldn't be risky. The newspaper clearly showed Yang Fan's photo. Zhang Shihao narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze emanating a fierce, beast-like glint. Kidnapping the newly crowned Chinese billionaire, that sounds interesting. Chapter 0100, The Century's Greatest Thief versus the newly crowned wealthiest Chinese man. In Zhang Shihao's view, taking action against Yang Fan was far easier than targeting Ho Hongsheng. To kidnap He Hongsheng, one would have to go to the gambling city. But kidnapping Yang Fan was unnecessary. Hong Kong was his stronghold, with numerous underlings at his disposal. Kidnapping Yang Fan was entirely feasible. Licking his lips, Zhang Shihao spoke slowly, you have a point. Kidnapping Yang Fan is indeed easier. At this point, Zhang Shihao couldn't help but burst into laughter. We won't ask for much, just 1% of his assets, $300 million. How about that? His men all joined in the laughter. Brother Hao is right. Kidnapping Yang Fan is way too easy. Soon, you'll have to work hard over the next few days. Keep a close eye on Yang Fan and monitor the daily movements of our new Chinese billionaire. Zhang Shihao narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly, wait for the right opportunity, then kidnap him. I understand. Sun nodded. Then, Zhang Shihao gently tidied his hair, his entire body immersed in an indescribable state of excitement. Every operation brought Zhang Shihao an indescribable sense of pleasure. The previous kidnappings of Li Zheju and Hua Bingxiang had given Zhang Shihao a taste of the exhilaration of making money quickly. This time, if he kidnapped Yang Fan, he could extort $300 million. This would be the biggest score he had ever pulled off. This would be the biggest heist he had ever pulled off. Yang Fan's daily routine was fairly predictable, with regular exercise every day. As a reincarnated individual, Yang Fan possesses physical strength and stamina far surpassing the average person. Additionally, through his regular workouts, he has noticed his muscles growing increasingly powerful. Not only that, but Yang Fan has also discovered that his body possesses an extraordinary self-healing ability. How to put it? It's a bit like Wolverine. Basically, he's like an indestructible cockroach. Unless it's a vital area, like the head or heart, his body's healing ability is truly extraordinary. In Hong Kong, Yang Fan primarily handles the management of high-quality assets. Dongfang Hong Real Estate Company, which is run by the real estate prodigy Luo Jiaowei, was severely impacted by the financial crisis, leading to the collapse of both the real estate market and the stock market. In addition to real estate, Dongfang Hong also operates in the herbal medicine industry. Among its real estate projects, there are still a significant number of high-quality assets. Yang Fan plans to take over these assets, conduct an asset liquidation, and then assess how much profit can be made in the real estate industry in Hong Kong. Yang Fan intends to acquire Dongfang Hong Real Estate Company. Moreover, Luo Jiaowei is currently in urgent need of cash. At this critical moment, Yang Fan naturally intends to strike while the iron is hot, aggressively driving down the price. Currently, the only person capable of swallowing up Dongfang Hong Real Estate Company in one go is Yang Fan. Luo Jiaowei was once a renowned real estate prodigy in Hong Kong, with a net worth of 2 billion yuan. He was close friends with wealthy tycoons like Lu Luanxiong and socialized with celebrities like Zhou Xingqi. At just over 20 years old, he had already joined the ranks of billionaires, with a history of numerous scandalous affairs. After declaring bankruptcy, Luo Jiaowei attempted suicide but failed. He later announced his comeback and suddenly revealed his scandalous relationships with numerous female celebrities, though he referred to them only by their initials. Unfortunately, his descriptions were too explicit to be easily overlooked. Although Luo Jiaowei has not declared bankruptcy, he is effectively on the brink of collapse. Yang Fan is coming to acquire his assets. Although Luo Jiaowei is not entirely willing, he owes the bank so much money that Yang Fan is the only one who can help him. After signing the agreement, Luo Jiaowei suddenly looked at Yang Fan with a fawning expression. "Mr. Yang, how about some fun? I can arrange a yacht, and I have some Hong Kong actresses here who are quite skilled." To be honest, Yang Fan was a bit tempted. In Hong Kong, even the richest and most famous actresses are just toys for the wealthy. For example, the golf goddess, or Lu Jialing. Pure and untainted by the world? There aren't many of those. Unfortunately, these actresses know full well that they are just toys in the eyes of these wealthy men, yet they still rush to join them. Their principle is to marry into a wealthy family. Alright, you make the arrangements. Yang Fan smiled and spoke casually. Dating is one thing, but just playing around is another. The entertainment industry is a melting pot, and Yang Fan has never been a moralist. In his previous life, he had his fair share of fun. He couldn't expect every woman he played with to be a virgin, could he? Alright, I'll handle it right away. Luo Jiaowei chuckled. After all, he was part of the wealthy circle in Hong Kong. He had connections and relationships. Whatever type of woman Yang Fan wanted, he could get it for him. In Luo Jiaowei's eyes, he might even need Yang Fan in the future. When it came time to make a comeback and needed funds, he'd better hold onto Yang Fan's leg tightly. "Boss, there seems to be a traffic jam up ahead." The driver suddenly spoke up as we were returning to the villa in Shallow Bay. "HM?" Yang Fan didn't think much of it. It seemed like there was an accident ahead, causing the traffic to back up. What a hassle. Yang Fan muttered under his breath before slowly saying, "Take a detour." However, just at that moment, Yang Fan suddenly felt his car's rear end being hit directly. The powerful impact nearly sent his head crashing into the passenger seat's headrest. What's going on? Yang Fan felt a sudden sense of danger, and then heard a loud crack. The car window was shattered. A black gun barrel then pointed directly at Yang Fan's head. "Mr. Yang, please step out of the car and come with us, will you?" Yang Fan's gaze also fell on the man. Fierce, with eyes like a starving wolf. This face Yang Fan recognized it all too well. The century bandit king, Zhang Shihao. This guy had come to kidnap him? Yang Fan's mind raced, but he didn't resist. It wasn't that he didn't want to at such close range, the gun was pointed directly at his head. A single bullet would be enough to kill him. Although he had the benefits of being reborn, with his body capable of healing injuries extremely quickly, he had never tested whether his head could heal if it was blown off. "Alright, as long as you don't hurt me, everything can be negotiated." Yang Fan took a deep breath and didn't resist. Instead, he opened the car door. A black cloth was immediately draped over Yang Fan's face. Instantly, everything went dark. Then, Yang Fan felt his hands being handcuffed and forced into another car, which then started moving toward an unknown destination. Damn it, I'd been kidnapped by this scumbag. Yang Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Chapter 0101, One Punch to Kill the Century's Most Wanted Criminal. Although his hands were shackled, Yang Fan still had some confidence in his strength. Breaking free from the shackles shouldn't be too difficult. But now, who knew how many guns were pointed at his head? Acting now wouldn't benefit him in any way, and he had no idea what he'd face next. Saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. A dilapidated courtyard. This was Zhang Shihao's current hideout. Zhang Shihao had brought Yang Fan out of the car and had specially arranged for a shackle to lock Yang Fan's right foot. "Mr. Yang, you'll have to endure this inconvenience."
Zhang Shihao looked at Yang Fan, feeling as though he were staring at a mountain of gold.
You want money? How much? Yang Fan spoke directly, just say it. Mr. Yang, you truly live up to your reputation as the wealthiest Chinese businessman. You speak your mind.
Zhang Shihao held up 3 fingers, $300 million.
The money comes, and you're free. No problem, right? $300 million? You're really asking for the moon.
When you kidnapped Li Zeju, you only asked for 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yang Fan heard this and couldn't help but pause for a moment before speaking.
That's different. Li Ka-shing doesn't have as much money as you do. $300 million is just 1% of your assets.
I'm sure you won't refuse such a small request. Zhang Shihao spoke slowly.
Mr. Yang, you're worth that price, aren't you? $300 million is indeed no problem, but you kidnapped me.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. A few days ago, my father returned to the mainland. If you want the money, you'll have to wait until my father arrives in Hong Kong.
The problem is, my father doesn't know I'm staying here with you, so I need to call him first.
Zhang Shihao thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Mr. Yang, you'll have to stay here for 3 more days.
All right. Yang Fan nodded. However, I need some privacy.
I'll stay in this room and not go out. But you can't mistreat me when I eat or use the restroom.
How about that? That's fair.
Zhang Shihao nodded, then smiled, and continued. Mr. Yang, you're the calmest hostage I've ever seen.
Not at all. I know you, Mr. Zhang. You're famous for your integrity. Money is just material wealth. For me, losing money is better than losing my life.
Mr. Zhang, if you release Guo Bingxiang and Li Zeju, I believe you won't kill me. Yang Fan smiled, though he looked down on Zhang Shihao, he still praised him a bit.
Ha, if Mr. Yang thinks that, then I couldn't be more at ease.
Zhang Shihao laughed. In 3 days, I'll come back. You all listen carefully. Mr. Yang is our guest and our moneymaker. You must take good care of him.
Zhang Shihao's henchman nodded immediately. Yang Fan took a deep breath.
As long as his life was safe, everything else could be negotiated. Before carrying out the kidnapping, Zhang Shihao had made thorough preparations.
The entire room was completely sealed.
Although the handcuffs had been removed, Yang Fan was now shackled at the ankles, leaving him no chance of escape. It must be said that Zhang Shihao was a professional when it came to kidnapping. Making himself disappear for 3 days to panic his father, and then demanding ransom afterward would be a piece of cake. Over the 3 days, Yang Fan didn't make any moves but instead gradually lowered their guard. At the very least, he couldn't let them keep a gun pointed at his head at all times. Mr. Yang, even Warren Buffett, the stock market guru, says you're an expert at stock trading.
Could you give us some advice on how to buy stocks to make money? As time went on, the kidnappers actually grew quite familiar with Yang Fan.
Stocks are like this, buy when they're falling, not when they're rising. When prices rise, everyone sees the potential profit and rushes to buy, and that is when the insiders dump their shares. Yang Fan bluffed, but when you see the stock price falling, you should buy in, because in the long run, it will rise.
The kidnapper who asked the question smiled politely. Oh, I see. Last time we asked Mr. Li, he didn't say anything. Mr. Yang, can you tell us what stocks we should buy now that will rise and make money? Yan Jiguan also started to think about it. You're asking me now? How would I know?
Yang Fan rolled his eyes. The stock market is constantly changing.
It's not like we're at the exchange. Even if I told you now, it wouldn't help. All I can tell you is that holding onto them long term will still be very beneficial.
The group of kidnappers began to nod in agreement.
Yang Jiguang spoke up. Mr. Yang, in the future, I also want to do business like you. You probably can't do it.
Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly. The best thing for you to do is to hold onto your stocks long term.
You'll receive dividends every year, which is the safest option. Doing business is risky. One wrong move and you lose everything. Look at me, I'm the richest Chinese person, but do you know that if I make one wrong move, I could lose everything? Just then, the door suddenly swung open, and Zhang Shihao walked in. Brother Hao. Brother Hao.
A group of people stood up and addressed Zhang Shihao.
Zhang Shihao nodded, then walked over to Yang Fan, took out a phone, and handed it to him. Mr. Yang, please call your father now. Yang Fan's gaze fell on Zhang Shihao.
He picked up the phone, glancing at the kidnappers with the corner of his eye. They were all within his range of attack.
No one was holding a gun. Yang Fan suddenly struck, delivering a punch that landed directly on Zhang Shihao's chest. No frills, just simple and direct. A straight punch from boxing.
In his previous life, he had trained in boxing. In this life, his physical strength was extremely high, and his explosive power was truly terrifying. He had once tested himself, and a single strike with all his strength was enough to shatter a sandbag.
Now, Yang Fan wasn't holding back.
He unleashed a full-force punch. In that instant, Zhang Shihao felt as though his ribs were about to shatter. He never expected Yang Fan to dare to attack at this moment, let alone that his strength could be so terrifying. Instantly, a mouthful of blood gushed out of Zhang Shihao's mouth. His entire body was sent flying, then with a loud thud, his body crashed into the wall.
He landed on the ground, motionless. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 0102, Li Jiaqing, I urge you to be kind. Brother Hao.
As soon as Yang Fan instantly knocked Zhang Shihao flying, the men around Zhang Shihao froze in shock, but Yang Fan didn't pause for a moment. He spun his body and swung his elbow swiftly. Boom! The henchman closest to Yang Fan was struck directly in the temple by Yang Fan's elbow. In an instant, the henchman felt darkness engulf his vision and lost consciousness. At that moment, Yang Jiguang finally reacted. He never imagined that the newly appointed Chinese billionaire he had been joking around with for the past few days was such a ruthless individual. He had thought he was a little kitten, but it turned out to be a colorful, ferocious tiger. Whoosh! Yang Jiguang swung a punch toward Yang Fan's face, but before his fist could land, Yang Fan grabbed his arm. Then, with a gentle twist, crack! The clear sound of bones shattering echoed through the air, and Yang Jiguang let out a pitiful scream as his arm twisted grotesquely. The other two henchmen, seeing this, finally reacted and wondered if they should draw their guns. But before they could act, Yang Fan had already charged toward one of the henchmen, swinging both fists downward in a wide arc, striking the henchman's head with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the henchman's head was smashed into his chest. Yang Jiguang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Another henchman had already reached for his waist, about to draw his gun, but at that moment, Yang Fan kicked out, instantly snapping the chain link securing him to the ground. Just as the henchman pulled out his gun, Yang Fan's chain lashed violently across his body. The intense pain caused him to instinctively release his weapon. Yang Fan charged forward again and delivered another punch, sending the henchman crashing to the ground, spitting blood. You. Yang Jiguang felt his entire body trembling. Staring at Yang Fan, he couldn't think of a single word to say. Yang Fan, however, approached Yang Jiguang coldly and delivered a heavy kick to his chest. Crack! That was the sound of his ribs shattering. Yang Jiguang spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Huff! Yang Fan exhaled sharply, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He was indeed a little frightened. Damn it! Why didn't I learn my lesson? I knew Li Zhejiu had been kidnapped, and I knew Zhao Shihao, that bastard who claims to be this century's greatest thief, yet I let my guard down? Actually, it wasn't entirely his fault. Yang Fan had never imagined he would be kidnapped, just like Li Jiaqing and Li Zhejiu had never thought they would be kidnapped either. Who could have imagined that someone like Zhang Shihao, a madman with no boundaries, would appear? I was too careless. Yang Fan took a deep breath, picked up the phone on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then directly called Zhou Yi. Hong Kong, Li family. Since losing his title as the wealthiest Chinese businessman, Li Jiaqing had been sleeping poorly. On one hand, he needed to maintain good relations with the Hong Kong government, and on the other hand, he had to manage his connections within the mainland. Now, Hong Kong has officially returned to China. Yang Fan is in mainland China, where he has invested heavily, naturally fostering excellent relations with the mainland authorities. However, Li Ka-shing is different. His previous actions have left the mainland authorities highly dissatisfied with him. While we are still trying to stabilize the Hong Kong dollar, you old fox is actually shorting Hong Kong stocks. Without paying a price, this is impossible. Are you saying we haven't seen Yang Fan's whereabouts in the past few days? Li Ka-shing furrowed his brows before speaking slowly. Have you gone to find him? Li Zhejiu stood before Li Ka-shing and shook his head slightly. No. However, Yang Fan had been discussing a project with Luo Jiaowei earlier. He wanted to acquire Dongfang Hong, and Luo Jiaowei was also willing to sell. We haven't been able to find Yang Fan these past few days, and we're nearly at our wits' end. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. Why do you think Yang Fan suddenly disappeared without a trace? Li Zhejiu hesitated. Maybe he's gone inland? Dongfang Hong real estate still has some strength, and it has quite a few quality assets under its control. If I had sufficient cash on hand and hadn't been hit by the stock market downturn, I would have planned to acquire it. Li Jiaqing spoke slowly. Unless there are unavoidable factors. Unavoidable factors? Li Zhejiu spoke slowly. What could be an unavoidable factor? At this point, Li Zhejiu was momentarily speechless, then stammered. Are you talking about Zhang Shihao? Last time he was kidnapped by Zhang Shihao, and to this day, it remains Li Zhejiu's worst nightmare. Those days were truly despairing. Li Jiaqing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Apart from this reason, I can't think of any other reason. Apart from Zhang Shihao, I can't think of anyone else. At this point, Li Jiaqing took off his glasses, pulled out a lens cloth, and gently wiped them before speaking slowly. Yang Fan is still too young. Suddenly becoming wealthy, he must have countless eyes watching him. Zhang Shihao is a reckless gambler. He loves to gamble and is quick to lose money. Last time, he kidnapped Guo Bingxian. This time, kidnapping Yang Fan isn't impossible either. Then, Li Jiaqing put his glasses back on and spoke slowly. What do you think would happen if the media in Hong Kong found out that the newly appointed Chinese billionaire had been kidnapped? Li Zhejiu couldn't help but furrow his brows, as a recent case that had just occurred this year kept flashing through his mind. On April 28, 1997, in the drainage ditch of the Zhongdong Industrial Zone in Beigo, Taiwan, a naked female body was discovered, her condition horrifying to behold. Police investigations revealed that she was Bai Xiaoyan, the daughter of the famous Taiwanese actress Bai Bingbing. She was only 17 years old at the time of her death. She was kidnapped on the morning of April 14 while on her way to school, sexually assaulted and killed on April 18, and her body was discovered on April 28. During this time, the news was somehow leaked to the media. Just as Bai Bingbing and undercover police officers were heading to the location with a car full of US dollars to ransom her, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Behind their vehicle, a large media convoy followed closely behind, bustling with activity, as if heading to a ceremony. The police stopped the vehicle midway and shouted at the journalists behind them, "Do you have any professional ethics? What you're doing could drive someone to death." However, the journalists shouted back, "They won't leave, and neither will we." Later, Bai Xiaoyan was sexually assaulted and killed. Li Zheju's pupils contracted sharply. Li Jiaqing wanted Yang Fan to die. Chapter 0103, A Major Upheaval Shakes Hong Kong. When it comes to cruelty and ruthlessness, Li Zheju suddenly realized that his own father was truly a master among masters. Zhang Shihao's kidnapping was merely about extorting money. However, if the media found out, various news reports would flood the media. What would Zhang Shihao do then? Desperate dogs will do desperate things. Would he resort to murder? This is not an impossible scenario. We must not underestimate the moral boundaries of these media professionals. They are a group of unprincipled individuals who only care about sensational headlines. Tracking this matter is not impossible. No, it's not just possible, it's a certainty. They'll pursue the story relentlessly, as they're all vying for the headline. The kidnapping of the new Chinese billionaire is a sensational news story. What will these media outlets do? This is going to get Yang Fan killed. Li Zheju cast a deep glance at his father, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this was his own father. Li Jiaqing spoke slowly, "I've met both Yang Fan and his father. Yang Fan is someone who, if given money, can continue to create wealth. However, Yang Hong is different. His mindset and vision aren't as broad, and he's easily deceived. Even if you give him more wealth, he might end up losing it all." At this point, Li Jiaqing paused briefly before continuing, "Therefore, we must eliminate Yang Fan. The world is better off with one less billionaire. The pie is only so big, having one more person to share it with isn't good." This time, Yang Fan took the opportunity to acquire a significant amount of land and property in Hong Kong. His intention is likely to compete with us in the real estate sector in the future. We must be cautious. Li Ka-shing spoke calmly, "Dealing with one Sun Hung Kai is already challenging enough. Adding another Yang Fan would not be advantageous for us. If Yang Fan were to die, we could negotiate with Yang Hong and acquire this patch of land from him at a low price." Li Ka-shing was also salivating over the land Yang Fan held. This patch of land was acquired by Yang Fan during the real estate market crash, costing nearly $50 billion. You must know that Li Ka-shing's total wealth is currently only $7 billion US. If we can acquire it at a low price, the Li family would strike gold. Moreover, Yang Fan is simply too young. Li Jiaqing spoke his mind. At just 17 years old, what could happen if Yang Fan were given a few more years? Regardless of whether this person might become his future rival, Li Ka-shing felt that since the opportunity presented itself, he must eliminate Yang Fan. Just as Zhang Shihao was heading to the secret location where Yang Fan was being kidnapped, Li Zheju also secretly leaked the information. At first, only a few media outlets in Hong Kong were aware of the situation. However, it quickly escalated. The newly crowned wealthiest Chinese businessman had been kidnapped. The one who kidnapped Yang Fan was Zhang Shihao. In an instant, Hong Kong's media began to stir. This was major news, and they couldn't afford to ignore it. Soon, Hong Kong's police also learned of the situation. Surprisingly, the Hong Kong police were the last to learn about the incident. When the Hong Kong police learned of the incident, they immediately felt a chill run down their spines. How did the media find out about this? The recent Bai Xiaoyan case, although it occurred in Taiwan, was still fresh in their minds. Zhang Shihao had kidnapped Yang Fan. This incident had escalated significantly, especially since so many media outlets were already aware of the news. If Zhang Shihao found out that the media was paying attention, what actions might he take? Desperate dogs will do desperate things. Would he kill Yang Fan outright? Kill him to silence him? Thinking about it this way, someone as ruthless as Zhang Shihao might just be capable of such a thing. The police contacted Yang Fan immediately. The phone was turned off. Soon, a sense of foreboding began to grow among the Hong Kong police, and then the news was immediately reported up the chain of command, reaching the chief executive's office. What? The chief executive was stunned. He had just assumed office as chief executive, and this year had already brought a financial crisis. Now, just as the crisis was beginning to subside, the newly crowned wealthiest Chinese individual had been kidnapped? In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on the chief executive's forehead. This is a slap in the face. This is a real-life slap in the face.
Immediately seal off the media. No media outlet is allowed to report on this matter. The chief executive issued the order immediately.
It might already be too late. Major media outlets in Hong Kong had already begun reporting the incident.
The chief executive's assistant spoke slowly. All major media outlets are rushing to print newspapers.
The most ridiculous part is that our police were the last to find out about this.
We're doomed.
The chief executive felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. No one knows what Zhang Shihao intends to do.
This matter cannot be contained. Shortly after, the chief executive's phone rang.
The news came from the mainland. The Chinese government had personally intervened in the matter. Yang Fan had been kidnapped, and all the media knew about it.
What could these unprincipled media outlets possibly do?
The Chinese government is taking the news of Yang Fan's kidnapping very seriously. If necessary, they will turn Hong Kong upside down to find him.
Even at any cost. At any cost means that, if necessary, military force would be deployed.
This has really escalated the situation. The entire Hong Kong is abuzz with discussions about Zhang Shihao kidnapping Yang Fan. Countless media outlets are frenetically discussing the matter, the kidnapping of the newly appointed Chinese billionaire by the century's most wanted criminal.
Is there any news more sensational than this?
As for Yang Fan's life or death, it seems to be of little importance.
Some people even thought of Bai Xiaoyan.
Some with darker minds are clapping in delight, thinking that if all the wealthy were to perish, it would be a most delightful outcome. Even Yang Hong has been shaken by the news.
Yang Hong was sleeping soundly.
He didn't keep in touch with Yang Fan every day, as he had his own matters to attend to. Not contacting him for 3 days was perfectly normal. It wasn't until the local media flooded his phone with calls that Yang Hong learned Yang Fan had been kidnapped. When Yang Hong realized that the media already knew about it, his head felt like it was exploding. His scalp tingled. They were trying to kill Yang Fan. However, what no one knew was that at that moment, Yang Fan had already dealt with Zhang Shihao, picked up his phone, and dialed Zhou Yi's number.
Chapter 0104, Zhangjiang troops, move out. Zhou, the bank manager, it's Yang Fan.
When Zhou Yi heard Yang Fan's voice, he jolted awake. He never would have dreamed that Yang Fan would call him.
Yang Fan, where are you? Are you able to talk right now?
Zhou Yi furrowed his brows and then lowered his voice. How are you?
I'm fine, but I've been kidnapped.
Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, understanding from Zhou Yi's tone that he had been kidnapped. However, the kidnappers have been taken care of. I'm contacting you first to avoid worrying my father.
You took them down? Zhou Yi couldn't help but pause in surprise. Where are you now? I don't know either. Yang Fan shook his head. This place is unfamiliar, but there are some landmarks here. I can describe them to you.
Zhou Yi took a deep breath and quickly said, Alright, Yang Fan, stay safe. I'll contact the troops stationed in Jiang immediately.
Such a big operation? Yang Fan couldn't help but pause for a moment before saying, I'm fine.
Yang Fan, you should still be careful.
Zhou Yi spoke slowly. By the way, if you're okay, you should call your father.
The entire Xiangjiang knows you were kidnapped by Zhang Shihao.
The entire Hong Kong knows? Yang Fan was completely stunned. How did everyone find out? I'll explain that later. Right now, you need to ensure your safety, keep your phone on, and I'll call you shortly. Zhou Yi said quickly. Alright, I understand. Yang Fan nodded. He then dialed his father Yang Hong's phone. At that moment, Yang Hong was also frantic with worry. How could Yang Fan have been kidnapped out of the blue? As soon as the phone rang, Yang Hong shuddered. Since a few minutes earlier, Yang Hong's phone had been exposed, and media outlets kept calling in. He was extremely irritable, wanting to hang up, but afraid it might be the kidnappers calling. Fortunately, this time Yang Hong answered Yang Fan's call. Hello? Just as Yang Hong was frantic with worry, he heard the voice on the phone. His heart leaped into his throat. Hello, Xiao Fan, is that you? Dad, it's me. Yang Fan took a deep breath and quickly said, I'm fine now. Don't worry about me. I've taken care of the kidnappers. I'm safe. Yang Hong had been worried sick, but upon hearing Yang Fan's words, he suddenly exhaled in relief, feeling as though a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He muttered to himself, as long as you're safe, as long as you're safe. What happened? Dad, I'm waiting for someone right now. Don't worry. Zhang Shihao is dead. You need to pretend to be calm and not show that I'm okay. I suspect someone leaked this to the media and wants to kill me. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. You need to act completely disoriented. I'll see who's trying to take me down. Yang Hong nodded. Alright, I understand. Yang Fan continued. Alright, I won't say more. Someone will call me soon. Tell my mom I'm fine. Your mom doesn't know yet. Yang Hong sighed and spoke slowly. How could I dare let your mom know about this? That's good. Yang Fan smiled slightly and continued. Then we'll talk when I get back. After hanging up, Zhou Yi's call came through, and he also gave Yang Fan a new phone number. Shortly after, the Zhangjun troops arrived at the place where Yang Fan was being held. It was an abandoned chicken farm. How did you manage to do this? A soldier couldn't help but gasp in horror at the sight before him.
After turning Zhang Shihao's body over, he discovered that the man's sternum had been shattered. The bones had been shattered by a tremendous force. I saw that none of them had pulled out their guns, so I just punched him to death.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. I'm just stronger. But to shatter the ribs with a single punch, how strong must that force have been?
The soldier couldn't help but glance at Yang Fan again, sensing that his strength seemed to have surpassed human limits.
Actually, I'm not entirely sure either. It's probably just a natural talent, I guess.
Yang Fan smiled and continued, I have a habit of working out regularly, so my strength might be a bit greater than that of an average person.
Enough, don't ask anymore. An officer interrupted the soldier and saluted Yang Fan.
Mr. Yang Fan, we apologize for startling you.
My name is Lingbu, and this is our fault.
The officer spoke slowly, we apologize for the inconvenience caused over the past 3 days.
Where? Yang Fan smiled slightly and spoke slowly, actually, it's nothing. However, I have a favor to ask.
Speak.
Lingbu said.
First, please do not reveal that I killed these people.
Say it was your doing.
Yang Fan spoke quickly, Zhang Shihao was dealt with by you, not by me. As a reincarnated individual, Yang Fan naturally wanted to keep this a secret.
The fewer people who knew, the better.
This was his trump card, and he couldn't afford to reveal it lightly. I still need to report this to my superiors. Lingbu hesitated before speaking.
Please understand our position. That's completely acceptable. Yang Fan spoke slowly, I'm a businessman. If I get involved in a murder case, no matter how you look at it, it won't be a good thing.
Lingbu nodded in agreement and continued, I will report this to my superiors. Second, do not reveal the news that I have been rescued, at least not for the time being.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. Lingbu nodded and said, all right. Yang Fan took a deep breath.
He was truly curious about who had leaked the information to the media. He knew all the details of Bai Xiaoyan's case, and having it exposed by the media was something he feared more than anything. Although there was no clear answer, Yang Fan immediately focused his suspicions on one person.
Li Jiacheng. This old dog is up to no good. Chapter 0105, The Old Dog Li Jiacheng. Although there was no concrete evidence, Yang Fan was certain that Li Jiacheng was involved. He is definitely not a kind-hearted businessman.
Mercy has no place in the military, and righteousness has no place in finance. Li Jiacheng didn't become the richest Chinese man by just talking the talk.
This is also the best way to eliminate himself.
All he needs to do is stir things up a bit, let the media know that he was kidnapped by Zhang Shihao, and that's all it takes. Zhang Shihao is a desperate criminal. If cornered, he is capable of desperate acts like murder. If it weren't for the benefits of being reborn, this time around, I might have really ended up sacrificing myself.
Soon, Yang Hong arrived in Hong Kong.
Just as Li Jiacheng had anticipated, countless Hong Kong media outlets were stationed outside Yang Fan's villa every day, waiting for Yang Hong's arrival.
Mr. Yang Hong, regarding the kidnapping of your son Yang Fan, what is your opinion on this matter?
Mr. Yang Hong, there are rumors circulating that Zhang Shihao was the one who kidnapped your son.
Would you be willing to reconcile with Zhang Shihao? Mr. Yang Hong, has Zhang Shihao contacted you and demanded any money? Just hearing these questions, Yang Hong felt an overwhelming urge to lash out.
After all, he had a military background and still carried some of that rough and tumble edge from his days on the streets. Listening to the journalists' questions, he felt increasingly frustrated. If he didn't know that Yang Fan was safe, he wasn't sure what he might do. As he reached the depths of the villa, Yang Hong took a deep breath. At that moment, Yang Fan emerged from the shadows.
Dad, are you angry?
Yang Fan smiled sweetly at Yang Hong. You little brat, you scared the life out of me. Yang Hong immediately struck Yang Fan and then asked, what's the situation in Hong Kong right now?
Nothing much, just someone trying to kill me.
Yang Fan spoke slowly, Dad, has anyone contacted you recently? No, mostly just some Hong Kong media. Yang Hong thought for a moment before speaking slowly, the wealthy in Hong Kong have been calling to ask if I need any help. Yang Fan paused for a moment before continuing, I understand. Li Jiacheng wouldn't be so impatient. This old dog wouldn't be so easy to expose.
Yang Fan took a deep breath. He was almost certain it was Li Jiacheng's doing.
Just then, a servant suddenly came over and said, Master, young master, Mr. Li Zeju has arrived.
Yang Fan nodded slightly, let him in.
Then, Yang Fan glanced at Yang Hong and continued, Dad, let's see how Li Zeju reacts first.
I'll hide for now. Yang Hong nodded, and then Li Zeju entered the living room. Uncle Yang. Li Zeju, upon seeing Yang Hong, appeared quite polite. In terms of seniority, he was indeed Yang Hong's senior.
However, if one were to calculate it precisely, Yang Hong was only about 10 years older than Li Zeju.
Mr. Li, you're here. Yang Hong forced a smile.
Li Zeju spoke slowly, Mr. Yang, have you been in contact with Zhang Shihao?
No.
Yang Hong shook his head, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Zhang Shihao isn't in contact with me at all, and I have no idea how Xiao Fan is doing right now.
Uncle Yang, don't worry.
Zhang Shihao is not someone who abuses violence. Last year, he also kidnapped me. At this point, Li Zheju paused briefly before continuing. This man isn't the type to use violence indiscriminately.
All he wants is money. As long as you give him enough money, I believe Yang Fan will be fine.
At this point, Li Zheju wiped his mouth, unable to help but recall how Zhang Shihao had returned with the money, hugged him, and kissed him.
I hope so.
Yang Hong sighed. This wasn't a big deal to begin with. Now with all these media reporters around, I'm afraid Zhang Shihao might lose his temper and kill him.
Li Zheju didn't say much, just adopting a solemn expression. After a while, Li Zheju spoke slowly. By the way, Uncle Li, Yang Fan recently wanted to do a business deal with our Li family. Business? What kind of business did Xiao Fan do with you? Yang Hong asked, feigning ignorance.
It's mainly related to real estate. Li Zheju spoke slowly. Mr. Yang said that he plans to develop in the mainland and wants to collaborate with us on real estate projects in Hong Kong.
Since Yang Uncle isn't here, I can only come to you.
Yang Hong furrowed his brows and then spoke slowly. I'm not very clear on this matter either.
My mind is a bit scattered right now.
Could we discuss this after I confirm the details?
All right.
Li Zheju stood up and said slowly, if that's the case, Uncle Yang, I'll take my leave.
I hope you'll receive good news.
Yang Hong also stood up to see him off.
When Yang Hong returned, Yang Fan was sipping tea leisurely.
It must be that old dog Li Jiacheng who exposed my affairs to the media.
When Yang Hong returned, Yang Fan's expression was extremely grim. All right, keep an eye on it. I'm considering purchasing some real estate. Yang Hong paused for a moment. Are you saying this was Li Jiacheng's plan? It definitely wasn't his plan. Kidnapping me was definitely Zhang Shihao's idea.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. Li Jiacheng, that old dog, is definitely stirring things up behind the scenes, wanting Zhang Shihao to take advantage of the situation to eliminate me. Yang Hong fell silent for a moment, then asked in confusion, but why would he do that?
Because now I'm the richest Chinese person.
Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly. Do you think he's not jealous? Plus, those properties in the real estate market in Hong Kong, I spent a whopping $50 billion on them. Before I became the richest person, the Li family's personal assets were only $70 billion.
Do you think they wouldn't be tempted?
Yang Hong clenched his teeth. That old dog.
All right, I'm heading back to the Jiangjun garrison.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. Dad, just pretend you know nothing about this.
To the outside world, say the Jiangjun garrison saved me, not that I saved myself. Got it? Yang Hong paused slightly. Act as if nothing happened?
Right now, our family can't handle Li Jiacheng. To deal with this old dog, we have to wait until he lets his guard down. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. If I don't make sure that old dog Li Jiacheng doesn't live to see me lose everything, I'll consider myself defeated.
Chapter 0106, Yang Fan's Revenge, burning down Zhuan Yuming's building.
The Hong Kong media has truly gone mad lately. Every day, they're reporting on the kidnapping of Yang Fan by Zhang Shihao. Even though the Hong Kong government has ordered the media to stop reporting on this matter, both major and minor media outlets continue to cover it relentlessly.
You can't restrict our freedom of speech.
Damn it, this so-called freedom of speech. Yang Fan has seen through it all. No wonder Hong Kong has deteriorated to such a state after 20 years. The root of the problem was already evident 20 years ago.
The Hong Kong government has virtually no control over the media, let alone its control over the grassroots. Hong Kong's future still lies with China. Yang Fan, are you okay? Joey also rushed to Hong Kong.
He had plenty of his own matters to attend to, but upon hearing that Yang Fan was in trouble, he hurried over immediately.
Yang Fan is no longer just an issue for a businessman, he has become a symbol.
If Yang Fan were to be killed, it would be a blow to the Hong Kong government's reputation, and also to the mainland's.
I'm fine.
Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. Uncle Zhou, thank you for your concern.
Joey took a deep breath. Don't mention it. As long as you're safe, I'll be waiting for you to return to the country and make a name for yourself.
Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. Uncle Zhou, how did the media find out I was kidnapped? Joey narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils flashing with a hint of ferocity. I'm curious too.
These Hong Kong tycoons probably aren't on the same page as us.
Yang Fan shook his head slightly and continued, if we want to develop, achieve economic takeoff, and build a strong nation, these people might not think the same way. They care more about their own interests. Joey's expression darkened, and Yang Fan continued, Uncle Zhou, not long ago, Li Zheju came to see my father. I had purchased a large amount of land in Hong Kong, and he wanted to have a serious talk with my father.
Joey took a deep breath. I see.
In fact, this time around, Joey had seen through it. Li Ka-shing and his group were nothing but a bunch of capitalists who had turned their backs on their own people.
Yang Fan made money and still knows to invest it domestically. What about Li Jiacheng? Shorting the stock market. As for the well-being of Hong Kong, what does that have to do with Li Jiacheng?
In times of crisis, it's always one's own people who help each other. The media propaganda has escalated to the point where it seems like Yang Fan has already been exposed. Various rumors and unverified reports keep surfacing. Just when everyone thought Yang Fan was about to be torn apart, he appeared at the Bank of China Tower, the same old place, and held a press conference.
The media in Hong Kong exploded. Who could have imagined that Yang Fan was still alive and in good health?
A crowd of journalists gathered around, staring at Yang Fan sitting at the podium, unable to believe their eyes.
How could this man have survived? Had Zhang Shihao really not killed him? One after another, the journalists eagerly asked, "Mr. Yang Fan, how were you rescued? Mr. Yang Fan, was it really Zhang Shihao who kidnapped you? Mr. Yang Fan, did the kidnappers make any special demands to you? Dear media, I really have to thank you.
Thanks to your daily reports, your tireless work, and your 360-degree coverage, Zhang Shihao finally got scared.
He released me, and then he committed suicide."
Yang Fan began speaking with a thick layer of sarcasm, truly a master of double-speak. The group of journalists were all taken aback. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in Yang Fan's words.
However, no one seemed to care. What is the point of being a journalist if you have any dignity? Yang Fan spoke slowly. In this rescue operation, first, I must thank the Jiangjun forces stationed in Shangjiang.
It was they who first discovered my kidnapping and swiftly launched the rescue operation, killing the gang leader Zhang Shihao on the spot.
It was also they who saved me.
At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. I also thank the Zhangjiang garrison for bringing prosperity and stability to the Hong Kong government. Then, Yang Fan stood up and spoke in a calm tone. I am exhausted. After being kidnapped for several days, I need to rest properly.
After speaking, Yang Fan left immediately. No matter what the journalists said, Yang Fan didn't bother to respond. He was seething with anger and had no outlet for it. He was determined to strike back fiercely. Just as Yang Fan was being interviewed by the journalists, a man dressed in black walked leisurely toward Shangjiang University.
There was another building here, constructed by Li Jiaqing at great expense, specifically to commemorate his late wife. It was said that the building was built using the youthful vitality of students to suppress Xuan Yueming's malevolent energy, so as not to disrupt his fortune.
Why is that?
Rumors circulate that Xuan Yuming did not die of illness but was driven to suicide by her husband's affair. Everyone knows that suicide is considered an untimely death, and the resentment of such deaths is deep, with heavy energy. Therefore, most folk ghost stories feature such untimely deaths as their protagonists. The building's exterior resembles a coffin, which is appropriate for the deceased. However, the staircase handrails are also made from high-quality coffin wood, specifically from Liuzhou. It is said that many people have slipped and fallen while holding onto the handrails. The elevator only goes up, not down. To go downstairs, one must use the willow-wood staircase. To use the restroom, one must climb 2 or 3 steps. The most significant point is that Xuan Yuming was paralyzed in his later years and used a wheelchair. The elevator only goes up, not down, which is considered a trapping soul layout. People from Hong Kong are very superstitious. Back then, when Zhang Shihao kidnapped Li Zeju, he changed the ransom from 40 million to 38 million because he thought 40 million sounded unlucky. There are still many folktales circulating. The first theory is that since Xuan Yuming died a violent death, they feared she would complain to the underworld, so the Xuan Yuming building was constructed to trap her soul and prevent her from reporting to the King of Hell. Therefore, the elevator inside the building was designed to only go up and not down, and it was built in a cramped and uncomfortable manner, with willow wood handrails. Another theory is that after marrying Xuan Yuming, Li Jiaqing's career and fortune flourished rapidly. Fearing that his wife's death would take his fortune with her, he built the Xuan Yuming Tower to trap her soul and keep her fortune. Corresponding to this theory are the elevator that can only go up, the coffin-shaped exterior. It is said that the coffin-shaped area is actually a dining hall, and eating inside a coffin is quite unsettling, and the symbolic meaning of the gold swords throughout the building, all of which strongly suggest the idea of rising higher and higher, and wealth coming with the coffin. However, today, a man dressed in black, who had somehow obtained gasoline, silently infiltrated the Xuan Yuming building. Suddenly, he set the entire building ablaze. Chapter 0107, Li Jiaqing coughs up blood. The fire in Xuan Yuming's building spread rapidly, engulfing the entire structure in an instant. Soon, flames shot into the sky, and the black-clad figure vanished without a sound. It must be said that the fireproofing of buildings in this era was extremely poor. In an instant, the entire Xuan Yuming building was engulfed in flames. Yang Fan has always been this way. He never forgets a grudge. It was like this in his previous life, and it's the same in this one. In truth, it was simply because his rivals from his previous life had grown increasingly powerful. Li Jiaqing was secretly plotting to eliminate him, so Yang Fan naturally had no intention of showing him any mercy. However, Yang Fan also knew that even though he was now the new Chinese billionaire, he couldn't possibly eliminate Li Jiaqing. After all, Li Jiaqing was the former Chinese tycoon, with deep-rooted foundations. Most importantly, Li Jiaqing, that old dog, possesses unparalleled business acumen. Take, for instance, how he secretly spread the rumor that Yang Fan had been kidnapped by Zhang Shihao. He wouldn't kill anyone himself. Instead, he would use others to do his dirty work. If it weren't for Yang Fan's own astonishing martial arts prowess, Li Jiaqing might have succeeded. This man's business acumen is top-notch. His tactics and methods are all first-rate. Unless one possesses overwhelming financial resources, it is impossible to eliminate Li Jiaqing, especially in Hong Kong, which is not the mainland, making the situation even more complicated.
However, Yang Fan isn't the type to back down.
If you dare harm me, I'll make you taste my revenge.
You made your move, so don't blame me for retaliating.
Even if I can't bankrupt you immediately, I'll make sure you taste my methods thoroughly.
Shallow Water Bay Villa. Yang Fan refused all visits from wealthy individuals and met with Luo Jiaowei alone to complete the acquisition of Dongfang Hong real estate.
Luo Jiaowei felt a bit relieved. This year's dual collapse of the stock market and real estate market had indeed put unprecedented pressure on Luo Jiaowei. Now, Yang Fan is footing the bill. Although he had still lost a significant amount, at least he no longer had to worry about bankruptcy.
As long as he doesn't go bankrupt, he can make a comeback.
As for the group activities with those big stars in Hong Kong, they've been postponed.
Now that his father is by his side, it's inconvenient.
Plus, he's been kidnapped, and Yang Fan isn't in a good mood, so it's even more inconvenient.
Li Jiaqing, that old dog. In private, Yang Hong couldn't help but curse Li Jiaqing under his breath. He really was using others to achieve his own ends. He was just a hair's breadth away from taking the life of his precious son. Dad, just relax.
Yang Fan sipped his tea slowly before speaking calmly. This time, it was my bad luck.
But Li Jiaqing wants to take me down? He won't find it that easy. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yang Fan remained calm, of course not mentioning that he had already arranged for someone to burn down Zhuan Yuming's building. From now on, Dad, whether it's me, you, or Mom, we need bodyguards around us at all times. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. I've already applied domestically for a gun permit, and we can also freely select some retired Special Forces soldiers. As he spoke, Yang Fan toyed with the teacup in his hand, speaking slowly and deliberately. After all, we're the richest family now. The safety of every member of our family must be guaranteed, not just in Hong Kong but also in the mainland.
Spending some money is no big deal. Once we're gone, the money will be gone for good. Don't worry.
Yang Hong nodded and continued, I'll definitely be careful.
Yang Fan took a deep breath, feeling deeply moved. He couldn't help but smile.
Thinking about it, Zhang Shihao had given Li Jiaqing some valuable experience, and in turn, he had given himself some valuable experience, teaching him to protect himself and those around him. He really should thank Li Jiaqing.
The Li family. Yang Fan was saved?
Li Jiaqing's expression flickered slightly. Yes, he was rescued not long ago. Li Zheja spoke slowly. Not long ago, Yang Fan held a press conference.
He should be fine now.
What a pity. Li Jiaqing shook his head and spoke slowly. I had thought that this time we could eliminate Yang Fan. Who would have thought he could escape like that?
Li Zheju muttered to himself. This is probably fate. Let's not dwell on it.
When the time comes to continue doing business with Yang Fan, we should still proceed as planned. Li Jiaqing smiled and spoke leisurely. Dealing with Yang Fan was just a whim of mine.
Since Yang Fan is fine, let's treat this matter as if it never happened. We should continue our relationship as before. Li Zheju nodded.
Just then, a servant rushed over to Li Jiaqing. Master, young master, something terrible has happened. The servant's face was solemn, and after glancing at Li Jiaqing, he quickly bowed his head.
What happened? Li Zheju's gaze fell on the servant.
The servant took a deep breath. The Zhuan Yuming building is on fire.
What?
Li Jiaqing, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stood up, his eyes nearly popping out of his head.
He nearly let out a, "What did you say?" Li Zheju was stunned. This was the first time he had ever seen his father lose his composure like this. It's the Zhuan Yuming building on fire. The servant swallowed hard and spoke cautiously. They're currently trying to put it out. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. Hurry up and put out the fire. Li Jiaqing had completely lost his composure, appearing utterly terrified. Prepare the vehicles. Prepare the vehicles. Hurry up. Li Jiaqing was completely panicked. He rushed to Zhuan Yuming Tower. However, by the time Li Jiaqing arrived, the area had been reduced to a vast pile of rubble. Staring at the ruins before him, Li Jiaqing was completely stunned, feeling as though a thunderbolt had struck him directly on the forehead. Burned? Everything burned? Li Jiaqing staggered, feeling as though he might collapse at any moment. Li Zheju hurriedly supported him. Father, are you all right? Li Jiaqing felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body, and for a moment, he could only feel an overwhelming sense of heaviness in his chest. Unbearable. Then, he opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out. Wah! A mouthful of old blood sprayed out forcefully. This scene was captured by the journalists who had followed him. Chapter 0108, Changsheng stock plummets, the Li family cuts their losses. The legend of Zhuan Yuming building was a topic of endless discussion in Hong Kong. Despite Li Ka-shing becoming the wealthiest Chinese individual, what does that matter? There would still be countless tabloids spreading the story, not just reporting it but sparking endless discussions. Just like before. Just as Hong Kong media went wild over Yang Fan being kidnapped by Zhang Shihao, now, countless people are discussing the burning of the Zhuan Yuming building. and Li Ka-shing is said to have spat blood. It could be said that Li Ka-shing is heartbroken upon seeing the building of his late wife being burned down. Or it could be that Li Jiaqing saw his fortune slipping away and became so desperate that he spat blood. In any case, there are various rumors circulating. Hong Kong's entertainment news is truly thriving. Yang Fan looked at the newspaper in his hands, his face wearing a faint smile. Zhuang Yuming's building caught fire, and Li Ka-shing vomited blood. Why did the Zhuang Yuming building catch fire? It's because Li Ka-shing is no longer the wealthiest person of Chinese descent. After Yang Fan became the wealthiest person of Chinese descent, Li Ka-shing's fortune could no longer be contained. And because his fortune couldn't be contained, that's why the Zhuang Yuming building caught fire. According to the I Ching and the 8 trigrams. Yang Fan finished reading and couldn't help but laugh. These newspapers really know how to spin a tale. Claiming that the wealthiest individual has changed and that this disrupts one's financial fortune, such statements are truly astonishing. Although he was a reincarnated individual, at his core, Yang Fan was a typical atheist. He didn't believe in things like feng shui or financial fortune. As for why he had been reborn, he firmly believed it was due to quantum mechanics. Putting down the newspaper, Yang Hong spoke harshly. That old dog really got off easy. He is capable of anything. How did he come up with the idea of a coffin building? The wealthy people in Hong Kong are pretty superstitious, aren't they? Yang Fan smiled and said, it's not just the wealthy, basically everyone is pretty superstitious. They're always thinking about feng shui, superstitions, and blessings. What a bunch of nonsense. At this point, Yang Fan shrugged and said indifferently, I don't believe in any of that. Yang Hong, who had served in the military, also didn't believe in such things. He just sneered, it's all just nonsense. But that old dog Li Jiaqing wants to harm you. He'll get what's coming to him sooner or later. Don't rush. There's plenty of time. This is just an appetizer. Yang Fan smiled slightly, though his mind was already cursing Li Jiaqing's ancestors to the 18th generation. He was a good man in every way, but he had a tendency to hold grudges. We'll stay in Hong Kong for a few more days, then we'll head back. Yang Fan stretched his limbs and continued, we'll head back in a few days. The Li family is currently in a state of chaos. Li Jiaqing spat blood and was rushed to the hospital. Immediately afterward, Li Zeju began mobilizing his connections to seal off the media and ensure that this matter was not exposed. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Even before the fire broke out, countless journalists had already gathered here. The moment Li Jiaqing coughed up blood was captured on camera and appeared on major news outlets in the shortest possible time. However, the exposure of this incident was highly detrimental to Li Jiaqing, as the last thing he wanted was for people to gossip about it. Countless journalists were stationed outside Li Jiaqing's front gate. They were all waiting for Li Jiaqing to speak. However, Li Jiaqing never showed up. Instead, he was at his rehabilitation center, looking much weaker. Mentally shaken, he coughed up blood and fell ill. After all, he was a man of 69 years old. Externally, all of Chung Kong's business operations were handled by Li Zeju. However, even so, Chung Kong's stock price continued to plummet. In Hong Kong, there are many superstitious people. Many shareholders, witnessing the burning of the Zhuang Yuming building, no longer cared about Chung Kong's true strength. They believed that the burning of the Zhuang Yuming building signaled that Li Ka-shing could no longer control Chung Kong. What goes up must come down. The Li family is likely to decline from here on, and immediately, people began to sell their stocks. In an instant, Chung Kong Holdings faced a sharp decline in its stock price upon listing. Li Zeju, however, gritted his teeth and injected a large amount of his own funds into the stock market, determined to stabilize Chung Kong Holdings' stock price at all costs. However, the first round of the plunge only made many shareholders even more convinced that the Li family's legend was about to crumble. More shareholders dumped their shares of Chung Kong Holdings. At this rate, Li Ka-shing wouldn't just lose his title as the second richest Chinese person, even maintaining a spot in the top 10 would be considered a significant achievement. Every day, vast amounts of wealth were evaporating. Li Ka-shing remained in the hospital, and Li Zeju felt an immense pressure. Most importantly, if they continued to pour money into the market, the Li family's cash flow would soon dry up. They cannot borrow from one source to cover another. If that happens, the Li family's finances will be thrown into chaos, and at that point. Even so, a large number of people were still selling shares of Chung Kong Holdings. No matter how hard Li Zeju tried to stabilize the market, he couldn't raise the stock price of Chung Kong Holdings. Facing this situation, Yang Fan took the opportunity to buy a significant amount of Chung Kong Holdings stock at a low price. In the long term, the stock price of Changjiang Industrial will inevitably surge. As long as Li Ka-shing remains alive, Changjiang Industrial will not collapse. Moreover, Changjiang Industrial still has a solid foundation. It was merely caught off guard by the sudden crisis. Soon, Li Zeju found Yang Fan. At present, Yang Fan holds the largest cash flow. If an agreement can be reached with Yang Fan, his massive cash flow could easily maintain the Li family's stock price at a certain level. There was no choice but to negotiate. Mr. Li, please sit down.
Yang Fan hadn't expected Li Zheju to come looking for him, nor had he anticipated that the burning of Emir Zhuangyu Ming building could cause such a stir.
Mr. Yang. Li Zheju spoke slowly, what do you think?
Yang Fan's gaze swept over Li Zheju before he spoke slowly. Mr. Li, I hear that the Li family acquired Orange Telecom this year.
Li Zheju couldn't help but furrow his brows, then heard Yang Fan speak slowly. I am very interested in the telecommunications industry. Would Mr. Li be willing to part with it? Chapter 0109, Plummeting Net Worth. Li Jiaqing. Acquiring Orange Telecom. Li Zheju sucked in a sharp breath, realizing just how ambitious this Yang Fan truly was. This was something old Li had secured through his own means, after years of hard work and relentless effort. Now Yang Fan wanted to meddle in it? Li Zheju fell into silence.
In fact, if it weren't for old Li acquiring Orange Telecom, he wouldn't be facing a shortage of funds now. Yang Fan was clearly taking advantage of the situation.
Li Zheju's expression darkened. Yang Fan, however, spoke calmly. How about it, Mr. Li? I believe we can offer a very competitive price. In another parallel universe, old Li had sold Orange for 112 billion Hong Kong dollars, almost equivalent to over 10 billion US dollars. It was the largest single transaction in the history of Hong Kong's port opening. It could be said that this was the most successful deal of Li Ka-shing's entire life. Currently, the Li family holds a 49.01% stake in Orange Telecom, meaning that Orange Telecom generates a significant amount of wealth for old Li every year. Now, Yang Fan has set his sights on the shares of Orange Telecom held by old Li. Li Zheju took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Mr. Yang Fan, this matter is too significant. I cannot make such a decision alone. I need to discuss it thoroughly with my father. All right. Yang Fan nodded and smiled, saying, I will stay in Hong Kong for 3 more days. Currently, the only person in Shangjiang with such a large cash flow is me. Mr. Li, I await your good news.
This financial crisis has left all the wealthy individuals in Hong Kong cash-strapped. Speaking of which, it was all because of Li Ka-shing. Who told old Li to lead the short selling of the Hang Seng Index? A bunch of people got trapped in it, and in the end, they had to cut their losses and exit. They managed to get out without suffering too much damage. Now, the richest person in Shangjiang is still Yang Fan.
Li's family's nursing home.
Li Ka-shing's complexion doesn't look good. The fire at Zhuangyu Ming building seems to be a heavy blow for Li Ka-shing, to the point where he now appears to be on his last legs.
This left Li Zheju trembling with fear.
If old Li were to pass away at this critical moment, he would have no confidence in his ability to carry the banner of the Li family.
Yang Fan wants to acquire Orange Telecom?
Li Jiaqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Though his complexion was poor, a sharp gleam still shone in the depths of his eyes.
Father, what do you think?
Li Zheju spoke slowly. We need a large amount of cash flow right now.
Currently, the Hong Kong government is unwilling to lend us money.
Additionally, I have sent people to contact HSBC in Hang Seng.
Don't contact them.
Li Jiaqing clenched his teeth.
Right now, everyone is watching us. With Chung Kong's stock price plummeting, whether they're willing to lend us money is still uncertain. Moreover, if the news that we're short on cash gets out, that won't be good at all.
This is the backlash from Li Ka-shing following the short selling of the Hang Seng Index.
Because of his greed, he has offended many people.
Those who followed him lost money, and those who didn't follow him also saw their assets shrink. Especially for the Hong Kong government, old Li is essentially betraying his own allies.
Of course, Yang Fan's treatment in Hong Kong is similar.
They wouldn't give him any loans either. However, Yang Fan doesn't need to stay in Hong Kong, so he doesn't need to worry about these banks. At this point, Li Ka-shing struggled to sit up, removed his glasses, wiped them a few times, and spoke slowly. We can negotiate with Yang Fan.
There's no need to sell everything.
Give him 20% of the shares, $50 billion.
50 billion?
Li Zheju fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. All right, I'll go talk to him.
50 billion? $50 billion for 20%? Mr. Li, are you joking? Yang Fan spoke slowly and deliberately. Don't try to fool me. I know Orange Telecom.
While it makes money, it's nowhere near that profitable. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. Even if Orange Telecom is making a fortune, let's say it's making 100 billion Hong Kong dollars a year, or even 1,000 billion Hong Kong dollars a year, that's at least 10 years.
50 billion US dollars?
I'll roughly estimate 500 billion Hong Kong dollars, over 5 years.
20% of the shares for 50 billion? Are you kidding me?
Yang Fan spoke calmly. I hope we can talk this over properly.
22%, and I'll give you 20 billion. Li Zheju was truly stunned. This was truly asking for the moon and settling for the stars.
He immediately countered with 30 billion. The key is, Yang Fan was really unyielding.
Mr. Yang Fan, this price is simply too low. Li Zheju shook his head and spoke slowly. This doesn't meet my expected price. No problem, we can negotiate slowly.
Yang Fan looked at Li Zheju with a smirk. I believe Mr. Li will agree to my terms.
Li Zheju said nothing and left directly.
Yang Fan, however, coldly made a phone call. Sell off all shares of Changjiang Industrial immediately.
Li Zeju hadn't even fully returned home when he received a call on the way.
Someone had suddenly dumped a large amount of Changjiang Industrial shares on the stock market. The shareholders of Changjiang Industrial were immediately panicked and began to sell their shares en masse.
Answer, answer, answer. Li Zeju suddenly realized what was happening. That damned Yang Fan must have secretly acquired a large amount of Changjiang Industrial shares.
Once the price he offered wasn't satisfactory to Yang Fan, he immediately started causing chaos in the stock market.
That damn scoundrel. Changjiang Industrial had strong financial backing, but alas, there were too many superstitious people in Hong Kong, and the sharp decline in Changjiang Industrial's stock price seemed to confirm their beliefs. The stock price plummeting, who knows how much of the Li family's wealth has evaporated. This outcome was something Yang Fan himself hadn't anticipated.
First, he acquired Crange Telecom at a high cost, then the financial crisis erupted. Old Li, driven by greed, jumped into the stock market to short the Hang Seng Index, only to lose heavily. They could have held on, but who could have predicted that the fire at Zhuang Mingyue Tower would trigger a series of chain reactions?
This caused the stock price of Changjiang Industrial to plummet.
To achieve this, it truly required the perfect alignment of timing, location, and people. Not a single factor could be missing. Even if Li Zeju was unwilling, he eventually had to sit down and negotiate with Yang Fan. In the end, Yang Fan put up $2.5 billion to acquire a 22% stake in Orange Telecom, becoming one of the major shareholders. This move also caused Old Li to bleed heavily, but Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry. Next year, he would definitely make Old Li bleed even more.
Chapter 0110, Returning Home, the Pride of Hongshan City. To be honest, securing a stake in Orange Telecom was a complete surprise for Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan had no intention of continuing to manage the company. Old Li remained the largest shareholder, and Yang Fan had no plans to get involved for now. He would secure the shares first and deal with the rest later. This is the best opportunity for him to get involved in European telecommunications. Both he and the domestic market would welcome it. Next year, Yang Fan plans to be decisive and acquire all of Old Li's remaining shares. In 1998, Soros made a comeback, and now Yang Fan is secretly acquiring shares in Changjiang real estate. If necessary, he'll pull another plunge. Yang Fan simply doesn't believe the Li family can withstand much more. Who would have thought that burning down a single building could deal such a devastating blow to Old Li? Yang Fan had a grand vision for his future, and telecommunications was one of the industries he intended to get involved in. After completing all this, Yang Fan finally returned to the country with ease. Now, when Yang Fan returns, he is no longer the same person. Before, he was merely the richest man in Jiangnan province, but now, he is the wealthiest Chinese person in the world. Li Ka-shing's assets have shrunk so much that he's not even the wealthiest Chinese person anymore. He's barely making it into the top 10. The Forbes rankings have not been fully released yet. Given Yang Fan's current strength, making it into the top 10 is not out of the question. The feeling of returning home is truly wonderful. Yang Fan muttered to himself. He didn't return directly to Hongshan City but arrived in Beijing first. There were quite a few people who needed to meet Yang Fan, and secondly, Yang Fan needed to hire bodyguards. In this regard, the domestic authorities were quite accommodating, as they knew that Yang Fan, as the wealthiest Chinese businessman, now had a high profile, and they had arranged for him to have several bodyguards. Although Yang Fan was paying for the bodyguards, none of the applicants were pushovers. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fan discreetly arranged for 6 bodyguards to be assigned to him. Each of these 6 bodyguards is armed, and one of them is a woman named Zhang Hong, who is responsible for close protection of Yang Fan. She is 33 years old, though her appearance is nothing special. Generally speaking, women who can fight tend to have good figures, but after being exposed to the elements, their looks are nothing special. Yang Fan didn't care, he only needed bodyguards to protect his safety. If possible, Yang Fan would prefer to hire a group of people to handle some unsavory matters for him. Within the country, Yang Fan feels secure, but what about Hong Kong? There's also the possibility of traveling abroad in the future. While business struggles are mostly about wit, tactics, and financial might, this world is never short of crazies. Take Zhang Shihao, for example. Soon after, Yang Fan returned to Hongshan City with 6 bodyguards in tow. It was already mid-December. Uncle Zhang. Upon returning to Hongshan City, Yang Fan immediately went to find Zhang Qiubai. Oh, Yang Fan, you're back? Zhang Qiubai's face immediately lit up with a smile. It's been a while since I saw you. I heard you were kidnapped? It was just a minor incident, nothing worth mentioning. Yang Fan smiled, then sat down in front of Zhang Qiubai and finally spoke. Uncle Zhang, how have things been going lately? Everything's fine. Zhang Qiubai nodded, then fixed his gaze on Yang Fan and said, Yang Fan, is there something on your mind? Feel free to tell me. There's nothing you can hide from Uncle Zhang. Yang Fan smiled slightly, then spoke slowly, then I'll be straightforward. I plan to relocate the Yang family's industrial park out of Hongshan City. Zhang Qiubai's brows furrowed immediately. Relocate? Why move it out of here? The Yang Family Industrial Park is now the largest source of tax revenue for the entire Hongshan city. One is the liquor industry, and the other is the industrial park and VCD industry.
On one hand, Jiangnan province has allocated a significant amount of land, primarily for industrial parks, which need to absorb labor.
Relocating them could help develop supporting infrastructure in other regions.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. Additionally, the pollution is too severe.
Hongshan City is my hometown, and I don't want it to be heavily polluted.
I plan to develop a new industrial park, focusing on high-tech industries.
Internet, chips, and information technology.
Yang Fan looked at Zhang Qiubai and spoke slowly. I hope the government can assist me.
I need more land. More land? Zhang Qiubai couldn't help but ask, how much do you need? At least 2,000 acres.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. I've made a lot of money abroad this time.
Currently, I plan to recruit some talent to work here. I need people in internet, chips, and information technology. Previously, we were just dabbling, but now I need talent from abroad.
Yang Fan clenched his teeth and continued. There's TSMC, Ericsson, Nokia, and some people from the Netherlands.
This time, my investment will be very significant. Very large?
Zhang Qiubai froze for a moment before blurting out, how large?
Yang Fan held up one finger and spoke slowly, about that much.
Zhang Qiubai looked at Yang Fan's raised finger and calculated in his mind. Now that Yang Fan was the richest man in the country, he might as well guess high. After hesitating, he finally asked, 100 billion yuan? That's more like it in US dollars. Yang Fan laughed, then spoke seriously, 1 trillion. The amount I'm investing this time is around 1 trillion, give or take a few billion.
How much?
Zhang Qiubai was completely speechless, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered.
How much? 100 billion.
Yang Fan spoke slowly, give me 2,000 acres of land. I want to build the largest Hongmeng industrial park in the country and the largest high-tech industrial park. I need policy support, and I will also provide the funds. I aim to establish China's high-end manufacturing industry. Zhang Qiubai was speechless, even feeling like his mind couldn't keep up with the times.
He swallowed hard. 100 billion? Yes. Yang Fan nodded and continued, Uncle Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Qiubai took a deep breath.
He considered himself well-traveled and experienced, but now he felt his mind going blank. After a long pause, he stammered, Yang Fan, you truly are the pride of Hongshan City. I'm more than happy to be the pride of Hongshan City.
Yang Fan's face was adorned with a faint smile. Chapter 0111, You're really something, the wealthiest Chinese person. The $1 trillion plan. This was why Yang Fan dared to propose such an idea.
Zhang Qiubai could even imagine how enormous this would be for his political career. If it were to succeed, he wouldn't just be a provincial official, he could even rise to the rank of elder.
I'll support you. I need to report this to the provincial authorities.
Zhang Qiubai took a deep breath, still unable to process the news.
100 billion? How much money does Yang Fan even have?
He is directly putting up a third of his own assets for this project.
Is this the mindset of a billionaire? Alright, Uncle Zhang, you handle reporting this to your superiors.
I need to go back and discuss it with old Ni and the others to continue expanding. Yang Fan smiled and continued. After Yang Fan left, Zhang Qiubai still felt his heart racing wildly.
Hongmeng Group. Although Yang Fan was no longer present, there was no sign of chaos. The game department and development department were both running smoothly.
However, Yang Fan had focused all his efforts on the Southeast Asian financial crisis in the second half of the year, which allowed several portal websites to seize the opportunity.
Sina, Soho, and NetEase rose to prominence. They have captured a significant portion of the traffic.
In the second half of this year, the government introduced policies to significantly reduce internet fees, enabling more household users to access the internet.
This temporarily led to a boom in the internet industry. Hongmeng Network faced significant challenges in this regard.
Yang Fan's focus was on Hong Kong, and the rise of the three major portal websites temporarily posed a challenge to Hongmeng Network.
However, Hongmeng Network still had a significant advantage. That advantage is novels.
Hongmeng Network currently has a large number of excellent works and novels, and this has now entered a virtuous cycle. Many authors who believe in their writing skills have joined the ranks of writers. In addition to these, there is the Hongmeng One Card system.
Hongmeng's greatest advantage lies in its ability to integrate resources.
While the three major portal websites have risen, they have yet to shake the foundation of Yang Fan's influence. After briefly reviewing the rise of the three major portal websites, Yang Fan merely smiled and casually remarked, "These guys are quite interesting.
They've managed to divert a significant portion of the traffic. That's quite impressive. You're really optimistic."
Zhou Shua, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, "Our traffic has dropped by at least a fifth.
As long as there are no issues with paying users, and secondly, we've increased ad revenue. Didn't we already agree with Mercedes-Benz?"
Yang Fan smiled and continued, "They can't threaten us, and..." Yang Fan shook his head slightly, "Portal websites are bound to become outdated sooner or later."
"That's impossible." Zhou Shua couldn't help but speak up. He simply couldn't imagine what could cause portal websites to become obsolete. You wouldn't think of that. Yang Fan smiled. Who could have imagined that a penguin would emerge out of nowhere in the future? And who could have imagined that short videos would become the king of traffic?
It's time to develop new games. Yang Fan rubbed his chin. I wonder how the development of Legend is going.
Then, Yang Fan went to recruit Inai Nangguang. 100 billion? You're really thinking big.
Inai Nangguang nearly popped his eyes out of his head when he heard the figure. So I need you to help me poach some talent.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. Once the industrial park is established, I don't want it to be just an empty shell. So I need you to help me poach some talent. If we don't have enough equipment, go buy it. I've specially allocated 100 billion for you. You see, talent, equipment, money, if you need anything, just tell me. Inai Nangguang was at a loss for words. He couldn't help but blurt out, your generosity is truly extraordinary. Yang Fan spoke slowly, there's no other way. If we want to build the China core, we have to invest money.
Your capabilities may not be sufficient, so we need the best talent. We need our own lithography machines and our own chips, all of which require investment. Inai Nangguang clenched his teeth and continued, alright, no problem.
I'll definitely bring you the top talent. Yang Fan laughed, Inai Lao, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. I actually know someone. Inai Nangguang spoke slowly, his name is Liang Mengsong. Liang Mengsong? Yang Fan was taken aback and blurted out, who is he?
This guy graduated from the United States.
In 1992, he joined TSMC as a senior R&D director. His technical expertise was fully utilized at TSMC. He alone holds 500 patents, far exceeding other technical managers. He was also involved in every generation of TSMC's chip manufacturing process from start to finish.
At this point, Inai Nangguang licked his lips and continued, this man can be called a genius.
Liang Mengsong? Yang Fan knew little about the chip industry, but after hearing Inai Nangguang's description, he became intrigued. What Yang Fan didn't know was the battle between TSMC and IBM, the then leading US semiconductor giant, in the year 2000.
In 2000, the global semiconductor manufacturing process technology had reached 130 nanometers, a critical technical threshold. This was because the previous process used aluminum, but continuing to use aluminum at 130 nanometers and above would lead to various issues. The entire world was scrambling to find a solution, but only the team led by Liang Mengsong managed to break through first, successfully transitioning from aluminum-based to copper-based processes. After 3 years of arduous research and development, only Liang Mengsong successfully broke through the 130 nanometer copper process patent, enabling TSMC to defeat the US giant IBM.
Liang Mengsong thus gained fame overnight. Liang Mengsong became TSMC's most important technical talent.
Yang Fan's current strategy is clear, forget about the trade industry technology model, we must pursue the technology industry technology path. Only by mastering our own technology can we stand firm and unbeatable. China's opponents are not just one or two, but the entire world. Go and poach them no matter the conditions, agree first. Even if they offer shares in the Hongmeng chip, it's acceptable. Yang Fan spoke without hesitation, this person must be brought over to us. Inai Nangguang felt that working under Yang Fan was indeed refreshing and comfortable. They're willing to spend money, and they're willing to spend it generously.
Technology must be our own. For a moment, Inai Nangguang felt a pang of emotion.
Perhaps the Huaxia chip would truly be realized in his hands. He took a deep breath and looked at Yang Fan, suddenly blurting out, you're really something, the richest man among Chinese people. Chapter 0112, High-Level Attention. As a reincarnated individual, Yang Fan was well aware of the future direction, but he wasn't omnipotent. He needed many people by his side. Inai Nangguang's true capabilities were unknown to Yang Fan, but he knew that Inai Nangguang had enough connections and friends. To develop chips, he knew who to use and who to avoid. He knew who could be bought with money and who was truly motivated by profit. Yang Fan believed in his unwavering determination to create the China core. Such people are willing to be supporting players. Similarly, he would strictly screen candidates to prevent those who are just there to coast by. Recruiting talent seems to require hiring a headhunting firm. Secondly, we need to improve benefits to attract more people willing to study optics and material science. This is why Yang Fan can afford to burn through money right now, otherwise, few could sustain such spending. In terms of technology, Yang Fan is willing to spend money, but he strictly controls where every penny goes. He is willing to spend money, but he will never tolerate wasteful spending. Strong companies are rarely defeated by external factors, they are often destroyed from within. 100 billion. Jiangnan province was shaken to its core. Although they knew Yang Fan might invest, they never imagined he would directly pour in $1 billion. That's insane. This is almost equivalent to investing nearly 1/15 of the country's foreign exchange reserves. Such a massive investment truly shook Jiangnan province to its core. Soon, Jiangnan province realized that this matter must be reported, and ultimately, it came to the attention of higher-level leaders.
An investment of 100 billion? Joey felt a chill run down his spine.
He had assumed Yang Fan would proceed cautiously, but he never expected such a bold move right off the bat.
Global talent recruitment?
As one of the key figures in contact with Yang Fan, Joey attended a meeting. After the meeting, Joey still felt a sense of disbelief. It was clear that at the national level, Yang Fan was being given the utmost attention. With lagging technology and a struggling economy, what the country most desperately wanted to see was technological progress and economic growth. After decades of reform and opening up, China still lagged far behind the United States. Hongshan City. After Yang Fan proposed the $1 trillion plan, the area immediately sprang into action with great enthusiasm. The original industrial park was expanded, and Yang Fan focused on improving two foundational industries, mechanical manufacturing and lens polishing. He fully leveraged his financial resources to pursue these initiatives.
He recruited talent from all over, including Russia.
From island nations, Samsung, and windmill countries, any technology that could be obtained. Yang Fan spared no effort after all, it was just about money. While countries now claim to prioritize chips, their actual commitment falls far short of what will be required in 2 decades.
There are still opportunities to exploit. When it comes to machinery, either don't do it at all, or do it to the best of your ability. Currently, industrial park construction remains on paper.
Hongshan City is naturally willing to approve the land, and Jiangnan Province is even more eager. However, all of this is subject to change, as the final say lies with Beijing.
When Joey arrived, he couldn't help but praise Yang Fan for being so willing to spend money. "Mr. Zhou, why did you come personally?"
Yang Fan saw Joey and couldn't help but pause for a moment before smiling and asking, "Who is this?" Looking at the person standing beside Joey, Yang Fan's pupils contracted slightly. This person, in another 10 years, will be a regular face on the news broadcasts.
Joey briefly introduced the visitor's identity, then smiled and said, "Yang Fan, you haven't disappointed us. Coming back to the country and making such a big fuss." "Not at all. I've always said that serving the country and building the motherland is my duty."
Yang Fan smiled, "I'm a businessman, but I also know that as a Chinese person, I can only make money if the country is strong."
Hearing Yang Fan speak this way, Joey and the other leader were naturally very satisfied.
Joey spoke slowly, "Yang Fan, there was a meeting held in Beijing recently.
The domestic banks here can approve a special allocation of 300 billion yuan for you. If you have any difficulties, feel free to bring them up."
Yang Fan thought for a moment before speaking slowly, "Everything else is manageable, but the main issue is foreign exchange. At times, I may need a large amount of foreign exchange. The current Southeast Asian financial crisis has already spread to the island nations and the Southern Kingdom. Additionally, there are companies in the United States and Europe that may require significant foreign exchange.
We have considered this as well. If you need it, we will fulfill your request." Joey nodded, "However, you must tell us how you plan to use it." "I understand." Yang Fan nodded.
He knew that talking big wouldn't help, he needed to take concrete action.
"Yang Fan." The senior leader suddenly spoke up. "Recently, both Jiangnan Province and the metropolis have made requests.
Jiangnan Province wants to elevate Hongshan City's administrative status, while the metropolis proposes merging Hongshan City into the metropolis to establish Hongshan District. What are your thoughts?"
"This?"
Yang Fan was taken aback for a moment, not expecting that both Jiangnan Province and Magic City were already eyeing Hongshan City with such desire.
Indeed, Hongshan City's tax revenue was almost the highest in the entire province. Jiangnan Province aims to upgrade Hongshan City from a county-level city to a prefecture-level city, while the metropolis seeks to fully annex Hongshan City. Both sides stand to gain.
At the very least, property prices will rise significantly, especially once the policy of allocating housing based on workplace affiliation is abolished next year.
The prices could skyrocket to astronomical levels.
Yang Fan thought for a moment before speaking slowly, "To be honest, I can't say for sure. Both options have their pros and cons. It all depends on the government's decision.
Personally, I really have nothing more to add. If we choose to place it under Magic City, we'll offend Jiangnan Province. If we choose Jiangnan Province, we'll likely offend Magic City. Might as well stay vague. Actually, we've been discussing this issue as well."
The senior leader spoke slowly, "We also plan to observe the situation further." Yang Fan smiled calmly and continued, "It doesn't matter where it's located.
I just hope construction can begin quickly. To be honest, I'm a bit eager."
The senior leader just smiled, "Young people need to be patient. New Year's Eve is coming, I'll be waiting for your good news."
Chapter 0113, The Great Harvest of 1997. Time passed. For the entire Yang family, the entire year of 1997 was a year of rapid ascent. The Yang family's income skyrocketed from hundreds of billions to hundreds of billions, though the currency unit changed to US dollars.
The biggest gain for Yang Fan that year came from the Southeast Asian financial crisis that began in July.
With the outbreak of the financial crisis, Yang Fan's actual income reached 400 billion.
However, 50 billion of this was used by Yang Fan to acquire real estate in Hong Kong.
Although the Hong Kong real estate market has slightly recovered, it is still far from reaching its peak. Another 4.8 billion was allocated for investments.
A significant portion of the funds were invested in high-quality companies, with a substantial amount allocated to acquiring shares in Orange Telecom. Pure investments in Hong Kong alone have already reached $98 billion. Setting aside the $30 billion, the $9.8 billion alone would be enough to make Yang Fan the wealthiest person of Chinese descent. However, at present, the companies Yang Fan has invested in are still operating at a loss. The impact of the financial crisis was significant.
And it wasn't over yet. The financial crisis would not truly come to an end until 1999.
For every Asian person outside of China, this year was a nightmare. Economic collapse, financial crashes, mass unemployment, and even riots broke out across the entire Siamese region.
And even now, the financial crisis has not yet ended.
Japan and South Korea continue to suffer from the ravages of the financial crisis, with international speculators led by George Soros' quantum fund still engaged in wealth accumulation.
This is the tragedy of nations without sovereignty.
Japan and South Korea dare not resist fiercely, fearing they might anger their American master. Lying down and letting things be, this is likely the true state of Japan and South Korea.
However, all of this has little to do with Yang Fan.
At the most critical moment, he managed to curb his greed. Otherwise, the capital in his hands could truly be described as a juicy piece of meat. If history had continued along its predetermined path, who knows how Soros would have maneuvered. Therefore, at the most critical moment, Yang Fan managed to curb his greed.
$39.8 billion that was Yang Fan's haul during the entire financial crisis.
In addition to this, Yang Fan held a 22% stake in Orange Telecom, Europe's third largest telecommunications company, and also held shares in Li Ka-shing's Chung Kong Holdings. After Yang Fan left Hong Kong, Li Zheju managed to barely stabilize the stock price of Chung Kong Holdings. However, the stock price did not see significant increases, as the Asian financial crisis that shook the world had not yet fully subsided. Despite the successful stabilization of the Hong Kong stock market, many investors remain skeptical about the financial markets. Ultimately, Yang Fan acquired Oriental Hong Real Estate Company, and a significant portion of its high-quality real estate assets were also secured by Yang Fan.
Needless to say, once Hong Kong's property prices rise in the future, the figures will be astronomical.
Yang Fan now understands just how extravagant Hong Kong's wealthy elite truly are. With over 10 million people in Hong Kong, it's no wonder there are only a handful of such wealthy individuals. It's no surprise that Hong Kong has little room for further development in the future.
This was merely Yang Fan's gains during the Southeast Asian financial crisis.
At that moment, when Yang Fan presented his income and financial statements to Zhou Yun, she was at a loss for words. Last year, earning $14 billion had already left her utterly stunned. But she never imagined that Yang Fan would earn even more this time.
$398 billion.
China's richest man, kidnapped, and $1 trillion plan.
What on earth was going on?
Dad, how's sales at the factory this year?
Yang Fan asked slowly. Everything is going well.
Yang Hong smiled and said, this year, the sales of alcoholic beverages have decreased slightly, earning just over 400 million. The profits from VCDs have also declined, but we still managed to sell around 8.9 billion this year. Next year, the market will be nearly saturated, so VCD sales will likely continue to decline. Yang Fan shook his head and said slowly, there's not much left in this market. Yang Hong nodded in agreement, but he still spoke excitedly, son, don't be too discouraged.
Our family's games also made a fortune this year. Guess how much we made from games alone? Yang Hong looked at Yang Fan with great excitement. I don't know, over 10 billion? Yang Fan asked. Around 180 billion. These are all from game console sales.
Yang Hong exclaimed excitedly, this game console is highly profitable, just like the VCRs before, and there's no real competition.
I estimate it'll be a huge hit again next year.
These are all former VCD retailers who closed their video rental shops and converted them into game console arcades. Their income has increased significantly. AI Duo has also launched a game console, but they changed the design a bit, and it's selling pretty well too. Yang Hong said slowly, but their price is a bit cheaper than ours.
What's the difference between his game consoles and ours? Yang Fan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, it's just the paint job. They look a bit different on the outside, but the rest is the same. The main difference is the game content. Our game content must be unique.
Game consoles will eventually enter every household, so ensuring the quality of the content is the key to our development.
I know.
Yang Hong chuckled and continued, this year has been quite profitable. Without you and the Shangjiang deal, we would have made a fortune.
Now, our family is taking off right where we are.
There's also the Yang family's contract manufacturing plant, but the profits aren't that high, we only made less than 2 billion.
Yang Hong snorted, seeming unconcerned.
We're making so much now because it's a high-profit industry. Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly, it's mainly because we don't have many competitors.
With our sales channels, once more competitors emerge, it won't be so easy.
In the future, our main source of profit might actually be the contract manufacturing business. Of course. Yang Fan added in his mind, it also depends on how advanced our chip development is and whether we can maintain a leading position.
Yang Hong nodded, then suddenly spoke excitedly, son, do you know? At Jinling Automobile, I've developed a new car. Chapter 0114, this time, we're going big. You've developed it? Yang Fan was taken aback.
Yes, I followed your advice and started with passenger cars first.
Now we can produce about 500 units a month. Yang Hong spoke quickly, the approval process for the documents was exceptionally fast. Sales shouldn't be a problem. Yang Fan knew this was the provincial government of Jiangnan province giving him face.
At the same time, he was also aware that as the wealthiest Chinese businessman, all the cumbersome procedures were being processed at the fastest possible speed. Everyone knew that Yang Fan had a golden touch, turning everything he touched into gold. In the automotive industry, as things stand now, it's absolutely the most profitable of the profitable sectors.
In 1990, Shanghai Volkswagen's post-tax profits surpassed Volkswagen's global profit targets, a development that sent shockwaves through the entire automotive industry.
There was a significant reason behind this.
First, China had a vast domestic market.
The second reason was that a standard Volkswagen Santana sedan could be sold for 1.78 million yuan in China, which was 6 times the global price of the same model. By May 1991, the relevant national authorities decided to scrap 1.7 million vehicles manufactured before 1974 over the next 4 years.
This was undoubtedly a huge opportunity for China's automotive industry. A tremendous opportunity. Unfortunately, these domestic old factories were unable to share in this lucrative opportunity. A newspaper once quoted an official from the materials department as saying, "The government will provide financial assistance to government agencies and enterprises to replace old vehicles with new ones. These new vehicles will primarily be produced by joint venture factories between China, the United States, Japan, Germany, and France." In fact, the exorbitant profits in the automotive industry are now blaringly obvious.
For example, the price of a Volkswagen Beetle with equivalent performance is 336 times that of the United States, 236 times that of Buick, and 28 times that of Toyota Corolla, which is astonishingly high profit margins. This also indicates that the automotive industry has enormous growth potential. My own grandfather has now developed a small passenger car, and he is clearly very excited. However, producing only 500 units per month seems a bit too few.
Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly, Dad, do you think we could expand production? Could we manage 5,000 units per month? Yang Hong couldn't help but pause for a moment. 5,000 units a month?
Yang Fan spoke slowly, yes, 5,000 units a month. I estimated that if our sales channels can function effectively, we might even sell more in a year. Speaking of which, Yang's dealers are quite different from others. They were all cultivated in-house, starting from video arcades, where these dealers made a fortune. Now, these dealers have become a one-stop shop for small retail stores, game arcades, VCD sales, and game console sales.
Well, that's not impossible. Yang Hong took a deep breath, sounding a bit unsure, and asked, but will anyone actually buy them?
Yang Fan smiled and said casually, Dad, don't underestimate the spending power of our people. He paused for a moment before continuing, the exterior design of this car was specifically commissioned from a Chinese designer, and it cost me a pretty penny. As long as the quality is up to par, the design is innovative, and the price is right, the market will definitely welcome it. So, how much should we price it?
Yang Hong grew excited.
Based on my calculations, the production cost for this car is around 3,000. However, if we expand the factory on a large scale, we can further reduce the price.
Yang Fan nodded, let's temporarily set the price at around 80,000 yuan.
At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing, additionally, for our car factory, I plan to collaborate with Mercedes-Benz and BMW to launch our own brand, which will also facilitate the company's future IPO.
Listing? Yang Hong's thoughts began to race.
For entrepreneurs of this era, there was no doubt that going public was their greatest aspiration. Every entrepreneur harbors the dream of making it into the Fortune 500. However, at this point, the one closest to the Fortune 500 was Yang Fan. As long as Hongmeng Group developed further, making it into the Fortune 500 would definitely not be a problem. Yes, the car needs to go public, Yang Fan said slowly. But there's no need to rush.
Let's come up with a brand name first. What do you think would be a good name? Yang Hong wasn't very good at naming things.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Yang Fan such an ordinary name.
Name? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly before speaking slowly. Let's temporarily call it Yang Family Warriors Compact Car. Yang Family Generals?
Yang Hong hadn't expected Yang Fan to be so casual about naming things. The name Yang Family Warriors was already used for alcohol, snacks, VCDs, and video game consoles.
Now they wanted to use it for a car too? It's not casual.
Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and spoke slowly. Nowadays, the common people recognize this brand.
Yang Jiazheng has already gained significant fame. If we change the name, few people would acknowledge us. Dad, you should understand this.
Yang Hong's facial muscles twitched slightly, then he heard Yang Fan continue, so, it's better to stick with Yang family warriors.
Alright. I'll follow your lead. Yang Hong nodded, then couldn't help but ask, but will it really sell well?
Yang Fan smiled slightly and continued, don't worry, it will definitely sell well. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing, what we need is to build the car's reputation.
Yang Hong froze for a moment before asking, then, what should we do? The bid king didn't even apply this year. No problem.
Yang Fan smiled slightly and spoke slowly, let's use the old method. How did we sell our game consoles last year? This year, we'll sell our cars the same way. This year's annual meeting isn't just about holding it has to be bigger. Yang Fan spoke slowly, this month, I've been observing sales across regions and had the company analyze local consumer spending power.
This year, even more people will come. Still the annual meeting.
Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, we need to make it a big event. Ideally, we should get CCTV to cover it, so that all national media notice us.
I'm now the richest man in the country.
At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing, I have a talking point, the richest man in the country building cars.
That's even more newsworthy. By then, we'll be a nationally renowned brand much more cost-effective than any advertising campaign. This time, we're going big. Chapter 0115, National Spotlight, the Billionaire's Year-End Party. In fact, even without Yang Fan speaking, last year's dealers were all eagerly awaiting this moment.
This year, there was no doubt about it, they had made a fortune again.
Dong County. Qin Weidong realized that as long as he followed the Yang family, he could always make money.
Last spring festival, when students were on vacation, Qin Weidong earned an astonishing 300,000 yuan in just 1 month. There were too many students coming to play, and their New Year's money was mostly spent at the arcade.
Moreover, the arcade was different from the video rental shop.
A video rental shop could show one movie to 6 people at a time, and if there were more people, it could accommodate 15 to 20 people. A movie lasts about 2 hours, and 2 hours earn 12 yuan. At its peak, the video hall made around 30,000 yuan on weekends.
But arcade games are different.
One person plays for 3 yuan per hour, and 2 people play for 5 yuan per hour. 2 hours earn 10 yuan, but this is money from 2 people. Previously, one room could hold 1 video projector, but now it can hold 5 arcade machines. In other words, at its peak, 2 hours in one room could earn $50. With 600 game consoles, you can make 6,000 yuan in 2 hours, and on a good day, profits can reach as high as 60,000 to 70,000 yuan.
However, game consoles break down and need repairs, new ones need to be purchased, and games also need to be updated and replaced. If the games aren't exciting enough, customer traffic will decrease. Moreover, students cannot always afford to play games all the time.
Income fluctuates, with highs and lows. In addition to this, there is the sale of VCDs. Yang's family will publicly disclose all rebate points here, with uniform percentage discounts applied, eliminating any possibility of internal staff or distributors engaging in under-the-table deals.
Game consoles, game discs.
All these various items added up, and by the end of the year, Qin Weidong discovered that his income had increased by a full 2 million yuan compared to the previous year. He had sold 3 million yuan in a single year.
When he settled the accounts at year-end, Qin Weidong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How much money had he earned? Qin Weidong's wife was also stunned. It felt like they had stumbled upon a money god. When Qin Weidong received another call from Hongshan City, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The familiar inquiries, the familiar routine. Qin Weidong couldn't help but swallow hard. I'm going. Hongshan City. Hongshan City.
This year, the number of dealers has increased by 2,000, from 4,000 last year to 6,000 this year, a massive influx. Don't underestimate this group of people, even the poorest among them are millionaires. When this group arrives in Hongshan City, most of them have undergone a complete transformation, no longer resembling the beggars they once were. They now wear suits and ties, though some still retain their old appearance. This time, media outlets from across the country are all focused on this event. Everyone knows that Yang Fan is now the wealthiest Chinese person, and everyone knows that Yang Fan's current strength is the strongest in the country.
Yang Fan.
Hu Zhibiao looked at Yang Fan with a complex expression, suddenly feeling that his title as the China bid king seemed utterly meaningless. After working so hard this year to secure the title of China's top bidder, what good was it? Yang Fan was still the center of attention in China. This time, Yang Fan had invited not only Hu Zhibiao but also Duan Yongping, Zhang Rumin, Lei Bus, Zhou Baijun, and Ren Zhengfei. Essentially, all the prominent entrepreneurs in China had been invited by Yang Fan. Upon arriving in Hongshan City, Zhang Rumin had already had a meal with Yang Fan and took the opportunity to observe the Yang Family Industrial Park.
Zhang Rumin couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The management and systems of the Yang Family Industrial Park were indeed the strictest. Haier is no exception.
Whether a company can rise to prominence ultimately depends on how it manages its factories.
There is no doubt that Yang Fan's management methods are modern.
Previously, Zhang Rumin had looked down on Yang Fan, believing that the Yang family had merely relied on advertising to win bids and create a false sense of grandeur, without truly building a valuable company. Now, however, it turns out to be entirely different.
The Yang family is far more outstanding than I ever imagined. Mr. Hu, your AI duo VCDs are likely to dominate the market this year.
Duan Yongping chimed in. During the Bid King conference, I forgot to congratulate you. No, this year might just be the best year for VCDs, but who knows what the future holds.
Hu Zhibiao spoke with a hint of disappointment. He had expected to be the shining star of the Bid King competition this year, but now, everything had become a backdrop for Yang Fan. What's so great about being the Bid King? Can you be more eye-catching than the richest man in China?
Duan Yongping also had his own concerns.
The Yang family's development was moving too quickly.
He could foresee that next year, VCD prices would plummet again.
Next, VCDs would inevitably enter an era of slim profits.
Once the market is saturated, consumers will only upgrade when they want to replace their old devices. Thinking of this, Duan Yongping glanced at Hu Zhibiao again. Hu Zhibiao is running for the bidding king this year, but he feels the insecurity of the title.
At least the VCD industry was on the decline. As for what to do in the future? This is also a question worth pondering for BBK.
At the same time, Zhong Qingho arrived.
For Zhong Qingho, this year gave him ample reason to express gratitude toward the financial crisis.
Otherwise, Yang Fan would have had to focus his primary efforts on purified water. Since Yang Fan had focused all his efforts on the financial crisis, this inadvertently gave Wa'aha a new lease on life. Zhong Qingho seized the opportunity, swiftly promoting Wa'aha mineral water and swiftly capturing the market, temporarily stabilizing the situation.
In addition to Zhong Qingho, there was also Li Jingwei of Jianlibo. Currently, all domestic entrepreneurs with even a modicum of fame have been invited by Yang Fan.
Among them were some entrepreneurs from Hong Kong. Yang Fan had invited Li Ka-shing, but due to his poor health, Li Ka-shing was unable to attend. Instead, Li Ka-shing's third son, Li Zikai, came.
A portion of Hong Kong's wealthy elite have also gathered in Hongshan City to bolster Yang Fan's influence. Entrepreneurs from both Hong Kong and the mainland have gathered here.
Such a grand scale naturally attracted the attention of countless domestic media outlets. Many journalists and media outlets were curious about what kind of news Yang Fan would create this time.
Chapter 0116, Grand Year-End Gala. Shocking. For journalists, Yang Fan is their favorite subject.
Because every time, Yang Fan seems to be able to outdo the big news. Last year's annual meeting set a record for the largest number of attendees, and this year, not only has the number increased significantly, but the number of entrepreneurs in attendance has also grown considerably. Yang Fan still held the annual meeting at the factory.
There simply aren't any hotels in the area that can accommodate so many people.
This was the issue last year, and it remains the same this year.
These are all Yang Fan's distributors.
Zhang Rumin stroked his bald chin, unable to help but start calculating how much these distributors could sell to Yang Fan each year. At that moment, Zhang Rumin's gaze suddenly fell on Hu Zhibiao standing nearby. Mr. Hu.
Zhang Zong. Hu Zhibiao responded.
Zhang Rumin had always been the big shot in the White Kingdom, and being addressed like that by Zhang Rumin made Hu Zhibiao feel both honored and a bit overwhelmed.
Do you know how much money Yang Zong made last year? Zhang Rumin couldn't help but ask. Isn't it hundreds of billions of dollars?
Hu Zhibiao looked at Zhang Rumin with a puzzled expression. After the financial crisis, isn't he the richest Chinese person in the world?
I'm not talking about that.
Zhang Rumin thought for a moment before speaking slowly. I'm talking about last year if we don't count the financial crisis. How much did Yang Zong make from shorting the stock market?
This.
Hu Zhibiao shook his head and said helplessly, I really have no idea.
Zhang Rumin.
Hu Zhibiao continued, currently, the Yang family is mainly divided into two companies, Yangjia Group and Hongmeng Group. Yangjia Group focuses on snacks, beverages, and the Yangjia Industrial Park, which is primarily a contract manufacturing facility. At this point, Hu Zhibiao paused briefly before continuing, Zhang Zong, let me put it this way, at the beginning of last year, the Yang family approached me. They wanted to collaborate with BBK, Shinka, and Panda to produce VCDs. From the very start, the Yang family had control over the most core technologies of VCDs, the mechanisms and chips.
However, by the beginning of last year, we had already secured an 8 billion yuan deal with the Yang family. 80 billion. Zhang Rumin couldn't help but glance at Hu Zhibiao again.
That's right, 80 billion. Hu Zhibiao spoke slowly. 2 years ago, when BBK, and Shinka were all running ads and competing for resources in first and second tier cities, Yang Fan bypassed us and directly targeted third and fourth tier cities and rural markets.
Zhang Rumin fell silent for a moment before asking, but do third and fourth tier cities have the purchasing power?
Of course they have purchasing power.
Hu Zhibiao pointed at the dealers attending the annual meeting and continued, Mr. Zhang, do you know what these dealers used to do? Zhang Rumin asked in puzzlement, what else could they have done? Aren't they here to buy and sell goods?
Hu Zhibiao shook his head and said, of course not. At this point, Hu Zhibiao paused before continuing, this group of people are quite daring.
From the very beginning, Yang Fan gave away VCDs for free. After buying the VCDs, they went back to open video halls, charging 2 yuan per movie.
In third and fourth tier cities, it was impossible for them to afford an expensive VCD player all at once. However, spending a few dollars a day to watch a movie was manageable. It was a relatively low entertainment cost. At this point, Hu Zhibiao couldn't help but sigh, Mr. Zhang, last year there were 4,000 people, but at least one person bought over 100 units, and the highest buyer purchased several hundred units.
Think about it, how many VCD players did Zhang Zong sell the year before last? Over 1 million? Zhang Rumin froze for a moment, but couldn't help muttering to himself, can it really sell that well? Then, Zhang Rumin's mind quickly became active. Could he also consider going to third or fourth tier cities and setting up something similar to a laundry service? If you can't get a group of people to buy, then get one person to buy. Hu Zhibiao continued, that's not all. Last year, Yang Zong gathered this group of people, held the annual meeting, then took them to the factory for a tour, introduced his game consoles, and the sales figure for that day reached a staggering 1 billion yuan. Zhang Rumin didn't know what to say. And these people weren't even Yang Fan's employees.
Hu Zhibiao spoke slowly, but they were willing to sell Yang's products because they had made money following Yang Fan.
Everyone here, don't underestimate any of them, they're all millionaires.
After a pause, Hu Zhibiao added, at least 1 million last year.
Zhang Rumin was stunned. The distributors working with Yang Fan are making so much money? No wonder they're willing to follow him so loyally. To be honest, Zhang Rumin even felt a touch of envy.
Hu Zhibiao sighed wryly,
do you know what I regret the most?
Ha! Zhang Rumin was taken aback for a moment before Hu Zhibiao spoke up, it was running for this year's Bid King. This year's Bid King title doesn't give me any sense of achievement at all. Hu Zhibiao said with a bitter smile, all the spotlight was stolen by Yang Fan.
While Zhang Rumin and Hu Zhibiao were chatting, CCTV reporters and journalists from various media outlets were rushing to interview them. How much did you make last year? Qin Weidong was asked this question again.
He cleared his throat and slowly replied, not much, just around 300,000.
Not much.
Just 300,000 or so. The CCTV reporter felt as though he had been hit by 10,000 blows.
That 300,000 must be equivalent to his 10-year salary.
For a moment, his smile froze. Thinking about how his annual salary probably didn't even reach 10,000, he had no idea how to face Qin Weidong.
He looked so down to earth, so much like a country bumpkin. How could he be making so much money?
Qin Weidong, however, seemed unfazed and continued, actually, what I've earned is still on the lower end. In our small city, there isn't much purchasing power. There are even more successful people who can earn tens of millions in a year.
The CCTV reporter had no idea what to say.
Her expression changed from a smile to a frozen look and then to despair in less than 3 seconds. It was quite amusing. This year's annual meeting, although the number of attendees had increased, seemed to have reached a new level in terms of quality, and was even more baffling and speechless. Chapter 0117, News Broadcast, a typical example of the rich leading the poor.
The annual meeting must go on.
Meanwhile, Yang Fan had turned the annual meeting into his biggest sales event.
At least, Qin Weidong is now very much looking forward to it. I wonder what new product Yang Fan will unveil this year.
VCDs saw a significant price drop last year, but fortunately, game consoles followed suit, resulting in increased revenue. However, what Qin Weidong didn't expect was that this year, Yang Fan ultimately unveiled a compact car.
The Yang family has entered the automotive industry? Are they planning to make us sell cars?
This was the thought that crossed everyone's mind.
As everyone can see, what we are seeing now is the Yang family's small passenger car.
Yang Fan stood on the podium and spoke slowly. I know that for most of you here, the automotive industry may be a foreign field.
However, have you ever considered this?
Yang Fan spoke slowly. Our country now has 1.2 billion people.
How many of them own a car? Perhaps not everyone needs a car. But if 1 out of every 10 people buys a car, what would our sales be? 120 million.
If we expand this number slightly, 1 out of every 100 people buys a car, that's 12 million.
We have a huge consumer market ahead of us.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. Now that the national economy is developing, everyone has more money in their pockets, and our future is still bright.
First, our selling price is 88,000 yuan. This price is uniform across all cities and regions, 88,000 yuan. Second, we will offer the same discount to everyone, regardless of distance or size. The discount percentage will be uniform, and we will ensure that there is no collusion between internal staff and dealers for personal gain. Lastly, we will also introduce the use of acceptance bills, with 60% of the company's total sales revenue allocated for acceptance bills. Well, most people don't know what a bank acceptance bill is, but there are quite a few who aren't very interested. Operating video game arcades or game machine halls is one thing, but selling cars at this price is simply too high. Although it seems like many people are excited, in reality, there aren't that many who are truly enthusiastic. In third and fourth tier cities, how many people actually have the desire to buy? Qin Weidong gave Yang Fan a meaningful look, but in his heart, he was calculating whether he should give it a try. After all, Qin Weidong had always been the one with the strongest sense of crisis. Ever since the price of VCDs plummeted, Qin Weidong had sensed it. Now the arcade is booming, but what about the future? The future is uncertain. What you don't know is whether the price of game consoles will plummet. Although the Yang family seems to have no competitors and can continue expanding indefinitely, what if something unexpected happens? Or what if Yang Fan himself decides to lower prices to attract more customers?
Qin Weidong did the math in his head. Last year, the money he spent on games exceeded the cost of the game console itself. If more households start owning game consoles, their ability to purchase games will inevitably surpass his.
Yang Fan would lower prices to sell more game discs. That was Qin Weidong's true intention. In fact, there was another layer that Qin Weidong hadn't considered.
In Yang Fan's view, the number of distributors was simply too large, even though they appeared to be a formidable force. However, to a certain extent, they were also his biggest obstacles. Take game consoles as an example. They would definitely oppose the sale of game consoles at low prices. When they make money, they also hope to be monopolists, preferably with no competitors. As for opening video halls or game machine halls, Yang Fan viewed these as special products of a special era. They can be considered a gray area. They might be popular in this era, but they won't be allowed in the long run. On one hand, national policies will crack down on them, and on the other hand, once China joins the WTO, game consoles from other countries will enter the market and disrupt it. Game consoles aren't important, what matters is the games. We need to develop games and convince them to purchase Hongmeng Group's games. What no one knows is that this time, it was merely Yang Fan's screening process. Some people think a lot, while others think little. Those willing to sell Yang family cars were all recorded by Yang Fan. These individuals will become his key cultivation targets in the future. As for the others, their fate is of little concern to Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan will still use them one last time. After all, if he were to produce his own computers, these people could still open an internet cafe. Differentiated treatment. This is the policy Yang Fan has established. This year's annual meeting was more grand in scale compared to last year, but Yang Fan did not disclose the specific sales figures and did not publicize them to the outside world. In fact, sales were indeed quite low. It's not that Yang Fan doesn't want to announce it, the main reason is that the monthly production capacity is only around 500 units. Even if Yang Fan wanted to sell more, it wouldn't be possible. We need to introduce a large number of production lines. If monthly production could reach 3,000 units, Yang Fan is confident that there would be no shortage of buyers. Nevertheless, CCTV still went out of its way to broadcast this year's annual meeting. Thus, Yang Fan appeared on the news broadcast for the third time. Qin Weidong also made his first appearance on the news broadcast. In front of the camera, Qin Weidong looked a bit nervous. However, when the reporter asked him how much he had earned in a year, Qin Weidong shyly smiled and said, "Not much, just around 300. The entire nation was stunned. Is that how much he earns? However, the fact that Qin Weidong ran a video game arcade was not mentioned by CCTV. After all, this was a gray area and not suitable for publicity. Nevertheless, this did not prevent CCTV from highlighting his success. Yang Fan, this is a classic example of the wealthy leading the way for others to prosper. When the news broadcast uttered these words, many viewers at home were stunned. In an instant, people began asking around about how to become a distributor for the Yang family's products. Meanwhile, without Yang Fan needing to run any ads, the Yang family's small passenger vehicles also caught the attention of countless people. Currently, a market of 1.2 billion is a market with immense potential. Yang Fan has set the entire nation ablaze. Chapter 0118, Advertising on the News Broadcast. For China today, while the automotive industry holds immense potential. However, for domestic automobile manufacturers, the opportunities are not necessarily significant. This is because the automotive industry is a highly technical, large-scale industry where economies of scale play a crucial role. After centuries of competition, globally, only a dozen or so multinational automotive companies from countries like Germany, the United States, and Japan have virtually monopolized the technological leadership and brand influence in the automotive sector. In China's market, the once promising Hongqi and Magic City brands have been effectively eliminated. A journalist once described the state of China's automotive industry as plagued by numerous issues: scattered investments, weak R&D capabilities, high production costs, and a sales and service system that is nearly primitive. If China's automotive industry cannot secure massive capital injections to complete structural adjustments and achieve self-sufficiency, total collapse is not an exaggeration. It was at this critical moment that Yang Fan stepped in. Yang Fan is not the type of person who is patient. The idea of following a step-by-step approach or climbing the ladder one rung at a time is, in his view, a complete waste of time. Today, Yang Fan is the wealthiest Chinese businessman and a reborn entrepreneur, almost a master of capital operations. His vision and strategic thinking are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Since last year, although Yang Fan was physically in Hong Kong, he had been actively contacting foreign countries to secure equipment and plans to establish a production line capable of manufacturing 100,000 cars annually. At the same time, Yang Fan was also spending money freely, acquiring automobile companies on a large scale. China lacks the necessary technology, but that's not a problem. Collaborate with foreign countries. This way, his experience and expertise won't be built from scratch but rather on the shoulders of giants. Of course, core technologies won't be handed over easily, but for Yang Fan, this is still far better than starting from scratch. Technology is something you either learn or steal. Once you get your hands on it, you study it yourself. Principles were never a concern for Yang Fan. Last year, he had already initiated extensive collaborations with 5 major international automobile companies. He reached an agreement with BMW to jointly produce the BMW 3 Series and 5 Series sedans, which are the best-selling models globally. He has also invested $2.3 billion with General Motors to establish a joint venture for the production of Chevrolet trucks and SUVs. He acquired a 55% stake in Sanjiang Renault, planning to introduce Renault's economical passenger cars, the Gongua. He acquired aerospace Mitsubishi and partnered with Mitsubishi to produce passenger car engines. He has partnered with Toyota to develop Toyota economy sedans tailored for the Chinese market. In addition, Yang Fan has partnered with Delphi, the world's largest automotive parts supplier, to co-develop the 491 QME gasoline engine. By standing on the shoulders of giants, independent R&D of passenger cars is not done in isolation. Furthermore, Yang Fan has invested heavily to invite world-renowned design master Giorgetto Giugiaro to lead vehicle design, with whole vehicle performance validation conducted by the internationally authoritative Eagle Mirror Company, and the 4 major processes: crash testing, body in white, painting, and final assembly provided by world-leading automotive manufacturers. Critical assemblies and components are supplied by internationally renowned automotive manufacturers. While China is still lagging behind the times, Yang Fan is not averse to investing heavily. Joint ventures are acceptable, as they are better than developing in isolation. When the news broadcast reported these developments, the entire Chinese automotive industry was shaken to its core. In addition to these initiatives, Yang Fan allocated 100 million yuan specifically for a collaboration with the Automotive Engineering and Development Research Institute of Tsinghua University, with Yang Hong serving as the chairman of the board. The news broadcast commented that Yang Fan's move was a strategic decision to learn from foreign advanced technologies while also enhancing domestic capabilities. For Yang Fan to directly intervene in the automotive industry, it was akin to a madman for the Chinese automotive sector. He was completely defying conventional wisdom. Especially when footage of Yang's family producing small passenger vehicles was shown on the news broadcast, featuring assembly scenes and sleek vehicle designs that looked exceptionally high-end, many felt a sense of foreboding. This is just a compact car. Who knows when Yang Fan will venture into the sedan market? He's bringing in advanced foreign technology and is willing to invest heavily in R&D. This Yang Fan left everyone present with a sense of helplessness and inability to compete. The 3 eastern provinces, Shenyang City. Geng Xiaojie, the chairman of FAW, watched the news broadcast and then sneered, wanting to build cars? Young people really don't know what it means to be out of their league. Currently, Geng Xiaojie's Little Liberation model is the undisputed king of minivans, dominating the market with unmatched popularity. $8,800. Upon hearing this figure, Geng Xiaojie suddenly jumped to his feet from his office chair, his face betraying disbelief. 880,000 yuan? Geng Xiaojie's Little Liberation was priced at 160,000 yuan, which was exactly twice Yang Fan's price. If Yang Fan keeps his price at 88,000 yuan, this is definitely not good news for him. Once the competition begins, how will he possibly compete with Yang Fan? 8,800 yuan, how was he supposed to make money? Geng Xiaojie couldn't help but curse under his breath. His own small Liberation model, just to produce, costs over 100,000 yuan, plus various fees. While it's considered a high profit margin, the costs are also extremely high. Now, Yang Fan's Young Family Warriors are only priced at 88,000 yuan. How could he possibly make a profit? What's even more outrageous is that Yang Fan has organized a lottery. This spring festival, Yang Jiajian will hold a lottery event in major cities across the country. The winners will get to take a Yang Jiajian home directly. Geng Xiaojie didn't know what to say. Being able to run an advertisement on the news broadcast, Yang Fan was truly the first person to achieve such a feat. However, Yang Fan had the confidence to do so. After all, Yang Fan is now the wealthiest Chinese businessman, a prime example of the "let's them get rich first to help others get rich later" philosophy. What's so wrong with advertising on the news broadcast? Geng Xiaojie had a premonition that perhaps he was about to face off against the Yang family head-on. But for Geng Xiaojie, the most painful thing was right here. He realized he couldn't compete with the Yang family. His car sold for 160,000 yuan, but the Yang family only needed 88,000 yuan. How could he compete? How could he compare? It seemed like he had lost from the very beginning.
No, I am the market leader now. Yang Fan can't possibly be my opponent.
Geng Xiaojie muttered to himself, as if trying to comfort himself.
Chapter 0119, The national automobile industry explodes in a massive blast. The Yang family is getting involved in the car industry.
Especially when the news reports started airing, the entire automotive industry was in a state of shock.
Yang Fan, this guy, what does he want to do? Earlier, Yang Fan had already meddled in the VCD industry, causing chaos and unrest in the entire market. Now, he's meddling in the automotive industry? Spring Festival Grand Lottery, sales?
This year's Spring Festival is coming earlier, but Yang Fan remains resolute: either we don't do it at all, or we go all out.
All workers will not be given leave and will instead be paid triple wages. Step on the gas and get to work. Just before the Spring Festival, over 2,000 Yang family generals were produced.
There were few dealers willing to sell cars, fewer than 800 people, less than 1/10 of the total workforce.
However, for Yang Fan, this was sufficient.
This group was retained by Yang Fan for emergency training, where they were taught basic car knowledge and sales techniques. At the same time, he told them that from now on, they would be the dealers for this region, with no competitors. The price of video game consoles will decrease. The price of VCDs will also decrease. We guarantee that they will receive the lowest prices.
This is madness. Qin Weidong had already tasted the sweetness of success.
He had a hunch that by following the Yang family, he was sure to get rich as well.
In fact, hadn't he already become wealthy? Just 1 month later. Shenzhen.
Suddenly, Yang family brand vans appeared here. Over the past period, the news broadcasts had already built up a lot of anticipation, and Yang Fan wasn't hesitating to spend money.
Various ads kept appearing, all designed to build anticipation.
Then they plunged into the fray. When the Yang family's small passenger vehicles appeared, many people had been waiting for this moment.
In fact, the profits in the automotive industry are indeed substantial. Take Shenyang City as an example.
Previously, this area was dominated by the Ziyajifang, produced by Changchun First Automobile Works, which held a monopoly and sold for as much as 180,000 yuan. Despite the high price, it was still in high demand. However, in Yang Fan's opinion, even if someone offered him this car 20 years later, he wouldn't drive it, let alone sell it for 180,000 yuan. He'd consider 20,000 yuan too expensive. For the average Chinese person today, it's not that they can't afford a car with a few years of frugal living, they could certainly afford one. It's just that their priorities are different. Some people who have made their fortune through small businesses are very eager to buy cars. The primary purpose of driving this car is to transport small goods, such as street vendor merchandise. However, Yang Fan's car is too cheap, at 88,000 yuan. What is even more terrifying is that even at 88,000 yuan, the Yang family still makes a profit of nearly 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Despite the fact that many of the parts are not domestically produced, Yang Fan manages to keep the price low while maintaining high profits. Before formal production began, Yang Fan first focused on industrial consolidation, purchasing production lines, and restructuring the car factory to ensure that every department could coordinate seamlessly. As for Yang Hong, he also learned from this experience. It took only 1 month to produce the cars, but the preparation phase alone consumed nearly half a year. Once everything was in place, Yang Fan acted swiftly. It wasn't just about the car parts, pricing, or sales channels. He also had to analyze the target user group, their driving habits, fuel consumption patterns, and determine the appropriate promotional slogans and taglines, all of which required meticulous research. Currently, without exaggeration, only Yang Fan has achieved this level of preparation. Having accumulated sufficient strength, he is now ready to strike with full force.
In an instant, the little liberation felt like it was about to explode. This wasn't just any explosion, it was a massive one.
Geng Xiaojie was confident that his market wouldn't have any issues, but soon, he realized he was wrong, dead wrong. Because of the sudden surge in advertising, many customers who had originally planned to buy a car chose to wait and see. One car was priced at 180,000, while the other was 88,000. The choice was obvious.
Those driving vans belong to the informal economy, operating without a physical storefront.
They seek a location to set up their stall and also need a van to transport their goods. Therefore, they didn't care about the quality of the van's price was the only consideration. After all, a car is just a car, it's all the same once you drive it. Before the sale, a group of people also saw the TV advertisement. 2 cars, same speed, same distance, then observe fuel consumption. Yang Jiazhang's fuel consumption was 4/5 of the other cars. The ad went viral instantly. When Geng Xiaojie saw this, he was so angry he almost spat blood. Although no names were mentioned, anyone who wasn't a little cutie could tell that the car being compared was their own little liberation. The Spring Festival had just passed.
When Yang Jiazhang's anticipation reached its peak, Yang Fan began sales. Qin Weidong quickly found his phone blowing up.
People from surrounding counties and cities were calling him non-stop, asking about the price of the Yang family vehicles, and some even came directly to his store to place orders.
Yang's dealers weren't all car sellers, but they could still advertise and leave Qin Weidong's phone number without much trouble.
When Qin Weidong returned, Yang Hong handed over part of the shipping costs and asked him to bring back 30 units. However, these 30 units were sold out in less than 7 days.
The remaining orders alone had deposits totaling over 1 million yuan. Qin Weidong was stunned.
This seemed more profitable than running a video game arcade. Previously, there were many competitors in the video game arcade business, but now, there didn't seem to be many competitors.
As for future sales volume, Yang Fan was even more confident.
Although it hadn't been explicitly stated, the situation of layoffs was becoming increasingly severe, and there was even talk of a mass layoff this year. Without jobs, setting up street stalls becomes inevitable. Once they have some money, they will naturally consider buying a car. Even if you don't set up a street stall, you could consider driving an unlicensed taxi to pick up passengers, which could also earn some money.
In this scenario, Yang Jiajian's advantages will be fully realized.
Yang Fan isn't bragging nationwide, there's no way anyone can offer cars at a lower price than him. Instantly, the automotive industry exploded, with a massive upheaval. Yang Fan's strategy wasn't just about one city or one region, it was a nationwide offensive. In the price market, Yang Fan was targeting his competitors head-on.
Even if the cars don't sell, you must pay the deposit.
We'll sell them to you once they're produced.
Chapter 0120, leaders at all levels in Jiangnan province were laughing hysterically. Qin Weidong had to admit that following Yang Fan really did make money. Moreover, Yang Fan always manages to quickly find his niche.
Every time a new product is launched, Yang Fan first conducts thorough market research, then tailors sales strategies to local conditions, leaving competitors no time to react, and easily defeating them.
Yang Fan is a disruptor in the automotive industry.
He never plays by the rules. To Yang Fan, so-called industry norms are nothing but nonsense.
Yet, Yang Fan's sales strategies have always been successful. During the Spring Festival, Yang Jiajian automobile sales remained consistently high. Another case of selling before production.
Just looking at the numbers on paper, monthly sales had already reached 100,000 units, with nationwide distribution and sales booming. And this number was still rising.
However, there was an interesting twist in the story.
Changchun First Automobile directly sued Yang Jiajiang in court, alleging that the advertisements produced by Yang Jiajiang contained defamatory content targeting the Little Liberation model.
The lawsuit, of course, was lost by Yang Jiajiang.
However, soon after, Geng Xiaojie regretted his decision. Because Geng Xiaojie soon realized that although Yang Fan lost the lawsuit, the advertisement was well made.
What was originally only known in the 3 northeastern provinces is now known nationwide.
Everyone in the country now knew that the Yang family's fuel consumption was only 4/5 that of the Little Liberation. Geng Xiaojie felt like he was about to spit blood.
In response, the entire Jiangnan province was nearly in stitches.
Starting with Yang Jiajiang, industrial parks across the province began to develop, with various parts manufacturing plants springing up everywhere.
Research institutes were also established.
Yang Fan not only set up an automotive engineering research institute with Tsinghua University but also established another one at Fudan University, both with a 1 billion yuan investment.
If there are results, we'll keep investing. If there are no results, well, I'll increase investment in those that do have results. You can take my money, but you can't treat me like a little darling. Overnight, Jiangnan province has become a major destination for population influx.
With the ongoing state-owned enterprise reforms, a large number of laid-off workers have also joined these industrial parks, and some have even come to Jiangnan province to work. This poses a significant challenge to local administrative capabilities, but it also represents a super powerful potential market. Such a large influx of people means consumption and entertainment.
However, for Jiangnan province, Hongshan City is a place they must retain. Currently, both Magic City and Jiangnan province are fiercely lobbying the central government. Magic City wants to absorb Hongshan City into Hongshan District, while Jiangnan Province is even more determined to elevate Hongshan City from a county-level city to a prefecture-level city. The two sides are locked in a fierce battle. However, according to the intelligence Yang Fan obtained, Hongshan City is highly likely to become a district of Magic City, which is absolutely fantastic news for Yang Fan. Currently, Yan Hong has already secured several real estate projects under development, waiting to be sold. Once it becomes a district of the metropolis, the prices will inevitably align with those of the metropolis. Yang Fan also knows that both sides have recognized the potential of his trillion-dollar plan, which means enormous profits. Everyone wants it.
Yang Fan is also a key player in this deal, but he chooses not to mention it.
Shanghai can bring him enormous profits and income, but Jiangnan province is equally crucial.
Such matters should be left for the central government to decide. He will not interfere. Yan Hong, on the other hand, was in a cheerful mood all day long. He had come to realize that while he wasn't particularly fond of real estate, he was deeply passionate about automobiles. Seeing the strong sales of the Yang family's compact cars left him in an exceptionally good mood.
Dad, don't get too cocky.
Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly. Currently, our biggest competitor is time.
At present, our competitors aren't that strong yet, but what about in a few years? Yang Hong couldn't help but pause for a moment before blurting out, "Are you saying we'll face competition? And it will be fierce competition."
Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly, "Our competitor is time. We must establish a large-scale, sustainably competitive manufacturing and R&D system before the boom in Chinese family sedans and the price wars begin.
We still have a long way to go." Yang Hong fell silent for a moment. He had to admit that Yang Fan's vision was indeed much longer term than his own.
The next step is to enter the family sedan market, where our competitors will be much stronger. Yang Fan smiled and continued, "I'll handle the Hongmeng Group, but you, Dad, must manage the automotive sector, maintain competitiveness, and focus on development and research. This is what we must pursue and consider at all times."
Yang Hong nodded and then nodded again. "I know what to do."
Yang Fan still felt uneasy and continued, "Our family is now in the spotlight, and there will be many tempting opportunities that seem too good to be true.
At that time, Dad, you'll need to think it through carefully."
Yang Hong nodded again and suddenly asked, "How's your end going?" "Some of the equipment I can obtain from Arctic Bear, and the rest I can try to source from Italy." Yang Fan spoke slowly, "Currently, these Western countries have imposed an embargo on us, so I can only rely on smuggling. However, I'm worried about being detained by customs, and there are quite a few expenses involved.
There's also..."
Yang Fan shook his head and continued, "I'm worried about being scammed.
These foreigners might inflate the price of outdated equipment and sell it to me. Luckily, old Anai is a professional, he won't be fooled."
At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing, "There's also the issue of talent. Liang Mengsong from TSMC has indicated he's willing to come over, but he has one condition: we can't just poach him alone, we need to bring in an entire team, which is another major expense.
Lastly, the construction standards are extremely strict and demanding."
Yang Fan shrugged and said indifferently, "The road ahead is long and arduous.
This project is even more capital intensive than the automotive industry, and without sufficient funding, it might all be in vain.
But there's no choice, this money must be spent. Dad, your industry can still see some returns, but mine won't show any signs of success in the short term."
Yang Hong opened his mouth. "Why bother with this? Just earn some money steadily. I know that."
Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly, "Actually, with my abilities, if I didn't pursue this, I could still become the richest person in the world. But deep down, I just can't accept that."
Chapter 0121, Deep Affection, Consuming Zhang Yiyu.
Yang Hong noticed that his son was acting strangely.
"You're already the world's richest man. Why aren't you satisfied? And you're too confident. Are you really sure you can become the world's richest man?"
Yang Fan shrugged and spoke slowly, "To be honest, I think this is really not that difficult.
It's just that you don't know, Dad."
To put it simply, the dot-com bubble of the year 2000 and the financial crisis of 2008 were enough to make Yang Fan the world's richest man. Bill Gates didn't become the world's richest man because Microsoft was so powerful.
Instead, Bill Gates himself was also involved in investments.
He even reduced his stake in Microsoft, yet he remained the world's richest man.
Bill Gates once studied investment under the legendary investor Warren Buffett.
He himself is also a master investor. The truth is, money comes and goes quickly in finance. However, in the field of financial investment, it can be a matter of 1 foot in heaven and 1 foot in hell. Yang Fan has a technical perspective, believing that capital is merely a tool to support technology. He has always believed that an economy without technology is like a tree without roots, much like the Southeast Asian countries during the recent financial crisis, which had virtually no ability to withstand risks and simply gave up. Hong Kong, without domestic support, would have fared no better.
Yang Family Villa.
Now, this is Yang Fan's private villa. Yang Fan has already separated from Yang Hong and Zhou Yun. The main reason is that he continues to live with his parents, which makes many things inconvenient. For example, when his sisters come over to play at his house, his parents are always around, which is very inconvenient for him. On rare occasions when he has free time, Yang Fan invites Zhang Yiyu to his house to play. Besides Zhang Yiyu, there's also Han Xiaoxiao, but she's quite shy and hasn't come over much after a few visits.
Zhang Yiyu, on the other hand, often came over, playing games and flirting every day. With her long legs and big breasts, Yang Fan couldn't help but drool over her. Why did he let her slip away in his previous life?
Every time he thought about it, Yang Fan felt deeply regretful. It's still more comfortable at your place. Zhang Yiyu stretched her limbs comfortably and jumped onto the bed. I still have to study every day. I'm so tired I could die.
Yu Jia, I'm tired too.
Yang Fan lay on Zhang Yuyu's thigh, looking exhausted as he spoke. Every bone in my body is about to break. I also have the college entrance exam this year. I want to get good grades, go to university, work during the day, and study at night.
That's true, Zhang Yiyu had seen Yang Fan study.
The books inside were almost worn out from being read so much. Besides high school courses, Yang Fan was also self-studying university-level courses. Yang Fan had already leaned in to kiss her.
To be honest, after 3 years of reincarnation, Yang Fan had been holding back. As a young man full of vigor, he naturally couldn't resist all the time.
As a reincarnated individual, Yang Fan naturally found some girls quite appealing. Originally, when he was in Hong Kong, Yang Fan had already planned to have some fun, but he was kidnapped by Zhang Shihao halfway through. Later, his father had been by his side the whole time, making it difficult for him to act. Then there was the incident with Li Jiacheng. It could be said that all these big and small matters piled up, leaving Yang Fan with almost no time for entertainment. Yang Fan could only suppress all his thoughts deep within his heart.
At this moment, Yang Fan really couldn't hold back anymore. I've endured this for 3 years. Do you really expect me to keep enduring it? It's only natural to feel this way. After all, Yang Fan has never been the type to deny his desires. Zhang Yiyu was suddenly kissed and her pupils contracted sharply. She could clearly feel that Yang Fan's kiss this time was different from his usual ones. His eyes were clearly filled with a strong sense of aggression. This guy is serious. This. Zhang Yiyu felt an unprecedented tension, mixed with a hint of anticipation, even though the two hadn't explicitly confirmed their relationship. But liking him was inevitable, especially now that Yang Fan's status had changed. He was the wealthiest man in the Chinese community. Being the girlfriend of the wealthiest Chinese businessman seemed like a pretty good deal. Zhang Yiyu was utterly exhausted, deeply feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Yang Fan, completely unable to withstand it. How many people could withstand that? Yang Fan, do you really like me? Zhang Yiyu began to feel insecure. Nonsense, of course I like you.
Yang Fan spoke softly, though he wasn't entirely sure how he felt. But upon reflection, liking her body was also a form of liking her. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If he answered wrong, getting kicked off the bed by the girl would be the least of his problems.
Zhang Yiyu was deeply moved and rushed to kiss Yang Fan. The two of them kissed again.
Chapter 0122, Conflict between Hong Kongers and Mainlanders 1.
Fame wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Every move you made was being watched, and it wasn't easy to relax.
Zhang Hong, who was responsible for protecting Yang Fan, clearly heard the sounds coming from the bedroom.
However, she didn't think much of it. Her philosophy was simple: protect Yang Fan and ensure he wasn't harmed.
As for Yang Fan's private life, that was not within her purview.
Tomorrow, I'll take you to Hong Kong. It's a rare chance during winter break. Let's go out and have some fun.
Yang Fan kissed Zhang Yiyu on the face a few more times before speaking.
Hong Kong? Zhang Yiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement.
To be honest, there aren't many fun places left in the country these days.
Hong Kong is definitely a great destination for mainlanders nowadays. Let's go to Hong Kong. Zhang Yiyu sat up excitedly. Zhang Yiyu gently tapped Yang Fan on the shoulder. You don't even care about me. How could I not care about you?
Yang Fan held Zhang Yiyu in his arms. I'd keep you in my mouth, afraid I'd melt you away. You're just good with words. Zhang Yiyu blushed shyly, but she felt deeply touched inside. It must be said that Yang Fan was a master at charming girls, especially after intimacy, leaving the girls speechless. Zhang Yiyu felt a sense of peace she couldn't quite put into words. With a few days left of winter break, Yang Fan took Zhang Yiyu to Hong Kong for a trip. Zhang Qiubai didn't object, and after Zhang Yiyu didn't come home that night, he knew the two had already become intimate.
Going to Hong Kong is fine, just be careful.
As Zhang Qiubai spoke, his gaze was fixed on Yang Fan. Xiao Fan, I only have this one daughter. You must take good care of her.
If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible. Uncle Zhang, rest assured.
I'll definitely make sure you doesn't suffer the slightest injustice. Yang Fan smiled and continued, take advantage of the few days before school starts to relax in Hong Kong. Come back soon, the college entrance exams are just around the corner.
Hong Kong.
After enduring the financial crisis, Hong Kong now appears significantly more subdued.
Villa number 16, Shallow Water Bay.
Yang Fan, you actually have such a large villa in Hong Kong.
Upon arriving at the Shallow Water Bay Villa, Zhang Yiyu couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment on her face. It's not bad.
Yang Fan smiled, the construction of villas in our country hasn't reached that scale yet, and the layout is still a bit lacking. It can't compare to Hong Kong's now, but in a few years, it'll be about the same.
Zhang Yiyu nodded, looking at Yang Fan with curiosity. Where should we go next? Yang Fan thought for a moment. Disneyland?
Or Ocean Park? The facilities are pretty good.
Let's check those out first, then we can go shopping. Your watch could use an upgrade. Alright. Zhang Yiyu nodded firmly.
To Yang Fan, Hong Kong was nothing special. Compared to the Shanghai of 20 years later or the Beijing of 20 years later, it was just a backward city. However, in the eyes of people today, it was a paradise that the mainland longed for. Every night, the battles between young men and women were intense. Here, this watch is for you. In the luxury store, Yang Fan selected a Patek Philippe watch and presented it to Zhang Yiyu.
You're giving this to me?
Zhang Yiyu fell in love with the Patek Philippe at first sight, but when she saw the price, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue.
Over $1 million. She couldn't help but exclaim, that's way too expensive. Expensive? Yang Fan immediately put it on Zhang Yiyu's wrist. I think it looks pretty good on you.
Looking at the Patek Philippe on her wrist, to be honest, Zhang Yiyu truly loved it to the extreme.
Luxurious and exceptionally beautiful. No girl would dislike such things.
Alright, I'll take it. Zhang Yiyu nodded, put it on her wrist, and naturally felt overjoyed that the man she loved most had given her such an expensive watch. Yang Fan smiled, kiss me first. Zhang Yiyu excitedly wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's neck and gave him a fiery kiss. To be honest, she felt a happiness she had never experienced before.
I'll go to the restroom.
Zhang Yiyu smiled at Yang Fan as she left.
Alright, I'll wait for you. Yang Fan nodded at the door. Shortly after, Zhang Yiyu entered the restroom.
As she washed her hands, the elegant watch on her wrist immediately caught the attention of a young woman.
That watch is pretty nice.
The girl, dressed in a rebellious style, looked Zhang Yiyu up and down, then gave her an unexpected expression. Zhang Yiyu furrowed her brows slightly and spoke slowly, sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
The other person was speaking Cantonese, and Zhang Yiyu couldn't understand a word she said. So you're a mainland kid?
The young woman spoke with a look of contempt in her eyes. Zhang Yiyu couldn't understand what the young woman was saying, but she caught the words mainland kid, and she also felt the contempt in the other person's gaze. However, she didn't want to get into a conflict with her. Instead, she turned and left, not wanting to get into a fight with others. Her face turned pale as she turned to leave, but the young woman suddenly grabbed Zhang Yuyu's hair and shouted, thief!
Catch the thief! I caught a thief from the mainland.
Instantly, countless people's gazes were drawn to them. Chapter 0123, pull all her hair out, not a single strand left.
Zhang Yuyu was suddenly grabbed by the hair and became flustered. What are you doing? Let go of me. The young girl, however, was gloating as she held onto Zhang Yuyu's hair. Thief! Admit it. You're a thief from the mainland, aren't you? You must be a thief. Let go of me. Zhang Yiyu was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. In an instant, countless eyes turned toward the two of them. Is this the kind of people they are? These people have no manners. They come to Hong Kong and all they know is how to steal. They're so poor, they've probably never seen a watch in their lives. This little girl looks pretty decent, but she's actually a thief. Aren't they always like this? The onlookers chatted among themselves, and Zhang Yiyu's face turned beet red. Though she couldn't understand much Cantonese, the pointing fingers and disdainful expressions of the crowd made it clear that they weren't saying anything nice. Clap. Just then, a strong hand suddenly grabbed the young thug's wrist. You! The young thug's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and saw a burly man. The man merely gave him a light flick. Instantly, the young thug felt his body lift off the ground. By the time he reacted, his entire body crashed heavily onto the ground with a loud thud. Boom! A dull sound echoed as the young thug felt as though his internal organs had shifted out of place. The young woman named Xinjie was also startled, but before she could react, she was grabbed by the wrist by the burly man. Ouch! In intense pain, the young woman named Xinjie immediately let go of her hand. Zhang Yiyu managed to escape. Yujie, come here, Yang Fan's voice came from beside her. Zhang Yiyu's eyes widened as she saw Yang Fan appear before her.
For a moment, she felt safer than ever before and hurried over to Yang Fan's side. Are you okay? Yang Fan immediately hugged Zhang Yiyu tightly. The commotion had been loud enough to catch Yang Fan's attention, and he immediately ordered his bodyguards to intervene. Boss! The burly man, still holding the young woman's wrist, fixed his gaze on Yang Fan. Yang Fan remained expressionless as he watched the scene unfold, then turned his gaze to Zhang Yiyu. Yiyu, what's going on? Zhang Yiyu took a deep breath, feeling a wave of injustice wash over her. I don't know either. I just went to the bathroom, and when I came out, he accused me of stealing his watch. Why are you accusing my girlfriend of stealing the watch? Yang Fan's gaze fell on the young woman called Xinjie. Hey, when did I frame you? You mainlanders are all thieves and thugs. The young woman named Xin's sister shouted while cursing. What are you all standing around for? Get him! Whoosh! Several gangsters had already pulled out knives and machetes, and the onlookers were startled. In recent years, the security situation in Hong Kong had deteriorated rapidly, and many Hong Kong residents were still quite afraid of these gangsters.
Yang Fan's face showed no emotion, and he calmly said, Don't kill anyone. The rest is up to you. You're pretty bold, aren't you? One of the gangsters suddenly swung his knife at Yang Fan. Yang Fan remained motionless. Suddenly, Zhang Hong, standing beside him, acted swiftly, grabbing the knife with both hands and twisting it forcefully. A loud crack echoed through the air. Instantly, the man let out an agonizing scream. His arm twisted violently, exposing the white bone. This scene caused the surrounding Hong Kong citizens to scream uncontrollably. Zhang Yiyu instinctively closed her eyes. The scene before her seemed a bit too bloody. Yang Fan glanced at Zhang Hong once more. Though she wasn't particularly attractive, her combat skills were unmatched. He recalled that when the military personnel had introduced her to him, they had mentioned that Zhang Hong was a top-tier sniper with exceptional marksmanship. Even when she was by his side, she always maintained her training, keeping her physical condition at its peak. Bang! 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 Yang Fan's bodyguards didn't hold back, quickly taking down the few gangsters with a few punches and kicks. When it comes to combat strength, these street thugs are amateurs. Those who came from the military can easily take on 10 or even 20 opponents. The young woman called Xin Jia was completely terrified. Yang Fan, however, smiled at the young woman named Xin Jia. Now, can you tell me why you accused my girlfriend of being a thief? I just heard her speak Mandarin, and I just thought she was a thief, the young woman named Xin stammered. Alright. Yang Fan sighed softly. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who holds a grudge. At this point, Yang Fan paused slightly. My girlfriend only lost a few strands of hair. It's not a big deal. Hearing this, the young woman named Xin Jia sighed in relief, while Yang Fan glanced at his bodyguard and said indifferently, You, pull out all her hair, not a single strand left. You? Xin Jia's expression changed instantly, and a look of intense fear flashed in her eyes. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Yang Fan spoke coldly, immediately. Chapter 0124, Kneel down and apologize, you must be dreaming. Stop. Stop right now. The young woman called Xin's sister was immediately thrown into a panic. This man was simply too ruthless. He actually intended to pull out all her hair. What was he planning to do? What was he really up to? Yang Fan's bodyguard, however, had no such qualms. He grabbed a strand of Xin Jia's hair and pulled it out forcefully. Ah! In an instant, a strand of long hair was torn out, and blood began to flow. Yang Fan's bodyguards, though hand-picked from the military, were utterly loyal to him. They would do whatever he ordered. After all, Yang Fan spent over 10 million yuan annually just on these 6 bodyguards. This was a huge sum of money, an amount they might never see in their entire lives. Now it was being thrown at them, and if Yang Fan asked them to do anything, even kill someone in broad daylight, they would do it without hesitation. Clearly, these bodyguards could tell that Yang Fan was in a very bad mood, extremely bad. As they watched Xin Jia struggling, one bodyguard acted swiftly, gripping her arms tightly, and with a loud crack, he dislocated both of her arms. Ah! Xin Jia let out an even more heart-wrenching scream, and then the bodyguard began pulling out her hair in clumps. Yang Fan, are we being a bit too much? Zhang Yiyu looked at the bloody scene before her with concern, feeling that Yang Fan's bodyguards were being far too brutal. Over the top? Yang Fan sneered coldly and spoke indifferently. Do you know that without me, you might have been captured by them? And what do you think those thugs would have done to you? Hearing this, Zhang Yiyu shuddered involuntarily. Yang Fan gently wrapped his arm around Zhang Yiyu and spoke slowly. Enough, it's too bloody. Let's go. Zhang Yiyu swallowed hard. Although she felt that if they took her away, she had no idea what would happen. The piercing screams of the young woman called Xin Jia were too distressing, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Zhang Hong. Yang Fan turned to look at Zhang Hong and suddenly pointed to someone nearby who had pulled out a camera. Zhang Hong nodded and walked straight up to the man with the license plate, speaking calmly, hand over the camera. The man paused for a moment before asking, what camera? Before he could react, Zhang Hong suddenly reached out, snatched the camera from his hands, swiftly removed the film, and pulled it out. She then reached into another pocket, pulled out a lighter, and set it ablaze. These days, who doesn't have a camera on their phone? I'm not afraid of it getting posted online. Stop. I beg you, stop. The young woman named Xin was terrified beyond words. These bodyguards showed no mercy. When they acted, they did so with the principle of showing no mercy. Even if they could pull out all your hair in one go, they wouldn't do it. Instead, they pull it out in small clumps, ensuring you felt the maximum pain. They had been following Yang Fan for some time and were well aware of his personality. 4 words to describe him. He holds a grudge. If Zhang Yiyu loses a single strand of hair, he'll pull out all of the other person's hair. What's going on? Just then, a voice suddenly reached Yang Fan's ears, and he saw a large group of gangsters approaching. Xingu, save me. Save me. Xingu. Upon hearing this voice, the young woman called Xin Jia immediately let out a pitiful cry. The man called Xingde narrowed his eyes, walked directly into the crowd, and upon seeing the scene before him, his mouth erupted with anger. Stop. Ah. As soon as the sound faded, the young woman named Xin Jia let out another pitiful cry, and Yang Fan's bodyguard pulled out another strand of her hair. They only obeyed Yang Fan's orders, and besides, even if you spoke Cantonese, they might not understand you. Stop. Yang Fan spoke calmly. The bodyguards finally stopped. The man called Xinggu quickly stepped forward, but couldn't help but gasp in horror. He saw that the young woman named Xin Jia had half her hair pulled out, blood streaming down her face, making her once somewhat features look utterly horrifying. Xing Ji's expression turned grim. What the hell is going on here? Xing Ji's expression was grim, his sharp gaze fixating on Yang Fan. You dare touch my woman? This man named Xinggu seemed to realize that Yang Fan wasn't someone to be underestimated. He merely sized Yang Fan up from head to toe, but in his mind, he was trying to figure out where Yang Fan had come from. Xinggu, these mainlanders aren't good people. Kill them, kill them.
The young woman called Xinjia got up from the ground, dragging her arms, and approached Xingu. For a moment, the citizens of Hong Kong were buzzing with speculation. Over the years, Hong Kong's public safety had deteriorated significantly, and street fights had become a common sight on the streets. Yang Fan glanced at Zhang Jiaxing without expression. Zhang Jiaxing's gaze fell on Yang Fan. Hey, not bad. You mainlanders sure have some guts. Have you had enough of living? Yang Fan didn't know how he felt. In his impression, even those who had come out to mix with the underworld, at the very least, these top-tier bosses were all dressed in suits and ties, looking like legitimate businessmen. This guy, however, looked so lowly. Zhang Jiaxing stared at Yang Fan. Kid, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you're not leaving today. As he spoke, over 30 gangsters surrounded Yang Fan and Zhang Yu. Kneel down and apologize? Are you out of your mind? Yang Fan sneered. Chapter 0125, you made a mistake by calling me a mainland kid. Oh? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils glowing with a fierce light. The 30 or so gangsters all drew their weapons, knives, daggers. If the opponents were Hong Kongers, Zhang Jiaxing would have to exercise some caution. He might even consider whether he could afford to provoke them. But if they were mainlanders? Even if you're rich on the mainland, what can you do? Even if you have bodyguards, what can you do? If we really take you down, what can the mainland do to us? Zhang Jiaxing dared to act so brazenly because he had assessed Yang Fan's status. Just a mainland kid. Moreover, both Yang Fan and Zhang Yu are not very old, probably around 17 or 18. How to put it? They just look easy to bully. Hong Kong people have always had this mysterious sense of superiority over mainlanders, and Zhang Jiaxing is no exception. If he were a Hong Kong person with bodyguards, he wouldn't dare provoke them. Mainlanders, they think they're superior. No matter how rich you are, you're still a mainland kid. Let's go. Yang Fan spoke calmly. I'll see what you bunch of good-for-nothings can do. Attack! Zhang Jiaxing suddenly roared. Instantly, the gangsters around him charged toward Yang Fan. However, Zhang Jiaxing's smile froze on his face. These bodyguards were too strong. One of them kicked out with such force that he sent one of Zhang Jiaxing's henchmen flying several meters away, landing on the ground unable to stand. These men were skilled in hand-to-hand combat, especially joint locks and grappling techniques. In other words, if it were unarmed combat, these 30-odd thugs wouldn't stand a chance against a single person. However, with so many of them armed, they still had some cause for caution. Whoa! The onlookers from Hong Kong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It felt like watching a movie. Yang Fan's bodyguards moved swiftly and decisively. Though not every move targeted vital points, they were executed in an instant, rendering their opponents completely unable to resist. The entire ordeal lasted less than 30 seconds. Zhang Jiaxing noticed that the group of thugs around him were already lying on the ground, completely unable to resist, and their mouths couldn't help but emit cries of agony. The scene before him left Zhang Jiaxing at a loss for how to proceed. Yang Fan, however, smiled coldly at Zhang Jiaxing and spoke in a calm tone. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, and I'll spare you. Apologize? You bastard. Zhang Jiaxing suddenly let out a low growl, then suddenly pulled out a gun from his chest and aimed it directly at Yang Fan. But as soon as he aimed the gun at Yang Fan, he felt a large hand grip his wrist, with a thumb pressing down firmly. Instantly, half his body went numb as if he'd been electrocuted. Clang! The gun slipped from his hands and was quickly picked up by someone else. In a matter of seconds, the gun was disassembled into pieces. The scene before him caused Zhang Jiaxing's expression to change. Even if he were as foolish as a fool, he knew at that moment that he had provoked the wrong person. He swallowed hard and said, "Friend, I admit defeat. You don't seem to understand me. I told you to kneel down and apologize. Did you hear me?" Yang Fan spoke slowly and calmly. "Remember, I'm only giving you this one chance. You bastard, do you know who I am?" Zhang Jiaxing erupted in anger. Making him kneel on the street, wasn't that humiliating him? Yang Fan laughed and then said calmly, "Break both his legs. You dare." Zhang Jiaxing had barely uttered those two words when the bodyguard holding his wrist swiftly acted, kicking him directly in the shin bone. Ah! Zhang Jiaxing let out an agonizing scream, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. In an instant, cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Yang Fan stared impassively at Zhang Jiaxing. Before Zhang Jiaxing could utter another word, his other leg was brutally crushed under Yang Fan's foot. The agonizing screams sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Yang Fan smiled at Zhang Jiaxing, even stepping forward to kneel in front of him. He spoke, "Friend, are you willing to apologize to me now?" "Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Zhang Jiaxing was drenched in sweat, but he forced himself to suppress the rage in his heart. This mainland Chinese was no easy opponent. He'd better survive this and find an opportunity to kill his entire family. Yang Fan smiled and asked, "Do you know where you went wrong?" I. Zhang Jiaxing stammered, "I shouldn't have messed with your girlfriend. It's my girlfriend's fault. I'm sorry."
I'll apologize to you. I'll teach your girlfriend a lesson. Yang Fan spoke indifferently. Now tell me, do you know where you went wrong? I. Zhang Jiaxing stammered, unable to speak.
Yang Fan gently patted Zhang Jiaxing's face. Your biggest mistake was not calling yourself a mainland kid. Zhang Jiaxing froze for a moment. Yang Fan spoke calmly again. Remember this, from now on, be polite to people from the mainland.
If you dare to call them mainlanders again, I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun.
Having said that, Yang Fan stood up, pulled Zhang Yuyu, and said, Yuyu, let's go.
Zhang Yuyu hadn't expected things to escalate to this point.
She was momentarily dazed and instinctively tried to follow Yang Fan, but Yang Fan paused slightly, gently tidying up Zhang Yuyu's disheveled hair.
Turning his head, his gaze fell on the young woman called Xinjie.
Under Yang Fan's gaze, Xinjie shivered uncontrollably, a sense of foreboding welling up inside her. Then she heard Yang Fan's voice, pull out all her hair.
Don't stop until it's completely gone. No half measures. Don't. Xinjie screamed in terror.
Several bodyguards rushed forward without mercy, and even the onlookers couldn't help but shiver.
Xingu, save me, save me. Xinjie's mouth emitted a pitiful sound as her beautiful hair was forcibly pulled out. Yang Fan's face showed little emotion.
He dragged Zhang Yiyu back to his luxury car. A few bodyguards returned shortly after.
Yang Fan finally drove off. Chapter 0126, 3 million, is that enough for their family?
Yang Fan had never had much regard for these gangs.
Although movies portray them as chivalrous and loyal.
But in Yang Fan's eyes, they were nothing but scum of society, bullies who picked on the weak. Dog-like creatures.
If this were back home, anti-gang operations would have them questioning their existence.
It's only in Hong Kong that such large-scale gang fights could happen.
Shallow Bay Villa. Let me take a look.
Yang Fan carefully applied ointment to Zhang Yuyu's scalp. Zhang Yuyu was still shaken, clearly not expecting that going to the bathroom would lead to such a situation. Back home, she was at least a little princess.
It's okay, everything's fine.
Yang Fan comforted Zhang Yuyu.
Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan called Luo Jiaowei after calming Zhang Yuyu down. Mr. Yang. On the other end of the line, Luo Jiaowei's voice sounded slightly respectful. What's the matter? Have you arrived in Hong Kong yet? Yang Fan nodded. I'm here. I need to ask you about someone. Do you know who Zhang Jiaxing is? Zhang Jiaxing?
Luo Jiaowei paused for a moment, then said after some thought, I know him.
He's part of the 14K gang, specifically the Zhenglian Hall.
He's been hanging around Causeway Bay for a while. His father is the leader of Zhenglian Hall, and he's part of the young generation.
HM?
Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. Alright, I understand.
Luo Jiaowei couldn't help but blurt out, what's going on, Mr. Yang? Did you get into a conflict with them?
Almost. Yang Fan spoke indifferently. His so-called son, Zhang Jiaxing, had both his legs broken by me.
Whoa. Luo Jiaowei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air.
Although he knew Yang Fan was a ruthless man, he never expected him to go this far.
Mr. Yang, what have you done?
Luo Jiaowei cleared his throat. There's a conflict, why go to such lengths?
Give me a call, I still have some influence with these Hong Kong triad groups. Yang Fan spoke indifferently. It's nothing.
This Zhang Jiaxing made me kneel and apologize.
I told him to kneel and apologize to me.
Since he refused, I broke both his legs. I hope he learns his lesson and stops being so arrogant and reckless in the future.
Who's the one being arrogant and reckless here?
Luo Jiaowei muttered to himself, then quickly said, Mr. Yang, you just came from the mainland, so you might not know. This Zhang Jiaxing's father is a madman named Zhang Hongfa, famous for being brave and violent.
Even other gangs have to give him some face. Is that so?
Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and replied casually, I really didn't know that.
Luo Jiaowei quickly interjected, Mr. Yang, what do you think? Should I arrange a banquet? We can sit down and talk it out.
You compensate him a bit, and this matter will be settled.
I pay some money? And this matter is just forgotten? Yang Fan's voice suddenly filled with anger. What kind of scum is he? He wants me to pay money? Mr. Yang, you don't understand the Hong Kong triads. Luo Jiaowei quickly interjected. You broke his son's legs in broad daylight. He's definitely investigating you now. If he finds out it was you, he won't let you off easily. I'd like to see how he won't let me off easily.
Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke indifferently. Give me his photo.
Luo Jiaowei froze for a moment. Mr. Yang, what are you planning to do? Give me the photo. Just give it to me.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. I just want to see what this guy looks like.
Luo Jiaowei felt an ominous premonition welling up inside him. This guy from the mainland, does he have something up his sleeve?
He hurriedly said, Mr. Yang, although the 14K doesn't have an actual leader, the various factions and cliques within the gang mostly operate independently. But if you take out one of their leaders, the rest won't just let it go. They'll definitely keep causing trouble for you.
Is that so?
Yang Fan spoke casually. I haven't done anything. Yang Fan didn't care about such things. Over the years, the Hong Kong triads had been in constant turmoil.
Before the handover, murders and gang fights were commonplace. As for the true top-tier tycoons, would they even bother to take these gangs seriously? That's the biggest joke of all. Li Ka-shing would never bother with these gangs, they're nothing but a bunch of traitors. However, even among the wealthy, there are different tiers. Luo Jiaowei could only be considered a third-rate tycoon. He had always followed Lu Luanxiong, and although he had managed to infiltrate the upper echelons of society, even Li Zhejiu wouldn't bother with Luo Jiaowei. Those who associate with Luo Jiaowei are mostly Li Zikai, the third son of the Li family. Luo Jiaowei is still worried about these gangs, but Li Zikai doesn't care. If he really decides to act, he can easily find a group of former soldiers to teach these gang leaders a lesson in minutes. In fact, the Hong Kong government would even follow the Li family's advice and take action against the gangs.
In reality, after 1997, Hong Kong's public safety improved rapidly. This was all thanks to the mainland. The Hong Kong police finally had the confidence to deal with the gangs, and even if they still existed, they would behave themselves. It wasn't until a group of good-for-nothings emerged later. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but if it came knocking on his door, he wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson.
Moments later, Yang Fan received an email with a photo attached.
Yang Fan thought for a moment, then called Zhang Hong and several other bodyguards over. He pointed at the photo on the screen, him, and his entire family.
Is 3 million enough?
Zhang Hong furrowed his brows and immediately realized that Yang Fan intended to take action against the Zhang Jiaxing family.
Boss, is that really necessary? Zhang Hong asked cautiously.
Although Yang Fan was now her boss, this matter seemed a bit excessive.
It was just a minor altercation on the street. It's not worth it.
Yang Fan coldly replied, some people don't want me to live comfortably, so I'll send their entire family to meet their maker comfortably.
He paused briefly before continuing, of course, if they don't come looking for trouble, that's fine.
But if they do, I'll make sure their entire family is taken care of. Chapter 0127, I'll send your entire family to die together.
Yang Fan has always adhered to this principle. If someone respects me by an inch, I will respect them by a foot. If someone wrongs me by an inch, I will make them wish they were never born. If you take a step back, they will take a step forward. The more you tolerate them, the more they will take advantage of you. In his previous life, Yang Fan acted this way. However, back then, when he entered the competitive arena, the rules were already well established, and he was operating within the country, where his strength was not as formidable as it is now. But now it's different.
At 18, Yang Fan is already the wealthiest person of Chinese descent.
This is Hong Kong.
If you dare to provoke me, I won't show any mercy. If I find out you've provoked me, I'll kill your entire family beforehand.
This is something I'm truly capable of doing.
After being kidnapped by Zhang Shihao last time, Yang Fan values his life even more.
Now that he's so wealthy, how many people are watching him?
Last time Old Li betrayed him, Yang Fan immediately sought revenge. However, the next few days were relatively calm, with no signs of trouble. Yang Fan felt at ease and went out to explore with Zhang Yuyu.
Boss.
Zhang Hong approached Yang Fan and spoke slowly, someone was following us when we went out today.
Do you know who it was? Yang Fan's pupils emitted a dangerous glow.
Zhang Hong took a deep breath and said slowly, I'm not sure, but look, should we catch a few of them and question them?
Yang Fan glanced toward the bedroom and said indifferently, keep your voice down. Don't disturb our rest.
Zhang Hong nodded, I understand.
A night of fierce fighting. Zhang Yiyu realized she seemed unable to leave Yang Fan's side.
It was simply too intense, leaving her with no chance to defend herself.
Dawn. Yang Fan gently scraped Zhang Yiyu's sleeping nose, then walked downstairs in his pajamas.
His gaze fell on Zhang Hong, and to be honest, Yang Fan was starting to wonder if this woman even slept at night. He sat down on the sofa and spoke slowly, how about it?
Did you find out?
I found out. Zhang Hong spoke slowly. It's the people from Zhenglian Hall.
It's them.
Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils glowing with a fierce light. It seems they've already investigated me.
Does Zhang Hongfa know my identity?
Yang Fan asked slowly.
They do.
Zhang Hong said expressionlessly, he has already made it clear that he'll break both of your legs and make you apologize.
How dare these guys be so arrogant? Does he have the surname Zhang, the arrogant Zhang? Yang Fan couldn't help but sneer.
I also have the surname Zhang, the arrogant Zhang.
Zhang Hong suddenly blurted out. Yang Fan.
Alright, this woman suddenly started joking with him, and Yang Fan felt a bit caught off guard. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, then there's no need for formalities. Let's strike first and make sure his entire family is dealt with properly. Zhang Hong hesitated slightly before nodding, I understand.
To put it bluntly, the money Yang Fan gave her every year was an astronomical sum.
Yang Fan hired them not just as bodyguards when necessary, he would give them extra money to carry out murders.
Inside a luxurious mansion. Damn it, Dad, did you find this?
I'll make sure you don't die a good death. Zhang Jiaxing's face was covered in bandages, and his legs had been treated, so he could walk again in the future. However, at that moment, Zhang Jiaxing felt excruciating pain in his legs, but he still uttered the most vicious curses in the world.
Boss, what should we do about this?
A subordinate approached Zhang Jiaxing's father, Zhang Hongfa, and spoke respectfully. We've investigated it thoroughly.
It's Yang Fan. Yang Fan. Zhang Hongfa narrowed his eyes and spoke in a dark tone. Are all these mainlanders so arrogant nowadays? Father, you must avenge me. You must avenge me. Zhang Jiaxing clenched his teeth and said, let him die. Damn it, my legs hurt so much, so much.
Without saying a word, Zhang Jiaxing's face contorted into a hideous grimace. Zhang Hongfa spoke coldly, don't rush, son. Just watch. I'll break both his legs and put them in front of you someday. For Zhang Hongfa, if it had been Li Jiaqing or his son who had broken his son's legs today, he would never dare to seek revenge. The Li family was deeply rooted in Hong Kong, with immense power, absolutely not something a small gang like theirs could oppose. However, the one who had taken action was Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan was the wealthiest Chinese businessman, did he really have any influence in Hong Kong? Why should he be afraid? If his legs are broken, we can just say it was done by my men. These days, the world has truly changed, even mainlanders are so brazen. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Zhang Hongfa paused for a moment, nodded to his henchman, who then went to open the door. The subordinate's pupils contracted sharply. Then, bang! A dull thud echoed, and the man's head was shattered, with blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. You! Zhang Hongfa's face turned pale instantly. He instinctively reached into his coat to grab his gun, but before he could react, another man fired a shot, blowing his head to pieces. Then, the assassin's gaze fell on Zhang Jiaxing. What are you doing? Zhang Jiaxing's face turned pale with fear, a sense of dread burning in his heart. It's Yang Fan! It's Yang Fan! Although there was no evidence, relying on his intuition, Zhang Jiaxing felt that the person capable of such an act was Yang Fan. Yang Fan wants to kill me? Zhang Jiaxing could only feel his head buzzing. The assassin spoke coldly, Zhang Jiaxing, my boss said to tell you to go die. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. In an instant, Zhang Jiaxing lay dead on the ground. The assassin, however, took his time preparing everything: gasoline, a lighter, closed the door to the room, and calmly walked out. Then, flames erupted into the sky. A family must be kept intact. Chapter 0128, The Great Earthquake. Zhang Jiaxing was dead, and his father, Zhang Hongfa, had also perished alongside him. The speed was too fast, leaving everyone in Hong Kong no time to react. Previously, no matter how much chaos the Hong Kong triads caused, no matter how big the incident, it had never escalated to this extent. But now, Zhang Hongfa is dead. Intense flames consumed all evidence. Who did this? Hong Kong was immediately thrown into chaos. Everyone knew Zhang Hongfa's status, yet even someone of his stature had been killed? For a time, the police in Shangjiang were overwhelmed. Given Zhang Hongfa's gang affiliation, the police quickly concluded this was a gang-related murder. For the time being, no one connected this incident to Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan's arcade had been destroyed by the gangsters from Zhanglian Hall, Yang Fan's status was different. He was a wealthy businessman, while Zhang Hongfa was a gangster. They were two completely different worlds. One was the richest man in Hong Kong, while the other was a low-level gangster. What possible connection could they have? Even if Zhang Hongfa had destroyed Yang Fan's arcade, Yang Fan wouldn't have gone as far as killing someone. Not only the Hong Kong police, but even the Hong Kong triads didn't consider that possibility. It's just that you provoked your girlfriend, you wouldn't go as far as killing someone, would you? No one thought in that direction except Luo Jiaowei, who had originally intended to mediate. But even Luo Jiaowei didn't anticipate that things would take such a turn. Did Zhang Fan kill someone? No, he didn't just kill the person, he wiped out the entire family. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. At that moment, Luo Jiaowei felt a chill run down his spine. The cold sensation was unmistakable. He had seen Yang Fan's ruthlessness clearly last night. This kid might just go all out and kill everyone. This is even more ruthless than a gang. Even gangs don't wipe out an entire gang in one night just because of a disagreement. Everyone talks about fighting and killing, but in reality, isn't there anything that can't be resolved through calm discussion? As the saying goes, the underworld isn't about fighting, it's about human relationships and social etiquette. Yang Fan is different. I won't negotiate with you, I'll just eliminate you. That's more straightforward. At that moment, Luo Jiaowei's phone suddenly rang. Luo Jiaowei took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and heard Yang Fan's voice on the other end. Little Luo, are you okay? Luo Jiaowei took a deep breath and replied, Mr. Yang, did you do this? It wasn't me. I'm just as puzzled as you are. Such a thing, Yang Fan would never admit to unless he was crazy. Zhenglian Hall is still affiliated with Shenhe, and if he takes down Zhenglian Hall, the underlings will come after him, and Shenhe might even come after him too. Even if the boss of Shenhe doesn't want to break ties with me, the subordinates don't think that way. The underlings' goal is to rise up. By avenging their boss, they can rise to power. Once they have a target, even if they know the person is tough like the wealthiest Chinese businessman, they stop at nothing.
What if they manage to rise to the top?
These days, the simple-minded gangsters still make up the majority.
Luo Jiawei took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Mr. Yang, I understand, but this matter is truly difficult to handle? If it's hard to handle, then don't handle it. Yang Fan spoke indifferently. It's not my problem. Luo Jiawei.
He realized he'd gotten himself into a sticky situation with Yang Fan and couldn't back out now.
Alright, I'll give you a call later. It's not important.
Yang Fan said indifferently, making money honestly is the most important thing.
What do you think?
Yes.
Luo Jiawei took a deep breath.
He now relied on Yang Fan in so many ways and naturally treated him with the utmost respect.
Sinian. Old one.
Xian Huashang pushed open the office door and walked in, speaking slowly. Something happened at Jinglian Hall last night.
I already knew about it. The police called me.
Xian Huashang rolled his eyes and said, they really went all out. They wiped out the entire headquarters, and there's not a single clue left. At this point, Xian Huashang sighed helplessly and said, the police will probably be keeping a close eye on me from now on.
Although the Xiang brothers are numerous and once powerful in the New Ian organization, since 1997, the Xiang family has gradually retreated. However, the New Ian has now peacefully transitioned into Xiang Huashang's control. They have become even more obedient. Xian Huashang nodded and then asked, do you think who did this? How would I know? He Shanha? 14K? Xiang Huashang frowned and said, what? You know who did it?
No information, but recently Yang Fan has been in conflict with them.
It seems like Xingzi went and provoked Yang Fan's girlfriend.
Xiang Huashang spoke slowly.
Put. Xiang Huashang nearly popped his eyes out. Are you joking? Yang Fan? I don't know either.
Xiang Huashang spoke slowly, but this matter is really hard to say. Young people fighting over a woman, it's unlikely they'd go as far as killing an entire family. At this point, Xiang Huashang was also headache, and he sighed helplessly, so, let's not worry too much about this. Let the police investigate slowly.
However, there will be some unrest in the coming days. Zhenglian Hall's territory is quite large, and our men also want a piece of the pie. Xian Huasheng spoke slowly. What do you think? Should we move in? Let's discuss it. Dividing the spoils would be best.
Xian Huasheng thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Don't cause any trouble. With Zhang Hongfa's temperament, he's bound to cause problems sooner or later.
Alright, I understand.
Xian Huasheng nodded. Chapter 0129, The Entertainment Life of a Tycoon, Wen Bixia. Just as Yang Fan had anticipated, no one would suspect him. Besides, it's just that you moved your girlfriend around a bit. How could you possibly have arranged for her entire family to be taken care of? But that's exactly what happened. After being kidnapped by Zhang Shihao, Yang Fan cherished his life even more. Anyone who posed a threat to him, he would eliminate them immediately. After Zhenglian Hall was taken down, the major gangs in Hong Kong gathered to discuss the matter. Ultimately, it didn't escalate into a large-scale gang war. Both sides reached a truce, dividing the territory among themselves to resolve the issue.
Everyone is happy. Luo Jiawei also wiped a cold sweat from his brow. As long as things don't escalate, that's fine.
Meanwhile, many people suddenly realized that Hong Kong seemed different now. The public order had improved significantly. Previously, their gangs frequently erupted into large-scale gang fights. However, now these gangs have suppressed these fights. Because the military forces stationed in Shangjiang were no longer from the Eagle Nation, and the police in Shangjiang were no longer just a figurehead. Public safety is improving. It can be said that this achievement is largely due to the efforts of the Chinese government. Shallow Water Bay Villa. Yang Fan had already sent Zhang Yiyu back to the mainland and used the excuse that he still had matters to attend to in Hong Kong. Of course, this was just Yang Fan talking. In reality, Yang Fan did have business to attend to. Luo Jiawei had already arranged a place for him. Last time he was in Hong Kong, if it hadn't been for being kidnapped by Zhang Shihao, Yang Fan would have had a good time. This time, Yang Fan certainly wouldn't miss out. Luo Jiawei had already arranged a place for Yang Fan. Mr. Yang, rest assured. The club on Queen S Road, are you coming over? Luo Jiawei, acting like a sycophant, sat beside Yang Fan. It's extremely safe. For Luo Jiawei, Yang Fan was his last hope for salvation. With both the stock market and real estate market collapsing, Yang Fan was his savior, buying his company and taking on its debts. Otherwise, in this timeline, Luo Jiawei would be on the brink of bankruptcy. However, even so, Luo Jiawei's once billion-dollar fortune had already shrunk significantly, now only worth a few $100 million. To make a comeback in the future, he would still have to cling to Yang Fan's coattails. This club was a relatively secluded high-end establishment, requiring a membership card to enter, making it quite private. Without the right status or connections, one simply had no business being there. Luo Jiawei licked his lips lightly. Mr. Yang, rest assured. There are plenty of actresses in Hong Kong who are willing to sell themselves. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile wryly.
He was well aware of the entertainment industry from his previous life. Couples in the entertainment industry, female celebrities selling themselves, these were all common occurrences. Not just actresses, even male actors with smooth, delicate skin do it. Hong Kong is like this, the mainland is like this, and Hollywood is much the same.
The worst is South Korea. Once you sell yourself, the money isn't even yours, it belongs to your company.
It's truly the worst.
Soon, Yang Fan and Luo Jiaowei arrived and showed their membership cards. Shortly after, Yang Fan and Luo Jiaowei found a woman in her 40s at a booth. She was slightly overweight but dressed fashionably and wasn't unattractive. This was Gu Huizhen, whom Yang Fan had seen in a gossip magazine in his previous life. However, in the original timeline, Gu Huizhen had been arrested by the police for introducing female celebrities into prostitution, which was the infamous silver chicken case that shocked Hong Kong at the time. It seemed that she had managed to avoid detection.
"Hey, Ms. Jin, what are you doing here drinking tea alone?"
Luo Jiaowei approached with a smile.
"Mr. Luo, it's been ages."
Gu Huizhen hurriedly invited Luo Jiaowei to sit down, then paused for a moment, her gaze falling on Yang Fan and asking, "Who is this?"
"Yang Fan, our new Chinese billionaire. How come you didn't watch the news?" Luo Jiaowei introduced him with a smile. "Mr. Yang?"
Gu Huizhen was slightly startled, then her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, it's Mr. Yang. I've heard so much about you." Yang Fan merely smiled and leaned back comfortably on the sofa.
Gu Huizhen couldn't help but glance at Luo Jiaowei.
Previously, Luo Jiaowei had been close friends with Lu Luanxiong, known as the Super Sniper, and was considered a rising star in Hong Kong, often linked to numerous female celebrities. However, after the financial crisis, Luo Jiaowei's fortunes took a nosedive, and many people began to speculate that the new elite were on the verge of collapse. Now it seemed clear that Luo Jiaowei had aligned himself with an even more powerful figure.
He's now following the lead of the wealthiest Chinese businessman. Isn't that more impressive than Lu Luanxiong?
Jinjia, who's been around lately? Luo Jiaowei licked his lips and smiled, saying, "I heard Lu Jialing is here." Gu Huizhen nodded proudly and said, "Mr. Luo, if you need her, I'll call her right away. She hasn't had any roles lately and is taking any job she can get."
Yang Fan was taken aback and blurted out, "Lu Jialing? Isn't she dating Liang Chaowei?"
Gu Huizhen took a sip of tea and said, "Dating is dating, and making money is making money.
They're two different things.
Besides, she's earning money with her own skills.
What's wrong with that? Which female star who wants to make money wouldn't want to latch onto someone to make more? Lu Jialing wanted to marry Su Jinheng but didn't succeed. Let's not talk behind her back.
Otherwise, her children will be born without anus. If Mr. Yang is interested in Lu Jialing in the future, Sister Jin will connect you immediately."
"Forget it." Yang Fan shook his head.
He wasn't particularly fond of Lu Jialing's appearance, even though she had many men around her. However, her looks weren't to his taste. Luo Jiaowei then spoke up, "Jinjia, I've heard that you have two top stars under your wing, Chen Bolian and Yi Zimei.
Are they still in demand?" "Not very good." Gu Huizhen frowned and said, "That's a problem.
Yi Zimei has gone straight and stopped making adult films.
She's even found a doctor to date.
She hasn't worked in the past 2 years, and Chen Bolian doesn't seem interested in coming back either." After a pause, she added, "Mr. Yang, Mr. Luo, you have to understand.
I'm not one of those madams from Lan Kwai Fong.
The girls under me are all free agents.
Jinjia is just a middleman. If they don't want to work, I can't force them." Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, while Luo Jiaowei couldn't help but ask, "So, any good recommendations lately?"
Gu Huizhen shrugged and said, "There are some minor celebrities and second-tier models, but I doubt you'd be interested in them."
"Should I ask Wen Bixia? Wen Bixia?"
Yang Fan paused for a moment before nodding. "All right, go get in touch with her." Speaking of which, Yang Fan also remembered Wen Bixia vividly, especially her version of Hate Locked Golden Lotus and the Fengshen version.
Yang Fan remembered them clearly.
Gu Huizhen walked away a few steps, made a call, and chatted quietly for a moment. Then she returned with a smile and said, "Mr. Yang, Xia is free right now. She's just finished taking a shower."
Chapter 0130, Major Event.
You must know that nowadays, even top female celebrities who work hard for months on a movie only earn a few $100,000 in compensation. Even popular actresses like Li Xian, Do Do, and Guan Jiawei only earn between 500,000 and 800,000 yuan per film. Zhang Manyu, Wang Zuxian, and the third-tier superstar Li Lizhan earn around 1.5 million to 2 million yuan per film. The highest paid stars, Lin Zixia and Yang Qingxiong, earn over 350 million yuan per film. However, the Hong Kong film industry is now in decline. The mainland's film industry has not developed, Hong Kong has fallen out with the Taiwanese Film Festival, and Hollywood has absorbed a large number of Hong Kong-based film stunt coordinators. The result is that Hong Kong cinema has entered a period of severe decline. Last year's Wong Fei Hung, The Lion of the West, can be considered the last glory of Hong Kong cinema. Zhou Xingqi can be considered the last hope for Hong Kong cinema. Although Hong Kong cinema has produced some excellent films since then, such as Infernal Affairs and Kung Fu Hustle, none have managed to revive the industry. This year, all actors suddenly found their livelihoods becoming increasingly difficult. They began to receive fewer and fewer roles. Even trying to earn a living through hard work has become impossible. Out of desperation, some actors have had to switch from film to television production. The pay for TV series is far inferior to that of films. Especially TVB, which is notorious for being stingy. Some female stars were effectively forced into the industry. Now, Yang Fan, of course, doesn't hold back. When he spends money, he expects to enjoy it to the fullest. Fun is fun. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone jolted Yang Fan awake from his sleep. He grabbed the phone. Hello? On the other end of the line was Yang Fan's father, Yang Hong. Yang Fan, where are you? I'm still in Hong Kong. I have some things to take care of. Yang Fan yawned and replied casually, what's going on? Yang Hong spoke slowly, the authorities in Jiangnan province want to have a serious talk with us. Some state-owned enterprises in Jiangnan province want to sell their operations to us. What? Yang Fan sat up straight, furrowing his brows and asked, some state-owned enterprises want to buy them from us? Yes. Yang Hong spoke slowly, I also want to discuss this with you. I've reviewed the factory documents, and there are still quite a few quality assets. The price they're offering isn't too high, so I think we should go for it. Yang Fan furrowed his brows slightly, but his thoughts flickered. What was bound to happen has finally arrived. This year, as part of state-owned enterprise reform, the government aims to shed some burdens and move forward more efficiently. Therefore, all bloated state-owned enterprises must be eliminated. In fact, these state-owned enterprises had bloated structures and engaged in haphazard production and manufacturing from top to bottom. To make matters worse, sales were lackluster, and some individuals were simply resting on their past achievements. More importantly, the workforce was growing, yet production enthusiasm was dwindling. There were too many people to support, yet these individuals were incapable of creating any productive value. For the state, these were enormous burdens. For a significant portion of the population, this presents a tremendous opportunity. By taking over these factories, finding ways to sell their products, and accumulating raw capital, they can rise to great heights overnight. However, there are still a significant number of companies that are arrogant, believing they can swallow everything whole. The consequence was that they overextended themselves, becoming bloated and ultimately collapsing under their own weight. The Yang family from the previous era was exactly like this. Yang Hong first took over the distillery, then, driven by greed and blind expansion, swallowed up as much as he could. The result was that these factories did not bring him sufficient profits, and instead, there were a large number of bad debts and non-performing loans, making it impossible to make money. Bankruptcy was the end, and even that was a relatively decent outcome. My father had the courage, but his ideas were far too simplistic. Dad, what were you thinking? Yang Fan didn't even bother to lift his head, just lazily replied, you want to take over the team, don't you? Yang Hong chuckled, I actually do have that idea. Whoa! Yang Fan suddenly took a deep breath, unsure who was sneaking up on him in the darkness. After thinking for a moment, Yang Fan spoke slowly, alright, let's do this. You wait here while I go back and handle this. We can't take everything on at once. We need to conduct some on-site investigations first. Although our family is the wealthiest Chinese family, money isn't something to be spent recklessly. If the burden becomes too heavy, our family won't be able to handle it. Yang Hong thought for a moment and nodded, son, I'll wait for you to come back. This life of happiness is probably about to end. Yang Fan got out of bed and left immediately. His mind was still occupied with a single thought. Now, these companies want me to take over. Should I accept or decline? For these leaders, their thoughts were also very straightforward and simple. Selling these companies to the Yang family is undoubtedly the best choice. First, the Yang family isn't short on money, so even if they sell them cheaply, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to get rid of this burden. Second, the Yang family is from Jiangnan province. As the saying goes, don't let the water flow to the outsider's fields. This is a normal way of thinking. Thirdly, the Yang family has successfully revived numerous companies. In the future, this could become a significant source of tax revenue. In other words, a large workforce will be released. However, the question arises, can we absorb these factories without overextending ourselves? Chapter 0131, The Final Feast acquiring 168 state-owned enterprises in Jiangnan province. Some say that starting in 1998, this was the final feast. However, in Yang Fan's view, while it is a feast, it also presents a huge challenge. Can you survive by swallowing it all? Can you do it, and can you do it well? This determines whether you can make money in the future and whether you can establish a supporting system, all of which must be handled by you. Hongshan City, Yang Family Villa. Yang Fan listened carefully to his father's report, which had been compiled by Yang Hong's secretary. After reviewing the documents, Yang Fan marked several factories with a check mark. Then, his gaze fell on Yang Hong. Dad, what do you think? This opportunity is once in a lifetime.
Young Hong took a deep breath and quickly said, I think our family can give it a try. After all, a distillery can generate significant profits. Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly, Dad, do you know what your biggest problem is? Yang Hong couldn't help but pause. What? Yang Fan spoke slowly, what you should be focusing on is how to improve your own car business, not thinking about large-scale mergers. Specialize in one thing and do it well. Yang Hong opened his mouth but couldn't think of what to say. Was he being lectured by Yang Fan? However, Yang Hong was well aware that his abilities were simply not suited for taking on so many tasks. Even focusing on just one car was already overwhelming him. Yang Fan, however, remained calm and composed as he continued, I've given the content a rough review, but I still need to conduct a thorough investigation. For instance, can these companies manufacture or process parts for our cars? Additionally, what is the market demand for these products? We'll need our sales team to conduct a large-scale survey. Additionally, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing, I believe we can acquire all of these factories. Yang Hong took a deep breath and looked at Yang Fan, saying, Son, there are quite a few types of factories. Are you sure you can take them all? Of course. Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly, however, my approach will be different from yours. Some of the long-time employees who have been with our company, if they have the capability, can be given certain shares and allowed to manage them. Our responsibility will be to invest the funds. If the factory goes bankrupt, we lose nothing. If it doesn't go bankrupt, it will grow even larger, and we will profit from the dividends. With some strategic moves, we can even list it on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Yang Fan thought for a moment and spoke slowly, this way, we don't have to worry too much. Out of 10 companies, if one can stand out and succeed, that's a profit for our family. At Yang Fan's level, it's impossible to micromanage everything. For Hong Meng Group, the focus is on future directions, the internet, computers, smartphones, and ships, these high-tech industries. For the Yang Family Group, the main focus is on real estate, automobiles, food, and manufacturing plants, these relatively traditional industries. The father and son have clearly defined roles. As for this time, we can't afford to lose face with Jiangnan province. Even if these factories go bankrupt, the land still belongs to us. Even if we develop real estate and sell houses, it's a surefire profit. The longer the time, the more money there will be. Yang Fan is well aware that at most, it will take 15 years before environmental issues become a major problem, and these factories will inevitably need to be disposed of. Holding on to them for an extended period would become a significant burden in the future. Those that can go public will be listed, and the proceeds cashed out. Those that cannot go public should be allowed to develop slowly, with annual dividends paid out. The Yang family has the capital to withstand this loss. Once the land is secured, after the factories are relocated, we can directly develop real estate. It doesn't seem like a losing proposition. Yang Hong nodded instinctively, then spoke slowly, so what do you plan to do? I'll go talk to the top official. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said helplessly, there are so many companies. Even if we buy them all, it'll cost a fortune. Yang Fan had originally planned to discuss his thoughts with Qin Jiannan, but he didn't expect Qin Jiannan to gather the entire leadership team in a meeting room and hold a meeting. The issues under discussion were how much money Yang Fan could secure, how many companies he planned to buy, and whether he could guarantee a certain number of jobs. These were all issues directly related to his political performance. If possible, they hoped Yang Fan could take over the entire operation. To be honest, this really gives people the wrong impression, making one feel like a model case. Many entrepreneurs have made this mistake. Take Bu Jinsheng, for example. He started his career in the clothing industry but became a national model due to his management skills. However, the political spotlight made him complacent in his business operations, and he spent his days and nights giving speeches and attending seminars. Later, Bu Jinsheng said publicly, at the time, I had a misconception. Since the state had made me a model and held me up as an example, they certainly wouldn't let me fail. What could possibly go wrong? However, the reality was that Bu Jinsheng's company couldn't sustain itself a few years later. No one helped him, and no one could save him. In the end, he had to step down in disgrace. In fact, the Yang family is now a typical example of this. Across the country, countless eyes are watching the Yang family, as they are a model to be emulated. Similarly, many leaders want Yang Hong to give speeches and hold seminars. However, all of these requests were handled by Yang Fan's deputy general manager. It's better for his father to focus on management and production. The biggest taboo with this mindset is not to get carried away. Once you do, there's no good outcome. The only funds I can provide are 200 billion. As for whether I can guarantee that no one will be laid off, I'm sorry, but I cannot make that promise. Yang Fan shook his head and said, the management of any factory must be orderly. In my view, if strict management cannot be enforced, there is a problem. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that they will not be laid off. In fact, I cannot even guarantee that these factories will not go bankrupt. A company going bankrupt is a perfectly normal occurrence. Everything is uncertain. That's exactly what I wanted to say.
Yang Fan spoke slowly. At the same time, I also hope you can offer me some preferential policies.
The meeting lasted several days.
In the end, the discussion resulted in Yang Fan acquiring 168 companies of all sizes in Jiangnan province for 20 billion yuan, a deal that shocked the nation. Chapter 0132, Fighting for My Dreams, the only emotion I can feel is joy.
Shaking off the burden, moving forward lightly.
The nation has reached this point, and in a way, it was an inevitable choice. The bloated national bureaucracy, coupled with poor management, easily led to companies struggling to make ends meet.
168 companies. Yang Fan's first priority was to bring in Ni Nangguan to assess which factories could be integrated into his operations, such as bearing factories and watch manufacturing plants, some of which involved optical technology. Old Ni is almost the busiest person in the entire Hongmeng Group. On one hand, he needed to recruit talent from various sources, and on the other, he had to assist in selecting equipment. This time, he was summoned back by Yang Fan to identify suitable factories to serve as supporting facilities for the Hongmeng Group. He was so busy he was running around non-stop. During this period, his hair had turned noticeably grayer, but he still looked full of energy. There was no other reason at that very moment. He was engaged in the work he loved most. He feels a sense of fulfillment he's never experienced before. To be honest, since his rebirth, Yang Fan has always held Ni Lao in high regard.
This old man truly has a relentless drive when it comes to getting things done. At this moment, Yang Fan was accompanying Ni Lao on an inspection tour of a bearing factory, the Jiangnan Bearing Factory. Once a key enterprise under the National Machinery Industry Bureau, it spans an area of 1.16 million square meters with a total construction area of 8.28 million square meters. The factory primarily produces three major types of ball bearings: deep groove, self-aligning, and angular contact, as well as two major types of roller bearings, cylindrical and tapered, along with rolling elements and retainers. These products are mainly supplied to industries such as motors, automobiles, forklifts, tractors, construction machinery, and steel rolling mills in the metallurgy sector. Additionally, the factory develops and manufactures bearing manufacturing equipment and testing instruments.
It can be considered a fairly versatile company, and Old Ni even came personally to take a look.
In recent years, the company has faced difficulties due to heavy debt burdens, excessive staff, and inflexible operational mechanisms. It has now been sold directly to Yang Fan, who has invested nearly 800 million yuan for the acquisition.
However, this can still be considered a fire sale. In the factory director's office, Yang Fan and Ni Nangguan were hurriedly eating their meals. Ni Nangguan remained silent, staring at the production materials while taking notes. Not bad, useful. After swallowing the last mouthful of rice, Ni Nangguan excitedly said, "There are quite a few decent pieces of equipment here, though they're a bit outdated. But that's okay, we can update them." "How about our equipment?" Yang Fan asked. "It's so-so." Ni Nangguan replied quickly.
Liang Mengsong and his team have already agreed to come over. After all, this is a billion-dollar plan. Additionally, I went to Arctic Bear recently and bought some equipment. I also found some talent from Arctic Bear and plan to bring them back to the country. However, they said that not only do they need to come themselves, but their families need to come as well, and they need a relocation allowance.
"You handle it. Once the funds are consolidated, just let me know."
Yang Fan hurriedly shoved food into his mouth while glancing at the financial statements. The biggest issue with this factory is the same old problem: there are more managers than workers, with many giving orders but few getting things done. The structure is bloated, which is one of the chronic issues of state-owned enterprises.
Putting down the financial statements, Yang Fan glanced at Ni Nangguan and asked, "What do you think about the factory workers?"
A significant portion of them still possess professional skills. Ni Nangguan took up the thread and quickly replied, "This group can remain in the factory, but we need significant improvements in management. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with this area either, so I'll need Liang Mengsong to help me assess what else we're missing."
Yang Fan nodded.
The thing he had created from scratch was almost a miracle. Many pieces of equipment had to be smuggled in, and talent had to be recruited from all over. Without Old Ni, Yang Fan would have had a hard time keeping things under control. By the way, you mentioned earlier that Liang Mengsong plans to come over.
When is he arriving? Yang Fan asked curiously. He definitely won't be coming immediately. Ni Nangguan spoke slowly.
There are still some matters to attend to at TSMC, and some things need to be done discreetly.
He is now considered a key talent in TSMC's eyes.
At this point, Ni Nangguan paused briefly before continuing. However, TSMC is currently embroiled in internal struggles. Otherwise, it would be even harder for us to poach talent. He is coming here as the chief engineer, with a higher position than yours.
Aren't you jealous at all? Yang Fan looked up at Ni Nangguan. "I don't care."
Ni Nangguan shook his head and said indifferently, "Those with ability rise to the top.
Even if his position is higher than mine, what does it matter?
As long as I can see our own Chinese-made chips produced independently in my lifetime, I would die without regret."
At this point, Ni Nanguang paused briefly before continuing. When I competed with Lu Chuanzi back then, did you really think I was the kind of person obsessed with power and control over the company? No, I never had such thoughts. I was simply afraid. Ni Nanguang sighed. Lenovo is already a giant in China's computer industry. Yes, I am well aware that developing our own technology is an extremely challenging endeavor that requires massive investments. But what you buy is still just what you buy. Ni Nanguang spoke slowly. What I fear most is that when a company like Lenovo starts leading the way in buying things, what hope is left for our domestic chips? Everyone will think they can just buy what they need. Why bother making it themselves? If that's the case, what do we have to compete with the Americans? Are we going to compete with them using their own products? Ni Nanguang spoke slowly. To be honest, before you came to find me, I was pretty desperate. But when you came, I was very happy. At this point, Ni Nanguang paused briefly before continuing. You've given me hope for domestic chips. You ask me, now that Liang Mengsong is here, with him in charge and a higher position than mine, do I feel jealous? Ni Nanguang shook his head. I don't feel jealous. I even feel happy. Perhaps, in my lifetime, I can see our own Chinese-made chips. To be honest, fighting for a dream, I never feel tired, let alone jealous. All I feel is joy. Ni Nanguang shook his head and spoke slowly. So, I must thank you. Chapter 0133. Hongmeng Group is in an uproar. What about you? Ni Nanguang suddenly asked. To be honest, I'm also curious. Why did you suddenly decide to do this? Your family used to sell wine, and I never would have thought you'd end up doing this. Me? Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. Actually, there's nothing to it. I just suddenly wanted to do this because I don't like being held back by others. At this point, Yang Fan couldn't help but think of Huawei 20 years later. If there had been no technological blockade, if China's core technologies had been breakthrough, why would we care about the blockade of the United States? The two finished their meal in a hurry and began inspecting the next factory. Many of these state-owned enterprises were actually quite capable. Yang Fan needed to inspect each one: bearings, steel, and chemical plants, and assess whether to integrate them into his own system or have his subordinates take over later. After completing all of this, Ni Nanguang hurriedly left the country, this time heading to Italy. Yang Fan, meanwhile, convened an internal meeting at Hongmeng Group. All executives at the level of vice president and above were summoned to the meeting room. In summary, as everyone can see, Hongmeng Group has acquired a total of 168 state-owned enterprises. Among these, 48 are state-owned enterprises supporting Hongmeng Group's research and development and production, while the remaining 120. Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. At present, these factories are not within our company's strategic objectives. However, since we have taken them over, we cannot let them go to waste. I plan to assign you all to serve as plant managers. Yang Fan spoke casually, then glanced at the secretary beside him. The secretary then distributed a stack of reports to everyone present. Everyone's eyes lit up slightly, especially the sales managers who had been with Yang Fan for the past 3 years. They were now general managers of regional sales departments. To be honest, over the past 3 years, they had all made a decent amount of money. However, they might not be entirely without other ambitions. Working for Hongmeng Group or the Yang family, they would always remain employees. According to this logic, they might very well become the factory director, the head of a company. But it seemed like they would still be working for the Yang family. Yang Zong, Zhang Li, standing nearby, spoke up first. What are the plans for this factory? Are we to take full control, or what? Yang Fan spoke indifferently. You can take full control. However, these companies were all purchased by the company. If you take over management, the company will retain an 80% stake, while you will each hold a 20% stake. Additionally, there is a buyout mechanism. If you manage the factory well, you can buy back the company's shares based on market valuation. At most, you can obtain 80% of the company's shares. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but pause for a moment, then a surge of excitement filled their hearts. Does this mean that 80% of the company would belong to us? Yang Fan, of course, was well aware that achieving 100% control was completely impossible. First, he didn't have the energy to manage it vertically. If he bought the factory and let it go bankrupt, what would be the point of buying it in the first place? If he were to manage it from start to finish like the distillery, he would work himself to death. If he let these people manage it, Yang Fan was certain they would do everything in their power to get funds from the parent company. After all, the company wasn't theirs. Why would they bother to develop it diligently? So, Yang Fan decided to be generous and let them buy back the shares themselves, at least getting all the money he had invested back. The remaining 20% could be distributed as dividends over time. He could even help them list on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, gradually transitioning, allowing these operators to eventually obtain the remaining equity. As for whether they grow the business or not, that is their own business. Yang Fan spoke casually. Hongmeng Fund holds a 20% stake. It only needs to provide a certain dividend annually. Additionally, the company's exclusive sales channels can also be made available to you.
For example, if you need a printing factory, the company can connect you with schools and education bureaus to print textbooks, exams, and so on. Additionally, depending on the situation, the company can also provide necessary loans. The interest rates on these loans will be lower than those from banks.
Yang Fan spoke slowly and deliberately. In reality, given his current relationship with the bank, he could easily secure more loans at even lower interest rates than what they were offering. In this regard, Yang Fan isn't foolish. If he can use the bank's money, he won't use his own. In summary, the headquarters will spare no effort to help every company grow and thrive. Yang Fan spoke slowly. In fact, we can even assist you in listing on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, the crowd couldn't help but cheer. Listing. This doesn't seem entirely impossible. Boss. Zhang Li raised her hand and spoke slowly. How should we select the factory? Over the next month, I'll give you all time off. You can visit each company one by one, conduct market analysis, and then list your preferences like filling out college applications first, second, third, and fourth choices and clearly state your reasons. Yang Fan paused briefly before speaking calmly. You can choose the companies you want to work for, but the final decision will be made by me. If you don't get the company you want, don't blame me, it's all the company's decision. Zhang Li nodded and then asked again, so, Mr. Yang, what are the loan criteria?
Yang Fan thought for a moment and spoke slowly. The criteria are simple.
State the amount you need and how it will be used, etc.
Of course. Yang Fan paused briefly. Currently, all financial matters of your company must be handled by the headquarters.
To be blunt, I'm concerned that you might use the money to transfer assets. Once your company holds a 51% stake, you may consider replacing the financial officer. The meeting concluded, and the entire Hongmeng Group erupted into chaos.
They knew this was their golden opportunity to rise to the top and become executives. This was Hongmeng Group, almost the strongest company in the country, with no equal.
Chapter 0134, Hongshan City Today. Yang Fan's actions were almost like giving it away. However, given Yang Fan's current vision and perspective, he naturally wouldn't care about these small factories.
But if even one of them could go public, his investment would naturally be recouped. There was another reason. While these people were considered company veterans, their education, vision, and experience were no longer keeping pace with the company's development. Yang Fan keeps them around for two reasons. First, to continue expanding the market, and second, to mentor the newly graduated college students.
College graduates of this generation are still considered prime talent.
After gaining a year or two of experience and becoming sufficiently mature, Yang Fan will naturally promote them. As a result, these older employees begin to fall behind the company's development. Of course, Yang Fan isn't the kind of person who would treat them like milk tea shop owners, useful when needed, discarded when no longer needed. For Yang Fan, this group of people is by no means useless. They still have sales capabilities, and after working in the group for so long, their horizons and perspectives have improved to some extent. Most importantly, they have all been out in the field, and Yang Fan believes that if given the task of turning losses into profits, they should be able to handle it. After all, they've been following him for so long. If they really can't make it work, it can only mean there is something wrong with them. Naturally, these people were overjoyed. With the group backing them, even if they didn't want to make money, it would be hard not to. After the meeting, Yang Fan concluded, and the group exchanged glances, each sensing the competitive spirit among them, much like 3 years ago when the one who sold more wine got a higher commission. Now, it was time to snatch the best companies for themselves. For a moment, everyone began to feel the competitive spirit. Huff! Yang Fan looked up at the skyscraper under construction in the distance, a building named Hongmeng Tower. It had a total of 68 floors. The Hongshan city government had allocated approximately 40,000 square meters of land to Hongmeng Group in 2 separate approvals, with a low price of 105 yuan per square meter, effectively giving it away for free. After securing the land, Yang Fan immediately announced that it would be a 68-story building, which would also serve as the headquarters for the entire Hongmeng Group.
It was quite a bold move. Of course, Yang Fan wasn't as stubborn as Shiryuju.
Driven by a typical mindset, Shiryuju continuously increased the height of the giant tower from 38 floors to 70 floors, aiming to build the tallest building in the country. The construction cost for a 70-story building was approximately 1.2 billion yuan, but with only 100 million yuan in cash at the time, Shiryuju bet everything on pre-selling the units. However, in 1994, just as sales of pre-sold units for the giant tower began, the government initiated macroeconomic controls to cool the overheated economy, imposing restrictions on pre-sale activities. By 1996, with over 300 million yuan already invested, the giant tower project faced a severe funding crisis.
Shiryuju became China's first debt-ridden tycoon.
As Shiryuju put it, at that time, just 10 million yuan could have saved me, but unfortunately, there was number 10 million yuan.
However, Yang Fan knew that Shiryuju would make a comeback. The giant would return.
However, when it came to his own Hongmeng Tower, Yang Fan's principle had always been, I am indeed very wealthy, but I insist on obtaining loans from government banks.
No debt? That's not a joke, is it? Why use your own money when you can use someone else's?
Yang Fan had never pursued a zero-debt policy for his company. On the contrary, for him, if capital wasn't used, that was truly foolish.
Today, Hongshan City has undergone a complete transformation. The first major change was the influx of a large population.
Since 1996, the government has gradually relaxed restrictions and initiated reforms in state-owned enterprises, resulting in a significant number of workers losing their jobs. As Hongshan City developed, there was an increasing demand for labor. As the Yang Family Industrial Park expanded and grew, the demand for labor increased, and various industries rapidly multiplied. Subsequently, the Hongshan City government began to implement urban planning initiatives.
With the presence of the Yang Family and Hongmeng Group, Hongshan City's finances are more than sufficient.
The taxes alone from Hongmeng Group and the Yang Family are enough to make the entire Magic City envious. Otherwise, there would be no proposals from Jiangnan Province to upgrade the county-level city to a prefecture-level city, or from the metropolis to transform Hongshan City into Hongshan District.
Now, the entire city is undergoing development and transformation.
Not long ago, Zhang Qiubai received word that the merger of Hongshan City into the metropolis was a done deal, with the official announcement expected by year's end. Additionally, the metropolis plans to construct a subway line toward Hongshan City. In any case, he himself has also been promoted.
The development of Hongshan City is no less impressive than that of Magic City.
The current state of Magic City is not as developed as it seems, despite being nationally leading. However, it is far from the scale it will reach in 20 years.
The real large-scale changes will only come with the implementation of the slum renovation policy. At that time, those displaced by demolition will become overnight millionaires, and a Magic City household registration will become the ultimate goal for countless people. There are still 8 years to go. Regarding this, Zhang Qiubai had a private discussion with Yang Fan. Yang Fan's advice to Zhang Qiubai was to go big and think big. The population of Hongshan City will only continue to grow, and if the current planning is too small, it will be difficult to adjust in the future. Zhang Qiubai took the bold step of expanding the city's construction. This would accommodate a larger population in the future.
In fact, at the very beginning, Zhang Qiubai didn't have such grand plans. The population of Hongshan City wasn't that large to begin with.
Currently, Hongshan City is just a small county-level city, yet its population has already reached 3 million.
Keep in mind that previously, Hongshan City had fewer than 900,000 residents.
Now it has more than tripled, and the monthly influx of people is exceptionally high.
This population has already begun to exceed the city's carrying capacity.
Moreover, in the future, who knows how many more people will migrate there? Expansion is necessary. Moreover, the layout must not be compromised. Large-scale expansion is essential.
The suburban areas must be incorporated into the city, and at the very least, a connection must be established between Hongshan City and the metropolis to facilitate future subway access. It is foreseeable that if Hongshan City is merged into Magic City by the end of the year, the population growth rate will become even more alarming.
This is not just about Hongshan City but also Jiangnan Province.
In recent times, a significant number of people have migrated to Jiangnan Province, with neighboring Qilu and Anhui provinces also experiencing population inflows. This region offers employment opportunities and a large number of factories capable of absorbing this influx of workers. It can be said that Yang Fan has almost single-handedly transformed the fate of Hongshan City and even the future landscape of Jiangnan Province.
Chapter 0135, The Booming Jiangnan Province.
What surprised Yang Fan was that the first person to come find him was Zhang Li. Zhang Li had filled out her application form and pushed it toward Yang Fan. "Mr. Yang, this is my business plan. Please take a look."
A clothing factory? Yang Fan was taken aback for a moment and looked at Zhang Li in surprise. "Are you planning to take over the Jiangnan clothing factory?" "Exactly." Zhang Li replied quickly. "I believe there is still a significant market for clothing in China, especially if we establish our own brand and influence. However, in the early stages, we'll need to produce some relatively inexpensive products, mainly targeting third and fourth tier cities." Zhang Li's thinking was very clear. "We can completely handle this through our sales channels, and then we'll gradually enhance our brand awareness. Especially women's clothing and children's clothing, these two markets have enormous potential." Clearly, Zhang Li had conducted thorough market research. Yang Fan carefully reviewed Zhang Li's business plan and suddenly blurted out, "Have you been investigating this for a while?" Caught off guard, Zhang Li didn't deny it but nodded. "I did have that idea. During my market research, I already sensed the potential in the clothing sector. Currently, third and fourth tier cities lack the purchasing power for big brands, but I believe they are also pursuing fashion trends. If you need it, I can introduce you to a few designers." Yang Fan smiled, closed Zhang Li's business plan, and then said, "Of course, you'll have to pay them yourself." "Mr. Yang, are you agreeing?" Zhang Li's eyes lit up slightly, and she couldn't help but speak excitedly. "I have no reason to refuse. You're my most capable assistant after all." Yang Fan smiled and continued, "If you don't leave, I'd really like to keep you here. After all, someone as ambitious as you is rare in the company." Zhang Li blushed slightly, fully aware that her current position was largely due to Yang Fan's recognition of her abilities.
However, as time went on, Zhang Li had developed her own thoughts. She wasn't content with just being the general manager of the sales department. She had watched Yang Fan rise from nothing and had witnessed his rise to power with her own eyes. By now, Zhang Li felt she had learned a lot from Yang Fan and had developed her own ambitions and plans. Leave Yang Fan and build her own company. Once this idea took root, Zhang Li could no longer suppress it. She didn't want to betray Yang Fan. After all, everything she had was thanks to his nurturing. However, she still wanted to pursue her own career, but she didn't know how to approach Yang Fan about it. Another point was that Yang Fan was too young. Unlike some CEOs who eventually need successors, given Yang Fan's current situation, it's not impossible for him to keep striving for another 40 years.
She was also older than Yang Fan.
During this time, she had been saving money. She believed that with her abilities, she might still have a chance to succeed in the future. However, she never expected that an internal meeting with Yang Fan could bring such significant benefits. Even if Hongmeng Group holds a 20% stake in her company, it wouldn't matter much.
It's a safety net.
Especially when Yang Fan promised to use the Yang family's sales system, Zhang Li was immediately tempted. After all, she had personally developed the sales system and knew how powerful it was. With Hongmeng Group's support, achieving rapid success would not be difficult. People have their own aspirations. I want to force you. If you want to develop, I'll give you this opportunity. Yang Fan spoke quickly. Alright, your business plan has been approved here. The loan you applied for is 30 million. I'll arrange the finances, and once you officially take office, I'll transfer it directly to you.
Zhang Li nodded firmly and then bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Yang Fan merely smiled. As the first group of veterans who had followed Yang Fan returned, each of them submitted their business plans. After internal screening by Yang Fan, the remaining 120 companies were distributed among them. In truth, for Yang Fan, the Yang Family Wine Company could also be sold.
Currently, sales of Yangjiaojiang liquor were gradually declining.
The white wine industry remained highly competitive, but after some consideration, Yang Fan decided to spin off Yangjiaojiang liquor and list it on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange to capitalize on the opportunity.
The 120 factories then began operations in full swing.
Zhang Li fully embraced her no-holds-barred approach, opting not to hire designers but instead recruiting workers to directly copy international brands. The quality of the clothing was secondary as long as the prices were low, that was sufficient. The focus was on women's and children's clothing, with a smaller portion of men's clothing.
Production was ramped up to full capacity.
In just 1 month, the clothing factory was operating at full capacity.
Meanwhile, Yang Fan's powerful sales network also played a crucial role. The cheap yet stylish clothes quickly gained immense popularity in 3rd and 4th tier cities. Soon, the money came in, and Zhang Li bit the bullet, borrowed more from Yang Fan, and expanded the factory once again. In addition to Zhang Li, there was also a printing factory. Yang Fan used his connections to contact the local education bureau to print textbooks.
Besides that, the printing factory also began publishing children's books. Although it was said to be state-owned enterprise reform, after Yang Fan's old team was dispersed, not only were there no layoffs, but there was also a significant need for labor. For the workers, as long as they weren't laid off, everything was manageable. As for those who were lazy or slackers, they were simply dismissed. These people had all worked with Yang Fan, and before they left, Yang Fan generously shared his experience in managing the distillery. They naturally followed his example. In fact, Yang Fan even arranged for a few people to assist Zhang Li, all of whom had worked under Wang Xihai, to prevent her from being bullied in her new environment. Yang Fan wasn't interested in Zhang Li, he simply admired her. With that kind of determination, who knows what she might achieve. The entire Jiangnan province was in urgent need of more labor, and for a time, the entire region was abuzz with activity.
These enterprises were suddenly brimming with vibrant energy. Chapter 0136, Yang Family General's Wine Company goes public, everyone goes wild. Going to Jiangnan province means there's money to be made.
This was the most direct impression. Yang Fan had thoroughly learned from his father's experience of going bankrupt in his previous life.
Taking too big of a leap and venturing into too many industries. Too many ideas, but little actual execution.
Most importantly, the government had given his father an inflated title, leaving him unable to assess his true standing. Furthermore, in the actual management process, there were far too many people who concealed information, deceived others, and even betrayed his own father.
Yang Fan understands human nature well.
Some things you must let go when the time comes. All you need is a small stake. Yang Fan has good reason to believe that if he were to grant full authority to these individuals to manage subsidiaries, and provide them with sufficient autonomy while avoiding excessive involvement, they would inevitably pay lip service while acting contrary to his interests.
Those who perform well would claim it as their own achievement, thinking, you, Yang Fan, pay me so little, why should I work for you? Those who perform poorly, or those who, from the start, are scheming because you, Yang Fan, pay them little and it's not their own, why should they bother to work hard?
Obedience in name only is inevitable, unless it's their own business, and doing a good job means it's theirs in the future, plus there's a brighter future ahead. Yang Fan believes they will strive with all their might.
Human nature is simply like this.
Yang Fan has never believed that as a reincarnated individual, he can command obedience or exude the aura of a ruler.
No one can go against human nature.
Meanwhile, Yang Fan was busy with another matter. Yang Family Wine Company had listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange.
For Yang Fan, Yang Family Winery is now a dispensable business. While annual sales are still respectable, profits have been dwindling due to rising raw material costs. Yang Fan didn't mind listing this industry, which lacked core technology. If it were Hongmeng Group, Yang Fan wouldn't consider going public.
It's just too difficult. Hongmeng wine industry going public is also a way to show other investment companies that by following me, they can at least go public in the future, and just by holding the stocks, their net worth could multiply.
Listing? Yang Hong couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly upon hearing this. You want the Yang family to list the wine company? Almost.
Yang Fan shrugged and then spoke slowly. It'll be the first company in our family to go public.
Let's give it a try. Yang Hong frowned and said, but after going public, will this company still belong to our family? The liquor industry isn't much different.
Yang Fan shrugged and spoke slowly. The profits here aren't that high.
No matter how you manage it, there's not much money to be made. Dad, you should focus on the automotive industry. As for me, I need to handle the Hongmeng Group.
The beverage industry and the snack food sector don't require much technical expertise, and competition has always been fierce. Yang Fan analyzed, so, I think it's better to list Yang Family General Liquor directly, boost the valuation of Yang Family General, and then hire a professional manager to run the distillery.
That should be about it.
Yang Hong took a deep breath, then looked at Yang Fan and slowly said, alright, let's do it your way. Yang Fan is also extremely busy these days. He frequently flies back and forth between Hong Kong and Hongshan City. Since the sharp decline in the Hang Seng Index last year, going public has become much more challenging. Especially for companies from mainland China, listing in Hong Kong is even more challenging.
It's not about discrimination or anything like that.
The main issue is that domestic companies are not as well established as those in Hong Kong. Many companies claim they want to go public, but in reality, many aspects of their operations are not up to par.
Hong Kong's assessment agencies also genuinely believe they lack the qualifications for listing.
However, given Yang Fan's status as the wealthiest individual and the fact that Yang Family Winery has achieved significant sales in China, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange ultimately approved the listing. The valuation of Yang Zhejiang wine industry was not undervalued, with the company estimated to be worth at least $1 billion.
Currently, Yang Zhejiang's annual sales remain around 20 billion, though this represents a significant decline from its peak. However, the Yang Zhejiang brand has been successfully established. From automobiles, alcoholic beverages, to various snacks and VCDs, Yang Zhejiang dominates the market. Naturally, people choose to purchase Yang Zhejiang products in their daily lives. However, the annual profit from alcoholic beverages has plummeted. In June of this year, profits were less than 300 million, due to factors such as grain shortages, price hikes, and intense competition within the alcoholic beverage industry. Despite this, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange still believes that Yang Zhejiang has great potential. First, the sales volume of Yang Zhejiang liquor is indeed very strong. Second, Yang Fan's status as the richest man still carries a value-added aura. On the day of the IPO, Yang Fan summoned all the executives he had previously appointed to Hong Kong to witness this moment together. With the listing of Yang Zhejiang liquor, 1 million shares were issued. Overnight, the entire population of Shangjiang began to rush to purchase shares. At the opening, the price of a Yang Zhejiang share was 125 yuan, and by the close, it had doubled to 256 yuan. Clearly, the residents of Hong Kong had great trust in Yang Fan. After all, Yang Fan is the wealthiest individual of Chinese descent. Zhang Li, who had joined Yang Fan in the venture, watched helplessly as Yang Fan's shares in Yang Family Fortress doubled in value. Listing. Zhang Li swallowed hard, but a thought also crossed her mind. It wasn't just Zhang Li, the old salespeople who had followed Yang Fan from the beginning were now CEOs of their own companies and felt their blood boiling. It turns out that once you reach a certain level and stage, making money is such an easy thing. However, Yang Fan didn't feel much excitement. In his eyes, the Yang Family generals were just average. As he had always said, relying on the benefits of being reborn, he was well aware that at any given time and at any critical juncture, as long as he did the right thing, he would definitely be able to make money. What he now hopes to see more is technological progress, making China stronger faster. It could be called a sense of mission, or a pursuit of something greater. Having been reborn, simply becoming the world's richest person held little meaning for him. Let China become even stronger instead. It wasn't just Zhang Li who was excited. Jiangnan province was also quite stirred up. The fact that a company from their province had successfully listed in Hong Kong was undoubtedly a major achievement in their political careers. However, Yang Fan didn't stop there. While a Yang family winery was going public, a factory under his control was mass-producing tents. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Chapter 0137, Major Flood Warning. It was already June. Yang Fan was well aware that a major flood of historic proportions was about to strike.
Throughout 1998, the climate had been abnormal, with frequent, intense, widespread, and prolonged rainfall in the Yangtze River Basin. The rainy season in the Manhwa River Basin had also arrived early, with significantly above-average rainfall. Due to the excessive rainfall and reduced flood control capacity of rivers and lakes, a major flood eventually erupted. Even as a reincarnated individual, Yang Fan was fully aware that there was little he could do in the face of such a major flood. Earlier, Yang Fan had acquired several companies and had already identified this issue, instructing one of them to mass-produce tents.
Why produce tents? Yang Fan's rationale was to enter the international market.
With the increasing number of global travelers, the demand for tents is also very high. Yang Fan was the only one who understood this clearly. It was preparation for this year's major flood.
When disaster strikes, this is the only thing he can do. Clothing, food, and tents. Once heavy rains pour down, the entire Jiangnan province will be severely affected. However, the most critical areas are not Jiangnan province but Hubei province, Jiangxi province, Shanqing, and Tianfu.
Produce as much as possible.
Capital of Jiangnan province.
At a government meeting, Yang Fan usually wouldn't attend such a gathering, but this time, he made an exception and showed up.
Yang Fan, you've done well.
After the meeting, Qin Jiannan smiled at Yang Fan. Currently, our employment rate in Jiangnan province is quite high.
People from other provinces are coming here to work. As the wealthiest individual in the province, you deserve the credit.
Yang Fan merely smiled and spoke slowly, not at all. In truth, I've only played a role in facilitating things.
To be honest, I don't have enough energy myself.
It would be better to be generous and hand these companies over to individuals to manage on their own, with profits and losses at their own risk. If they do well, it will solve the employment issue. If they fail, I'll just lose a little less.
Qin Jiannan laughed heartily. You're a straightforward guy. Actually, I also want to cultivate entrepreneurs in Jiangnan province. Yang Fan smiled and then spoke slowly. Jiangnan province shouldn't have only one entrepreneur.
I hope to see more and more entrepreneurs in Jiangnan province, with everyone prosperous.
Isn't that better?
Now Yang Fan was speaking appropriately to everyone, adapting his words to the situation, effortlessly using whatever was needed. Qin Jiannan slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "You did a good job this time.
The capital is very satisfied with you. Jiangnan province must set an example for the entire country." Looking at Qin Jiannan's radiant expression, Yang Fan took a deep breath and spoke softly. Uncle Qin, do you feel that this year's rain is particularly heavy? Qin Jiannan couldn't help but pause for a moment, not expecting Yang Fan to bring up this topic suddenly.
To be honest, this rain has indeed been quite heavy, lasting for 7 or 8 days straight.
It is a bit heavy. Qin Jiannan nodded, but that's not so bad. At least it won't be so hot in the summer. Uncle Qin, have you considered another possibility? Yang Fan spoke slowly. What if this rain doesn't stop for 10 days or even half a month? Qin Jiannan froze for a moment. What? What if this rain doesn't stop for 10 days or half a month? What if it doesn't stop for several months? Yang Fan looked at Qin Jiannan and spoke slowly. What if this heavy rain doesn't stop in a short period of time? Qin Jiannan's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Yang Fan and couldn't help but speak up. Just say it. I'm worried about a major flood. Yang Fan also spoke directly. Uncle Qin, I recently checked some global data. Since last May, the strongest El Niño event of the century occurred, reaching its peak by the end of last year and has now largely subsided. Statistical analysis indicates that in the year following each El Niño event, China's summer often sees 2 rainy belts, one in the southern regions south of the Yangtze River and another in the northern regions. Qin Jiannan felt a bit overwhelmed, as if he couldn't understand a word. He then heard Yang Fan continue. Additionally, there has been an unusually large accumulation of snow on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, so this year's heavy rains are definitely not going to be light. I'm worried that this rain won't stop anytime soon, and it might even get worse. If it does, what will happen? Yang Fan spoke slowly. We must prepare for the worst. Qin Jiannan thought Yang Fan was exaggerating, but then heard him continue. Uncle Qin, we can't underestimate this heavy rain. What I'm most worried about is flooding. It hasn't happened since the founding of the country, right? The one in 1953, correct? Are you suggesting that there will be a major flood this year? Qin Jiannan frowned and said, Yang Fan, there are some things you shouldn't say lightly. I think it's better to be prepared. Yang Fan spoke slowly. There are some things we can't guarantee, especially when disasters strike. Uncle Qin, I'm a businessman, and I've received a lot of information recently. It's not just our Jiangnan province, other provinces are also experiencing heavy rains. For this reason, I conducted a special investigation, and I believe there is a high likelihood of flooding. Qin Jiannan took a deep breath and said slowly, I'll keep an eye on this matter. Uncle Qin, it's not just about paying attention.
Yang Fan paused, then clenched his teeth and said, I hope that in the coming days, you will treat this matter as your top priority.
Qin Jiannan was taken aback. This was the first time he had ever heard Yang Fan speak to him in such a firm tone. He felt that this guy was a bit off. Treat it as the top priority?
He always felt that this matter was being blown out of proportion.
Such a heavy rainstorm, how could that be? It was just a few extra days of rain. However, seeing Yang Fan's serious expression, Qin Jiannan took a deep breath. I will investigate this matter. At this point, Qin Jiannan paused briefly before speaking again. As you said, treat it as the top priority.
Chapter 0138, Disaster always beats me to the punch.
Regardless, Qin Jiannan took Yang Fan's advice to heart.
Immediately afterward, Qin Jiannan ordered his staff to monitor rainfall in other provinces.
Qin Jiannan suddenly had a bad feeling.
The entire Yangtze River basin had been hit by continuous heavy rains in recent days. Although no floods had occurred yet, many cities were already submerged in water. In some areas, the water had already reached knee level.
What was even more alarming was that many areas were already approaching the warning line. Qin Jiannan then fell into deep thought. Should he take action now that the warning line was approaching? Perhaps Yang Fan was exaggerating, and no floods would actually occur. Perhaps the floodwaters would recede on their own before reaching the warning level. But what if it does? Qin Jiannan clenched his teeth. The entire country was focused on economic development, and acting rashly now might not be the right decision. He quickly retrieved the 1954 records for review. In addition, Qin Jiannan consulted several experts in the field. Qin Jiannan's expression changed.
Based on this information, there was a high likelihood of a flood this year. As for the severity of the flood, no one could say for certain at this point, but it was clear that it would be significant.
Yang Fan was right.
Immediately, Qin Jiannan reported the situation to the capital. At the same time, he summoned all the provincial-level leaders of the Jiangnan region to his office without delay.
Flood prevention. A major flood may be on its way.
Therefore, starting from the county-level leaders, the evacuation of residents began, especially farmers and citizens living in low-lying areas, all of whom were evacuated. This process, of course, was met with widespread complaints.
Why are we being forced to evacuate? What flood? It's just a little heavier rain, isn't it? Floods? Who are they trying to fool? We're not leaving, no way. However, at this point, the government's strong control over the grassroots level became evident. Everyone had to leave, whether they wanted to or not. Everyone was relocated, and Qin Jiannan even allocated a portion of the budget specifically for this purpose.
Just as Qin Jiannan was making preparations, the capital city also began to respond swiftly. Qin Jiannan soon received a response from the capital, instructing him to make all necessary flood prevention preparations.
The standard was set based on the massive flood of 1954.
In fact, this time, Yang Fan had underestimated the leadership in the capital. In fact, the capital had been paying attention to this issue for some time.
On April 9, the first plenary meeting was held.
The meeting analyzed the national drought and flood trends during the 1998 flood season, agreed with the predictions of the Water Conservancy and meteorological departments regarding the two rainy belts along the Yangtze River in northern regions, and confirmed the assessment that the Yangtze River might experience a flood of the same scale as the 1954 flood in 1998. The meeting deployed national flood control and drought relief efforts. On April 20, the National Flood Control and Drought Relief Headquarters and the Ministry of Water Resources began pre-flood inspections of the 7 major rivers. From May 29 to 31, senior leaders inspected flood control work along the Yangtze River in Hubei, Hunan, and Jiangxi provinces, and held a flood control meeting for the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River in Zhejiang, Jiangxi province.
When Yang Fan informed Qin Jiannan, preparations had already been underway in the capital.
In the face of disaster, the government's response was faster than Yang Fan had imagined. Yang Fan relied on his reincarnated foresight, but for the capital, they had detected the signs of this flood much earlier.
In this regard, the Chinese government has never disappointed.
On June 27, the first flood peak occurred on the Nanjiang River, with the main river's Alliance flood peak water level reaching 17,036 meters and flood peak flow rate of 8,300 cubic meters per second. The Jiangxiao flood peak water level reached 14,071 meters and flood peak flow rate of 7,480 cubic meters per second.
A major flood was about to strike.
On June 30, the National Flood Control and Drought Relief Headquarters issued an urgent notice on flood control and flood relief work on the Yangtze River and Huai River, requiring all levels of leadership to immediately assume their posts and take on the heavy responsibility of flood control command. On July 2, the National Flood Control and Drought Relief Headquarters and the Ministry of Water Resources dispatched 5 expert teams to the Yangtze River to guide flood control and rescue efforts.
On July 2, the first flood peak occurred in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. At 5 p.m., the flood peak flow rate in Yichang reached 53,500 cubic meters per second. Jiangnan province inevitably suffered the impact of the flood.
At this moment, the displaced residents were all stunned, staring at the vast expanse of water before them, momentarily speechless.
Water. So much water. A significant portion of Jiangnan province was hit by the flood.
When the flood struck, everyone fell silent. It turned out that floods really could happen, and it turned out their hometowns could be submerged.
Everyone was silent.
At that moment, they were living in spacious tents with ample supplies of clean water. Here, they could shelter from the wind and rain.
If they hadn't evacuated, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, Jiangnan province was relatively fortunate.
The areas affected by the disaster were not extensive, and compared to historical records, Jiangnan had made preparations 3 days earlier. In fact, when Yang Fan learned that the capital had issued an urgent notice just 3 days later, he was also deeply shocked. It turned out that preparations had already been made in advance. In the face of natural disasters, the only thing one can do is to make the greatest possible effort. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly realized that he felt quite good.
Yang family villa. Yang Hong also took a rare moment to rest.
He stretched his limbs and continued, "This year's rain has really been heavy. Many of our factories have shut down, and we don't know when things will return to normal. I guess we'll have to wait until September." Yang Fan spoke slowly. How to cope with the flood is one problem, and how to rebuild afterward is another. This time, the economic losses are significant, but at least everyone is safe. Speaking of which, this flood has affected 29 provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions across the country, with a total affected area of 318 million acres, a severely affected area of 196 million acres, 6.85 million collapsed houses, direct economic losses of 166.6 billion yuan,
and 223 million people affected. However, the death toll was only 3,004. People come first. Yang Fan didn't know how to describe it either. He then looked at Yang Hong and spoke slowly, "By the way, Dad, I've produced a lot of tents and plan to donate them all."
"Donate them?"
Yang Hong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "When did you manage to do that?"
"Earlier, I acquired some state-owned enterprises. I saw that 1 or 2 of them could produce tents, so I had them start production." Yang Fan smiled and then spoke slowly, "Now that the entire country is affected by the disaster, I plan to produce as many as I can and donate them all.
At this time, I'm not considering making money."
Yang Hong nodded and spoke slowly, "I support you.
Go ahead." Chapter 0139, United We Stand, Mending the Sky.
As the wealthiest Chinese businessman, Yang Fan naturally needed to make a statement. All tents would be donated free of charge, not only to Jiangnan province but also to other provinces. For the disaster-stricken people, tents, clean drinking water, and food were the most urgent needs. Yang Fan had been preparing for this since last year.
Even if it means taking a loss, it doesn't matter.
Since he had been reborn, he felt compelled to contribute something to this era. Large quantities of canned goods and 8 treasure porridge were sent to the disaster area by Yang Fan. In addition to these, there were also a large number of tents. During this period, Yang Fan ramped up production to the maximum, with all output donated to the disaster area. Starting today, all food products produced by the Yang family will cease sales and be donated to the disaster-stricken areas. From today onwards, all tents produced by the Yang family will cease sales and be donated to the disaster-stricken areas. From today onwards, all logistics operations of the Yang family will cease, and all personnel will head to the disaster-stricken areas to transport goods. As soon as Yang Jiazhang's statement was released, it immediately caused a huge stir nationwide. The current internet landscape can be described as a one superpower, multiple strong players structure.
Hongmeng Network is the strongest and most profitable.
Other platforms like NetEase, Soho, and Sina can only follow behind, scraping up the leftovers. However, Hongmeng Network has now launched a special column where its reporters conduct on-site interviews while also reporting on the status of donations.
NetEase, Soho, and Sina quickly followed suit.
Whether willingly or unwillingly, or perhaps taking advantage of the national crisis to boost traffic, they must at least stabilize the public sentiment.
Subsequently,
Zhong Qingho announced his support. Starting today, Waha will cease sales of all its food products and donate the entire production to the disaster-stricken areas. Starting today, all bottled water produced by Waha, except for meeting daily needs, will be suspended from sales and donated to the disaster-affected areas. Following Zhong Qingho's lead, a company named Limei Garment Factory also began to swiftly follow suit. They are producing large quantities of warm clothing to be donated to the disaster-stricken areas. This Limei Garment Factory is the garment factory currently operated by Zhang Li. It was previously unknown, but Yang Fan, intending to support his former subordinate, gave Zhang Li a fairly prominent platform, which also served as some advertising for her. In addition to this, Yang Fan specially arranged for journalists to interview Zhang Li, tour her factory, and observe the work conditions of her employees. During this period, Zhang Li certainly gained a lot of attention. Zhang Li was deeply grateful, as her former boss had shown her extraordinary kindness. Having followed Yang Fan for so long, she was well aware of the importance of fame.
Once you become a nationally renowned brand, clothing sales inevitably reach astronomical figures. Besides gratitude, there was nothing else but gratitude.
Yangcheng, Idwa, and Hu Zhibao announced a donation of 20 million. Yangcheng, BBK, Duan Yongping, announced a donation of 15 million. Qilu, Haier, Zhang Rumin, announced a donation of 10 million. Jiangsu Zhejiang, Wanxiang Group, Lu Guanqiu, announced a donation of 8 million. For a time, these entrepreneurs were all generous with their donations. In reality, this was also a way to spend money and gain publicity. On one hand, it helped raise the profile of their brands, and on the other, they wanted to show the government how well these entrepreneurs were performing. Now, Yang Fan has stolen the spotlight, and they naturally want to follow suit and get a piece of the action. Shortly thereafter, a large headline appeared on the Hongmeng website. Floods are merciless, but people are compassionate. At this very moment, the entire nation was united in concern for the disaster-stricken areas. Trains, planes, and convoys of vehicles loaded with supplies, food, and the heartfelt sentiments of people from all regions were converging on the disaster zone from every direction. Then, it provided detailed information about each donation recipient. There were also photos, providing an introduction to the disaster-stricken areas. Additionally, the donation process was described in great detail. Life jackets, food, bottled water, and a large number of tents. Netizens are also leaving messages and discussing the situation on the Hongmeng website. This disaster was nationwide in scope, and naturally gave rise to countless inspiring and heartwarming stories. Meanwhile, Hongmeng Network has ensured that all proceeds from the sale of Hongmeng One Card during this period will be donated, with full transparency on the website. As a result, there has been a surge in users purchasing the Hongmeng One Card. When using Hongmeng coins on the Hongmeng Network, the money you spend is directly donated. This gesture has earned Hongmeng Network the admiration of many, who have dubbed it a conscientious enterprise. Netis, Soho, and Sina took notice and were envious. While Yang Fan donated the money, he actually expanded his user base. Hongmeng coins stored on Hongmeng Network must eventually be spent, right? When you spend, you'll inevitably read books or use them elsewhere. This way, you develop the habit of spending on the Hongmeng Network, making it highly likely that you'll purchase the Hongmeng One Card in the future. Whether it's Ding Sanshi, Wang Jidong, or Zhang Xiaoyang, they all want to learn from this model. Unfortunately, the biggest gap between them and Hongmeng Network is the nationwide network of Hongmeng One Card sales outlets, both large and small. Yang Fan can penetrate every city, but they cannot, especially in this stage where internet payments have not yet been developed. They want to learn, but they have no way to do so. For the latter three, their current source of income is quite simple: advertising. Do they have the capability to establish offline channels to learn from Hongmeng Network? This is something only Yang Fan can pull off. They can only watch helplessly as Yang Fan expands his paying user base, and in the process, attracts a large amount of traffic. They can only watch enviously. However, Yang Fan isn't really concerned about Hongmeng Network's traffic right now. He has countless ways to attract traffic. Now, he truly wants to do something. It's only been a month so far. Yang Fan took a deep breath, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. This disaster was truly massive. Even if he did this himself, he could only try to minimize the national losses. On July 24, the third flood peak reached 51,700 cubic meters per second. Hongmeng Network reported the news in detail and subsequently announced the list of donors. Even those who donated as little as 10 yuan were marked on the list. A separate page was created, named United We Stand, Mending the Sky. At the top, of course, were the donations from business leaders and celebrities. Donations from entrepreneurs and celebrities. Scrolling down further, one eventually came across the name Yang Fan. Yang Fan donated 100 million yuan. Currently, Yang Fan is the second highest donor, 5 times that of Hu Zhibao. He has surpassed everyone. Chapter 0140, China's most generous donor, enormous prestige. Donated 100 million. Upon seeing this figure, many fell silent. Yang Fan is truly a wealthy individual. This amount is equivalent to the annual profit of a large company, and when you consider all the donations Yang Fan has made recently, it's no small sum. However, there's no doubt that the impact Yang Fan has created is nothing short of terrifying. More people have taken notice of Yang Fan. Besides domestic donors, there were also many Hong Kong residents who made donations, though they weren't as generous. A few million was the most they could afford. In times of crisis, it's still the people from within the country who can be relied upon. CCTV once again approached Yang Fan for an interview. In truth, everything I have done is insignificant, even trivial. Facing the CCTV interview, Yang Fan remained humble. If this flood relief effort was a united front, then I am just one tiny molecule among the millions. I don't think I've made any significant contribution. Without the national flood relief efforts, even if I had all the money and resources in the world, what good would it do? Facing the CCTV interview, Yang Fan spoke calmly. The CCTV journalist paused briefly before continuing. You mentioned unity earlier. Is that your view on this disaster relief effort?
Yes, that is exactly my view.
Yang Fan nodded seriously. The magnificent scene of unity and solidarity has emerged in China, the most populous country in the world, which has struggled hard for nearly half a century to build and strengthen its nation and achieve great accomplishments.
This is not a coincidence. What is important is that everyone is united: the government and the people, the military and the civilians, the front lines and the rear. It is truly earth-shaking and unstoppable. Yang Fan spoke earnestly. This time, it is a battle between man and water, and we must rely on human strength to confront the power of nature. The harsh reality of this standoff dictates the outcome. On one side, the floodwaters are vast and powerful, threatening the north and south, posing a severe danger to reform and opening up, economic development, and the lives and property of millions of people. On the other side, the flood-fighting troops and civilians are bravely resisting the floodwaters for the sake of the nation and the people, to protect the achievements of reform and opening up, fearing neither difficulties nor dangers. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. This is not a short-term battle of earthworks against water or troops against troops, but a prolonged, repeated struggle. It is not the individual acts of bravery or self-sacrifice of a few, but the united efforts and relentless struggle of the entire flood-fighting force. The flood-fighting troops and civilians are a heroic group. Among them, some collapsed from exhaustion, some died from exhaustion, some sacrificed their lives to save others, and some followed their brothers, husbands, or fathers into danger. A nation with such a spirit can overcome any difficulty and conquer any danger. The money I donated is nothing compared to what the frontline flood-fighting soldiers have done. Yang Fan spoke slowly. To be honest, I saw a spirit of fearless, forward-charging spirit that distinguishes itself from individual heroism. I am proud to be a Chinese person. Yang Fan's words were spoken with great conviction. The news broadcast was already quite familiar with Yang Fan, even to the point of being very familiar. The first time he appeared was because he developed software, became famous at a young age, and accumulated immense fame. The second time was because he was a young entrepreneur who had inspired a large group of people to become wealthy. Now, he has appeared again because he is the first philanthropist of China, having donated 100 million yuan directly. Of course, CCTV did not show favoritism. Yang Qingsu Zhibiao, Duan Yongping, and Ren Zhengfei also made appearances on the news. After all, they had all made donations. Not giving them screen time wouldn't be appropriate. As the spokesperson for a group of entrepreneurs, Yang Fan naturally received the most screen time. When Yang Fan appeared on camera, it naturally caught many viewers off guard. Knowing that Yang Fan had donated money and worked tirelessly behind the scenes, they couldn't help but acknowledge that Yang Fan was indeed someone worthy of their respect. Subsequently, on the Hongmeng website, another headline appeared. China's first philanthropist. It was referring to Yang Fan. Upon seeing those four characters, everyone fell silent. Previously known as the wealthiest person of Chinese descent, Yang Fan has now become the most charitable person in China. Looking at the money and supplies Yang Fan had donated, many were deeply moved. Yang Fan has truly donated a significant amount of money. A simple comparison reveals that Yang Fan has truly donated an enormous amount of money. While the second-place donor, Hu Zhibiao, has also donated a significant sum, he actually regrets it to some extent. Currently, with the nation suffering from disasters, VCD sales are not doing well. However, Hu Zhibiao understands that he must seize this opportunity to boost his own fame. Donating money at this time has a greater impact than being the bidding king, costing less while gaining more fame. Nevertheless, Hu Zhibiao remains frustrated. Yang Fan effortlessly took away his fame, as if after he had finally secured the title of bid king, Yang Fan had already become the richest man in China. Where could he go to seek justice? Hu Zhibiao was utterly frustrated, but Yang Fan had gained immense prestige as a result. It was foreseeable that Yang's products would soon gain widespread popularity among the general public. The traffic on Hongmeng network would also surge dramatically. This was not just a title, it was also a matter of prestige. Previously, when mentioning the Yang family, it was about wealth. Now, when mentioning the Yang family, it is about being a great philanthropist. Do not underestimate the power of state media to guide public opinion. No matter when, the influence of official media is always the greatest, and more people still trust the credibility of the state. On August 12, the third flood peak of the Nanjiang River reached Qiqihar, with a flood peak water level of 14,930 meters, exceeding the historical highest water level by 69 meters, a flood peak flow rate of 14,800 cubic meters per second, and a flood recurrence interval of approximately 400 years. On August 17 at 9 a.m., the flood peak water level in Hubei province reached 4,522 meters, exceeding the historical high of 1954 by 55 meters and surpassing the flood diversion limit of the Jingjiang River by 22 meters. During the battle against the sixth flood peak on the Yangtze River, the Gezhoba Hub and reservoirs such as Gihaian, Zhenghe, and Danjiangkou optimized their operations, diverting and storing floodwaters, thereby alleviating flood control pressure downstream and making significant contributions to flood control and flood prevention on the Yangtze River. On August 31, the Yangtze River experienced its eighth flood peak.
At 2 a.m., the flood peak flow in Icheon reached 57,400 cubic meters per second. The Geshuba Dam and the Gihean Reservoir once again played a crucial role, reducing the flood peak flow by 2,000 cubic meters per second and retaining over 100 million cubic meters of floodwater, thereby mitigating the impact of this flood peak on downstream areas. On the same day, water levels along the main stems of the Nunjiang and Songhua rivers began to decline across the board. On September 25, water levels along the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River had fully receded below the warning level. On September 28, the National Flood Control and Rescue Summary and Commendation Conference was held in Beijing with great fanfare. It was announced that the flood control and rescue campaign had achieved a complete victory. The flood that raged for 3 months has finally been completely contained.
Chapter 0141, After the Storm Comes the Rainbow. These 3 months were indeed a major event that shook the entire nation.
It also shook the entire world. In the face of disaster, China fully demonstrated the superiority of its system, and the victory in flood control has further united the hearts of the Chinese people.
It's finally over. Hongmeng Tower, due to the flood, took an extra month to complete construction and is now ready for preliminary operations.
Ai Nangwang sat across from Yang Fan and sighed, then spoke slowly. My trip to Europe was quite fruitful. Their equipment there is indeed quite advanced. I've already secured a large batch of it, and after all the effort, we've finally managed to prepare everything we need. Yang Fan smiled slightly. You've worked hard during this time.
I'm fine. Ai Nangwang smiled and continued. Liang Mengsong has already set off.
I estimate he'll arrive in Hongshan City soon.
I'm ready as well.
Yang Fan smiled slightly. I had my father arrange a high-end community with villas and such.
As long as they come, it's all theirs.
The Europeans and Americans coming over get it for free, and even the Russians coming will get it for free.
Plus, by the end of this year, Hongshan will be merged into Magic City, and it will become Hongshan District.
Previously, Hongshan City might have been considered a small place.
But now that it's being merged into Magic City, it will be part of an international metropolis like Magic City.
I believe they won't feel any discomfort living there. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. Given Magic City's nature, they will definitely prioritize developing Hongshan next. After all, I've invested 1 trillion yuan here, and the population is large enough. They must develop this area. In the future, the urban cluster and facilities here will undoubtedly be the best.
Thinking about it, it makes sense.
The metropolis swallowed Hongshan City whole to secure this 100 billion yuan project.
If they don't develop this area, that would be the real oddity. Ai Nangwang took a deep breath and looked at Yang Fan before speaking slowly. I saw your interview abroad. I never would have guessed that someone so young could have such insight. I'm not that young, I'm 18.
Yang Fan smiled slightly before continuing. Everything I said is from the bottom of my heart.
Do you believe me?
If this disaster had happened in any other country in the world instead of China, it wouldn't have been handled better than it was here. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. Do you know what I find most terrifying? The Chinese government seemed to have predicted this as early as January. Yang Fan shook his head and said, this is something I never even imagined. Author's note, according to research, on January 1st, the flood control law was officially implemented. From January 14 to 16, a national meeting of flood control office directors was held in the provinces, clearly outlining the main tasks to be completed before the flood season for major rivers. Moreover, after this flood, there will be a lot of post-disaster reconstruction work that requires a huge amount of manpower and resources. Yang Fan spoke slowly. Actually, post-disaster reconstruction is also an opportunity for us to make money.
Ai Nangwang nodded and suddenly asked, how much did Lu Chuanzi donate? Yang Fan couldn't help but glance at the old man.
This guy, though he claimed not to care, was clearly concerned. With a smile, Yang Fan spoke slowly. Not bad, around 10,000.
10 or so thousand. Ai Nangwang couldn't help but sneer.
Yang Fan remained silent.
You can't expect an American company to be too considerate toward China, can you? This year's losses must be significant, right? Ai Nangwang suddenly asked, is there an issue with this year's R&D budget? Don't worry about it. My losses this year aren't that bad.
Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. I'll arrange for Yang Family Wine to go public in Hong Kong.
The current market conditions are still decent.
Although the stock price dropped significantly during the flood, it's been gradually recovering. Secondly, Yang Fan spoke slowly. This time, the Yang family generals gained a lot of exposure during the flood relief efforts, and our popularity has skyrocketed. Next month, the number of pre-orders for our Yang family generals' compact cars is approximately 3 times higher than before the new year. Additionally, our family's 8 treasure porridge and cookies, among other snacks, have seen a significant increase in sales. I'm not exactly sure by how much, but it should be substantial. Yang Fan smiled and continued, other items like VCDs have also seen a doubling in sales. Lastly, Hongmeng Network has seen a 3-fold increase in traffic, and the number of users who have topped up their accounts has at least increased 10-fold.
Whatever they sell, I will donate the same amount.
Now, many people have already started using Hongmeng coins.
So, the losses this time weren't too bad. Yang Fan smiled, don't worry about next year's or D expenses. I guarantee it won't be less than this year's figure. Of course, I don't plan to launch another billion-dollar project for now. Maybe in the future, but it's not certain yet. And I Nanguang nodded and then smiled, saying, this is like seeing a rainbow after the storm. That's right. Yang Fan smiled. This time, it wasn't just Yang Fan who benefited. In fact, Waha also made a significant profit. Although Yang Fan had gained the upper hand in the snack industry, Zhong Qingho took advantage of this opportunity to quickly promote his own purified water, which soon became popular nationwide. In addition to Hu Jibiao's VCDs, the products from BBK also saw their national recognition rise to a new level. It can't be called a win-win situation, but at least the company gained some fame. This was a Chinese-owned company that helped us through a critical period. There's also Zhanli, who was previously an unknown brand, making a modest profit in 3rd and 4th tier cities. However, now Zhang Li's clothing factory has also made a name for itself. She has gained quite a bit of fame among the crowd and is using this opportunity to rapidly expand her business. After stretching his legs, Yang Fan was ready to head to Hong Kong. The financial crisis has not yet ended, and Soros is about to make a comeback, targeting the Hong Kong stock market once again. If this opportunity is handled well, he could make a fortune again. Hong Kong. A gleam of excitement flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. If he was lucky this time, he could even buy all the remaining shares of Orange from Li Ka-shing. Chapter 0142, Shorting the Hang Seng Index again, Soros, come on. In fact, Yang Fan had already arrived in Hong Kong by late July. Yang Fan was well aware that these international speculators would likely make their move in August, and the domestic floods had provided them with the confidence they needed. After witnessing the domestic floods, these speculators saw an opportunity in the looming storm, with negative news flooding the securities market. In early August 1998, these speculators began spreading rumors that the yuan would depreciate by 10%. In places like Shanghai and Shenzhen, the black market exchange rate for the yuan dropped to around 95 yuan per dollar. Speculators spread rumors about the RMB's devaluation to undermine confidence in the Hong Kong dollar. Additionally, they spread rumors about the instability of mainland banks, with the ultimate goal of creating psychological conditions favorable for their attacks on the Hong Kong dollar. It can be said that their methods are truly relentless. In fact, panic has already begun to spread in Hong Kong. Will international speculators like the Quantum Fund make a comeback? This is what everyone is wondering. All it would take is a slight push, and the Hang Seng Index would immediately experience significant turmoil. Yang Fan also arrived in Hong Kong at this critical moment. Shallow Bay Villa, number 16. This place has now become Yang Fan's permanent residence. The Filipino maid had thoughtfully prepared breakfast for Yang Fan, along with some newspapers. Yang Fan ate his breakfast while reading the newspapers. His brows couldn't help but furrow. The newspaper reported news from the mainland. It used a highly mocking tone to suggest that the massive floods were caused by human error, not natural disasters. The newspaper then proceeded to analyze, summarize, and even mock the domestic system. To manage the floods, what they needed most was freedom and democracy. Nonsense. Yang Fan casually tossed the newspaper aside, wondering who had written such nonsense. The Hong Kong scum are indeed too lenient with them, they dare to be so arrogant. Speaking of which, it's truly disheartening. While the country is united in its efforts to manage the floods, these people are still making snide remarks behind the scenes. It's truly infuriating. Thinking about 20 years from now, people like Yuan. One must admit that in any place in any era, scum will always exist. It seems necessary to take down a few media outlets in Hong Kong, at the very least to create some buzz on the fishing boats for the mainland. Mr. Yang. After Yang Fan finished his breakfast, he saw a man standing respectfully before him, his face filled with politeness. This man was Xiao Jiawei, specially introduced to Yang Fan by Luo Jiawei. Let's go to the securities company. Yang Fan simply dropped the words and headed straight to his Hongmeng Securities. From last year to this year, Yang Fan had not been idle. He had established his own securities company and assembled a professional financial team, whether by poaching talent or spending money, bringing together a group of people. Since Warren Buffett praised Yang Fan's ability to make quick decisions in the stock market, Yang Fan had gained a decent reputation in the investment world. His securities firm had attracted quite a few stock investors, though it still couldn't compare to Li Ka-shing's Changjiang Securities. However, thanks to Yang Fan's reputation, it had managed to attract a significant number of people. Over the past few days, Yang Fan has been estimating that Soros Quantum Fund will soon make its next move. After sweeping through the southern dynasties and the island nation, Soros and these international speculators even went further to pressure the polar bear, forcing it to abandon its support for the ruble. Although he had suffered a defeat in Hong Kong, no one could have anticipated that Soros would launch a counterattack. However, before that, Yang Fan had already begun his own moves. Short selling. Yang Fan's funds were already limited, and this time he only had $200 million at his disposal. But who was behind it? Young Fan.
Last time, Young Fan pulled off a miracle, turning $1 billion into $400 billion. He had become the wealthiest person of Chinese descent.
So, was Yang Fan about to strike again? Does he not see the Hang Seng Index? Can the Hong Kong dollar continue to remain strong?
Young Fan's move, combined with the comments previously hinted at by these international speculators, instantly triggered massive panic in the Hong Kong stock market.
Even Yang Fan doesn't seem to be optimistic about the Hang Seng Index anymore? Could it be that the yuan is about to be devalued? Is that true?
While suppressing the Hang Seng Index, Young Fan had already accumulated a large number of short positions in the Hang Seng Index futures market. For every point the Hang Seng Index drops, each short contract earns 50 Hong Kong dollars. Yang Fan remembers clearly that in the 19 trading days leading up to August 14, the Hang Seng Index dropped over 2,000 points, with each contract earning over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars of profit so high it was shocking. However, Yang Fan was also well aware that the profits from this short selling operation would not be as substantial as the previous one.
Last time, George Soros came in with a strong momentum, and the Hong Kong government had not reacted at all.
However, this time, the Hong Kong government had actually reacted and made adequate preparations. By the end of 1997, the Hong Kong government's foreign exchange reserves had reached over 90 billion. This time, it was merely a minor skirmish. However, even if it was a minor skirmish, Young Fan had no reason not to profit from it. As soon as the news of Young Fan's short selling of the Hang Seng Index broke,
the entire Hong Kong financial market was sent into a frenzy.
It turned out that Young Fan had always been bearish on the Hang Seng Index.
Was he about to short it again? If that's the case, then are these valuable rumors actually true? Within just 2 hours, the Hang Seng Index plummeted by 200 points. The entire Hong Kong government was in an uproar.
No one could have imagined that at this critical moment, Young Fan would once again short the Hang Seng Index, triggering a chain reaction. A large number of stock investors began to follow suit and short sell.
Who is Young Fan?
Last year, he went short once and then went long, becoming the richest person in Hong Kong.
Now, since Young Fan is shorting, they are following suit. 4 hours later, the Hang Seng Index plummeted another 200 points.
The entire market remained around the 9,000 point mark. These international speculators had already been preparing to act, but they never expected Young Fan to be the first to move. Soros was also taken aback, as he had originally planned to launch a counterattack in the coming days. He was extremely confident that, at this moment, the mainland was busy dealing with floods and would have no time or resources to focus on Hong Kong. But at that very moment, Young Fan's move triggered a series of intense chain reactions. It felt like an unparalleled beauty was standing before you, spreading her legs wide, and shouting, "Come here!" Soros couldn't resist. Chapter 0143, Hong Kong in upheaval, Hang Seng Index plummets. The Li family. Since the Zhuang Minghua building was burned down, Li Jia had fallen ill. However, after nearly a year, Li Jia's health had improved significantly. Nevertheless, the stock price of Changjiang Industrial had still dropped considerably. Cheung Kong Holdings still had some strength, but most people in Hong Kong were still very superstitious. Since the Zhuang Yuming building was burned down, it was inevitable that Li Jia's fortune would plummet. The most important thing is that the stock price initially plummeted. Even if it had just plummeted, that would have been bad enough, but Li Jia actually fell ill. One theory was that Zhuang Yuming had returned to seek revenge. Another theory was that the Li family had suffered a disaster and could no longer suppress their fortune, so Li Jia was also doomed. This was all a backlash from their actions. In fact, Young Fan never anticipated this outcome. He was a materialist who never believed in ghosts or gods. However, even though he didn't believe, he couldn't stop the people of Hong Kong from believing, and it wasn't just one or two people, it was a whole group of them. It can only be said that the education on the mainland wasn't prioritized in Hong Kong, resulting in a different culture. For an entire year, Old Li could only barely maintain his wealth from shrinking too much.
Yang Fan is here again?
Li Jia's expression darkened. It seemed that whenever he encountered Young Fan, this guy never let him get the upper hand. He had put 10 billion into shorting the stock market, but Young Fan, that scoundrel, had turned around and predicted a rise. This was the first time Old Li had ever suffered such a loss. Shortly after, Young Fan was kidnapped, and Li Jia secretly tipped off the media, hoping that Zhang Shihao would take the opportunity to eliminate Young Fan. What no one expected was that Young Fan actually emerged. Not only did he escape, but shortly after, Zhuang Minghua's building was set ablaze. Li Jia didn't believe no one was targeting him. Over the past year, he had already investigated thoroughly, and the most suspicious suspects had already left Hong Kong and returned to the mainland.
Once on the mainland, finding them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Who was it?
In fact, even if he used his toes, Li Jia could guess that Young Fan was behind it. Young Fan was already aware of this and had instructed the media himself.
However, knowing is one thing, and doing is another.
Neither side would want to expose the truth, and even if they met, they would have to maintain a friendly facade. Yes, Yang Fan had already started shorting the stock market indices. Not only that, but some international speculators were following Yang Fan's lead, and now the securities market was seeing massive short selling of stocks and futures, severely depressing the stock market indices. The stock market indices had plummeted from 10,000 points to 8,000 points.
Li Zeju spoke helplessly. Father, what do you think? Should we? Don't get involved. At this point, don't provoke Yang Fan.
Whatever he does, we should just watch quietly and not rush to join in. Li Jia cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Our family has one word: stability.
Don't short sell, and don't bet on a rise. Li Zeju paused for a moment before blurting out, Father, really do nothing? Yang Fan is a genius.
Li Jia shook his head and spoke slowly. You don't know what this guy is up to. Last time he shorted the stock market, we followed suit, and look at the result. At this point, Li Jia coughed a few times and spoke slowly. On the day he predicted a rally, the stock index began to soar. Someone with such foresight isn't just beyond me. Even the legendary investor Warren Buffett might not be able to match that. He timed it perfectly, accurately predicting both the stock index's sharp decline and its subsequent surge, down to the exact day.
Do you have that kind of ability? Li Zeju fell silent.
He knew he didn't have that kind of ability.
At that moment, Li Zeju spoke slowly. So, should we not intervene this time and just watch and wait? Let us see.
Li Jia shook his head and spoke slowly. It all depends on whether the Hong Kong government can hold on. If they can, the stock index will naturally surge. If they can't, the combined forces of these international speculators will be enough to swallow up the entire Hong Kong city. Right now, the capital is watching and waiting, seeing how the vanguard forces fare in battle.
If the Hong Kong city government holds on, these international speculators will retreat. If they can't, they'll rush in masse.
Li Jia spoke slowly. Yang Fan is taking too big a risk.
This is either a leap to the heavens or a plunge into eternal ruin.
Taking risks with him is too dangerous.
The stock market index began to plummet.
In this parallel world, due to Yang Fan's intervention, the stock market index fell even faster than imagined, plummeting toward the 6,000-point mark.
Meanwhile, countless voices emerged on the international stage.
The Hong Kong dollar is about to decouple from the US dollar, depreciating by 40%, with the Hang Seng index plummeting to 4,000 points, and so on. The purpose is nothing more than to disrupt public sentiment, create chaos, and then take advantage of the confusion. On August 13, the stock market index plummeted by 600 points, breaking through the 6,600-point threshold. In addition to spreading rumors, an overseas fund even offered options based on the Hong Kong dollar's decoupling from the US dollar on August 12, 1998. Yang Fan looked at the data in his hands, then glanced up at Xiao Jiawei and spoke slowly. What's going on?
Li Jia hasn't made a move yet?
No, there hasn't been a significant influx of funds. Xiao Jiawei quickly replied, Mr. Yang, it seems Li Jia isn't planning to get involved this time. Take advantage of the stock market plunge to secretly acquire shares of Changjiang Industrial and contact the king of chartered ships for me. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. I want to buy the shares of Changjiang Industrial he holds.
Changjiang Industrial is the Li family's trump card.
Whether it's Li Jia or Li Zeju, they definitely won't let outsiders get their hands on it. The shares they hold still hold the majority controlling stake.
However, that doesn't matter.
By controlling a significant portion of their shares, Yang Fan could easily sell off and short sell Changjiang real estate stocks, causing the Li family's wealth to plummet rapidly. Yang Fan was well aware that the Li family currently had little cash on hand. To stabilize their stock price, they would have to make sacrifices. This time, Yang Fan intended to completely take over Orange Telecom. This telecommunications company still has some quite talented individuals, and Yang Fan also plans to bring some of them back to China to cultivate domestic talent.
Li Jia wanted to do business, to make money.
Yang Fan also wanted money, but besides money, he also wanted technology.
European technology currently remains far ahead of China's.
Acquiring Orange Telecom was not only for business purposes but also to tap into its talent pool.
Chapter 0144, Successful Cash Out, another 4 billion. Even if Li Jiaqing doesn't get involved, Yang Fan will force him to join in.
I plan to use my substantial funds to directly take you down, to confront you head on.
This is a straightforward strategy, no underhanded tactics are needed. I'm going to take you down.
The current shipping magnate is no longer Bao Yugan, but his son Bao Xiaolong. Upon learning that Yang Fan wanted to meet him, Bao Xiaolong was naturally very interested. After all, Yang Fan is now the true wealthiest Chinese businessman, and the cash flow in his hands is utterly terrifying. For Bao Xiaolong, Yang Fan is someone worth befriending. Want the shares of the Yangtze River Industries in my hands? Bao Xiaolong paused for a moment, then looked at Yang Fan with a smirk. Mr. Yang, are you planning to take action against the Yangtze River Industries? Yang Fan smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Mr. Bao is joking. I never said I wanted to take action against Changjiang Industrial. I just want to do business. For me, making money is the most important thing. Bao Xiaolong quickly calculated in his mind, then spoke slowly. Currently, I hold approximately 1 million shares of Changjiang Industrial. At present, each share is priced at 445 Hong Kong dollars.
Of course, this is due to Mr. Yang's short selling of the Hang Seng Index.
$70 per share. Yang Fan spoke casually. That was the previous price.
I'll buy them.
I can sell them to you at the current price, but...
Bao Xiaolong narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. I hope Mr. Yang can tell me when the Hang Seng Index will rise again?
Yang Fan paused for a moment, then looked at Bao Xiaolong with a faint smile. Mr. Bao, do you really trust my judgment?
I believe you. Do you know what Warren Buffett said about you? Your investment acumen and your ability to assess stocks are unmatched.
Bao Xiaolong spoke slowly. Therefore, I trust you.
However, I won't tell you the exact time. If I tell you now, I can't guarantee you won't leak the information.
Yang Fan smiled slightly and said, all right, on that day, I'll notify you, and we'll trade together while I guide you.
All right.
Bao Xiaolong nodded. Then I'll await your good news, Mr. Yang. Yang Fan merely smiled. Then, all his attention was focused on the stock market. After this round of short selling, Yang Fan's capital had skyrocketed from 200 million to over 400 million.
Such a staggering profit margin left every investor in awe.
Without a word, Yang Fan had turned such a huge sum again. The last time was the same, and this time was no different.
Following Yang Fan's lead was a surefire way to succeed.
On August 5, speculators sold off over 20 billion Hong Kong dollars in a single day. However, this time, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority broke from its previous passive approach, using Hong Kong's fiscal reserves to absorb the entire amount, stabilizing the exchange rate at $1 to 775 Hong Kong dollars.
The interbank lending rate also only rose slightly.
This move gave international speculators a hint of something unusual.
The Hong Kong Monetary Authority had actually taken proactive action.
Many believed that Yang Fan was preparing to withdraw at this point, only to discover unexpectedly that Yang Fan had not withdrawn at all. He was still continuing to short the market.
As a result, many followed Yang Fan in short selling. As a result, the Hang Seng Index began to decline. Upon witnessing this scene,
on August 6, 1998, speculators sold off over 80 billion Hong Kong dollars, a figure that was a staggering 60 billion higher than any previous record, effectively betting the farm. The Monetary Authority introduced new measures, not only absorbing all the funds but also depositing the Hong Kong dollars into the Hong Kong banking system, thereby stabilizing interbank lending rates and preventing a stock market decline that would have been inevitable if the rates had risen. However, despite these measures, the stock market continued to decline. On August 7, some blue-chip stocks that had already released their interim results reported poor performance, leading to a significant decline in the stock market.
The Hang Seng Index dropped by 212 points for the day, representing a decline of 3%. The time was almost up.
Yang Fan called Bao Xiaolong. The two parties completed the transaction and delivery simultaneously. Subsequently, from the 7th to the 13th of that month, the Hong Kong government continued to absorb Hong Kong dollars to stabilize interbank lending rates and, in turn, stabilize the stock market.
Meanwhile, Yang Fan's capital began to gradually withdraw and cash out.
At this point, it was time to cut losses and run. The Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong had already reached a critical level, and continuing to short the market would likely result in losses without any gains. Yang Fan executed all of this discreetly, quietly releasing his grip on the tug-of-war while international speculators were locked in a fierce battle with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. On August 13, after the Hang Seng Index was suppressed to 6,660 points, the Hong Kong government organized Hong Kong-based in mainland capital to enter the market and engage in a battle with opponents over August stock index futures contracts. Speculators sought to suppress the index to facilitate short selling of futures contracts, while the Hong Kong government aimed to defend the index, forcing speculators to be unable to liquidate their short positions at high prices by the end of August. After entering the market, the Hong Kong government purchased a large number of August stock index futures contracts sold by international speculators, pushing the index from 6,610 points before the intervention to 7,820 points on the 24th, above the average position price of 7,500 points held by speculators, achieving an initial victory. After the market closed that day, the Hong Kong government announced that it had used the exchange fund to intervene in the stock and futures markets. On August 14, the Hong Kong government officially entered the stock and futures markets. To defend the Hong Kong dollar, the government deployed massive foreign exchange reserves into the stock and futures markets to directly confront speculators. The Hong Kong government instructed several securities firms, including Bank of China Hong Kong, Huatong Securities, and Huisheng Securities, to aggressively buy up blue-chip stocks in the Hang Seng Index, indicating a willingness to incur any costs necessary to raise the August futures index by 600 points. This marked a departure from the government's previous policy of non-intervention, delivering an unexpected and severe blow to speculators. The Monetary Authority, acting as the central bank, directly intervened in the futures and stock markets, a first in the global open capital market. The Hong Kong government announced that it had deployed foreign exchange reserves to intervene in the stock and futures markets, shocking the market. Subsequently, speculators launched a global campaign to attack the Hong Kong government. Meanwhile, the speculators were unwilling to submit and once again employed a diversionary tactic on August 16, forcing Russia to abandon its efforts to defend the ruble, leading to a sharp decline in US and European stock markets on August 17, with the aim of attacking the Hang Seng Index. However, to their great disappointment, the Hang Seng Index remained unscathed on August 18, closing with only a slight decline of 13 points. At this point, Yang Fan had successfully cashed out the last dollar, securing a profit of $40 billion. Chapter 0145, The Quantum Fund's Complete Defeat and Massive Profits. Yang Fan withdrew instantly, just as he had done before, without a sound. Afterward, Yang Fan waited quietly, biding his time for the final showdown. The next phase was the final showdown between the Hong Kong Monetary Authority and the international speculators led by the Soros Quantum Fund. On August 27 and 28, speculators flooded the stock spot market, attempting to drive the index down. On August 26, Yang Fan suddenly re-entered the stock market. Buy! Instantly, the investors were in an uproar. Just a short while ago, hadn't Yang Fan been shorting the market? Why was he now suddenly bullish? In an instant, the tide turned. Who is Yang Fan? It now seems he's nothing but a fickle opportunist, first cozying up to the Quantum Fund, and now suddenly transforming into a defender of the Hong Kong market. How could this change happen so quickly? It was at this moment that they realized Yang Fan had already successfully cashed out. Yang Fan's move caused a huge stir. While the Hong Kong government was desperately holding the line in the stock market, after several days of intense battles, both sides had reached a critical juncture. At that moment, Yang Fan's intervention to prop up the market reversed the situation in an instant. In fact, they had already pushed the August futures contract price up to 7,990 points in the futures market, with a settlement price of 7,851 points, 1,200 points higher than before entering the market. With Yang Fan's intervention, on August 27 and 28, the Hong Kong government absorbed all sell orders. On the 27th, the trading volume reached 20 billion Hong Kong dollars, and on the 28th, it reached 79 billion Hong Kong dollars, setting a new record for the highest trading volume in Hong Kong's history. Yang Fan. Soros's face turned ashen. He felt as though he had been completely trapped. If the Hang Seng Index did not plummet, he would suffer significant losses. Gentlemen, let's not worry about Yang Fan for now. Soros sat in his chair, looking at the crowd before him, and spoke slowly. This is the decisive moment. The Hong Kong government has already injected approximately 100 billion Hong Kong dollars into the market. The pressure from both capital and fishing boats makes it impossible for them to sustain this for much longer. Our capital reserves are more than sufficient, and more capital will continue to flow in. As long as we don't give up and hold firm, there will be no problem. I propose shifting the short-sold stock index futures contracts from August to September, and we will engage in a protracted battle with the Hong Kong government. Soros' remarks indeed served to stabilize morale. Since they swept across Asia last year, they have been unstoppable, haven't they? The entire Asian region has been left to their plunder. This time is no exception. But they have forgotten that the last time, it was the same. Yang Fan initially collaborated with them to short the market, but then turned against them at the most critical moment. This time, it's the same. Last time, they were defeated in Hong Kong. This time is no different. Starting from August 25, speculators closed their August contracts while simultaneously shorting a large number of September contracts. However, as their opponents, the Hong Kong government capitalized on the profits from closing August contracts and pressed the advantage, causing the September contract price to be 650 points higher than the settlement price of the August contract. As a result, speculators had to pay over 30,000 Hong Kong dollars for each contract they rolled over. Speculators were completely defeated in the battle over the August contracts. Meanwhile, Soros did not stop there and prepared for a decisive showdown with the Hong Kong government. The date was August 28. August 28, 1998, was the settlement date for the August futures contracts of the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index, as well as the 10th trading day of the Hong Kong government's crackdown on international hot money, primarily hedge funds, manipulating the Hong Kong financial market. After intense battles over the previous trading days, both sides faced their first decisive showdown. Just 5 minutes after the market opened at 10 a.m., trading volume exceeded 3.9 billion Hong Kong dollars. Half an hour later, trading volume broke through 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, and by the morning close, it had reached a staggering 40 billion Hong Kong dollars, approaching the all-time daily trading volume record of 46 billion Hong Kong dollars set on August 29, 1997. After the afternoon session began, selling pressure continued to intensify, with trading volumes surging further. However, the Hang Seng Index in futures remained above the 7,800-point mark throughout the session. Plop! Soros felt his heart bleeding, an indescribable pain. He knew he had lost. August 28, 1998, was a day of heartbreak for many international speculators. This marked the climax of the Hong Kong government's intervention in the market since August 14, 1998, and a major victory in its strategic countermeasure against speculators' habitual tactics in the foreign exchange, stock, and futures markets using their own methods against them. The Hong Kong government pushed the Hang Seng Index from 6,660 points at the close on August 13 to 7,829 points at the close on the 28th, forcing speculators to settle and deliver August stock index futures at high prices. Prior to this, speculators had placed large short positions in August futures contracts. As a result, even if they rolled over their positions, the costs would be extremely high, and if they closed their positions, massive losses would be inevitable. Soros knew he was trapped and that escaping was virtually impossible.
Moreover, the Hong Kong government would certainly not let them off so easily and would undoubtedly press the advantage to pursue a decisive victory.
The August 28 battle saw the Hong Kong government achieve a decisive victory.
However, for international speculators, rolling over futures contracts was a viable option and could become their lifeline.
Therefore, for the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government, the 828 battle could only be considered a temporary victory. Subsequently, the Hong Kong government decided to continue pushing up stock index futures prices in September to force speculative capital to exit at a loss. On September 7, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority issued new regulations on foreign exchange, securities trading, and settlement, severely restricting speculators' activities. On the same day, the Hang Seng Index surged by 588 points, closing at 8,076 points. Combined with factors such as the appreciation of the yen and the stabilization of Southeast Asian financial markets, speculators faced significantly higher capital and currency conversion costs, forcing them to retreat and exit the market.
On September 8, the September contract price rose to 8,220 points.
Futures contracts rolled over at the end of August had to be closed out, resulting in a loss of 40,000 Hong Kong dollars per contract. At this point, international speculators saw the tide had turned and fled in disarray. By this point, the Asian financial crisis had also entered its final stages. George Soros had once again swept up vast fortunes in numerous Southeast Asian countries, but both times he met his downfall in Hong Kong, returning home in defeat. For a time, these international speculators suffered massive losses, and for Hong Kong, they once again experienced the rollercoaster ride of a lifetime in just 1 month.
This rollercoaster of highs and lows was truly devastating. Countless people went bankrupt, while countless others became overnight millionaires.
Soon, stock investors realized that the one who seemed to have made the most money this time was Yang Fan.
How much money did Yang Fan make this time? Countless people were extremely curious. Chapter 0146, another 30 billion, Hong Kong is shaken.
How much did Yang Fan make this time?
To be precise, it wasn't as much as last time.
This time, the Hong Kong government's preparations were clearly more thorough than last year's. Although, at first, they were caught off guard by Yang Fan. However, they quickly stabilized the situation. By the time they launched their counterattack, although they had trapped the Quantum Fund and a large number of international speculators, the actual benefits were shared between Yang Fan and the Hong Kong government. The Hong Kong government holds substantial capital and reaped the lion's share of the gains. It can be said that after the Quantum Fund and international speculators cut their losses and withdrew, the Hong Kong government reaped a significant windfall. While Yang Fan also managed to secure a substantial share, he did not achieve the same level of success as last time.
Yang Fan, once again.
Li Ka-shing, upon hearing Li Zheju's report, stood frozen in place, unsure of what to say.
Li Zheju's face also bore a wry smile. Yang Fan's reaction was swift.
While the international speculators were locked in their fiercest battle with the Hong Kong government, he easily withdrew, and within 2 days, he bet on the Hong Kong stock market's rise.
On that day, the Hang Seng Index surged by over 800 points. At this point, Li Zheju sighed and said, Yang Fan's earnings this time will definitely exceed 200 billion. 200 billion.
Li Jiaqing felt his heart skip a beat.
After Yang Fan had burned down Zhuang Mingyue Tower, Li Jiaqing's assets had been rapidly shrinking, and his current valuation was around 50 billion.
Moreover, since Yang Fan had acquired a 22% stake in Orgain Telecom, the stock price of Chung Kong Holdings had been further depressed, which was not good news for the Li family. What left Li Jiaqing speechless was that in just one financial crisis, Yang Fan had earned more than 4 times his own assets. Li Jiaqing felt his heart trembling. After 2 such incidents, Yang Fan's net worth is at least 10 times that of Li Ka-shing.
How did this man achieve such feats?
It was as if he had the ability to foresee the future.
I realize I've underestimated Yang Fan.
Li Jiaqing sighed and spoke slowly. He actually anticipated Soros' Quantum Fund making a surprise counterattack.
At this point, Li Jiaqing didn't know how to describe it.
It wasn't difficult to predict that the Hong Kong government would win, but what was truly terrifying was that Yang Fan had not only predicted it but also the exact timing that day.
In the United States, at a mansion. Sir, the news is out. Soros has completely left Asia. This financial crisis can now be declared over. A young man in a suit stood before an elderly man. Over?
The elderly man showed no emotional reaction, shook his head, and spoke slowly. Soros still doesn't believe in the Hong Kong government's resolve to defend its currency.
He also didn't expect the Chinese government to support them.
He should have known better, but Soros just couldn't bring himself to do it.
Yes, sir.
The young man in a suit spoke slowly. However, during this stock market crash, some interesting things did happen.
The old man raised his head slightly and spoke slowly. What happened? Do you remember Yang Fan?
The young man spoke respectfully.
I remember. The old man's eyes lit up slightly, then he spoke slowly. Did he act again this time? Yes. The young man spoke quickly. He entered the market in July, but on August 23, he suddenly changed direction, withdrew from the stock market, and then, during the decisive battle on August 26, he suddenly supported the Hong Kong government. His methods were identical to the last time. It seems he still holds the Chinese government in high regard, timing his moves with such precision.
This man is truly intriguing.
The old man smiled. Yang Fan recognized the old man's appearance immediately. Warren Buffett, the stock market guru.
In 2020, he had only witnessed one stock market crash. By 2020, Buffett was no different from Yang Fan. The only difference was that he had seen one more US stock market crash than Yang Fan.
Yang Fan is no ordinary man. His short-term investment acumen likely surpasses mine.
Buffett sighed softly before speaking slowly. To discern when to withdraw and when to re-enter the battlefield amidst such chaos, even I might not possess that ability.
Yang Fan, the wallflower.
This is how the Hong Kong stock investors who hate Yang Fan with a passion refer to him. They hate Yang Fan for playing both sides. One moment he follows these international speculators in shorting the Hang Seng Index, and the next, Yang Fan stands here in Hong Kong, opposing these international speculators. What's most infuriating is that Yang Fan always manages to step back at the most critical moment. What else could he be but a wallflower? As for how much Yang Fan has made,
currently, only Yang Fan himself knows. $30.2 billion US.
So far, Yang Fan has already cashed out over $10 billion US, with the remaining $20 billion still in the stock market.
Yang Fan plans to gradually cash out the rest at a later time.
However, even so, everyone is still speculating about how much money Yang Fan has actually made. Yang Fan is well aware that if he were to withdraw all of this money, his net worth would exceed $648 billion US, making him the world's richest person, surpassing Bill Gates. However, Yang Fan has no plans to disclose this figure in the short term. Although he is wealthy, he still keeps a portion of his money to ensure he has a safety net.
Finance is there to serve his technology.
Over the next 2 years, he wouldn't touch the stock market again.
Yang Fan shook his head. Although he knew this could make money. But it was simply too thrilling, too much for the heart to handle. No wonder Wall Street is so thrilling. Stocks make money too quickly. It's more addictive than drugs. It's very easy to get addicted to it.
Even Yang Fan couldn't help but feel that, with the foresight of a reincarnated individual, he might be able to achieve unparalleled success, become a market maker, and establish a financial conglomerate to reap global wealth. However, Yang Fan made a firm decision and managed to suppress the excitement in his heart. Making so much money in a single stock market crash was already a miracle. If he didn't curb his greed, he didn't know what might happen. Stay low-key, that's the way to go. Yang Fan gradually deposited nearly $10 billion US into a Swiss bank account. The remaining funds would be used to negotiate with Li Ka-shing.
Chapter 0147, The Chinese Stock Market Genius. Terrifying indeed. However, it was clear that Yang Fan had no intention of approaching old Li proactively.
He had to let old Li see his true capabilities first. Shortly after, Yang Fan made a move, beginning to sell off shares of Changjiang Industrial.
Li Zheju almost immediately sensed that someone was selling shares of Changjiang Industrial, and his expression changed instantly.
Having just weathered a major stock market fluctuation, the Hang Seng Index was now recovering, and Changjiang Industrial's stock was still rising steadily.
What did it mean that someone was selling shares now? Was someone shorting Changjiang Industrial?
Li Zheju took a deep breath and immediately began buying up shares of Changjiang Industrial. At this time of panic, it was crucial to stabilize the Li family's stock price. Stock prices reflect the market's confidence in Changkong Holdings.
It was also confidence in the Li family.
Once the market loses confidence in the Li family, others will begin to assess your capabilities and standards before doing business with you.
Yang Fan, that bastard.
After some investigation, Li Zheju quickly zeroed in on Yang Fan. It was none other than Yang Fan who had targeted Changjiang Industrial. Li Zheju felt a wave of helplessness. He had no idea how to deal with Yang Fan. Not only himself, but even his own father couldn't handle it. Later, Li Zheju once again approached his father. Lying in bed, Li Jiaqing immediately felt his blood pressure begin to rise. Upon hearing that name, Li Jiaqing felt a surge of blood rush to his head.
Yang Fan.
Li Jiaqing suppressed the anger in his heart, slowly sat up, and his eyes gleamed with cunning determination. He shook his head and spoke slowly. Shorting Changjiang real estate isn't his goal.
He must have other motives.
I think it won't be long before he comes to negotiate with us.
Li Zheju couldn't help but frown, then clenched his teeth and said, "This young fan is simply too much. He's targeting our Li family."
Li Jiaqing shook his head and spoke slowly. The business world is like a battlefield, it's always a matter of survival.
Perhaps I was wrong to notify the media in the first place. Unfortunately, Yang Fan is still alive, and he's ruthless enough.
Mentioning this, Li Jiaqing couldn't help but clench his teeth before speaking slowly. We were the ones who crossed that line, so Yang Fan naturally had to resort to extreme retaliation.
Some things, once done, must be endured.
Fortunately, Yang Fan hasn't crossed the line further, he's still playing by the rules of business.
Father, what does Yang Fan intend to do? Li Zheju couldn't help but ask. What else can he do? What else could he possibly want?
It's just the remaining shares of Orange Telecom. Li Jiaqing shook his head and spoke slowly. I think Yang Fan will come to negotiate with us soon.
Li Zheju clenched his teeth and spoke slowly. Then, Father, do we really have no means of retaliation at all?
Business competition has always been like this, the big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimp. Before, we could rely on our size to crush others. Now, Yang Fan can also rely on his size to crush us. At his level, combined with his terrifying cash flow, he could even take on the entire Li family, let alone the entire Hong Kong business elite.
Li Zheju fell silent.
This feeling of being utterly powerless was something he had never experienced before in his life.
We've been targeted by Soros in 2 consecutive waves.
Although the Hong Kong government managed to withstand his final assault, it was still a severe blow to the vast majority of Hong Kong citizens. Property prices began to plummet, and in the same year, many Hong Kong residents chose to jump to their deaths. Hong Kong's real estate policies were highly distorted, allowing purchases with just a 5% down payment, but saddling buyers with enormous debts. After 2 consecutive shocks, it is unclear how many people are unable to repay their mortgages. Suicide by jumping off buildings was a true expression of despair for this world. Additionally, the 810 plan was also forced to be suspended. The middle class in Hong Kong absolutely cannot tolerate a sharp decline in housing prices. They need housing prices to rise to ensure their economic interests remain unaffected. Yang Fan looked at the documents in his hands and couldn't help but shake his head slightly.
Hong Kong truly has no way out.
Currently, Yang Fan also owns significant real estate in Hong Kong, but he is not in a hurry to develop it. He plans to let things simmer for now and proceed slowly.
He glanced at other newspapers.
Many newspapers were harshly criticizing Yang Fan, labeling him a blood-sucking vampire and wealth plunderer from the mainland. They used lengthy articles, citing various sources, to vent their anger. Yang Fan merely glanced at them before casually tossing the newspapers aside. What a joke! In a capitalist world, they dare to call themselves the people's bloodsuckers? Do they even have the nerve to say such things? Acquire a few media outlets in Hong Kong. Who dares to insult me? I'll insult them right back. Getting personally involved in a verbal battle with these media outlets is undoubtedly a very foolish move. Boss! Yang Fan had just put down the newspaper when Xiao Jiawei burst in excitedly, waving a newspaper in his hand and hurriedly said, "You're in the newspaper." Being in the newspaper is nothing unusual, Yang Fan shrugged indifferently.
What's there to make such a fuss about? It's not that. Xiao Jiawei exclaimed excitedly.
The interview was with Warren Buffett, and he mentioned you.
Ha? Yang Fan paused for a moment before asking, what did he say about me? Remember last time, Buffett praised your ability to make short-term investments and trade stocks? What could he have said this time?
He mentioned the recent financial crisis and said that your timing is already far beyond his.
Xiao Jiawei said excitedly,
currently, we haven't seen you doing long-term investments, but in the short term, your investment ability and your judgment of timing are something he's never seen before in his life. As he spoke, Xiao Jiawei excitedly handed the newspaper in his hand to Yang Fan.
Clearly, seeing this news had filled Xiao Jiawei with an excitement that couldn't be put into words.
Seeing how capable his boss was, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yang Fan paused briefly before noticing the 4 characters printed boldly on the newspaper.
China's stock market genius. Chapter 0148, The Humiliatingly Family Father and Son. China's stock market genius.
Looking at this title, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. These media outlets sure know how to flatter themselves. Just a moment ago, they were calling him a vampire who had plundered the wealth of Hong Kong citizens, and now they're hailing him as the China stock god. Their ability to change their tune so quickly is truly impressive. However, Warren Buffett's words carry significant weight. The title stock god carries significant weight. Now that Yang Fan is being called the Chinese stock market guru, it can be said that it is well deserved.
Glancing at the newspaper, Yang Fan just smiled. He suddenly felt that perhaps he too could one day wield influence in the stock market.
In his previous life, Warren Buffett's lunch was hyped up to an astronomical figure. After the meal, several stocks would surge.
Should he organize a Yang Fan lunch in the future? For a moment, Yang Fan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild.
However, he had no plans to touch the stock market in the short term. This thing was simply too tempting, and the money came too quickly. If he were to get caught up in it, he might never be able to escape. Even he couldn't be certain he'd be able to resist the temptation. He'd stick to holding a portion of company stocks long-term and wait for the next internet bubble to burst.
Changjiang Real Estate.
Li Zheju's phone suddenly rang, and then he heard Yang Fan's voice on the other end. Mr. Li.
Li Zheju jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the phone. Mr. Yang. Li Zheju took a deep breath and said, "Why did you call me?"
Yang Fan smiled slightly and spoke slowly. There's a business deal I'd like to discuss with the Li family.
Would Mr. Li have time to meet? Li Zheju nodded. Sure, I'm available anytime. How about tonight? Central? That works. Yang Fan smiled and said slowly, how about 6 o'clock tonight? Specific location and time? Li Zheju said, how about the Pearl restaurant at the Shangri-La Hotel in central Hong Kong? Alright, I'll be there on time.
After that, Yang Fan hung up the phone.
Li Zheju held the phone, but remained silent for a while. What was this feeling?
It didn't seem like Yang Fan was coming to discuss business with him, but rather the other way around. Gritting his teeth, Li Zheju knew deep down that Yang Fan had come to talk to him with the intention of winning. Yang Fan was now too powerful, the Li family wasn't a match for him. However, Li Zheju swore that he had never experienced such a humiliating life before.
Percy Restaurant was a French restaurant, but it wasn't just famous for its top-notch French cuisine.
Its wine list featured the Petrus wine series and over 1,900 world-class wines from various renowned wineries. Additionally, it had been awarded the Best of Award of Excellence by Wine Spectator magazine for 10 consecutive years. It can be said that this is the perfect restaurant for couples on dates or business negotiations between merchants.
Li Zheju had arrived early.
Shortly after, Yang Fan also arrived. Although Li Zheju was feeling uneasy, he still extended an invitation to Yang Fan. Mr. Yang, please sit down.
Yang Fan sat down across from Li Zheju. Then, Li Zheju asked knowingly, I wonder what Mr. Yang has come to discuss with me?
Yang Fan smiled and said, then I'll cut to the chase. I want to acquire the remaining shares of Orange Telecom, Mr. Li. Let's discuss this properly. Li Zheju's heart stirred, and he sighed inwardly. His father's prediction had been accurate. Yang Fan had indeed set his sights on the remaining shares of Orange Telecom. At that moment, Li Zheju spoke slowly. Selling is possible, but I wonder how much Mr. Yang is prepared to offer? Yang Fan laughed and then spoke slowly. Currently, I hold approximately 16 million shares of your Li family's Changjiang industry. After pausing briefly, Yang Fan continued, I intend to use these 1.6 million shares to exchange for the remaining shares of Orange Telecom that you hold.
What? Li Zheju was stunned.
He swore that this was the most absurd proposal he had ever heard.
Yang Fan actually wanted to exchange the Li family's 1.6 million shares for the remaining shares of Orange Telecom? This isn't a joke, is it? Moreover, when did Yang Fan acquire so many shares of Changjiang industry?
I bought them from Bao Xiaolong. Yang Fan seemed to have read Li Zheju's thoughts, smiled slightly, and continued, Mr. Li, why not consider it from a different angle? What if I short sell Changjiang Industrial?
Yang Fan fixed his gaze on Li Zheju. Can your Li family absorb the shares I'm about to sell? Li Zheju's gaze grew intense. Last time, Yang Fan burned down Zhuang Mingyue Tower, causing the Li family's stock price to plummet. Li Zheju could have stepped in to save the situation, but the crucial issue was that he had no money. The Li family had no cash left, forcing them to sell 22% of Orange Telecom's shares to Yang Fan. However, while the Li family had stabilized the stock price and even had some surplus funds, if Yang Fan were to short sell Changjiang Industrial, then Yang Fan spoke casually, do you know how Warren Buffett evaluates me?
The stock market wizard of China. Yang Fan smiled and continued, I won't speak for other places, but I believe that in Hong Kong, I have the power to rally people. If I were to short sell Chung Kong Holdings, how many people do you think would follow me? How many would immediately sell their Chung Kong Holdings shares? How much would your Li family's assets shrink? Li Zheju felt his facial muscles twitching. Yang Fan was essentially revealing his own plans right in front of him, and once that was done,
it was simply unimaginable.
The Li family was the face of Hong Kong, but Yang Fan had the power to shatter that reputation completely.
In fact, Li Zheju couldn't even begin to fathom the immense losses the Li family would suffer if Yang Fan went through with it.
I just don't like things to be too complicated, so I'm using 16 million shares of Changjiang Real Estate to exchange for the remaining shares of Orange Telecom.
This is a profit for the Li family.
Yang Fan sipped his tea casually before speaking slowly, Mr. Li, isn't that right? Not going against the Li family means the Li family comes out ahead. Li Zheju felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation, as if he were being beaten down by someone else. He had never experienced such a feeling before.
Hadn't everything been smooth sailing all along?
Until he encountered Yang Fan, this man had effectively pushed the Li family into a pit of fire.
How about that?
Yang Fan smiled at Li Zheju.
Chapter 0149, Li Jiaqing coughs up blood again.
Li Zheju swore that he had never seen such a shameless person before. What made Li Zheju feel helpless was that he had no choice but to agree to Yang Fan's demands.
If Yang Fan really went through with it, the Li family's assets would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. More importantly, the citizens of Hong Kong would lose confidence in the Li family. Once the entire market lost faith in the Li family, would they ever have a chance to rise again?
Yang Fan, this man, had struck at the heart of the matter, hitting Li Zheju where it hurt the most. Li Zheju frantically racked his brain but realized this was a dead end. He had nothing to counter Yang Fan with. A mere 16 million shares, the price isn't exorbitant.
At current market value, that's only around 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, the most terrifying thing is a domino effect.
Yang Fan was in control of the operation. Once he made his move and the news was released, the domino effect would be terrifying. He had no power to resist.
Mr. Yang, you're truly formidable.
Li Zheju took a deep breath and spoke slowly. No wonder Yang Zong is called the stock god of China.
Yang Fan smiled and said, "This is simply what a businessman should do.
This matter is beyond my authority. I must return and discuss it thoroughly with my father." Li Zheju's expression had grown grim, but he managed to force a smile onto his face.
All right.
Yang Fan smiled slightly, then watched as Li Zheju left without even finishing his meal.
He simply couldn't eat anymore, it felt like chewing wax.
Yang Fan casually made a phone call and arranged for a woman from Hong Kong to accompany him for dinner.
Yang Fan.
Li Jiaqing had already lost count of how many times he had seethed with hatred toward Yang Fan.
Yet, it was precisely this name that caused the Li family such unbearable agony.
He had also assumed that Yang Fan would come up with something shocking to buy it.
But he never imagined that Yang Fan would resort to such a despicable tactic.
Shorting Chung Kong Holdings directly, causing the Li family's assets to plummet.
How much money could Yang Fan save with this move? Take a deep breath, take a deep breath.
Li Jiaqing struggled to control himself, refusing to let anger get the better of him.
Then, his gaze fell on Li Zheju, and he spoke slowly. Agree to him. Agree to him? Li Zheju fell silent for a moment before nodding reluctantly. He was well aware that Yang Fan was no easy opponent.
Right now, Yang Fan had the Li family by the throat.
This is absolutely critical.
Under no circumstances could the Li family's wealth be allowed to diminish, nor could Hong Kong lose confidence in the Li family. Yang Fan's most terrifying aspect wasn't his wealth, but his terrifying ability to command obedience in the story. Just as Yang Fan had said, in the Hong Kong stock market, if he favored a stock, it would surge. If he didn't, it would plummet.
If Yang Fan were to leak even the slightest hint, the Li family's stock prices would plummet that night. Cough. 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 Suddenly, Li Jiaqing couldn't help but start coughing.
Li Zheju rushed over to pat his back, only to see that his hands were covered in blood.
Father! Li Zheju panicked. Call an ambulance immediately. No!
Li Jiaqing grabbed Li Zheju's wrist, shook his head, and spoke slowly. Don't call. Right now, so many eyes are watching our Li family.
We can't let them know about this. We can't let them know that my health has deteriorated.
Li Jiaqing took a deep breath and leaned against the headboard. Orange Telecom.
This matter, you must discuss it with Yang Fan.
The only requirement is that Yang Fan must not disclose the specific amount.
Got it. Li Zheju nodded.
He knew that even if it meant taking a huge loss, they couldn't let others know about the Li family's weakness. Otherwise, even without Yang Fan's intervention, it would cause the Li family's stock prices to plummet. Thinking about it, it was truly an unprecedentedly humiliating situation. Thinking about it, it was truly an unprecedentedly frustrating situation. 2 days later, Hongmeng Tower, Hong Kong branch.
Mr. Li sure is quick. He came to talk to me so soon. When Li Zheju arrived, Yang Fan was playing golf inside the building.
Mr. Yang, the contract has been drafted. Please take a look. Li Zheju pushed the documents toward Yang Fan and slowly said, You can take a look. It was Yang Fan who was supposed to be discussing business with him, yet he was the one drafting the contract.
Li Zheju couldn't be bothered with such details anymore.
Yang Fan opened the contract, glanced at it briefly, and then casually tossed it to the legal advisor beside him to check for any loopholes. This legal advisor wasn't just one person, but a group of them. Hiring one person could pose a risk of them being bribed, but hiring a group was safer. Yang Fan could afford to keep a team of legal advisors.
No problem.
A lawyer approached Yang Fan and spoke respectfully.
So, Mr. Li, I wish us a pleasant cooperation.
Yang Fan smiled and shook hands with Li Zheju.
Mr. Yang, this contract also specifies.
Li Zheju spoke slowly, I hope you won't disclose the amount.
Of course not.
Yang Fan smiled and said casually, We are just normal business partners.
Li Zheju nodded again and said nothing more.
After Yang Fan signed and stamped the contract, Li Zheju turned and left immediately, and Yang Fan became the largest shareholder of Orange Telecom.
Yang Fan wasn't worried that the Li family would pull any tricks. Now, Yang Fan was the one in power. However, it would be better to remove the Li family members. During this period, besides acquiring Orange, Yang Fan's other major deal was the acquisition of Asia Television.
In May of this year, due to the dual impact of a case in Taiwan and the Asian financial crisis, the Lin family faced financial difficulties, incurring losses of over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, the Lin family decided to sell 51% of Asia Television shares. Originally, Lu Changel had formed a consortium with several parties, including Longwei Limited and Huang Baoxin's Lianwan Limited, to acquire Asia Television.
However, Yang Fan intervened and directly approached the Lin family to negotiate the acquisition of Asia Television. With Yang Fan's involvement, Asia Television no longer felt urgent and instead waited quietly for a better offer. The negotiations dragged on until now. Lu Changel, frustrated, refused to continue talks with Asia Television.
Lin suddenly grew anxious, as without Lu Changel as a buyer, it seemed that Yang Fan was the only remaining candidate to purchase Asia Television. With no other option, Lin sure had no choice but to negotiate with Yang Fan. Subsequently, Yang Fan offered 1.5 billion to acquire 51% of Asia Television's shares, while also secretly acquiring shares from individual shareholders. While acquiring Orange Telecom, Yang Fan had already secured an 80% stake in Asia Television.
Chapter 0150, starting today, the news broadcast will air at 7 p.m. sharp every day. Secure Asian satellite TV.
This can also be seen as Yang Fan expanding his entertainment empire.
Asian satellite TV is now in decline, no longer the powerhouse it once was alongside TVB.
It now appears quite fragile.
By 2015, Asia Satellite TV could no longer recapture its former glory. However, TVB is also in a similar predicament. By 2020, TVB had also begun to incur losses. Overall, Hong Kong's television and entertainment industry has returned to its rightful place. Asia Satellite TV's influence is limited to Hong Kong, and it most extends to Lingnan and Guangzhou.
Historically, following the departure of Lu Changel from Asia Television, the station began actively expanding into mainland China. This included building a film studio and training talent in Guangzhou, reducing production costs, importing programs from mainland China, and strengthening internal management. In this year, ATV held the Hong Kong Gentleman Election, attracting over 700 participants. The sci-fi action series I Have a Date with a Zombie was released and became a huge hit, sparking a boom in sci-fi TV dramas. In September of the same year, it became the first TV station in Hong Kong to introduce virtual studio technology. In December, it partnered with Fangzhen Group to launch the first automatic broadcast system in Hong Kong. In 1999, ATV acquired the rights to The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which saw ratings soar, reaching nearly 23 percentage points for the first time, with other programs also seeing a collective increase in viewership. Nielsen ratings data showed that during TVB's golden age, ATV outperformed TVB with an average rating of 3 percentage points, marking the first time in TVB's 32-year history that this had occurred. However, TVB subsequently signed contracts with Zhao Wei and Lin Xinru, and regained its ratings with shows like Old House, New Joy starring Zhao Wei. The Huanzhou phenomenon marked the beginning of Asia Television's habit of aggressively purchasing foreign dramas, which objectively led to a reduction in the production of its own original content. Nevertheless, Asia Television remained unable to reverse its decline, continuing to aggressively purchase foreign dramas. While this boosted ratings, it also eroded the network's ability to generate its own content. Most importantly, Asia Television never entered the vast Chinese market but remained in Hong Kong to compete with TVB, ultimately losing out. However, even after winning, TVB did not fare much better. Today, Yang Fan, as the new owner of Asia Television, has naturally caught the attention of many.
Who is Yang Fan?
He is the wealthiest Chinese businessman, having twice made and lost fortunes in the stock market. Now that Yang Fan has joined Asia Television, it is unclear how many eyes are on him. Subsequently, Yang Fan convened a meeting with the senior management of Asia Television.
All the senior executives were present, including program director Su Xiaolong and Li Zhuanglie.
Everyone gathered around Yang Fan, none of them knowing what changes Asia Television would undergo under his leadership.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yang Fan leaned back in his executive chair, a faint smile on his face. From today onwards, I am the chairman of the board of directors of Asia Television. With a new leader comes new rules, and these executives had no idea how Yang Fan would handle them. However, in the short term, they believed that Yang Fan would not take action against them, as without them, Yang Fan might not be able to manage the entire Asia Television. I assume everyone is aware of my position. Yang Fan spoke slowly, therefore, I will spare you the unnecessary details. Asia Television requires a series of reforms, and this is my reform plan. Starting today, every evening at 7 o'clock sharp, the news broadcast will air. Yang Fan spoke slowly and deliberately. What? Everyone was taken aback. Su Xiaolong couldn't help but speak up. Broadcasting the news broadcast every night? The mainland's news broadcast? Yes. Yang Fan said indifferently, I'll talk to CCTV about this. Their broadcast rights aren't too difficult to obtain. Broadcasting the news broadcast will also help the citizens of Hong Kong gain a better understanding of the mainland. Ridiculous. That was the opinion of everyone present. In their eyes, Yang Fan was simply courting disaster. Every night at 7 o'clock, what time was that? It was almost prime time. Using this time slot to broadcast the news broadcast? What is he thinking? However, Yang Fan didn't bother to respond. Instead, he continued, everything must be done according to my instructions. I'm from the mainland.
Strengthening interaction and understanding between Hong Kong and the mainland is something I believe must be done. There is no excuse or reason to refuse. Whoa! Many people sensed something was off.
This young fan, the moment he arrived, he didn't seem like someone to mess with.
Yang Fan spoke slowly and calmly. This is just the first step.
Moving forward, our TV programs will primarily focus on exchanges and communication between the mainland and Hong Kong, allowing more Hong Kong residents to learn about the mainland and enabling the mainland to better understand Hong Kong. Su Xiaolong had a lot on his mind, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He had assumed Yang Fan would prioritize stabilizing morale first, but he never expected Yang Fan to start with this right off the bat.
Could Hong Kong TV even air the news broadcast? Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaolong spoke slowly. Mr. Yang, won't you consider it again? Yang Fan smiled faintly and replied slowly, why should I reconsider?
Su Xiaolong froze, unable to speak for a moment. After a long pause, he snapped back to reality. Yang Fan wasn't from Hong Kong but from the mainland. He clenched his teeth and spoke slowly, Mr. Yang, I believe your proposal is unreasonable.
No, I think it's reasonable, Yang Fan said indifferently. If you think it's unreasonable, you're free to leave. I won't stop you. Everyone present was stunned. What on earth is going on here? What does Yang Fan mean by this? A new official takes office and makes 3 bold moves. Is this guy planning to drive everyone away? Su Xiaolong's expression changed, and he clenched his teeth before standing up.
He suddenly removed the ID badge from his chest and slammed it onto the table, speaking coldly, if that's the case, then I won't bother staying any longer.
Su Xiaolong then turned and left.
Yang Fan remained motionless, calmly observing the group before him.
He smiled and said, now, is there anyone else who wishes to leave?
Though his gaze was calm, it felt like a mountain pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe.
Chapter 0151, Sensation.
The news broadcasts terrifying viewership rating in Hong Kong.
Who is Yang Fan? He is definitely not a good person.
The senior executives of Asia Television suddenly felt an odd sensation. Perhaps Yang Fan had never regarded them as equals from the start. More deeply, Yang Fan simply did not care about them. In fact, this was quite understandable. Long before Yang Fan planned to acquire Asia Television, he had already coordinated with CCTV. Additionally, Yang Fan had recruited numerous talents in this field domestically, ready to be deployed at Asia Television when necessary. In the end, it's a case of a new emperor, new ministers.
If they want to leave, let them go. Yang Fan doesn't care much. Asia Television's scope is simply too narrow.
If it could broadcast domestically, that would be a vast and boundless market. Limiting itself to competition within Hong Kong is the most foolish idea. Whether it's Asia Television or TVB, their actual influence is limited to Lingnan and Hong Kong, with at most some reach into Southeast Asia.
The influence they can exert is limited.
However, if they could broadcast nationwide, like Oriental Satellite TV or the Toilet Channel, where everyone across the country could watch, then their influence would be immense.
Yang Fan's vision is certainly not confined to the small Hong Kong. It is the mainland. Who else wants to leave? Yang Fan's gaze swept over the crowd, then he spoke calmly. Anyone else have questions? Feel free to ask.
Mr. Yang, please take care of yourself. At this point, Ling Zhuanglia directly threw his ID badge onto the table and turned to leave.
Who else? Yang Fan's face showed no trace of emotion.
For a moment, the crowd looked at each other, unsure of what to say. They had all worked so hard to reach this position, to give it up now was naturally unbearable.
However, Yang Fan's attitude also made them feel angry. Sigh.
Another person stood up and coldly said, Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, but I cannot work with a boss like you. Or perhaps I should admit that you are the stock market genius of China, but you know nothing about television.
I cannot work with such a foolish boss. Another person threw down their ID badge and left. Yang Fan, however, remained calm, observing everyone present.
Over 10 people left one after another, and in the end, only 4 or 5 remained.
However, these few were also deeply anxious, unsure of their future fate.
Not bad, it seems there are still some willing to stay. Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly, don't worry. I won't let Asia Television collapse like this. Our sights shouldn't be set solely on Hong Kong, we must face the entire nation. The few people present exchanged glances, unsure of what Yang Fan had up his sleeve.
Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry.
He quickly gathered the group of people he had previously handpicked and brought them all to Hong Kong. These individuals either worked at CCTV or had solid experience at local stations. Once they were gathered in Hong Kong, Yang Fan's objective was straightforward, to help him gain control over the entire Asian television network. Additionally, Yang Fan also conducted negotiations with the domestic authorities. All programs of Asia Television would undergo review by the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television (SARFT), but at the same time, he hoped that all programs of Asia Television could be broadcast domestically. This matter had already been discussed with the mainland authorities before Yang Fan arrived in Hong Kong. At the very least, they should be on par with future channels like Magic City Satellite TV, Jiangnan Satellite TV, and Toilet TV, and accessible on national cable networks. Obtaining broadcast rights within China is simply too difficult. For example, TVB's television broadcasts also include a significant amount of advertisements. However, when their programs are broadcast in mainland China, the advertisements originally belonging to them are edited out and replaced with other advertisements. As a result, a portion of their advertising revenue is directly intercepted. Yang Fan naturally hopes to expand into the mainland market and earn some revenue.
After Yang Fan's acquisition, negotiations were nearly concluded.
However, the domestic side then made a demand, seeking to acquire a 30% stake in Asia Television. Additionally, if Yang Fan were to sell the remaining 50% of his shares, the mainland would have the right of first refusal.
Yang Fan did not refuse this and chose to agree.
Such media, as a mouthpiece, especially one broadcast domestically, the state is unlikely to completely hand over to private hands.
With the talent secured, the mainland would take the lion's share.
Whether the high-ranking officials at Asia Television were willing or not was irrelevant. In any case, that evening at 7 o'clock, when some Hong Kong residents turned on their televisions to watch the news, they were suddenly greeted by the news broadcast. It was broadcasting the content of the news broadcast.
In an instant, the entire Hong Kong region was in an uproar.
The fact that the news broadcast was being aired left Hong Kong residents deeply surprised, yet also felt a sense of novelty. Although Hong Kong had already been returned to China, for the vast majority of Hong Kong residents, they had never truly experienced mainland channels and lacked understanding of the mainland.
At that very moment, the news broadcast became an important window for them to learn about the mainland. Curiosity. That was how Hong Kong residents felt. Though many still harbored some resistance, they found themselves watching without realizing it.
Soon, word spread quickly, and soon the entire population of Hong Kong was tuning into Asia Television.
The first to notice something was amiss was TVB.
They suddenly noticed that their ratings had plummeted, and they had no idea how many people were watching the news broadcast. Although the martial arts dramas were quite appealing, the news broadcast seemed to be opening a new door of understanding for them. It turned out that this was the mainland, and that this was how officials in the mainland governed the country. Asia Television, which had been suppressed by TVB and was previously considered no match for TVB in terms of ratings, saw its ratings soar after 7 p.m. Asia Television's ratings broke its own record, reaching over 80 percentage points. Out of 100 people, 80 were watching the news broadcast.
Of course, the main reason is curiosity.
Having never seen it before, suddenly being exposed to this information is highly appealing to them. However, as time goes on, the ratings are likely to decline. After all, even within the country, people don't watch the news broadcast every day. This was something Yang Fan hadn't anticipated. Looking at the back-end data, Yang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow!" Chapter 0152, CCTV gives a thumbs up. China's cultural export to the world depends on you. TVB. What's going on? Xiao Fu, who was resting at home, heard his subordinates report and his expression changed slightly. 80%? So many people are watching Asian TV? Still at home, Xiao Fu quickly changed the channel. Upon seeing the content, Xiao Fu couldn't help but pause in surprise. It was the mainland's news broadcast. How could this have such high ratings? However, after giving it some thought, Xiao Fu quickly figured it out. In the end, it was just a novelty. Once the novelty wore off, no one would pay attention to it anymore. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fu tried to calm himself down. His eyes couldn't help but fixate on the TV screen, which was still showing updates on the flood disaster. To be honest, Xiao Fu admitted that he was deeply moved. Using their own bodies to resist the floodwaters, watching the rescue efforts unfold, Xiao Fu was momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, the Eagle Nation's military had never done anything like this. When disasters struck, their first priority was always to protect themselves. The lives of the people were of little concern to them, and it was often up to philanthropists and rescue teams to step in and provide aid.
It wasn't just Xiao Fu. Many Hong Kong residents felt a strange sensation in their hearts.
This was the first time they had witnessed such a shocking scene.
Is this the mainland?
Through the news broadcasts, they gained a peculiar understanding of the mainland for the first time. Although there had been some exchanges between the two sides before, ordinary people had not felt anything particularly special. Now, they were witnessing it firsthand through the news broadcasts.
Unwittingly, they found themselves drawn in.
Many came with a curious, spectator-like mindset, but by the end, they felt a sense of solemnity.
Unlike the playful Hong Kong media, there was no exaggeration, just solemnity, seriousness, and authority.
Speaking of which, Hong Kong media rarely speak well of the mainland, and they even portrayed this disaster as a man-made catastrophe.
Now, it seems like a silent rebuke. After 7:30 p.m., the news ended, followed by the weather forecast.
Finally, it was time for Asia Television's own programming.
Impressive. Zhang Chu couldn't help but give Yang Fan a thumbs up. I didn't expect the ratings to be so high.
This Zhang Chu was a senior official at CCTV, nearly 40 years old, yet he was visibly excited at that moment. It seems Hong Kong residents still really enjoy the news broadcast. It can only be said that it was initially a novelty, but whether it can be sustained in the long run is another major issue. Yang Fan smiled slightly. That's why we need to continue producing high-quality programs to broadcast both domestically and in Hong Kong, as a promotional channel. Zhang Chu nodded and then spoke slowly. To be honest, I was a bit worried that not many people would watch, but it seems to be going well. No problem, I've already prepared a few programs. Yang Fan smiled. The main focus is on introducing the relationship between Hong Kong and the mainland, maintaining a channel for mutual communication, so that Hong Kong residents can better understand the mainland, and at the same time, people on the mainland can better understand Hong Kong. Zhang Chu couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of programs? There are a few programs like that. Yang Fan tilted his head and thought for a moment. The transformation, where we select a child from Hong Kong's middle class and another from the mainland, both from middle class backgrounds, to experience different lifestyles. Then, domestic viewers can watch Hong Kong's lifestyle, and Hong Kong residents can see our domestic life. That's a great idea. Zhang Chu's eyes lit up slightly, and he glanced at Yang Fan again. You're a genius. You're already starting to export our culture without even mentioning it. This is just one program. Currently, Asia Television has 6 channels, and I still have a lot of programs to prepare. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. There's also Where Are We Going, Dad? We'll organize a group of celebrities, some from the mainland and some from Hong Kong. They'll mainly participate in activities across the country, and the shows will be broadcast with some local cultural highlights inserted, allowing them to better understand our lives. It's also a form of cultural exchange. Finally, there's A Culinary Journey Through China, which focuses on cuisine. Chinese cuisine is incredibly diverse. Yang Fan quickly added, there are 8 major culinary traditions, and each one could be discussed at length. For example, there are regional traditional dishes said to be associated with the national hero Wen Tianxiang. It is prepared without adding any broth, using only a cup of rice wine, a cup of pork fat or tea oil, and a cup of soy sauce, hence the name. This dish is typically made with ingredients like 3 yellow chickens. When served, the meat is fragrant, sweet with a hint of saltiness, and salty with a touch of freshness. The texture is tender yet chewy, offering a strong mouthfeel. Stop talking. Zhang Chu couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling an irresistible urge to eat just from listening. Yang Fan glanced at Zhang Chu and spoke slowly. There's also the national singing competition, where singers from Hong Kong and our own country are brought together to compete or undergo auditions. These exchanges can be done gradually. That's the advantage of being a time traveler. Creating ratings is too easy for Yang Fan. Oh, and finally, TV dramas. Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. We also need to produce excellent TV dramas, such as war dramas. Hong Kong residents also love this kind of TV drama, like Jingwu Men and Jingwu Hero. Although the movies were once thriving, they've now entered a decline. However, I believe they still love watching this kind of TV drama. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly, then casually picked up a script from the side and handed it to Zhang Chu. This is the script I've prepared. Take a look. Zhang Chu was taken aback. Lian Jian? It's similar. I had the screenwriter write it. I gave them part of the main plot and a lot of reference material, letting them develop it on their own. Yang Fan smiled. Hong Kong TV dramas have one flaw: their scope is too narrow. I'm thinking that when we film it domestically, we could have actors from both sides of the strait collaborate. Zhang Chu only glanced at it briefly, but in the end, he couldn't help but give Yang Fan a thumbs up. Yang Fan, it seems like our cultural exports abroad will have to rely on you. Chapter 0153, The Heartfelt Words of an Ordinary Hong Kong Citizen. 2 days later, Hong Kong media erupted. Many media outlets were practically pointing fingers at Yang Fan and berating him. Some media outlets even used sensational headlines to accuse Yang Fan of trampling on Hong Kong's rule of law, calling him a thief, and a shameless scoundrel who had plundered Hong Kong's wealth and was now damaging Hong Kong's spiritual civilization. Some media outlets even declared that Asia Satellite TV, a program that Hong Kong people once took pride in, had begun its inevitable decline and had become a third-rate television station with no significant influence left. To be honest, when Yang Fan saw these newspapers, he almost burst out laughing on the spot. The spiritual civilization of Hong Kong people? They have spiritual civilization. The epitome of double standards. Remember that mainland tourist whose child needed to use toilet paper as a pad, which was filmed by Hong Kong journalists? In the end, the media gave them a thorough scolding. When Beckham did the same thing, they turned around and criticized the Hong Kong government for not building more toilets. Asia Television airing the news broadcast was like dropping a heavy bomb into a pond, causing a massive explosion. Naturally, some people didn't want to see that. However, Yang Fan couldn't be bothered to care. Let them criticize as they please, he simply ignored it. Anyway, he had long since grown accustomed to Hong Kong's media. You can't take them seriously, and you certainly can't take them to heart. Otherwise, you're the one who'll lose. Yang Fan has actually had more free time lately.
There were no major moves in the stock market, and domestic construction projects were proceeding smoothly.
So, Yang Fan decided to stay in Hong Kong for a few more days and take the opportunity to review the planning for some previous entertainment programs. Additionally, Yang Fan was also working on restructuring the internal operations of Asia Television. First, he completely separated the production department from the content department. A separate screenwriting department was established, responsible for scriptwriting for TV dramas as well as variety shows. Additionally, the production department is in charge of setting up stage backgrounds. Furthermore, there is an artist department. Asia Television still has a significant number of artists, similar to TVB's training program, though Asia Television also has its own training program, albeit not as renowned as TVB's.
However, the training is intermittent, and many of the talents produced often choose to join TVB.
For Yang Fan, before the acquisition, he had already made thorough preparations. Even if middle and senior management left, he could immediately fill the gaps with his own team.
Then, Yang Fan reformed the team he brought from the mainland. To be honest, it took a lot of effort. However, Yang Fan really didn't care much about it. Even if there were losses, it wouldn't amount to much. The most important thing was that Asia Television could broadcast in mainland China. As long as they could produce programs of sufficient quality, Yang Fan believed that making money wouldn't be a problem. Yawning, Yang Fan held another meeting for the entire morning, ensuring that all actionable items were addressed before finally stretching his limbs in relief. As he stepped out of the office, Yang Fan's ears twitched slightly, picking up the sound of people chatting. Our new boss is getting really criticized.
That is for sure. On his first day, he fired several senior executives, and on his first night, he started broadcasting the news broadcast.
How could our boss not be impressive? I think our boss is pretty impressive. Last night, I watched the news broadcast, and to be honest, I never expected they'd use people as floodwater. Let me tell you, the soldiers from the mainland are different from ours here.
They call them soldiers of the people, meaning they're supposed to charge to the front lines in dangerous situations.
How are they different? The troops stationed here are also from the mainland, aren't they? That's true. After watching the news broadcast, I felt really reassured. Do you know that feeling of reassurance? When did these British people ever treat us like their own people? Did you see what happened before? If you accidentally bump into someone on the street, they'd attack you right away. And the dirty things they do what you're talking about is still pretty decent. Before, they were colluding with some gangs and people. Let me tell you, these mainland troops are different. They train diligently and never interfere with our daily lives. To be honest, I secretly took a look, and their spirit is completely different. They don't even blink. I just feel like they really consider us their own people. When the time comes, they come to protect us. To be honest, I feel the same way. Now that so many people in the media are criticizing our new boss seems to be completely unresponsive. What can we do? Fight back? Someone else spoke up. Fighting back won't work. They'll just keep smearing us in the newspapers. Either way, it's hopeless. That's not the point. It depends on the platform. Do you believe me? If we broadcast the interview content directly on our TV station, and if it could be live streamed on Asian satellite TV, our ratings would skyrocket. Yang Fan's voice suddenly rang out, startling the girls. He then fixed his gaze on the girl who had suggested it. What's your name? I'm Jiang Jiawei. The girl's heart skipped a beat when she saw Yang Fan, but when she saw him, her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. He's so handsome. Jiang Jiawei, nice name. Your suggestion is great. Keep up the good work. Yang Fan glanced at Jiang Jiawei before turning and walking away. This girl named Jiang Jiawei had a point. It's all about creating buzz and stirring up a topic, isn't it? Yang Fan was still calculating in his mind how he could make the most of this incident. Shortly after, Yang Fan announced publicly that he would be accepting interviews from journalists regarding the recent events. The location for the interviews would be Asia Satellite TV, and the broadcast would be aired live for the people of Hong Kong and mainland China to watch. So, please invite your best journalists to attend. Yang Fan rolled up his sleeves, indicating he was ready for a fight. Chapter 0154, Live Broadcast. Is this even human speech? Even the next day, the viewership ratings for the news broadcast remained quite high. Many Hong Kong residents suddenly realized that watching the news broadcast seemed to provide insights into many things, especially their curiosity about the development of the mainland. At the same time, they also wanted to understand the mainland's policies toward Hong Kong. Xiao Yifu found this increasingly frustrating. There was nothing he could do about it. Hong Kong residents were simply too curious about the mainland. Even Xiao Yifu himself would watch the news broadcast to stay informed about mainland policies. However, what left Xiao Yifu speechless today was, after the news broadcast ended, TVB's ratings did not recover. More people turned their attention to Asia Television, and soon after, Yang Fan was live on air for an interview. Not only Hong Kong residents, but even mainland residents wanted to tune in to see what the wealthiest Chinese businessman would say during the interview.
After all, Yang Fan is now the wealthiest Chinese individual and a role model figure established by the state. In the vast studio, Yang Fan sat at the podium, with Hong Kong journalists in front of him, along with CCTV reporters.
The atmosphere was tense. Everyone is fixated on Yang Fan. Yet Yang Fan remains calm and composed. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, since you're all here, feel free to ask me any questions you have. Yang Fan smiled and said, I will answer all your questions honestly and thoroughly.
Mr. Yang Fan, hello, I am Lin Guohong from the Blue Square Daily. A reporter introduced himself and began, my question is about the period from last year to this year, during the Asian financial crisis. You stirred up trouble, shorted the stock market index, and then turned around to collaborate with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority to counter these international speculators. Your actions amount to stealing the wealth of Hong Kong citizens and then turning around to seize the wealth of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, thereby plundering the income of Hong Kong citizens.
What is your opinion on this matter? That's a very sharp question. Yang Fan smiled slightly, then fixed his gaze on Lin Guohong and spoke slowly. My answer is this: have my actions violated Hong Kong's laws? This. Lin Guohong was completely taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Fan spoke calmly, then I'm curious. First, I didn't steal. Second, I didn't rob.
I simply followed Hong Kong's laws and earned money honestly in the stock market.
Why am I being called a thief?
Regarding this issue, Yang Fan spoke slowly. Actually, I already mentioned this at the previous press conference, and I have emphasized it multiple times.
All my actions are legal. Based on legality, I am simply earning money through my own abilities. If I fail, I will suffer immense losses. If I do not fail.
At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. This is my skill. I can quickly determine which day the stock market will rise and which day it will crash.
This is entirely based on my own abilities. Now I am earning money through my own abilities, yet you are calling me a thief and a thief. Mr. Journalist, may I assume that you did not receive any invitation to be here and that your presence is an attack on me personally? Lin Guohong was speechless, unable to find any words to counter. Then he heard Yang Fan speak calmly. If you think that shorting the market or predicting a rise is theft, you can simply shut down the stock market. Shutting down the stock market would be good. Soros Quantum Fund wouldn't be able to attack Hong Kong, and they'd have no way to attack. Isn't that better? Finally, let me say one more thing.
Yang Fan spoke slowly and deliberately. If you want to make money, go to the stock market yourself.
I can turn 1 billion into hundreds of billions. That's my skill. Do you have the ability to turn 1 billion into hundreds of billions?
For some reason, everyone present felt an urge to punch him.
This guy is talking like he's trying to show off. He's not even speaking like a human being.
If they had that kind of ability, they wouldn't be here interviewing Yang Fan. It wasn't just them during the live broadcast, many viewers at home also felt like punching someone.
Mr. Yang Fan. Another journalist spoke up. I'm a reporter from Mingpao. My name is Zhou Jiazhen. I also have a question I'd like to ask.
Of course.
Yang Fan smiled and said, go ahead and ask.
Zhou Jiazhen took a deep breath and spoke slowly. We are all very curious.
Why did you choose to broadcast the news program on Asian television?
We have never broadcast the news program before. We only air programs made by people from Hong Kong.
Ms. Lin Jiazhen.
Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. Currently, I hold an 80% stake in Asia Television.
Do you know what that means? In other words, this television station is almost entirely mine. So, since it's mine, I can broadcast whatever programs I like. What does that have to do with you?
Lin Jiazhen froze, and the group of journalists were all stunned. They had expected Yang Fan to give a lengthy speech, but never imagined he would give such a response.
This is my property. I can do whatever I want with it. What does it have to do with you?
Lin Jiazhen was at a loss for words.
Mr. Yang Fan, the TV station is meant for the entire Hong Kong public. Even if it's your personal property, the content you broadcast must consider whether it contains anything harmful to the public. A reporter seemed to have found a loophole. So you're saying that the news broadcast is harmful content?
Yang Fan looked at the reporter with a smirk. I'm just curious, both are TV stations.
When TVB invited a female star and openly claimed she'd sleep with other men for money, did they consider that harmful content?
The journalist was speechless. Even if you gave him 100 dares, he wouldn't dare say that the news broadcast is inappropriate content. Yang Fan spoke slowly. As a businessman from the mainland, I have always believed that Hong Kong and the mainland should get to know each other and understand each other. Since ancient times, Hong Kong has been an inseparable part of the mainland, and the mainland has made tremendous contributions to Hong Kong's economic prosperity. That's why I allowed the news broadcast to be aired in Hong Kong. Lin Guohong suddenly spoke up. Mr. Yang, I have a question.
Do you really believe that Hong Kong's return to the mainland has contributed to its economic prosperity? Sorry, but I don't see it that way. The Blue Party Daily has always been at odds with the mainland, going to great lengths to smear it. Chapter 0155, On-Site Interview, Hong Kong Residents Support. You don't think so?
Yang Fan wore a smirk on his face. I'm curious, why would you say such a thing?
It's obvious.
Lin Guohong spoke coldly, launching a barrage of criticism at Yang Fan.
Your question.
Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. I can only say you're ignorant. Everyone knows that the collapse of Hong Kong's stock market wasn't caused by me or China, but by Soros and a group of international speculators.
To protect Hong Kong's prosperity, China sacrificed its precious foreign exchange reserves.
At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. Additionally, the real estate market collapse was also caused by someone artificially inflating Hong Kong's property prices beforehand.
The collapse cannot be blamed on the Chinese government. Finally, Yang Fan spoke softly.
I think, what China has brought to Hong Kong, I don't think I should be the one to say, and neither should you. As he spoke, Yang Fan leaned back in his chair and said indifferently, so, I suggest this, let's contact a reporter from Asia Television and have him interview a few random citizens on the streets of Hong Kong.
Lin Guohong couldn't help but pause for a moment, then blurted out, does Asia Television have reporters out there?
Of course.
Yang Fan's face wore a faint smile. Live broadcast, direct interviews.
Let's see what their attitude toward China really is, whether it's as you claim bringing nothing but fear. Lin Guohong was speechless for a moment. He never would have imagined that Yang Fan had such a trick up his sleeve, direct on-site interviews.
How did he come up with this idea?
For a moment, Lin Guohong's mind was in disarray. At that moment, Yang Fan had already begun instructing someone to switch the channel. Soon, the reporters on the street were contacted.
Hello everyone, I'm Wang Yahui, a reporter from Asia Television. The female reporter introduced herself. I'm currently in central Hong Kong. As you can see, there are people coming and going here. Yahoo, hello.
Yang Fan greeted her.
Hello, boss. Wang Yahui responded promptly. Here's the situation, I'm currently speaking with the journalists. Since Hong Kong's return, how do the citizens of Hong Kong view China? Could you please randomly interview a few audience members? Yang Fan's face bore a faint smile. Sure. Wang Yahui nodded. Shortly after, Wang Yahui was seen holding a microphone, quickly approaching a passerby. Sir, hello. We're reporters from Asia Television. May we interview you for a moment? Sure. The passerby nodded, looking curiously at the camera. What are you interviewing about?
Zhang Chu was on the other side of Yang Fan's interview room. To be honest, at that moment, Zhang Chu was extremely nervous inside. He couldn't be sure what this Hong Kong resident would say. And now it was live, so viewers back home could also watch the interview on TV. Here's the thing. Wang Yahui quickly spoke up. We mainly want to ask you, since Hong Kong has returned to the embrace of China, how has your life been? In an instant, countless people in Hong Kong and on the mainland had their eyes fixed on this stranger. Everyone was eagerly awaiting his response. Of course it's good. Then, they heard his excited and enthusiastic voice. Of course it's better. Let me tell you, I've never felt this way before. Do you know what I mean? Now I feel like I'm a person again. A person? Wang Yahui asked curiously. What do you mean by that? Weren't there British soldiers here before? Their British soldiers often bullied us and wouldn't let us have good jobs. The man spoke excitedly. My superior is clearly an idiot, yet I had to deal with him. I carefully flattered them, but they treated me like a dog. I worked my ass off to get ahead, but they blocked me. They think I don't deserve a high salary. Xinjiang has returned to the embrace of our motherland. I feel like I'm a proper person now. Foreigners won't look down on us, they'll just think we're inferior. As he spoke, a peculiar glow emanated from his eyes, a mix of excitement, anticipation, and various other emotions all converging at once. I feel that my life is full of hope. I feel that Hong Kong will have a brighter future. He wasn't particularly attractive, wearing thick glasses, but his words were filled with power. For a moment, the entire live interview studio fell silent. Actions speak louder than words. At this point, every citizen of Xinjiang also fell silent. They hadn't felt it before, but now they truly understood. Yes, they had found something they had never noticed before. Dignity. Those once aloof foreigners no longer seemed so distant. The British soldiers they once feared most had now been replaced by Chinese people. When they appeared at the flag-raising ceremony in Hong Kong, they felt an indescribable sense of security. Lin Guohong was at a loss for words at that moment. At that very instant, he felt as though he couldn't utter a single word. Because, deep down in his heart, he couldn't help but hear that voice as well. Only by returning to the embrace of the mainland had he regained his dignity. How had he been before? Even though he had studied hard and spoken English well, had those foreigners ever looked at him with any respect? The journalists fell silent. The words spoken by the interviewee felt like a heavy hammer striking the depths of their souls. Without the Chinese government, could they stand tall and do their work? What would they be like now? At that moment, Lin Guohong felt his conscience being severely condemned. Chapter 0156, Facts Speak Louder Than Words, Hong Kong Weeps. After finishing the interview with this young man, Wang Yahui proceeded to interview the next person. What she saw were excited faces filled with emotion. I feel that Hong Kong has hope with China, there is hope. The foreign devils are gone, and I am a proud, upright person now.
Of course I'm happy. Before, Hong Kong's society was so chaotic, but now, gangs aren't fighting anymore, and public safety is starting to improve. I watched the news last night. Do you know how fiercely the Chinese army fights? Could the foreign invaders' army use their own bodies to block floodwaters? These foreign devils have always taken all the benefits for themselves. When problems arise, would they dare to step forward? With China, we can finally stand tall. With China, we can live with dignity. Long live China. Long live Hong Kong.
Wang Yahui interviewed one person after another, but by the end, she was surrounded by an unknown crowd. Then, someone started singing the Seven Sun song.
This is the Hong Kong song.
Of course, in reality, Hong Kong has no melody, and no one sang it, but a group of people were shouting together. I am like the yellow leopard guarding the steps of the imperial palace at night. Mother, though my status is lowly, my position is perilous. Now, fierce sea lions are attacking me, devouring my flesh and swallowing my fat. Mother, I weep and wail, but you do not respond. Mother, please let me hide in your embrace. Mother, I want to come back, Mother. When all the voices came together, no one knew how many passers-by had been drawn to the scene. Those faces, when gathered together, revealed a power unlike anything seen before. In the live interview studio, it was now completely silent. Lin Guohong felt a lump in his throat, took off his glasses, and gently rubbed his eyes. The Ming Pao reporter was no different. She had already begun to cry uncontrollably. Yang Fan remained silent, and Zhang Chu was also deeply moved. The viewers at home in Hong Kong were also silent, and some girls couldn't help but start crying. Weren't these interviewees simply speaking their hearts? The sound of sobbing seemed to be the only melody in the interview studio at that moment. After a long time, Lin Guohong lifted his head. He knew he had lost, completely defeated. He hadn't been able to stump Yang Fan, but instead, Yang Fan had used the live interview to move everyone. Everyone present was a journalist, and each of their pens was considered unmatched in the world. Yet at that moment, they knew their pens were useless. At this moment, what had defeated them was something far greater than their eloquent words or their skill with a pen. Not only the citizens of Hong Kong, but also the mainland viewers watching Asia television were the same. Everyone fell silent. Before this moment, they had only felt the return of Hong Kong, sensing the strength of the nation and a sense of pride. But it was only now that they truly understood what it meant for blood to be thicker than water. The interview continued. At this point, it seemed inappropriate to cut back to Yang Fan, so he did not do so. Instead, he gestured for a female host to come forward. Journalists, if there's nothing else, please leave. The interview is over. Yang Fan's gaze swept over the group of journalists before speaking softly. Lin Guohong stood up, looked at Yang Fan once more, then slowly bowed deeply before him. The others remained silent, then stood up one by one and bowed to Yang Fan as well. Deep Water Bay, the home of an ordinary Hong Kong resident. An elderly man in his 70s sat silently watching the television. When he reached this point, tears suddenly fell from his eyes with a soft plop. Mom! Sitting beside his elderly mother was her 50-year-old son. The last time he saw his mother cry was on the day of the handover, but now, his mother was crying again. As a son, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion welling up in his eyes. Yes, he truly felt the return of something. Dignity. The arrogant superiority of the foreigners was gone. Who had brought this about? Wasn't it the mainland? Tears couldn't help but flow down his face. He knew his mother had endured much suffering, and his father had been taken away by the foreigners shortly after he was born to work as a laborer until he died from exhaustion. He had never seen his father either. Welcome back, welcome back. The old mother murmured to herself, old man, did you see? Do you know? We're back. Our children can hold their heads high now. Such scenes were played out in every household in Hong Kong. This unique street interview truly touched everyone's heart. It is more effective than any article, more profound than any 1,000 words. In an instant, the street interview turned into a festive celebration. Backstage. That's amazing. Zhang Chu couldn't help but pat Yang Fan on the shoulder. Yang Fan, you really didn't let me down. To be precise, it's Huaxia that hasn't let them down. I was just going with the flow. Yang Fan looked at Zhang Chu with a smile. If Huaxia had done a poor job, then my live stream tonight would have been a disaster. You're right. Zhang Chu nodded, then spoke slowly. However, we still need to thank you. If you hadn't come up with this ingenious idea, the media wouldn't know how to portray us. You've also shown the higher-ups in China the true feelings of the people of Hong Kong. I only hope we can nurture the young people of Hong Kong properly. Yang Fan smiled and continued, I guess tomorrow is going to be a real spectacle. Zhang Chu nodded as well. He had come to realize that Yang Fan was no ordinary thinker. He always manages to come up with things others couldn't think of. Not just in business, but also in propaganda. If you were a civil servant, I'd even consider sending you to the propaganda department. Zhang Chu joked. No way, I'm just a businessman. Yang Fan smiled and continued, I have no interest in being a government official. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing, let's see what happens tomorrow.
Chapter 0157. No matter how much you bark, Hong Kong is an inseparable part of China. Hong Kong was in an uproar. It can only be said that last night's on-site interview was truly influential. In fact, Yang Fan had also prepared a contingency plan. He had arranged for a few stand-in actors. If the interview had failed, these stand-ins would have had to step in. However, it now seems unnecessary for Yang Fan to seek out temporary actors. There is no denying that the hearts of Hong Kong citizens are now turned toward the mainland, even after more than 2 decades, with father and son still showing a sense of opposition. This type of newspaper is primarily the Blue Party Daily. They've grown accustomed to smearing the mainland, so it can be considered standard operating procedure. You've resigned? In the spacious office, Yang Fan looked at Lin Guohong with some surprise. That's right. Lin Guohong spoke slowly. The Blue Daily often reports false information. Last night, I thought about it for a long time and decided to resign. My conscience won't allow me to continue doing this. That's truly commendable. Yang Fan smiled slightly and asked Lin Guohong, have you found a new job yet? Not yet. Lin Guohong shook his head and then spoke slowly. I majored in journalism and media studies. I plan to keep looking for a job and hope to write objective and positive evaluations. Would you be interested in working for me? Yang Fan smiled, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Guohong. If your articles are objective and fair, I would be more than happy to have you work here. Lin Guohong was taken aback for a moment before blurting out, Mr. Yang, you really don't mind at all? I insulted you so badly in the newspaper. He truly hadn't expected Yang Fan to be completely unconcerned and even offer him a job opportunity. To be honest, I didn't even bother to read the articles you wrote about me. Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders. I don't have the time or inclination to read them. Please, I'm busy enough as it is. I barely have time to glance at the headlines. Lin Guohong couldn't help but smile wryly. Thinking about it, it made sense. Such a wealthy businessman wouldn't be staring at his articles every day. In the end, it all comes down to the huge gap between people. I decided to act quickly and set up an Asian news outlet, focusing mainly on news from Asia, including mainland China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan, among others. Yang Fan smiled at Lin Guohong. I'd be more than happy to have you join us. As for compensation, we'll match Hong Kong's salary standards. How does that sound? I'm very willing. Lin Guohong nodded, but couldn't help feeling a sense of gratitude. Additionally, I hope that if Mr. Lin has like-minded partners, they can also join us at Asian News. Yang Fan smiled and said, I'm currently in urgent need of staff, especially local Hong Kong residents. My requirements aren't high, but there's one thing I must emphasize, the content published must be objective and impartial. This point, please rest assured, Mr. Yang. Lin Guohong nodded and quickly replied, I will strive to be objective and fair. Yang Fan smiled, called his secretary over, and arranged for Lin Guohong to go take a look at his workstation. Some media outlets naturally evaluated the situation from various angles. This was a positive development, with improvements in public safety and the absence of Western hegemonic politics, offering greater opportunities for upward mobility. However, the Blue Camp newspapers engaged in smear campaigns. For a time, the two sides exchanged blows, each side relentlessly attacking the other. Every day, the newspapers came out with new and creative insults. Yang Fan was left speechless. This was the first time he had seen such intense media warfare between major newspapers. In China, the media could only engage in subtle insults. Can they really point fingers and insult each other like this in Hong Kong? However, things were much more harmonious back home. The Southern Media Group hadn't yet established a strong presence, and the news broadcast reported on last night's interview in a serious tone. At the same time, it assured the safety of Hong Kong residents' lives and property. Many viewers who watched the news broadcast that evening developed a strong positive impression of the mainland. However, this move once again provoked the right-wing newspapers led by the Blue Camp, who began to lash out once more. This time, their focus was also quite interesting. That is, the places that have been harmonized. The censored parts. Yang Fan was dazzled by it all, but as Lin Guohong joined Asia News, the latest edition of Asia News was released. Lin Guohong had originally come from the Blue Party Daily, so he naturally knew their modus operandi. Without hesitation, he launched a direct attack on the Blue Party Daily. No matter how much you bark, Hong Kong is an inseparable part of China. Barking like a dog was a direct insult, calling the Blue Party Daily a dog. The content was also well researched and cited numerous sources. It could be said that Lin Guohong used his skillful writing to thoroughly criticize his former employer from every angle. What is the Blue Party Daily thinking? Perhaps they've grown accustomed to being dogs, and now that they've lost their master, they can't adapt to their new identity. A dog without a master is a stray dog, constantly longing for its master's kindness while forgetting that it is also a human being. In my personal opinion, the Blue Party Daily can be aptly named the Stray Dog Daily. Without a master, it is nothing but a stray dog. What else can it do besides bark? The Blue Party Daily is about to explode with anger. In their eyes, Lin Guohong can be considered a traitor, and what's worse, this traitor has even poached quite a few people.
For a time, the Blue Party Daily suffered significant losses. With Lin Guohong's writing skills, his articles are extremely powerful, and for a time, the Blue Party Daily had no ability to resist. However, Yang Fan was currently too busy to bother with these matters.
The first episode of his new variety show, The Transformation, was about to premiere.
Chapter 0158, The Shock of Hong Kong Residents. How can houses on the mainland be so big?
Yang Fan had turned the entire Asian television network into a bridge between the two sides.
Whether it was for Hong Kong or the mainland, it allowed both sides to see each other's existence.
Hong Kong was like this, and the mainland was no different. The transformation involved swapping the identities of children from the mainland and Hong Kong.
As for the specifics, Yang Fan simply handed it over to his own director. He had plenty of his own matters to attend to and wouldn't handle everything personally. As for the location, Yang Fan chose Hongshan City. If this were 20 years from now, he could have chosen any small county town, but that wasn't an option now.
With a large number of laid-off workers unemployed, it wouldn't be conducive to positive publicity. Hongshan City is different.
It is a city Yang Fan had recently developed, and it had already achieved remarkable growth. Though it still lagged behind Hong Kong in many aspects, it was more than sufficient for their purposes.
Xiangjiang.
By now, many residents of Xiangjiang had developed the habit of watching the news broadcast. On one hand, it helped them understand domestic policies. On the other hand, it kept them informed about what was happening in the country. However, on this particular day, after the news broadcast ended, Asia Television did not air its usual drama series. Instead, it aired a variety show.
Lu Jiaxin was an ordinary Hong Kong resident who, like usual, turned on the TV. The Transformation. Lu Jiaxin couldn't help but wear a puzzled expression on his face, muttering to himself, is this the new program Asian TV is promoting?
A child from Hong Kong goes to the mainland, and a child from the mainland comes to Hong Kong.
This fresh premise immediately caught Lu Jiaxin's attention.
He had to admit that, although the show was later criticized heavily, it still felt fresh and intriguing when brought back now.
A large number of Hong Kong residents were also equally interested. TVB. Ratings are dropping again? Xiao Weifu's expression was grim.
In truth, he had grown accustomed to it. Every evening around 7 o'clock, TVB's ratings would plummet.
Every night at 7:30 p.m., the ratings would rebound. Xiao Weifu was well aware of TVB's advantage over Asia Television.
My dramas are better than yours, and my variety shows are better than yours.
What does Asia Television have to rely on?
However, in recent times, Xiao Weifu has been feeling a bit unhappy, as TVB has been losing a significant amount of traffic to Asia Television. However, today, Xiao Weifu felt a sense of shock. Because TVB's ratings had been suppressed, not only suppressed, but a large amount of traffic was being redirected to Asia Television.
What's going on?
Xiao Weifu was getting old, but at this moment, his voice is still loud and clear. TVB has stood the test of time for decades, and naturally has its own unique strengths. It seems that Asia Television has launched a new program called Transformation, and now a large number of viewers are watching it.
One of Xiao Weifu's subordinates reported quickly. Transformation? Xiao Weifu paused for a moment. What on earth is that?
He immediately switched to Asian TV, and his brows furrowed tightly. Just looking at the concept of the transformation feels incredibly innovative.
The main premise involves children from mainland China and Hong Kong swapping identities. Just hearing the premise, Xiao Weifu couldn't help but slap his thigh. That's a brilliant idea. Currently, the mainland is highly curious about Hong Kong, and similarly, Hong Kong is equally curious about the mainland. Following the usual format, the show first introduces the families of both sides.
On the mainland, it's an ordinary working-class family, and similarly, in Hong Kong, it's also an ordinary working-class family. Lu Jiaxin took a broad look at the development of Hongshan City and couldn't help but compare it to Hong Kong, only to find that the city's development could indeed be described as lagging behind.
It couldn't compare to Hong Kong's prosperity, but it was still thriving. Many Hong Kong residents also made comparisons, and they felt that although many media outlets had been highlighting the mainland's backwardness, it didn't seem that backward now.
At least, there are still skyscrapers, and they are being built on a large scale. However, when they saw the homes of ordinary families, all the Hong Kong residents couldn't help but stare in astonishment.
This house, how come it looks so big? 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen.
A total of 120 square meters, with a huge balcony, a separate room for the child, and the living room is actually quite spacious, though it looks a bit simple. But the area is just too large. In contrast, the average Hong Kong resident's home is around 60 square meters.
The size of houses on the mainland is at least twice as large as those in Hong Kong. This house is so big. Lu Jiaxin couldn't help but mutter to himself, his face betraying his disbelief. He glanced at his own home and suddenly felt cramped, as if he couldn't breathe. What was most unbearable for them was how great the neighborhood environment was.
Elegant, quiet, with plenty of greenery, and even shops within the complex, it all had the feel of a high-end community. This employee was from the Hongmeng Group, and the neighborhood was built by Yang Fan's father. The house was provided by Yang Fan, and the price was still relatively affordable. Last year, Yang Fan spent the entire year throwing money around, recruiting engineers from across the country with high salaries and various benefits to enhance his company's competitiveness. Of course, these high salaries are still based on the standards of this era. In a time when the average wage is only around 600 to 700 yuan, and even high-level workers can barely break the 1,000 yuan mark, Yang Fan was offering salaries of around 5,000 yuan. Only middle-level managers could break the 10,000 yuan threshold. Alternatively, outstanding engineers who made significant contributions to a project might receive a substantial bonus. Generally speaking, an engineer's monthly income is around 5,000 yuan. This salary is already several times higher than the average outside the company. As always, while Yang Fan is willing to spend money generously when he has it, he is also quite frugal. As for Shang Jiang, Yang Fan simply chose an average income worker. When Lu Jiaxin saw the monthly income comparison between the two families, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. In Xiangjiang, the monthly income was around 30,000 yuan, which was considered high-paying. Meanwhile, the mainland's monthly income was only 5,000 yuan. Lu Jiaxin didn't know what to say. With such a low income, how could they afford such a large house? He had worked his entire life and could barely afford a small apartment of 50 or 60 square meters. Of course, Lu Jiaxin didn't know that he was actually quite lucky. In another 20 years, no, not even 20 years, just 10 years or so, being able to live in a pigeon cage would already be considered having a place to call home.
Chapter 0159, Returning to China, The Great Changes in Hongshan City.
Regardless of how Hong Kong viewed the matter, Yang Fan had already returned to the mainland. What he needed to demonstrate was the differences between the mainland and Hong Kong, which would also pique more people's curiosity about the mainland. At least, both sides could get to know each other.
As for what happens next, Yang Fan isn't in a hurry.
After all, he has plenty of aces up his sleeve. If Asia Television doesn't take off, he'll just sell it outright to CCTV and let them do whatever they want with it. He won't lose much money either way. However, what truly saddens Yang Fan is that he has been held back a grade. Yes, he had failed his exams and missed the college entrance exams. The regular exam was supposed to be in July, but by then, Yang Fan had already arrived in Hong Kong to lay the groundwork for the Quantum Fund. Who had time for the college entrance exam? Actually, it didn't really matter. If he had some connections, Yang Fan could have still been admitted as a special admissions student. But that was precisely the problem.
Yang Fan was simply too famous. Almost everyone in the country knew Yang Fan, the wealthiest Chinese businessman.
Every move he makes is watched by countless eyes, and that feeling of being under constant scrutiny is indeed unpleasant. In fact, prestigious universities like Peking University, Tsinghua University, and other top institutions across the country had all extended offers to Yang Fan. If he had been willing, he could have immediately enrolled as a special admissions student at any of them. However, Yang Fan outright rejected all offers. For the entire second half of the year, he remained in Hong Kong, naturally without the time to report to any school. On the other hand, for Yang Fan, it was merely a matter of spending an extra half year. Although he hadn't attended school, Yang Fan hadn't fallen behind in his self-study. He had been studying university courses on his own. If I have to repeat a year, so be it, I'm still young. However, if he were to go to university, Yang Fan would prefer Tsinghua University. Yang Fan, you're back? After 3 years, Han Xiaoxiao had developed quite a bit, standing tall and graceful, especially her chest, which seemed to have developed significantly. A slim waist, long legs, and a full bust. Not bad, she already looks like her goddess from a previous life.
Although they hadn't interacted much before, the current Han Xiaoxiao gives off a more mature vibe.
During summer and winter breaks, Han Xiaoxiao would occasionally hang out with Yang Fan and learn a lot from him. Unlike their high school days, when they had little interaction after graduation, Han Xiaoxiao and Yang Fan now have an excellent relationship. The main reason is that Han Xiaoxiao's father has been recruited by Yang Fan to join the Hongmeng group.
Han Xiaoxiao's father is also a top-notch science and engineering graduate.
Upon returning to Hongmeng group, he has thrived. Although he had a decent salary in the US, he was never involved in major core projects. Upon returning, he immediately felt like a fish in water. Going abroad had been a necessity, as there was no environment where he could fully utilize his knowledge. Only abroad could he achieve that. Now things are different. Yang Fan's billion-dollar plan not only brought Han Xiaoxiao's father, Han Yu, back, but also brought a large group of people with him. Earning money is naturally most comfortable when done in one's own country.
Han Xiaoxiao's father is now a senior engineer and is currently leading the development of a major project. In this regard, Yang Fan is quite generous with his investments.
Yang Fan only recently discovered that Han Xiaoxiao's father, Han Yu, holds a PhD in physics and materials science, with a considerable level of expertise in his field. However, in the United States, he couldn't get a prominent role and couldn't participate in core projects.
Actually, making money isn't difficult for Han Yu.
What's challenging is that he wants to create something meaningful, but the domestic environment is insufficient, and he can't access core projects abroad. It was only through occasional chats with Han Xiaoxiao that Yang Fan learned how talented Hanyu truly was. Subsequently, Yang Fan directly offered a salary of 5 million yuan per year, along with the promise to establish a laboratory for Hanyu and allocate over 10 million yuan annually for his projects. Upon hearing these generous terms, Hanyu didn't hesitate, packed his bags, and returned immediately. Not only that, but he also brought a large group of people back with him. Although nothing had been researched yet, Yang Fan didn't care, it was just money being spent. It was already the tail end of National Day. Han Xiaoxiao had come with her father, Hanyu, to visit Yang Fan. She had finally gotten into Tsinghua University in July, and with her intelligence, she was likely to rise quickly.
Hanyu had come to ask for money.
Since the experiment was at a critical stage, Yang Fan didn't hesitate and handed Hanyu 10 billion yuan, telling him to use it freely for the experiments. Later, Yang Fan had the maid prepare a meal and invited the Han family to stay for lunch. Han Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to exchange a few words with Yang Fan.
Xiaoxiao, you got into Tsinghua University? Congratulations!
Yang Fan smiled at Han Xiaoxiao and then spoke slowly, that's much better than me.
You could have considered the special admissions program.
Han Xiaoxiao hesitated slightly before responding, but Tsinghua and Peking University have already offered you special admissions, haven't they?
Not yet.
Yang Fan shook his head and continued, I'll be extremely busy in the second half of this year, so I won't have time.
Even if school starts, I won't be able to go.
If necessary, I'll just repeat the year and try again next year.
Ha, then you'll be my senior. Han Xiaoxiao's face couldn't help but turn red. Zhang Yiyu had been admitted to FD.
It had been a while since they last met.
Uncle Han, how's work at Hongshan going?
Yang Fan changed the subject and focused on Hanyu.
Everything's fine.
Working here is enjoyable, especially since there are many people to exchange ideas with, especially Liang Mengsong, he's a genius.
Hanyu quickly interjected, our progress is moving quickly. I estimate we'll have our first domestically developed processor by the end of the year. That fast? Yang Fan couldn't help but be taken aback. Hanyu nodded, indeed, it's been fast.
Over the past few months, Mr. Ni has been traveling all over the world, and we've encountered many issues but resolved most of them. By year end, we should see results. At this point, Hanyu couldn't help but glance at Yang Fan again before continuing, all of this is thanks to you. Without you, our progress wouldn't have been this fast. Yang Fan merely smiled. Meanwhile, Hongshan had undergone a complete transformation. With the launch of Yang Fan's trillion-dollar plan, top-tier talent from around the world who could be recruited were all brought in, and any equipment that could be obtained was secured. At this point, Hongshan had become one of the nation's premier hubs for top-tier talent.
Chapter 0160, this feeling is what it means to fight for the rise of China. Developing our own chips by year-end, isn't that a bit too fast?
Yang Fan looked at Hanyu with some doubt.
That's not the case. Hanyu quickly interjected, our research progress isn't that fast. However, when you were poaching talent, didn't you bring Liang Mengsong's team over as well?
Yang Fan paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, Liang Mengsong insisted I bring him along, and it did cost me a pretty penny. Liang Mengsong was actually on the verge of successfully developing his own new project at TSMC. He came here to repay the favor, continuing his research with us, essentially following the same approach he had been using at TSMC. Hanyu smiled and spoke slowly, so, we can't really say we started from scratch.
Yang Fan nodded, no wonder he insisted on bringing his team over. It all makes sense now.
To be honest, Yang Fan had gone all out for Liang Mengsong. He directly handed over 20% of the shares in the Hongmeng chip to Liang Mengsong. In other words, for every 100 billion yuan Yang Fan invested in the Hongmeng chip, Liang Mengsong held at least 20 billion yuan in equity. Not only that, but the Hongmeng chip will continue to appreciate in value in the future, meaning that Liang Mengsong's equity will only become more valuable over time. Poaching the team, buying equipment, and even allowing him to wield absolute power. If Liang Mengsong weren't already married, Yang Fan would have arranged for him to marry 10 or 8 wives.
Now, even Ni Nangguang is assisting him.
If he can't deliver anything substantial, he would truly be letting Yang Fan down.
The principle of reciprocity is something Liang Mengsong understands well. He didn't come here empty-handed, he brought tangible results.
Yang Fan had to admit that he was starting to like this guy. As long as he is willing to talk about money, everything can be negotiated. To be honest, we've encountered quite a few difficulties. Hanyu took a deep breath, some of the equipment doesn't meet standards, and the products being produced aren't reasonable. There is no choice but to tackle the challenges one by one.
This is a good process.
Yang Fan smiled slightly and spoke slowly, it seems that soon, our country will also give birth to a computer that is entirely domestically produced from start to finish.
We can't say that yet.
Some core technologies are still foreign, and we still have a long way to go to catch up.
Hanyu couldn't help but laugh, to be honest, progress is really fast.
Han Xiaoxiao quietly glanced at her father. It had been a long time since she had seen her father like this. Before, he always gave off an air of frustration and dissatisfaction, but now, Hanyu could describe him in 4 words. Full of vigor and confidence. All his years of study finally had a place to shine. The current Hanyu seemed to have entered an exhilarating state. No, to be precise, the entire Hongmeng chip seemed to have entered this indescribable state of exhilaration. That feeling every day felt meaningful. Even if her work fails, it still has meaning. They can boldly propose their ideas and attempt them without worrying about the consequences of failure. Everything they do is recorded. This is a sense of progress. Perhaps this is the feeling of returning to one's own country, leading it step by step to surpass others, and step by step toward the pinnacle of the world. Hanyu feels this way, especially after having lived abroad. Although his status and position are not low, deep down, he still feels a certain prejudice toward Chinese people, though prejudice isn't quite the right word. A more accurate term would be caution. What they fear is that the progress of the Chinese will threaten their own position. Caution and vigilance from the very beginning. They never considered themselves part of the group. But upon returning to China, the feeling was different. Then, Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance at Yang Fan again. It was Yang Fan who had brought about all these changes. If it weren't for Yang Fan's generous investment and his high regard for her, her father might have remained frustrated and unfulfilled for a long time. After lunch, Hanyu hurried over. Yang Fan had agreed to allocate the funds, which essentially completed Hanyu's task. The next step was to tackle the tough challenges ahead. It had been ages since she'd seen her father this happy. Watching Hanyu leave in a hurry, Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter to herself. Is that so? Yang Fan smiled slightly and continued, actually, your father also makes a decent income in the United States. Although I offered your father a decent annual salary, it still pales in comparison to what he could earn there. It's different. Han Xiaoxiao shook her head and spoke slowly. Dad never gets involved in core projects in the US. Even if he has good ideas, they won't give him any room to experiment. At this point, Han Xiaoxiao sighed wryly and continued, actually, every time I called Dad before, he sounded very distressed. But after he came back, I felt like he had changed. Now, he seems full of energy every day. Yang Fan smiled slightly and said, of course. I can't guarantee anything about this billion-dollar plan, but at least we've already recruited all the talent we could and purchased all the equipment we needed. The rest depends on us whether we can continue to overcome the challenges. Han Xiaoxiao nodded and suddenly spoke up. Thank you, Yang Fan. Thank me? Yang Fan was taken aback. Thank me for what? If it weren't for you, Dad might have had to stay in the US forever, and I might not have seen him again. Han Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. My mom also came this time, and they might get remarried. That's wonderful news. Yang Fan smiled at Han Xiaoxiao. Having both parents together is a good thing. Han Xiaoxiao softly nodded, then suddenly gathered her courage, wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's neck, and gave him a quick peck on the lips. She then turned and ran away like a startled rabbit. Yang Fan watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile. He unconsciously touched his lips and couldn't help but think, could it be that the goddess from my past life has already thrown me a love olive branch? There was also Zhang Yiyu. Yang Fan suddenly felt a bit of trouble. Under the influence of the harmonious force, he seemed unable to do many of the things he could in his previous life. Women. Chapter 0161, Blooming Everywhere, the rapid development of Jiangnan Province. Yang Fan's every move now drew significant attention nationwide. After all, Yang Fan is now the wealthiest person of Chinese descent. Many people overlook the fact that Yang Fan is only 18 years old, yet at such a young age, he possesses wealth that others might spend their entire lives striving to attain. These others are not just ordinary people, but the vast majority of entrepreneurs in the country. Currently, only Yang Fan and Huawei are willing to invest heavily in research and development. However, when it comes to spending money so aggressively, Yang Fan stands alone. For the entire Jiangnan province, having Yang Fan is truly a fortunate thing. During the nationwide layoff crisis, Jiangnan province was the only region that prevented the layoffs from occurring. Not only did they not occur, but the province actually required a large number of workers. The group of people Yang Fan initially cultivated are now thriving throughout Jiangnan province. Among them, Zhang Li has achieved the most success. She quickly replicated the most popular products on the market and, leveraging the channels Yang Fan had previously established, rapidly expanded into 3rd and 4th tier cities. In addition, Zhang Li was the first advertiser to invest in the transformation. As the transformation gained popularity in Hong Kong and mainland China, Zhang Li's Li Mei clothing company quickly became a sensation. Today, Zhang Li's factory has expanded further, and she has also recruited more labor. Major shopping malls across the country have begun to open stores. On one hand, she targets the low-end market in 3rd and 4th tier cities, while on the other hand, she focuses on 1st and 2nd tier cities to enhance her brand influence. It can be said that this strategy is quite sound. Zhang Li has also learned a thing or two from Yang Fan in this regard. She is capturing both the low-end market and the high-end market. While aggressively expanding her market, she has also hired some outstanding designers to create unique styles and trends for her brand.
Subsequently, Zhangli gave her brand a unique name, Xiangxi.
Recently, Zhangli successfully opened her Xiangxi storefront in the bustling city of Shanghai, coinciding with the daily broadcast of the transformation.
Zhangli's store was always bustling with customers.
Zhangli took a bold step and quickly opened her own stores in Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen, leveraging the advertising effect to promote her brand on a large scale. In addition to this, a significant number of factories have also developed rapidly, some as processing plants, others as farms, and still others as dyeing factories. All of them are thriving with vibrant energy, blooming everywhere. These factories no longer needed to expand their markets, as young fans' established sales channels could quickly distribute their products. Additionally, with the rapid economic growth of China, their own scale continued to expand.
Naturally, all counties and cities across Jiangnan province were thriving. In fact, the economy was in decline throughout the entire year of 1998, yet Jiangnan province's economy defied the trend and continued to grow. The large-scale influx of population has significantly alleviated the tax burden on local governments. What was once a burden has now become a money-making machine. Jiangnan province quickly realized that its fiscal revenue was rising rapidly. They were working full steam ahead to make money. This has become the current motto of the entire Jiangnan province.
Jiangnan province's demand for population has also grown increasingly intense.
Hongshan City, Hongmeng Group. Yang Fan's luxurious villa. Zhangli arrived.
Compared to half a year ago, Zhangli now exuded the aura of a strong, independent woman. With her short, shoulder-length hair and confident demeanor, she caught Yang Fan's attention when she appeared before him.
Boss. Zhangli personally poured Yang Fan a cup of tea.
Although she had now established her own business, Zhangli still maintained her respect for Yang Fan. Without Yang Fan, there would be no her today. Thinking back to the past, she was just a high school graduate. If it weren't for Yang Fan taking a chance on her, where would she be today? Her gratitude toward Yang Fan wasn't because he had been attracted to her talent or beauty, but because of her abilities. This respect for her abilities meant more to Zhangli than any praise, and it made her feel a deep admiration for Yang Fan.
You're here?
Yang Fan's gaze swept over Zhangli before he smiled and asked, "How's business in Shanghai?"
We've opened 12 retail stores, and sales are currently very strong. Each store generates 2 to 3 million yuan in monthly sales. However, this is the peak season, and the metamorphosis is still airing, so the sales wouldn't be this good otherwise.
Zhangli replied politely. While saying this, Zhangli knew deep down that it was Yang Fan who had suggested advertising in the metamorphosis, and the impact it had brought was something she had never imagined. The brand's reputation must be maintained. Yang Fan smiled and then spoke slowly, "Let's not talk about that. I think you already know why you came to see me today."
Zhangli smiled and spoke slowly, "It's like this. Boss, I want to borrow some more money from the company.
I want to open stores in second and third tier cities.
Besides clothing, I also want to start making sneakers. The market competition isn't that intense yet, and I want to quickly capture the market." "That's a great idea." Yang Fan nodded and couldn't help but laugh. "It's similar to my approach when I was selling alcohol."
Zhangli smiled and continued, "Additionally, the Jinlan municipal government hopes I can expand further to attract more labor.
I also want to scale up. And if everything goes smoothly this year, I aim to compete for the bid." Just as Yang Fan was once the flagship of Hongshan City, Zhangli has now become the flagship of Jinlan City. Yang Fan paused slightly before continuing, "How much do you want to borrow?"
Zhangli took a deep breath and spoke slowly, "Around 10 billion. Looking at Zhangli, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Do you know that if you continue to expand, the price you'll have to pay to buy back your shares in the future will be even higher? Moreover, to buy back your shares, you must first repay the company's loans." "I know, but I also know what it means to seize the moment before it's gone," Zhangli said seriously.
"So I want to give it a try." Yang Fan laughed and said slowly, "Out of all the companies I've started, you're the boldest. Later, write an application, and I'll have the investment company assess your clothing factory." "Thank you, boss,"
Zhangli said excitedly.
Chapter 0162, Making the Fortune List, China's richest person, third in the world. "By the way, have you found a boyfriend yet?" Yang Fan suddenly blurted out without any context.
"Ha?" Zhangli was taken aback for a moment, then her face flushed red. "Not yet, boss."
"Why are you asking me that all of a sudden?"
Yang Fan smiled. "You're not getting any younger, it's time to start thinking about it." When she first started working with Yang Fan, Zhangli was 22 years old. Now, 3 years had passed, and she was already 25.
"I was thinking of trying harder."
Zhangli shook her head. "Ordinary men don't really catch my eye.
I'd rather focus on making money first." Yang Fan just smiled and didn't continue the topic.
Then Zhang Li's gaze fell on the magazine next to Yang Fan.
She couldn't help but pause for a moment before asking, "Boss, is that the latest issue of Fortune magazine?"
"Yes." Yang Fan nodded and said casually, "This is the latest issue of Fortune magazine, just released a short while ago." Zhang Li's face lit up with curiosity. "Boss, where do you rank in this Fortune magazine?" Yang Fan smiled slightly, casually pushed the Fortune magazine toward Zhang Li, and spoke slowly, "Take a look yourself." Zhang Li paused for a moment before opening the Fortune magazine Yang Fan had given her. First place, without a doubt, was Bill Gates. This year, Bill Gates remained in first place, setting a record for 4 consecutive years as the world's richest person, with a net worth of $51 billion, a 40% increase from 1997. Meanwhile, Forbes raised the criteria for listing the world's richest people that year, requiring that individuals must have amassed their wealth through their own efforts, rather than inheriting it from wealthy families. Bill Gates still held Microsoft, and in addition, he continued his philosophy of diversifying his investments. That year, the US economy was growing at an extremely rapid pace, making him the world's richest man without a doubt. Second place went to Warren Buffett with $48.6 billion.
Zhang Li is also no stranger to the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett.
By the end of 1994, Berkshire Hathaway had grown into an industrial empire worth $23 billion. It was no longer a textile mill but had transformed into Buffett's massive investment and financial conglomerate. From 1965 to 1998, Buffett's stock portfolio averaged an annual return of 202%, outperforming the Dow Jones Industrial Average by 101 percentage points. If someone had invested $10,000 in Buffett's company in 1965, by 1998, they would have received a return of $4.33 million. In other words, anyone who chose Buffett 33 years ago would have boarded the rocket to wealth. Upon reading this, Zhang Li couldn't help but glance at Yang Fan again. Noticing Yang Fan's composed expression, this meant that Yang Fan was likely to appear on the fortune list.
Third place, Yang Fan.
Upon seeing Yang Fan's name, despite knowing he now possessed extraordinary wealth, Zhang Li was still stunned for a moment. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then looked up at Yang Fan and spoke with a dry voice, "Boss, you're third." Yang Fan hummed in acknowledgement and spoke slowly, "That's correct. According to the estimates of this global billionaire ranking, I am indeed the third richest person in the world."
Whoa! Upon receiving the definitive answer, Zhang Li couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
Then she looked down at the numbers. Total wealth, $42.6 billion US. This.
Zhang Li took a deep breath.
Although she had always known Yang Fan was wealthy, she had no idea he was this rich.
The third richest person in the world.
The only two people who could stand before Yang Fan were the stock market wizard Warren Buffett and Bill Gates.
This Fortune magazine didn't include my assets in China.
Yang Fan shook his head and spoke slowly. They didn't include my Hongmeng Group in their estimates, they only estimated my real estate and wealth in Hong Kong. At this point, Yang Fan shook his head slightly and continued, otherwise, my wealth would have to increase significantly. Otherwise, while Bill Gates might be a different story, I could still surpass Warren Buffett. There was one more thing Yang Fan didn't say: if he were to withdraw the money he had in Swiss banks, even Bill Gates would have to think twice, and surpassing him wouldn't be impossible.
Boss, you're already so amazing.
Zhang Li couldn't help but speak up. You're only 18 years old, and you're already the third richest person in the world.
Moreover, your assets in Hong Kong aren't a small sum.
Now that things are stable there, I think property prices will rise next year, and your wealth will continue to grow.
Yang Fan smiled and then spoke calmly. What you say makes sense, but I don't see it that way.
Zhang Li was momentarily speechless, while Yang Fan spoke slowly. Money is just fleeting to me. No matter how much money you have, without a solid foundation, it's just like passing clouds.
I don't really care about money.
What I truly care about is the Hongmeng chip and Hongmeng technology. That's my Hongmeng Group. Yang Fan smiled and said, I may rank in the top 3 on the global billionaires list, but my Hongmeng Group doesn't even make it into the global top 500 companies.
This.
Zhang Li fell silent for a moment, unsure of what to say.
Actually, making money is easy for me.
If I were to venture into the stock market, relying on my abilities, earning wealth 10 times that of Bill Gates wouldn't be a difficult task. Yang Fan smiled and continued, however, that's not what I'm pursuing. What I truly hope to see is Hongmeng Group's technology and products dominating the global market, so that our country is no longer a low-end manufacturing nation but a high-end manufacturing powerhouse. If one day foreigners impose technological blockades on us, trying to suppress us or contain us, I can boldly tell them, no way. At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing, in my view, this is the responsibility a billionaire should have.
As for the money, it's just fleeting to me. Otherwise, why would I bother with $1 trillion plan?
Zhang Li felt Yang Fan was showing off, but for some reason, a surge of overwhelming emotion welled up in her heart, an indescribable passion.
In that moment, Zhang Li finally sensed the youthful spirit within Yang Fan. Chapter 0163, The World is Shocked, The Pride of the Chinese. Yang Fan ranked third on the world's wealth list.
In reality, he still holds 2 unmatched advantages over the first and second places. That is, Yang Fan possesses an unimaginably massive cash flow. Whether it's Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, their wealth primarily comes from the shares they hold and the valuation of their companies. However, the money in Yang Fan's hands is real, tangible cash flow. During his few months in Hong Kong, Yang Fan gradually cashed out, with approximately $14 billion in foreign exchange flowing into China. This has led to the Fortune magazine's analysis of Yang Fan's net worth being unable to provide a clear assessment. First, they have little understanding of the Hongmeng Group, and the only market value they can analyze is Yang Fan's real estate in Hong Kong.
Second, Yang Fan has publicly announced how much he earned during the financial crisis.
As for the cash flow Yang Fan had hidden, that was beyond their investigative capabilities. Therefore, even Fortune itself is well aware that Yang Fan is severely undervalued. From the very beginning, Fortune did not include Huaxia in its rankings, and there is an important reason for this: the wealthy individuals in Huaxia actually do not have much money. It wasn't until 1999 that the Huruan Rich list first appeared, which began to track the wealth of Huaxia individuals.
This finally caught the attention of Forbes and Fortune.
It was at this point that Chinese entrepreneurs began to harbor the dream of making it into the Fortune 500. However, even so, when Yang Fan successfully made it onto the Fortune list, it still caused a stir worldwide. A Chinese person had actually entered the top 10 of the world's wealthiest individuals.
Isn't Li Ka-shing the richest Chinese person?
Unfortunately, that year, Li Ka-shing's wealth plummeted, with his net worth dropping from $70 billion to less than $40 billion. Not only was he not among the top 10 in the world, but he was barely making the top 10 among Chinese billionaires. Now, Yang Fan is wealthier than Li Ka-shing, and his influence seems even greater. However, for the vast majority of people in the world, Yang Fan remains a rather mysterious figure. All they know is that Yang Fan made his fortune during the 1997 Asian financial crisis. To the extent that Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, has openly admitted that in terms of short-term trading skills, he is no match for Yang Fan, earning him the new title of China's Oracle of Omaha. However, for the general public, although Yang Fan enjoys showing off and appearing in the media, they remain largely unfamiliar with him. The reason is quite simple: Yang Fan rose to prominence too quickly. The only thing they could investigate was that his family ran a liquor store. The first time people heard about the Yang family was in 1995, during the CCTV Advertising King event. The first time people heard about Yang Fan was in the 1996 news broadcast. The first time he made headlines worldwide was during the 1997 Asian financial crisis. In just 3 years, Yang Fan had already risen to third place on the world's wealthiest individuals list, leaving countless foreigners who followed the rankings in awe. The speed of his rise was simply too fast. In just 3 years, he reached the third position on the world's wealthiest individuals list. So much so that when the list was released, many began to question its accuracy. What qualifications does Yang Fan possess to become the third richest person in the world? Could there have been an error in the statistics? However, these doubts only lingered briefly in people's minds. After all, Fortune magazine's authority now surpasses that of Forbes, and it is absolutely impossible for it to make any mistakes. Meanwhile, Fortune magazine itself was also a bit baffled. They haven't conducted any interviews with Yang Fan. All the top 10 on the world's richest list have been interviewed, except for Yang Fan. Subsequently, Fortune magazine swiftly dispatched a reporter to China, to Hongshan, to interview Yang Fan. Of course, to interview Yang Fan, they must first make an appointment. Otherwise, Fortune would have made the trip for nothing. After sending off Zhang Li, Yang Fan received a call from Qin Jiannan. Yang Fan, Beijing just called me.
They said the people from the Fortune Forum want to interview you. As he spoke, Qin Jiannan's voice betrayed an excitement that couldn't be contained. Fortune magazine? Yang Fan was taken aback for a moment before asking in surprise, "They've even contacted Beijing? This isn't a joke, is it?"
"It's not a big deal, they just want to get in touch with you, but they didn't have your phone number, so they found me."
Qin Jiannan couldn't suppress his laughter and quickly said, "Yang Fan, I've also read the Fortune magazine. Congratulations.
You've become one of the world's top 3 billionaires, which is a great honor for all Chinese people." Yang Fan merely smiled and said slowly, "It's all thanks to the money I made during the financial crisis."
"It's not that much." Qin Jiannan seemed to be familiar with Yang Fan's tendency to boast, and laughed heartily. "It's not a small fortune, but it's not a small fortune either.
You're now the third richest person in the world and the richest Chinese person." At this point, Qin Jiannan's tone carried an indescribable excitement. "Yang Fan, you must keep up the good work."
"I'll keep working hard to make more money."
Yang Fan smiled and continued, "Then, give them my phone number.
I'll arrange a time to meet with them for an interview."
The journalist sent by Fortune magazine is also a senior reporter for the entire Fortune magazine. Although Yang Fan is now Chinese, as the third richest person in the world, he naturally commands the utmost attention from Fortune magazine.
Watson Foss Sophia Allen. "To be honest, China has truly surprised me."
Sophia's gaze couldn't help but sweep over the surrounding skyscrapers before she spoke slowly. "To achieve such accomplishments in such a short time is completely different from what I imagined." Watson nodded in agreement and said slowly, "Indeed, it's quite different. My previous impressions have changed slightly. Such a place giving birth to the third richest person in the world, I still find it hard to believe." Sophia shook her head slightly.
"Sophia, Watson spoke slowly. I've done a psychological profile on Yang Fan.
He's a person with extremely strong nationalist tendencies, and he's also extremely self-absorbed. This man, if we're going to interview him, we need to be well prepared.
Chapter 0164, Fortune Magazine exclusive interview, full of golden quotes. Extremely narcissistic.
Sophia was momentarily at a loss for words and could only force a smile and say, "All right, let's hope this interview goes smoothly." In fact, this interview is highly regarded by Fortune.
This year, Yang Fan has emerged as a dark horse and is set to appear in the final issue of Fortune for the year.
For Fortune, they naturally need a major headline, a Chinese individual ranked third on the world's richest list. This alone is enough to make Yang Fan the cover story of Fortune magazine.
Think about who usually graces the cover of the annual Fortune magazine?
Bill Gates, Warren Buffett. Only figures of this caliber can make it onto the cover of Fortune. And Yang Fan, now ranked third, has earned that right. In addition to this, there will be nearly 3 pages dedicated to introducing Yang Fan. Watson and Sophia were in charge of the interview, and accompanying them was a team responsible for photography, post-production, and documentation.
While Watson and Sophia were waiting, they finally met Yang Fan at the Yang family villa. Upon seeing Yang Fan, both Watson and Sophia couldn't help but be startled. Yang Fan looked, well, too young.
Not only was he young, but he was also exceptionally handsome.
Yes. Yang Fan exuded a unique aura.
After being reborn, he had built his fortune from nothing, accumulating wealth rapidly, which gave him a confidence that made him irresistibly charming, a quality that defied description. Extreme self-absorption. If that were me, I'd probably be extremely self-absorbed too.
Sophia couldn't help but think of something. Good evening, please sit down.
Yang Fan made an inviting gesture, gesturing for them to sit on the wicker chairs.
He then raised his hand and picked up a teapot. The tea poured into the cups, making a gentle tinkling sound. Yang Fan's movements were smooth and graceful, giving off an indescribable sense of beauty. Please have some tea.
Yang Fan smiled faintly. This is our Chinese way of welcoming guests. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a bit curious, but they both picked up their cups and took a sip. Then Sophia spoke up. Mr. Yang Fan, I'm sure you already know the purpose of our visit.
May we begin the interview now?
Of course, I have no objections. Yang Fan smiled, and the camera immediately focused on him.
This was an official interview, complete with a voice recorder.
When Sophia took out the voice recorder, she glanced at Yang Fan and, after receiving his permission, turned it on.
All right, that's professional. Mr. Yang Fan, these are the questions we will be asking. Please take a look first. If there are no issues, we will begin the formal interview in 5 minutes. Sophia handed Yang Fan an interview outline in a very professional manner. The questions were thoughtfully written in Chinese as well. How long does an interview usually take?
Yang Fan asked casually while glancing at the questions in his hand.
It varies.
Watson smiled and said, Bill Gates prefers to chat and share his insights with us, while Warren Buffett likes to discuss the future.
However, Steve Jobs' answers tend to be brief. After about 3 minutes, Sophia smiled and asked, Mr. Yang Fan, how about it? Have you finished reviewing the questions? We can start the interview anytime.
Yang Fan laughed, thinking back to his previous life, where many people had left behind countless memorable quotes through interviews. For example, set a small goal, I'll make $1 billion more than him, said old Wang.
Regret founding Alibaba, Jack Ma unaware of his wife's beauty, Jack Ma ordinary family, manhwa. Thinking about it, these big shots were all so good at putting on airs. Was it his turn now? Mr. Yang Fan, are you really only 18 years old? This was Sophia's first question.
She simply couldn't believe that this man, who had amassed such immense wealth, was truly only 18 years old.
Actually, I think my face says a lot.
Yang Fan smiled and said, if you need to, I can show you my ID from our country.
Sophia froze for a moment before slowly speaking. Mr. Yang Fan, what kind of family did you grow up in? I'm curious, how did you accumulate such immense wealth by the age of 18? Actually, Yang Fan spoke slowly, I'm just like you. I'm an ordinary person. There's nothing special about me. Sophia, you call yourself an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person just make money and end up on the 3rd spot of the world's richest list? You call yourself an ordinary person? Look deep into your heart and ask yourself, are you really an ordinary person? Although Yang Fan's words sounded humble, for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was putting on airs. And he's doing it wildly. Sophia couldn't help but glance at Watson again, who also gave her a helpless smile. Sophia recalled Watson's evaluation of Yang Fan. Extreme narcissism. This guy is narcissistic to the extreme.
Earlier, she had thought he looked handsome and young, but now it was clear that he was utterly narcissistic to the core. Yang Fan spoke slowly. If I had to force myself to find a tiny difference, it might be that I consider things a little more. Maybe just that little bit more, which allows me to make a little more money. Sophia didn't know what to say. Yang Fan was a complete show-off.
A little bit. Of course, Chinese often has double meanings. A little bit can also mean a lot.
Taking a deep breath, Sophia suppressed her urge to punch him and slowly said, "Mr. Yang Fan, our understanding of you is limited to what happened after the 1997 financial crisis. Before that, we didn't know much about you. Could you tell us about your previous experiences? What led you to your first fortune?" "My family is also quite ordinary." Yang Fan spoke slowly. "Actually, my family didn't have much money either. The first fortune we made, well, our family really wasn't good at making money." Chapter 0165, The Yang Family's Rise to Wealth, Shocking Revelations. Yang Fan naturally skipped the story of his father secretly brewing and selling alcohol, instead changing it to the municipal government restructuring, where his father mustered the courage to take over the distillery, and eventually became the Yang family we know today. Seeing that Yang Fan had finally stopped pretending, Sophia and Watson began their interviews seriously. When they heard Yang Fan's sales strategy, the two exchanged glances. Encircle the cities from the countryside. This marketing strategy was indeed the first time they had heard of it, and for a moment, they felt it was quite novel, prompting them to ask a few more questions. In truth, Yang Fan wasn't worried about his sales strategy being copied. The Yang family had already cultivated its own unique sales channels, so Yang Fan had no reason to worry about imitation. Even if someone were to copy it, China is currently still in the midst of slowly transitioning out of this phase of rapid, unregulated growth. What a brilliant sales strategy! Sophia couldn't help but praise. Perhaps this sales strategy won't have much impact in the United States, but in China, it has a unique market advantage. Adapting to local conditions, that's my sales strategy. Yang Fan smiled slightly before speaking slowly. However, in my opinion, my father is a bit timid, so I devised a new plan for him, to make our Yang family a nationally renowned trademark. Let us start with a small goal, for example, earn 10 billion first. Sophia. Watson. I must admit, that goal is a bit modest. Of course, not US dollars, but Chinese yuan. So, I had my father go on CCTV to compete for the title of Bid King. Of course, during this process, I also had my father take out a loan of 300 million from the bank. I told my father to be bold. Sometimes opportunities are right in front of you, and if you don't seize them, it's a huge regret. Fortunately, my father followed my advice. That year, during the Spring Festival, our family made a decent profit, around 5 or 600 million yuan. At the same time, I began promoting our family's new product, the VCD. Although it was considered a relic of the past in Europe and America, I firmly believed that in China, it still had an enormous market. As it turned out, I was right again. Thanks to the VCD's explosive sales, our family's annual income reached a record-breaking 10 billion yuan. Of course, it was all in soft currency. Sophia felt her facial muscles twitching. In just 2 years, Yang Fan had managed to earn so much money solely through his genius marketing strategies. I also have high hopes for the internet in the future, so I created something called Hongmeng Network, which is now the largest internet platform in China. Additionally, I've developed a profit-generating project for Hongmeng Network, online novels. Sophia and Watson fell silent simultaneously. The internet this year's Fortune 500 list featured a Chinese American who created Yahoo, Yang Ziyuan. Starting a business at 26 and giving up the opportunity to pursue a PhD at a prestigious university is not uncommon among young people. However, in 1994, Yang Ziyuan, at 26, founded Yahoo by abandoning his PhD, which became a legend. Yahoo once symbolized the internet age and was synonymous with the miracles of the internet era. Also in 1998, Fortune magazine released its list of the 100 richest people in high technology, and Yang Ziyao, with a fortune of $1 billion, ranked 16th, becoming the richest Chinese person in the high-tech sector. Who would have thought that Yang Fan had already created Hongmeng Network 2 years earlier, which has now become the largest traffic website in the industry? This is in China. If it were in the United States, there would likely be another valuation increase. Then came 1997. In fact, I had already noticed that the currency systems of Southeast Asian countries were problematic. Even the slightest disturbance could trigger a domino effect of collapse. As it turned out, I was right. The Southeast Asian financial crisis did indeed erupt, and I took advantage of this opportunity to enter the market quickly, continuously short selling, and then exiting at the right time. Sophia couldn't help but interject. "Mr. Yang Fan, Mr. Buffett once said that you are unmatched in short-term trading. Can you really make such judgments?" "Of course, isn't that something anyone with a brain could figure out?" Yang Fan replied bluntly. Sophia felt like she wanted to punch someone. Really? Yang Fan spoke slowly and deliberately. "Those who use their brains make money. Those who don't use their brains definitely won't make money. So, I'm making money now because I have the courage to take risks, and I can also analyze the situation, so I make money." "Then, when everyone else was skeptical about Hong Kong, why did you choose to bet on it?" Sophia asked again. "I can guess that the Quantum Foundation is targeting Hong Kong, and once they act, it will be a lightning strike." Yang Fan spoke slowly. "So I shorted the Hang Seng Index first, then Soros entered the market, and the Hang Seng Index plummeted. It was inevitable." At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. "Of course, this is actually only part of the reason. There are other reasons?"
Sophia couldn't help but ask. Naturally. Yang Fan smiled. I had to consider China's perspective. Hong Kong's return means China must protect it at all costs. However, there's a reaction process involved, and in my estimation, this reaction would take at least 2 days. Therefore, Yang Fan held up 2 fingers and spoke calmly. After quickly shorting the market, I immediately started buying, waiting for the Hang Seng index to surge. It turned out exactly as I expected. Sophia didn't know what to say. Yang Fan's unparalleled judgment truly left them in awe. His analysis was precise, and his courage was equally bold. The Hang Seng index surged, but I don't think Soros will back down. He will definitely come back stronger. So, today, Yang Fan shrugged and said casually, it's just a repeat of last year's operations. Sophia. Watson. Although Yang Fan described it casually, the two fell silent. Is that it? Just with those 2 moves, he became the 3rd richest person in the world? This Yang Fan is truly remarkable. Upon carefully reviewing the Yang family's rise to wealth, it was a process of boldness, meticulousness, precise analysis, and rapid accumulation of wealth. Chapter 0166, Yang Fan, a name that the entire world will remember. The interview concluded. Both Watson and Sophia suddenly realized an issue. That is, Yang Fan's rise to success has been far too smooth. In the process of growth, there should have been countless major crises and risks, yet Yang Fan managed to avoid all risks and vulnerabilities. He resisted temptations and controlled his inner desires. Especially in the stock market, where short-term trading requires caution and precise judgment, the most important thing is not to be greedy or harbor illusions, because price fluctuations can occur within a single second. Being able to make swift decisions is already beyond the capabilities of most people. To have risen to the top 3 on the world's wealthiest list, Yang Fan truly has something extraordinary about him. Sophia couldn't help but praise him as she left. Upon returning to the United States, Fortune began organizing its content and took several photos of Yang Fan, which could be used as cover photos for the magazine if needed. November 8th. Media Center. Tan Shison looked around, feeling that something was missing. Last year, Yang Fan was absent, and this year, he was missing again. The current CCTV advertising king had been replaced by Ming Biao, with both sides bidding against each other. Hu Zhibiao remained confident and triumphant. This year, AI Duo VCD had been a huge hit, with market share even surpassing Yang Jiajiang VCD. It seemed poised to dominate the industry. Bobugeo and Idua were also neck and neck, and soon the price had been driven up to 2.4 billion. 2.8 billion. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. For a moment, Hu Zhibiao and Duan Yongping were both startled. Then, both of them turned their gaze toward the person singing. It was a woman. It was Zhang Li. Once the top lieutenant under Yang Fan, now the founder of the Limei apparel Shaanxi brand. Upon seeing Zhang Li, many were stunned. No one had expected that the bidding war would be contested by a woman. Zhang Li, however, seemed determined to win. Both Duan Yongping and Hu Zhibiao fell silent. Hu Zhibiao couldn't help but start calculating. In fact, although his sales had been decent this year, the price of VCDs had started to drop again. Given the current trend, if they continued to expand the market, VCD prices would inevitably drop further. They had to expand into new markets rather than compete in the existing market. But how much growth potential was left? No one spoke, and Tan Shison couldn't help but furrow his brows, thinking back to 1996 when Yang Fan had boldly invested 300 million. This record remains unbroken to this day, and even if the rules were changed to an open bidding system, it still couldn't be broken. 2.8 billion. Congratulations to Zhang Li, congratulations to Limei Apparel, and congratulations to Shaanxi brand. Zhang Li stood up, her face adorned with a composed smile. Having been by Yang Fan's side for some time, she had developed the composure to remain unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before her. When the spotlight fell on her, she remained completely composed. The 1998 bid king was Zhang Li. The CCTV bid king title had also fallen into the hands of a woman for the first time. Miss Zhang Li, as the first female bid king of China, do you have anything to say? A reporter approached Zhang Li with a microphone. Zhang Li paused briefly before speaking slowly. Actually, I just want to thank one person. Thank one person? The reporter couldn't help but ask curiously, who? Yang Fan. Zhang Li said the 2 words calmly. Whoa! Many journalists were stunned, not expecting that name to come up here. Duan Yongping and Hu Zhibiao exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Zhong Qinho also fell silent. It must be said that even though Yang Fan wasn't present, his influence was still unmatched. After all, the Bid King Championship here had begun with Yang Fan. Why? The reporter couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Back then, I was just a high school graduate who wanted to go to university, but I knew that without money, I couldn't afford it. Then, I met my former boss, Yang Fan. Zhang Li spoke slowly. At first, he had me work as a salesperson, promising that if I sold enough alcohol, he would give me a generous commission. Under his guidance, I earned over 10,000 yuan in a single month for the first time.
Then, he promoted me to sales manager, and I successfully achieved 100,000 yuan in a month.
Mr. Yang Fan encouraged me to pursue adult education. Zhang Li spoke slowly. Without Mr. Yang Fan, I wouldn't be where I am today. I am deeply grateful to him.
Even now that I'm starting my own business, it was Mr. Yang Fan who provided me with the initial funding. I am deeply grateful to him, very, very grateful.
Zhang Li spoke slowly. Meeting Mr. Yang Fan is the greatest fortune of my life. Journalist. Alright. It was supposed to be an interview with the bidding king, but unexpectedly, Zhang Li praised Yang Fan so highly. However, how many people in China don't know Yang Fan nowadays? China's richest man, ranked third on the world's wealthiest list. When she left Beijing, Zhang Li left alone.
However, on the plane, she still spotted Zhong Qingho.
Mr. Zhong. Zhang Li greeted him. Zhong Qingho glanced at Zhang Li and smiled, saying, Ms. Zhang, are you also heading to Shanghai? Yes. Zhang Li nodded. Currently, there are no direct flights between Hongshan City and Hangzhou City, so I have to go to Shanghai first and then transfer to Hangzhou or Hongshan City.
Then, Zhang Li glanced around and noticed a magazine in Zhong Qingho's hands, which had Yang Fan's name printed on it.
What's that? Zhang Li couldn't help but ask. This is the latest issue of Fortune magazine, featuring an exclusive interview with Mr. Yang.
Zhong Qingho sighed softly before speaking slowly. I bought it while waiting for my flight at the airport out of boredom. At this point, Zhong Qingho sighed again and continued, these days, Yang Zhong's name is probably known all over the world. Such an honor is something only the highest elder or Yang Fan could achieve.
Chapter 0167, The Great Harvest of 1998. Mr. Zhong, can you sell me this magazine?
Zhang Li suddenly spoke up.
Sell?
Zhong Qingho was taken aback for a moment before saying, I'll give it to you.
You can buy it at the airport newsstand.
As he spoke, Zhong Qingho couldn't help but glance at Zhang Li again.
3 years ago, he didn't even know her.
But now, setting aside Yang Fan, the woman Yang Fan had cultivated back then could now stand on equal footing with him.
Thinking of this, Zhong Qingho couldn't help but sigh deeply. Back then, he hadn't seen it coming at all.
Yang Fan was actually this capable. Zhang Li, however, opened the magazine and began reading it carefully. To be honest, she knew Yang Fan's background. She had essentially fought alongside him. She owed her current success to Yang Fan's mentorship. After that, Zhang Li decided to keep this magazine. The annual issue of Fortune magazine, with Yang Fan as the cover story, truly sent shockwaves throughout all of China. What kind of person could possibly appear in Fortune Weekly? Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Steve Jobs, only the world's wealthiest individuals are worthy of such an honor. Overnight, Yang Fan became an iconic figure in China. Although Zhang Li secured the bid for the year, Yang Fan remained the topic of the most discussion. For a nation with a 5,000-year history, the greatest aspiration is to stand among the world's leading nations. Unfortunately, to this day, China has yet to produce a single Fortune 500 company. This is almost an obsession for Chinese entrepreneurs. There are no Fortune 500 companies, and there are no Chinese billionaires either. Yang Fan has also become a source of pride for the Chinese people, proving that we too can make it into the top 3 of the world's wealthiest individuals. Whether it's Forbes, Fortune, or the yet-to-be-established Hurun Rich list, none have begun to track China's wealthy individuals.
It wasn't until 1999 that such rankings were officially introduced. Yang Fan's appearance on the Fortune list already signifies significant influence. However, throughout this process, Yang Fan has also faced significant criticism. Many people still believe that while Yang Fan is extremely wealthy, he has not actually created a valuable company. Yang Fan's wealth primarily stems from the Asian financial crisis.
Some media outlets also believe that, given the level of entrepreneurship in China, Yang Fan would unlikely have made it into the top 10 of the world's wealthiest individuals.
China needs its own companies, and it also needs its own true entrepreneurs. This criticism is relatively calm and avoids blind optimism.
However, to this day, no one has recognized the true value of Hongmeng Group.
When Hongmeng Group truly begins to exert its full strength, its true power will be fully revealed. Accumulate strength and strike when the time is right. Even if one were to invest 100 billion into Hongmeng Group, it would not be able to immediately develop everything it needs. This requires time to mature. Especially when it comes to lithography machines, which involve countless components of varying sizes and complexity, with extremely high operational difficulties. Even if Yang Fan were to pour money into it without regard for the cost, it would still be impossible to develop such technology overnight. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was the end of 1998. If 1997 was the year the Yang family took off, then 1998 was the year Yang Fan consolidated his foundation, amid the complete collapse of the quantum fund. Yang Fan's direct income reached over 30 billion yuan.
However, Yang Fan's actual income this year was not particularly high. The VCD and game console markets had begun to gradually reach saturation, though the Hongmeng game was still selling reasonably well. There was no explosive growth. It can only be described as gradually stabilizing. On the other hand, the sales of Yang Jia's automobiles were extremely high, with over 2 million units sold in just 1 year. Yang Hong took the opportunity to expand the scale of the automobile factory. Additionally, they have begun to gradually build a nationwide network of 4S stores. Jinling has also provided ample benefits, including favorable tax policies and the allocation of a plot of land to Yang Hong. 3,000 acres. Yang Hong doesn't need to worry about anything else. He can focus on manufacturing and selling cars.
Yang Hong is now quite excited.
He has always loved cars, and now he is actively involved in the research and development process.
With the additional connections brought by Yang Fan, the company is now pursuing independent research, development, and manufacturing. In no time, Yang Family Automobile Factory has attracted a great deal of attention. Everyone can see that Jinling is making a significant investment, determined to keep Yang Family Automobile Factory in Jinling at all costs. Hongshan City had already been snatched away by the metropolis, so the Yang family's car factory must remain in Jinling, in Jiangnan.
If the metropolis was so powerful, it could try to swallow Jinling as well. As for the Yang family now, they have lost interest in other businesses. Yang family General Liquor, snacks, and VCDs all showed signs of declining sales, with performance worse than last year, and they were no match for competitors like Waha and Idwa in terms of market competitiveness.
However, for Yang Fan, this is a good thing. Currently, Yang Fan plans to gradually reduce his stake in Yang Jiajiang Liquor and Yang Jiajiang Snacks, or hire professional managers to take over.
If that doesn't work out, he also plans to have a serious discussion with Zhong Qingho and ask him to buy it out. Yang Jiaji is not involved in this matter. These businesses lack significant technological content and may face intense competition in the future.
It would be more prudent to capitalize on the brand's current vitality and sell it at a premium price.
Yang Hong wants to enter the automotive industry, while Yang Fan plans to focus on high-tech and internet sectors, which are future trends. Food and beverages may be profitable now, but they will soon lose their competitive edge in the future.
Currently, the Yang family has 3 main pillars.
The first pillar is Hongmeng Group, the second is Yang Family Automobiles, and the third is Yang Family Industrial Park. Snacks and beverages are seeing their profits rapidly decline, and even VCDs are no exception. However, video game console sales have seen a significant increase. Yang Fan places the highest priority on Hongmeng Group. In the future, he aims to develop computers, smartphones, various software, and all kinds of technological products.
Second is Yang Jiajiang Automobile, which also holds immense profit potential in the future.
As for Yang Jiajiang Industrial Park, it primarily focuses on parts production, assembly, and job creation. These are the core components of Yang Fan's long-term strategic vision.
Alcohol and snacks are completely dispensable.
If necessary, they can be listed on the stock market. If that fails, they can be sold. These low-tech products are eventually destined to be transferred out. Keeping them only diverts resources.
Even the Yang Family VCD brand is on the list for sale.
Chapter 0168, the work report of Hongshan City is almost equivalent to more than half of Jiangnan Province's GDP.
Yang Fan doesn't place much value on products with little technical content.
In this category of products, you can never achieve perfection. In this field, you will always face numerous challengers, and you cannot maintain your monopoly forever. It's like this: in 20 years, there will only be a few companies competing in the smartphone industry, but there will be hundreds or even thousands of companies producing snacks. Since market share will inevitably decline over time, why not sell it while you still have enough market share? Go public, cash out, hire professional managers, or even sell the company to someone like Zhong Qingho.
That's Yang Fan's approach. In fact, over the past 6 months, Yang Fan has been scouting for buyers to sell Yang Jiajiang VCD. Currently, the strongest contender is Hu Jibiao, with Duan Yongping as another option.
Gradually phasing out outdated industries and focusing future development efforts on new fields. It is precisely because Yang Fan has no interest or energy to invest in these outdated production facilities that companies like Waha, Idwa, and BBK have been given a chance to catch their breath. Otherwise, Yang Fan would have already dominated the national market by now. In fact, to be precise, Yang Fan actually made a loss last year. He directly invested 100 billion yuan, but to this day, there are still no concrete results.
However, Yang Fan is not in a hurry. Research and development is an area that requires significant investment.
Nevertheless, this year has also been a pivotal one for the Hongshan City government. Starting in 1997, the Yang family began establishing a massive industrial park in Hongshan City, recruiting workers from all over. At the same time, various supporting factories were also established. These factories began hiring workers gradually to supply parts for the Yang family's needs. Initially, the scale was not very noticeable, with only a small number of workers arriving. It wasn't until the end of last year Yang Fan suddenly unveiled a $1 trillion plan, which was accompanied by a wave of layoffs. Overnight, Hongshan City erupted with astonishing energy. A large number of laid-off workers, feeling lost and directionless, discovered that Hongshan City was massively recruiting workers. Yang Fan expanded his operations, not only sending his workers to other companies as managers but also constructing numerous factories around Hongshan City as his own supporting facilities. Last year alone, the number of factories in Hongshan City increased by as many as 400 or 500, all funded by Hongmeng Group as supporting facilities.
And Nanwine went even further, importing a large amount of equipment from abroad.
Yang Fan hadn't even started making money yet, and he was already burning through it at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the wages for this batch of workers were not low at the very least, they were no worse than what they would have earned working for state-owned enterprises. Of course, they lacked some benefits like insurance and major illness coverage, but for these people, such details were no longer a concern. They had lost their jobs, and working in Hongshan City offered them a place to survive and make a living. As a result, a large number of people flooded into Hongshan City. Of course, there is also an important reason for this: working in Hongshan City offers higher wages. Although Jiangnan Province is now thriving, when it comes to income, Hongshan City still leads the way. Especially, Hongmeng Group's demand for technical talent from all levels of their former companies is astronomical. As long as you have the skills, they will offer you a high salary immediately, and also help you secure bank loans to settle down in Hongshan City. The appeal of Hongmeng Group quickly drew a large crowd. Similarly, the supporting factories in the surrounding areas and the infrastructure in nearby cities must be rapidly developed. Another group of people came to Hongshan City to start businesses. These individuals roam the streets, selling breakfast, and some operate nighttime barbecue stalls. Occasionally, when Yang Fan went out for a stroll, he would see numerous barbecue stalls. In those days, 30 yuan was enough for a decent barbecue meal. This familiar street scene gave Yang Fan a sense of having returned to the future 20 years later. As a result, this has created a significant number of jobs, attracting a large influx of people to Hongshan City, which has placed immense pressure on the city. Firstly, the crime rate saw a significant increase. Second, there were unspeakable hotels. Similarly, numerous companies of all sizes began to establish themselves, drawn to Hongshan City and the Hongmeng Group. Currently, the population of Hongshan City has reached 4.5 million, and this number continues to grow at an accelerating pace. Zhang Qiubai is also giving his final report on his current work achievements to Jiangnan Province this year.
Next year, Hongshan City will be renamed Hongshan District of Magic City.
This year's GDP of Hongshan City, 365,513.5 billion yuan. Zhang Qiubai briefly reviewed his current achievements before slowly speaking. $449.1 billion, GDP growth rate of 145%.
Upon hearing this figure, everyone present fell into complete silence.
This figure seemed a bit alarming. Especially the growth rate, which was a straight line. Although Hongmeng Group didn't release any major projects this year, the influx of population was massive, and with enough factories to absorb the workforce, businesses also reaped significant profits. Additionally, the Yang family, a major taxpayer, had contributed to this outcome, which was within their expectations.
Qin Jiannan, the top official of Jiangnan Province, was also silent at that moment.
Excluding Hongshan City, the GDP of the entire Jiangnan Province this year was 719,995 billion yuan, equivalent to $86,966 billion. In other words, Hongshan City alone accounted for more than half of the province's GDP. For a moment, Qin Jiannan felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it were cramping. Back in 1996, he should have elevated Hongshan City from a county-level city to a prefecture-level city. That way, it wouldn't have been snatched away by Magic City. Now, it had been intercepted by Magic City, and the capital had already made up its mind to hand it over to Magic City. It's important to note that Magic City's GDP this year isn't that high either, totaling only 380.1 billion yuan.
A single Hongshan City is almost equivalent to Shanghai's GDP for this year. It's heartbreaking. Qin Jiannan felt his facial muscles twitching and his heart bleeding.
Back when the Yang family first rose to power, he should have prepared earlier.
However, Qin Jiannan also knew that it was too late to say anything now.
He didn't have the ability to compete with the metropolis, and his only concern was to keep the Yang family's car business in Jiangnan at all costs. Additionally, he must ensure that Yang Fan continues to expand investments in Jiangnan.
Chapter 0169, The Last Good News of 1998. We finally have our own Chinese-made chip. Whether it was for the Demon City or for the entire Jiangnan province,
Yang Fan was like a super sweet treat.
He is simply too wealthy, and what makes both Jiangnan province and the metropolis city salivate is that no matter what industry Yang Fan enters, it seems to turn a profit.
Moreover, although Yang Fan's primary income comes from stocks, specifically from shorting the Hang Seng Index, however, his investments in the real economy are no small sum either. A single billion-dollar plan alone has revitalized countless downstream enterprises and created an unimaginable number of jobs. Such a powerful group now belongs to Shanghai.
How could Qin Jiannan not feel heartbroken? Unable to keep his son, they must hold on to the father. For Jiangnan province, their first thought was Yang Hong. They must keep him in Jiangnan province at all costs. Now, the Yang family's automotive business can be said to be willing to give whatever is asked: people, money, land, as long as you don't leave. Last year, Yangjia automobile sales were also staggering, reaching 2 million units. Most importantly, this order is also enormous. Pre-sales for this year have already reached 5 million units. Yang Hong's current strategy is to develop sedans for China. Should we still hold the annual meeting this year?
As the year-end approaches, many people are beginning to anticipate what will happen next. This year, Hongmeng Group and the Yang family seem even more powerful, especially since Yangfan is now ranked third on the world's richest list. More people are wondering what kind of big move Yangfan will make this year. However, just as the year was coming to a close, Nangguang suddenly called Yangfan. Yangfan, I have some good news for you, we've succeeded.
Success?
Yangfan was taken aback for a moment before sitting up abruptly. Say that again.
What did you say?
Nangguang suppressed his voice, but his excitement was impossible to contain, and he shouted, we've succeeded.
We've created the first chip made entirely by the people of China. Yangfan fell silent, then clenched his fists tightly. I'm coming right over. Drive. Yangfan quickly arrived at the Hongmeng chip facility. The workshop was a completely sterile environment.
Just the construction of this factory alone had cost Yangfan nearly hundreds of billions. The equipment used was countless, and it could be said that last year alone, Yangfan had spent hundreds of billions just on research and development.
As Yangfan arrived, Nangguang excitedly held him back. Mr. Yang, we've succeeded. We've succeeded.
Nodding slightly, Yangfan greeted everyone present. Among them were Han Xiaoxiao's father, Han Yu, along with his colleagues, teachers, and Nangguang's colleagues, teachers, and students. At that moment, everyone gathered here, each with an expression of immense excitement on their faces.
Dr. Liang, you've worked hard.
Yangfan shook hands with Liang Mengsong. To be honest, Yangfan hadn't had much interaction with Liang Mengsong, but he knew that this man was a genius in chip technology. When he had recruited him, Yangfan had immediately offered him a 20% stake in the company. Additionally, whatever requests Liang Mengsong made, Yangfan almost always agreed to them. Upon joining the company, Liang Mengsong provided Yangfan with a list of team members he desired, including those he had previously collaborated with and his senior and junior classmates, totaling over 200 people. However, the issue was that while some of these 200 people had been with Liang Mengsong for a long time, many were currently employed by other companies.
This meant that SMIC would need to poach these individuals from their current employers. Liang Mengsong's request was far more challenging than simply providing money.
If he had asked for a specific amount of money in exchange for joining Hongmeng, the matter would have been much simpler. However, Liang Mengsong's key demand is that he wants this team, and he wants SMIC to help him build it before he will join. While poaching talent is no easy task, Yangfan has gone all out. Whatever equipment you need, I will buy it for you. Whatever talent you require, I will recruit it for you.
Liang Mengsong is worth the price.
Yangfan even set up a headhunting company, with staff staying in hotels in the Hsinchu Science Park for months at a time, sometimes even a year. Local Taiwanese headhunting firms frequently meet with these managers, and if they manage to poach a promising engineer, the Taiwanese headhunter can earn 40% of the engineer's annual salary as a commission. If they manage to poach a high-profile figure, a headhunter receiving $1 million Taiwanese in commission is not uncommon. The three most common phrases Taiwanese headhunters use when approaching engineers in the science park are: 1. Go to mainland China, you can earn 10 years worth of money in 3 years.
2. Worried about your family and children?
We'll provide an annual education subsidy of 60,000 renminbi. If you have 1 child, you'll receive 60,000 renminbi. If you have 3 children, you'll receive 180,000 renminbi. If your entire family moves to the mainland, we'll even give you a house spacious and bright and guarantee your children admission to the best schools on the mainland.
3. Don't want to leave because you don't want to leave your current team?
Don't worry, we can relocate your entire team to mainland China. You'll still work with your current colleagues, just at a different company. With the backing of strong financial power and broader prospects, an increasing number of Taiwanese talents are choosing the mainland. In the original timeline, it wasn't until the year 2000 that the mainland began to catch up, lagging behind by a full 2 decades.
But now it's different. With Yangfan's involvement, although we're still behind, the gap isn't as wide. Liang Mengsong returned from the United States and joined TSMC as a senior R&D director.
His technical expertise was fully utilized at TSMC, where he alone holds 500 patents, far exceeding other technical managers.
He has been involved in every generation of TSMC's chip manufacturing processes from start to finish.
This time, the chip we've developed is 160 nanometers. Nangguang excitedly introduced to Yangfan, the yield rate for mass production is 95%. A 95% yield rate means that out of 100 chips produced, 95 are usable, which far exceeds the standard for mass production. Liang Mengsong, leading his team and supported by Yangfan's expertise, they managed to overcome the current challenges. At that moment, Nangguang's excitement was palpable, and Han Yu's face also bore an indescribable expression of excitement. Liang Mengsong, however, appeared calm and composed. In his eyes, this seemed like nothing extraordinary.
However, Yang Fan knew that Liang Mengsong and his team had been working tirelessly, pulling all-nighters and working in 3 shifts. To have developed this, Liang Mengsong deserves the greatest credit. Chapter 0170, The winner takes all the shining light of China's semiconductor industry.
In truth, Yang Fan had not anticipated that the research would progress so swiftly. The main reason was that technology isn't something that erupts suddenly, it's the result of years of accumulation. Especially with chips, you need the right talent, the necessary equipment, and a stable market supply chain. It's not as simple as saying, if you have less money, I can research it for you. Yang Fan had prepared for the next 3, 5, or even 10 years.
Spending hundreds of billions of yuan annually is considered a small investment. However, Yang Fan overlooked one crucial issue: the current gap isn't as significant as it seems. This isn't a matter of 2 decades.
While the mainland started from scratch, Taiwan's TSMC was only at level 12 at the time.
Moreover, smartphones weren't yet widely popular, and even computers weren't selling exceptionally well.
The gap wasn't that significant. The real divide emerged after the year 2000. Secondly, Liang Mengsong didn't come alone, he brought a team with him, bringing project secrets to defect to the mainland. Liang Mengsong's mastery of TSMC's advanced manufacturing processes, both in breadth and depth, was unmatched worldwide. Even if he didn't intentionally disclose TSMC's trade secrets, simply by advising the company on technical directions such as "don't go down this path," Hongmeng Group could avoid taking many detours, saving significant time, effort, and resources. In addition to this, there is another position within the company called the Advanced Process Evaluation Officer. This role primarily evaluates an engineer's potential, work capabilities, and ability to take on more advanced process R&D tasks. In simple terms, it's the role of a commander selecting the best generals. Therefore, Liang Mengsong is well aware of who is more capable, who has greater potential, and who can be assembled into an engineering team to tackle the world's most advanced process technologies.
Whatever talent Liang Mengsong needs, Yang Fan will go out of his way to secure it. Yang Fan went to great lengths for Liang Mengsong, and it's clear that Liang Mengsong would also reward Yang Fan immensely.
In 1998, he actually managed to pull it off. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh in relief, thinking that it was fortunate he had brought this guy on board early. Otherwise, it would have taken China much more effort to catch up.
Liang Mengsong's most famous achievement was the battle between TSMC and IBM, the then leading US semiconductor giant.
In 2000, the global semiconductor manufacturing process reached 130 nanometers, a critical technical threshold. Previously, aluminum-based processes were used, but continuing with aluminum at 130 nanometers and above led to various issues. The entire world was scrambling to solve this problem, but only Liang Mengsong's team was the first to identify a breakthrough, successfully transitioning from aluminum-based to copper-based processes. After 3 years of arduous research and development, only Liang Mengsong successfully broke through the 130 nanometer copper process patent, enabling TSMC to defeat the US giant IBM.
Liang Mengsong rose to fame overnight.
Later, due to internal conflicts at TSMC, Liang Mengsong, who was originally set to advance his career and become the vice president of the R&D department, was replaced by a high-ranking executive from Intel. This executive took his position without having achieved anything, despite Liang Mengsong's decades of hard work. This was already frustrating enough, but to make matters worse, he was transferred out of the R&D department. Liang Mengsong couldn't swallow this humiliation and joined Samsung, bringing TSMC's technological framework with him. Under his leadership, Samsung achieved breakthroughs in process technology, breaking through 45 nanometers in 2011, 40 nanometers in 2012, 35 nanometers in 2013, and eventually reaching 16 nanometers within just 3 years.
Samsung's rapid technological advancements in such a short time were entirely due to the technology Liang Mengsong brought with him. With Liang Mengsong's assistance, Samsung not only caught up with TSMC but also surpassed it. To the extent that Zhang Zhongmo had to acknowledge that Samsung had surpassed TSMC in 16-nanometer technology.
As for why Liang Mengsong was not appointed as deputy director of the R&D department, it was primarily due to his personality. Although Liang Mengsong was a genius, his personality was not well liked by others. Therefore, Liang Mengsong was lured away by Yang Fan with a generous offer, and since he also had ambitions to make a name for himself, he was recruited by Yang Fan. However, after being recruited, Liang Mengsong rarely met with Yang Fan. He was fully dedicated to his work. He only requested equipment, talent, and funding at regular intervals. Ai Nangwang carefully handed the finished chips to Yang Fan, his face betraying an excitement that couldn't be concealed. After dedicating most of his life to this cause, he finally saw the China-made chip that belonged to his homeland, and the excitement deep within his heart was beyond words.
The semiconductor industry is such an industry, the winner takes all. In 2020, the first source of envy was TSMC, which ranked first with first quarter revenue of $10.2 billion. In contrast, Samsung's foundry revenue for the first quarter was only $2.9 billion, less than a third of TSMC's.
SMIC, ranked 5th, reported first quarter revenue of $8.4 billion, which was less than a third of Samsung's revenue. It was truly disheartening. The winner takes all, and the rest are left with scraps. Currently, Yang Fan cannot be considered an absolute winner, but with his current technological advancements, he is not far behind and will not fall behind the times. Most importantly, Yang Fan still has sufficient technological expertise. Additionally, the compensation he offers to his technical staff is quite competitive. Even the lowest paid engineer earns over $100,000 annually. In 1998, that was already an astronomical figure. 20 years later, that figure would continue to double.
Dr. Liang, you've worked hard. Yang Fan put away the chip and smiled at Liang Mengsong as he spoke. Liang Mengsong nodded excitedly. Although Yang Fan indulged him in every way, giving him whatever he wanted, he was well aware that Yang Fan's indulgence was meant to encourage him to make contributions. If he couldn't deliver results, he'd see if Yang Fan would keep smiling at him.
Secondly, this was his first time taking charge of a major project, and he naturally wanted to achieve something significant. This news, once it spreads, will definitely send the entire world into a frenzy.
Yang Fan took a deep breath but couldn't help but smile, sighing inwardly, spending so much money, it's finally paid off. If this can contribute even a little to the advancement of China's technology, it would be a small contribution I've made since my rebirth. Old Liang, let us head to Beijing and secure our patent as soon as possible. All right.
And I Nangguang nodded, about to say something else, but suddenly felt a lump in his throat, and tears began to fall.
Chapter 0171, The Proud Anai Nangguang, 432 Patents. Beijing, National Intellectual Property Bureau.
This was the former patent office. After patents gained increasing global attention, the government officially renamed it the National Intellectual Property Bureau at the beginning of the year. A name change also signifies the importance of patents in the eyes of the state. In a way, it is also an important indicator of a nation's soft power. In 1998, China's patent count ranked at the bottom globally, in 36th place, with only 189 international patents. However, nearly 2 decades later, by 2019, China had surpassed the United States with over 57,000 international patents, securing the top spot worldwide.
China's international patent count has reached unprecedented heights.
Among these achievements, Huawei has played an indispensable role, leading the list with 5,405 international patents, with 5G technology playing a crucial role. This marks the first time China's patent count has surpassed that of the United States. It took China just 20 years to rise from the bottom to the top. However, at this very moment, few could have imagined that such a day would come, as China has yet to fully demonstrate its true strength.
It is all a result of years of steady accumulation.
The National Intellectual Property Administration at this time could be described as a low-profile government agency, with no one coming by, the address being remote, and the entire building in a dilapidated state, far from the grandeur it would later achieve. No one would have guessed that this was the National Intellectual Property Administration.
Old Chen, did anyone submit any patents yesterday?
At this time of year, with the Lunar New Year approaching, few people were at the National Intellectual Property Bureau.
A group of people were naturally bored and gathered together to chat. 1. The man called Old Chen yawned lazily and said, "It's a biomimetic condom." Put. The man who asked the question couldn't help but chuckle, nearly bursting into laughter. What did you say? A biomimetic condom? Yeah. Old Chen shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, "It's a biomimetic condom. It's for women to use, and it's different from the ones men use. To be honest, it does have some effect. I just don't know if it'll pass the review." The leader shook his head and said, "These days, you can apply for a patent for anything. There's nothing we can do about it." Yang Tonglong's incident caused quite a stir.
Old Chen sighed and spoke slowly. A few months ago, Yang Tonglong applied for a patent called the Prime Mover. After the patent was approved, this guy started defrauding people on a large scale, causing a very negative impact on society. Eventually, it was uncovered that it wasn't a prime mover at all. It had no practical value whatsoever, it was a fake patent. At the time, a professor who had been highly regarded for his patents lost his title due to this incident, and the head of the Intellectual Property Bureau was also reprimanded by higher-ups. The incident caused a huge stir, severely damaging the reputation of the Intellectual Property Bureau. It also led many amateur scientists to see an opportunity for profit, with people rushing to submit their inventions in hopes of obtaining a patent copyright to use for fraudulent schemes. In response, the Intellectual Property Bureau strengthened its patent review system, established a patent re-examination committee, and appointed all patent reviewers as renowned professors receiving national first-class allowances. As a result, the number of applicants has decreased significantly, and those without genuine expertise are now discouraged from submitting their work. Especially with the strict review system, a large number of amateur inventors no longer bother to participate. I wonder when our country will ever have a large number of patents and copyrights. Someone sighed softly and spoke slowly. People's hearts have changed, they're all starting to chase after money.
That's right.
Someone else chimed in, these days, making atomic bombs isn't as profitable as selling tea eggs.
Everything is about money.
Recently, our Chinese billionaire has become an idol to so many people. Money, 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 everyone is chasing after it.
Not everyone is chasing after money. Having money can bring economic income, and without sufficient economic income, where would the money come from for research and development?
Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing the crowd to pause in surprise. Then, a few people froze again as they saw a young man appear before them.
He spoke calmly, whether you're an entrepreneur or an innovator, humanity is destined to enter an era of collective research and development. Individuals will find it hard to break through on their own. Old Chen couldn't help but study the young man in front of him.
He was very young, looked familiar, and didn't seem to be over 20. However, what made Old Chen feel familiar was that he seemed to have seen this guy somewhere before.
Who are you? Old Chen studied Yang Fan carefully but couldn't recall his name, identity, or background.
Old Chen. At that moment, Ni Nanguang, standing beside Yang Fan, quickly stepped forward. This time, Old Chen recognized him. A look of surprise crossed his face. Ni Lao, what are you doing here?
This guy clearly knew Ni Nanguang.
When he saw Ni Nanguang, he also wore a look of surprise. Thinking back, it had been nearly 3 years since he last saw Ni Nanguang.
Over the past 3 years, Ni Nanguang had completely vanished, with no word of his whereabouts. However, no one had expected that Ni Nanguang would suddenly appear at this moment.
And he was following a young man. There were 3 people in total, and it was clear that Yang Fan was the leader. We're here to apply for a copyright patent. Ni Nanguang said in a tone brimming with pride.
What?
Old Chen's face showed a look of surprise. You're here to apply for a copyright patent?
Yes.
Ni Nanguang continued in the same proud tone. We're here to apply for patents, a total of 432 patents. Old Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and several office leaders were speechless.
After a moment, one leader stood up and stammered, You said how many patents?
A total of 432 patents.
Ni Nanguang shouted loudly, We've applied for them.
Everyone was stunned, looking at each other in disbelief.
432 patents? Are you kidding me? Chapter 0172, Old Ni returns to the capital in style. Here, we must also praise Liang Mengsong.
He was a technical genius, having participated in the invention of semiconductor patent technologies in the United States, with as many as 181 patents, all of which were the most advanced and critical technologies. Additionally, he had published over 350 technical papers in both Taiwan and the United States.
In 1992, Liang Mengsong returned from the United States and joined TSMC as a senior R&D director.
His technical expertise was fully utilized at TSMC, and he alone was the inventor of 500 patents, far exceeding other technical managers. However, this individual has now been poached by Yang Fan. The copyright and patents naturally belong to the Harmony OS group. Once registered, others will need to pay patent licensing fees to use them. Why is Qualcomm so profitable 22 years later?
It's all thanks to its own copyright and patent rights.
In fact, aside from producing smartphones that require Snapdragon chips, its largest source of income comes from patent royalties. Essentially, every time a smartphone manufacturer uses a radio frequency chip, they have to pay Qualcomm an additional fee. Even after Nokia and Ericsson's mobile phone businesses collapsed, they were still able to turn a profit, and this was also thanks to this business. It can be said that they were simply sitting back and counting their money. There are countless technologies involved, all of which have been documented in meticulous detail, leaving no stone unturned to prevent any loopholes from being exploited by other companies. Chen Qiming was at a loss for words. If the person in front of him wasn't Ni Nanguang, he would have suspected they were trying to deceive him. However, the Ni Nanguang sitting before him was proudly informing him that they were applying for 432 patents.
This isn't a joke, is it?
Taking a deep breath, Chen Qiming quickly said, I need to report this to my superiors. Such a major matter was clearly beyond Chen Qiming's authority to decide.
All right. Ni Nanguang nodded slightly.
Lately, Zhang Jirong had been feeling anxious. As the head of the National Property Rights Bureau, he was under immense pressure. Since the restructuring of the Patent Office, he could clearly see that the state still placed great importance on this area. He had originally believed he could achieve great things.
However, Zhang Jirong soon realized he was wrong.
At first, he had indeed encouraged private entities and professional institutions to apply for various patents, even implementing some preferential policies to encourage more patents to be disclosed.
However, Zhang Jinhong was soon proven wrong.
All sorts of bizarre and unconventional patents were filed, with one amateur inventor after another emerging to announce their miraculous inventions. After obtaining patents, they began to scam people everywhere. Then, Zhang Jinhong felt extremely distressed. In April, he was severely reprimanded by his superiors. Subsequently, Zhang Jinhong raised the review standards and added a re-review process. However, the painful situation persisted, with fewer and fewer individuals and organizations applying for patents. The higher-ups told Zhang Jirong that he was appointed to this position not just to review applications but to secure more patents.
The patent application process must not be relaxed, and a sufficient number of patents must be obtained.
This left Zhang Jinhong feeling as though he were being roasted on a spit.
Where could he possibly find so many patents? In the office. The sudden ringing of the phone made Zhang Jirong jump in surprise. He quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Zhang Jirong. Zhang Bureau, can you come down for a moment?"
On the other end of the line was Chen Qiming's voice, speaking quickly. "Ni Lao has arrived and wants to apply for patents, a total of 432 patents.
How many?"
Zhang Jirong jumped up from his chair, his face betraying a look of utter shock.
432 patents.
Chen Qiming spoke quickly, and they prepared a thick stack of documents, even bringing them in boxes.
"I think they might actually have something substantial.
I'll come down immediately."
Zhang Jirong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. And I Nanguan, of course, knew about it. The Lu and I rivalry back then had attracted so much attention.
3 years ago, he suddenly disappeared from Beijing. Aside from industry insiders, few knew where he had gone. 432 items give an old niece personality. This couldn't possibly be made up.
Zhang Jinhong couldn't help but start getting excited.
Even if only 10 or so passed the re-review, that would still be quite remarkable.
If all 432 items were successful, that would be an unimaginable feat. "Old and I, sit down."
Chen Qiming, who had been standing aside, hung up the phone and smiled as he spoke. "Why don't you take a break and have some tea?"
"I'm just here as an escort." And I Nanguan quickly interjected. "The main reason we're here is that our company is applying for a patent.
This is our boss, and this is our chief engineer for the chip, Liang Mengsong."
And I Nanguan introduced Yang Fan and Liang Mengsong. Chen Qiming finally turned his attention to Yang Fan.
Although he had sensed earlier that Yang Fan might be the leader among the three, he was simply too young.
"What company are you from?" Chen Qiming couldn't help but show a puzzled expression on his face. "Hongmeng Group, Hongmeng Chip." And I Nanguan quickly interjected. "This is my boss, Yang Fan." "Hongmeng Group, Hongmeng Chips?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
He finally remembered where he had seen Yang Fan before.
In a magazine. Isn't Yang Fan the cover star of Fortune magazine? The wealthiest Chinese person, ranked third on the global wealth list.
Chen Qiming's expression immediately changed. He had previously viewed Yang Fan as a young man, but now he looked at him with a different set of eyes.
Chen Qiming quickly spoke up. "Mr. Yang, I never expected it to be you. You actually came in person." Yang Fan smiled slightly and spoke slowly. "I came personally, but it's nothing. Actually, I'm just here as a figurehead. I only invested the money."
The chip was entirely developed by our chief engineers Liang Mengsong and Ni Nanguang.
At this point, Yang Fan paused briefly before continuing. "Without them, we wouldn't have today's patent. My role is insignificant."
It must be said that Yang Fan truly knew how to praise others and how to soothe people's hearts, making his employees work even harder for him. Ni Nanguan looked at Yang Fan and felt his heart racing, unable to help but stand tall and proud.
Back then, when he left Beijing, it was a humiliating departure.
But this time, he was returning in triumph.
In an instant, a sense of exhilaration welled up within him. Chapter 0173, Has our Chinese core chip finally been born?
Although Yang Fan had always been humble, insisting that he had little to do with it. However, everyone knew that without Yang Fan's relentless investment, without Yang Fan pouring over 100 billion into the project, its progress would never have been this swift. And the likelihood was much higher that it would have been stillborn. Without money, it simply wouldn't have been possible. At that moment, the staff in the patent application hall were also looking at Yang Fan with curious glances. Earlier, everyone was talking about how Yang Fan was the richest Chinese person and ranked third on the global wealth list. Now, they had finally seen the real person. Thud. Thud. A series of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by the sight of a middle-aged man walking down quickly.
Zhang Bureau. Zhang Bureau. Many people stood up to greet Zhang Jirong.
Both Yang Fan and Ni Nanguan were worthy of being personally received by the head of the National Intellectual Property Administration.
However, at that moment, Zhang Jirong was unaware of Yang Fan's identity.
Chen Qiming stepped forward at the right moment and introduced, "Director Zhang, this is Yang Fan, the chairman of Hongmeng Group. Additionally, he is the wealthiest Chinese businessman. Now that Mr. Ni has joined Mr. Yang's Hongmeng Group, this patent application is being submitted by the company itself." Zhang Jirong had already found Yang Fan familiar. Upon hearing this, he was startled and hurriedly grasped Yang Fan's hand. "Mr. Yang, hello, hello."
Yang Fan smiled slightly. "Director Zhang, hello."
Zhang Jirong's gaze fell on Ni Nanguan, and he said politely, "Mr. Ni, I never expected you to join Hongmeng Group."
Ni Nanguan couldn't help but glance at Yang Fan again.
He recalled that Yang Fan had insisted on recruiting him to join Hongmeng Group, and Yang Fan had indeed not disappointed him. From the very beginning, he hadn't spared any expense, and later even directly allocated 100 billion.
A full 100 billion, Ni Nanguang swore.
Yang Fan was the most generous man he had ever met in his life.
Zhang Bureau, let's apply for copyright and patent protection.
Yang Fan spoke quickly, we hope to secure the copyright and patent applications as soon as possible.
Patent copyright is a highly complex process.
For most people, applying for a patent and copyright involves starting with the application, then approval, review, preliminary examination, publication, substantive examination, and re-examination. This entire process can take as little as a few months or as long as 1 or 2 years. Yang Fan couldn't afford to wait that long, he needed it done quickly.
What exactly do we need to apply for?
Zhang Jirong was curious, but he still excitedly said, let's go to my office.
I'll call the professional reviewers right away. I guarantee you'll pass the review as soon as possible. Aluminum process semiconductor 160 nanometer? Immersion lithography machine. 2-mirror EUV. Lithography objective lens system.
Many listed companies apply for hundreds of patents and copyrights when filing for intellectual property rights, and the real purpose is often to completely monopolize that invention. For example, if Yang Fan's patent is merely for aluminum-based semiconductor technology, it could easily be rephrased as aluminum-based chip technology, which is entirely possible. Therefore, when applying for patents, it is essential to apply for a large number of patents at once.
The goal is to completely eliminate any loopholes that could be exploited. Yang Fan is no exception, he will never give others any opportunity. All copyrights belong to me. Yang Fan still has full confidence in Liang Mengsong and Ni Nanguang's capabilities. Whoa! Zhang Jirong only glanced at it briefly but couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He felt deeply shaken. As the head of the Intellectual Property Office, he wasn't very familiar with the technical details. However, he still had a basic understanding and perspective. He knew that Ni Nanguang had been striving to develop China's own domestic chip. However, Zhang Jirong also knew that this was extremely difficult. The difficulty was simply too great, and the gap between them was almost insurmountable. That is why, during the Lu-Ni rivalry, Ni Nanguang had been soundly defeated, and Lu Chuanzi had successfully transformed Lenovo into a model company for Americans. The amount of money required for such a project is not a small figure, but an astronomical sum. Billions, even tens of billions, would be like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. Moreover, there is a severe shortage of talent, and the necessary equipment is also lacking. Developing a Chinese-made processor is an incredibly challenging task. Most importantly, to this day, no one in the country is supporting this effort. If it weren't for Yang Fan directly investing 100 billion, Ni Nanguang would have felt like he was at a dead end. Recruiting talent, purchasing equipment, providing funding, and securing facilities. Ni Nanguang couldn't help but wonder why Yang Fan was being so reckless. Now, the question is, have they actually developed it? Zhang Jirong swallowed hard, then turned his gaze to Ni Nanguang. Mr. Ni, have we really figured it out?
Yes. Ni Nanguang nodded slightly, his voice brimming with pride.
Then, Ni Nanguang pointed at Liang Mengsong. This isn't all my doing. It's also is Liang Mengsong's contribution. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to develop it.
Liang Mengsong just rubbed his hands nervously, looking a bit shy. At this point, he hadn't yet, 5 years later, transitioned aluminum-based processes to copper-based processes.
He hadn't yet led TSMC to defeat IBM, and he wasn't nearly as famous as he would become later.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been poached by Yang Fan. In fact, at the very beginning, Liang Mengsong was just joking around. He didn't really intend to come over.
It was purely to present Yang Fan with an enormous challenge.
There were no matching teams on the mainland, only in Taiwan did such teams exist.
How could one possibly succeed on the mainland without a matching team?
Therefore, he didn't think Yang Fan could poach this team.
However, Liang Mengsong soon realized he was wrong. Yang Fan meant business.
He started poaching the team, buying equipment, and even promised to let him take the lead.
He wanted to be the Zhang Zhengmo of China. Liang Mengsong admitted that he was tempted.
Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, especially since the mainland was clearly the phoenix compared to Taiwan. After much hesitation, Liang Mengsong decided to accept the offer and came to the mainland. Now that it's actually been done, Liang Mengsong found himself feeling an unusual sense of fulfillment and pride.
Hearing Zhang Jirong's trembling voice, so, our Huaxia chip has truly been born? Liang Mengsong instinctively replied, yes, our Chinese-made chip has truly been born. Chapter 0174, this bow is to thank you for saving the Chinese core.
Zhang Jirong was truly overwhelmed with emotion. Chips. In this field, China had once been quite advanced. As early as 1978, China had already developed its own lithography machine, lagging behind the Western world by only 3 to 5 years. However, with the reforms and opening up, many research institutes were forced to close and operate on a self-sustaining basis.
Facing Western competition, China's chip industry fell into a prolonged period of lag. This was unavoidable. China simply lacked the funds.
In the face of market competition, the priority was naturally to secure profits first. It wasn't until the year 2000 that China began to catch up, but by then, it was already too late. By the time Liang Mengsong developed the aluminum to copper process, the gap had widened further, and no amount of effort could bridge it. Such is the nature of the market. For China, the top priority was ensuring that its people lived prosperous lives. Only after having surplus funds could it consider investing in technology. Zhang Jirong's shock at that moment was unimaginable. "I'll arrange for relevant experts to review this immediately." Zhang Jirong spoke quickly. "I'll handle the initial review and acceptance, you can skip those steps." Zhang Jirong grew excited, even to the point of gesticulating wildly.
January 14, 1999.
Yang Fan arrived in the capital city and stayed there for a full 20 days. Zhang Jirong immediately summoned a group of experts, who carefully reviewed every paper and conducted tests on the chip in question.
Tang Ming is currently an authority in national information security. He graduated from Tsinghua University's Department of Electronics in the 1970s, went abroad in the 1980s, and worked as a research engineer at Siemens ATA company in Germany. In 1985, he obtained a PhD in microelectronics from the Microelectronics Laboratory at the University of Minnesota. He then worked as a researcher at the German technology company Aramis, became a professor at Mons University in 1990, and returned to China in 1991 in response to the national call. He has been dedicated to research in the field of ultra-large-scale integrated circuit design methodology and the development of communication-specific integrated circuit technology. Additionally, he is the principal investigator of a national key science and technology project under the 9th Five-Year Plan. This individual holds a pivotal position within the country, yet at this very moment, he has been brought into the fold. Besides Tang Ming, there are other experts of the same caliber. At this moment, they are all gathered together. There was no choice. The influence of Huaxia Corps was simply too great for national authorities to ignore. In fact, from the very beginning, the national authorities had their doubts about Yang Fan's plan to invest billions in the recovery of the Huaxia Corps. After all, in this day and age, there are still those who make grand claims, and there are countless braggarts. Many people still deceive the government to obtain loans, so the government has tightened its controls in this area. However, the government's desire for chips is also evident. They did not want to be held hostage by foreign countries in this area. Once hailed as the hope for China's semiconductor industry, the Hanqing incident turned out to be a massive scam, leaving an indelible negative impact on the semiconductor industry to this day. The man behind this was Chen Jin, who was a professor and doctoral advisor at Shanghai Jiao Tong University, as well as the dean of the Microelectronics College. Additionally, he was a distinguished Changjiang scholar at Shanghai Jiao Tong University and the CEO of the Shanghai Silicon Intellectual Property Trading Center. At the age of 35, Chen Jin claimed to have invented a chip called Hanqing No. 1 and asserted that its technology had reached the world's leading level. To encourage this hero, the state invested billions of yuan in scientific research.
Then, the nation was deceived. Someone reported that the so-called Hanqing chip was actually a Motorola chip purchased from the United States, with the logo ground off by Chen Jin and his team, enabling them to fraudulently obtain 1.1 billion yuan in research funds from the state, deeply wounding the heart of the nation. Of course, it would be impossible to say that the Hanqing incident caused China to stop researching chips. However, the barriers have become much stricter. Now, we must admit that the state is still quite naive and willing to trust Yang Fan. Naturally, Yang Fan would not let the state down in this matter. At this very moment, a group of experts are still discussing the matter. Each of them is a leading expert in their field, completely different from the so-called experts on the internet. Ultimately, the discussion concluded.
This is indeed a chip produced entirely by China. Success! Success!
Tang Ming murmured to himself, his face brimming with excitement.
He suddenly stood up and embraced Ni Nanguang. Old Ni, you've done it. You've really done it. Ni Nanguang's face also showed excitement, and he nodded firmly. Yes, we've succeeded. Cheers erupted, nearly shaking the roof off the building. Unlike public intellectuals, after realizing the nation's weakness, their thoughts were solely on how to advance the nation and prevent its technology from being blockaded. They were the backbone of the nation. The birth of a Chinese-made chip for China signifies something that needs no explanation. From now on, we will no longer be dependent on foreign countries, and everyone can walk with their heads held high. After the cheers died down, Ni Nanguang suddenly approached Yang Fan and bowed deeply. Yang Fan, thank you. This unexpected scene left Yang Fan momentarily speechless. Then, with a trembling voice, Ni Nanguang spoke. I never imagined we could develop our own Chinese-made chip in such a short time. Before this, I thought it was impossible. Thank you for making my dream come true. Hearing Ni Nanguang's words, the crowd stood up and bowed deeply to Yang Fan in unison. Yang Fan, thank you. This group of people were all top experts in their respective fields. They all understood what the birth of this Chinese-made chip truly signified. Without Yang Fan's efforts, achieving all of this would have been impossible.
100 billion, they could just throw it around, and if they needed to poach someone, they could just go and get them. Without Yang Fan, no one else could have done it. Others don't have the money, and what's worse, they'd think it's better to buy than to build. Researching theory, manufacturing, and production are too troublesome. It's more cost-effective to just buy from abroad. Only Yang Fan would burn through money like that. From the project's inception to now, Yang Fan hasn't made a single penny. Although the 100 billion hasn't been fully spent, it's fine if Yang Fan spent hundreds of billions. This bow is to thank you for saving the Chinese chip industry. And I Nan Guang spoke with the utmost solemnity. Chapter 0175, Personal Inspection of the Hongmeng Group. The Huaxia Core has emerged. However, from top to bottom, everyone has kept this secret tightly guarded. Strictly speaking, this is already considered a confidential patent. Such a patent is unique, and the specific patent review process is also extremely fast. Zhang Jirong immediately summoned a group of people to conduct the patent review. Now, everyone was in an uproar, with every face glowing with excitement. Zhang Jirong felt an unprecedented sense of excitement. The 432 patent applications were no ordinary gift from Yang Fan. The news was immediately reported to higher-ups. Now, they could only wait for the final good news. Needless to say, the news caused a huge stir and eventually caught the attention of the higher-ups. Yang Fan was also shocked. Although he had always been stirring up trouble, this was the first time he had seen the leadership in person. It was completely different from what he had seen on TV. After conducting a personal inspection, the higher-ups expressed a desire to visit Hongmeng Group's factory and laboratory. They also wanted to see the current state of Hongshan City. The news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the entire city. After all, Hongshan City was, at its core, just a small county-level city. What qualifications did it have to warrant the leadership's personal visit? However, all of this made perfect sense. After all, Hongshan City's GDP revenue is now on par with that of Shanghai. It is foreseeable that with the development of the Hongmeng chip, the future of Hongshan City will only continue to brighten. The competition between Magic City and Jiangnan Province has been fierce, with both sides investing heavily. Yang Fan, how did you come up with the idea to set up such a factory? After touring the sterile workshop, the leader suddenly asked. There's really nothing to it. Yang Fan smiled and spoke slowly. I just hope our country can have its own chips, so we won't be held hostage by foreigners. If we can make them, that would be the best outcome. $1 trillion plan? That's a bold move. The leader couldn't help but praise him, then suddenly asked, by the way, have you thought about what to do if it fails? Actually, I have thought about it. Yang Fan nodded and then spoke slowly. However, I have always been prepared for failure. In fact, I've even planned to lose money for 3 to 5 years. I know how difficult chip development is, so I prepared for a long-term battle. The leader was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh and said, but that will cost a lot of money every year. The first phase of the plan is a $1 trillion initiative. My subsequent plan is to allocate approximately 30 billion annually for continued research and development. Yang Fan smiled slightly and continued, failure isn't scary. What's truly terrifying is losing our competitive spirit. I have money, and I know how to make more. Yang Fan paused briefly. If necessary, I'll even lose money on this project. I'm still young, and I have the spirit of a youth. If I hit a wall, I don't want to turn back, I want to push that wall down. Ha! The leader couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Sir, this is for Dr. Hanyu. Yang Fan pointed to Han Xiaoxiao's father, and Hanyu introduced him. This is Dr. Hanyu, who worked in the United States and specializes in materials science. Hello, hello. The leader shook hands with Hanyu. Yang Fan introduced, Dr. Hanyu has been in the United States for 3 years. As soon as he heard about my $1 billion plan, he immediately returned, and even voluntarily lowered his salary standards to participate in my project. Oh? The leader was slightly taken aback, but his eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, voluntarily lowering his salary standards? And returning to the country? Hanyu smiled politely and continued, although I was doing fairly well in the United States, I am still an outsider to Americans. They would never allow me to participate in core projects. At this point, Hanyu paused briefly before continuing. To be honest, I couldn't showcase my lifelong expertise in the US. Yang Fan and my daughter are classmates, and when he invited me, I didn't hesitate for long before coming over. As he spoke, Hanyu grew excited. To be honest, I'm truly thrilled. Though the facilities here may be outdated, this is where I can finally put my skills to use. I truly feel that only in China can I fully utilize my talents and showcase everything I've learned in my life. The leader nodded in agreement. Well said. Yang Fan interjected, yes, after Dr. Hanyu returned, he also brought back many classmates from the United States, adding new strength to our Hongmeng group and expanding our talent pool. The leader nodded in agreement. I hope all overseas students will return and contribute to the development of our country. Actually, Yang Fan smiled, I think maybe those who go abroad become more patriotic. Only after spending a long time abroad do they realize that those who truly value them have always been back home. The leader couldn't help but laugh heartily. You're right. Yang Fan took the leader on a tour of the entire Hongmeng Group, including the Hongmeng Group itself and the Yang Family General Processing Plant, and the surrounding supporting factories. It was evident that everyone in Hongshan City was busier than ever. Everyone's pace of life was fast, but every face was filled with hope, as if they had high expectations for the future. However, the only downside was that there weren't many entertainment options in Hongshan City at the moment. Yang Fan had also considered the idea of developing more entertainment options in Hongshan City, as people couldn't keep their nerves too tense all the time.
Yang Fan.
The leader sighed and spoke slowly. This time, during my inspection of your Hongmeng Group, I saw many things.